Chapter 1 Transmigration, Establish a base. Body scan in progress, scan progress 5%, 30%, 50%, 100%. Ding, scan complete, ret rate 100%, system binding in progress. Ding, system binding successful, congratulations, human life Ike, for becoming the host of this system. Alert, a doomsday virus will erupt in 12 hours. System, doomsday. Ike abruptly woke up, dizzily looking around and realizing he was in an unfamiliar environment. The small room had only basic furniture, a bed, a chair, a computer desk, and a cheap monitor on the desk rolling with right weight. System binding, doomsday virus, I did transmigrate. Ike got out of bed and walked to the mirror, seeing a face that was not his own. It was relatively handsome but skinny, pale skinny, and with dark circles under the eyes, a clear sign of many sleepless nights. Ouch! Elijah pinched himself, the real pain making him gasp and confirming that this wasn't a dream. Internally panicked, he ruffled his already messy hair, muttering, "What's going on? How did I transmigrate?" After going through stages of shock, self-hypnosis, and reluctant acceptance, Ike finally came to terms with the fact that he had indeed transmigrated. As the old saying goes, if you've come, then settle down. Elijah rubbed his forehead and asked, "System, what are your functions?" This system is named the God-tier base system, designed to assist the host in establishing a post-apocalyptic base by reaching designated population levels. The base can be upgraded, unlocking more weapons, equipment, and troop types. Wow! Turns out it's a base system, and a God-tier one at that. Damn. The frustration in Ike's heart vanished instantly, replaced by excitement and anticipation. Calming himself, he recalled the system's warning from when he had been unconscious. The doomsday virus will erupt in 12 hours. However, after reflecting on his new reality and accepting it, less than 12 hours remained. There was no time for idle talk. Action was needed now. Ding. Base construction guidance activated. Please follow system instructions to establish the base promptly. Seeming to understand Ike's thoughts, the system immediately provided a prompt, with guiding arrows appearing in front of his eyes. Following the arrows, he left the rental apartment, rode the elevator, and eventually arrived at the open-air parking lot of the residential complex. The parking lot had few cars but was crowded with elderly people. Ike's gaze passed over the elderly, spotting a massive steel bicycle actually parked in the lot, a little mobile base vehicle on top. This must be the base vehicle. Though come on the outside, Ike was internally thrilled as he squeezed through the crowd of elders and climbed aboard the steel beast. "Roll, young man, this car is yours. That's impressive. TS, what brand is this thing? I'll ask my son to get me one too." "Look at you at your king, barely able to walk, and you want to drive such a vehicle. You're asking for trouble." "Oh, Lady Antonio, your mouth is too sharp. My son will buy it for me. I won't drive it. Just admire it. Mind your own business." Chi. From. Ignoring the elderly, Ike actually started the base vehicle. The deafening roar made everyone run full silent and step back, afraid they might meet their maker prematurely. "Elders, stop wandering aimlessly all day. Go home and stockpile food. The end of the world is coming soon." Ike stuck his head out the window to warn them kindly. "How do you talk to us, young man? We're just socializing. Don't call it wandering. Young people have no manners. Doomsday, has reading too many novels and watching too many movies created your judgment? Alright, it's your choice whether you believe me or not. I won't argue further." Ike didn't bother with them. If they didn't believe him, so be it. When they turn into zombies, maybe they regret it. With that, he drove the base vehicle away, leaving the bewildered elders behind. According to the system's prompt, the immediate priority was to find an open area to set up the base. An hour later, Ike arrived in the suburbs, looking at a recently leveled plot of land that hadn't yet begun construction, branded around it were green hills and distant skyscrapers. Once the virus erupted, this place would definitely be safer than the city center. Hands on his hips, he nodded in satisfaction. "Right here." Ding. Mission issued. Deploy the mobile base at the chosen location and produce 10 soldiers. Complete the mission for a reward of 5 million points. Wow. 5 million points at the start. Ike was first shocked, then overjoyed. This was truly the God-tier base system. What more could he say? Just go for it. The base vehicle automatically moved to the center of the site. Ike jumped out, and a bold transparent screen appeared in front of him, displaying text. "Environmental scan in progress. Terrain is flat, suitable for deploying the mobile base. Deploy mobile base." Needless to say, he chose yes. Rumble. Clank. The vehicle began transforming like an Autobot in a Hollywood blockbuster, though instead of a robot, it became a steel beast. Once the transformation completed, another transparent screen appeared before Ike, listing various options: solar production, food production, base upgrade. However, the base upgrade option was grayed out and unselectable. Base upgrade could wait. Producing soldiers came first. Looking at the solar production details, each soldier required 200 points, not much, but the issue was, his current points balance was low. There seemed to be a bug. The task completion condition was to establish the base and then produce 10 soldiers. However, producing soldiers required points, and where was he supposed to get those points now? Should he wait until the apocalypse and fight zombies? That wouldn't work alone. Without weapons or combat skills, he'd likely become zombie food. Ding. The system provides 100,000 starting points. Check your balance. At that moment, the system spoke again. What the time he gave the points increased from 0 to 100,000, and Ike felt immensely satisfied, almost euphoric. I knew it. The system couldn't just give a mission without providing points. Ike chuckled. With points in hand, he immediately chose to produce soldiers. Up to 20 units can be produced, totaling 4,000 points. Produce 20 soldiers. Without hesitation, Ike made the selection. After all, it wasn't in his points being spent, so no need to worry. Looking at the board screen, Ike read producing 20 soldiers takes 10 hours, meaning 2 soldiers per hour. Waiting inside the mobile base grew boring after a while. Solar production took 10 hours, and just sitting around wasn't productive. Eric decided to leave the base and find a shared electric scooter nearby, wondering who had ridden it so far. Hopping on the scooter and following the map on his phone, he sped towards the nearest supermarket. The scooter's power was strong, racing at 15 kilometers per hour. After nearly an hour, he finally arrived at the department store entrance. While the base couldn't produce military-grade rations, variety was necessary. Belief was about enjoying meals, and he intended to indulge in this aspect. Moreover, spending money now was better than saving it for after the virus outbreak when there'd be nowhere to spend it. Finding a small truck, he negotiated with the driver to wait outside while he dashed into the supermarket, heading straight for the food section. Chocolate, bought. Beef jerky, bought. Bread, bought. Log and bone, must buy. After one trip, he filled an entire truck with food. His bank card had only enough for a $2 campfire. When he checked out, the cashier at the supermarket looked at Eric as if he were insane. Despite his slight social anxiety, he paid no heed to any looks. You laugh at me now for buying so much, but I'll be laughing when your stomach's raw after the virus outbreak. Elijah urged the truck driver to head back to the base. This trip took about 3 hours. The small truck spun like lightning, far faster than the electric scooter, and in just half an hour, they reached the construction site where the mobile base was located. Sitting in the vehicle, Eric saw 6 Tyrannosaurus standing in neat formation in front of the mobile base. Excited, he ran out of the car and ran up to them, inspecting each other in turn. Auntie hurry up and unload the car. I have things to do. Who knows what I'm even doing here? The truck driver grumbled as he climbed down from the truck, a serious downloading from his lips. Brandon and me. He spotted the steel base and stopped talking mid-sentence, looking at it with great curiosity. Elijah wondered when this strange house had appeared here. His gaze shifted to the 6 heavily armed Tyrannosaurus. With a shout of surprise, his lead separated up from his mouth, fear gripping him, and his sturdy legs began to shift uncontrollably. Terrified, he thought, could these be criminals or terrorists? Oh no, I'm doomed. Eric approached and patted the truck driver on the shoulder, making him tremble violently. Eric smiled and said, relax, we're all professionals. The truck driver tried to maintain a forced smile to show he wasn't scared, but his trembling legs betrayed him completely. Eric watched him for a moment before ordering the 6 Tyrannosaurus to unload the cargo. Seizing the opportunity, Eric placed his hand on the truck driver's shoulder again and said seriously, sir, let me be frank with you. In a few hours, the doomsday virus will erupt, and the world will be overrun by zombies. Many people will die being beaten alive. If you stay, I can protect your safety. As he spoke, he grabbed the Sawyer by the bicep and the rifle. Look at this gun. Look at these muscles. Doesn't that make you feel safe? Upon hearing this, the truck driver thought Eric wanted to kidnap him. Terrified, he fell to his knees and stammered, Big brother, please, I have a 70-year-old mother and a 3-year-old lad. Scare me. Eric was taken aback, waving his hands frantically. What are you talking about? If you believe me, fine. If not, scream. If not for needing more people to operate the base, he wouldn't have bothered with this nonsense. Once the cargo was unloaded, the driver quickly climbed back into the truck, revved the engine, and shot off 100 meters away, fearing Eric might stop him from leaving. As the truck drove away, the driver kept glancing in the rearview mirror, muttering, too damn scary, I need to call the police right away. Watching the departing truck, Eric shook his head. Opportunities often slip through our fingers. Once the virus breaks out, there will be plenty of people coming here. We don't need you. Though he said this, his actions contradicted his words. Elijah pulled out his phone and opened the contacts list, but was once again puzzled by what he saw. What's going on here? There isn't a single name or surname. It's a bicycle repair, computer repair. What kind of person was this body I translated into? What kind of contacts are these? I was hoping to call some relatives and friends over, but now it seems there aren't any. Was this guy an orphan in his previous life? This situation is truly making me want to recite a poem. Being alone is truly miserable, so miserable, I don't even know why it's so bad. With this realization, Eric found himself pondering the bizarre circumstances of his new life, wondering how to proceed next in this unfamiliar world. Chapter 2: The Outbreak, Zombie Crisis. Elijah, Laboro farmers stir fry, what would you like to order? Eric held the phone, listening to the voice from the other end. Elijah heard he said, Elijah, this is. Oh, right, I should mention in advance that we charge an extra $1 for ticket containers. Eric was puzzled. I'm not ordering through a platform, why do I need to pay for the container? Elijah, boss, prices are sky high now, we charge $2 on platforms, only $1 here is very reasonable. What's reasonable about that? Doing business this way? Eric was about to argue, but then remembered he wasn't ordering takeaway and stopped himself. Getting back on track. Apparently, I'm not ordering takeaway. If you're not ordering takeaway, why did you call? Wasting my time, a crazy person. Beep beep. Eric stood there with his mouth open for a while before swallowing his words and muttering under his breath. What kind of attitude is this? Forget it, whatever. Ding. Mission completed. Rewarded with 5 million points. Ding. You have received 5 million points. Good grief, I thought it was an order. Eric instinctively pulled out his phone, seeing the dark screen with visible cracks and the unlit notification light. He realized it was the system's voice. Elijah summoned the blue light string and saw his point balance hence skyrocketed to 5,096,000. His heart raced with excitement. This could only mean one thing action. Mission complete. Points credited. Which meant 10 soldiers had been produced. Looking outside the mobile base, he saw 10 steady soldiers holding rifles that resembled at 47s but with some differences, standing proudly in a neat line. Eric stood up and walked over to these soldiers. Elijah looked at the first soldier and asked, what's your name? Reporting officer, I am Unit 01, the soldier replied loudly. Unit 01, Eric rubbed his ears. The loudness had nearly burst his eardrums. Walking over to the second soldier and examining him closely, so you must be Unit 002. Yes, sir. Another loud shot, making his other ear buzz as if two flies were buzzing around each ear, truly uncomfortable. Really don't learn. Elijah rubbed his ears and stepped back, then looked at the other 8. No need for introductions. I know your names all three. 004. Anyway, since you're my first batch of soldiers, let me give you all surnames and names. After pondering for a while, he pointed at 001 and 002. You two will be named Elvin and Ryan. Looking at 003 and 004, after a long pause, he continued, you'll be named Anchor and Harrison. Glancing at the remaining 6, Eric rubbed his ear deep in thought for half an hour before finally giving up. Coming up with your names is too hard. Forget it, you'll be named Brevin, Alan, Graham, and so forth. Yes, sir. Good. Eric watched these soldiers with satisfaction. Elijah never thought he'd one day become sir. Time passed minute by minute, under Eric's command. The 10 soldiers built simple defensive structures around the mobile base. Meanwhile, the number of soldiers increased to 20, doubling his sense of security. Elvin, how many bullets does each of you have? Eric asked. Reporting officer, each clip holds 30 rounds, and each of us carries 3 clips, Elvin replied. 3 clips? That's only 90 rounds. Eric shook his head. Not enough. How can my soldiers only have this much ammo? Base, produce more. With 5 million points, the production of bullet batches stopped only when the base couldn't hold anymore. The level 0 base is pathetic, with only 20 soldiers as a limit and able to only produce bullets. Not even grenades. Need to increase the population to operate the base quickly. Eric lay in his chair, watching the sunset fade into nightfall. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the night's calm. The once bustling city fell into chaos as many people suddenly went mad, biting anyone they could reach. Crying and groaning filled the entire city. Though in the outskirts, desperation made the human voices extremely loud and penetrating. Eric heard them too. Jumping up from his chair, he commanded the 20 soldiers to ready their defenses. If fewer zombies attacked, they were to use bayonets. If more, they would open fire. Night turned into day, 3 days flew by. That night, the moon and stars shone brightly. Eric stood with his hands behind his back, admiring the moon like a poet. Just as he wondered why no survivors or zombies had appeared, he suddenly heard. Ah, it's the army. We're safe. Following the sound, under the moonlight, he saw roughly 20 to 30 people running toward the base, pursued by a dozen figures. The situation was urgent. Eric shouted, Elvin, Ryan, Anchor, Harrison, bayonets, move out. Charge. At Eric's command, the 20 soldiers drew their bright bayonets and furiously rushed forward. Being professional soldiers, it easily ended on 2 or 3 mindless zombies, swiftly dispatching the dozen attackers under Eric's watching eye. Ding, kill the common zombie. Rewarded win 10,000 points. Ding, kill the common zombie. Rewarded win 10,000 points. Ding, kill the common zombie. Rewarded win 10,000 points. Ding, kill the common zombie. Rewarded win 10,000 points. This is amazing. Killing a zombie rewarded 10,000 points. The system has plenty of points. Just keep going. Awesome. While Eric was excited, an extremely large voice caught his attention. All zombies are killed, and the survivors ran into the base as they celebrated their survival. A fat, wealthy-looking woman walked forward, pointing at the soldiers and shouting, What are you soldiers doing? Not dealing with such situations immediately. Believing of taxpayers' money, enjoying food and drink, shameless worms. Elijah's voice was piercing, and her words hurtful. Yeah, exactly. We support you, yet you don't care about our safety. During disasters, you hide without any responsibility. The moment she finished, others chimed in. Eric stepped forward, barking Kimura, anger evident in his eyes. I'm the highest-ranking officer here. Best you retract those words. The Roman, waist-holding, spat insults at Eric. Oh yeah, you dare act but can't take criticism, worm. Elijah's demeanor disgusted Eric. At this moment, who could endure this old hag's arrogance? Wiping spit from his face, he coldly laughed, lifted his hand, pulled out air on it, and slapped her. Smack! The sharp slap resounding clearly in the night. The Roman was stunned. Eric glared at the others. Deserve. Do disaster responders not work on the front lines? When enemies come, isn't it the soldiers who go to the front? This chapter sets the tone of the world post-Daedric and introduces Eric's leadership skills along with initial encounters with survivors. The conflict between military discipline and civilian frustration added tension, setting the stage for further interactions and challenges ahead. Moreover, this is my personal army. There's no obligation to save you, understand? If you want protection from the base, you must follow the base's rules. No one dares speak after that. They already knew this young man wasn't someone to mess with, and they realized the situation. The many people who had turned into fire-eating monsters just like zombies in movies. At this moment, society unluckily collapsed, regressing into a primitive era of survival of the fittest. However, the wealthy-looking Roman who had been slapped still hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation and continued to be unrepentant. Ah, you dare hit me? Do you know who my son is? Do you know who my husband is? Elijah's shriek was sharp and piercing, loud enough to immediately attract nearby zombies. Eric currently said, You damn fool, screaming so lame. Are you looking for death? The Roman paid no heed and continued berating loud, emitting a shrill voice. I'll get rid of. Before she could finish, Eric saw dozens of figures running madly towards the base. Elijah cursed under his breath. Damn, I'll deal with you later. In keeping her away. Barking orders, load your guns. It's time to fight.
With nearly 100 zombies approaching, using bayonets was no longer an option. They had to open fire. As Eric gave the order, gunfire erupted around the base, creating flashes and deafening noise. These zombies felt no pain, fear, or fatigue, driven only by an extreme hunger for fresh blood and flesh, making them much more difficult to handle than ordinary people. In the darkness, aiming was challenging, and since shots had to hit their heads or hearts to destroy their power source and kill them, each soldier almost depleted 3 clips just to eliminate these nearly 100 zombies. But killing these nearly 100 zombies was only the beginning of the battle. The gunshots attracted even more zombies. This was why Eric initially avoided using firearms. Wave after wave of zombies kept coming, forcing them into a desperate defense. Thankfully, they had already produced a large quantity of ammunition beforehand. The 20-odd survivors trembled in fear, some screaming uncontrollably. But as they watched the soldiers and Eric fighting off the zombies with all their might, a few braver survivors overcame their terror and volunteered to assist by providing bullets to the soldiers. The scene intensified the sense of chaos and danger, showcasing Eric's leadership under pressure and the survivors' initial cowardice transforming into bravery. This sets up further interactions and challenges they will face together in this harsh new world. Chapter 3. What bounters most? The muzzle flashes from the guns were as dazzling as fireworks in the night sky, the combined fire of 21 rifles illuminating the mobile base. After more than an hour, the gunfire finally ceased. Elijah heaved a deep sigh, his gaze sweeping over the battlefield. The ground was littered with countless zombie corpses, estimated to number nearly 1,000. Zombies, strictly speaking, were no longer human. Aside from their pale skin and narrowed pupils, they appeared identical to humans. Elijah didn't know how many zombies he had killed, perhaps 3 or 4, maybe 10 or none. Elijah wasn't sure, but he was acutely aware of his internal turmoil, excitement, fear, guilt, and something else, an uncontrollable anger. Fortunately, he remained rational enough to control these reactions. Seeing a dozen or so dismembered zombies still crawling, running, or jumping towards them, he ordered the soldiers to open fire again. At this point, the surrounding zombies were likely all drawn to the scene, making it unnecessary to hold back on gunfire in favor of melee weapons. After the last few stragglers were eliminated, the gunfire finally died down completely. Elijah couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The first wave of the zombie horde had been repelled. Let me go. What are you doing? Do you think my son won't have you all arrested? With the gunfire now silenced, other sounds became much clearer. A shrill, piercing voice echoed around him, the words of a scolding woman penetrating Elijah's ears. Elijah turned to see a well-dressed matron being restrained by several survivors. She struggled fiercely, almost too powerful for the younger men holding her. Elijah mused that she probably never needed a seat offered to her on the subway or bus. You're restricting my freedom. I'll make sure you all rot in jail when I get out of here. And you? I'll sue you before a military court. Even in this dire situation, the matron continued to scream like a shrew. Elijah's agitation intensified, his expression turning cold. Elijah walked step by deliberate step toward her, signaling the others to let her go. Once unrestrained, she immediately jumped up, her sharp nails reaching for Elijah's face like a monkey trying to snatch food from a tourist. Elijah's expression was stern as he raised his pistol, aiming it at the frenzied woman's forehead. His rationality was slowly overtaken by his rage. Elijah, who are you threatening with a gun? The matron retorted without fear, confident that he wouldn't shoot. She even pressed her forehead against the barrel, taunting him. Elijah's my head. Shoot if you dare. Oh, if you don't, you're just a... Bang. A brief flash of gunfire illuminated everyone's faces, shocking many of the onlookers. The bullet penetrated the matron's skull, scattering brain matter everywhere. She collapsed lifelessly, her eyes wide open, her expression frozen in arrogance and malice. Elijah's hand trembled slightly. Rationality returned, reinforced strongly within him. The rage inside him faded. This was his first time killing someone, and instinctively, he felt fear. But the deed was done, and the enhanced rationality told him to remain calm, at least in front of these people. Taking a deep breath, Elijah quickly composed himself. Elijah looked at the remaining 26 survivors, his expression indifferent and tone cold and emotionless, saying, I will say this again. This is my base and my army. I can allow you to stay here and provide you with protection, but... His cold, sharp gaze swept over the 26 people. You must follow my rules. The survivors exchanged glances, ultimately responding under the compulsion of fear. We will abide by the rules. Elijah didn't care whether they acted out of fear or recognized the situation. As long as they followed the rules, that was what mattered. Elijah nodded and added, now that you understand, join the guards in clearing the zombie corpses. The survivors heard his words clearly but hesitated. They were afraid, and it showed on their faces. Elijah sneered, in the apocalypse, fear is your greatest obstacle to survival. Those who help clear the corpses will receive food and protection. Those unwilling can leave. I won't force anyone. Having said that, Elijah fell silent, leaving the final decision to them. Seeing the guards start cleaning up the zombie bodies, a few bolder survivors hesitantly joined in after a moment. Gradually, more joined in one by one, until only 2 remained huddled together, unable to overcome their fear and not daring to touch the zombie corpses. These 2 men had fair skin, delicate hands, and wore elaborate makeup. If you didn't look closely, you might think they were women. Elijah glanced at them. Elijah had said all that needed to be said. In this world, if one lacked courage, they didn't deserve to survive. As dawn broke, the sun rose from the east, casting its warm light, but the earth beneath had taken on a different guise. Yesterday, there was celebration and revelry. Today, it had turned into a hell on earth. First thing in the morning, Elijah asked Amadeus about who had helped clean up the bodies yesterday. To his surprise, all 26 had pitched in. Elijah had thought the 2 pretty boys lacked courage, but he had misjudged them. Indeed, people often reveal unimaginable potential in desperate times. Stretching lazily, Elijah saw some people leaning against walls, squatting, or weeping quietly. Elijah sighed softly and used points to exchange for compressed rations and water, which the guards distributed among them as recognition of their bravery. After eating, Elijah gathered the 26 survivors. Elijah focused on a robust man standing at the front. Elijah remembered him. He was one of those who had held down the old woman last night and had also volunteered first to clear the zombie bodies. Walking up to the man, Elijah sized him up and asked, "What's your name?" The man was nervous but found the courage to answer, "My name is Alonso." Alonso? Elijah, recalling that names like this usually belong to wealthy individuals, then realized the man looked trustworthy and said, "Alonso, you will be the supervisor of the survivors, responsible for organizing the building of shelters and defensive structures." This was like a blessing from heaven. Alonso was incredibly surprised and promised earnestly, "Yes, sir, I will do my best." Brendan survival was crucial now, and having power and strength meant living well regardless of the circumstances. With the officer's trust, he must seize this opportunity to become a better leader, giving him a chance at a better life. Filled with excitement, Alonso finished breakfast and immediately got to work, assigning responsibilities for tent construction and fortifying defenses. Elijah watched his performance with satisfaction and arranged for a soldier to assist him. Currently, with such a small population, the base couldn't be upgraded, limiting the number of soldiers. It was paramount to strengthen his forces early on in the apocalypse. Otherwise, once various factions rose, some would covet the base's resources. Weakness could not withstand those driven by greed and unbound by law or morals. Without delay, Elijah left 5 soldiers to maintain order while leading 15 others to search for survivors in the nearest industrial park. Cloud North Industrial Park. Elijah led the soldiers cautiously in search of survivors. "Ah, it's the army. The army is here to save us. Sir, we're over here." Loren looked in the direction of the voices and saw, not far from the office building, 3 people gesturing at him from behind a wall corner. Elijah signaled them to be quiet, and they immediately complied, falling silent. Then he beckoned them over with a wave. The 3 hesitated for a moment, but finally mustered the courage to leave the safety of the wall and run towards him. At that moment, 5 or 6 zombies spotted them and charged over. Panic spread across their faces as they quickened their pace, sprinting towards the soldiers who could save them. At this point, Loren gave the order. 5 guard soldiers stepped forward, each brandishing sharp military knives to confront the oncoming zombies. With a few swift chops, the zombies were dispatched. The 3 survivors ran up to the group. Loren sized up the trio. One held a steel pipe, another wielded a watermelon cleaver, and the third clutched a keyboard. Was he planning to type the zombies to death? Curious, Loren asked, "Why aren't you hiding somewhere safe? Roaming around like this, aren't you afraid of zombies?" The industrial park was densely populated before, so naturally, there were many zombies now. They had chosen quieter, less frequented routes, yet still encountered numerous zombies, costing them 1 soldier. "We didn't want to come out either, but we ran out of food and water. Hiding in the office building would only mean starving to death. We figured it was better to take our chances outside," the man with the steel pipe explained. "What are your names? How many people were hiding with you?" Loren inquired. "I'm Baylichin, he's Baylizin, and he's Rex. We were hiding in a 3-story office building. Most of the survivors in the park were there, probably around 300, the man with the steel pipe answered. "So many?" Loren was taken aback. Upgrading the base required 500 people, and this small office building housed 300, a substantial number. Elijah couldn't help exclaiming, "Take me there right away to rescue the others." Baylichin and the others hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded, saying, "All right, follow us." Led by Baylichin, Loren arrived at the office building, which indeed had 3 floors. According to Baylichin's description, most of the survivors were concentrated on the 2nd floor. Loren nodded and carefully surveyed the surroundings. Fortunately, there weren't many zombies outside. "Sir, there are zombies on the 1st floor, which is why we had to climb through the window," Baylichin explained. "How many zombies are on the 1st floor?" Loren asked. "Baunaib, 23, 25? Baylichin wasn't sure. "How many exactly?" Loren pressed. "Definitely no more than 30, Baylichin quickly responded. 30 or fewer, Loren mused, an idea forming in his mind. It wasn't a particularly clever plan. With a wave of his hand, he ordered, "Draw your weapons. Kill the zombies and rescue the people." Translation note. I have maintained the structure and style of the original text while ensuring it reads naturally in English. Character names are transliterated accurately using pinyin. Chapter 4. Bowen King an example. Clang, clang. 15 soldiers simultaneously drew their military knives and marched towards the office building in large strides. As they reached the entrance, they saw that the doors were wide open. No need to enter to see the situation inside. More than 10 zombies wandered aimlessly, bumping into desks and walls without feeling pain, merely adjusting their direction and continuing. Eric stepped out from behind the 15 soldiers, his gaze fixed on those zombies. With a stern voice, he ordered quietly, "Move." Upon hearing the order, the 15 soldiers rushed into the building without hesitation. The sound of their footsteps was enough to attract the attention of the zombies within, who came charging with gnashing teeth and clawing hands. Facing the zombies, there was not a hint of fear on the soldiers' faces. Instead, their eyes were filled with cold, ruthless intent as they swung their military knives, fast, fierce, and precise. Slash! Cold light flashed across the blades as blood spurted. In less than a minute, all the zombies on the 1st floor were eliminated. Having cleared the 1st floor, Eric quickly led everyone to the 2nd floor. Thud, thud, thud. A few steps up to the 2nd floor revealed many survivors immediately. A rough estimate suggested about 300 people. Most had cracked lips and weary expressions, with growling stomachs audible among the crowd. Clearly, many were starving. Seeing the 15 tall and burly soldiers armed with automatic rifles and dressed in military uniforms, though not exactly like those of Xia Country's army, the survivors felt immense relief. Who would bother about the details at such a moment? Knowing the army had arrived meant they were saved. All the survivors were incredibly excited. Before they could express their excitement and joy, Eric lowered his voice and spoke first. "Don't get too excited yet, listen to me. First, you're right. I am here to save you. Second, keep quiet to avoid attracting more zombies from the rest of the compound. Third, everyone must follow my orders. Understood?" This slender young man, looking like a typical homebody, turned out to be the leader of the 15 robust soldiers. Everyone was surprised, and some even wondered if he was the relative of some high-ranking official. But it didn't matter as long as he could save them. So, they all nodded silently, suppressing any noise, including holding down their growling stomachs. Satisfied, Eric nodded, paused for a moment, then glanced at the third floor and softly asked, "Anyone on the third floor?" There was no response after a long wait, so he looked at Bailey Xuan, pointing upstairs, and asked again, "Is anyone up there?" Bailey Xuan dared not hide the truth and replied quickly, "Yes, but very few. Only around 10 people." "Around 10 people? What does that mean?" Eric frowned, puzzled by Bailey Xuan's answer. Externally, the third floor appeared to have the same space as the second floor, yet while hundreds were on the second floor, only 10 were on the third. Why such a significant disparity? Could the floors have different structures, limiting the third floor to just 10 people? This explanation obviously didn't make sense. Even with structural differences, the available space shouldn't vary so much. Seeing Eric's confused expression, Bailey Xuan explained, "The people on the third floor are company executives, 2 of whom have connections with darker backgrounds and weapons." Looking around nervously, Bailey Xuan mimicked holding a gun between his thumb and index finger and whispered, "Guns." Then, he added resentfully, "Originally, there were food and clean water on the second floor, but if it hadn't been for them taking everything up to the third floor, we wouldn't be in this state." Elijah pointed at a bruised man and angrily continued, "When we resisted, they beat us and forcefully took several attractive female colleagues upstairs. Those women might now be." Bailey Xuan trailed off, unable to continue. Elijah hearing this, Eric couldn't help but think of Paco's theory of inherent human evilness. Anti-humanity showed its beastly side as soon as the apocalypse began. But indeed, in the end times, survival of the fittest was the norm. Elijah believed that if given guns, a third of these hundreds of people might act no differently from those on the third floor. Without further ado, he ordered, "Go up." Climbing swiftly to the third floor, they saw several disheveled women lying on the ground, their appearance more worn out than those on the second floor, with tear-streaked cheeks and hollow eyes filled with deep despair. Looking past the women, they saw a group of about 10 men drinking, playing cards, surrounded by snack wrappers, living rather comfortably. Eric's presence startled the group, who looked at him and the armed soldiers behind him, visibly frightened and paralyzed with fear. Only one man, drunk, staggered forward, cursing loudly, "You son of a bitch, who let you come up here? Do you want to die today?" With that, he picked up an empty wine bottle and smashed it toward Eric's head. How formidable could a drunk man be? Eric kicked him hard, sending him sprawling on his back. Enraged, the man pulled out a gun tucked into his waistband and yelled, "Bayleetle bastard, I'll kill you." As he drew the gun, Elvin drew his military knife, stepped forward quickly, and slashed downward. Slash. Blood splattered instantly as the drunk man's entire right arm was severed near the shoulder. Shocked for a moment, he was soon overwhelmed by searing pain, which snapped him back to consciousness. Trying to scream like a butchered pig, he opened his mouth, but Elvin stuffed a piece of cloth into his mouth before he could scream. The others, who were relatively sober, were terrified, pale-faced, having relied on 2 homemade single-shot pistols to intimidate hundreds of people afraid of death, boosting their courage significantly. But they only went as far as beating those who disobeyed and abusing women. The ruthlessness shown in severing a man's arm clearly exceeded their limits. Eric scanned the group, his disdain evident, and immediately ordered, "Confiscate their weapons, tie them up. If they resist..." His eyes turned icy as he said each word slowly, "Kill without mercy." Turning his gaze back to the women, he shook his head and said, "Get dressed and follow me down." These women had witnessed everything that had happened, seeing their tormentors' arms severed, disarmed, and bound. Yet, these actions did little to quell their rage. They wanted to know how this skinny young man would deal with these criminals. Thus, driven by a desire for justice, their thoughts of suicide were suppressed, and they decided to follow Eric until they saw those beasts punished. Eric, who had only spent minutes on the third floor, descended with the bound men. Upon seeing this, the second floor survivors felt relieved. Some rushed forward, eager to assault the bound men, but Eric stopped them. "Stay calm, follow my orders. Once we reach safety, I will handle them." Reasonable people immediately restrained themselves, while the unreasonable were held back by others, forced to regain composure. Without delay, Eric organized the hundreds of people and carefully left the building, retracing their steps back to the base. The zombies encountered on the way had already been cleared, ensuring a smooth return with no casualties. After a short rest, Eric gathered everyone. Looking at the hundreds of famished people, he said, "Elijah, you will receive protection and food, but it's not free. You must obey me. Understood?" "Understood." The crowd responded rather half-heartedly. Eric frowned, realizing that these people had yet to fully grasp the gravity of their situation. It was clear that he needed to establish his authority more firmly. Elijah then ordered a few men who were bound earlier to be brought forward. After a long silence, he made up his mind and whispered to himself, "Borrowing your lives for a greater purpose." In a cold voice, he commanded, "Execute these scum on the spot." "Yes, sir." The soldiers from the guard unit followed orders without hesitation, aiming their rifles at the back of the heads of the 10 men. For them, killing under official orders was not an extraordinary task. Elijah hearing this, the bound men trembled both physically and mentally. 2 of them, in sheer terror, lost control of their bowels and bladders, emitting a foul odor. They wept and pleaded desperately, begging for mercy. However, Eric had already decided to use their lives as an example to instill fear and respect. The moment he made his decision, their fate was sealed. Bang, bang, bang. Several gunshots rang out, cutting off the cries and pleas instantly. Red and white matter splattered across the ground. The hundreds of survivors present were all shocked and visibly frightened. They wanted to flee, but the sight of the towering soldiers and the bodies before them left no one willing to be the first to move. Eric stood silently before the corpses for a long time. While shooting those wealthy women was a rash decision made in anger, executing these men was entirely deliberate. A sense of guilt surfaced in his heart, but he quickly suppressed it through self-hypnosis, imagining them as zombies. After some effort, he managed to suppress the guilt, though it did not completely vanish. Elijah scanned the crowd and spoke. I know what you're thinking. These men, though they did monstrous things, did not deserve death, right? Elijah laughed coldly and continued, Yet, I still killed them. Why? Pointing to a thin young man, he asked, Tell me, why did I kill them? The thin youth, trembling with fear, could only stammer. Because. Minutes passed, but he failed to provide an answer. Eric slapped him hard on the shoulder, causing the youth to faint with a scream. What a coward! Eric thought to himself, then deliberately raised his voice. Because, it's for you to see. A chill ran down the spines of the survivors. Kill them just to show? What did it mean? Eric sternly continued, I want you all to understand. Anyone who disobeys the rules here will meet the same end. Indeed, Eric's main reason for executing these 10 men wasn't primarily because of their wrongdoings. It was to establish his authority. For the base to function effectively, there had to be strict rules, and those under its protection must abide by them. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. But to ensure compliance, a demonstration of power was necessary. Without such an act, rules and leaders without authority might be outwardly obeyed but inwardly defied. Thus, these men, who would have faced life sentences in peacetime, now had to die to set an example. The survivors understood this clearly, their eyes filled with fear as they resolved to follow the rules to survive. Satisfied with their reactions, Eric called for Nikki and instructed him to register all new survivors. After witnessing Eric's decisive actions, Nikki worked efficiently, completing the registration within an hour and submitting the report. To Eric's surprise, there were 397 survivors instead of the estimated 350. With the original 26 base members, the total population was now 423, just 77 short of reaching level 1 base requirements. Having achieved this milestone, Eric planned to leave a third of his forces to defend the base while leading the rest to rescue more survivors. Over the next 20 days, the base developed into a well-structured camp. Tents were erected, improving living conditions for over 400 survivors. One day, while lounging in a chair, Eric heard the system notifications. Ding. Soldier Elvin promoted to squad leader, can command 10 ordinary soldiers. Ding. Soldier Ryan promoted to squad leader, can command 10 ordinary soldiers. Ding. Population reached 500, base meets upgrade conditions. Please upgrade promptly. Ding. New task released. Upgrade base to level 1 and establish an armory. Reward, 20 million points. Finally, we've gathered enough people. Eric was nearly ecstatic, immediately upgrading the base. Ding. Base upgraded to level 1, unlocking level 1 armory. Ding. Base upgraded to level 1, unlocking level 1 wall. So, we can finally build walls. No more relying on makeshift defenses that look bad and are ineffective. Eric thought. Without delay, he began construction. A panel displayed a map centered on the base with a 5-kilometer radius for building the wall. After a brief consideration, he chose a 300-meter diameter around the mobile base and constructed the level 1 wall. Building level 1 wall consumed 6,280 points. A bright light appeared, and a 20 centimeters thick, 3+ meter high red brick wall emerged. It looked somewhat weak, but it should withstand zombie attacks. The base's residents were stunned, gaping in awe and disbelief. Some even knelt, thanking heaven and God. After completing the wall, Eric built the armory, designating a military zone and selecting the construction option. The moment the armory was completed, the system notified him. Ding. Task completed. Earned 20 million points. Looking at the substantial point reward, Eric couldn't help but smile wryly. Elijah wasn't sure whether to be happy or not. With limits on soldier production and the need for more people to upgrade further, these points seemed useless for now. Perhaps the rich avoid money not because they don't like it, but because there's too little to do with it. Therefore, increasing the population and upgrading the base remained the top priority. Once capable of producing tanks and cannons, these points would find their purpose. Chapter 5. Self-Brand Efficiency. The population of the base surpassed 500, enabling it to upgrade to level 1. With the completion of the armory, various metrics significantly improved. The maximum number of soldiers increased to 130, and production speed doubled from 2 soldiers per hour to 4. It would take less than 2 days to produce over 100 soldiers. Similar to the mobile base, the armory could manufacture firearms, ammunition, and fragmentation grenades, significantly enhancing the Guard Corps' combat capability. Today was bright and sunny. Inside the mobile base, Eric leaned back in his chair, reviewing the report submitted by Goran regarding today's new additions. After considerable development, the base had gained a modest reputation in the area. The report detailed 124 survivors, both those rescued by the Guard Corps and those who joined voluntarily, contributing to the steady growth of nearly 2,000 people at the base. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before reaching the 5,000 population mark required for a level 2 upgrade. Eric began to imagine what upgrades and benefits a level 2 base would unlock. How many more guards would there be? Rubbing his temples, he set down the report, closed his eyes briefly to relieve the strain, and thought about the growing population. Although the points were plentiful, they couldn't keep using them indefinitely to exchange for compressed food to sustain the growing population. As the population continued to grow, this method would become impractical. Currently, with nearly 2,000 people, managing food distribution was manageable through point exchanges. However, if the population grew to tens or even hundreds of thousands, distributing food would become a huge challenge. Eric realized that while exchanging food for points was feasible in the early stages, it wouldn't work long-term as the population increased. Therefore, it was crucial to establish a self-sustaining system for the residents. Opening his eyes slowly, he looked at the ceiling, then shifted his gaze toward the door. Elijah stood up and stepped out of the mobile base. The sunlight shone on his face, and he could feel the warmth of the sun. Most people were idle except for the newly arrived 200, who were busy setting up tents. The current situation of eating and sleeping all day, much like lazy pigs, made him more determined to create a self-sufficient system. Elijah scanned the crowd and found Nikki. Calling Nikki over, he instructed, find some experienced and skilled individuals in agriculture, construction, animal husbandry, and medicine. We need to have a meeting. Nikki had proven himself to be very dedicated and reliable in handling tasks assigned by Eric, so Eric trusted him to handle this matter well. As expected, within an hour, Nikki brought the people Eric needed, leading them to a makeshift conference room, which was barely better than a tent. Eric gathered everyone around a long wooden table. Nikki introduced each person, Enzo and Antionet. These two were involved in greenhouse farming before the disaster and have extensive agricultural experience. Enzo and Antionet stood up and bowed politely to Eric. After inviting them to sit, Nikki continued with the next introduction. Doug, a second-level construction engineer with over a decade of experience. Eric glanced at Doug, a middle-aged man with a balding head, and believed in his professional capability based on his appearance. Doug nervously stood up, bowed, and stammered, "Sir, I'm Doug." Nikki pointed to another individual and introduced Caden, an aquaculture expert with several years of experience. Antion? Eric was momentarily confused and chuckled bitterly. Aquaculture? We only have a small river nearby, and there's no space for aquaculture right now. Nikki quickly stood up, stammering in panic. "Sir, you didn't specify what type of farming." Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. Elijah had seen Eric's ruthless side before. A few lives were ended with just a word. Elijah regretted not surveying the area properly and feared the consequences of his mistake. Seeing Nikki's exaggerated reaction, Eric wondered if he was really that terrifying. Elijah sighed, "I'm not blaming you, sit down." His tone was gentle and calm, but Nikki still hesitated, observing Eric's expression cautiously. Seeing no anger or hostility, Nikki finally relaxed and replied respectfully, "Thank you, sir." After ensuring Nikki was settled, Eric asked Caden, "Since aquaculture isn't feasible now, do you have any other farming skills?" Caden hurriedly responded, Yes. Before aquaculture, I had 4 to 5 years of experience in land-based farming. Chickens, ducks, pigs, cows, sheep, you name it. Interesting, Eric remarked, pleasantly surprised. All right, you can stay. But remember, don't lie to me. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Caden swore, "I swear to heaven, everything I said is true. If I lied, may I be struck by lightning." Eric was satisfied with his sincerity, nodding approvingly. Turning to Nikki, he said, "Introduce the remaining 2. These are George, a former chief physician at a hospital, and Ellen, a nurse who worked at the same hospital." "Good, having a doctor and a nurse will be beneficial," Eric said. After everyone was introduced, he explained, "Today, we're here to plan a self-sufficient base. Enzo and Antionet, you'll lead the agricultural efforts. Caden, assist them until we have livestock. Doug, you'll form a construction team to build infrastructure before the rainy season arrives. Ensure proper drainage as well. First, build a hospital with George as the director and Ellen as the head nurse. You both also have permission to recruit 10 to 20 people with medical or nursing experience to handle future healthcare needs of the base residents." Currently, with around 2,000 people, exchanging food via points was manageable, but as the base expanded and the population continued to grow, from 20,000 to 50,000, the logistics of distributing food would become a significant challenge. Elijah concluded that while exchanging food through points was feasible in the early stages, it wouldn't work once the population grew too large. Therefore, establishing a self-sustaining system was essential. Elijah opened his eyes slowly, glanced at the ceiling, then shifted his gaze towards the door, stood up, and walked out of the mobile base. The sunlight bathed his face, and he felt the warmth of the sun. Most people, aside from the new arrivals setting up tents, seemed idle, living a monotonous life of eating and sleeping. This further solidified his determination to implement a self-sustaining system. Scanning the crowd, he spotted Goran and called him over. "Find a few experienced individuals in agriculture, construction, livestock, and medicine. We need to hold a meeting." Over the past days, Eric had observed that Goran handled tasks diligently and conscientiously. Thus, he trusted Goran to organize such a critical meeting effectively. As expected, within an hour, Goran gathered the people Eric needed. Goran led them to the conference room, which was rudimentary compared to a tent but better suited for meetings. A long table, crafted from high-quality wood salvaged during a rescue mission from a furniture store, sat in the center. Everyone took their seats around the table. Besides Eric and Goran, 7 others, experts found by Goran, were present. Goran introduced them. Enzo and Antionet have extensive experience in greenhouse cultivation. Enzo and Antionet immediately stood up and bowed politely to Eric, who motioned for them to sit. Next, Goran introduced Doug. Doug is a second-level construction engineer with over a decade of experience. Eric looked at Doug, a man in his 40s with a receding hairline, and believed in his professional capabilities. Doug, clearly nervous, hurriedly stood and bowed, stammering, "Yes, sir, I am Doug." Eric thought, "Am I really that terrifying?" Elijah calmly gestured for Doug to sit down. Goran continued, "Caden is an aquaculture expert with several years of experience." "Antion?" Eric was momentarily puzzled. Elijah laughed wryly. "Aquaculture? There's only a small river near the base. There's no place for you to start an aquaculture project yet." Goran quickly stood up, sweating profusely, stuttering, "Yes, sir. You didn't specify the type of farming." Large beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Having witnessed Eric's authority, Goran feared he had made a critical mistake. Seeing Goran's exaggerated reaction, Eric wondered again, "Am I really that scary?" Elijah shook his head, chuckled, and reassured him, "I'm not blaming you. Please sit down." With a calm tone, he dispelled any lingering tension. Goran hesitated, peeked at Eric, saw no anger or hostility, and finally relaxed. Elijah respectfully thanked Eric and sat down, wondering if his impression of the commander had been mistaken. Eric paused, then asked Caden, "Aquaculture isn't feasible now. Do you have other farming skills?" Without hesitation, Caden replied, Yes. Before aquaculture, I worked on land-based livestock farming for about 4 to 5 years. Chickens, ducks, pigs, cattle, sheep. I have experience with all of them." Interesting, Eric said, impressed. Good. You can stay, but remember, honesty is paramount. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Caden swore sincerely, I swear to the heavens, everything I've said is true. If I lie, may I be struck by lightning and shattered into pieces. Eric nodded approvingly and turned to Goran. Let's continue with the introductions. Who are the last two? This is George, a former chief physician at a hospital. And this is Meng Xining, a nurse from the same hospital. Great, Eric said. Nurses and doctors. Perfect. After all introductions, Eric explained the plan. Today, we're here to establish a self-sustaining base. Enzo and Antionet, with your agricultural experience, you'll oversee and guide the residents in farming. Caden, although the base currently has no livestock, you will assist Enzo and Antionet initially. Doug, I'm giving you authority to form a construction team responsible for building infrastructure. During the dry season, tents suffice. But come the rainy season, everyone needs proper shelter. Ensure houses are built before the rains arrive. Also, organize proper drainage systems for the base. Lastly, build a hospital, with George as the director and Meng Xining as the head nurse. I'll grant you both authority to recruit 10 to 20 medical staff to handle all health issues for the residents. Branch arrangements were what Eric had envisioned, but specific implementation required someone to take charge. Elijah shifted his gaze to Goran and said, personnel allocation and execution. Elijah intentionally emphasized this point, with a serious expression, and continued, Goran, these responsibilities are yours now. Brandandenly standing up, he locked eyes with Goran, then placed a hand on Goran's shoulder and solemnly said, I trust you completely. Do not let me down. After speaking, he gave a light smile, walked to the door, paused momentarily, turned back, and scanned the room with a grin. Oh, I almost forgot. Dismissed. Goran watched Eric's retreating back, clenching his fists tightly, his eyes firm and determined. Elijah loudly declared, Rest assured, Commander, I will not disappoint you. 5 days later. Indeed, Goran's efficiency was impressive. In just 5 days, the base transformed from being akin to a pigsty into a place where everyone had something to do. Idle people were now busy planting and building, mobilized into action. Compared to 5 days ago, the base buzzed with vitality, and operational efficiency had greatly improved. Observing all this, Eric felt immensely satisfied and proud. Although the actual executor was Goran, the ideas and orders came from him, so his contribution was significant. Stretching lazily, he returned to the mobile base, saw some documents on the table, sat down, and picked one up to read. At that moment, a guard's voice came from outside the door, reporting, Commander, Resident Goran requests an audience. Eric replied, Let him in. Elijah hearing footsteps, he glanced up to see Goran enter, then refocused on the document. As he read, he asked, What is it? Goran pulled a letter from his pocket, stepped forward, and handed it to Eric. Elijah explained, Just now, a man gave me this letter for you. Elijah said he's one of Tiger Churchill's men. Tiger Churchill? Eric was puzzled. He hadn't heard of such a person before. Taking the letter, he opened it immediately and pulled out the crumpled paper inside. The writing was distorted and ugly. I am Tiger Churchill, commanding 600 elite troops with guns and cannons. Elijah, your city is quite nice. This king wants it. Hope you understand the situation and open the gates for my arrival. Otherwise, I will show you what it means to be utterly defeated. Note, respond within 3 days. What nonsense. Eric crumpled the letter and threw it into the trash bin, dismissing it as a prank. Elijah looked at Goran and asked, Who gave you this letter? Goran replied, After giving me the letter, I invited him for tea. Tea? What kind of tea? Tea is precious nowadays, yet you treated this prankster with tea? Eric asked, somewhat angry. Brendanch pranks, especially directed at him, deserved harsh punishment. The perpetrator should clean public restrooms for a month. No, a year. That, Commander, when I say tea, I mean we took him into custody as part of our community care process, Goran explained awkwardly, rubbing his lips and looking up at the ceiling. Eric froze, his dry mouth cracking a strained smile as he slowly turned to face Goran. Seeing Eric's expression, Goran shuddered and hastily said, Commander, I'll have that guy clean public restrooms for a whole year right now. With that, he bolted out of the room like lightning. Translation notes asterisk. Bowen maintained the original paragraph structure and line breaks, kept the tone and style consistent with previous content. Ensured the English translation is natural, fluent, and free of grammatical errors. Preserved character names using pinyin accurately. Coherent storyline aligned with previous context. Chapter 6. The Arrogant Bowen. After Nikki left, Eric continued to review the documents in his hand while mumbling to himself, I wonder if being a model student during school and a model citizen in society means I should understand these underworld jargon? How could I possibly know them? Nikki's interruption made it hard for him to concentrate on the documents. After staring at them for a long time without absorbing any information, he sighed softly, put down the documents, rubbed his temples, and turned to look outside where the sunshine was just right. Oh, I've been sitting here all morning. Let me go out for a walk and get some sun. Eric got up, stretched his arms, and walked towards the exit of the mobile base. Passing through the gate, he stood outside as the golden sunlight warmed his body. Taking a deep breath, many worries vanished in an instant. As he retracted his gaze, he noticed Nikki returning with someone else. What's this guy doing back? Elijah. Upon closer inspection of the person following Nikki, Eric felt a bit startled and said, Wow, who is this? Elijah looked so arrogant. Nikki saw Eric and hurriedly quickened his pace, urging his companion along until they were right in front of Eric. Up close, Eric saw more clearly that the man beside Nikki had small eyes, a small mouth, prominent ears, a bulbous nose, and most noticeably, a large birthmark around his eyes, making him look like he'd been beaten up. Not only did this person have an odd appearance, but he also carried an arrogant demeanor, acting as if he owned the place. Eric pointed at the rodent-like man and asked, Is he always this arrogant? That condescending stare seems to want to rewrite the epic of a unique emperor. The rodent-like man was sizing Eric up as well. Without waiting for Nikki to speak, he responded arrogantly, "You are Eric?" Before Eric could reply, the man snorted, placed his hands on his hips, and declared, "I am Baker under Churchill Tiger. You can call me Lord Wolf or Eric Wolf. Go to hell. I could knock you out with one punch. How dare you speak to your superior like that? Do you want me to hit you in the other eye too?" Nikki, filled with anger, could no longer tolerate this behavior. Elijah slapped the man's head, almost causing him to fall over due to his petite build. Nikki explained to Eric, "Sir, this is the prankster who gave me that malicious letter. After hearing your analysis, I thought it was just a prank and planned to make him clean the latrine for a year. But this stubborn fellow wouldn't agree, insisting that Churchill Tiger would send 600 elite troops to save him, and even claimed." At this point, Nikki abruptly stopped, swallowing the rest of his words. Clearly, whatever came next wasn't flattering. Eric asked slowly, "What else did he say?" Nikki glanced around, seeing only the guards nearby, then stepped forward and whispered into Eric's ear, "Elijah said when that time comes, he wants you to kneel and kiss his feet." Finishing, Nikki quickly backed away, trying to keep a safe distance from Eric. Eric smirked, cheeks puffing slightly from pressing his tongue against them. His eyes shifted to the self-proclaimed Baker. Stepping closer, he gently placed his right hand on the man's shoulder and spoke softly, "You want me to kneel and kiss your feet?" Being much shorter than Eric, the man had to tilt his head up to meet Eric's eyes. Despite the bruises around his eyes, he showed no fear and corrected him. "Not kiss, Slick. Aya, are you asking for it?" No one could tolerate this situation. Eric swung a heavy slap, sending the man spinning, eyes shut tight. A single slap wasn't enough. He followed up with a series of punches and kicks, wishing he had 1,000 arms to beat this fool. After a short bout of one-sided beating, Eric, a regular couch potato, found it exhausting and signaled Nikki. Nikki understood and rolled up his sleeves to take over. After 10 minutes, both were drenched in sweat but felt greatly relieved. It was more satisfying than hitting a punching bag. With a bruised face, Baker lay curled up on the ground, glaring fiercely at Eric and Nikki, threatening, "Wait till Churchill Tiger avenges me." This piqued Eric's interest. Who exactly was this Tiger Churchill to give this man such confidence? Kicking Baker again, Eric demanded, "Who is Tiger Churchill? Really impressive?" Baker sneered, "Tiger Churchill leads 600 elite troops with guns and cannons. Crushing you is a piece of cake." Speechless, Eric realized the man was just repeating the content of the letter and kicked him again. "Speak plainly. You kicked me again. Wait till Tiger Churchill." Eric was completely speechless. This guy was indeed thick-headed. Elijah looked at the guard and waved him over, ordering, "Carlo, lock him in the latrine." Carlo responded, "Yes, sir." Eric whispered a few instructions into Carlo's ear, then patted his shoulder. Nodding, Carlo picked up Baker by the foot and dragged him away. Watching Baker being taken away, Eric touched his chin thoughtfully. "Tiger Churchill, let's see what kind of god you are." Time passed swiftly, and night fell. The bright moon hung high in the sky, casting a soft glow, providing dim light for those on the ground. After a busy day, the lack of entertainment options meant most residents of the base were asleep, except for a few implementing population revival plans. In the latrine, Carlo whistled while washing his hands. Zipping up, he looked toward the last stall, stared for a moment, and then called out, "Go home, sleep." After Carlo left, the latrine fell silent in the darkness. Brendandenly, bang bang bang. A series of door-kicking sounds broke the silence. The door of the last stall was kicked open, and two purpled hands grabbed the frame. Slowly, half a face appeared, eyes gleaming like a rodent's. It was Baker, whom Eric had beaten earlier. After observing for a while and seeing no one, he quietly crept to the latrine door, peeked outside. No one there either. Elijah chuckled and escaped the latrine, stealthily heading towards the city gate. Perhaps lucky, he made it to the gate unimpeded, and to his luck, there were no night guards. Turning back to glance at the mobile base, Baker growled, "Kid Eric, wait and see." Speaking, he carefully climbed the red brick wall. Reaching the edge, he peered down, a moderate height, about 3 meters. Elijah spat on his hands, rubbed them together, leaned backward until half his body was hanging off, grabbed the edge tightly, and then let go, plummeting down. Ouch, damn it. Landing unevenly, he twisted his ankle in pain. After resting for a bit, he limped into the darkness. Shortly after Baker left, 3 figures ascended the red brick wall. In the moonlight, they were clearly Eric, Elvin, and Ryan. Eric nodded at Elvin. Elvin waved his hand, and the city gate immediately opened. A squad of guards swiftly marched out of the city to assemble. "You go arrange the guard duty for tonight." Eric then looked at Ryan, patted him on the shoulder, and took the equipment handed over by Elvin. Together with Elvin, they left the city, leading the guard squad in pursuit of Wolf Elijahad's direction. As they chased, the sky gradually turned gray, making it possible to see things clearly. Eric raised his hand, and the squad immediately halted their steps. Ahead lay a village enclosed by a makeshift fence made of barbed wire, wood, and stones. The village had only one entrance, through which Wolf Elijahad had boldly walked in. About 10 soldiers armed with primitive rifles and machetes were stationed at the entrance. Calling them soldiers was a bit of a stretch. Bandits would be a more fitting description. They were lax and disheveled, most engaged in drinking or gambling, with only a couple standing guard diligently. Is this Tiger Churchill's stronghold? After some thought, Eric decided he needed to scout inside to assess the situation within the village. His sharp gaze swept across the main entrance, where there were clear guards. Elijah concluded that entering through here would be impossible, and started looking for alternative ways in. With the guard squad, they circled around the village and eventually found the right side to be the least defended, almost devoid of any soldiers. This was an ideal point for entry. Moreover, this section of the defensive barrier was built more simply compared to other areas. It could barely hold off a few zombies, let alone deal with 10 or more. For living humans adept at using tools, it was virtually a paper tiger. Within 2 to 3 minutes, the guard soldiers had created a large hole in the fence large enough for a person to crawl through. Eric instructed, Elvin and I will go into scout. You stay outside and provide support. With that, he led Elvin through the fence, cautiously heading deeper into the village. During this time, they nearly got spotted a few times by patrolling individuals, but managed to escape detection without incident, finally reaching the interior safely. The sun slowly rose from the east, casting a pale light as dawn broke and the world became clear again. Under a roof overhang, Eric leaned against a corner, peering out to observe the surroundings. Elijah saw 2 men with primitive rifles approaching, causing his heart to race. His grip on his gun tightened instinctively. Elijah retracted his gaze and quietly moved to the wall corner where Elvin was also peeking out. Soon, Elvin pulled back his head and signaled with 2 fingers, indicating 2 people were closing in. Eric frowned. Luck was on their side, flanking them from both sides. Since neither direction was safe, they had no choice but to fight. Eric drew his combat knife, assuming a fighting stance, while gesturing to Elvin to prepare for battle. They were ready to strike at the first sign of either group getting close. Holding their breath, they waited as the footsteps grew nearer, ready to act at any moment. Brendandenly, creak. The door of the house they were leaning against opened from the inside, and someone inside beckoned them in. Eric and Elvin exchanged glances, quickly slipping into the house. Thus, their infiltration continued undercover, adapting to every challenge as they went. Chapter 7. Escape. The dimly lit room revealed a man and a woman, along with a little girl who looked to be around 4 or 5 years old. Eric's heart stirred. This must be a family of 3. Elijah bent slightly and politely said, Thank you for your help. Uncle, are you here to save us? The little girl's voice was as melodious as a silver bell, drawing Eric's attention. She ran over, and he saw clearly that she was a cherubic child, innocent and carefree like a porcelain doll. Elijah's bright, starry eyes filled with expectation as they gazed at Eric, awaiting his reply. Melody, come here. Just as Eric was about to squat down to answer, the little girl's mother suddenly spoke. Their eyes met, and Eric saw wariness in hers. The little girl's father suddenly pulled her behind him, holding a fruit knife while keeping a vigilant watch on Eric and Elvin. Eric noticed that although the father appeared malnourished and thin, his eyes shone brightly. It was clear that if Eric made any suspicious moves, he would pounce like a starving wolf to protect his wife and daughter. The mother too was thin and frail, likely due to prolonged hunger. Meanwhile, the little girl looked relatively healthy, probably because her parents had been giving most of the food to her. Eric was puzzled by the family's cautious attitude towards him despite their initial rescue effort, but chose not to voice his confusion. Instead, he reassured them, Don't worry, I won't harm you. Once those people outside leave, we'll depart immediately. His tone was gentle, and his eyes sincere, radiating kindness. Brendandenly, an idea struck him, and he took out a few compressed biscuits from his pocket, slowly extending them. In a state of extreme hunger, the allure of food far outweighs that of gold or silver. The father's gaze fixed on the biscuits, and he swallowed hard as his stomach growled uncontrollably. The mother's eyes were glued to the biscuits in Eric's hand, unable to look away. The little girl blinked her big eyes, yearning to grab the biscuits but hesitated under her father's stern gaze. Taking a deep breath, the father suppressed his hunger cravings. Seeing the sincerity in Eric's eyes, he mustered the courage to ask, Are you from the military? Elijah had opened the door to help because Eric and Elvin were dressed in military uniforms, leading him to believe they were part of the National Rescue Team. However, upon closer inspection, he realized it wasn't Xia country's standard uniform. At that moment, he had steeled himself to die protecting his family, yet the 2 men seemed different from the armed men outside, appearing harmless. Upon hearing the question, Eric smiled kindly and replied, We're not from the military, but we're certainly not criminals. Rest assured, we won't hurt you. Please take the biscuits. The father stared intently into Eric's eyes for a long moment before cautiously accepting the biscuits. Elijah tore open the packaging with one hand and took a bite, recognizing the familiar taste of military-issue compressed biscuits. After waiting a few moments without any adverse reactions, he handed the biscuits to his wife. Starved as she was, the mother didn't care about poison, grabbing the biscuits and biting into them hungrily. The man maintained such rationality even in extreme hunger, which earned Eric's admiration. The mother quickly devoured the first biscuit and began tearing into another. Hold on. Eric felt uneasy watching her eat ravenously. The father's earlier relaxation turned back into alertness, eyes fixed on Eric. Smiling, Eric explained, When you're extremely hungry, you can't eat too much all at once, or you might get sick. The father understood and sighed in relief, turning to his wife, Take it slow, rest a bit before eating more. Relaxing further, the father moved his family to the back, fetched 2 chairs, and invited Eric and Elvin to sit. His face softened with a hint of a smile. Eric nodded and sat down, while Elvin remained by the door, vigilant against external threats. Noticing Elvin's professional military posture, the father's eyes flickered with surprise. Seated, Eric asked, Bowenny, I inquire your name, brother? My name is Gaylord, the father replied. Eric nodded, then asked, Eric Chi, do you know Tiger Churchill? Of course. Each word was laced with intense hatred. Gaylord continued, I'd recognize him even if he were ashes. Taking a deep breath, he calmed down and said, Tiger Churchill, originally named Hanley, was a bully in our village even before the disaster. Leveraging his uncle's power, he terrorized everyone. After the disaster, he grew even worse, using his few henchmen and guns to kill indiscriminately. My father was thrown into a zombie horde by him and bitten to death. His eyes reddened with unshed tears. Hanley didn't just kill, he also victimized women. Our neighbor Bailey's daughter was tormented for days by him and his henchmen, eventually driving her to suicide at 14. Elijah hearing this, Eric clenched his fists in anger. Beast, he cursed. Turning to Gaylord, he said, Eric Chi, please tell me everything about the village. I'm here to investigate Tiger Churchill thoroughly to eliminate this tyrant. Overwhelmed with hope, Gaylord recounted everything about the village and Tiger Churchill. Whether Eric's intentions were genuine or not didn't matter. He needed to trust him. Eric noted down key points from Gaylord's account. After about half an hour, the father had exhausted all the information he knew about the village and Tiger Churchill. This gave Eric a clearer understanding. The village, named Mujiang Village, was large with over 2,000 households and nearly 10,000 residents. Since the outbreak, excluding Tiger Churchill's followers, there were roughly 2,000 villagers left, a mix of survivors and refugees or captives. Tiger Churchill's gang, contrary to the letter, numbered around 400, not 600, and possessed only rudimentary weapons. Only 200 had makeshift guns scavenged from villager homes, while others wielded knives. They occupied a 3-story villa atop Mujiang Village, along with detailed layout and route information. Facing a well-equipped security force, a couple of hundred men with guns, and a few more with knives stood no chance. With this information, Eric felt completely confident about eliminating Tiger Churchill. Having gathered all necessary intel, Eric planned to retreat after dark to avoid detection. However, plans don't always go smoothly. Just then, Elvin whispered, "Someone's coming." Eric tensed. "How many?" Elvin indicated with one finger. Elijah heaved a sigh of relief, thinking it would be easier to handle just one person. Bang! The front door was kicked open, and a soldier from Hanley's army entered, wielding a crude musket. "Ah!" The woman's scream immediately drew the soldier's attention. Elijah looked to his left and saw a woman in her 30s hiding behind a chair, trembling with fear. "My, what a cute little young wife. I like you. Don't shake, beauty. I haven't even started yet. Wait till later, and you'll have plenty to shake about." The soldier licked his lips, grinning lecherously as he approached Kimura. At that moment, a shadow flashed by, and a sharp military knife was placed against the soldier's throat. Without any words, and not giving him a chance to speak, the knife slashed through his neck. The soldier's eyes widened in shock as he clutched at his neck with both hands, trying to shout but only managing a gurgling sound as blood poured out. Within moments, he fell dead on the ground. Gaylord didn't react much. He merely covered his daughter's eyes, knowing it was best for her young mind to avoid such violence as much as possible despite living in tumultuous times. The girl's mother turned pale. She had seen zombies and dead bodies before, but witnessing someone being slit at the throat right in front of her filled her with terror. Yet she was strong enough to stifle her screams. Elijah emerged from the shadows, casting a cold glance at the corpse on the ground. Then he turned to the little girl's family and said, "This place is no longer safe. It's not suitable for hiding. Come with us." Gaylord agreed without hesitation. They had no other choice. Patrol soldiers usually worked in pairs, and if this man did not return soon, his partner would come looking for him. Staying here meant certain discovery and death. Thinking of what might happen to his daughter and wife, something worse than death, he couldn't bear to let it happen. "All right, let's leave now." Seeing Gaylord's agreement, Elijah wasted no time. Elijah and Amadeus took the lead and rear positions respectively, guiding the little girl's family back toward the direction they had come from. They hadn't run far when shouts erupted from behind. Enemies have invaded. The previously lethargic soldiers of Hanley's army sprang to action. The daylight made it easy to spot Elijah and the others. Soon, cries rang out as the soldiers gave chase. Bang! The sound of crude muskets echoed, tiny iron pellets shooting out with wide coverage. Fortunately, the muskets had short range and missed them. Elijah glanced back to see over 30 soldiers armed with muskets in hot pursuit. "Run faster!" Elijah urged urgently. ###Chapter 8. Siege on the Hilltop. Eric and Elvin fought back while fleeing, using their superior weapons to kill or injure several enemies with old-fashioned muskets. However, more enemies swiftly emerged from behind them, pushing them to run faster. Randomly, a large group of soldiers armed with muskets appeared ahead, blocking their path. Realizing the situation was dire, Eric handed a submachine gun to Gaylord. "Aim at those bastards, switch off the safety, then pull the trigger." "Got it." At that moment, every bit of extra strength mattered. Gaylord's wife looked weak. She could barely run, let alone handle the recoil of a firearm. As for the little girl, she had probably never even played with a toy gun. Thus, only Gaylord could provide additional firepower. Gaylord glanced at Eric, took the submachine gun, and immediately switched to burst fire mode. His accuracy and technique were better than Eric's, perhaps even better than Elvin's. Eric stared in surprise and Gaylord explained, "I used to be in the military." Eric suddenly understood. The feeling of inadequacy vanished. He realized the other man was simply more skilled from the start. While Elvin dealt with the enemies behind them, Eric and Gaylord focused on the ones in front. Despite being outnumbered 10 to 1, their combined firepower managed to hold the enemy at bay. But the soldiers weren't mindless zombies. They sought cover and returned fire. Often, an entire magazine would only down 2 or 3 men, unlike shooting games where it was much easier. If this continued, they'd eventually run out of ammo, making them sitting ducks. "Damn it!" Eric cursed, ripped the grenade from his chest, pulled the pin, and tossed it. The enemy soldiers curiously approached the flying object but panicked once they recognized it as a grenade. Boom! The explosion knocked out 5 or 6 Tiger Army soldiers instantly, sending others scrambling back several dozen meters to keep a safe distance. Just as the grenade's blast faded, gunfire erupted near the village entrance, even fiercer than here. The shrill whistle echoed throughout the village, causing the soldiers holding them off to pale and retreat toward the entrance. Elvin, sensitive to gunshots, remarked, "It must be Luo Erba attacking the entrance, buying us time to escape." Eric urged, "Anti-Anari, we can't miss this chance. Let's go." The 5 raced away. Seeing the girl's mother struggling, Eric scooped up little Waverly and ordered Elvin to carry her mother as they rushed towards the broken fence. Reaching the fence, Eric and Elvin held the rear while Waverly's family fled first, followed by them quickly escaping too. Outside the fence, Eric cupped his hands and shouted towards the entrance, "We're safe, fall back." Instantly, gunfire ceased at the entrance, followed by 2 massive explosions. Eric saw debris and dust fly into the air. Elijah signaled, "Fall back." They met up with the guard unit and quickly left the area. However, the enemy wasn't giving up. Hundreds of Tiger Army soldiers relentlessly pursued them. Even after covering several hundred meters, the pursuit continued, determined to finish them off. Eric surveyed the area and spotted a hill ahead, with a narrow path leading to the top, flanked by steep, impassable terrain. At the summit, buildings were faintly visible. "Elvin, head back to base and call for help. The rest of you, follow me up the mountain." Elvin broke off, heading in another direction while Eric led the others up the mountain. Among the pursuers, some noticed Elvin's deviation but chose not to chase him because the larger group of over a dozen people, including women, seemed more enticing. Climbing the stone steps, they reached a building. A nunnery indeed stood there. As the enemy approached, Eric ordered the guards to defend the narrow path, killing a few until the enemy hesitated to advance further. Both sides faced a stalemate. "Eric, didn't think you had such sharp aim," Eric said. After taking a sip of water, he passed the canteen to Gaylord. Gaylord gave water to his daughter and wife first before drinking a small amount himself. Elijah returned the canteen to Eric and said, "I served in the special forces. Luckily, I was on leave those days and could protect my family. But my father..." Tears welled up in Gaylord's eyes again. Eric patted Gaylord's shoulder comfortingly. "Condolences." Gaylord nodded, ushering his family into the nunnery. Hundreds of enemy soldiers now gathered below, completely sealing off the narrow path. Vroom. A military green SUV roared up from the direction of xuanhuan village, kicking up dust. The vehicle stopped, and a beaten-up figure with small eyes, a tiny mouth, bulbous nose, and prominent ears, Wolfhead, stepped out and ran to the rear passenger door, opening it respectfully. Every soldier watched as a tall, muscular man with a sleeveless shirt, tattoo of Guan Yu on his arm, and a cigarette dangling from his lips exited. "Hail our Tiger Churchill." All soldiers kneeled, chanting in unison. Churchill Tiger enjoyed the spectacle, nodding slightly. "Rise, all of you." Elijah walked to the front, took the binoculars offered, and scanned the hill. "Only a dozen or so people. What are you afraid of? Charge up there and crush them." Report to Churchill Tiger, "The only way up is this narrow path, unsuitable for mass assault. Besides, they have excellent firearms, costing us men each attempt," Wolfhead reported. "Useless. If you can't take them, why not set a fire to force them down?" Tiger angrily suggested. The air is humid, and the forest isn't dense enough. To ignite the whole hill requires substantial fuel. Our gasoline reserve." Wolfhead's voice trailed off, cautiously observing Tiger's expression. "If nothing works, what will?" Tiger threw the binoculars at Wolfhead and climbed back into the SUV. Through the binoculars, Wolfhead spotted someone unforgettable. Elijah gritted his teeth. "Eric." Excitedly, he hurried to Tiger. "Guess who I saw? Eric, owner of the Red Brick City base." "Are you sure?" "Absolutely, Eric is up there," Wolfhead confirmed. Tiger chuckled coldly. "Seems like hell welcomed him. Got any plans to capture Eric alive?" Wolfhead's eyes darted around. Then he proposed, "Let's neither set fire nor attack directly. Just surround them. Once food runs out, they'll crumble." "Good idea." Tiger's eyes lit up. "Soldiers, everyone eats, sleeps, and stays here until we starve Eric out." Chapter 9. 1 against 3. The sun set behind the western mountains, and beautiful evening clouds appeared on the horizon. Down below, smoke curled from chimneys as soldiers had started fires to cook their meals. Eric's brow furrowed at this sight. "It looks like these guys plan to starve us out on the mountain." After pondering for a while, he came up with no better solution than to wait for Elvin to bring reinforcements to break the siege. Seeing that the enemy had no intention of retreating, Eric ordered his guards to implement shift work, 3 men per group, taking turns to keep watch during the night to prevent any surprise attacks. This operation had lacked experience, resulting in their being surrounded, but fortunately, there was a nunnery which provided shelter from the wind and rain. A place where they wouldn't have to worry about sleeping. Eric entered the nunnery and looked around, surprised. It wasn't as unkempt as he imagined. No overgrown weeds or leaves covering the ground. It was very neat and clean, as if someone had swept it recently. Elijah glanced at the Gaylord family. "Did you do a major cleanup?" Gaylord shook his head. "It was already this clean when we came in." "Is that so?" Eric raised an eyebrow and picked up his gun. If it was clean upon entry, that was strange. No one living here couldn't mean it would be this tidy. Elijah scanned the Buddhist hall, finding it empty, then moved his gaze to the back rooms visible beyond the hall, which must have been where the nuns lived. "These are all nuns who guard the temple. They're monks and pose no threat to us," Gaylord remarked. Eric, understanding that Gaylord belonged to a special forces unit, could see through him, but he didn't want to disturb the nuns. "One can only tell good people from bad after meeting them. You saying they're not a threat is just your subjective assumption. What if they attacked us while we were sleeping? There'd be no chance to regret?" Eric argued. In this world, caution was essential. Elijah knew Gaylord was a kind-hearted person, whose inherent kindness remained despite the blows of human nature. This goodness made him tread carefully in a collapsed order. If Eric hadn't had the base system and experienced such impacts of human evil, perhaps Gaylord's rescue of him would have led to a grim outcome for this family of 3, 2 hungry adults armed only with a fruit knife. Unable to refute Eric, Gaylord watched helplessly as Eric and a few guardsmen approached the back rooms step by step. Eric inspected each room until he paused before the third one, scrutinizing it closely. A smile played on his lips. There were clear footprints outside this room, clearly recent ones, suggesting that it indeed belonged to the nuns. This reassured him. They posed little threat. Elijah advanced slowly, waited a moment, then pushed the door open. Squeak. The door opened, and he peered inside. Brendandenly, a whooshing sound broke the air. A stick shadow struck his arm forcefully, knocking the gun from his hand. Then a figure flashed past, seizing his neck. Glancing sideways, he saw a bald nun holding him. Seeing their commander captured, the guardsmen immediately pointed their guns, yelling, "Let go of our commander, or I'll shoot. Great Balanster, give me a breather." With his neck squeezed, Eric managed to choke out hoarsely. The nun lessened her grip slightly, surprisingly compliant. Gasping for breath, Eric finally recovered. Had she held on a few seconds longer, he would have suffocated. "Don't come closer, or I'll strangle him." Holding Eric by the neck, the nun pointed a long stick at the guardsmen. "Balanster, we are not bad people. Someone at the foot of the mountain wants to kill us, so we've sought refuge here. Seeing no one in front, we thought the back rooms would be empty. We really mean no harm," Eric explained hurriedly, not wanting to die at the hands of a nun. "To find a place to sleep, you need to carry guns?" The nun, now shrewd without hair, dismissed his explanation instantly. Convinced persuasion didn't work, Eric considered using brute force but realized the nun's grip was like iron, stronger even than a man's. Reluctantly, he gave up. Twisting his eyes, another idea struck him. Feeling the softness at his back, he intentionally wriggled and exclaimed sensuously, "So big, so soft, so comfortable." The nun's face flushed red but didn't loosen her hold. She huffed, "Don't try that on me. Before becoming a nun, I could take on 3 at once." "Oh my God." Eric nearly choked on his own blood at her bold response. This woman was fiercely intimidating, able to take on 3. His legs went weak. "Ethel, release this layman." Brendandenly, the door to the first room opened, and an elderly nun, around 60 or 70, walked out. The old nun had a benevolent demeanor, like a bodhisattva incarnate, exuding the aura of a revered elder. Elijah, hearing this, Ethel cried out, "Balanster?" The old nun placed her palms together and recited, Umitbah. Reluctantly, though unwilling, Ethel released Eric due to her master's command. She couldn't understand why her master trusted these men. Could they possibly be good people? In her view, there were no good people left, especially not men. She stood in despair, waiting for whatever tragic end might follow. Eric stepped back quickly, widening the distance between himself and the nun. Looking back, he finally saw his captor. Big, double-lidded eyes, wheat-colored skin, and a stunning figure hidden beneath her monk's robe, exuding an aura of a historical heroine. To put it simply, she was quite attractive, but the words "taking on 3 at once" kept echoing in his mind, leaving him speechless. Brendanch, a fine woman, learning how to fight multiple opponents. Sigh. "Lower your guns." Elijah instructed his guards, then approached the old nun, placing his palms together awkwardly. "Thank you, Balanster." Ethel was astonished. This man didn't order her capture but thanked her master instead, not fitting her impression of men, greedy, lustful, and lazy. "The layman is too kind." Elijah, hearing your voice, "I sensed you weren't evil. Your appearance confirmed it, so I believe you aren't evil. You may rest in the 3 empty back rooms." In reality, the old nun also felt relieved. She let Ethel release Eric, gambling on his intentions. With so many guns aimed at them and knowing he was their leader, she decided to take a chance after hearing Eric's explanations. Elijah's decision seemed right. Eric thought, the old master looked so kind, like a high-ranking nun, not like the young one, fighting 3 at once, what a shame. Again, he placed his palms together in thanks. "Thank you, Balanster." The old nun reciprocated with a slight bow, "You're welcome." After discussion, the men stayed in the 3 vacant back rooms, while Gaylord's wife and daughter resided with the nuns. The sun had almost completely set, and dusk had fallen. Unsettled, Eric came out to the outskirts of the nunnery, looking down at the bonfires burning at the foot of the mountain. Those people had even set up makeshift tents. Elijah inwardly remarked, "These people aren't afraid of zombies? They plan on staying long-term?" Returning to the nunnery, matters had been settled, and the nuns were no longer hiding. They emerged from their quarters and headed to the Buddhist hall to start chanting scriptures. However, there was an exception. Belial nun Ethel did not go to chant in the Buddhist hall. Instead, she stayed by its entrance, occasionally casting wary glances as he entered. Eric took a couple of steps forward and met her gaze unflinchingly. After a while, he asked curiously, "Belial nun, you don't seem very old. Did you really fight 3 people at once before?" Ethel's cheeks flushed with 2 rosy patches. She pretended to cough a few times and said casually, "Yes, before I became a nun, I practiced martial arts at a dojo. I was top-notch. Even 3 male students together couldn't defeat me." She then asked innocently, "What did you think?" "So that's what you meant by 1 against 3. Eric exclaimed, rubbing his nose awkwardly. "I thought you fought 3 girls at once." In this passage, Eric reflects on the peculiar situation and engages in a brief exchange with Ethel, clarifying her earlier statement about her martial prowess. The dialogue adds a lighthearted, yet revealing moment to the otherwise tense narrative. ####Chapter 10. The Doomed Must Die. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. At the foot of the convent mountain, in Hanley's designated tent within his army's encampment. Damn it, it's already been 5 days. This king is about to be driven mad. Hanley leaned back in his chair, his right arm holding a pistol hanging loosely by his side. His face showed signs of extreme boredom when suddenly he remembered something and turned to Otis, Wolf Elijah had, ordering, "Bring those girls over later. I need to vent." Otis, along with 5 other trusted subordinates, stood opposite him. Elijah hearing this, Otis hastily replied, "Yes, sir. I'll do that right away." Hanley twisted his neck, producing a series of clicking sounds. Elijah spat and said, "How much food did Eric's group bring? After all these days, they still seem so spirited." Otis flattered him, saying, "Sir, don't worry. They are probably at their wits' end now. If we keep them under siege for a few more days, they'll weaken." Then, boom. Before Otis could finish, a massive explosion erupted outside, causing the ground to tremble. Hanley leaped up and turned toward the tent entrance, his face contorted with frustration. Elijah stormed out of the tent, cursing under his breath, "Damn it, who the hell set off explosives?" A soldier rushed over, breathless and panicking, kneeling before Hanley. Panting, he reported. Report, Lord Stephang, it wasn't explosives. We're being attacked. Hanley flew into a rage, raising his pistol as he roared, "Damn it, which fool dares to attack me? Kill them." However, his words were interrupted as he saw soldiers fleeing in terror, followed by a well-equipped modern army of 100 men charging into view. What the? Hanley was instantly terrified, believing professional forces had arrived. In his mind, this was a military operation to exterminate bandits, like those he'd seen on TV where none of the gang leaders survived capture. Faced with this dire situation, he didn't hesitate, swiftly running to his off-road vehicle and getting inside. Elijah disregarded the lives of his subordinates. They were expendable tools in his eyes. With a heavy press on the gas pedal, he sped away. Seeing this scene, some soldiers and Otis, who emerged from the tent, cursed loudly. "That damn Hanley. We fought for you, and you just run away like this. Hanley, go to hell." At the convent, Eric was savoring a bowl of porridge paired with wild vegetables. Brandandanly, a huge explosion startled him, making his hand shake and spilling the entire bowl on the ground. Ignoring the wasted food, he darted out of the convent under the watchful eyes of Baylila, the young nun. Standing at the mountain gate, he watched as Hanley's troops were being routed by a well-armed army of 100 men led by Elvin. Overwhelmed with excitement, Eric's body trembled with anticipation. After a long pause, he finally exclaimed, "They're finally here. Eric's, let's head down the mountain." Raising his voice, Eric rallied 9 of his guard soldiers and rushed down the hill, quickly joining up with Elvin's forces. Seeing Eric safe and sound, Elvin was even more elated. Elijah ran up to Eric and saluted, "Sir." Somewhat displeased, Eric remarked, "It's been 5 days. Why did it take you so long? If not for the nunnery on the mountain with its old nun and her supply of rice and porridge, I would have starved to death." Elvin looked guilty and hurriedly explained, "Sir, I didn't delay intentionally. On the way, I encountered a large zombie. It was massive, over 2 meters tall, with immense strength and a thick layer of fat that couldn't be penetrated by bullets. Luckily, it moved sluggishly, allowing me to hide until it left. By the time I returned to base, it was already the 4th day. Due to this, several days were lost. Please punish me, sir." Large zombies, bulletproof? Eric was astonished, believing Elvin, as guard soldiers wouldn't lie to him. The existence of such evolved or mutated zombies was unsettling, recalling many end-of-the-world novels and bio-horror games where zombies became increasingly dangerous, either growing stronger or faster, becoming far more formidable than ordinary ones. If true, this would mean humans faced even greater challenges. Elijah looked at Elvin and smiled. If that's the case, it's understandable. Turning his gaze towards the village, now that the reinforcements had arrived, no further planning was needed. Hanley must be eliminated. Hanley, that bastard, made me drink porridge and eat wild vegetables for 4 days straight. My stomach has nothing left but water. For this alone, he must die. As they say, when the east wind blows and the war drums beat, the guards will come, and who can stop them? Eric shouted, "Objective, Hanley and Muzhong village. Attack." Aye. Over 100 guards responded in unison. The distance to Muzhong village wasn't far. Under Eric's leadership, the guard soldiers charged into the village, sending Hanley's troops, who had only just caught their breath, into disarray. Sharp whistles sounded throughout the village. The guard soldiers advanced, immediately executing anyone who resisted fiercely. Those who chose to surrender were knocked unconscious with the butts of rifles rather than bound, to save time. Quickly, they reached the highest point of the village, a 3-story villa without any other structures around it. Eric's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he stared at the villa. Squads 1, 2, and 3, charge. 3 teams of 10 men each stormed into the villa. Soon, gunfire, screams of pain, cries for mercy, and sobbing echoed through the building. From the second-floor balcony, Elvin leaned down and shouted, "Report, sir, the threat inside is neutralized." Eric entered the villa, noticing the luxurious interior decorated with dragons and phoenixes and filled with antique vases. Elijah mused aloud. Hanley truly wanted to be a king, but alas, he lacked the power. Stepping into the living room, he saw the survivors, 5 men and 6 women. Among them was a familiar face, the arrogant and stubborn Wolf Elijahad from earlier. Eric approached Wolf Elijahad with a mocking smile. "Didn't you act all tough? Didn't you tell me to kneel and lick your ass? Come on, take off your pants." Wolf Elijahad hung his head, afraid to meet Eric's eyes. Without Hanley's backing, he knew no one would avenge him after his death. "Take them off," Eric roared. Shaking uncontrollably, Wolf Elijahad hesitated. Smack! A slap sent Wolf Elijahad sprawling, his left cheek visibly swollen. Eric's gaze shifted to the others. Who is Hanley? Elijah hadn't seen Hanley, so he had no idea what he looked like. Elijah didn't come back. "I saw him drive away," Wolf Elijahad said, holding his reddened and swollen cheek. "Escaped?" Eric turned his focus back to Wolf Elijahad, then asked, "Do you know where Hanley might go?" I don't know." Wolf Elijahad's voice trembled. "You're quite honest now," Eric sneered. Turning to Gaylord, who had joined in the assault, he asked, "Do you think this man deserves to die?" Gaylord clenched his teeth. "His evil deeds rival those of Hanley. Elijah killed my neighbor Old Bailey and kidnapped his daughter. That poor girl, barely in her teens, was brutally murdered by this monster and his ilk. Bailey for life, debt for debt. Though the world is chaotic, I must mete out justice today," Eric told Gaylord. "Go and gather all the villagers who are alive. Tell them that life for life, the time for revenge has come." "I'll do it right away." Gaylord was elated. Despite his kind heart, he knew that kindness had its limits. Every moment, he yearned to see these monsters pay for their crimes. Inside the villa, Hanley's men who were tied up could not help but feel terrified. 2 of them even wet themselves from fear. Within half an hour, Gaylord had gathered all the villagers who had suffered at the hands of Hanley and his men. A rough count showed that there were about 2,000 people. Most of these villagers were yellow-faced and emaciated, clearly malnourished. Eric ordered the 5 men and 6 women, along with the captured soldiers from Hanley's army, to be brought before these villagers. Elijah announced loudly, "You are free to deal with these people as you see fit. Kill those who deserve it, and spare and reform those who do not." Seeing their tormentors weaponless and unable to fight back, the hatred within the 2,000 villagers ignited fiercely. Eyes filled with murderous intent, they surged forward with a thirst for revenge. Even rabbits bite when cornered, and this opportunity for vengeance would not be missed. The crowd of over 2,000 charged forward, using whatever they could find. Stones, wooden boards, anything within reach, to beat their former oppressors. Those without weapons punched with all their might at the vital spots of their targets. The ferocity was such that Eric felt a chill run through him. Indeed, one should never incite the fury of the masses. After just a few dozen minutes, the heads of the 5 men were smashed open, brains scattered on the ground. Wolf Elijah had, in particular, was unrecognizable, reduced to a pile of mangled flesh. The nearly 200 captured soldiers from Hanley's army also received warm treatment from the villagers. Only a dozen or so were spared, while none touched the 6 women. At this moment, an elderly man with graying hair, probably around 60 years old, stepped forward. Pointing to one of the women, he trembled as he addressed Eric. "Sir, that's my daughter. She was forcibly taken by Hanley and did no wrong." Eric nodded slightly and waved his hand. "Let her go." The old man rejoiced, running to his daughter's side, where they embraced and wept bitterly together. More people came forward afterward, each explaining their relationship to the remaining women, daughters, mothers, wives, all victims of Hanley's tyranny. Eric was glad to reunite them, finding pleasure in witnessing these heartwarming moments. Chapter 11. Giant Zombie. All those who needed to be killed have been killed, and all those who needed to be released have been set free. "Now, listen to what I have to say," Eric said. In an instant, over 2,000 people fell silent, turning their attention to Eric, waiting for the words of their savior. Eric's gaze swept over the crowd of over 2,000 people. "Do you know why I went through all this trouble to destroy Hanley?" he asked. The crowd shook their heads in unison, signaling their ignorance. Eric continued, "One reason is that Hanley coveted my resources and sent Otis to provoke me face to face." Pausing briefly, he added, "Another reason is for your sake. When I entered the village for reconnaissance, I saw the suffering you endured at the hands of Hanley and his subordinates, which pained me deeply. Hanley, that bastard, is nothing more than an animal. His actions are enough to warrant being torn apart and executed in the most brutal manner possible. Hanley has escaped, but don't worry, I won't let him go. The zombies outside will not let him off either. I hope that before I catch him, the zombies get to him first." With a sigh, Eric's tone shifted from anger to solemnity. Elijah stomped and pounded his chest, alternately expressing outrage, sorrow, and fervor as he spoke. In this vast world, calamity has struck, order has collapsed, and humanity has turned into a hell on earth. Faced with such circumstances, I cannot stand idly by. Elijah I stand, making a vow to rebuild order and restore everything to its original state. Eric spoke bitterly. "However, this is no easy task and cannot be accomplished by me alone. I need your help." His gaze and tone were filled with sincerity. "Under order lies the people. Follow me back to the base. There, your labor will be rewarded accordingly, and adherence to rules will ensure protection. Moreover, if you prove your capability, you can become a part of the base administration, working together to maintain order. I understand this is our first meeting, and you may not know me well or fully trust my words, but you can ask Gaylord, who has spent several days with me and should have some understanding of me." Brindanch's passionate speeches, coupled with the allure of a grand vision, stirred the hearts of many. The promise of labor leading to rewards and safety amidst chaos seemed like a glimpse of paradise. Some skeptical and shrewd individuals, however, remained wary, casting their eyes toward Gaylord. Gaylord had a good reputation in the village. Everyone knew him to be upright and kind, someone who never lied. Thus, villagers trusted him implicitly. Feeling their gazes, Gaylord glanced at Eric and said, "I can vouch for Commander Luo's character. At the time, my family of 3 had not eaten for days. Being a former Special Forces soldier helped, but my wife was very weak, and my daughter Waverly was only 5 years old. Despite these circumstances, Commander Luo insisted on taking us along and shared his food. His integrity is undeniable, and I believe every word he says." After hearing Gaylord's testimony, the skeptical few gained 70% confidence in Eric. However, they still doubted the claim that anyone with ability could become a base administrator, a statement that sounded too idealistic even pre-apocalypse, let alone now. In reality, they had little choice. Without the base, venturing alone in a zombie-infested world was incredibly dangerous. Joining the base offered them a glimmer of hope. Thus, with 70% trust, they agreed to join the base. With the mobilization successful, Eric ordered the return to base. This cursed place held nothing for him. The over 2,000 malnourished villagers needed immediate attention. If they didn't get food soon, it would be a waste of effort. Leading the way, the guard detachment escorted over 2,000 villagers back to the base. Nunnery was nearby, where Gaylord's wife and daughter, along with the nuns, were waiting. Eric chose a detour to the nunnery to pick them up. They soon saw the hill where the nunnery stood. From a distance, they noticed movement near the foot of the hill. Eric halted the group immediately upon seeing it through binoculars. The moving figures weren't humans but zombies feasting on the dead bodies of Hanley's soldiers. Relieved that the zombies hadn't noticed the people on the hill, Eric analyzed that the smell of blood must have attracted them. "Ryan, take a squad to escort the villagers back a safe distance. Others follow me to eliminate these zombies," Eric instructed. Ryan led 10 guards to move the villagers while the rest stayed behind. Despite their caution, the noise of thousands disrupted the quiet. Zombies paused mid-feast and stared at the newcomers, then charged forward with a low growl. "Prepare for battle. Fire at will when they're within optimal range. Don't let them get close to the main group." Eric shouted. There was no other choice but to fight head-on. Fortunately, the number of zombies wasn't overwhelming, only a few hundred. 99 guard soldiers plus Eric formed a defensive line, 3 rows deep, ready to fire. Bang bang bang. 100 guns fired simultaneously, bullets tearing through the advancing horde, causing zombies to fall in rows. Yet, more kept coming. Within minutes, most zombies were eliminated, just as things seemed under control. Thud, thud, thud. A sound like heavy objects dropping from heights echoed, causing the ground to tremble. Eric's pupils contracted sharply as he spotted a familiar massive figure. It's a giant zombie. Other guards also identified the colossal, grotesque figure standing 2 meters tall, covered in thick fat rather than being emaciated like typical zombies. The fat was firm, almost muscular. Every step of the giant zombie caused the ground to shake. Charging towards them, Eric ordered 20 soldiers to shoot at it. Bullets ricocheted harmlessly off its thick layer of fat, slowing neither its speed nor resolve. It was like a human tank, unstoppable. Seeing the looming danger, Eric barely avoided a collision thanks to Elvin's swift action. Commander, careful. Despite its formidable defense, the giant zombie lacked agility and crashed into a tree after missing its target, snapping it in half. This display left Eric shaken. Had it hit him, death or severe injury would be certain. Elvin explained hurriedly, Commander, this is the zombie I encountered on my way back. It has incredible strength, able to flip cars, and wear a natural bulletproof layer of fat. Translation completed. Eric took a deep breath and hastily ordered, everyone spread out, don't stay together. The guard detachment soldiers immediately dispersed, forming groups of 3 or 4. They fought off regular zombies while intermittently firing at the giant zombie. However, in this formation, their firepower was far less effective. The remaining zombies quickly closed in, and within just a few minutes, 2 guard detachment soldiers were bitten by the zombies. Seeing more people getting injured, Eric asked anxiously, can we take down this big guy with grenades? Elvin, after blowing off the head of a zombie, replied, grenades rely on shrapnel from the explosion to inflict damage. They can't penetrate the giant zombie's fatty shield, unless what? Eric urged impatiently, frustrated by the suspense. Elvin explained, unless the grenade can explode right next to the giant zombie. Hashtag chapter 12. Evolved zombies and base upgrade. Unless the grenade can explode right next to the zombie. This statement wasn't hard to understand. Eric just had to think a little, and he could come up with a way for the grenade to explode right next to the zombie. It was simple, an explosive human bomb. In this case, a live person holding a grenade would approach the giant zombie and detonate it. This way, the grenade would indeed explode next to the giant zombie. Brendan surveying his surroundings, Eric saw the faces of each guard soldier flash before his eyes. Although they were all bioengineered humans, they looked no different from normal people on the outside. Eric could be ruthless against enemies, but these soldiers were his own men, fellow soldiers who had gone through life and death with him. His heart was torn, making it difficult for him to decide. But if they didn't take care of this monster, more people would die. After intense internal struggle, he finally gritted his teeth and made his decision. King Beast, I'll kill you. However, before he could give the order, one of the guard soldiers roared and rushed towards the giant zombie, wrapping his arms around it and pulling the pin on the grenade attached to his chest. Boom! The grenade exploded, tearing apart a large chunk of the warrior's upper body and blasting away a significant portion of the giant zombie's belly fat, black blood splattering everywhere as its internal organs peeked through. Another soldier quickly followed, hugging the giant zombie tightly. Boom! 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 3 grenades from the soldier's combat suit exploded simultaneously, throwing the giant zombie to the ground, creating a massive hole in its upper torso and exposing its guts. Die, beast! A third soldier charged forward with multiple grenades already primed. Elijah stuffed them all into the giant zombie's stomach at once. Boom! 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 Consecutive explosions shredded flesh and sent black blood flying everywhere. The giant zombie couldn't withstand the damage even with its thick layer of fat. Its upper body was obliterated, leaving only skin connecting to its lower half. Unable to support itself, it crashed to the ground with a loud thud. Eric, red-eyed with fury, rushed forward and unloaded all remaining bullets in his magazine into the giant zombie's head. Dozens of bullets tore through the creature's eyes and skin, but hitting its skull caused sparks to fly, barely scratching it. It was as hard as steel. After using up all his bullets, Eric pulled out a grenade and, taking advantage of the zombie's open mouth, shoved it inside before running back hastily. Boom! The explosion ripped the giant zombie's head apart, brains and debris flying everywhere. A milky white crystal about the size of a thumb also shot out and landed right at Eric's feet. Ding! You have earned 100,000 points for killing a level 1 evolved zombie. A level 1 evolved zombie? Eric heard the system prompt and felt puzzled. Elijah bent down to pick up the crystal, examining it closely. What is this? Could it be some kind of relic from the giant zombie? No, relics are treasures left behind by enlightened monks. This ugly thing can't possibly produce relics. Bounib, it's a kidney stone? After killing the giant zombie, the pressure on everyone significantly reduced, allowing them to focus fully on the remaining zombies. Within 2 or 3 minutes, the remaining zombies were wiped out. Due to the sudden appearance of the giant zombie, the guard army suffered heavy losses, with 17 soldiers killed. They weren't killed by the giant zombie, but were bitten by regular zombies. Even if they hadn't died immediately, they would have soon turned into zombies themselves, so they chose to commit suicide. Let's bury the fallen, Eric said heavily, looking at the dead bodies. That day, 17 new graves appeared beneath the xuanhuan monastery. The old nun led the young nuns in chanting sutras for their souls, while Eric placed some wildflowers at their graves and thanked them silently. In the post-apocalyptic world, death was far more common than life, so after that, it was time to return to the base. The old nun gave a last glance at the Buddha statue in the temple hall, clasped her hands together, and recited Amitabha, then followed Eric's group without turning back. About 2 hours later, the impressive procession of 2,000 people finally arrived at the base, which was now dimly lit. The sight of the base shocked everyone. The brick wall stood 3 meters tall, and there were lights inside the city walls, an unbelievable scene without any generator noise. Seeing the residents inside, whose faces radiated happiness and contentment, Eric realized he had told the truth. This place really was a paradise in the apocalypse. From afar, they saw the guard army waiting, and Nikki led all the residents to greet them. Long live the commander! Commander, you're so handsome. Commander, I want to bear your children. All the residents greeted Eric and the guard army with awe and admiration. Walking through the welcoming crowd, feeling the adoring gazes of the residents, Eric thought to himself, this feeling is damn comfortable. Nikki is getting better at handling things. With 2,000 more people entering the city, the base suddenly became crowded, not how a paradise should look. Eric immediately ordered the brick wall to expand by 1 kilometer in diameter. The walls magically expanded, leaving the new arrivals staring wide-eyed, mouths agape, amazed by the miracle before them. Their admiration for Eric was no less than that of the first residents, and they believed every word he had said previously. Eric assigned Nikki to settle the newcomers while he returned to the mobile base. Several days of high tension had left him extremely tired, and he wanted nothing more than to sleep well. Ordering no one to disturb him, Eric took a bath, changed into pajamas, and fell deeply asleep. In his dreams, the population of the base surpassed 10 million, with planes, artillery, tanks, warships, and even aircraft carriers. At that time, he had unified the entire world. Ding. Population has exceeded 5,000, meeting the requirement for base upgrade. Please upgrade the base as soon as possible. Ding. New mission. Upgrade the base to level 2 and the armory to level 2. Reward, 100 million points. Awakened by the system's voice, Eric wondered, didn't I say no one should disturb me? Wait, it can be upgraded? One moment he was still groggy, but the next, he instantly woke up, excitement and agitation causing him to dance involuntarily. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that upon waking up, the population has already exceeded 5,000, and now I can finally upgrade. Eric rushed out of the mobile base and grabbed the guard standing post, asking, how long did I sleep? The soldier almost thought Eric had lost his mind until he saw the intelligence in Eric's eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. You slept for 2 days. Damn, I slept that long. No wonder I was so exhausted. Sigh, I have been working tirelessly for the base, both mentally and physically. What can I do? Chosen by the system. Eric wore an expression that was hard to describe, a mix of helplessness, happiness, pride, and a bit of arrogance. Without delay, upgrading the base to level 2 was the top priority. Focusing on the mobile base, Eric whispered in his mind, upgrade the base. Ding. Base upgraded to level 2, unlocking level 2 armory. Ding. Base upgraded to level 2, unlocking level 2 wall. After the base upgrade, Eric immediately upgraded the armory. Ding. Armory upgraded to level 2. Ding. Mission completed. You have earned 100 million points. The 100 million points didn't faze Eric. Elijah quickly checked what level 2 armory could produce. Bayonet machine gun, 5,000 points. Sniper rifle, 5,000 points. Anti-material sniper rifle, 10,000 points. High explosive grenade, 1,000 points. Soldier cap increased to *1,000. Elijah was overjoyed, realizing that they could now produce anti-material sniper rifles. With these, they could take down those gigantic zombies, or rather, level 1 evolved zombies with one precise shot. There would be no need for suicidal detonations. With plenty of points to spare, he could fully staff the soldiers, equipping each squad with an anti-material sniper rifle and 2 light machine guns, while replacing all regular grenades with high explosive grenades. With this setup, regardless of how thick-skinned the evolved zombies were, one shot from the sniper rifle would send them to their doom. If one shot wasn't enough, then 2 shots would do the trick. After configuring the equipment, Elijah turned his attention to the city wall. Elijah wondered what a level 2 city wall would look like. A display unfolded before Elijah's eyes, showing a square city wall with a diameter of 1 kilometer. Elijah selected it and chose to upgrade. Whoosh! The red brick wall was suddenly enveloped in a blinding white light. After some time, the white light gradually faded, and Elijah looked at the transformed wall. The original red brick wall had vanished, replaced by a much sturdier concrete wall standing 4 meters tall. 5 people could walk abreast along its top, and the gate had been replaced with a large iron gate that could be raised and lowered. The commotion caused by the wall's upgrade drew attention from the residents within the city. To Elijah's surprise, they didn't panic. Instead, they glanced toward the central mobile base and smiled knowingly, convinced that this must be another miracle performed by Commander Eric. Please let me know if you have any further instructions or need more translation. Chapter 13. Evolution Crystal. The next day, Eric ate breakfast and found himself idle. After several days of continuous combat outside, he was quite exhausted. Originally planning to rest for 3 days, he ended up sleeping for 2 straight days, which felt like a huge waste of time. Elijah twirled a milky white crystal in his hand, one that had dropped from the head of an evolved zombie. It felt very smooth and warm, almost as if it were a bone artifact polished by elderly collectors. Eric asked, System, what is this thing? First level evolution crystal. Obtained by killing a first level evolved zombie. Its function is to suppress regular zombie viruses and enhance human physical attributes. Eric exclaimed with surprise, this can suppress zombie viruses. If I have evolution crystals, won't I be immune to being bitten by zombies? And now that I have an anti-material sniper rifle, I can hunt evolved zombies. With enough evolution crystals, even after running out of ammo, I could still engage zombies in close combat. System reminder, evolution crystals only suppress regular zombie viruses, delaying their onset. Depending on individual constitution, the suppression period can last between 1 to 3 months. Additionally, after consuming 3 crystals, the body will develop antibodies, rendering further consumption effective only for enhancing physical attributes. Furthermore, it has no effect on first-level evolved zombie viruses. The excitement in Eric's heart was immediately doused by the system's response. How disappointing. It could only delay the virus for up to 3 months, and taking more would only prolong life by a few months. Worse, it didn't work on first-level evolved zombie viruses, making this function rather useless. However, there was still the attribute enhancement feature, which intrigued him. Eric asked right away, how much can it enhance physical attributes? It varies based on individual constitution. Eric wanted to roll his eyes at the system. This wasn't helpful at all. Elijah needed to try it out himself to know. Still playing with the evolution crystal? Eric finally asked. Is there any risk involved in consuming this? For instance, what's the probability of failure? Using an evolution crystal will not fail. It just causes a bit of pain during the process. Well, that puts my mind at ease. Eric breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the milky white crystal, he was glad it didn't look as disgusting as a zombie's head. Gritting his teeth, he gulped it down, trying to forget its origin. There was no choking sensation as expected. The evolution crystal instantly liquefied in his mouth and flowed into his stomach, giving a warm and comfortable feeling. This isn't painful at all? 1, 2, 3. After 3 seconds, Eric suddenly gripped his fists tightly, his face turning red, veins bulging on his forehead. Elijah gasped out painfully. Damn it, it really does hurt. Aya! His agonized scream echoed through the mobile base. The guards outside rushed in upon hearing it. They saw Eric with a contorted face, blood dripping from his clenched fists where nails dug deep into the flesh. Don't come near me, I'm fine. Leave me alone, and don't let anyone in. Through gritted teeth, Eric managed to speak these words, seemingly exhausting all his strength. Despite their panic, the soldiers obeyed the order and returned to their posts, blocking people who had rushed over, including other guards like Elvin and Ryan, as well as Nikki and some nearby residents. Bang! Eric slammed his fist onto the table forcefully, teeth grinding together. The system had truly been deceptive about the bit of pain, which felt worse than death itself. Fortunately, the pain lasted only about 3 minutes before gradually fading. Eric's distorted face relaxed, and his clenched fists slowly opened, revealing nail marks on his palms. Phew, how so foul-smelling? Eric panted heavily and noticed an awful stench akin to a leaky toilet. Elijah checked the bathroom but found nothing amiss. Then, wiping sweat from his forehead, he smelled his arm. Upon closer inspection, he saw a layer of slimy substance covering it, emitting the foul odor. What the? Elijah leaped up and dashed into the bathroom, turning on the shower and using shampoo, soap, and perfumes liberally until they ran out. Only then did he feel satisfied. Smelling his arm again, he remarked narcissistically, "Ah, this is the scent a commander should have." Antione? Only now did he realize his newly gained 8-pack abs and enhanced muscle tone. His muscles weren't bulky like those of gym-goers, but lean and explosive like a combat athlete's. Lowering his gaze further, he widened his eyes in shock. Damn it. Not only the muscles but wow. Eric was speechless. Not only had his physique improved, but certain areas had become significantly more impressive, comparable to Zeus's silver spear. The evolution crystal was indeed a boon for men everywhere. Before the apocalypse, one of these could easily sell for tens of thousands due to its miraculous effects. Drying off and dressing, Eric stood before the mirror and gaped once more. Damn it. Elijah looked like a completely different person. His posture was ramrod straight, his facial features chiseled, combining the appeal of a young heartthrob with the ruggedness of a tough guy. In peacetime, such an appearance would undoubtedly turn heads wherever he went. Recovering from his shock, Eric clenched his fist, feeling an explosive force within. Elijah threw a punch, whoosh, producing a breaking wind sound. Elijah felt his current physical capabilities matched that of a professional combat athlete. Brendanch, an outstanding figure, deserved to be shown off. Stepping outside the mobile base, he saw it surrounded by guards and base residents. Upon seeing Eric emerge, the previously noisy crowd fell silent. Is this Commander? Someone said in disbelief. The charismatic aura around him is unmistakable, but why is he suddenly so handsome? What do you mean? Aren't you saying Commander wasn't handsome before? Oh, don't misinterpret me. I meant Commander was always handsome, just more so now. A chorus of surprised voices erupted, discussing the sudden change in Commander's appearance. Elvin jogged forward, equally astonished. Commander, is that really you? Obviously, who else would it be? As he spoke, Eric placed a hand on Elvin's shoulder without controlling his strength. Previously, Elvin wouldn't have budged, but now he nearly lost his balance under the unexpected pressure. Hashtag chapter 14. Eric is attacked. Eric chuckled. Your physical condition has declined, Elvin. Elvin was even more surprised. Not only had his superior's demeanor changed dramatically, but his strength had also increased. Elijah replied, It's not that my physical condition has declined. It's that your strength has grown, sir. Eric laughed heartily, then suddenly remembered that the evolutionary crystal he consumed had greatly enhanced his physical abilities. Elijah removed his hand from Elvin's shoulder and smiled. All right, go about your business. No need to stand around here. Elvin moved his shoulder, feeling the soreness disappear. Seeing that his superior seemed fine, and better than ever, he left with the guards. The other residents followed suit, leaving one by one. Some of the fangirls cast longing glances back at Eric as they departed. In the crowd, Eric spotted 3 familiar figures, 2 adults and a child. It was Gaylord and his family. Gaylord. Eric called out and hurried over. Gaylord stopped, turned around and smiled. Sir. His wife echoed, Sir. Only little Waverly, with her innocent face and bright eyes, called out, Uncle Luo. Haha, Waverly is such a good girl. You two don't need to be so formal. Just call me Eric, Eric said, lifting Waverly into his arms with a smile. This might not be appropriate. Gaylord's wife twisted her fingers, too nervous to look directly at him. Despite Eric being less fearsome than Hanley, she still felt the weight of his authority, especially after knowing how revered he was from the first day. Compared to his wife, Gaylord was much more relaxed. Having served in the military, he was used to close camaraderie between officers and soldiers. So, when Eric spoke, Gaylord felt a mix of surprise and relief that Eric hadn't distanced himself due to any perceived lack of usefulness. Gaylord laughed. All right, but calling you by name seems inappropriate. Since you're younger than me, calling you Eric Luo isn't suitable either. How about Bayleadle Eric Luo? Eric's eyes lit up. Bayleadle Eric Luo, Bayleadle Bowen Guo. That sounds good. Let's go with Bayleadle Eric Luo. Elijah returned waverly to her mother, and then said to Gaylord, walk with me. I have something to discuss. Gaylord nodded and told his wife, take our daughter home first. They strolled along the cement path. Eric broke the silence first. You mentioned being a special forces soldier, right? Gaylord nodded. Yes, before the apocalypse, I served as the captain of the 2nd Squad in Xia Country's Wolf Special Forces. Interesting, Eric thought to himself. Not just a special forces soldier but a captain, a find indeed. Brendanch a person would possess both combat skills and strong leadership. Eric continued, with your experience, I have an important task for you. Gaylord smiled. My family owes you their lives. As long as it doesn't violate my principles, I will do what you ask. Don't worry, it won't go against your principles. I want you to help train a few special forces units, Eric assured him. Duty calls. Gaylord immediately saluted. Seeing his serious expression, Eric couldn't help but laugh genuinely. Gaylord followed with a smile. The current arsenal could produce almost all types of firearms except for heavy machine guns. In this context, training special forces for both defense against evolved zombies and intelligence gathering was essential. Unconsciously, they reached the agricultural zone. Seeing people busy in the fields, Eric felt a sense of tranquility, momentarily forgetting the harsh reality of the apocalypse. The hardworking residents greeted Eric warmly. One man lying on the bank quickly stood up upon seeing his superior, bowing respectfully. Eric nodded at him casually and continued walking past him. Brendandenly, watch out, sir. A cry rang out. Eric turned to see the man lunging at him with a knife. Thud. The blade pierced flesh and was pulled out, splattering blood on the attacker's face. But it wasn't Eric who was stabbed. It was Gaylord, who had deflected the blow at the last moment. Furious, Eric kicked the attacker hard in the stomach, sending him flying 2 meters away. The farmers rushed forward, wielding hoes. Eric was their moral pillar. The attack crossed a line, and they attacked the assailant with their farming tools. Get Dr. George here, Eric shouted, then anxiously asked Gaylord, how are you? Gaylord, holding his wound, smiled weakly. Don't worry, a wound like this won't. Before he could finish, another assailant, wielding a half-meter-long knife, appeared behind them. Gaylord pushed Eric aside and grabbed the attacker's wrist to prevent the strike. Strike! A clear shout, and a shadow flashed. Someone wielded a hoe like a cudgel and struck the attacker forcefully on the head, knocking him down. Is he dead? Bayleadle Nun Bayleela poked the fallen attacker with the hoe. Realizing there was no response, she dropped the tool, covering her mouth in shock. I've killed someone. A cudgel alone might not kill, but a hoe, especially the iron part, certainly could. Eric hurried to check on Gaylord, relieved to see no secondary injuries. Dr. George arrived with his medical team, visibly relieved that Eric was unharmed. Treat him immediately, Eric instructed, pointing at the attackers, and do everything to save these two as well. Gaylord and the assassins were loaded onto stretchers and taken to the hospital. Umitba. The old nun had also arrived. Bayleela burst into tears, running to her teacher. Bowenster, I've broken the precepts of nonviolence. The old nun patted her back, consoling her. Umitba. That man acted first. You did not violate the precepts but rather offered a rightful intervention. Wow. Everyone couldn't help but admire the old nun's wisdom. Bayleela smiled through her tears, murmuring, Bowani the Buddha remember my efforts today. The crowd remained speechless. Sanda. The rhythmic footsteps grew louder as Elvin and his guards rushed in, forming a protective circle around Eric, scanning everyone present vigilantly. Eric's gaze turned cold. Seal the city and search for the assassins. Chapter 15. Revenge. At the base hospital, Gaylord's wife rushed in with her daughter, Waverly, looking anxious. She grabbed a nurse and asked, which ward is Gaylord in? Over there, the nurse pointed towards ward number 3. Gaylord's wife hurriedly entered the ward, her eyes instantly welling up at the sight of him. She sat by his bedside and softly asked, how are you? Gaylord smiled, wiping away her tears and comforted her. It's fine, just minor injuries. I'll be better after a couple of days' rest. Elijah also arrived at the hospital soon after. The hospital staff were thrilled to see their commanding officer. Elijah waved off their attention, casually asking a nurse, which ward is Gaylord in? The nurse immediately directed him to ward number 3. After Elijah passed her, she trembled excitedly, murmuring, Commander is so handsome. Elijah stopped at the ward's entrance, seeing Gaylord in good spirits and chatting with his wife. Elijah didn't disturb the family but instructed George, take good care of Gaylord. Don't worry about the medication costs. George stood up straight and seriously replied, Commander, rest assured. I promise Gaylord will enter as an injured man and leave completely recovered. Back at the mobile base, Nikki was already waiting at the entrance. As the residential supervisor, Nikki felt responsible for Elijah being targeted and was prepared for punishment. When Elijah walked by, he simply said, come in. Nikki followed, feeling uneasy, not knowing how Elijah would deal with him. Elijah sat on his office chair, looking at Nikki and said, you're here at the right time. Saves me from sending someone to fetch you. Elijah hearing this, Nikki's heart sank. Seeing Nikki's nervousness, Elijah couldn't help but smile but maintained his seriousness as the base commander. Elijah sternly said, I believe you've heard about the assassination attempt on me. Brendanch a thing happening under your watch shows negligence. Elijah's tone was calm, without anger, but it sounded like a bomb exploding in Nicky's mind. His palms were sweating, throat moving as he nervously swallowed. I'm willing to accept the punishment. Nicky didn't shirk or make excuses. Elijah inwardly approved. A man who takes responsibility is a talent. Nevertheless, appreciation aside, mistakes must be punished. If Nicky went unpunished, other managers might think neglecting duties was trivial and not work diligently. After some thought, Elijah said, this incident could be big if I died, small if I didn't. Since I survived, I won't remove you from your position. Instead, run 30 laps around the base as punishment. Nicky was pleasantly surprised, the weight lifting off his chest. Elijah quickly thanked Elijah and left to complete his punishment. Before he reached the door, Elijah reminded him, hope you learned your lesson. If it happens again, it won't be this easy. Nicky nodded vigorously, deeply engraving Elijah's words in his mind, determined to review every new member thoroughly henceforth. Soon, news of Elijah's assassination attempt spread throughout the base. The guard force searched citywide for the killers, and residents volunteered to assist. The setting sun was beautiful, yet fleeting, and evening approached. At the mobile base, Elijah faced Amadeus and the hospital director George. Amadeus spoke first. Report to the commander. We've searched every corner of the base, but found no other assassins. Elijah nodded and looked at George, asking, what about the 2 assassins? Did they survive? George promptly answered, one survived, the other died upon arrival. Fine, take me to the survivor. Elijah stood up, deciding that even one alive could give him answers. Elijah and George went to the hospital, entering ward number 5. They saw the surviving assassin covered in bandages, only his nose, mouth, and eyes visible. Elijah hearing footsteps, the assassin turned and saw Elijah, fear filling his eyes. Elijah looked at him coldly, tell me who sent you to kill me, and I'll spare your life. I'll talk. Neil made me do it. Commander, please forgive me. Elijah kidnapped my son and threatened to kill him if I didn't come. Seeing a chance to live, the assassin confessed everything. Elijah was surprised, never expecting such easy confession. However, who was this Neil? Elijah didn't know him. Why would he target him without reason? Elijah asked, who is Neil? The assassin explained, Neil is uncle of Hanley, who fled to Neil after being destroyed by you. Neil wanted revenge for Hanley and ordered us to kill you. Elijah suddenly understood, so that's why. Gaylord mentioned Hanley had a powerful uncle. Who would have thought he remained influential after the apocalypse? Truly, the wicked outlive the good. Bowing sure he heals fully, Elijah told George, clenching his fists, thinking, Hanley, you deserve to die. And Neil, since you want me dead, I won't let this slide. For days later, the base was no longer lax. Armed guards patrolled each street. All metal items capable of harm were confiscated and screened before returning. New survivors had to surrender all weapons, including small knives. The assassination clearly affected the base. In 4 days, the surviving assassin had healed enough to walk. That morning, Elijah assembled 500 guards and set out following the assassin to Neil's hideout, seeking swift retribution. The 500 soldiers were heavily equipped with automatic rifles, sniper rifles, and light machine guns in each squad. Seeing this setup, the assassin was shocked. Neil truly provoked someone he shouldn't have. After nearly 4 hours of marching, as the sun set, the army approached their destination. The assassin pointed, that's Neil's base. Through binoculars, Elijah saw a factory, covering about an acre, surrounded by existing walls and reinforced with sandbags. About 10 guards were stationed on top, holding shotguns, modern firearms. Brendan Rised, Elijah asked, does Neil produce modern firearms? The assassin replied, Neil's factory does mechanical processing, but due to power outages, only simple single-shot homemade guns can be made. Plus, he looted a police station for dozens of guns and thousands of bullets. Elijah chuckled coldly, believing Neil's courage stemmed from these weapons. This time, he'd teach Neil his bravery wasn't worth much. Brendanly, an alarm blared. The factory guards spotted the army and simultaneously aimed hundreds of rifles over the wall, targeting the guards. Chapter 16. Elijah Havenly City's Deputy Bonnier Bogdan. The shrill and urgent alarm transformed the previously calm factory into a fully armed fortress within seconds. Eric turned to Elvin and said, give me the sniper rifle. Receiving the rifle from Elvin, Eric leaned halfway out of the sunroof, setting the sniper rifle on top of the car. The effective shooting range of a sniper rifle far exceeded that of a regular rifle, and Eric intended to start with a few shots to kill a few enemies, boosting morale for his team. Through the scope, he aimed at a factory soldier lying on sandbags. In the sight, this man yawned lazily, as if not expecting a real battle. Bang! A blazing streak emerged from the dark barrel, the bullet firing out and instantly hitting the sandbag wall, sending yellow sand flying everywhere. This shot missed its target but alarmed the factory soldiers, who quickly hid behind the sandbags or walls, being extra cautious. Damn it! Eric cursed inwardly, regretting not letting Elvin handle it from the start. Now, not only did he miss, but he also alerted the enemy. With no other choice, he decided to launch a full-scale assault. Under Eric's command, the snipers took their positions, ready to shoot anyone who dared to show themselves. The machine gunners, under the cover of the snipers, advanced to their effective shooting positions and began suppressive fire with light machine guns, while the rest of the soldiers moved forward in an orderly manner. The battle commenced. The overwhelming firepower of the guards suppressed the enemy, allowing soldiers with automatic rifles to advance smoothly. Inside the factory, Neil heard the dense gunfire outside and felt utterly miserable, pacing back and forth anxiously. Hanley stood beside him, head lowered, afraid to speak. Furious, Neil pointed at Hanley and yelled, didn't you say that Eric only had 100 men? Look at this now. Any fool can see there are over 400 people, plus machine guns. What is going on? Hanley lowered his head even more, puzzled by Eric's sudden influx of men and weapons, wondering if he had raided a military base. I've warned you before to be discreet. but you became more arrogant instead. Do you know how close I came to losing my position because of you? Now you're still lying to me, causing me to send assassins after Eric. Well done, they are attacking us now, just wait for death. Neil slumped onto the sofa, looking up at the ceiling, exhausted. Knock, knock, knock. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Neil responded listlessly, come in. Elijah Havenly City's deputy Bowen has arrived, one of the factory soldiers said, running up to Neil. Elijah hearing this, Neil looked towards the door. His spirits suddenly lifted. His exhaustion vanished as he hurried to welcome the visitor. Deputy Bowen, please save me. A tall, thin middle-aged man in a suit entered, guided by Neil. Elijah wore round black-rimmed glasses and had slicked-back hair, looking scholarly yet menacing. Seeing the anxious Neil, Bowen remained calm, smiling as he asked, saving you isn't urgent. Is what your messenger said true? Neil became even more anxious, replying hastily, it's all true. If Elijah Havenly City saves me, not only will the factory belong to you, but I and my men will join Elijah Havenly City and follow Bowen's orders. Bowen's lips curled slightly as he adjusted his glasses and said, all right, then come with me. Neil and Hanley followed Bowen to the outside, where a black anti-envy waited. 2 armed soldiers sat in the rear seats. Bowen indicated the space between them, saying, please get in, Mr. Stephang. Neil understood the meaning. Bowen was preventing him from breaking his word by keeping him under control, but as long as he could survive, he didn't care. Without hesitation, he got into the anti-envy. Hanley watched silently. After these arrangements, Bowen brought Hanley to the highest point of the factory, offering a clear view of the ongoing intense battle between the factory forces and the enemy. Elijah grabbed a large megaphone and shouted, I am Bogdan from Elijah Havenly City. Ceasefire immediately. Eric was puzzled. This man wanted to stop the firefight just by speaking. Was he crazy? However, Eric was curious about this person and the identity of Elijah Havenly City. Raising his hand, he signaled a temporary ceasefire. As the gunfire stopped, Bogdan, feeling triumphant, thought the name of Elijah Havenly City had worked its magic. Elijah cleared his throat and was about to continue when he hesitated, turning to look at Hanley and asking, what's the name of that man down there? Hanley replied, Eric. Bowen nodded and continued, Eric, starting now, Neil and the factory belong to Elijah Havenly City. You have 3 minutes to retreat, or else we will fight to the death. Eric turned to the assassin and asked, is Elijah Havenly City very powerful? How many troops do they have, and how does their equipment compare to the guard army? The assassin replied, sir, Elijah Havenly City has 5,000 troops. Their weapons are similar to Neil's men but far inferior to the guard army. Upon hearing this, Eric's short temper flared up. 5,000 men? If they dare to come, my 1,000-strong guard army will make sure they never return. Eric shifted the sniper scope to aim at Bogdan, muttering, daring to threaten me. I'll take you down. Bang. Just as Bogdan was confident, waiting for Eric's retreat, a gunshot rang out, shattering the megaphone in his hand. Shocked, Bogdan fell to the ground immediately. Eric muttered, missed again. The battle resumed. Under the overwhelming firepower of the guard army, the situation remained unchanged. The factory forces were completely suppressed and could only occasionally retaliate. Due to the defensive advantage provided by the walls, it would be difficult to break through for a while. Seeing this, Eric ordered his men to set up anti-material sniper rifles. They aimed not at people, but directly at the sandbag walls by the factory entrance, then pulled the triggers. Boom. Although it was called a rifle, the sound resembled a cannon blast. The 12.7mm bullets struck the sandbag walls, creating explosions. One hit pierced through the sandbags, leaving a fist-sized hole in the chest of a hiding factory soldier, shocking onlookers. Then, boom, boom, boom. The demonic sounds kept ringing as 10 anti-material sniper rifles fired simultaneously, leading to scenes of carnage. The sandbag walls exploded, soldiers' arms or legs severed. Those hit in the chest or head died instantly. Even the concrete walls, though sturdy, couldn't withstand repeated hits. The enemy lost any will to resist. This was pure slaughter. Realizing the dire situation, Bogdan quickly climbed into the anti-envy and escaped through the southern gate, with Hanley finding a vehicle to follow. Chapter 17. Speed-type evolved zombies. As Neil and Hanley fled, the factory's morale crumbled. The soldiers now had only 3 choices, escape or surrender. If they chose to escape, there were only a few cars with fuel left, all of which had been commandeered by the factory's upper management. As ordinary soldiers, they could only rely on their legs, and even if they managed to outrun the danger, encountering a horde of zombies midway would still be a death sentence. They had joined the factory for food and survival. Therefore, surrender became their last hope to live, albeit an uncertain one. Eric was somewhat surprised at the sudden cessation of resistance. Was it a conspiracy? However, when he saw soldiers walking out of the factory, discarding their weapons and raising their hands, Eric immediately understood. They were surrendering. Neil has some sense of self-awareness, Eric remarked. Elijah promptly ordered the confiscation of weapons and the occupation of the factory. Where are Neil and Hanley? Upon entering the factory, Eric's first concern was to find these 2 uncle and nephew. If Neil hadn't committed heinous acts, even though he had sent assassins after him, his willingness to surrender might earn him a pardon. However, Hanley must die. The first soldier who surrendered immediately replied, reporting to the officer, Neil and Hanley have fled. Eric's eyebrows furrowed. They had actually run away, leading him to believe that Neil was admitting defeat and surrendering. It turned out that the top leadership had abandoned the soldiers, leading to their despair and eventual surrender. Eric asked immediately, where did they go? The soldier pointed southward and said, they exited through the south gate, probably fleeing to Paradise City with Bogdan. Paradise City. Eric rubbed his chin. Paradise City had 5,000 soldiers, and he only brought 500 guards. Moreover, half of their ammunition had been spent in the recent battle. Chasing them risked falling into an ambush, so it was best not to pursue desperate enemies. Moreover, it was now deep night, and the soldiers were exhausted from battle and mentally fatigued. Therefore, the priority was to establish a foothold at the factory. As for Paradise City, he would decide after returning to the base. Eric ordered the soldiers to eat some combat rations to replenish their strength and to reinforce the defensive works at the factory entrance. Meanwhile, he entered the workshop, where assembly lines came into view. Due to the lack of power, most of the assembly lines were idle, except for 2 rudimentary ones powered by diesel generators. At this moment, over 30 people were working. Seeing the heavily armed, unfamiliar soldiers enter, they knelt down in fear, trembling uncontrollably. Eric looked at the assembly lines. The 2 active lines produced firearms and ammunition. Who designed these 2 assembly lines? Eric asked. The workers pointed shakily to a man on the far right. This man was around 50 years old, unshaven, with a balding head, wearing thick glasses that suggested he had 1,000-degree myopia. Eric observed him carefully and then asked, "Did you design these?" The man, kneeling and trembling violently, couldn't speak. "Illegal, him up." Eric called 2 soldiers to assist the man. Walking up to him, he looked directly into his eyes and repeated, "Did you design these 2 assembly lines?" Yes, the man stammered, his lips trembling as if tied. Eric was delighted. This man could design and manufacture firearms and ammunition, indicating considerable skill, valuable for the base. Eric planned to set up an assembly line for producing bullets. Although this seemed redundant given his ample supply of ammunition via points, it wasn't. Only he could redeem ammunition using points, and if he weren't there and a large zombie attack or enemy siege occurred, the ammunition could run out, leaving everyone to perish. Thus, setting up a bullet production line was essential. For guns, however, it was temporarily unnecessary because guns were like fire and bullets like smoke. This fire needed to be strictly controlled by Eric. Seeing the man's terrified state, it would be hard to extract useful information from him immediately. It was better to let him calm down first. Bring them some food, Eric ordered. These were technical talents, obviously undernourished, and should not starve, lest it cause significant losses. Reporting. Randomly, a guard rushed in. Usually, guards wouldn't approach him unless something important happened. Thus, Eric quickly asked, "What's the matter?" A large number of zombies, possibly 10,000, have been spotted approaching from the south gate. Tens of thousands of zombies. The battle earlier must have attracted them. Eric frowned and ordered, "Prepare for battle. Leave 100 men at the north gate, and send the rest to support the south." The guards were highly trained, quickly preparing for battle. Eric arrived at the south gate, observing the dense crowd of zombies rushing toward the factory. Among them were several gigantic evolved zombies. Snipers take positions and target those evolved zombies. With anti-material sniper rifles, evolved zombies weren't terrifying. Eliminating them from a distance removed the threat. Their large size made them easy targets. Without the shadow of previous misses, Eric might have tried himself. Snipers took aim at the menacing heads of the evolved zombies, then pulled the triggers. Bang, bang, gun flashes erupted, bullets slicing through the air, resembling streaks of light in the night. The targeted evolved zombies' heads exploded instantly, rendering them dead. Compared to the suicidal explosions in the nunnery, this was incredibly effortless. After eliminating the evolved zombies, the regular zombies soon entered the range of machine guns. The south gate lit up with gunfire as wave after wave of zombies advanced. Most were mowed down by machine guns, and those that broke through were eliminated by automatic rifles. Gunfire echoed from the north gate, but quickly subsided, suggesting fewer zombies there. Amidst the rain of bullets, row after row of zombies fell, none breaking through the guard's defense. Eric felt relieved, thinking no major issues remained. But then, a black shadow darted from the zombie horde, moving at incredible speed, faster than any sprinter. It easily bypassed machine gun fire and dodged rifle shots. Swish! The black shadow leaped 2 meters high, clearing the guards and entering the factory. Eric realized it was a zombie. It swiftly pounced on the nearest guard, biting his neck open. Bang! Bang! Eric drew his pistol and fired twice, but the zombie evaded both shots. Its white eyes rolled wildly, its head rotating 180 degrees, suddenly springing into action again. Another guard was bitten, and it lunged at another. Eric hurriedly shouted, "Hold it down!" The guard, realizing certain death, obeyed, holding the zombie tightly as it pounced. After biting the guard's neck, it tried to pounce on another, but was tightly held by the dead guard's grip, unable to break free. Bang! 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 Eric aimed his gun at the zombie's head and fired 3 shots in succession, blowing its head apart. As the zombie's head exploded, a milky white evolution crystal dropped out. Chapter 18. Abnormal Zombie Wave. Is this an evolved zombie as well? Eric picked up the evolution crystal and examined it carefully. It was milky white, smooth to the touch, almost like sheep fat jade. Indeed, identical to the one that fell from the giant zombie's head. This was an evolution crystal. From this observation, it appeared that not all evolved zombies were of the power and defense type like the giant zombies. There were also speed-type evolved zombies, which were even more difficult to deal with compared to their power-based counterparts. But this wasn't the time to worry about that. The massive wave of zombies was still coming in waves. Eric immediately threw himself into battle, continuing to direct the guards to fight. Gunshots echoed continuously for around half an hour until they finally killed the last zombie, managing to fend off this wave of zombie attacks. Thankfully, no other speed-type evolved zombies appeared. Otherwise, they might have been in serious trouble tonight. After waiting 10 minutes without any more zombie attacks, Eric took a squad of guards and drove out of the city. Elijah knew the power-type evolved zombies had evolution crystals inside their heads, and he didn't want to waste these valuable resources. Elijah, shoving aside a zombie corpse, a milky white evolution crystal came into view, which Eric happily put in his pocket. Other guard soldiers quickly found more evolution crystals as well. Eric stretched his back, rustling, randomly, footsteps, and very orderly ones at that. Not the chaotic sounds of zombies. Based on the sound, they seemed to be a few miles away. Eric's heart raced as he hurriedly returned to the factory. Even after getting back, the footsteps could still be heard, rapidly approaching the factory. How much ammo do we have left? Eric asked. Report to officer, we have less than a tenth of our original supply. With less than a tenth left and hearing those footsteps, there must be 2,000 or 3,000 people coming. Retreat. Eric didn't hesitate in giving the order to retreat. They had already expended a significant amount of ammunition dealing with the zombie wave, so they wouldn't stand a chance against a large-scale human attack now. However, retreating like this left a bitter taste in his mouth. Elijah ordered his men to take the workers from the assembly line, along with 2 lathes, and then gave the command, destroy the lines. As for the prisoners, they would be left to fend for themselves. With that done, Eric led the troops swiftly out through the north gate. Just 20 minutes after the zombie wave, humans arrive. It's too coincidental. Could the zombie wave have been lured here by them? But who are they? In the car, Eric pondered. A name popped into his mind, Elijah Haven City. Using zombies to attack and deplete our ammo, and then launching their assault. What a cunning plan. But what was Elijah Haven City's objective here? Seeking revenge for Neil? Impossible. The only thing worth their effort must be those assembly lines. Well, you'll be disappointed, Eric thought to himself. The lines are gone, and I've taken the engineers and lathes. Once we return to base, we can reassemble the production line. This realization made him feel considerably better. Back at the factory, 2,000 soldiers from Elijah Haven City marched in, led by Bogdan. Stepping over the countless zombie corpses, they entered the factory without encountering any resistance. Bogdan had already guessed that Eric had retreated. Elijah rushed into the factory building, only to find the assembly lines completely destroyed. Enraged, he stormed to where the factory soldiers were imprisoned. His cold gaze swept over the bound men before shooting one of them, turning him into a sieve with several shots. You bastards, why didn't you resist longer? Now with the crucial assembly lines destroyed, he didn't know how to explain this failure when he returned. The sky was barely brightening as the 1-kilometer-long wall came into view. Eric let out a sigh of relief. They were finally back. Getting out of the car, a modified SUV, he sighed again. If only we had enough fuel, we could use all the vehicles outside instead of relying on foot travel. Among those brought back to base were the workers who produced guns and bullets. After some inquiry, he learned the designer of the assembly lines was named Sebastian, originally the chief technical engineer of the factory. Eric looked at Sebastian, a middle-aged man showing signs of a midlife crisis. Sebastian, right? Sebastian trembled nervously. Yes, sir. Eric asked, are you stuttering? Sebastian was extremely nervous. I'm not stuttering. Eric stroked his chin, unconvinced. This isn't stuttering. Your words are tangled like a grandma's yarn. Sebastian quickly explained, I'm just nervous, afraid. Oh, talking like this is so taxing, Eric thought uncomfortably. Thud. Slapping the table, Eric felt depressed, even affecting his own speech. Taking a deep breath, Eric continued, I'm not going to kill you. Why are you so nervous and afraid? Have some water first. If you keep stuttering, I'll cut your tongue out. Sebastian gulped down a large mouthful of water, loosened his facial muscles, and then took a deep breath. Eric watched sideways, impressed by his professionalism. Someone unaware might think he was preparing to deliver a tongue-twister performance. Sir, I'm ready. Eric leaned back slightly, surprised by the transformation. Sebastian's voice was now clear and resonant, rivaling a professional broadcaster. Tap, tap, tap. For a moment, Eric forgot what he was going to say. Eventually, he remembered. That, Sebastian, I didn't bring you here to strip and behead you, but because of your skills. I want you to design a bullet production line for the base. No problem. Sebastian beamed, clearly excited about the task, and his voice became even more powerful and steady. All right, designing a production line, not auditioning for a radio host. Eric frowned, unable to tolerate Sebastian's overly enthusiastic speaking style. Sebastian couldn't revert back instantly. Yes, sir. I'll speak properly. Sigh. Eric sucked in a breath, clenching his fists. Elijah wished he could zap this guy. Nick Shi, who was waiting outside, quickly ran in upon hearing his name. Sir. Eric pointed at Sebastian. Arrange accommodations for him and select a site for the factory construction. Yes, sir. Nick Shi turned to Sebastian, smiling. What's your name? Sebastian. Nick Shi was momentarily stunned by the loud response and glanced at Eric, wondering what was wrong with this man. Eric waved him off, urging Nick Shi to take Sebastian away. After Nick Shi left, Elvin entered. Report, sir. We lost 16 men in total. Eric nodded. He already knew through the system. Several of those losses occurred during the zombie wave, which he now believed was orchestrated by Elijah Haven City, as no other major force existed nearby. Inform Gaylord to expedite the training of the Arrow Special Ops. I want to see what kind of creature Elijah Haven City really is. A cold light flashed in Eric's eyes. Now that they were enemies, they must be prepared for elimination, whether it was Hanley, Neil, or Elijah Haven City. Hashtag Chapter 19. Another evolution. At the training ground of the base, Gaylord stood ramrod straight, like an unopened treasure sword, with his sharpness contained within. After nearly half a month of rest and recuperation, he, who had once been sallow and emaciated, now had rosy cheeks and bulging muscles. His entire demeanor was robust and full of energy. In front of him, 15 carefully selected guardsmen were undergoing endurance training runs, each carrying 30 kilograms of weight. For the 5 kilometers, no one took more than 22 minutes. If this were to be done by ordinary people who didn't exercise regularly, just carrying 30 kilograms for a few hundred meters would likely be difficult, let alone long-distance running. This clearly demonstrated how physically fit the guardsmen were. Gaylord nodded, finding the results satisfactory enough. Elijah pondered whether to increase the intensity of their training. Gaylord. Brendandenly, a familiar voice called from behind. Gaylord turned around to see Eric. Continue with the obstacle course. Gaylord instructed the soldiers before walking towards Eric with a smile. Eric Xiaoluo. Eric asked impatiently, how's it going? Gaylord flipped open the notebook in his hand and said, "No issues with physical fitness so far. Next, we'll focus on combat skills training. How long will it take at the minimum to train them fully?" Eric was anxious because he was waiting for these men to gather intelligence about Paradise City. Elijah wasn't sure if the base could produce special forces after upgrading to level 3. If it could, there would be no need for such rigorous training. However, upgrading the base to level 3 was quite challenging, requiring a population of 50,000. Despite daily searches for survivors, the current population was still under 10,000, far from the target. At this rate, upgrading to level 3 might take half a year. After some consideration, Gaylord cautiously replied, "The shortest time, 3 to 4 months. Training had only begun less than 5 days ago." Achieving basic physical fitness was possible because the guardsmen were all bioengineered humans with naturally good physical fitness. To train them into qualified special forces, more time was needed. 3 to 4 months was already the most compressed timeline Gaylord could provide. Typically, training a regular but intelligent young man into a quasi-special forces member required 18 months. 3 months as a recruit, 3 months for physical training, 6 months for various skill training, and 6 months for specialized skills. For the 15 guardsmen, who already possessed excellent physical fitness, familiarity with firearms, and basic combat skills, the training period could be shortened to 4, or even 3 months. Even then, they would still only be quasi-special forces. Becoming elite special forces would require an additional 3 months. 3 months. Eric felt a sense of disappointment. This was far beyond what he had hoped for. Unfortunately, unlike system-generated training which could be completed in less than an hour, achieving goals through training always took more time. Seeing Eric's disappointment, Gaylord sighed, "It's already very fast." Eric waved his hand, "I understand. You should continue training them." With that, he left the training ground. Back at the mobile base, Eric retrieved 6 evolution crystals. If necessary, he could consume the evolution crystals himself to enhance his physical abilities and personally scout Paradise City. However, he wondered how much his body could be strengthened with 6 evolution crystals. Elijah drew in a deep breath, then stopped thinking about it, picked up a crystal, and swallowed it. As usual, it melted immediately upon entering his mouth, flowing into his abdomen. Intense pain spread through every cell of his body, but not as much as during the first enhancement. With mental preparation and increased pain tolerance from the previous enhancement, he did not scream out in agony this time. Still 3 minutes, and the pain subsided. Without hesitation, Eric swallowed another crystal, welcoming another wave of pain. 3rd crystal, 4th crystal, 5th crystal. Within 20 minutes, only 1 crystal remained. Another deep breath, and Eric swallowed the last crystal. Now, he felt no pain. It wasn't numbness but rather the extreme physical improvement brought by the previous 5 crystals. His ability to withstand pain had also significantly improved. The 6th crystal took only 1 minute, possibly due to faster energy absorption. Exhaling heavily, Eric slowly opened his eyes, immediately smelling the same foul odor as before. In an instant, he flashed into the bathroom, faster than when he had encountered speed-type evolved zombies at the factory. After washing up and changing clothes, Eric flashed in front of a mirror. There was little change in his appearance, probably because he was already looking as handsome as possible. Clenching his fists, he felt immense strength. Looking at the desk, he lifted the 70-kilogram table effortlessly with just his pinky finger. Even power-type evolved zombies couldn't match this strength. Excited, Eric dashed out of the base, arriving at the city wall. Elijah gazed up at the 4-meter-high wall. The guards watching him wondered, "What is the commander doing?" Randomly, Eric drew in a deep breath, bent his legs, and pushed off with his thighs. Bang! The concrete pavement cracked from the powerful force. Eric leaped high, far surpassing the 4-meter mark, leaving the guards staring in shock. Oh no, too far. Thud. Eric flew over the wall, landing outside without considering his landing technique. Dust flew everywhere as he hit the ground. The shocked guards rushed over, opening the gate to check on Eric. They feared what would happen if the commander were injured. As the dust settled, Eric stood tall, waving to reassure the guards that he was fine. Elijah then strode past them back into the base. The guards examined the 2 round indentations in the ground and looked at Eric's muddy buttocks, understanding exactly how he landed. Yet, they dared not laugh. Base residents greeted Eric as he walked past, but seeing the fresh mud on his rear, they wondered, was the commander out for a picnic? Of course, they didn't dare say anything or alert him. Just then, Gaylord's wife passed by with little Melody. She exclaimed, "Uncle Luo, you have so much mud on your bottom." Eric froze, then vanished like a gust of wind. Wow, Commander runs faster than a rabbit. Yeah, he'd definitely win a gold medal at the Olympics. Not just a gold medal, he'd break records. Rushing into the mobile base, Eric covered his face with both hands. Oh no, all the respect I've built up is gone. Knock knock knock. A knock sounded at the door almost immediately. Eric shouted, "Who is it?" "It's me, Commander Nikki." Nikki's voice came from outside. "Wait a moment." Eric changed into clean pants and sat down at his desk. "Come in." Nikki entered and said, "Commander, I heard you fell down. Are you okay?" Eric's expression tightened. "You came here just for that?" Nikki shook his head rapidly. No, Commander. I didn't come for that. During today's registration, a man named Bogdan, who claimed to be the vice mayor of Paradise City, wanted to find you. Hashtag Chapter 20. Bogdan's visit and military intimidation. Elijah Haven City's Bogdan. A flash of sharpness crossed Eric's eyes. Elijah hadn't even sent anyone to investigate Elijah Haven City, but they had proactively dispatched someone to find him, and it was Bogdan. "Where is he?" Eric asked urgently. Nikki looked somewhat embarrassed and said, "Elijah arrived very early this morning. I happened to be busy, so I left him in my office drinking tea." Drinking tea. Eric's excitement was evident. Well done indeed. Let him enjoy his tea. Take me to see him quickly. Led by Nikki, Eric reached the office. Through the window, he saw Bogdan with an ominously dark expression. Elijah faintly heard him mutter, "Damn, stood up?" Huh. Eric almost laughed out loud, patting Nikki on the shoulder. "Well done." Creak. Bogdan's anger had almost reached its peak. Upon hearing the door open and seeing Eric enter, his fury exploded. Slapping the table and standing up, he roared, "Eric, is this how you treat your guests? How dare you disrespect us from Elijah Haven City? Do you know how many men we command? 5,000. Believe it or not, we can crush your base." On Eric's side, noticing that Bogdan showed no signs of bruises or injury, he glanced at Nikki, puzzled. Wasn't he supposed to be drinking tea? Nikki muttered. This time, drinking tea really meant just drinking tea, not for comfort. Eric looked at him speechlessly, sighing. "I just praised you. All right, go out. I'll talk to him." Nikki exited, leaving Eric alone with Bogdan. Seeing Eric chatting with his subordinate as if ignoring him, Bogdan was thoroughly enraged. His face flushed red, breathing heavily. He nearly crushed the ceramic teacup in his hand out of fear of cutting himself. Eric turned to him, observing his state, and remarked sarcastically, "Oh Bogdan, what happened to your horse-like face? Who angered you like this? Come tell me. I'll definitely reward them." "You." Bogdan felt his lungs about to burst from rage. Elijah hurled the teacup at Eric, but after 7 physical enhancements, Eric saw the action in slow motion and effortlessly caught the flying teacup. "What a pity. This is valuable porcelain," Eric commented while crushing the cup in his hand. Porcelain powder slid from his fingers, and he smiled at Bogdan. Bogdan was taken aback. Manually crushing a teacup required immense strength. Brendan pressing his anger forcefully, his expression gradually calmed down. Elijah sat back on the sofa, crossing his legs. "Commander Eric, I have witnessed your way of treating guests." Eric half sat on the table, pointing at Nikki outside, who was idly doing nothing, and smiled. "Actually, he forgot. Don't worry, I'll reward him properly." The tea Bogdan just sipped spewed out as he angrily stood up. Calm down. This guy is too dangerous. Better be cautious," Bogdan silently reminded himself before slowly sitting back. Eric felt incredibly pleased, teasing, "Envoy Bowen, do you mind if I call you that? Your silence means no objections." Without waiting for Bogdan's response, Eric continued, "Honestly, I like the factory visit where you were announcing orders with a megaphone." Bogdan took deep breaths, trying to calm himself. "Commander Eric, I'm not here to bicker. The factory incident has been reported to our city lord. To avoid unnecessary bloodshed, he dispatched me to negotiate. If you agree to our conditions, Elijah Haven City will coexist peacefully with your base and even develop together." Eric countered, "What if I don't agree?" A cold light flashed in Bogdan's eyes. Elijah sneered, "If you don't agree, our city lord will personally lead 5,000 troops to flatten your base." Eric inwardly scoffed but kept it hidden, asking, "What are the conditions?" "The first condition, return Sebastian and the other workers you took from the factory, along with the 2 CNC machines. Second condition, 10,000 bullets and 100 grenades as compensation. As long as you agree, Elijah Haven City and your base can live in peace and thrive together." As Bogdan spoke, he carefully observed Eric's expression, which remained unchanged, making him uneasy. 10,000 bullets, 100 grenades. Eric stroked his chin and then looked at Bogdan. 100,000 bullets, 1,000 grenades. 100,000 bullets, 1,000 grenades. Commander Eric agrees. Bogdan was elated, thinking he'd achieved more than expected. But Eric's next words shattered his joy. 100,000 bullets, 1,000 grenades, 30,000 people, plus Hanley and Neil. Give all these to me, and we can live in peace. "You!" Bogdan couldn't suppress his anger, slamming both hands on the table. "You've completely offended Elijah Haven City. Wait until I report to the city lord. 5,000 troops will obliterate your base." After saying this, he stormed off, but Eric blocked his path. Startled, Bogdan tried to appear calm. "Why, Commander Eric, aren't you letting me go?" Eric smiled. As the saying goes, never kill the envoy during a military conflict. Relieved, Bogdan began to leave, but Eric stopped him again. "But that's an ancient saying. I'm modern." Elijah hearing this, Bogdan stepped back hastily, looking at Eric in fear. His gun had been confiscated upon entering the city. Eric could easily kill him. Haha. Seeing Bogdan's terrified look, Eric's eyes were full of disdain. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. I still need you to deliver a message to your city lord. But first, let me show you something." Eric gestured for Bogdan to follow, who dared not disobey. Soon, they arrived at the training ground where a guard squad was training. Bang! The sound of anti-material sniper rifles startled Bogdan. Next came machine guns, assault rifles, various firearms were being used. Eric smiled. "I have 100 such squads." As he finished speaking, Elvin brought over 900 guards marching in perfect unison, standing tall and exuding confidence. Their presence filled Bogdan with dread. These are professional soldiers. Their equipment and skills far surpass those of Elijah Haven Army. Elijah Haven Army only has numerical superiority, but against 1,000 highly trained soldiers equipped with superior weapons, they stand no chance. Bogdan was stunned. Before, he thought Eric was a reckless brute, but now he knew he was wrong, terribly wrong. Eric dared to be so arrogant because he had the power. Eric sneered. "So, Envoy Bowen, do you agree to my conditions now?" Bogdan clenched his fists inside his sleeves, a glint flashing in his eyes. "I will report Commander Eric's conditions faithfully." Eric laughed genuinely. This was the effect of true power. If he didn't have his well-equipped guards, Bogdan would have been even more arrogant. Initially, Eric planned to destroy Elijah Haven City through war, but now he reconsidered. As the ancestors say, winning without fighting is the best strategy. Chapter 21. Canteen Bowanager Caden. Bogdan didn't leave that day. Instead, he asked Eric to allow him to stay at the base for a few days so he could tour it thoroughly. Logically, after being intimidated by such powerful military forces, Bogdan should not dare to cause any more trouble. Eric agreed to his request and had Nikki arrange an extremely luxurious toilet view room for him. Though Eric thought Bogdan didn't have the guts to cause trouble, he still had Nikki assign people to monitor him just in case. Over the next 2 days, Bogdan wandered through the residential and agricultural areas of the base, but was denied access to the industrial and military zones due to their top-secret nature. Late one night, at Nikki's office, a black shadow flashed past the window, startling Nikki. Is this a ghost? Considering that a real biohazard crisis had occurred, encountering a ghost seemed plausible. Click. The door slowly opened, causing Nikki's hair to stand on end. His Adam's apple bobbed as cold sweat poured from his forehead, clearly very tense. Elijah stared at the door while cautiously moving toward the window, ready to leap out if necessary. The door opened to a third, and a foot clad in white slowly appeared. Rustle. Brendandenly, a gust of wind blew across the windowsill, stirring the potted plants. Ah! Facing such a terrifying scene, Nikki couldn't help but scream in terror, leaping out of the window. Unfortunately, the height was insufficient, and he tripped over the windowsill, landing face first with a thud. Eric entered the office and saw this, momentarily stunned. Was Nikki practicing diving? It seemed they needed to build a swimming pool at the base. Seeing how anxious Nikki was, treating the windowsill as a diving board and the cement ground as a pool must have hurt a lot. Elijah, are you okay? Eric called from the windowsill. Elijah hearing this, Nikki turned around and sighed in relief upon seeing Eric. Oh, it's you, sir. I'm fine. Nikki got up, wiped the blood from his nose, and shook his dizzy head. Next time, he'd stick to sliding. If he kept jumping like this, he'd be a ghost himself soon. Sitting on the office chair, Eric handed Nikki a pack of wet wipes. Clean yourself up. Thank you, sir. After cleaning up, Nikki asked drowsily, Sir, did you come here for something? What? Is it unusual for me to visit late at night? You don't seem too happy about it, Eric teased while twirling a pin in his fingers. Elijah hearing Nikki's slightly resentful tone, Eric explained, Of course not. Sir, can you please stop appearing so suddenly and scaring me like that? It's really bad for my face. Smothering a laugh, Eric nodded. I was a bit careless this time. Let's get down to business. I want to know what Bogdan has been up to these past few days. That? Sir, you didn't need to come personally. I plan to report to you tomorrow. Bogdan toured the residential and agricultural areas without incident except for one encounter with Caden. Who's Caden? With so many residents, Eric only remembered a few names. Caden left no impression on him. Caden is part of the first group to join the base. Elijah's a level 1 chef responsible for the cafeteria. The guards' meals and even your daily meals are prepared by him, Nikki answered without hesitation. Responsible for the cafeteria? Eric stroked his chin thoughtfully. All right, I'll leave you alone. Where does Caden live? Caden lives in residential area 1, building 3, floor 5, Nikki replied after a moment's thought. With this information, Eric vanished into the night like a shadow. Sir, that jump and speed are beyond me, Nikki marveled. Instead of returning to the mobile base, Eric found a vantage point near Bogdan's luxurious single room. The luxurious single room was a small cottage, roughly the size of a public restroom. Originally designed as 2 restrooms, David Troy thought it might affect feng shui and abandoned the idea but didn't demolish them. They remained unused until they were used to host Bogdan, now considered a VIP angel. Focusing intensely, Eric suddenly caught a whiff of something foul. Glancing sideways, he realized it came from the public toilet, completely forgetting the toilet view room aspect. After 10 minutes of surveillance, seeing no movement from Bogdan and nearly fainting from the stench, Eric decided to investigate Caden's residence instead. As he stood in the hallway, he could hear Caden's thunderous snores. This qualifies as disturbing the peace. Eric muttered. Knock, knock, knock. Elijah knocked for almost a minute, but Caden's snoring drowned out the noise. Seeing this wasn't working, Eric climbed up to Caden's 5th floor balcony in seconds. Luckily, the balcony door was open. Lighting a candle, Eric entered. Despite the base having power, electricity was limited and reserved for essential equipment. Residents had to rely on candles or oil lamps at night. In the master bedroom, surrounded by snoring, Eric saw Caden lying in bed. Elijah's certainly living proof of the saying. Big face, thick neck, you're either rich or work in the kitchen. Taking a breath, Eric slapped Caden's buttock. Smack. The snoring stopped abruptly. Startled awake, before Caden could scream, Eric stuffed his own sock into Caden's mouth. It's me, don't shout. Recognizing Eric by candlelight, Caden jumped off the bed in fear. Ugh ugh, muffled by the sock. Only muffled noises escaped. In the living room, Eric sat on the sofa, eyeing Caden. Standing there nervously, Caden wondered why Eric was here, especially considering the slap he received. Had he been caught stealing food from the cafeteria? Thinking this, Caden dropped to his knees, crying. Sir, I know I was wrong. I was just so hungry. Please forgive me this once. I won't do it again. Looking up at Eric, seeing him calm, he was puzzled. Not that? Could it be about me and Balian? Elijah quickly explained, Sir, that day, Balian and I did something romantic in the cafeteria when no one was around, but we truly love each other. Eric calmly watched him, but his inner thoughts were far from calm. This guy is quite something. Not only does he steal food, but he also gets romantic in the cafeteria and claims it's true love. Elijah wasn't a 3-year-old child. Of course, he knew what Caden meant by romantic. However, this wasn't the reason for his visit tonight, and he wouldn't bother with such minor issues. Leaving them to Nikki was enough. Eric stroked his chin, maintaining a composed expression, and said, I know about the situation. Be more careful next time. Regarding your romantic moments with Balian, avoid public places as it doesn't look good. As for the food stealing incident, if you do your job well, I'll talk to Nikki and get your daily rations doubled. The translation maintains the original tone and style while ensuring it reads naturally and fluently in English. The paragraph structure and line breaks have been preserved as requested. Hashtag chapter 22. Turning the tables. So, the commander didn't know about the food stealing and the romantic things. Caden was startled at first, but then felt delighted. Elijah, but commander really has a heart as vast as an ocean. After finding out what I did, he didn't blame me but doubled my rations. I'll definitely work harder in the future and not let him down. Thank you, commander. Your magnanimity is as vast as the sea, but after just one sentence, Caden ran out of words. Brendandenly, he got a clever idea and came up with some unique compliments, like a bull's kidney, like braised pork that holds immense energy. Stop. Eric quickly interrupted him. If he kept going, it would be like having a full Bowenchu and Han banquet. Elijah needed to get to the point. Caden, I came here today to confirm whether you've had any contact with Bogdan over the past 2 days? Bogdan? Caden thought back and recalled, you mean that Paradise City envoy? Yes, he approached me and said if I wanted wealth and luxury, I should go to him when everyone was asleep in the middle of the night. Oh, did you go to him? A sharp gleam flashed in Eric's eyes as he leaned back on the sofa, hands resting on the armrests. No, I'm too lazy for that. What do I care about wealth and luxury? I live well enough in the base. Besides, Caden looked at Eric with a fawning expression. I have such a great commander. This is a blessing accumulated over many lifetimes. I wouldn't want to leave. Eric raised an eyebrow. This guy sure knows how to talk. Elijah immediately agreed. Your food rations will be doubled. Really? Thank you, commander. Thank you, commander. Caden was overjoyed. With double the rations, both he and Balian could finally eat their fill. Returning to the main topic, Eric continued. Do you know why Bogdan approached you? Caden shook his head vigorously. No idea. Eric's ears twitched slightly as his gaze scanned the surroundings to ensure no one was eavesdropping. Then he lowered his voice. Officially, Bogdan is an envoy, but in reality, he's a spy sent by Paradise City to sabotage us. His goal is to weaken our military strength so that the Paradise City army can break through our defenses. But I don't yet know how Bogdan plans to cause trouble. Therefore, I need you to approach him, find out his plan, and report everything to me. Are you willing to do this? Caden was shocked upon hearing this. Bogdan was actually a spy trying to sabotage the base, which made him furious. The base was so good, and for triple the food, he couldn't stand anyone who wanted to ruin it. Elijah nodded quickly. Commander, I'm willing. Eric smiled approvingly. Good, I didn't misjudge you. Once the task is complete, your rations will increase 5-fold. However, remember not to let Bogdan suspect anything. I'll leave now. Remember, I never came here today. Caden watched Eric jump out of the window, determined to uncover Bogdan's true intentions, for the base, for Balian, and for that 5-fold ration. After leaving Caden's place, Eric proceeded to Gaylord's family residence. Knock knock. Who is it? Gaylord opened the door and saw Eric. Bayleadle Eric Luo, please come in. Without wasting time, Eric went straight to the point. I'm here today because I have a task for you. Over the next few days, keep an eye on Bogdan. I've arranged for the canteen manager Caden to probe him. If Caden is loyal to the base, protect and assist him secretly. If he shows signs of betrayal, report it to me immediately. Gaylord nodded. Mission accepted. Good, then I'll take my leave. Eric patted Gaylord on the shoulder and left immediately. The next day, at the canteen. The canteen wasn't open to all residents, but only to the guard troops. Regular residents would receive raw ingredients and cook their meals. Currently, during the training hours, the canteen was nearly empty, with only Caden and the chefs bustling around. At this moment, Bogdan entered the canteen. Seeing him, Caden dismissed the serving auntie and took over personally. Bogdan smiled at him. A breakfast, please. Caden quickly served him a meal, then whispered quietly so only they could hear. Ambassador Bowen, you said last night when everyone was asleep, I'd find wealth and luxury by visiting you. Is that still valid? Bogdan glanced at Caden with surprise. Elijah had waited all night and assumed the plan was a failure. But now there was hope, and he nodded at Caden. Caden also nodded back with a smile. Deep into the night, as the base inhabitants slept, a plump figure sneaked into Bogdan's luxurious single room. Bogdan had been waiting and smiled upon seeing the visitor. Sit down. It was Caden. Elijah sat across from Bogdan, eagerly asking, Ambassador Bowen, tell me quickly, what wealth and luxury awaits? Don't rush, have a cup of tea first. Bogdan handed Caden a cup of tea, smiling. Caden sipped the tea, then said, I've had the tea. Now Ambassador Bowen, please hurry up. If the guards catch me here at midnight, I'm doomed. Even if the guards don't find me, other residents might, and they could report me to Ezekiel, who would inform the commander. I'd be dead either way. Seeing Caden's impatience, Bogdan didn't keep him guessing. You must have guessed the reason for the midnight meeting. I won't hide it anymore. I want you to poison the food of the guard troops and Eric. If successful, once my Paradise City army arrives, we'll eliminate Eric, and you'll become the new base commander. Ah. Caden appeared startled, his voice trembling. Ambassador Bowen, are you joking? This is more serious than breaking base rules. And as the canteen manager, if the guards or the commander were poisoned, I'd be the first suspect. By the time your army reaches, I'd already be dead. Find someone else for this. As Caden tried to leave, Bogdan grabbed his arm. Bogdan lifted his shirt to reveal a dagger, gripping the handle. Don't worry, I don't need you to act immediately. Just promise, and I'll leave the base tomorrow for Paradise City. I'll request the city lord to station 5,000 troops near the base, but hidden from Eric. At the signal of 3 gunshots, you poison the food. The moment the poison takes effect, my army will attack. Caden saw Bogdan's move, cold sweat pouring down his face. Brendan pressing his fear, he forced calmness. So, if I help eliminate Eric, I'll be the base commander? Bogdan nodded solemnly. I will never go back on my word. Caden gritted his teeth, stomped his foot. All right, fortune favors the brave. I'm in. To be honest, I've always wanted to kill Eric. On the day of the virus outbreak, my mother and I came to seek refuge. Because she said something unpleasant, he shot her in the head. To survive, I endured humiliation and cooked for him daily, often thinking of poisoning his food? Caden mixed lies with truth, becoming more agitated. Bogdan was startled and quickly covered his mouth. Quiet down. Seeing Caden nod, he loosened his grip and consoled. I didn't expect Eric to be so ruthless towards an elder. Don't worry, soon, your vengeance will be exacted. Translation provided, maintaining original paragraph structure and line breaks as requested. Chapter 23, Preparations ahead of time. With Caden's heart-wrenching, almost Oscar-worthy performance, Bogdan was thoroughly convinced that Caden's words were heartfelt. Elijah couldn't help but inwardly rejoice. It truly is the will of heaven. Eric would never have imagined that the person who cooks for him every day harbors such deep hatred towards him. My poisoning plan has a success rate of at least 80%. Bogdan then reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a small bottle containing white powder. Elijah handed it to Caden and said, this is the poison. It's colorless and odorless when mixed into food. Keep it with you. Remember, 3 gunshots are the signal. On that evening, you will administer the poison. By dawn the next day, the guard army and Eric will be incapacitated, and that's when our Paradise army will launch the attack. Caden took the glass bottle in his left hand, examined it briefly, then extended his right hand and said, rest assured. I'll do an excellent job. Nice doing business with you. Bogdan shook his hand and replied, nice doing business with you. The plan was set. Without lingering further, Caden bade farewell to Bogdan and left the place. As he walked away, he cast a serious and determined glance back at Bogdan, as if ready to meet his fate. Watching Caden leave, Bogdan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with a cruel light. Eric, I will make you pay tenfold for the humiliation I've endured. Time passed quickly, and by the next day, Bogdan found Nikki early in the morning, asking him to lead him to bid farewell to Eric. At that moment, Eric was inspecting the guards patrolling the city walls. Seeing Nikki leading Bogdan over, he stopped his work and waited for them to approach. Soon, the two arrived close to Eric. Nikki stepped forward and said, Commander, Ambassador Bowen requested that I bring him here to say goodbye. Eric nodded and turned his gaze to Bogdan, saying, is the food or lodging not to your liking that makes you want to leave so early? Bogdan forced a smile and said, the food and lodging are fine. It's just that I have a mission and need to return to report Commander Luo's terms to the city lord. So, I can't stay any longer. Eric replied, very well, since that's the case, I won't detain you. Nikki, take Ambassador Bowen to get his vehicle. Yes, Nikki responded and led Bogdan toward the base parking lot. Meanwhile, Eric loudly reminded from behind, don't forget, 10,000 bullets, 1,000 grenades, and Uncle Neil and Nephew Hanley. Bogdan acknowledged it repeatedly. At that moment, his lips moved subtly. If Eric had seen, he would have likely beaten Bogdan right there. After Bogdan left the base, Eric immediately summoned Gaylord, Caden, Nikki, and Elvin. Caden reported everything Bogdan had told him yesterday verbatim. Elijah hearing this, Eric sneered and said, Bogdan sure thinks big, but he doesn't realize that everything is under my control. Commander, I have something to say, Gaylord suddenly spoke up. In front of everyone, calling Eric Bayleadle Eric Liu might create a bad impression, so he also addressed him as commander. Eric looked at him and said, go ahead. Gaylord glanced at Caden and said, last night, I heard Caden mention that commander, you killed his mother on the day of the virus outbreak. Elijah hearing this, all eyes turned to Caden, confusion evident on their faces. Caden, attending such a high-level meeting for the first time and being scrutinized by the base leadership, felt extremely nervous and involuntarily swallowed hard. Eric rubbed his chin, recalling the events of that day. Elijah only killed one person, a stubborn old woman. Could this old woman be Caden's mother? If that were the case, Caden remained indifferent even as his mother was killed right before his eyes and showed no sign of hatred whenever facing him. This Caden must have very deep intentions. Thinking about this, Eric felt a chill run down his spine and looked at Caden. Seeing this, Caden was tense but defiant. I did it to gain Bogdan's trust. That bitter, unreasonable old woman means nothing to me. I just couldn't come up with a better story at the time, so I used this material. Nikki frowned and closely examined Caden. You're really not her son? You kind of look like that old woman. Caden felt like crying but no tears came. What kind of situation was this? Just a cook, thrust into a dangerous spy mission, risking his life last night to gather intelligence, yet these people doubted him. Elijah felt more wrong than doughy. Commander, what I say is true. I don't know that old woman. I swear to heaven. If I'm lying, may I be struck by lightning and shattered into pieces. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, dark clouds gathered in the sky, thunder rumbled, and flashes of lightning lit up the heavens. Caden collapsed to the ground, bitterly muttering, mischievous heavens, you're playing too rough. All right, stop teasing him. Eric, through this incident, basically confirmed that Caden wasn't a traitor. Elijah was simply too amusing, almost making Eric laugh aloud. Brendan pressing his laughter, Eric thought, in that case, we should prepare a grand show for Paradise City, ensuring they never return. It would take some time for the base forces to reach Paradise City. Eric guessed that the Paradise City Lord wouldn't launch an immediate attack, so it would be at least 3 to 4 days before the Paradise Army attacked. Using this time, Eric didn't waste a moment. Elijah added a defensive wall in front of the city gate and mounted 50 light machine guns on its walls. When the Paradise City troops attacked and broke through the outer gate, they would enter this trap, like fish in a jar. At that moment, the 50 machine guns would emerge from the battlements, firing full blast, far more effective than ancient soldiers with bows and arrows. Additionally, Eric instructed the guard army to dig tunnels from inside the city walls to both sides outside. These tunnels led to pits large enough to hold 300 soldiers each, well concealed. Once the Paradise Army entered the trap, the 600 guards hiding in the pits would ambush them, blocking their retreat. Brendan's preparations would ensure total annihilation of the Paradise Army. In Paradise City, is what you say true? A tall man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking out the window. Standing at 1.80 meters, he had a slender build and a 2 centimeter scar on his face. Every word is true. The base has thousands of firearms, countless bullets, and highly trained soldiers. Our army may have numerical superiority, but I believe we cannot match the guard army head-on, let alone in a siege. Therefore, I bribed the base cafeteria manager, Caden, to poison them the day before our attack. Caden has a vendetta against Eric for killing his mother, so the success rate is very high. Bogdan stood respectfully behind the man, who was none other than the city lord of Paradise City, Jerry. Jerry lit a cigarette, took a few puffs, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Turning around, he looked at Bogdan. You've done well. Let's proceed with this plan. Pass the order. Open the pleasure quarters for 3 days, letting our men eat, drink, and enjoy themselves. We set out in 3 days.
Yes.
Bogdan replied and exited the room. Upon reaching the door, his face lit up with joy and malice. Eric, I'll let you live a few more days. Bogdan went to the training grounds, where thousands of soldiers were drilling. Seeing him, they stopped and shouted in unison, Deputy City Lord Bowen. Bogdan waved his hand and announced loudly, by order of the City Lord, the pleasure quarters will be open for 3 days straight. We set out in 3 days. Roar. The soldiers cheered wildly, their shouts echoing throughout Paradise City. They were excited not because of the upcoming campaign, but because of the 3-day extravaganza at the pleasure quarters. There, they would find delicious food, abundant drinks, and captured women, a luxurious feast of debauchery. The civilians in the city, however, felt no excitement over Bogdan's announcement and the cheers of the Paradise Army. Instead, most of them trembled slightly, gritted their teeth, and clenched their fists tightly. This was not because they were excluded from the pleasures within. It was because the food and drinks inside were what they had risked their lives to find, and the women subjected to these beasts' whims were their wives, daughters. They hated it, deeply and profoundly, but their hate was all they could muster. They ate only one meager meal a day, their bodies gaunt and weak from hunger, with no weapons in hand. So they could only endure the oppression of these beasts, lacking the strength to resist. Hearing that the Paradise Army was setting out on another campaign, they couldn't help but secretly sigh for the soon-to-be afflicted place, feel pity for the men who would suffer, and lament the fate of the women inside. At the same time, they cursed in their hearts the beastly Paradise Army, the damned Bogdan, and the thoroughly evil Jerry, wishing he suffered 1,000 deaths. It wasn't because they weren't included in the pleasure quarters. Rather, it was because the food and drinks inside were things they had risked their lives to obtain, and the women for those beasts to ravage were their wives, daughters. They hated it deeply, but all they could do was hate. They only ate one meager meal a day, their bodies reduced to skin and bones from hunger, and they possessed no weapons. So, they could only endure the oppression of these beasts, lacking the strength to resist. Hearing that the Paradise Army was setting out on another campaign, they couldn't help but secretly sigh for the place about to suffer, pitying the men and women there. At the same time, they cursed the beastly Paradise Army, the damned Bogdan, and the dragon Jerry, who deserved to be cut into 10,000 pieces. The civilians in the city did not share any excitement regarding Bogdan's announcement, or the so-called cheers of the Eligehaven army. Instead, most of them trembled slightly, gritted their teeth, and clenched their fists tightly. It wasn't because they were excluded from the pleasure quarters. Rather, it was because the food and drink inside were items they had risked their lives to obtain, and the women who were subjected to these beasts' abuse were their wives, daughters. They hated this situation deeply, but their hatred remained impotent. They ate only one meager meal a day, were gaunt from starvation, and had no weapons in hand. Thus, they could only endure the oppression of these beasts, lacking the strength to resist. Upon hearing that the Eligehaven army was preparing for another campaign, they couldn't help but silently sigh for the soon-to-be stricken place, feel pity for the men and women there, and inwardly curse the beastly Eligehaven army, the damned Bogdan, and the dragon who deserved worse than death itself. Chapter 24. Repelling the Eligehaven army. The 3 days of revelry quickly came to an end, and the pleasure den closed its doors. Bowenese soldiers of the Eligehaven army were still reluctant to leave, but military orders are unyielding. Led by City Lord Jerry and his deputy Bogdan, the 5,000-strong Eligehaven army marched grandly toward the base. After half a day's march, they finally reached their destination. The size of a 5,000-man contingent made it extremely easy to spot. Finding a concealed location was not simple. By the time they found a suitable encampment, dinner time had passed. They could only rest for one night before launching their attack the next day. The following afternoon, dark clouds gathered in the sky, as if a sudden downpour was imminent. Redundantly, 3 gunshots rang out from outside the base. They finally arrived. Inside the mobile base, Eric's half-closed eyes snapped open, a sharp glint flashing through them. Elijah immediately dispatched a small guard squad to investigate, but instructed them to only conduct a cursory probe, playing their roles completely. Elijah then convened Elvin, Ryan, Anchor, Harrison, and Brevin. Once everyone was assembled, Eric said, proceed according to the original plan. After dinner, Elvin and Ryan will each lead 300 men through the tunnels to the hiding spots on both sides of the city. Anchor will be in charge of light machine guns, while Harrison will manage ammunition supply to ensure there's enough ammunition. Brevin, you'll take the rest to guard the base in case of any emergencies. Elvin, Ryan, Anchor, Harrison, and Brevin replied in unison, yes. With tactical assignments settled, Eric went to the cafeteria. Chef Caden and his team were busy preparing meals. Upon seeing Eric enter, Caden greeted him respectfully. Sir? Eric said, did you hear those gunshots? Caden nodded. I heard them, 3 shots. Eric, with a serious expression, said, remember your role here. Caden understood what Eric meant. Straightening up, he responded earnestly, sir, please rest assured. I, Caden, will always remain loyal to the base. His tone then changed. Besides, I've already handed over that bottle of poison to you. Eric teased. Who knows if you're holding anything back? And as you said, we have a maternal killing grudge. Hearing this, Caden anxiously explained, sir, I did it all to deceive Bogdan. How could a sour and malicious old woman give birth to someone like me, who is so honest and adorable? Eric smiled and shook his head. Just messing with you. Go ahead and finish up. The dark clouds in the sky grew closer, almost within reach. It seemed a storm was brewing, but Eric had prepared a sturdy shelter to withstand it, one that could not only block the storm but also evaporate the cold rain with its heat. Time ticked by, and soon it was early morning the next day. 3 kilometers from the base, 5,000 Elijah army troops gathered, brimming with high morale. They were about to invade a place abundant in food, weapons, and women. Once inside, everything would belong to them. City Lord, there haven't been any guard troops on the wall since last night. It looks like Caden has succeeded. Let's launch the attack, Bogdan excitedly said, holding a pair of binoculars. Jerry took the binoculars and confirmed what Bogdan had said. There wasn't a single soldier on the walls. Lowering the binoculars, he surveyed the soldiers and declared loudly, Eric's, the base's army has been poisoned and poses no threat now. Sappers, prepare. Once at the gate, blow it open, and then rush in together. Remember, first clear the guards and seize their weapons. Capture Eric alive. Afterward, the women in the city are free for you for 3 days. City Lord, invincible. City Lord, wise. All Elijah army soldiers cheered enthusiastically, as if victory was already theirs. Bogdan, you lead 2,000 men in front, and the rest follow behind. Bownarch. Although everything seemed smooth, Jerry remained vigilant. To be safe, the troops were divided into 2 groups. If something was amiss, he could provide support or retreat. Under his order, the Elijah army advanced toward the base. The commotion was noticeable to both residents and guards within the base. Eric heard it clearly. They've finally come. Eric's gaze turned cold. Elvin and Ryan were already lying in wait outside the city on both sides, and Anchor and Harrison were ready. All they needed was for the enemy to enter the trap. The footsteps and animal-like roars of the Elijah army soldiers grew louder. Soon, Bogdan led 2,000 men to the city walls, seeing no movement. His excitement doubled. It really worked. Eric, just wait. Sappers, step forward and blow the gate open. Yes, sir. 2 Elijah army sappers planted explosives on the gate. Boom. The powerful explosion tore a large hole in the gate. The Elijah army rushed in, eager to enjoy the city's pleasures. Within minutes, 2,000 soldiers entered, but there was no sight of wine, food, or women. Just another wall and gate in front of them. Bogdan felt a sense of dread. The next moment, his fears were confirmed. Footsteps and the sounds of loading guns reverberated from the wall. Bogdan screamed in terror, retreat. But it was too late. 2,000 Elijah army soldiers looked up to see 50 guards holding 50 light machine guns, pointing directly at them. Before panic set in, rat-a-tat-ta, 50 machine guns fired simultaneously, sending a hail of bullets into the Elijah army soldiers trapped in the enclosed space. The confined area offered no cover, and screams filled the air. Bogdan was the last to enter, and the first to realize something was wrong. Elijah dashed out, only to be met with despair. Charge! The roar was bone-chilling, and the 600 guards surged from hidden passages, AK-47 rifles aimed at the enemy. Eric's orders were clear. No survivors. Rat-a-tat-ta. A barrage of bullets engulfed Bogdan and his men before they could even beg for mercy. Seeing the unexpected resistance from afar, Jerry knew it was a trap. Elijah ordered a hasty retreat, abandoning Bogdan and the 2,000 soldiers. Report, 1,627 enemy soldiers killed, 24 wounded, and 349 captured, Elvin reported after counting. Eric showed no emotion. Burn the bodies for fertilizer. Imprison the survivors. Elijah didn't spare them out of magnanimity, but because the base needed more people. If they hadn't committed heinous crimes, they could be reformed into new residents. However, this decision would have to wait until after capturing Elijah City. For now, prisoners were held, and food was conserved as much as possible. Elijah watched as the remnants of the Elijah army fled. This group was larger than the one led by Bogdan. Elijah speculated that this must be the contingent personally led by the city lord of Elijah City. Amadeus, you guard the base well? Elijah did not dispatch troops to pursue them. Instead, he spoke to Amadeus and then leaped from the 4-meter-high wall, landing steadily on the ground before sprinting off at an incredible speed to chase after them. Chapter 25, Creating Trouble. After being enhanced by 7 evolution crystals, Eric's physical attributes reached an incredibly high level, comparable to a certain captain in sci-fi blockbusters. Whether it was speed or strength, he had already surpassed the human limits. Following their tracks, he quickly caught up with the fleeing Elijah army. A rough count showed that there were about 3,000 men. These 3,000 Elijah army soldiers were divided into 4 battalions, closely guarding 3 all-black SUVs. Brendanch-type protection could only be for the lord of Elijah City. Even if Eric's body was at its peak, breaking through the defenses of 3,000 people would be impossible. The idea of taking a general's head among millions of troops, like picking something out of one's pocket, could only happen in ancient times. In modern society, even with just a few thousand troops and their crude firearms, it was still very difficult to break through. Imagine if it were 1,000,000 troops. The situation would be terrifying. Not even a mosquito could fly in. Eric immediately gave up on the idea of capturing the leader first. Elijah decided to stick to his original plan, to follow them to find the location of Elijah City, investigate inside, and then return to base and organize an assault. After midnight, the time turned to morning. The guards did not catch up, so every soldier of the Elijah army breathed a sigh of relief, and their defensive stance relaxed slightly. At this moment, they were passing through a small town. In an abandoned building's corridor within the town, a cold glint flashed as a sharp military knife split a male zombie's head into 2 halves. Dark blood mixed with brain matter splattered onto the walls, emitting a putrid stench. Since the virus outbreak a few months ago, while regular zombies looked only somewhat thinner from the outside, without enough fresh human flesh, their insides had already started to rot. Their brains had turned into mush, making them extremely foul-smelling. Holding his breath, Eric swiftly climbed up to the rooftop terrace. Elijah picked up a telescope and looked towards the center of the town, where the largest supermarket was located. The street leading to the supermarket was packed with zombies. If those inside the supermarket were included, there must be around 3,000 to 4,000. Adjusting his direction, Eric saw the figures of the Elijah army through the telescope. They were marching on the highway 3 to 4 kilometers away from the town. An idea formed in Eric's mind. I may not be able to take out a general among thousands like picking something out of my pocket, but can't I cause some trouble for you? With a plan in mind, Eric leaped down the rooftops like a martial arts hero in a novel, sprinting towards the direction of the town supermarket. Elijah soon stopped less than 200 meters away from the supermarket. Looking down, it wasn't too high, less than 10 meters. Eric jumped off the roof, rolled forward to absorb most of the impact, and landed safely. The sound of landing immediately drew the attention of the aimless zombies nearby. Smelling fresh flesh, they rushed towards Eric. 1, 2, 3. Counting to 3, Eric turned and ran at a pace that allowed the zombies to pursue him but not catch up. If someone had a drone or was flying overhead, they would see a peculiar scene. One person running ahead, followed by thousands of zombies. Not only was the person not scared, but they occasionally turned back to ensure no zombie fell behind. Eric's goal was clear, the Elijah army. About 15 minutes later, he could faintly see the figures of the Elijah army, indicating that Eric and the zombies had covered nearly 3 kilometers. However, after 7 enhancements, Eric didn't even know the limit of his stamina. So, running 3 to 4 kilometers left him breathing normally, heart unperturbed, and completely unruffled. Meanwhile, the numerous zombies moved like tireless machines, not showing any signs of fatigue. Soon, Eric was only 500 meters away from the Elijah army. Elijah picked up a stone, threw it, and then abruptly changed direction, bursting to full speed, disappearing from the zombies' view. The horde was now drawn by the overwhelming scent of fresh flesh, leaving Eric behind and charging straight towards the Elijah army. Bang! The thumb-sized pebble hit a Elijah army soldier square on the head, knocking him unconscious and bleeding. People around looked in the direction the pebble came from and immediately noticed the incoming horde of zombies, causing them to panic. A wave of zombies. Someone reacted promptly, shouting loudly, which alarmed the other Elijah army soldiers. But the zombie wave was too sudden. By the time they reacted, the zombies were right before them. Bang bang. Flames spewed from the gun muzzles, killing the approaching zombies. But more zombies kept coming, overwhelming the front lines. Soon, Elijah army soldiers were being torn apart by the zombies' bites. Screams echoed through the air as the remaining Elijah army members fired their guns while retreating, trying to create distance between themselves and the zombies. Seeing this from the Antionemer, Jerry poked half his body out of the sunroof. Elijah observed that the zombies were attacking from the left side, and the front 2 ranks on the left battalion were already dead, with more zombies rushing towards the 3rd rank. All units, stay calm. Spread out the right battalion and evenly join the left and right battalions. Jerry quickly regained composure and began directing the army. Under his command, the right battalion spread out and merged with the left and right battalions, extending the battle line. This allowed the rear soldiers to advance and fire without risking injuring their comrades in front. Within tens of seconds, the Elijah army's combat efficiency doubled. Thus, after the 3rd rank of the left battalion was overrun, a formidable defensive line was established. The zombies fell in waves, unable to advance further. Within half an hour, all the zombies were killed, their bodies littering the road and surrounding fields. Observing from the shadows, Eric couldn't help but admire, this lord of Elijah City has some skills. In this battle, the Elijah army lost nearly 300 men. Adding the 2,000 lost during the base attack, they had now lost 2,300 men, a significant loss for Jerry, who lacked the system. It truly felt like losing both wife and soldiers. Failure is your forte. Your death is fine, but you've cost me so many men. Scanning the remaining soldiers, Jerry clenched his fists. Compared to Eric, he hated Bogdan more. If not for Bogdan, he wouldn't have launched the attack, leading to this outcome. However, hating Bogdan was futile since he was already dead, and Eric's forces were too powerful. Even with 5,000 troops, he wasn't a match. Now, with only half his army left, the situation was dire. There was nothing left to do but return to Elijah City and regroup. Jerry ordered the continuation of their journey. With only 2,000 troops left, the Elijah army continued moving forward while Eric kept following. The sun set in the west, and the moon rose in the east, signaling nightfall. Eric followed the Elijah army into a forest, proceeding along a narrow path. Then he saw a hidden city amidst the trees. It looked more like a fort, with cliffs on either side and a 20-meter concrete wall in the middle. From the outside, it seemed spacious inside. As Eric pondered how to infiltrate the Elijah army to enter Elijah City, he suddenly noticed a Elijah army soldier detach from the group and enter a bush alone. Eric quickly followed, hiding in the branches of a large tree and looking down. The soldier was relieving himself, giving Eric an idea. Swish! The sound of the wind rustled, and the Paradise Army soldier, who was urinating, suddenly felt a chill on his back. Then someone patted him on the shoulder. Instinctively thinking it was a comrade trying to spook him, he immediately said, "What's up? Can't you see I'm peeing? Watch out, or I might get you wet." Eric patted his shoulder again and said, "Guess who this is? Who cares who you are?" The Paradise Army soldier zipped up his pants, turned around, and saw Eric's face and attire. His eyes narrowed slightly. "Your outfit looks familiar. Isn't that the uniform of the base guard army?" "Good job, brother. You managed to steal a guard army uniform." "Hold on, wait. Didn't we flee before the fight even started? How did you?" The Paradise Army soldier realized something was amiss and immediately questioned Eric. Eric smiled faintly. "Because I'm Eric? What? Luo?" The Paradise Army soldier's eyes widened in shock and fear. Opening his mouth to shout for help, he didn't manage to utter a sound before Eric's hand blade struck his neck, knocking him unconscious. Eric whispered softly, I need to borrow your clothes. In a few quick movements, he stripped the Paradise Army soldier of his uniform and put it on himself. After doing so, Eric glanced at the unconscious soldier on the ground, his expression cold, and then stomped on his neck, snapping it, because only the dead would never talk out of turn. Chapter 26. Infiltrating Paradise City. Wait for me. Eric emerged from behind the bushes, having changed his clothes. Just to be safe, he smeared his face with yellow mud. The other Paradise Army soldiers didn't suspect him but asked curiously, why did you come out of the bushes? What were you doing in there? Was there a woman inside, haha? Relieved that he wasn't recognized, Eric smiled and replied, no women, but there's plenty of yellow stuff. Do you want some? Yellow stuff, like gold? Brendanra, absolutely, definitely, must have it. Even if gold isn't useful now, it might be later. A tall soldier said as he started walking towards the bushes. Eric immediately grabbed him and teased, don't rush. Once we get into the city, you'll find plenty of gold in the latrines. Haha, so that's what you mean by yellow stuff. Gold indeed. Laughed my head off. Prince, if you need any, just ask me. Free supply, hahaha. The Paradise Army soldier nicknamed Prince, upon hearing this, looked mortified, giving Eric a vicious glare before falling silent. Eric merely laughed it off, not minding. His infiltration into the Paradise Army went smoothly, which boosted his spirits. Elijah entered Paradise City without any obstacles, even more pleased. As expected, after entering the city gates and walking less than 50 meters, the view opened up, revealing a vast space. What a naturally fortified place, Eric thought, comparing it to the base. Paradise City had a strategic location with cliffs on both sides of the entrance, leaving only about 20 meters wide in the middle. Guarding this gap ensured safety within. Moreover, the internal space was very spacious, with clean water sources and enough room for tens of thousands of people. Even if they couldn't feast fully, they wouldn't starve. Residents here should be living well, Eric thought. However, as he ventured deeper, he realized he was wrong, terribly wrong. The residents were gaunt and malnourished, their eyes filled with exhaustion and fear. They were all men. Eric felt puzzled. No women here? The residents showed no signs of welcoming or excitement when the Paradise Army returned. Instead, their weary eyes revealed fear and a flash of hatred. Eric noticed this detail and glanced at the Paradise Army soldiers, who were robust and well-fed. This contrast made him realize that Paradise City was indeed heaven for the soldiers, but hell for its ordinary residents. As the parade reached the city square, Eric saw a man standing on a platform. Over 6 feet tall, he sported a scarred face. Eric guessed, this must be the Lord of Paradise City. Jerry cleared his throat and said, Eric's, we've worked hard. Though we lost, it was because we fell for Eric's tricks. When we regain our strength, we'll strike back and kill Eric to avenge Vice Lord Bowen. While speaking, Jerry observed the soldiers' reactions. Seeing no emotional response, he clenched his fists, silently cursing them. Then he continued, enough talk. Eric's are tired. So, I declare 3 days of access to the Joy Cave to let everyone relax. Elijah hearing this, the previously dispirited soldiers erupted into cheers. Watching this scene, Jerry gritted his teeth. Damn, if you weren't useful, I'd feed all of you bastards to zombies. The Paradise Army soldiers cared little for the dead, including Vice Lord Bowen. They only cared about their own lives and enjoying them to the fullest. What's this Joy Cave? Eric wondered, feeling clueless despite joining in the cheering. It was the first time he heard of it. Soon, he arrived at the so-called Joy Cave with many Paradise Army soldiers. As the name suggested, it was a natural cave filled with food, barrels of alcohol, and naked women. Now Eric understood why there were no women outside. They were all confined here. The Joy Cave was a place where these beasts indulged. Truly, it was Paradise City for them. Though sympathetic to these women, Eric couldn't help them now. First, he lacked the power. Second, he had more important matters to attend to without exposing his identity. Elijah could only wait until he returned with the Guard Corps to destroy the Paradise Army and rescue these unfortunate souls. Unable to bear watching the atrocities, Eric left the Joy Cave alone. It was nighttime when Eric arrived at the area where ordinary citizens lived. The stench was unbearable. The conditions were worse than pigsties, yet the residents slept soundly, possibly too hungry and exhausted to care. Getting information from these civilians at this hour was impossible. As Eric prepared to leave disappointed, a Paradise Army patrolman approached. Eric grinned and greeted him. Eric, have a smoke? Elijah took out a pack of cigarettes, offering one to the patrolman. Recognizing Eric as a soldier from his attire and build, the patrolman accepted the cigarette and lit it, inhaling deeply before exhaling a cloud of smoke. Nice. Eric's demeanor won the patrolman over. Elijah asked, why aren't you in the Joy Cave? This place stinks. Isn't it uncomfortable? Eric shrugged. Can't always stay in the Joy Cave. It's tiring. Besides, with so many people, infections can spread easily. For my health, I need moderation. Haha, not many people think like you anymore. No one knows if they'll see tomorrow's sun, so why bother? The patrolman laughed. Eric chuckled in agreement and turned to the real question. Do you know how many people live in Paradise City? The patrolman took another puff and glanced at Eric, finding it strange but not suspicious. Bay-leaking Eric, he answered, including us, there should be around 30,000. Why do you ask? Just curious, Eric replied with a wave of his hand. Do you think the Lord will recruit soldiers from these people given our losses? The patrolman shook his head. No chance. These people hate us. Even if the Lord wants to, he wouldn't dare. If they became Paradise Army soldiers, they could turn against us anytime. Too risky. Eric inwardly rejoiced. Seems like this Paradise City has little support. Good. No need to worry about civil resistance when attacking. Thinking of this, he asked one last question. Aren't there 2 strong guys named Neil and Hanley? Why weren't they part of this campaign? The patrolman stubbed out his cigarette. Good question. They just joined, and the Lord didn't trust them, so he didn't bring them along. And speaking of why our Paradise City ended up clashing with Eric, it all started because of Hanley. The patrol soldier explained the reason behind the conflict between Paradise City and the base with a gleeful expression. With such huge losses this time, that father and son duo, Neil and Hanley, are in for a rough time. Eric asked in surprise, father and son? Weren't they uncle and nephew? The patrol soldier chuckled. Do you think an uncle would risk offending someone like Eric just for his nephew? Let me tell you, Hanley is actually the son of Neil and his sister-in-law. This was news to Eric. No wonder Neil hadn't chosen to abandon Hanley during the siege at the factory. They were truly father and son. It made sense now. Eric followed up. Do you know where these two father and son live? The patrol soldier didn't suspect anything about Eric's interest in their residence. Elijah assumed Eric was merely curious and wanted to see them. Pointing toward a small house, he said, see that? The second to last building. Following his finger, Eric saw that a room still had candlelight inside, casting two silhouettes on the window. Chapter 27. The Death of Hanley. Having obtained the intelligence he wanted, Eric left on a pretext and headed straight for Neil and Hanley's residence. As soon as he arrived at the door, he heard their voices inside. Finished. We're finished. Eric is so powerful that out of the 5,000 Elijah Havenly Paradise troops sent out, only half came back. We are doomed. Now, not only will Eric not let us off, but Jerry might also blame us for this loss. Eric recognized Neil's voice. Uncle, let's run. Hanley's voice followed. Neil replied, run? Can we even escape? The valley where Elijah Havenly Paradise City is located has only one exit, heavily guarded by troops. Do you think we're in some TV drama where we are martial arts experts who can pass through an army unscathed? Hanley said, but, should we just wait here to die? Neil sighed. What else can we do now? If only you hadn't provoked Eric, we wouldn't be in this situation. You arrogant and reckless fool, with no respect for anyone. How did you not inherit my fine genes? I seriously doubt you're my biological son. Hanley retorted. Who knows? Baunib, I really am my father's biological son. Enough. Neil raised his hand but hesitated, ultimately unable to bring himself to hit him. These two really are peculiar. Since you know your fate, I'll send you both to your deaths right now, Eric thought, murder flashing in his eyes as he was about to charge in to kill them. But just then, a Elijah Havenly Paradise City guard patrol approached. To avoid exposure, Eric temporarily gave up on killing Neil and Hanley, quickly hiding in the shadows. Elijah watched from afar, puzzled. Why are they coming here at night? The 8 guards were all armed, looking decidedly unfriendly. Reaching the door to Neil and Hanley's house, the captain kicked it open. Their conversation abruptly stopped as fear spread across their faces upon seeing the guards. The captain coldly announced, the city lord wants to see you. Follow us. Before Neil and Hanley could agree, 4 soldiers rushed in, forcibly detaining them. With guns pointed at their heads, they dared not resist, meekly following the guards. It looks like Jerry is planning to deal with them. Let's follow and see, Eric surmised. Elijah trailed behind the Elijah Havenly Paradise City guards until they reached a 2-story villa built into the mountain, offering a panoramic view of the entire city. The guards led Neil and Hanley into the villa. To stay safe, Eric waited outside. After about 30 minutes, Neil emerged, utterly despondent, supporting a bruised and battered Hanley. Seeing their condition, Eric could already imagine what transpired inside. Neil and Hanley returned to their bungalow, with Eric closely following. About an hour later, they left the bungalow heading towards the city gate. Eric immediately followed them. At the city gate, Neil spoke briefly with the guard and handed him a note. The guard examined it and opened the gate, letting them leave. Jerry didn't kill them. He exiled them from Elijah Havenly Paradise City. Though, it's nearly the same as killing them. Outside, there are zombies everywhere, and they have no weapons, with one injured. It's like ordering takeout for the zombies. But anything can happen. I can't rest easy unless I see you dead myself. Plus, I've gathered enough information and should leave this hellhole. Next time, I'll come back with my army and storm Jerry's villa. With that thought, Eric deliberately exposed himself, walking to the city gate where the guards stopped him. Who are you? Eric smiled. Eric, I'm under orders from the city lord to follow those two, and Elijah made a slicing motion across his neck. You get it. The guard suddenly understood, patting Eric on the shoulder. Oh, I see. I thought the city lord would let them go easily. Eric, be careful. Meeting zombies in the dark isn't fun. Finish the job and return soon. Whether the guard was truly naive or intentionally compliant, he believed Eric's explanation. The gate opened, and Eric quickly followed Neil and Hanley into the darkness. Watching Eric disappear, the guard sneered. Elijah seems so happy, probably thinking he's been favored by the city lord. In the dark with zombies everywhere, sending him after those two is no different from sending him to his death. Elijah won't be coming back. Following closely, Eric kept Neil and Hanley in his sights. They were ahead of him, making it incredibly easy to kill them. But he wasn't in a rush. Neil's forehead dripped with cold sweat as the darkness around him intensified his fear. Any small noise startled him, though he still had a flashlight providing a bit of light. Bang! Brendandenly, something unknown flew through the air, smashing his flashlight, plunging them into complete darkness. Eric hid nearby, smirking. Elijah had knocked the flashlight away with a stone. Though the darkness affected him too, it wasn't severe. After 7 physical enhancements, he could still see within 100 meters using the faint moonlight. Neil was terrified without any light, sweating profusely. Hanley was dazed, relying entirely on Neil's support to stand, oblivious to the fear. Rustling noises surrounded them from all sides. Ah! Neil screamed uncontrollably, pushing Hanley away and fleeing frantically. Even in dire situations, a parent might abandon their child. Eric stepped out slowly, approaching the dazed Hanley. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. Brendandenly regaining consciousness, Hanley flailed his arms, but when he felt no attack, he lowered them cautiously. Upon regaining clarity, he saw the bright moon and stars above, grabbing handfuls of wet grass on the ground. Elijah realized his current predicament. "Uncle," Elijah called out, receiving no response. Struggling up despite the pain, he looked around but found no sign of Neil. Instead, he saw someone he would never forget. "Eric? Eric?" His voice trembled more than when facing zombies. Panicking, he scrambled to flee, but after barely running a dozen meters, Eric appeared again in front of him. A ghost. Hanley continued running, but regardless of which direction he went, Eric always intercepted him. "You're not human, you're a ghost." Hanley screamed in terror. "No more games," Eric thought, his eyes filled with murderous intent. His figure flashed past Hanley, grabbing his neck and lifting him high. "Die!" Snap. Hanley's neck broke, his life fading away, his body going limp like a pile of mud. Eric tossed Hanley's corpse aside without a second glance and pursued Neil's direction. Chapter 28. Close combat evolved zombie. Clouds obscured the moon, making the world even darker. Hoot hoot hoot. The continuous calls of owls rendered the night even more terrifying. Neil heard the terrified cries from Hanley behind him and dared not turn back. Stumbling and faltering, he had no idea how far or for how long he had run. Now exhausted, he could fall at any moment. After gritting his teeth and running a little further, he finally couldn't hold on anymore and fell flat on his face with a thud. Randomly, the clouds dispersed, revealing the bright moon. Neil rolled onto his back to gaze at the white moon, gasping for breath. At that moment, a meteor streaked across the sky, giving Neil an eerie premonition that something was about to happen. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The sound of rapid footsteps reached his ears. Elijah turned his head and saw, under the faint moonlight, 6 or 7 figures swaying towards him. Zombies. Neil's fear surged as he struggled to get up and flee. However, already exhausted, there was no way he could outrun these zombies. Soon enough, they caught up and pounced on him. At such close range, he could even see the meat fragments between their teeth. "Ah!" Neil's scream echoed through the dark night, but quickly turned into a gurgling sound as his throat was bitten through by the zombie, blood spurting out from his mouth. Swish swish. Randomly, a figure darted past, severing 3 zombie heads in an instant. Another flash of cold steel, and the remaining 3 zombies were dispatched. Just as Neil felt relieved, the person revealed himself. Eric. Seeing Eric, shock filled Neil's eyes. "This man should not be here. Hanley is dead, and now it's your turn. But seeing you like this, I've decided not to kill you directly. Instead, I'll turn you into a zombie, an aimless, wandering zombie. You'll either be chopped to pieces when encountering humans someday or wander pointlessly forever." Eric's voice was low but clear. The shock in Neil's eyes transformed into endless hatred, yet his pupils suddenly shrank, his body trembling uncontrollably, his limbs twitching, and the blood oozing from his neck wound turning dark red. Eric stepped back, maintaining a distance. Elijah had seen this scene many times before. It was the struggle before zombification, typically leading to imminent death. Less than a minute later, Neil's eyes turned grayish-white, his pupils shrinking to tiny dots, and the blood from his wound became thick and dark red. At this point, Neil could no longer be called human. He was now a zombie. The zombie Neil suddenly lurched forward, clawing toward Eric, who easily dodged. Hanley was dead. Neil turned into a zombie, and the information about Paradise City was obtained. It was time to return to the base. However, traveling at night was dangerous and likely to lead one astray. So, Eric found a place to rest until dawn. Eric found a massive tree that 3 people couldn't encircle together, with sturdy branches perfect for resting overnight. Lying on the branch, he gazed at the moon and stars above, gradually falling asleep. Bang bang bang. Gunshots startled Eric awake. It was daytime now, and the blinding light took him a while to adjust to. Looking around, he saw several wandering zombies beneath the tree, likely attracted by the smell of fresh flesh. What's going on with those gunshots? Bang bang bang. As he pondered, more continuous gunfire rang out. I'll go check. Driven by curiosity and confident in his abilities, Eric decided to investigate. Following the sounds, Eric ran swiftly. The gunshots grew clearer until a scene unfolded before him. A human team of about 20 to 30 women, each armed with guns. Especially notable was the leader, a very beautiful woman with large eyes, a high nose, naturally pink lips, and a pair of legs that made even the well-behaved Eric swallow hard. But these women seemed to be in trouble. Facing them was a gigantic evolved zombie whose thick fat layers defied their bullets. "What do we do, Brenda? This zombie isn't like the others. Our bullets can't penetrate it," one woman exclaimed anxiously. The beautiful captain looked resolute, her teeth clenched. "No matter what, we can't run and cannot lead this monster into the valley. We must protect the residents." "Yes, ma'am." Their resolve impressed Eric, deciding he needed to help but timing was crucial. Bang bang. "The ammo's all gone, Brenda." "Me too. I have no bullets left either." With no ammunition left, despair filled their faces, yet none chose to flee. They seemed ready to make the ultimate sacrifice. Thump thump. Each step the evolved zombie took shook the ground. Charging straight for the captain, she sensed the foul odor, glanced at her comrades, closed her eyes, and waited for death. "Brenda!" Elijah's teammates shouted, running toward her, but the evolved zombie was unstoppable. As it swung its massive fists towards her, they watched helplessly. Just as they despaired, a figure shot out of the forest, blocking the captain. In front of her teammates' eyes, the figure single-handedly caught the zombie's fist and kicked it squarely in the belly. This act seemed futile to them, expecting the man to be flung away. Yet, against all expectations, the zombie flew back 3 meters, slamming heavily into the ground. The women stared in disbelief. The man, holding a military knife, charged at the zombie, plunging it into its thick layer of fat. This wasn't due to the knife's sharpness, but the man's immense strength. Elijah then pulled back, slicing open the zombie's belly. Dark red blood flowed out, exposing intact organs, unlike ordinary zombies. The evolved zombie roared and thrashed wildly, trying to crush this small human. However, the man overpowered it effortlessly, his speed evading every clumsy punch. Dodging one final blow, the man sliced down on the zombie's neck, embedding the knife completely. With a powerful swipe, clank, though his knife hit the spine, it sliced through like cutting through iron. Fortunately, his immense strength allowed him to sever the bone. The narrative shifts to the aftermath of the intense battle, setting the stage for further interactions between Eric and the survivors. Chapter 29. The Valley of Daughters. The evolved zombie's head, separated from its body, still had its mouth open and eyes glaring at the man. Eric showed no mercy and sliced through the giant zombie's head with another strike, killing it completely. As the skull split open, Eric's previously sharp military knife now bore several notches and lost much of its edge, clearly demonstrating how tough the bones of the evolved zombie were. But the man did not care about that. He was more interested in what was inside the evolved zombie's head. Using the heavily damaged military knife to pry around inside the evolved zombie's head, he extracted a milky white crystal and wiped it clean. The sight left the 20 or so women watching agape. They had just witnessed this man kill a giant zombie, which even their bullets couldn't penetrate, with nothing but a military knife. Was this human strength? The beautiful woman who led them, as the captain, though shocked, quickly composed herself. She stepped forward, curiously glanced at the milky white evolution crystal in the man's hand, and extended her hand with a friendly smile. Thank you, my name is Lauren. Eric put the milky white crystal into his bag, carefully scrutinized Kimura before him, and finally shook her hand. Eric? Indeed, it was Eric who had acted. Elijah only intervened after the women ran out of ammunition, considering it safer. The fat on the giant zombie is thick and solid. Our bullets can't penetrate it, yet you killed it with just a military knife. How do you have such immense strength and speed? Lauren leaned closer to Eric, speaking in a voice only the two could hear. Is it related to the crystal that dropped from the giant zombie's head? But your power far exceeds that of a giant zombie. You must have used many of those crystals. Did you eat them directly, or is there some special method? Eric couldn't help but respect Kimura's intelligence. With just these details, she had deduced quite a bit. Even if she guessed correctly, Eric wouldn't admit it. Alleging them didn't mean he had to reveal all his secrets. You are out of ammunition now. Encountering zombies will be very dangerous. Go back to the shelter quickly. With that, Eric turned to leave. Then, Lauren called out, Elijah, wait. Eric looked back to see what she wanted to say. Wait a moment. You saved our lives. We don't have much to thank you with, but why don't you come back to our valley and let us show our gratitude by hosting you? Lauren's face was sincere, showing no ulterior motives. Yes, if it weren't for you, we would have died at the hands of that beast. Come back to the valley for a meal, please. That's right. This is the first time Antong has invited a man. The other women chimed in one after another. Facing their heartfelt invitation, Eric frowned slightly, thinking for a while. Considering how these women were willing to sacrifice themselves for the safety of others in the valley, he believed they probably had no hidden agenda. If they did, with his skills, he was confident he could escape. Deciding this, he agreed. All right. Actually, Eric had his own intentions. Elijah wanted to find out how many people were in the valley and, if the population was substantial, consider recruiting them to join the base to boost its numbers. Things are going smoothly. With someone as strong as Eric joining the Valley of Daughters, our strength would greatly increase. We wouldn't have to fear such giant zombies again. Seeing Eric agree, Lauren's eyes sparkled with surprise. Inviting Eric was also part of her own calculations. Thus, Eric followed Lauren and her group to their hidden vehicles. They had 3 trucks, and despite being pickup trucks, they managed to fit all 20-some people, albeit snugly. Amidst the group of women, Eric felt their smooth skin and smelled the fragrance of their hair. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, women always seemed cleaner than men. If he were among men, the smell would likely be entirely different. What do you mean by valley? Eric asked curiously. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lauren turned back to look at him. The full name of the valley is Valley of Daughters, and it is our sanctuary. Valley of Daughters? Eric pondered, finding the name peculiar. Is it related to the women's churchyldom from Journey to the West? Lauren laughed. The Valley of Daughters is the Valley of Daughters, and the women's churchyldom is the women's churchyldom. They are unrelated. If I must draw a comparison, perhaps they are somewhat similar. Somewhat similar? Eric remained puzzled. Lauren smiled mysteriously. You'll see when we get there. The Valley of Daughters wasn't far from their starting point, only 7 or 8 kilometers away. Without traffic, it took them about 20 minutes to arrive. Built using natural terrain, the Valley of Daughters was fortified, but its materials and defensive capabilities were far inferior to those of Paradise City. Its walls and gates were made of wood, effective only against ordinary zombies. For evolved zombies or surviving humans, they would be useless. As they neared the city, the guards recognized Lauren and immediately opened the gate, allowing the convoy to slowly drive in. Inside, Eric noticed that all the soldiers were women, and the residents of the Valley of Daughters were predominantly female. This helped him understand why it was called the Valley of Daughters. Elijah observed everything in the valley, noting that although it was not as harmonious and peaceful as the base, compared to Paradise City, it resembled an idyllic paradise. People inside cultivated crops, but due to the small area and limited arable land, the produce was insufficient to feed the residents, requiring nearly daily excursions for food. Brendan, Eric had a question but hesitated over how to address Lauren. Calling her Miss Brendan seemed odd, Miss Brendan too disrespectful, and her full name seemed too distant. Lauren, perceptive as she was, noticed Eric's hesitation and smiled. Call me Antong, and I'll call you Eric Gaston. How does that sound? Of course, no problem, Eric replied, smiling. Antong, how many people live in the Valley of Daughters? Lauren thought for a moment. We haven't counted exactly, but roughly about 10,000. 10,000. Eric raised an eyebrow, feeling a sense of accomplishment. This Valley of Daughters was worth cultivating. 10,000 people wasn't a small number. The base currently only had a little over 10,000 residents, and upgrading it to level 3 required 50,000. After returning to the base, he planned to lead an army to Paradise City, bringing back all 30,000 of its residents, thus having 40,000 in total. If the 10,000 from the Valley of Daughters joined as well, they would meet the upgrade requirement of 50,000. I wonder what kind of person manages the Valley of Daughters. Eric mused, asking aloud, Antong, could you introduce me to the founder of the Valley of Daughters? Ha ha ha. Lauren heard his request, and continued to cover her mouth with a light laugh without answering. Eric's heart sank, wondering if she was unwilling to introduce him to the manager of the Valley of Daughters. Noticing Eric's furrowed brows, Kimura sitting next to him smiled and explained, our Valley of Daughters doesn't have a formal manager. If we must identify one, it's right here. Chapter 30. Bowanager Lauren. How could Eric not understand such a clear hint? Elijah looked at Lauren with surprise and joy. Lauren smiled slightly and nodded, acknowledging that she was the manager of the Valley of Women. Eric scratched his head awkwardly and said, so you're the manager of the Valley of Women, Ella? I didn't recognize you. Lauren waved her hand and laughed. To be precise, I'm just one of the managers. It would be impossible for me to run the Valley of Women so efficiently on my own. We need all my sisters here, so everyone is truly the manager. Sister Ella, you're too modest. Indeed, Sister Ella, without your strategic leadership, how could our Valley of Women have developed so well? Yes, yes. The women around them chimed in one after another. Eric thought to himself, unsure if she was genuinely modest or feigning humility, but her words certainly won over the others. Meanwhile, the vehicle stopped in front of a house. The women got out one by one, and Eric followed suit. The house before him was entirely built of wood. Though it lacked the precise beauty of modern architecture, it exuded an ancient charm that Eric found appealing. Lauren gestured towards the door and said, this is my residence. Eric Gaston, please come in. Eric crossed the threshold unhesitantly and entered the house. The smell of fresh wood filled his nostrils, invigorating him. Not only was the house made of wood, but the furnishings inside were also crafted from wood, tables, chairs, and more. Eric Gaston, please sit. None of the other women came in, leaving only Eric and Lauren in the room. Eric sat by a square table, and Lauren poured him a glass of water before sitting down herself, resting her chin on her hands as she gazed at him. Eric, who was quite thirsty, picked up the glass to drink when he noticed Lauren staring at him intently. Unsure whether to drink, he put the glass down and asked, is there something on my face? Lauren continued to look at him without embarrassment, and replied, no. Eric felt puzzled and asked, then why are you staring at me? Haha. Of course it's because Eric Gaston is handsome. To be honest, I've seen many good-looking men, but this combination of a youthful and rugged man is the first I've encountered. You're really impressive. If it were an ordinary girl, she would probably blush and avoid speaking or find an excuse. However, Lauren had a straightforward and frank personality. She said what she thought without reservation. Eric touched his nose. Elijah believed Lauren's words. He knew he was very handsome. If he were a woman, he'd be entranced by himself. Good eye. Elijah wanted to blurt out this sentence, but decided to be humble instead and said, thank you. During their conversation, footsteps approached the door, and the women who had returned earlier came in. They wore clean clothes and carried various dishes, fruits, grilled meat, bread, and more. Eric could smell the aroma from afar. Seeing the food laid out, Eric couldn't help but swallow, having eaten compressed rations for days. To say he wasn't craving these dishes would be a lie. Seeing Eric's reaction, Lauren chuckled. It seemed no one could resist the allure of delicious food, even if they were powerful. These are the only dishes available in the valley. Eric Gaston, don't mind, Lauren said with a smile. Eric quickly replied, under the current circumstances, such a feast is already fantastic. How could I mind? That's good, Lauren gestured. Please enjoy your meal then. Waiting for this invitation, Eric tried to restrain his eagerness. Elijah kept his eyes on Lauren since, as a guest, he shouldn't start eating before the host did. Besides, he needed to be cautious about any potential ingredients added to the food. Noticing Eric hadn't started, Lauren understood his concern and immediately began eating all the dishes under his watchful eyes. Eric thought, it seems I was unjustly suspicious. After confirming the food was safe, Eric ate heartily. Had Lauren not been present, considering his reputation, the food would have vanished within minutes. Is your remarkable strength because of that item dropped from the giant zombie's head, similar to White Jade? Amidst his enjoyment, Lauren suddenly asked. Eric paused mid-action, looking at Lauren, then swallowed the mouthful of food. You invited me here for this? If I don't tell the truth, will she force it out of me using her home field advantage? Humph, he thought. Asterisk though one man cannot defeat two fists, I can still escape if necessary. If she gets aggressive, I'll take her hostage, strike at the king first, and see if her sisters care about her life. Asterisk. Elijah shook his head. No. Contrary to expectations, Lauren didn't change her expression much. Instead, she said with disappointment, it looks like I was mistaken. Elijah's reaction surprised and disappointed Eric. Asterisk, why does she react like this? Looks like brute force won't work. Asterisk. There was silence for a while. Allah. Eric Gaston. They spoke simultaneously, colliding heads. Eric quickly said, you go ahead. Lauren spoke without delay. Eric Gaston, you're very powerful, but being alone isn't sustainable. Let me be direct. Will you join the Valley of Women? Clatter. Eric's chopsticks fell to the ground. Lauren had preempted his plan to recruit the Valley into the base. Now he didn't know how to respond. Eric scratched his head, unsure how to reply. At that moment, a woman rushed in. Seeing the outsider, she held back her words and whispered something to Lauren quietly, so softly Eric couldn't hear. Lauren's expression changed drastically. After hearing Kimura, she looked visibly upset. Eric Gaston, please think about it. I have an urgent matter to handle. She then left hurriedly with Kimura. Eric was perplexed about what was so urgent, but didn't chase after her since he was only a guest. Bam! Gunshots rang out, causing Eric to drop the chopsticks he had just picked up. Elijah walked outside and heard the shots coming from the city gate. Earlier, Lauren had gone in that direction as well. Could zombies be attacking the city? This thought flashed through Eric's mind, prompting him to sprint towards the city gate. As he approached, he saw the number of female soldiers on the wall had increased several times compared to when he arrived. They were in combat stance but hadn't fired. This doesn't look like a zombie attack. It's more like an armed standoff. Could it be humans attacking the city? What forces could be around here? Elijah Havenly City? Although Women's Valley's military strength can't match Elijah Havenly City has already been severely weakened and has been running joy caves for 3 consecutive days. This is only the 3rd day. It shouldn't be Elijah Havenly City. Then what force could it be? Less than 100 meters from the city gate, Eric could clearly see Lauren's pretty face. She had her fists clenched tight, her expression one of anger. Eric leaped with a bound, jumping onto the 3-meter-high city wall, and looked out towards the outside. Opposite them were about 1,000 people, led by a man in his 20s. This man wore black clothes and trousers, had a slender build, and was somewhat handsome, though he still fell short compared to Eric. At this moment, he was staring straight at Lauren. Please note that I will continue translating subsequent paragraphs as they are provided by you. The text appears to be part of an ongoing scene, so if there's more context or additional parts to translate, feel free to share them. Chapter 31. Anton City and Ellsworth. I say, Allah, as long as you surrender and join our Anton City, I, Ellsworth, can guarantee the safety of everyone. Moreover, Allah, you can become the wife of the young lord of Anton City. Isn't that great? The young man in black stared at Lauren, his desire evident in his eyes. The female soldier beside Lauren looked furious. Without giving Ellsworth any good expression, she said coldly, Anton City is notorious for its despicable acts. You, Ellsworth, toy with women, steffing us to surrender? Dream on. Even if we die, we won't join your Anton City. TSK. What a pity. Do you know how powerful Anton City is? With just those few lousy guns of yours, when my army arrives, it will take less than an hour to break through this wooden wall. By then, I can't ensure your safety anymore. After all, Ellsworth glanced at his soldiers, who were clearly eager. At his words, more than 1,000 soldiers burst into laughter. Their gazes on the female soldiers grew heated, some even grinning lewdly, utterly shameless. Shameless. Beasts. Arguments between men and women always put women at a disadvantage. The female soldiers could only insult the Anton City soldiers with these words, but the Anton City soldiers, thick-skinned, paid no heed. Sister Allah, don't waste time with them. Let me shoot Ellsworth, this beast. The female soldier who had spoken earlier aimed her gun at Ellsworth, ready to fire, but Lauren pushed her down. Lauren was equally enraged, but her reason kept her anger in check. She knew the military power of the Daughters Valley was far inferior to Anton City. Although Ellsworth seemed to have brought only over 1,000 troops, there might be hidden forces behind him. Taking a deep breath, Lauren suppressed her anger, trying to make her voice sound calm. Young Lord Ellsworth, give me some time to consider joining. Ha ha ha. Ellsworth laughed arrogantly. Good Allah, you understand well? Alright, I'll give you 5 days to consider. When I come next time, make sure you have thought it over. Otherwise, there will be no second chance. Pull back, brothers. Upon hearing this, the soldiers' heated gazes faded, replaced by boredom. But orders are orders, so they withdrew reluctantly. As Ellsworth retreated, he cast a glance at the speaking female soldier and shouted while walking away, Allah, discipline your subordinates better. If they are still disrespectful when I come next time, I may not be so patient. You. The female soldier raised her gun in fury, aiming to shoot, but Lauren stopped her immediately. Why didn't you let me shoot, Sister Allah? So what if Anton City is powerful? Better to die fighting than to be disgraced by these beasts. Looking at Ellsworth's retreating figure, the female soldier's eyes blazed with anger, as if she wanted to shoot him and see him burn. Yes, even if we die, we won't be disgraced by these beasts. I'd rather die fighting than surrender. Some agreed strongly with the female soldier. They would rather die in battle than be humiliated. Since the virus outbreak, they faced zombies almost daily and saw comrades die multiple times. They feared death less. However, most remained silent, their faces full of worry. They joined the Daughters Valley to survive, but if it couldn't protect them, did they need to stay? Anton City was too powerful for the Daughters Valley to resist. Resisting would lead to total destruction. If they fled, where could they go? The only viable path left was surrender. Lauren scanned everyone's faces, noting every subtle expression. The crisis was sudden. Though Ellsworth had temporarily departed, 5 days were too short. Elijah's mind was chaotic, unable to think of a solution. Sisters, give me some time to think. Lauren walked off the wall, wandering aimlessly alone. Seeing this, Eric followed. Observing her silhouette, he saw her exhaustion, helplessness, and anger, and stepped beside her. Lauren noticed Eric and said, Eric Gaston, pretend you didn't hear anything at dinner. I'll arrange a car for you to leave early. In a few days, Daughters Valley won't exist anymore. Eric comforted her. There's always a way out. If we can't fight, we can run. Running isn't shameful. That's impossible. Lauren shook her head. Ellsworth isn't a fool. He must have anticipated our escape. There are definitely his spies outside, maybe even within the valley. How did Ellsworth know about Daughters Valley? Does he recognize you? Eric asked. Today, Ellsworth kept addressing her as Allah, which wouldn't happen if it was their first meeting. This puzzled Eric. Sighing, Lauren explained, once, while searching for food, we ran into Ellsworth. Elijah tried to capture us, but luckily we had a vehicle and managed to escape back to the valley. However, Daughters Valley's location was exposed. If it were just an ordinary force, we wouldn't fear. But our scouts found out he's Ellsworth, the young lord of Anton City. Anton City is incredibly powerful, far beyond our capacity. We cautiously waited half a month, but Ellsworth didn't invade. We thought he had forgotten about us until today. Eric asked, Anton City? How powerful is it, compared to Paradise City? Lauren replied, I don't know specifically, but Paradise City isn't as strong as Anton City. If it's stronger than Paradise City, that's troublesome. But, if the Guardian Army can crush Paradise's forces, then I'm not afraid of your Anton City either. Thinking this, Eric looked at Lauren and said, if you agree to my conditions, I can save Daughter's Valley. Elijah hearing this, Lauren stopped and looked at Eric. She sensed leadership in him and felt a genuine trust in him. Yet, having known him less than a day, how could she feel this way? Reason reminded her. Eric's personal strength was undeniable, but one person couldn't fight against an entire Anton City army. Lauren smiled faintly and said, don't joke. I'm not joking, Eric said seriously, revealing the air of a base commander. His demeanor is similar to Brendan Zhou. Could he be a high-ranking official from some military district? But he's too young. It's almost impossible. Shocked, Lauren decided, all right, I believe you. Tell me your conditions. Eric relaxed, knowing Lauren trusted him. Elijah laughed. My conditions are simple. His gaze swept over Lauren's body. Lauren's face changed abruptly, quickly distancing herself, muttering, pervert. Though cursing, Lauren struggled internally. Finally, she sighed, realizing she had no other options. If Eric could save Daughter's Valley, agreeing to his terms was better than being toyed with by Ellsworth. Biting her red lips, Lauren said, if you can really save Daughter's Valley, I'll agree. Ha ha ha. Eric laughed loudly. Seeing this, Lauren felt like he was a pervert succeeding. She snorted, turning away and calling him, filthy pervert. Eric realized he had acted inappropriately and quickly composed himself, smiling. Rest assured, my condition isn't what you think. I want you, and all the people of Daughter's Valley. Note, to maintain coherence with the previous context, I have slightly adjusted the translation to fit naturally within the ongoing narrative while preserving Eric's intent. Chapter 32. Didn't I forget? From what I see, you must have lost your mind. Even if I agree, do you have the means? You should know the saying there's no land that can't be tilled, only oxen that will work to death. By then, you'll be a shadow of your former self and blame me. Lauren gave Eric a big eye roll. Eric was immediately at a loss for words. Elijah hadn't even finished speaking when he was barraged with invectives. Luckily, she didn't have a keyboard, or they would have engaged in an endless online battle. That's not what I meant. I don't want all the people here just to satisfy my desires. Oh right, it's not about desires at all. Let me get straight to the point. I want all the people from your Valley of Bowanidens to join my base. Don't fly off the handle. As Eric spoke, Lauren's face turned sour. Elijah hurriedly interrupted, rest assured. My base is nothing like Samson. Our way of treating residents is similar to the Valley of Bowanidens, but more comprehensive. Anybody who joins the base and works hard, I guarantee their safety and won't let them starve. Are you feverish? Lauren reached out and felt Eric's forehead, which was cool and had a normal temperature. Nothing seems wrong. Why are you spouting nonsense during broad daylight? Do you think I'm joking? Eric brushed her hand away, saying, every word I said is true. If you don't believe me, you can come back to the base with me to see for yourself. Who do you think I am, foolish? If I follow you back, you might hold me hostage and use me to threaten my sisters. Brendanch, a simple trick. Even a child could see through it. Lauren rolled her eyes and continued walking slowly forward. This woman is smart but a bit lacking in common sense, Eric thought helplessly. Elijah flashed across her path, blocking Lauren, his lips curling into a mischievous smile. You thought, if you refused, I couldn't take you along? Before Lauren's foot landed, upon hearing Eric's words, her body froze for a moment, looking nervously at him. I never thought I'd judge you wrongly. Turns out you're in league with Ellsworth. I'm not in league with Ellsworth. In fact, I'm stronger than him. The moment he uttered, strong, Eric hugged Lauren tightly. Their faces were now inches apart. What are you doing? Lauren tried to break free from Eric's embrace, but his grip was too strong, like a steel clamp, and her resistance was futile. Eric leaned closer to her ear, his hot breath making her heart beat faster and her ears itch. Elijah whispered softly, I don't want to do anything else. I just want to ask if you agree to my terms. If others saw this scene, they wouldn't perceive it as a threat but as a couple in love whispering sweet nothings to each other. Gulp. Lauren swallowed hard, tense. What if I refuse? Eric chuckled lightly, his gaze dropping lower. If you refuse, what do you think I'll do? Lauren shuddered, her eyes resolute. If you do anything inappropriate, I'll commit suicide and haunt you forever as a vengeful ghost. Seeing her determined eyes, Eric hesitated for a moment before sighing, loosening his grip, stepping back, and maintaining some distance. Fine, if you don't want to, that's okay. Did you say you'd get me a car? His action left Lauren puzzled. Was he just scaring her? But since Eric had no ulterior motives, she didn't ask further. She replied instantly, of course. Good, get the car ready, and I'll leave the Valley of Bowanidens today. Eric's tone betrayed no disappointment, as though losing over 10,000 people wasn't significant at all. However, it wasn't because he didn't care. Rather, he had another plan. Ellsworth would return in 5 days, by which time he was confident Elijah Haven City would be obliterated. Then he could pass by the Valley of Bowanidens. By that time, the Guard Army would display its prowess, driving Ellsworth away and rescuing the Valley of Bowanidens from imminent peril. It would be timely aid, and surely Lauren would agree then. If she still refused, it would be ungrateful. Eric didn't intend to become someone like Ellsworth, especially not for women, but for those 10,000 people. Despite her calculations, Lauren couldn't fathom Eric's intentions. All she could do was agree, all right, I'll go get your car ready. Back at the wooden house, Eric waited alone for Lauren to prepare the car. Parking lot of the Valley of Bowanidens. Big Sister Anhong, are you really planning to go with Eric? What if he has ill intentions? Isn't that very dangerous for you? The female soldier refueling the car looked anxious, trying to persuade Lauren, but she was resolute and unpersuadable. Don't worry, Bayletal Antionii. Look at this. Lauren knew the female soldier was concerned for her. She lifted her shirt, revealing a grenade hidden under her clothes. If Eric tries anything, I'll set off the grenade and we'll die together. Bayletal Antionii, the female soldier, was still worried. But, Lauren interrupted, Bayletal Antionii, you need to understand, even if we surrender, Ellsworth won't treat us kindly. We, and our many sisters, will end up as objects of his soldiers' lust. Believing like that is worse than death. So, perhaps Eric is our only hope. Elijah hearing this, Bayletal Antionii fell silent, no longer persuading Lauren, because she knew Lauren was right. It was indeed their only chance. Go tell Eric to come over. Tell him the car is ready. Lauren sat in the passenger seat, and said to Bayletal Antionii. Bayletal Antionii obeyed, and ran to fetch Eric. Soon, she brought him over, pointing at the car. The tank is full, and there's a spare can of gasoline in the trunk. Eric nodded in satisfaction, then opened the car door. The tinted windows prevented anyone outside from seeing inside. Only when he opened the door did he see Lauren already seated. Getting in, Eric asked curiously, are you accompanying me, or do you have other plans? Lauren replied, didn't you say you wanted me to visit your base? Oh, I see. Eric understood, asking oddly, so, you believe me? At this point, what choice do I have except to trust you? At least you seem better than Ellsworth. Otherwise, I'd rather die than go with you. Lauren sounded utterly helpless. Eric laughed. Trust Eric Gaston, you won't regret it. Once you're at the base, I bet you won't want to come back. But don't worry, I'll come back for you and bring everyone from the Valley of Bowenidens with me. Enough chatter, let's go. Lauren gave him a look. Feeling elated, Eric hummed a tune, started the car, and drove off. Just as they exited the city gate, Lauren suddenly crouched down. What are you doing? Eric was bewildered by her actions. Remember what I told you? There must be Ellsworth's informants outside the city. If they see me leaving, they'll immediately report to Ellsworth. That way, we won't have 5 days left. Lauren whispered, audible only to the two of them. That makes sense. Why don't you sit in the back seat? It's more concealed, blocked by the seats from the windshield, suggested Eric. Funny, didn't I forget? Lauren retorted. Although her logic was questionable, her confidence was evident. Eric was speechless, stopping his chatter as he focused on driving while observing both sides of the road. Brandonra enough, faint human figures were visible among the hills and forests on either side, confirming Lauren's suspicion. Ellsworth had indeed arranged surveillance here. Chapter 33. Returning to the base. Eric paid no heed to the people monitoring him, stepping on the gas pedal. Within minutes, the city of Daughter Valley had disappeared from view. Only now did Lauren heave a sigh of relief and settle back into her seat. Elijah's eyes involuntarily turned to Eric's profile, thinking to herself, can he really save Daughter Valley? She quickly averted her gaze, rolled down the window, and gazed out, only for her eyes to catch sight of the rearview mirror. Instantly, she felt a jolt of fear. Several vehicles were closely following them. People from Anton City. That was her immediate thought. In the next moment, the occupants of the vehicles behind them confirmed her suspicion. We are from Anton City. The car in front must stop immediately, or we will open fire. Bullets do not discriminate. If anyone is injured, maimed, or killed, we can't be held responsible. Lauren anxiously looked at Eric. What should we do? What else? Stop the car, Eric replied casually. Elijah lightly pressed the brake, slowing down the vehicle until it came to a gentle halt. The convoy from Anton City stopped right after, a total of 3 cars with 12 soldiers emerging from them. Stay in the car. I'll go check it out. Eric got out of the car, walking up with a smile. Get out of the way. The lead soldier from Anton City shoved Eric aside. His real target was the car, more specifically, to confirm whether there were any important personnel from Daughter Valley inside. However, when his hand made contact with Eric, it felt like pushing against a tree. The man in front of him remained unmoved, and the force reverberated back, causing pain in his hand. Instantly enraged, the lead soldier pointed his gun at Eric, threatening, didn't you hear me? If you don't want to die, get out of my way. No one can point a gun at my head and speak to me. Not Ellsworth, and certainly not you. Eric's smile faded, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. Die. Feeling extremely insulted, the lead soldier was about to shoot this presumptuous young man. However, before he could pull the trigger, Eric already had his hand around the soldier's neck. The grip was so powerful it felt like an iron clamp. With a wrench, Eric exerted force. Crack. Before the lead soldier could struggle, Eric had snapped his neck, sending him to meet his maker. The other soldiers stared in shock. This unarmed man who seemed harmless had delivered a fatal blow in an instant. They quickly regained their senses and aimed their guns, but Eric gave them no chance to fire. Elijah moved swiftly, darting towards the nearest soldier and throwing a punch. Boom. The soldier felt as though he had been hit by an iron hammer, bones shattering as he flew backward. Without stopping, Eric attacked the remaining soldiers. Within half a minute, all lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Eric hadn't killed them. Elijah picked up a gun and fired several rounds into the air, then climbed back into his vehicle and drove off. The Anton City soldiers thought they had escaped death. Just as they were rejoicing, dense footsteps approached. Turning around, they saw countless zombies rushing toward them, pouncing on them and tearing at their flesh with gaping mouths. By then, Eric had driven several kilometers away, only faintly hearing the terrifying screams. Lauren stared at Eric for a while before saying, "You're smarter than I thought. Using zombies to deal with those Anton City soldiers was brilliant." Eric smiled. "You flatter me." Lauren stretched lazily and said, looking forward, "I'm truly curious about who you are and what your base looks like." Eric laughed. "Once we arrive, you can ask the residents. They have a good impression of me." As the sun set and twilight descended, after nearly 3 hours of driving, the base finally came into view. Lauren's mouth hung open in amazement. Compared to this city, Daughter Valley was a mere speck. This was a true fortress, with towering, thick walls and well-equipped soldiers symbolizing its strength. The car stopped at the gate. Eric rolled down the window and called out, "I'm back." "Open the gate." Elijah hearing his voice, the guards on the wall became instantly excited. It was their commanding officer whom they hadn't seen for days. They hurried to open the gates. Elvin, Ryan, Alonso, and others rushed over upon receiving the news. They hadn't heard from Eric in days and were worried sick. Residents of the base organized a welcome committee on their own, lining the road leading into the city to greet Eric's return. Seeing this scene, Lauren was even more stunned. She noticed the genuine smiles on the faces of the base residents, the reverence in their eyes as they looked at Eric, and even some young women secretly ogling him. The people who appeared to be base administrators treated Eric with the deference lower ranks showed to higher-ups, displaying utmost respect. Eric wasn't lying. What he said is true. He really can save Daughter Valley. Lauren felt incredibly elated. She had placed her bet correctly. Elvin, Ryan, stay here. Everyone else, carry on with your duties. Back at the mobile base, Eric dismissed everyone except for Elvin, Ryan, and the captain of the guards. Of course, Lauren remained too. "I have thoroughly investigated Paradise City's internal situation, including its exact location and routes. Harrison, you take 100 men to guard the base. Elvin, Ryan, Anchor, gather everyone except the guarding troops. We leave tomorrow to wipe out Paradise City." "Yes, sir." The four responded in unison and left to prepare. Lauren was once again taken aback. "You're actually going to wipe out Paradise City? They have 5,000 troops." Eric replied calmly, "So what if they have 5,000 troops? Besides, they no longer have that many. Since you're interested in knowing me and the base, why don't you visit the base and talk to the residents? Find out what kind of person I am and whether I lied to you." Lauren waved her hand. "No need. I already saw everything as we entered. People genuinely revere you. Just based on how they treat you, I trust you." Now, Eric loomed even larger in her mind. She even felt ashamed for comparing him to Ellsworth. If Daughter Valley was a utopia, the base was paradise on earth. A leader, everyone had a gleam in their eyes, a hope for life. She felt Eric wasn't just the savior of Daughter Valley, but also a celestial messenger sent to restore order and save humanity. Looking at Eric now, Lauren's eyes softened, and two red blushes bloomed on her cheeks. Elijah's heart pounded fiercely. "Why are your cheeks flushed?" Eric asked curiously. Nothing. Just a bit hot," Lauren stammered, her face reddening further and her heart racing. She even looked shy. Eric sized her up, wondering, could she have been conquered by my majestic aura and fallen in love with me? But she does look quite beautiful. This thought made him chuckle. "Bastard." Lauren lightly scolded him, turning away. Realizing he had lost composure, Eric changed the subject. "Since you won't tour the base, let's arrange accommodations for you. Rest well tonight. We leave early tomorrow." "All right." Lauren nodded and turned back. "Brendan moaning Alonso," Eric instructed. "Arrange suitable and clean accommodations for Miss Brendan." Alonso glanced at Lauren, who still blushed, then at Eric. "Commander and this beauty aren't arranging accommodations, understood." "Sir, there are no vacant rooms left in the base," Alonso reported. "Antillon? No empty rooms in such a large base?" Eric asked. "Yes, sir," Alonso said with utmost certainty. "All right, you may go. I'll figure something out myself." As Alonso exited the mobile base, Eric looked at Lauren, noticing her sidelong glance filled with added suspicion. The conversation between the two had seemed suspicious, and it was hard to believe that such a large base couldn't spare even one room. Eric tentatively asked, "Or, would you like to stay with me for the night?" Lauren's eyes widened in surprise at the unexpected offer. She quickly masked her shock and replied, "No need. I'm sure we can find some arrangement." Elijah's voice betrayed a hint of unease, and she avoided looking directly at Eric. The situation felt awkward and tense all of a sudden. Eric chuckled softly, trying to ease the tension. "All right, no pressure. Let's focus on getting you settled somewhere comfortable." Elijah turned his attention back to organizing the necessary preparations for the next day's mission, hoping to shift the focus away from the awkward moment. Chapter 34, Deployment. "Bownib, you could just stay over at my place for the night?" As Eric finished asking, he saw Lauren's face change in an instant. Elijah's expression clearly said, "Do you think I want to?" Eric felt a bit awkward and laughed, saying, "I was just kidding. Let me think of something else." After much contemplation, Eric finally came up with an idea. Elijah stood up and told Lauren, "Follow me." Though Lauren didn't know what Eric had in mind, she followed him. After all, it was his territory. Soon, they arrived at a nunnery. This was specifically instructed by Eric to Doug for the nuns, so they wouldn't forget their professional skills while also providing spiritual solace to the residents during their free time. A two-for-one deal. "There's a temple here?" Lauren looked at the nunnery in surprise, hardly believing that Eric had still preserved religion in this world. Eric proudly said, "How about that? Envious, right? This is cultural diversity. In the future, I'll complete the trio of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. As for those who fight every day, forget it. Too dangerous, bad for the peace and stability of the base." What could Lauren say? She could only give him 2 thumbs up. If thumbing her toes wasn't indecent, she would have given 4 thumbs up. Bang bang bang. Eric knocked on the door of the nunnery. Soon, he heard Baylittle nun Belilia's voice from inside, coming. Creak. The door opened slightly, revealing Baylilia's smooth little head. Upon seeing Eric, her smile vanished, but then seeing Lauren next to Eric, her face lit up again. Baylilia's attitude irritated Eric. Doesn't Buddhism preach equality for all beings? Why are you showing favoritism? Baylila clasped her hands together, reciting Amitba, and then gave Eric a look, saying, Buddhism does preach equality for all beings, but I haven't become a Buddha yet. Even bodhisattvas are far away from that. And first, I'm a woman before I'm a disciple of Buddhism. You. Baylittle nun Baylilia's quick tongue left Eric red-faced and speechless. Seeing Eric stumped, Lauren couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh inwardly. Oh well, only women and small-minded people are hard to deal with, nuns even more so. Not getting angry, anger is harmful to health. Eric kept reminding himself until his fury subsided. Elijah waved his hand and said, I won't argue with you. Elijah, the base houses aren't enough. You need to find a bed for her to stay the night. The little nun glanced at Lauren, secretly amazed. This girl must be impressive. Eric must have lured her here. She couldn't voice these thoughts, but shifted her demeanor entirely when facing Lauren. With a warm smile, she said, Amitba, may I ask for the lady's honorable name? Lauren looked at Eric with a smile, then placed her hands together in a bow, replying, My name is Lauren. The little nun Belila nodded and gestured for her to enter, saying, Please, Miss Brendan. Lauren didn't hesitate, giving Eric one last glance before walking into the nunnery. Eric watched her back and suddenly, little nun Belila blocked his view, making a gesture inviting him to leave instead. Mr. Luo, please return. With that, she slammed the door shut. Eric raised his fist, muttering, If it weren't for your master's sake, I'd knock some horns into your little bald head. Stars dotted the night sky, and the bright moon hung above. Without the lights of human cities, the long-forgotten beautiful Milky Way appeared. Under the starry sky, a vehicle approached. 4 armed soldiers got out of the car. Before them lay 12 skeletons stripped clean of flesh. One soldier squatted down to examine, then said, These are Bailey Way and his team. They must have encountered a zombie horde. Another soldier picked up a gun, sniffed the muzzle, pulled out the clip, and saw that all the bullets were intact. Elijah frowned, then checked the chest bones of the corpses, discovering signs of broken ribs. Elijah hurriedly inspected the other bodies and found similar fractures, including a deeply crushed neck bone. They weren't killed by zombies, or, rather, being killed by zombies wasn't the primary cause. The other 3 soldiers exchanged puzzled looks. The skeletons were stripped clean of flesh, with bite marks on the bones. If not zombies, humans? But even starving humans wouldn't eat each other alive. The insightful soldier pointed at the skeletons and explained, Look, zombies use their teeth as weapons, but each skeleton shows broken bones. Even if they encountered large zombies, it wouldn't look like this. And being so close, would they wait dumbly to be killed by zombies without running? Plus, Elijah held up the clip he had picked up. This is from their guns, with no bullets missing. Encountering a sudden zombie attack, they wouldn't have fired a single shot. The other 3 soldiers nodded in agreement. One asked, What should we do now? The soldier thought for a moment and replied, This isn't for us to decide. Take the guns, report everything verbatim to Balancer Anton, and follow instructions thereafter. Everyone agreed, collected their weapons, and returned to the vehicle. In no time, dawn broke over the mobile base. Eric had just finished breakfast when he heard Elvin's voice outside. Reporting, Commander. The guards are assembled and ready to depart. Eric stepped out of the mobile base. A battalion of guards stood before him, and he clenched his fists, eyes gleaming as if already envisioning the fall of Paradise City. At this moment, Lauren also arrived from the nunnery. Seeing the well-equipped 900-strong guard battalion, she felt relieved. Daughter Valley really has a chance. Let's go, Eric smiled. According to plan, we will destroy Paradise City first, then head to Daughter Valley for support. Lauren nodded. All right. Eric didn't delay further and loudly announced, Bowenich. Following his command, Elvin, Ryan, and Anchor led their respective units out. As the Supreme Commander, Eric naturally had privileges. He didn't march on foot but rode in his vehicle. Behind his vehicle, 9 medium trucks followed, carrying not people but weapons and ammunition. On the vehicle, Lauren gazed at the marching troops ahead and couldn't help but ask, Where did you get such excellent weapons and in such quantity? Just lucky, Eric chuckled, avoiding a direct answer. Since Eric didn't want to explain, Lauren didn't press further but turned her gaze to the scenery outside the window. Ruins along the way, bodies scattered everywhere. It looked like a living hell where only the strongest survived. She withdrew her gaze and stared at Eric, who was looking out the window, pondering, how many secrets does this man hide? Translation completed. Would you like to proceed with any specific adjustments, or continue to the next chapter? Chapter 35. Reunion with Ellsworth. From the morning until now, it was already noon. Lauren gazed out of the window and felt a familiar sensation. Isn't that just ahead where you killed those people from Samson? I wonder what happened to them, whether they're dead or were rescued. Elijah hearing this, Eric also looked out of the window. Indeed, this is the place. Whether they're dead or rescued, we'll find out by taking a look. With that, he ordered the team to stop. Then, he and Lauren walked through the convoy to the front, only to see 12 skeletons stripped clean of flesh lying not far away. A group of crows were pecking at the remaining scraps of meat on the bones. Caw, caw. As Eric and Lauren approached, the startled crows flew away. They discovered that the original vehicles and guns were missing, presumably taken away by later arrivals. These are just bones now. Even immortals can't bring them back to life. Rest assured, said Eric. However, Lauren frowned, sensing something amiss. She covered her nose and mouth, squatting down to examine the skeletons closely. Soon, she identified the source of the irregularity, and concern began to creep in. Noticing Lauren's shift in demeanor, Eric couldn't help but ask, What's wrong? Lauren turned to Eric, opened her mouth and blurted out, Daughter Valley is in danger. Eric was puzzled. What do you mean? If my guess is right, Ellsworth has already launched an attack on Daughter Valley. Elijah might have nearly breached its defenses. I must hurry back. If I die, so be it. I will stand with Daughter Valley to the end. Lauren wore a determined expression and ran madly towards Daughter Valley without further explanation. Though Lauren didn't provide detailed reasons, Eric could sense why she was worried. Yet, he found it strange that Ellsworth had attacked earlier than planned. Wasn't it supposed to be 5 days later? Thinking this over, Eric glanced at the skeletons on the ground, his brows furrowing as he noticed fractures on each set of bones. Internally alarmed, he thought, this oversight could be disastrous. Those from Samson would surely have noticed this. I hope Ellsworth hasn't reached Daughter Valley yet. Turning around, he called out to the guards, shouting, Elvin, Ryan, Anchor. The three immediately responded. Eric took out a map from his pocket and handed it to Elvin. The operation to destroy Elijahhaven City is temporarily halted. You will follow the route on this map to reach Daughter Valley. Eliminate any enemy forces you encounter en route. Yes, sir, they replied in unison. After giving instructions, Eric quickly got into his vehicle and drove after Lauren. An ordinary person who hadn't consumed evolution crystals, Lauren couldn't match the speed of the car. It didn't take long for Eric to catch up. Elijah stopped a little ahead of her, looked at the seat, and said, Get in. Without hesitation, Lauren climbed into the SUV. Eric stepped hard on the accelerator and sped towards Daughter Valley. Inside the car, Lauren asked, confused, Are you going with me to die? Chewing gum, Eric kept his eyes forward while driving and replied, You're overthinking it. I'm not going there to die. I'll escort you back to Daughter Valley. If the situation is dire, I'll leave. Even if Ellsworth brought thousands of men, I can run. He can't stop me. Besides, Ellsworth may not have arrived at Daughter Valley yet. I've already ordered Elvin to halt the Elijahhaven City operation and deal with Daughter Valley first. 2 people moving fast can reach there quicker, organize defenses, and await reinforcements. If our guard army arrives first, all's well. If Ellsworth comes first, we just need to hold out until the guards arrive. Thank you. Lauren's eyes welled up. Despite knowing each other only 2 days, Eric's actions moved her deeply. Eric glanced at Lauren. No need to thank me. I have my reasons. Remember my condition, that after repelling Ellsworth, everyone in Daughter Valley must join the base. Although Eric spoke thus, Lauren still felt warm inside. Rest assured, I don't forget easily. I remember what happened yesterday. A smile crept across Eric's face. Objective achieved. Racing ahead, they soon saw the wooden walls of Daughter Valley. With no sign of invading forces, it seemed Ellsworth hadn't arrived yet. Lauren breathed a sigh of relief. The female soldiers guarding the wall recognized Lauren and Eric and shouted excitedly, Sister Antong is back. The gates opened wide, and the vehicle drove straight in. The moment Lauren exited the car, dozens of female soldiers swarmed around her, checking for injuries. Brendandenly, the alarm was sounded. Lauren's expression changed drastically as she rushed to assist the others. Eric followed to the wall and saw dust rising outside. Ellsworth's familiar figure leading a vast black-clad army numbering in the thousands. Really timely. We just entered, and this punk arrives, Eric thought to himself. Ellsworth halted his army about 200 meters from the wall, glaring at Lauren. Antong, I trusted you and gave you 5 days to consider. Never did I expect you disappoint me by sending someone out for reinforcements who also killed my men. Well, very well indeed. Some female soldiers glanced at Eric upon hearing this. Feeling their gazes, Eric remained silent. Lauren knew the guards were on their way, which boosted her confidence. However, to buy time, she pretended ignorance. Balancer Anton, I know nothing of what you say. No one left the valley yesterday to seek help or harm your subordinates. Ellsworth inhaled sharply, his fury intensifying. This woman was playing dumb. Waving his hand, he commanded, Show it to Chief Brendan. Following Ellsworth's gesture, his subordinate unfurled a large poster depicting a person identical to Eric inside a vehicle. All female soldiers' gazes shifted to Eric, and Ellsworth smirked upon noticing him. Great, so you're back. Antong, I give you one last chance. Hand him over and surrender. Your lives can be spared. Brendan render? Hand over Eric? Lauren thought to herself, preparing to respond when, Brendandenly, several dozen female soldiers aimed their weapons at Eric and Lauren, while the rest promptly aimed at them, resulting in a standoff. Seeing the unexpected turn of events in Daughter Valley, Ellsworth became intrigued. Elijah ordered a bucket of popcorn to be brought, watching like it was a movie. Facing such a situation, Lauren was bewildered and shouted, Juniper, what are you doing? Note, Juniper is assumed to be a character name in this context based on the provided Chinese text. ####Chapter 36, Repelling Ellsworth. The female soldier whom Lauren called Hayden had a ruthless look in her eyes. She shouted, Sister Antong, I know you won't surrender, but in this situation, not surrendering means death. We helped you build the Daughter's Valley to survive, didn't we? Hayden's gaze remained fixed on Eric as she said, If we hand this man over to Ellsworth, we can surrender and continue living. It's just a matter of changing our place of residence. Lauren immediately rebuked angrily, Do you even know what you're saying? Just changing the place of residence? If we surrender, we will become playthings for Ellsworth and his men, used as tools for their lust. Brendantia life is worse than death. Hayden didn't flinch under the reprimand but instead smiled calmly. What's wrong with being playthings or tools for lust? Bayleaf is better than death. Lauren was almost about to burst with anger. She hadn't expected Hayden to speak so cowardly and undignified. But to Hayden, dignity meant nothing in these times. It was the cheapest commodity. As long as one could live, what did losing dignity matter? Ha ha. Eric suddenly laughed. His eyes filled with pity. He felt sorry for Hayden. What do you mean? What right do you have to pity me? Hayden became furious. She couldn't allow someone she was pointing a gun at to pity her. Moments ago, she was talking about losing dignity, yet now she tried to preserve the last remnants of it. All right. Outside the city walls, Ellsworth clapped and cheered. Turning to Hayden, he said, I've changed my mind. If any of you kills him, you still have the chance to surrender. Upon hearing this, murderous intent flashed in Hayden's eyes. Are you crazy? Lauren yelled frantically. Hayden ignored Lauren, keeping her focus on Eric. After hesitating and struggling internally, she finally gritted her teeth. Sorry, you go. Before she could finish her sentence, there was a blur before her eyes. Before she realized it, Eric had snatched her gun and sent her flying. Spitting out blood and clutching her stomach, Hayden rolled painfully on the ground. The other rebel female soldiers looked at each other, unsure whether to advance or retreat. I know you want to live, But becoming playthings and tools for lust, living each day feeling worse than death, is that meaningful? If you turn your guns against them and join us, we can still be good sisters, and I guarantee you'll survive. If you insist on not turning back, I'll send you on your way now. As Lauren finished speaking, her expression turned cold, chilling the rebel soldiers. The female soldiers were moved. They had only acted under Hayden's urging. Some had seen the torment of those who became tools of lust. Under the threat of death, they chose to trust Lauren and turn their guns outward. Lauren's expression softened, the coldness vanishing from her eyes. She smiled in satisfaction, pleased that her sisters had made the right choice. Ellsworth hadn't expected this outcome. In a fit of rage, he threw the popcorn in his hand and barked, "Since you don't appreciate my offer, I won't waste words. Eric's, once the city is breached, kill all the males and do as you please with the women. As for Lauren, after I'm done with her, she's yours." Roar. The Samson soldiers roared like wild beasts, their gazes on Lauren growing intense, as if they wanted to tear her apart. Lauren was instantly enraged. Without a word, she shouted, "Attack!" The battle commenced. Despite the geographical advantages of Daughters Valley, Ellsworth's side had the advantage in numbers and weaponry, quickly gaining the upper hand. The Samson army gradually advanced step by step. How much longer until the guards arrive? Lauren asked anxiously. Eric calculated the time and said, "They're coming soon." "Soon as how long? We can't hold out much longer." Lauren said urgently. Bang. Just then, the sound of an anti-material sniper rifle rang out. Eric exclaimed happily, "They're here." The firepower from Samson suddenly diminished. Looking ahead, Eric, Lauren, and the defending female soldiers saw a well-equipped military unit clad in combat gear suddenly appear behind the Samson forces, catching them off guard. Within minutes, nearly 100 soldiers were wounded or killed. In such circumstances, Ellsworth couldn't continue attacking Daughters Valley and decisively chose to confront this sudden unknown force. Although the opposing force was smaller in number, they had superior military training and equipment, plus Daughters Valley residents shooting from behind. Ellsworth watched helplessly as his 3,000 men dwindled. Damn it! Where did this army come from? Keep fighting and I'll lose everything. Retreat. Seeing the situation worsening, Ellsworth immediately ordered a retreat. Eric saw this and leaped off the wall to chase after the retreating troops with the guards. The retreating Samson forces couldn't match the highly trained guards. Seeing the approaching guards, Ellsworth panicked and sped away, abandoning his men. With Ellsworth gone, the Samson soldiers' morale collapsed, scattering everywhere. Seeing this, Eric ordered a return to Daughters Valley since chasing scattered troops would be difficult, leaving them to the zombies. The guards returned to Daughters Valley along the same path. When the defending female soldiers saw the guards returning, they were shocked, thinking they had just escaped one danger only to face another. Unexpectedly, Lauren ordered the gates open to let the guards into the valley. Upon realizing the guards were under Eric's command, the female soldiers understood why they helped repel Ellsworth. "Hildred, arrange accommodations for them. We'll rest here tonight and attack Paradise City tomorrow," Eric said. Lauren nodded and immediately ordered accommodations for the guards. At this moment, Hayden was brought forward, her eyes filled with fear towards Eric, surprised by his powerful army. Lauren said, "Leave her disposal to you." Eric looked at Lauren and asked, "Has she committed any heinous acts?" Lauren shook her head. "No, since the apocalypse, we've been together, and at least under my watch, she hasn't done anything evil." Eric's eyes filled with pity as he said, "Confine her and take her back to the base for reform. They leave well after the reform." Hayden froze, expecting Eric to kill her, but he didn't, making her cry tears of gratitude, her eyes filled with appreciation. "You don't need to thank me. If you had pulled the trigger without hesitation, you would have died then." Eric summoned 2 guards to escort Hayden away. As for the others who had rebelled but corrected their ways, no action was taken against them. "Phew," Eric sighed, looking at Lauren and smiling. "Ellsworth has been repelled. You won't go back on your promise, will you?" "Not a chance. Lauren always keeps her word. Starting today, Daughters Valley joins the base. But I must say up front, after joining, we are base citizens and should not be treated differently," Lauren said, hands on her hips. Eric chuckled and replied, "Don't worry, I'm fair." End of chapter 36. Chapter 37. Attack on Paradise City. Dawn broke the darkness, and morning soon followed. 900 guards assembled outside Daughter Valley, awaiting Eric's order to march. Lauren led a group of female soldiers and hurriedly ran up to Eric, panting as she asked, "Do you need our help?" Upon hearing this, Eric felt warmth in his heart. Elijah smiled and said, "No need. You all guard Daughter Valley until our victory, then we'll head to the base together." Lauren bowed respectfully and replied, "All right then, be careful." Eric nodded with a smile, then looked at the guards. In an instant, his gentle gaze turned stern. Target, Paradise City. Bow and arch out. Just days ago, the Paradise City army had suffered heavy losses and retreated in disarray after attacking them. Today, the guards were determined to destroy them completely. The army set off. Eric knew the route to Paradise City by heart, so the march was swift, reaching the shaded path leading into Paradise City within an hour. Bang bang bang, redundantly. Gunshots erupted ahead, followed closely by footsteps that grew louder and closer. Roar. A piercing cry rang out, and Eric saw a bloodied wild boar charging towards them. With a powerful kick, he sent the boar flying. Boom. The boar hit the ground, kicking up dust. After struggling for a while, it let out one last grunt before dying. As the dust settled, Eric saw a squad of Paradise City soldiers. They had their guns resting on the shoulders of emaciated civilians, using them as human shields. They cautiously examined Eric. "Who are you?" The lead soldier shouted harshly, but before he could finish, the Dungcheetah footsteps behind Eric echoed loudly. Then, a group of well-equipped guards emerged into view, marching in perfect unison. "Revision," the lead soldier shouted harshly, but before he could finish, steady and Dungcheetah footsteps sounded behind Eric. Immediately after, a battalion of well-equipped guards appeared, marching in perfect unison. Further refinement for fluency and natural reading in English. The lead soldier barked his question, but before he could finish, steady and uniform footsteps sounded behind Eric. Moments later, a battalion of well-equipped guards appeared, marching in perfect unison. Fear gripped their hearts. Tension and panic made their legs weak and hands shake, nearly losing grip of their guns. The other Paradise City soldiers, having experienced battles against the base, recognized the uniforms of the guards. They froze in fear, just like their leader. The civilians, seeing the approaching army, flashed a momentary look of terror, but mostly remained numb. Eric smiled slightly and advanced step by step. The guards followed closely, each step creating an intense pressure that made it difficult for the Paradise City soldiers to breathe. Spare us. Finally, under this overwhelming pressure, the Paradise City soldiers couldn't bear it any longer. They hastily dropped their weapons and knelt down, frantically pleading for mercy, bowing profusely until their foreheads turned red. Bind them, Eric ordered. 10 guards rushed forward, quickly tying up the Paradise City soldiers. To the civilians, Eric threw some compressed rations. They missed catching them, so they carefully picked them up from the ground, tore open the packaging, and the rich aroma of milk filled the air. Saliva filled their mouths, and they began eating voraciously. Eric ignored them, letting them eat at their own pace. Elijah gave further orders and continued marching forward. As the guards moved past the civilians, the latter raised their heads, looking at the departing guards. The numbness in their eyes dissipated somewhat, replaced by a glimmer of hope and gratitude. They were now close to Paradise City. Soon, the city gate, nestled between towering cliffs like a fortress, appeared before Eric and his guards. This terrain was even more defensible than Daughter Valley. City guards simultaneously spotted the advancing force and sounded the alarm. Soldiers poured out from within Paradise City to reinforce the defense. As the two armies faced off, Jerry arrived. Seeing Eric, he was filled with hatred, but the sight of the modernized and well-equipped guards startled him. Their presence seemed ominous. Jerry yelled angrily, "Eric, even if Paradise City was wrong, we lost over 2,000 men in that battle while your base remained unscathed. Overall, you benefited. Now you bring so many people here to annihilate us? Aren't you afraid of divine retribution?" Eric chuckled coldly. "Divine retribution? You have no right to mention divine retribution. Bogdan is your deputy city lord, isn't he? Elijah repeatedly stated his intention to lead 5,000 of your troops to level my base. Wouldn't that incur divine retribution? After assessing our forces and realizing he couldn't win, I gave him a chance, if he met my conditions. Instead, he chose the despicable act of poisoning, aiming to weaken our defenses to massacre the civilians and plunder resources and women. All this, you agreed to. Will you face divine retribution for these deeds? I follow the principle. If they do not offend me, I will not offend them. If they do offend me, I will destroy them. Today, I am here to wipe out Paradise City, but I will not target the oppressed civilians. It is you, Jerry, and your evil tool, the Paradise City military, who will be destroyed." Jerry's face paled, realizing no words could change Eric's mind. Scanning the cliffs on either side, he felt a surge of confidence and coldly stared at Eric. "Very well, come at us. Without artillery, I doubt you can breach our defenses." Without further ado, Eric waved his hand. Dozens of anti-material sniper rifles were readied, aiming at the enemy. Seeing the snipers, Jerry panicked and ducked down the wall, afraid of being shot. Eric sneered and ordered fire. Bang bang bang. Bailey cannon shots, large caliber bullets shot out. The Paradise City soldiers hid behind cover, for they too feared death, just like Jerry. However, the targets of the snipers were not the soldiers on the walls but the city gates. Dozens of bullets struck the iron-plated wooden gates simultaneously, creating numerous holes. After 3 volleys in 10 seconds, the once solid gates became riddled with bullet holes, barely standing. Eric, satisfied with the effect, ordered the army to advance. Using the same tactics as against Neil, they used snipers for long-range elimination, machine guns for suppression fire, and riflemen for gradual advancement. But Paradise City was not like Neil's factory. Its 20-meter-long concrete walls were reinforced, with loopholes serving as firing points between battlements. From these loopholes, the Paradise City soldiers effectively halted the guards' progress. 20 minutes later, both sides suffered casualties, and the guards' advance was stalled 200 meters away. Eric stroked his chin, frowning slightly. The number of guards is fewer than Paradise City's army. At this rate, breaking through will be difficult. Elijah looked at the 50-meter-high cliffs on either side of the city, and an idea sparked. Elijah immediately told Elvin, "Give me high-explosive grenades." Clutching 20 or so grenades, Eric dashed towards the left cliff, which was easier to climb. The Paradise City soldiers, focused on the battle, didn't notice him approaching the cliff base. Looking at the towering cliff, Eric took a deep breath. Elijah bent his knees and leaped forcefully, reaching 7 to 8 meters high. As he fell, he plunged his military knife into the stone wall, grabbing a protruding rock with his other hand to stabilize himself. Then, he climbed upward swiftly. This display left Elvin and the guards astonished. They knew Eric had grown stronger, but this was beyond their imagination. Eric moved swiftly, and soon he climbed to the top of the cliff. Looking down, he saw the mountain pass filled with Paradise City soldiers. Elijah signaled to the guards, then pulled the pins on the high-explosive grenades, transforming into a human bomber. In the mountain pass, a sudden object descended from the sky, drawing the curious attention of the Paradise City soldiers who gathered around to watch. It was a cylindrical object emitting white smoke. Just as they were puzzling over it, bang! A massive explosion echoed through the gorge, shredding the nearest Paradise City soldiers. More high-explosive grenades rained down from the sky, causing continuous explosions. Taking advantage of the chaos, the defensive capability of the Paradise City soldiers plummeted to its lowest point, and the guards seized the opportunity to advance forcefully. By the time Eric had used up his 20-odd high-explosive grenades, and the bewildered Paradise City soldiers regained their senses, the guards had already broken into the city. The remaining soldiers were immediately either killed or captured by the guards. Note: I've maintained the paragraph structure and line breaks as closely as possible to the original text. Chapter 38. Almost bombed to death. Under the overwhelming firepower of the guards, the remaining Elijahhaven's army retreated in disarray. At this moment, inside the villa, Jerry, who was confident that the guards would never break through Elijahhaven City's defenses, was leisurely drinking tea. However, after hearing a few explosions followed by a brief pause in gunfire which then resumed and grew louder, he immediately became restless. Rushing to the window to look outside, his legs went weak and he stumbled backward, falling onto the ground. His face turned pale as he muttered under his breath, "Impossible, impossible. I must be mistaken." Elijah rubbed his eyes and looked again, but the reality didn't change. The guards had indeed breached the defense and were heading toward the villa. Desperately pulling at his hair and roaring wildly, he cried out, "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! No, I can't die here. As long as I survive, I can rise again." Brendandenly standing up, Jerry frantically searched through the bookshelves and found a 10-centimeter thick book. Elijah opened it and shook it. Ding! A silver key fell out, making a clear sound. Jerry was elated, picking up the key and rushing towards the basement. Meanwhile, Eric led his troops to Jerry's villa, neutralizing the guards. Eric then ordered, "Squad 1 and 2, enter and search the villa." Eric followed closely into the villa. This place was more beautiful than Hanley's 3-story building, exquisitely decorated with ample space. Gunshots echoed from upstairs. Eric quickly ascended, seeing several dead Elijahhaven's army soldiers and 3 women whose clothes were torn into pieces. These women huddled together, trembling, their eyes filled with lingering fear. Eric sat on the sofa, holding a gun while scrutinizing the 3 women, then asked, "What are your names? What is your relationship with Jerry?" Elijah hearing this, the women cautiously glanced at Eric and the guards. Seeing the reverence these unfamiliar soldiers showed toward the young man, they deduced that Eric held high status. One of the bolder women shakily approached Eric, kneeling before him and softly replied, "Sir, my name is Shauna, she's Lana, and she's Bailey-Anlian. We are Jerry's women." "Ah, Jerry's women," Eric murmured, his gaze steady, twirling the gun in his hand. Seeing this, Kimura hurriedly added, "We had no choice. To survive, we had to submit to Jerry." Eric understood. In this post-apocalyptic world, for women to survive, either they need an armed force like Lauren, or else they have to submit to men. As long as these 3 hadn't committed heinous crimes, they could be taken back to the base for rehabilitation and become residents. A guard reported, "Commander, Jerry isn't found in the villa." Frowning, Eric wondered aloud. Could Jerry be hiding elsewhere? But where can he hide now that he's lost power? If he isn't here, those civilians would tear him apart if they found him outside. Just as Eric was puzzled, Shauna spoke up suddenly, "Sir, I think I know where Jerry might be hiding." Eric's eyes lit up. "Tell me." Shauna rose gracefully, her shredded clothes slipping off to reveal her exquisite figure. Eric, showing remarkable self-control, commanded the guards to give her a coat. Shauna said, "Sir, please follow me." Eric followed her to the villa's basement, filled with various items but no sign of Jerry. Just as he was about to ask, Shauna squatted down and tapped the floor, saying, "Sir, it's here." Eric stepped closer and examined the ordinary-looking floor tile, raising a brow. Shauna urged, "Sir, crouch down and look carefully." After inspecting it thoroughly, Eric noticed no immediate threat aside from her partially exposed body, so he cautiously squatted and mimicked her tapping. Knock knock. It's hollow beneath. Eric realized it was likely a tunnel. Observing closely, he saw marks around the tile suggesting it had been recently moved. It made sense. This was probably how Jerry escaped, explaining why he wasn't found inside. Using his military knife, Eric pried the tile open, revealing a dark hole. Elijah instructed one of the guards to stand watch while he descended. The tunnel was narrow, barely fitting an adult. After nearly 10 minutes, the flashlight beam was blocked by a large iron door. The door had a keyhole, requiring a key, which Eric lacked. Elijah considered using a high-explosive grenade, but reconsidered due to the risk of collapsing the tunnel. Elijah couldn't afford to be buried alive when he still had much to accomplish. Retreating, he took a deep breath and delivered a powerful kick to the door. Bang! In the confined space, the deafening sound resonated. The door dented slightly, dust raining down. Eric breathed a sigh of relief that the tunnel didn't collapse. Elijah kicked again, and after 6 attempts, the door finally gave way, revealing the smell of burning gunpowder and sizzling fuse sounds. Damn! Eric dashed back as fast as possible, leaping out of the tunnel and pulling Shauna and the guards with him, shouting, "Everyone, evacuate the villa!" Boom! An explosion erupted, shaking the entire structure. Eric and his team just barely made it out before the villa collapsed. Eric urgently asked, "Are all the people out?" Amadeus sorrowfully replied, "2 members of Squad 2 haven't come out yet." Eric ordered immediate rescue efforts, ensuring every effort was made to find them alive or dead. His expression turned grim as he looked at Shauna, killing intent rising. Shauna, already terrified by the explosion, cowered upon seeing Eric's menacing look. She knelt, stammering, "Sir, I didn't know there were bombs down there. Please spare me." "Report, sir, Squad 2 has been found. They're only lightly injured, nothing serious." Relieved, Eric's killing intent dissipated. The woman genuinely didn't know what was below, otherwise, she wouldn't have stayed in the basement. His earlier impulse was just fleeting anger. With no harm done, he decided to let her go. Eric ordered the guards, detain her first. After public trial, if she hasn't committed any heinous crimes, bring her back to the base for rehabilitation. ##### Chapter 39. The End of Paradise City. Time quickly approached evening. Today, Paradise City had undergone a drastic transformation. New forces had invaded and wiped out the old power, the Elijahhaven army, which was worth celebrating for ordinary citizens. However, after their celebration, they became numb again. They did not know how the new power would treat them. Perhaps it would still be endless oppression just like before. Eric ordered the original residents of Paradise City to gather in the square. Elijah swept his gaze over the haggard, emaciated residents, seeing only numbness in their eyes, devoid of hope or passion for life. This situation was even worse than what he had seen in the villagers oppressed by Hanley in Mudjong village. Before the apocalypse, these people, though not necessarily well off, were individuals with complete dignity. Now, they were treated like livestock, or worse, making anyone feel heartbroken. Eric put a hand on Elvin's shoulder, whispered a few words in his ear, and then Elvin led a group away. Immediately afterward, Eric addressed the crowd loudly. From now on, Paradise City will no longer exist. Starting today, you will be incorporated into the base. After speaking, Eric carefully observed the expressions of the people. What he saw most often was a fleeting look of fear. No one expressed any longing for the new environment. Eric smiled lightly, trying to appear more benevolent, and said, "You don't need to be afraid. I am not Jerry, and the base is not Paradise City. To show you the difference, I will give you 3 gifts." The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, feeling strange. Was this young man really going to give them gifts? But what kind of gifts could these be? Boany of them believed they wouldn't be good things. About 10 minutes later, Elvin returned, whispering softly into Eric's ear, "Everything is ready." Eric nodded. "Bring them here." Elvin turned around and soon led a small squad of guards back to the square with a group of women. These women had disheveled hair, hollow eyes, and wore ill-fitting clothes taken from dead Elijahhaven army soldiers. It was a starkly uncomfortable sight. The male civilians in the square saw these women and their dulled eyes regained a spark of life. Their numb hearts stirred, and their bodies trembled with emotion as tears streamed down their faces. These women were those whom Eric had ordered Elvin to rescue from the joy den seeing the men in the square. They also shed tears, moved deeply. The guards did not stop them as they searched for familiar faces and rushed to each other, embracing and weeping together until their clothes were soaked with tears. This scene continued for nearly half an hour before gradually quieting down. Realizing what had happened, many people knelt before Eric, expressing their gratitude. They now firmly believed that Eric was not Jerry but their savior. All right, Eric waved his hands to calm them, saying, "Reuniting you all is the first gift." Elijah then turned to Ryan and said, "Proceed." The crowd felt curious. What would the second gift be? Soon, Ryan led 300 guards to bring out all the food from the Elijahhaven army's granary and set up large iron pots in the square to cook meals. "This is the second gift. After eating, I will give you the third one," Eric announced loudly. Seeing the food, the civilians' eyes gleamed with hunger. They hadn't had a full meal in months. Today, they could finally eat without worry, further deepening their gratitude towards Eric. As for the third gift, it didn't matter to them anymore. With the fire lit, the aroma of the food soon spread throughout the square, making the crowd restless. Boany couldn't control their drooling. Finally, the food was ready. The starving civilians couldn't hold back any longer and rushed toward the large pots. The guards struggled to maintain order, eventually calming them down so they could queue up properly. Those who received food hurried back to the crowd, squatting down to eat with their fingers, enjoying every bite. This wonderful feeling made them forget everything else, leading them to wolf down the food eagerly. Wah! Some people began crying while eating, their tears falling into their meals, adding a bitter taste. While the people ate, Eric ordered the captured Elijahhaven army soldiers to be brought forward. Only after finishing their meals did they notice the kneeling Elijahhaven army soldiers. These soldiers had lost their usual arrogance. They dared not look at the civilians or the guards, bending their backs and heads low, occasionally stealing glances at Eric. They didn't know how he would handle them, and this uncertainty made them shiver with fear. Seeing the civilians finished eating, Eric cleared his throat and pointed at the Elijahhaven army soldiers, announcing loudly, "You all know these people and what they've done. The third gift is letting you judge them and decide their fate." The crowd was astonished. Was the power of judgment really given to them? When Eric ordered a Elijahhaven army soldier to kneel before them and said, "Starting with this person, expose his crimes. Any who committed heinous acts will be executed immediately," the reality sank in. Anger burned in their eyes as one by one they stepped forward to accuse the Elijahhaven army soldier. Eric, hearing the atrocities, ordered the immediate execution. Then another Elijahhaven army soldier was brought forward. Seeing what had just happened, the second soldier's legs gave out, needing to be dragged forward. A foul smell emanated from his crotch. He had lost control of his bladder and bowels. In this manner, 80% of the nearly 1,000 Elijahhaven army captives were sentenced to immediate execution. The pent-up anger of the civilians was released, and thus, they revered Eric like a savior. After this tumultuous night, it was deep into the evening. Eric ordered everyone to rest there and prepare to head to Daughter Valley the next day, bringing its 10,000 inhabitants back to the base. On top of the cliff, Eric gazed at the Milky Way in the sky, sighing, "How beautiful." This disaster had turned the world into hell, but made the night sky more beautiful. Elijah wondered where the virus came from and what would become of it, feeling both anticipation and fear. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Just as Eric was reflecting, a rooster crowed behind him. Elijah stood up abruptly and turned, only to be startled by a giant rooster almost a meter tall, with a beak an inch long and sharp claws like knives. "This is a chicken?" Eric was confused, scrutinizing it, but the rooster wasn't interested in his musings. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The rooster let out a long cry, flapped its wings, kicking up dust into Eric's face, blinding him momentarily. Then it flew upwards and dove straight at him. Damn, has it become a spirit? Eric cursed inwardly. Elijah had been enjoying the moonlight and the cool breeze, only to be ambushed by a chicken, sparking his anger. Chapter 40. Can animals evolve too? Eric's anger surged from deep within him, rushing to his scalp. As the rooster dived down at breakneck speed, he sidestepped and then grabbed its wing with perfect timing, throwing it forcefully. The rooster squawked in pain but couldn't escape Eric's mighty grip. After nearly 3 minutes of continuous tossing, leaving the rooster dizzy, Eric single-handedly gripped its neck. With rapid movements from his other hand, he stripped off all the feathers on the rooster's neck within a few seconds. Pulling out a military knife, he swiftly slit the rooster's throat. His skill was comparable to that of an experienced chicken butcher at the market. Chicken blood spurted out profusely, making Eric regret not having a container. This chicken blood would have been great for nourishment. With blood staining the ground, the rooster finally breathed its last breath, its wings falling limp and claws curled up, no longer struggling. This beast was incredibly strong, Eric murmured, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he dropped the rooster's carcass to the ground. Elijah examined the enormous rooster, which was pig-sized, wondering, what breed is this rooster, so big? This is a level 1 evolved animal, rooster. Just as Eric pondered, the system's voice rang out, answering his confusion. Startled, Eric asked, do all animals evolve? Yes. The brief 2 words gave a clear response, greatly alarming Eric. If all animals could evolve, wouldn't survival become even more challenging for humans? Even the fighting power of this rooster far exceeded that of an average adult man. Imagine how formidable wild animals like wolves and tigers would be after evolving. And there are far more animals than humans. The threat posed by evolved animals would be no less serious, perhaps even greater, than zombies, instilling a sense of urgency in Eric. Looking at the dead rooster on the ground, Eric's eyes gleamed. Evolved zombies have evolution crystals in their heads. Evolved animals should have them too, right? Acting on this thought, Eric split the rooster's head open with a knife, revealing a milky white evolution crystal, glowing beautifully under the moonlight. His guess was right. Evolution crystals were indeed present inside the heads of evolved animals. Picking up the crystal and wiping off the attached blood with his sleeve, he was about to swallow it, but suddenly paused mid-motion. System, will eating the blood of an evolved animal turn me into a zombie? Only consuming zombie flesh and blood can infect you with the virus. Eating evolved animals' flesh and blood is beneficial for the human body. Reassured by the system, Eric swallowed the evolution crystal. This was his 8th evolution crystal. Once again, it transformed into a warm stream entering his abdomen, followed by a brief period of minor pain lasting only 10 seconds. After ingesting this crystal, Eric felt his mental state refreshed, completely recovering the energy expended in battling the rooster. However, there wasn't much improvement in his physical attributes. Confused, he asked, System, why are the effects of the evolution crystals weakening? The host has reached the limits of a level 1 evolver. You cannot further enhance your physique using level 1 evolution crystals. To become a level 2 evolver, you need level 2 evolution crystals. Note, killing level 2 evolved zombies or level 2 evolved animals yields level 2 evolution crystals. So, after level 1 comes level 2, and then level 3, and so on. Perhaps zombies and evolved animals also follow this pattern. Level 1, level 2, level 3. Eric gazed at the bright moon, murmuring, if only I could remain at level 1 forever and never let zombies or evolved animals progress beyond level 1. Shaking his head, he continued, sadly, it's just a beautiful wish. Since I've already reached the limits of a level 1 evolver, any future evolution crystals I obtain will be given to Elvin and Ryan, enhancing our guard corps' combat strength to better face evolved zombies and animals. Putting aside these thoughts, Eric slung the rooster's corpse over his shoulder and climbed down the cliff along the vines. Most people had already fallen asleep. Only the guard patrol teams remained alert. When they saw Eric carrying what appeared to be a giant pig-like chicken, their eyes widened and mouths gaped wide enough to fit a goose egg. Did the commander go hunting? Is that a chicken or a golden eagle? Such a large one! Someone exclaimed in surprise. Come here. Eric called the team over and handed the chicken to them. Dinner tonight. The guard patrol team was delighted. Although uncertain whether it was truly a chicken, it would certainly taste delicious when roasted. Soon, the aroma of roasting meat spread through the air, waking those who were still sleeping. They saw a huge chicken roasting over a bonfire on the square, unable to resist drooling at the sight. Eric, watching the charred brown roasted chicken, salivated and tore off a chicken wing, larger than an arm, taking a big bite. The guard soldiers couldn't help but join in, tearing pieces of the roasted chicken apart and devouring them. Before long, attracted by the smell, Elvin and Ryan came over, looking pitifully at Eric. Eat 'em, take yourself. Despite his muffled speech from biting a large chunk of chicken, Elvin caught the key words and began eating without hesitation. Ordinary citizens watched this scene, their mouths watering, suspecting that Eric had intentionally fed them a hearty dinner to prepare for his midnight feast. Under the voracious appetite of Eric and the guard soldiers, the oversized roasted chicken was quickly devoured, leaving only thick, pig bone-like remnants. Eric licked his fingers and sighed contentedly, delicious. The guard soldiers were equally satisfied, their faces glowing red. Ryan, who ate the most, sweated profusely, even stripping to his bare chest. Brendandenly, his nose started bleeding, causing panic among everyone. Could the roasted chicken be poisonous? But others were unaffected. Ryan glanced at Eric nervously. Eric gave him a reassuring look and said, don't worry, you're just overnourished. Run a few laps to burn off the excess energy. Relieved, Ryan thought he might die from eating roasted chicken. Plugging his nose with paper to stop the bleeding, he began running around the square. Others went back to sleep, while Ryan kept running. By the time everyone woke up again, Ryan was still running. Eric couldn't help but marvel, truly beneficial. Morning broke as dawn approached. After breakfast, it was time to set off for Daughter Valley. Approaching the exhausted Ryan lying on the ground, Eric chuckled. Can you still walk? Panting heavily, Ryan replied, report, Commander. No problem. Trying to stand, he found himself utterly drained from running all night. Laughing, Eric shook his head and said, don't push yourself. Come ride in my car. Chapter 41. Eric's Tactics. The guard army led the way, followed by 30,000 civilians, as they marched out of Elijah Haven City in a grand procession towards Daughter Valley. Though the people did not know where Eric was leading them, they trusted he would provide them with a better life. Allegiance. Without needing to be escorted by soldiers, they willingly followed. After approximately 2 hours of travel, everything proceeded peacefully, and Daughter Valley was finally in sight. The female soldiers guarding the city were startled at first by the large crowd, but upon seeing Eric at the forefront, they heaved a sigh of relief and promptly opened the city gates. Brendan and Tong rushed over upon hearing the news. Witnessing such a massive crowd, she felt a mix of surprise and immediate realization that Eric had indeed destroyed Elijah Haven City. This made her ecstatic, feeling fortunate to have encountered such a powerful yet non-brutal person. Eric and Brendan and Tong convened the 10,000 residents of Daughter Valley for a brief respite. Although Brendan and Tong had agreed for Daughter Valley to join the base, unlike Elijah Haven City, it wasn't just her decision. Public opinion needed to be considered. In the square, over 10,000 people gathered. Brendan and Tong announced loudly, "We've assembled everyone for one reason. We've found a better refuge, so please pack your belongings quickly. We'll set off immediately." What? Lady Leader is suggesting we abandon Daughter Valley? Why should we leave if Daughter Valley is already so good? Didn't Ellsworth retreat already? Yes, can there be a place better than Daughter Valley? This statement caused an uproar among the people. Everyone, calm down, listen to me. The place we are going to has been inspected by me personally. It offers greater security and abundant resources. Brendan and Tong shouted, but her voice was drowned out by the 10,000 others, making her words inaudible. The crowd remained noisy. Bang, bang. Brendanly, 2 gunshots rang out, startling Brendan and Tong. She turned to see Eric firing into the sky. The shots instantly quieted the crowd, who all turned their attention to Eric. Eric looked at Brendan and Tong and said, "Continue." Brendan and Tong took a deep breath and continued, "Please trust us. Where we're going will not have tyrannical rule. You will still receive what you work for, just as you do here, provided you follow the local rules." The residents of Daughter Valley believed in Brendan and Tong. After some deliberation, most agreed to move, though a few troublemakers opposed. Why should we go if it's no different from Daughter Valley? Yes, we live comfortably here. Why waste energy moving to another place? What if we encounter zombies on the way? These remarks made some who initially agreed start wavering. What if they encountered zombies? A cold gleam flashed in Eric's eyes, and he clapped his hands. Rustle, rustle. The sound of disciplined footsteps echoed as squads of guard army soldiers marched into the square. Kill. Their battle cry reverberated through the air, and the residents, despite having witnessed death and faced zombies, felt genuine fear before this intense military force. Eric stepped up next to Brendan and Tong, scanning the crowd. "If we encounter zombies en route, we'll protect you. Any other concerns?" Under this overwhelming military presence, many troublemakers fell silent, though a few remained defiant. "Auntie and Nymph, are you forcing us? Isn't that safer refuge where Lady Leader spoke about the base of these soldiers? Isn't it said there is no tyrannical rule there? Yet, they dare use force here in Daughter Valley?" Following the voice, Eric spotted the troublemaker hiding in the crowd, staring intently until he finished speaking. "Done?" Under Eric's gaze, the man cowered but stubbornly retorted, "So what if I'm done?" Eric replied coldly, "Tie him up." 2 guard army soldiers immediately seized the man, who screamed, "What are you doing? Will you kill me for opposing you? Remember, if you kill me, thousands more like me will arise." However, after being restrained, the rest of the residents exchanged glances, and no one dared speak further. Eric then said, "I understand your thoughts. You believe I'm unreasonable, intolerant, and living under my command will be difficult. But you are mistaken. That man tried to undermine morale. Not executing him is already lenient. As Lady Brendan stated, life at the base will be similar to Daughter Valley. If you farm, you will reap. If you work hard, you will be rewarded, provided you abide by the rules. I can reiterate and guarantee this without any falsehoods. With enough ability, you can even become part of the base management, helping to build it into a beautiful place. Whether you believe me is your choice. If you don't wish to come with me, I won't force you. However, I must remind you that Ellsworth merely retreated. Who knows if he might return when we're gone? In his rage, he might resort to massacring the entire valley. Or perhaps he'd take you to his city without negotiating as kindly as I am." Eric's words left everyone deeply moved. They exchanged looks, knowing Ellsworth could return, leaving them defenseless. Their lives would hang by a thread under Ellsworth's control. After weighing the pros and cons, they realized Eric's negotiation was far better than being forced at gunpoint. Therefore, they consented to joining the base. Brendan and Tong glanced at Eric, thinking, "This guy really has some skills and quite the persuasive tongue." Still, he didn't exaggerate too much. Brendanly, Eric turned and caught her gaze. Brendan and Tong blushed and quickly looked away. Eric, oblivious to her embarrassment, instructed, "Leave the rest to you. We'll depart in an hour. Get them to pack lightly, no heavy furniture, as the base provides those." "Okay," Brendan and Tong nodded slightly. After Eric left, Brendan and Tong addressed the residents. "Rest assured, I will not deceive you. Please return home and pack light. We'll depart in an hour." Brendan and Tong's authority calmed the residents somewhat, prompting them to hurriedly pack. An hour passed quickly. Eric sipped 2 pots of tea and ate a few snacks. Over 4,000 residents gathered at the city gate, heading towards the base. Despite their reluctance and uncertainty about the new place, the residents of Daughter Valley knew it was necessary for survival. Unlike them, the people from Elijah Haven City approached with hope and anticipation for the base. Note: character names are romanized using pinyin as requested. ##### Chapter 42, Crisis en route. The convoy of over 40,000 people was massive. Even with people standing shoulder to shoulder, the line stretched an astonishing 700 meters. Brendanch, a large group, posed an immense challenge for the remaining 700 guards who had fought in the assault on Paradise City. Fortunately, there were also 2,000 female soldiers from the Daughter Valley, all under Lauren's command, which significantly reduced the pressure on the guard force. Even with assistance from the Daughter Valley's female soldiers, an encounter with zombies or an ambush by surviving humans would still be perilous. This time, Eric didn't ride in a vehicle. All vehicles were used to transport luggage, lightening the burden on the civilians and thus improving the marching speed. At this moment, Eric stood at the head of the convoy, alongside Lauren. Eric Gaston, why not move people in batches? Moving all 40,000 at once makes us too visible, and the base may not have enough capacity, Lauren said as they walked together. If we move them in batches, Ellsworth could launch a surprise attack, and the guards wouldn't be able to arrive in time, leading to greater losses. As for the base's capacity, Eric said confidently, don't worry, I have a plan. Lauren was confused. What kind of plan could he have? Constructing concrete walls took months, even years, depending on the length, and that was with modern building equipment and fully prepared materials. Even if they built simpler, extended walls to defend against ordinary zombies, the dimensions were still considerable. Eric's base, despite its wealth, didn't seem to have many construction machines or building materials. Gathering the materials alone would take a lot of time. Lauren couldn't fathom where Eric's confidence came from, but she could only hope silently that he knew what he was doing. Eric didn't explain much upon seeing Lauren's puzzled expression, just smiled and withdrew his gaze. But then his pupils suddenly constricted, and the people behind him began stopping, their screams filling the air out of fear. Zombies! Run! Panic erupted among the crowd, but was quickly quelled by the guards and female soldiers working together. Ahead of the convoy, 10 zombies appeared abruptly, 3 of them huge, clearly evolved into strength-based zombies, while the other 7 moved on all fours, slim and agile, evidently speed-based evolved zombies. This was what caused the panic and fear. Though only 10 zombies, they were genuine evolved zombies, each with the intimidation factor equivalent to hundreds of ordinary zombies. Roar! The 3 strength-based evolved zombies roared to the sky simultaneously. Then, dense footsteps echoed from both sides of the convoy as a dark mass of zombies charged towards them. Simultaneously, gunfire erupted from behind the convoy, not from the guards shooting zombies, but from enemy attacks. A soldier ran forward to report, Commander, our troops are being attacked by Ellsworth's army. Eric clenched his fists tightly. Well done, Samson. Quite the spectacle. Those zombies must be connected to them too. Lauren heard the soldier clearly, her face turning pale. She looked at Eric and asked urgently, what should we do? Eric drew a deep breath, pulled out his military knife, and stepped forward toward the evolved zombies. These 10 beasts are mine. The rest of the ordinary zombies and Ellsworth's men are your responsibility. At this moment, there was no other choice. Lauren, recalling Eric's capabilities, did not stop him and went to direct the female soldiers against the zombies. The 10 evolved zombies saw a lone human approach and opened their mouths, revealing teeth covered in flesh, the stench overwhelming. Brandandanly, one of the strength-based evolved zombies lunged at Eric like a human tank. Eric burst into action, covering 100 meters in just 3 seconds. Elijah leaped 3 meters high, his hands gripping the military knife above his head. In the sunlight, a flash of cold steel glinted. Clang! The knife sliced through like cutting iron, sparks flying. The strength-based evolved zombie's head split in two, and its massive body crumbled to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. All the onlookers stared in shock, hearts pounding. Was this still human? With the death of one comrade, the remaining 9 evolved zombies rushed at Eric without hesitation. A speed-based evolved zombie pounced from the front. Eric leaned back to dodge, grabbing its leg and flinging it away. Another zombie attacked from the left, narrowly missed by Eric, who kicked it away. For more speed-based evolved zombies approached from all directions, leaving Eric no escape. Thinking fast, Eric bent his knees and leaped high into the air, avoiding the attacks. As he descended, his feet stomped down on 2 evolved zombies' heads, crushing them. Speed-based evolved zombies lacked the defense of their strength-based counterparts, and their brains exploded, splattering Eric. Zombies had no fear, unaffected by the deaths of their comrades. They focused only on the powerful human before them, convinced his flesh must be tastier than ordinary humans. Without giving Eric a moment's rest, 2 strength-based zombies roared and charged at him. Covered in blood, Eric advanced like a heavenly war god, fearless. With incredible speed, he reached one strength-based zombie from behind, jumped onto its back, and decapitated it with one swift motion. Another strength-based zombie swung its giant fist towards him. Eric dodged, and the punch hit the dead zombie's body, causing it to collapse inward, oozing thick, dark red blood and internal organs. Seizing the opportunity, Eric leaped up and slashed downward at the other strength-based zombie. Clang! Sparks flew again, and its head split open, lifeless instantly. Whoosh! A gust of wind brushed past Eric's back. Elijah performed a backflip, then stabbed his knife into the approaching speed-based zombie, pinning it to the ground and crushing its skull with his foot. Eric's stamina was severely drained, but 3 speed-based evolved zombies remained, their desire for his blood intense. They lunged at him with blinding speed. Gathering his last reserves of strength, Eric pulled out his battered, chipped military knife and hurled it. Though the zombies easily evaded, it slowed them for less than a second, just enough time for Eric to reach for his pistol. Bang bang bang. 3 shots rang out, each bullet piercing the heads of the 3 speed-based evolved zombies. Without the defenses of their strength-based counterparts, they fell dead immediately. Blowing smoke from the barrel, Eric remarked, fortunately, none missed. As he spoke, darkness clouded his vision, and he collapsed, unable to hold on any longer. ##### Chapter 43, Significant Loss. Eric Gaston. Lauren had been observing the situation closely. Seeing Eric faint, she rushed over and supported him to prevent him from hitting the ground. Eric Gaston, are you alright? Lauren asked anxiously. Eric was the backbone for everyone. If something happened to him, it would be a catastrophic event. Meanwhile, the gunfire at the back of the convoy ceased as the ambush by Samson's forces was repelled. The guards came forward to assist the female soldiers in dealing with the zombies, quickly eliminating all the regular zombies. Elvin, Ryan, and others ran anxiously over, seeing Eric lying motionless in Lauren's arms, covered in blood. They were deeply worried, thinking that something serious had happened to Eric. Commander, 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 are you all right? They shouted anxiously. Lauren checked Eric's breathing by placing her fingers near his nose. At this moment, Eric's eyes snapped open, startling her. I'm fine, just a bit hungry. Does anyone have food? After the intense battle, Eric's energy was completely depleted, turning him into a famished person in need of immediate sustenance. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when Eric revived. Elvin and Ryan quickly took out several compressed rations, ripped open the packaging, and handed them over. Eric devoured the food in a few bites, and the nourishment quickly replenished his energy. In less than 3 minutes, Eric regained some strength and could walk on his own. However, feeling the warmth behind him and the fragrance of Lauren, he decided it would be nice to stay lying down a while longer. Lauren couldn't read minds. She didn't know what Eric was thinking and simply assumed he was exhausted. She let him remain in her arms. Even while basking in comfort, Eric did not neglect important matters. Elijah looked at Elvin and Ryan, then glanced at the corpses of the evolved zombies. They immediately understood his intent and walked toward the bodies of the evolved zombies, their goal being the evolution crystals inside their heads. Seeing this, Lauren, who noticed Elvin and others collecting the familiar milky white crystals, thought once again, could Eric Gaston's strength really be related to these small crystals? Eric knew that with Lauren's intelligence, she might figure it out, but he wasn't worried. Even if she guessed that evolution crystals could make people stronger, she would need to have one and dare to consume it. Not everyone knew the system details that made them aware of the mild pain involved in the enhancement process from evolution crystals. With everything settled, the large group continued on its way without stopping. Eric sat in his vehicle with Lauren's support. After the bloody battle, the originally formidable force of 4,000 people had been somewhat reduced, shrinking from 700 meters in length to 600 meters. This was indeed a significant loss. The remaining journey went smoothly. They only encountered a few stray ordinary zombies, which were easily dispatched without causing any harm or delay to the group. As evening approached, the sun was about to set. The clouds beside it tried to hold it back, their faces turning crimson from the effort. Against this backdrop of red, a city stood majestically like a heavenly citadel, beautiful and peaceful. The soldiers on the city walls stood straight, watching vigilantly outside, on guard against enemies while hoping for the return of their comrades. Under the glow of the sunset, a massive procession came into view. The soldier's eyes narrowed in alertness, and his comrade picked up a pair of binoculars to observe. Familiar figures came into view, making the soldier almost unable to contain his excitement. It's Commander. The previously vigilant soldiers became excited upon hearing their comrades shout. The large group approached the city gates. Faced with the magnificent city, the civilians from Daughter Valley gaped in astonishment, and even the female soldiers were greatly shocked. Despite this, they still cherished the beauty of Daughter Valley. Meanwhile, the civilians from Paradise City looked forward with anticipation, wishing they could rush into the city right away to see what it looked like. While they remembered Paradise City well, they only recalled the suffering, not the beauty. The city gates opened wide, and Nikki led many residents to welcome the commander back. Some residents were happy to see so many survivors brought back, while others were worried about the logistical challenges ahead. Happy ones realized there were many survivors, while the worried ones pondered how many houses needed to be built. The convoy entered the base. Eric ordered Nikki to tally the population, then led the guards to the military camp. The guards lined up neatly. Their postures remained upright, but their numbers were significantly reduced. Samson and Ellsworth, I will make you pay. Eric clenched his fists, cold fury flashing in his eyes. System, display information panel. Eric silently commanded. Displaying base information for host. A holographic screen appeared before Eric's eyes, showing him the number of guards in the base population. Base soldiers, 478. Base civilians, 44,082. There are only 44,000 people? Thousands of civilians died in this ambush. A fire burned within Eric, a flame of anger. It was all because of that bastard Ellsworth. Originally, bringing back 40,000 people would have been enough to meet the upgrade requirements. But due to the ambush, they lost 6,000 to 7,000 people. Eric was furious and vowed to tear Ellsworth apart for this. Leaving the military camp, Eric went to the military district to replenish his troops. As long as he had points, his manpower would be inexhaustible. Stretching his back and looking at the sky, the sun had set completely, leaving only the moon to provide a dim light. Eric went to the residential area, where Nikki and other administrators were still registering the newcomers. The residents from Paradise City seemed quite pleased with the base's interior, finding it far better than Paradise City. However, those from Daughter Valley complained. The space here is too small. We are all cramped together. It's better back in Daughter Valley. Yeah, such a tiny city with so many people. How crowded it must be. Eric shook his head. People were inherently complacent. These complainers were just taking advantage of the lenient environment. Under Ellsworth's rule, they wouldn't even dare to complain. Eric wished they could experience life under Paradise City's management, living without respect, eating watery gruel twice a day, and enduring beatings. But he couldn't do that. The base was not Paradise City, and he was not Jerry. As long as these people followed the base's rules and did not cause trouble, he would let them complain. Tomorrow morning, he would expand the base. Then, when they saw this miraculous expansion, they wouldn't complain anymore. Leaving the complainers alone, Eric returned to the mobile base, cleaned himself up, and lay down on his warm bed, falling into a deep sleep. Only within the base could he rest peacefully. Chapter 44, Expansion of the Base, Strengthening Strength. The next morning, at dawn, Eric was woken up by the noisy voices outside his dwelling. Upon stepping out of the mobile base, he saw people either lying or sitting on the ground. With insufficient rooms and limited space, they had to crowd together on the ground. Fortunately, it didn't rain last night. Otherwise, there would have been thousands of soaked chickens. Someone keen-eyed noticed Eric emerging. Rather than express their dissatisfaction directly, they murmured complaints to those nearby. Did you know? The ground is too hard, leaving me in pain all over. Not just that, I got jabbed by a stone while turning over. It hurt for half the night. At least you managed some sleep. I didn't sleep all night due to someone's foot stinking so badly. It almost made my eyes water. Oh, are you blaming me? If I could, I'd rather not have walked all day yesterday, arriving here with nowhere to wash my feet. What else could I do? These grumbles were a way of voicing their grievances indirectly to Eric. Without saying much, Eric headed towards the city wall. Seeing Eric completely unconcerned, the murmurs instantly stopped. They stared at Eric's back, mouths agape but silent. Arriving at the city wall, Eric surveyed the surroundings and unfolded a map. The entire city lay before his eyes. Instead of dismantling the existing walls, he planned an extension. Elijah extended the northern walls 1 kilometer on each side, then connected the eastern and western walls southward by 3 kilometers, eventually joining the southern wall. This created a large square enclosing a smaller one adjacent to the northern line. Eric immediately placed gates on 3 sides of the inner city, east, west, and south, to facilitate passage between the inner and outer areas. The layout of the inner city remained unchanged, while the outer city was divided into 2 zones. The western zone for residential purposes to house newcomers from Elijah Haven City and Daughter Valley, and the eastern zone further divided into Area 1 and Area 2. Area 1 focused on greenhouse cultivation and livestock breeding, while Area 2, which included a river, was designated for aquaculture by excavating a pond and diverting river water. Unused land around the pond could be used for housing or agricultural greenhouses. After finalizing the plan, Eric initiated the construction. A blinding white light appeared, and suddenly, 3 kilometers of new walls emerged, along with 2 additional gates on the original east and west walls. The initially chatty crowd fell silent at the sight of the new structures. Some bolder individuals stepped out through the gates, only to stand dumbfounded at the external scenery. More people exited the gates, stunned and wide-eyed at the scene before them. This? Am I dreaming? Ow, why did you pinch me? Ow, why did you pinch me? I'm checking if I'm dreaming. Why are you pinching me to check your dream? As people were buzzing, a few residents carrying shovels looked at them as if they were country bumpkins. One said, "This is Commander's miracle. Why are you so surprised?" At this, the crowd erupted into a buzz, eyeing Eric on the city wall with awe. Did Eric really do this? A mere flash of white light in a few seconds transformed a vast expanse of land. A feat nothing short of a miracle. The newcomers from Elijah Haven City, who already trusted Eric deeply, now knelt down in reverence, faces filled with devotion. While the residents from Daughter Valley didn't kneel, they ceased complaining, looking at Eric with increased respect. With the walls completed, Eric summoned Nikki and the construction supervisor, Doug. Elijah explained to Doug, the new area will be divided into 2 sections, west for new residents, east for agriculture and livestock, and also into 2 subsections, one for aquaculture near the river, the other for farming or housing. Doug nodded seriously, replying, "Understood. I will complete the task as instructed." "Good," Eric acknowledged, then turned to Nikki. "You'll manage housing for new residents. Set up tents temporarily, and organize them to cultivate the barren land. They can't idle around." Nikki replied, "Understood." Eric added, "Also, arrange for our aquaculture expert Caden to conduct training, ready for deployment, once the facilities are built to boost efficiency." Nikki responded, "Your foresight is admirable. I understand." With matters settled, Nikki and Doug promptly began their tasks. 3 days later, the new district was progressing smoothly, and the influx of residents injected vigor into the base, making it thrive. At the mobile base, Eric called Elvin, Ryan, Anchor, and Harrison. They quickly gathered before him. Eric took out 8 evolution crystals, giving each 2 and said, "Know why I've become so strong? Because of these evolution crystals. My strength alone has limits, so I need you to get stronger too. We have limited crystals now, but you're my top operatives, so you go first. Others can wait until we gather more by hunting evolved zombies." Elijah hearing this, Elvin and the others felt extremely excited. The power of Eric was evident, and everyone craved such strength. Eric had given them the chance. Eric instructed the guards at the door, "Don't let anyone in." Then he tightly closed the door and faced Elvin and the others. Using the crystals is simple, just swallow them. However, the transformation process is intensely painful. Be prepared. They nodded, eager to ingest the crystals. Pain, for men seeking strength, was bearable. "All right, start becoming stronger," Eric said. Upon hearing this, they swallowed the crystals at once. Just like Eric's first experience, the crystals dissolved into a warm, comfortable fluid. They exchanged glances. Eric counted silently, 1, 2, 3. By the 3rd second, warmth gave way to intense redness, veins bulging, faces contorted in pain. Yet, unlike Eric, they held hands and endured without a sound, an ironclad will. Under Eric's watchful eye, 6 minutes passed. Their expressions gradually eased, but a foul odor filled the air. Pinching his nose, Eric said, "Follow me," and he rushed out the door, running far away. Chapter 45. The first outsider to join the Guard Corps, Part 1. Amadeus and 3 others closely followed Elijah towards the small river outside the city. The stench was unbearable, causing passers-by to cover their noses instinctively. What the heck? Did a toilet explode or did someone fall in? I saw clearly. Senior officials and captains Amadeus, Benson, Amir, and Ichabod were running past. You actually dared to say they fell into a toilet. You're done for. Ah, I'm wrong. Sniffle sniffle. Listening to the murmurs of the residents, Elijah muttered, "Too hasty. I should have had Amadeus use the evolution crystals by the river, then jump in afterward. That way, no one would have noticed. We wouldn't have made such a scene and lost face." Lauren was wandering leisurely when she suddenly smelled a terrible stench. She covered her nose and looked over, only to see Elijah and Amadeus. Elijah's eyes twinkled, and she immediately followed them. The speed of Elijahath and his group was fast, and they soon reached the riverside. Amadeus, Benson, and the others immediately jumped into the river, water splashing everywhere. As the clear river washed away the stench, fish started floating belly up to the surface. The effect was as potent as pesticide. After climbing out of the water, the 4 men blushed, scratching their heads sheepishly. The fish had been poisoned, and eating them could make anyone extremely ill. Elijahath abandoned the idea of having the fish cooked as extra food. Elijah looked at the 4 standing side by side and thought, we need to test their current physical strength. Looking around, he spotted a large green stone about half a meter high. Walking over, he lifted the stone with relative ease, estimating it weighed about 450 to 500 pounds. Elijah pointed at Amadeus, saying, you go first. They leafed this stone. Amadeus stepped forward, wrapped his arms around the stone, took a deep breath, and exerted force from his waist. The 450 to 500 pound stone slowly rose off the ground. Amadeus's face flushed red, veins popping out on his arms and forehead as he strained hard to lift it. It was much harder for him compared to Elijahath's ease. Thud. Amadeus managed to hold it for 10 seconds before dropping the stone, which hit the ground and left a small dent. Next, Benson stepped up and struggled similarly, managing only 10 seconds. Amir and Ichabod followed suit, finishing quickly. All 4 found lifting the 450 to 500 pound stone strenuous, barely managing 10 seconds each. Elijahath estimated, their strength should be over 2 times that of an average adult man. Not bad. Next, he decided to test their speed. Since there were no running tracks nearby, they needed to go to the training grounds at the barracks. Eric Gaston. Just as they were about to head to the base camp, someone called out to Elijahath. She came. Elijahath recognized the voice as Lauren and greeted her with a smile. Antong? Eric Gaston. You guys are incredible. That stone must weigh at least 500 pounds. I thought only Eric Gaston was strong, but Loshan and Benson are also so powerful. Did you eat the white crystals from zombies' heads? Lauren ran up, excitement sparkling in her eyes. Elijahath frowned slightly, then pulled out an evolution crystal, laughing, yes, eating it makes you stronger, but there's a 50% chance of turning into a zombie. A very ugly, fat power-type zombie. So, do you dare to eat it? Excited to hear what she wanted, Lauren hesitated upon imagining the hideous face and flabby body of a giant zombie. Elijar's eyebrows furrowed as she grappled with her decision. Seeing her struggle, Elijahath chuckled inwardly, thinking she would back down. But unexpectedly, Lauren gritted her teeth, snatched the crystal from Elijahath, and swallowed it without hesitation. As the evolution crystal dissolved in her stomach, Lauren felt warmth and comfort, followed by intense pain that left her grabbing onto Elijahath's arm, clenching her teeth. Unable to bear the pain, she bit down on Elijahath's arm. Elijahath winced but didn't pull away, looking at her complexly. The urge to kill surged, then faded. Amadeus and Benson, loyal to Elijahath and the Guard Corps, posed no threat. Their strength benefited the base. However, Lauren was different. Despite her good character, she wasn't bound by the system, stirring mixed feelings in Elijahath. Watching Lauren endure pain yet show no sign of defeat, Elijahath wrestled with killing her. 3 minutes passed quickly. The pain subsided, and Lauren opened her eyes, seeing blood trickling from Elijahath's arm. She apologized hurriedly. I'm sorry, Eric Gaston. I didn't mean to. Looking at the apologetic Lauren, Elijahath sighed, all thoughts of killing vanishing. Elijah smiled. It's okay, just some antiseptic cream. Seems you got lucky. Now. Elijahath covered his nose, took a few steps back, and nodded toward the river. Reminded, Lauren sniffed the air, noticing a foul smell and feeling sticky black fluid covering her body. Elijah's scream pierced the sky and shook the underworld, audible throughout the base. Antionary up and clean yourself. Elijahath marveled at how long she took to react. Beside the river, she should have cleaned herself instead of screaming here. Embarrassed, Lauren jumped into the river, ignoring the watching men. Curious residents began gathering, attracted by her screams. As she emerged from the water, her soaked clothes accentuated her perfect figure. With her hands covering her chest, Lauren blushed deeply. Elijahath motioned to Amadeus and Benson. What are you looking at? Move on. Go home. Nothing to see here. Understanding his cue, they shooed away the crowd. Elijahath removed his jacket, handing it to Lauren. Wear this. Don't catch a cold. Face still flushed, Lauren quickly put it on, covering her figure. Thank you, Eric Gaston. Elijahath looked straight into her eyes and asked seriously, Antong, tell me, what do you think of the base? Seeing Elijahath's stern expression, Lauren replied earnestly, I think the base is great, whether it's the residents, the Guard Corps, or the order here. I really like it. And what do you think of me? You are an excellent leader, Lauren said sincerely. Chapter 46, The First Outsider to Join the Guard, Part 2. In Lauren's eyes, Eric saw nothing but sincerity, without a trace of insincerity. After a long silence, he sighed inwardly and said to Lauren, Do not tell anyone about the evolution crystals, including your sisters in Daughter's Valley. Lauren nodded obediently. Eric Gaston, you can rest assured. Only heaven and earth, you and I know. Oh, and Amadeus, Oral, Amir, and Ichabod know. Eric thought for a moment, then took out the remaining evolution crystal and handed it to Lauren, saying, Given the situation, you are now part of the Guard. They have all consumed 2 crystals. This one is for you as well. Lauren gratefully accepted the evolution crystal, her gaze becoming even softer and more reverent. She suddenly saluted him and said, Understood. Seeing her imitation of the military posture, Eric laughed and said, There's one more thing. You need to remember the 3 principles of the Guard. 3 principles? Lauren asked. Eric beckoned with his finger. Amadeus, you tell her. Amadeus, do not betray Commander Sir. Oral, do not betray Commander Sir. Amir, do not betray Commander Sir. Ichabod, that's the 3 rules of the base Guard. Upon hearing this, Lauren's newly formed lofty image of Eric instantly collapsed, and she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Do I look like someone who would be a traitor? Eric gave her a thorough once-over, then rubbed his chin and slightly nodded. It doesn't seem so. Then that's settled. Lauren rolled her eyes again. Eric noticed and added, by the way, there's another rule. No rolling your eyes at me. Lauren was speechless and looked at Eric incredulously. It seemed rules could be added or changed on a whim. Eric kept a straight face, and Lauren had no choice but to agree. I'll try my best to change. By the way, sir, could you also control yourself and not always say things that make me want to roll my eyes? Eric shook his head and said, No, that won't work. I'm the commander. I don't need to restrain myself. You do. Lauren was again speechless. Elijah sounded a bit like a domineering CEO, but since he was the commander, she reluctantly agreed, all right, commander sir. Thus, Lauren became the first regular human to join the guard. The 6 of them headed towards the barracks, where Eric let the 4 others test their capabilities. Then, he led Lauren into the warehouse filled with weapons, ammunition, and combat uniforms. Lauren stood dumbfounded, amazed by the impressive equipment of the guard. She couldn't help but wonder if Eric had looted an entire military district. All the combat uniforms were identical, leaving no room for choice. Eric casually picked one for Lauren, Elijah. Excited, Lauren took the uniform. Brindage professional combat gear offered much better protection and comfort than ordinary clothes, though it was a bit tricky to put on. Walking to the weapons area, Eric said, a pistol, a combat knife is standard. Choose whichever long-range weapon you're proficient with. Holy cow, a heavy sniper rifle. Elijah's eyes fell on an anti-material sniper rifle, making Lauren involuntarily curse. Elijah's gaze was fervent with desire, but after a mental struggle, she reluctantly tore her gaze away. Seeing this, Eric asked, if you want it, take it. Why hesitate? Worried about having no bullets? Don't worry, we have plenty. Lauren replied, not because of the bullets, but because the heavy sniper rifle is too heavy for me to handle. Eric placed a hand on Lauren's shoulder and said with a hint of frustration, Sister, do you remember eating an evolution crystal by the river? Oh right. Brendandenly recalling this, Lauren got excited. Without hesitation, she grabbed the anti-material sniper rifle, took a deep breath, and exerted all her strength. Elijah. The nearly 30-pound rifle was instantly lifted. Due to overexertion, Lauren stumbled backward. Luckily, Eric reacted quickly and caught her before she fell. Lauren's face flushed red, and she quickly moved away from Eric's embrace. Thanks. She then focused on the heavy sniper rifle she was holding, weighing it a few times. It felt surprisingly light, just like a regular automatic rifle. I'll take this one, Lauren said. Eric nodded and warned, fine, but remember, using a sniper rifle requires experience. Otherwise, you won't hit the target. Understand? No worries, Lauren replied confidently and happily ran out of the warehouse to the shooting range. This girl has no fear, Eric muttered dismissively while watching Lauren take aim with her rifle. However, the next second, Eric was stunned. Bang, bang, bang. Lauren fired 3 consecutive shots. Under Eric's watchful eye, every shot hit the bullseye. Not only Eric, but even Gaylord, who was training the guards nearby, was surprised. Running up to Eric, he commented, Bayledo Eric Luo. This girl has excellent marksmanship, almost as good as my former squad members. Where did you find her? Eric stared wide-eyed at Lauren, unable to form words. Finally, Lauren walked over happily. Seeing Eric's expression, she closed his gaping mouth and smiled smugly. Eric hurriedly asked, have you been in the army? Or special forces? Lauren replied, no, I've just always liked firearms. My father used to take me out a few times to practice. Eric was speechless. Elijah looked at Gaylord, who immediately understood and patted Eric on the shoulder in consolation. Eric Gaston, do you want to learn? I can teach you, Lauren innocently suggested. Eric felt his confidence shaken. Elijah nodded and said, you continue practicing. I have something to attend to. I'm leaving. Eric waved and turned to leave, needing some time to calm down. As he walked away, wail, an urgent alarm rang throughout the base. Eric's gaze sharpened as he looked toward the city gates. The guards rapidly assembled and rushed to reinforce the gates. What's going on? Lauren asked. Eric answered, when the alarm sounds, it means either zombies are attacking the city or enemy forces are attacking. Let's go see. Without delay, Eric sprinted at maximum speed toward the gates, like a human motorcycle. Lauren glanced around, rushed into the warehouse, quickly changed into her combat uniform, and followed. Gaylord, who was not part of the guard but tasked with training the special forces for Eric, stayed behind. Eric leaped onto the 4-meter-high city wall and gazed outside. It wasn't a zombie attack, but an enemy assault. Familiar faces among thousands of soldiers came into view. Ellsworth. Chapter 47. Ellsworth's overestimation. It seemed that Ellsworth had truly chosen the path to hell over the road to heaven. Without waiting for trouble to come his way, Ellsworth launched an attack first. Today, he would ensure that Ellsworth wouldn't return alive. Eric waved his hand, signaling the guards who followed him to halt and not ascend the city walls, deliberately creating an illusion of insufficient troops. Elijah speculated that Ellsworth must believe that the ambush last time had decimated his forces, hence daring to lead an army to attack. Since that was the case, he would play along and make Ellsworth think he suffered heavy losses, setting up for a surprise attack. Outside the city, Ellsworth, surrounded by his subordinates, shouted at Eric, Eric, right? I've investigated your background. You possess a 1,000-man army with excellent weapons from some unknown source. But now, your army should only be half left, right? How do you like the zombie package I prepared for you? A piercing coldness filled Eric's eyes. He had never wanted to kill anyone as much as he did now. Gathering his voice, he replied, Ellsworth, Lesser City Lord of Anton City. I remember you. Not only will you not return today, but I will also march on Anton City. Ha ha, Ellsworth sneered. With those few hundred crippled soldiers, do you know how many troops Anton City has? Let me tell you, the 4,000 men I brought today are just a quarter of our total strength. Dreaming of destroying Anton City is merely a daydream. Today, I'll wake you up by capturing your city and slaughtering everyone. Eric responded coldly, foolish talk. If you have the capability, then come. With that attitude, even if you kneel and kowtow 10,000 times when I break into the city, I won't spare you. But don't worry, I won't take your life. You're quite handsome. Some of my brothers might enjoy that. They'll take good care of you, Ellsworth said with a sinister smile. Upon hearing this, the murderous intent in Eric's eyes intensified. Just as he was about to retaliate, Lauren rushed over and retorted first, Ellsworth, you're really shameless. Knowing your subordinates have such preferences makes me wonder, have you tried it yourself? Ha ha ha. As soon as Lauren spoke, the guards burst into laughter, eyeing Ellsworth strangely. Even some of Ellsworth's subordinates looked oddly at him, with those nearby cautiously increasing their distance. Indeed, how did Ellsworth know? Shaken with rage, Ellsworth's face turned red. Elijah glared at Lauren angrily. This woman had endured him silently in Daughter Valley, yet here she spoke so defiantly. Was it Eric's influence? Pointing at Lauren, Ellsworth gritted his teeth and said, Lauren, you will pay for what you said. Pay? What kind of pay? Lauren shot back icily, I think it's you who will pay today. Lauren wasn't afraid. Elijah's confidence came from Eric and the guards. Upon returning, she saw that despite the initial losses, the guard numbers quickly returned to normal within days without recruitment. The sudden appearance of these guards and the stockpile of weapons and ammunition were nothing short of miraculous. Thus, Lauren believed Eric had the genuine ability to destroy Anton City. Eric couldn't help but reassess Lauren. He hadn't expected her to be both patient and outspoken, silencing Ellsworth with just a few words. Anti-nymph. Ellsworth snarled, his face flushed with anger. All right, fine. Wait until I capture the city and show you the consequences of offending me. Eric's attack? At Ellsworth's command, the Anton City army formed up and advanced toward the base. Some carried ladders, planning to overwhelm the city with sheer numbers and climb the walls. Unfortunately, modern warfare used guns, not swords or spears. Facing Ellsworth's brainless tactics, Eric shook his head, displaying a contemptuous expression, xuanhuan less impressive than xuanhuan of Paradise City. Eric didn't order immediate gunfire but waited until the Anton City troops approached within 50 meters of the wall. Then, with a wave of his hand, soldiers stationed inside the city swiftly climbed the walls, machine guns ready. Bullets rained down. The dense fire net covered the advancing Anton City army, killing hundreds within seconds. Ellsworth looked bewildered. What happened? The guards were supposed to be depleted. Now the walls are packed with people, almost 900 at a glance, and they still have ample ammunition after several days of combat. It doesn't add up. Seeing his forces nearing annihilation, Ellsworth hurriedly got into an anti-nimmer, urging the driver to escape. The driver, equally terrified, sped off without concern for others. This wasn't a war but a one-sided massacre. In mere minutes, the 4,000 Anton City soldiers were reduced to a few hundred, fleeing in chaos. Eric ordered the city gates opened. The guards pursued the remaining Anton City troops. Elijah, too, drove out to chase Ellsworth. For ordinary attackers, Eric might have let them go, but Ellsworth's death was necessary to quell his fury. Meanwhile, in the anti-nimmer, Ellsworth saw a modified SUV following closely in the rearview mirror. Elijah urged the driver, drive faster, shake them off. The driver, already terrified, panicked further upon seeing pursuers in the rearview. Elijah broke into a cold sweat. He wished he could go faster, but the accelerator was already to the floor. Seeing this, Ellsworth grew more anxious. Biting his lip, he pushed open the sunroof, leaning out to shoot at the pursuing vehicle. Eric reacted swiftly, firing his pistol with one hand while driving with the other. Bang, bang, bang. None hit their mark but startled Ellsworth back into the car. Eric continued firing. Bullets struck the anti-nimmer's glass, making Ellsworth tremble and curse. Both vehicles raced at top speed. The pursuer couldn't catch up, nor could the pursued shake off the chaser. After an indeterminate amount of time and distance, Eric glanced out the window at unfamiliar surroundings. Inside the anti-nimmer, the driver, under extreme stress and prolonged focus, collapsed on the steering wheel, unconscious. Crash. The uncontrolled anti-nimmer crashed into abandoned houses roadside. Chapter 48. Ellsworth's death. Screech. Eric slammed on the brakes, the vehicle skidding several meters and leaving long tire marks on the ground before coming to a halt. The preceding car had crashed into a wall, causing a massive noise that immediately drew the attention of wandering zombies nearby. Thankfully, only dozens of ordinary zombies appeared. It wasn't too problematic. Eric got out with his military knife in hand, swiftly moving and flashing by, beheading the zombies drawn towards the commotion. Within moments, all the zombies were slaughtered. The anti-nimmer was still robust despite the violent collision. Only the engine was destroyed, belching black smoke, while the rest of the vehicle remained largely intact. Eric approached, pulling open the rear door of the anti-nimmer. Inside, Ellsworth was already unconscious. Eric didn't immediately execute him but dragged Ellsworth out of the car and tossed him onto the back seat of his own vehicle. Elijah intended to extract information about Anton City from Ellsworth later, so there was no hurry to kill him yet. Elijah started the vehicle and turned around to head back to base when suddenly, a dark mass appeared ahead. Eric's gaze sharpened, his scalp tingling as cold sweat broke out. The dark mass was composed entirely of rats. Their eyes were bloodshot, their two incisors estimated to be 5 centimeters long, and each rat was the size of a small piglet. Their gnarled teeth and leering faces were terrifying. Upon seeing this, Eric thought only one word, run. But as he attempted to turn back, dark masses of rats appeared behind him, then on both sides. Elijah was surrounded. Damn it, let's fight. There were no other options now. With gritted teeth, Eric revved the engine to its limit and charged through the rat swarm. Bang, bang, bang. The giant rats continuously hurled themselves at the SUV, being knocked away repeatedly. Yet, they were incredibly resilient. After being hit, they would lie motionless on the ground as if dead, only to come back to life seconds later and continue their assault. Even the modified SUV couldn't withstand such relentless attacks. Its body was covered in scratches, and the front and rear windows shattered from collisions. Just as he was about to escape the sea of darkness, the fuel warning light flashed. What the hell, not now? Running out of fuel? The chase had depleted most of the fuel, making it logical for the tank to be empty. However logical, it spelled doom for Eric. Land was just ahead, but the fuel was gone. With no power left, the vehicle speed slowed. If it stopped completely, Eric believed it would take mere moments for these monstrous rats to engulf the car. Without divine intervention, they'd be doomed. Glancing at the unconscious Ellsworth in the backseat, Eric thought, I haven't gotten the intel yet. What a pity. Determined, he gazed at the land within reach, unbuckled his seatbelt, shattered the windshield, climbed onto the hood, and kicked off with great force, launching himself dozens of meters ahead. Elijah somersaulted safely to the ground and ran without looking back. His kick slowed the SUV further, and soon the rats halted it, sniffing the bloody scent inside. They clawed and bit at the metal, tearing apart the vehicle to get to the food within. At this moment, Ellsworth woke up. Elijah hearing the scratching noises from all directions, he opened his eyes abruptly. Seeing the rats' red eyes, sharp teeth, and drooling mouths, he screamed in terror. The next second, the car was dismantled, leaving Ellsworth exposed to the rat swarm, giving him no chance to breathe. The rats swarmed him, piling into a black mountain. Ellsworth was instantly torn apart, his flesh devoured by countless rats, leaving not even bone fragments behind. Meanwhile, Eric pushed himself to his limits, running without direction or purpose, driven by sheer will to survive. Unnoticed, dusk fell. Eric looked back. The rat swarm hadn't pursued him. Elijah breathed a sigh of relief. Looking forward, he saw several trees. Spotting one thick enough to hold him, he jumped onto a branch, panting heavily, finally able to rest. Sitting on the branch, Eric shuddered at the memory of the rat swarm and asked, System, are those rats level 1 evolved animals? No, they do not qualify as level 1 evolved animals. They are level 0 evolved animals. The system quickly replied. Brendanized, Eric said, these rats are the size of small pigs, with sharp teeth like knives, and in such vast numbers. They're not considered level 1 evolved animals? To me, they're scarier than any level 1 evolved animal. Species like rats, locusts, and bats are peculiar among evolved animals. Individually, they're small and weak, so they rank one level below other animals after evolution. However, their immense numbers, usually in the thousands, make them formidable, often forcing higher-level evolved animals to flee when encountered. After listening to the system's explanation, Eric understood. Even though individually they didn't reach level 1, their sheer numbers made them powerful. Nature seemed unfair. Humans existed in large numbers too, but they became zombies, while survivors remained ordinary, needing to hunt evolved zombies and animals for evolution crystals to enhance strength. Speaking of which, Eric brightened. System, do those evolved rats have evolution crystals in their heads? If evolved rats contained evolution crystals, it would be fantastic. With their enormous numbers, though he couldn't handle them alone, the military could use full firepower to decimate them. Harvesting even one wave of rats could yield tens of thousands of evolution crystals, transforming his guards into an elite super soldier corps. 1,000-strong super soldier corps, exciting. Then, dealing with Anton City would be a breeze, and encountering another rat swarm wouldn't require guns, just knives and brute strength since being bitten wouldn't turn them into zombies. But dreams aside, reality struck cold water as the system responded. Only level 1 evolved animals have evolution crystals. Level 0 evolved animals don't, and even when large groups of evolved animals reach level 1, not all have crystals. Eric sighed. It seems the proper way to strengthen the base is to grow the population and unlock more advanced weapons and equipment. Time ticked by. Eric rested, stretched lazily, and surveyed the surroundings. Standing atop the tree, he spotted 5 humans resting on a nearby mound. Those humans noticed him standing up and immediately approached his tree. Their equipment was rudimentary. 2 had homemade spears, 2 carried machetes, and 1 wielded a makeshift gun with a knife strapped to his belt. Eric guessed the man with the gun was the leader due to having dual weapons. The group stopped 50 meters from the tree. The man with the gun aimed at Eric and shouted, "Come down!" End of chapter 48. Chapter 49. Eric is robbed. At the shout, Eric yawned and, without haste, leaped down from a branch about 5 or 6 meters high under the gaze of 5 people. Elijah landed on his feet effortlessly. The 5 were secretly alarmed. This guy was quite skilled. However, emboldened by their numbers and a gun, they remained unafraid and continued to act aggressively. "Boy, what are you doing here?" one man holding a machete asked. Eric glanced around and retorted, "In the middle of nowhere, do you live here?" The man, not understanding, subconsciously replied, "No, we don't live here." "Well then, it's not your place. Why do you care so much?" Eric said sternly. "All right, do you know what this is? It's a real gun. Be careful or I might shoot you," the man angrily said. "Shut up." The man with the gun glared at him and then looked at Eric, saying, "Young man, although you're quite skilled, you're just one person without any weapons. We have 5 people here, and our weapons can kill. I only ask for your food. Give it to us, and we'll let you go." "The boss, his clothes aren't bad either," someone whispered to the man with the gun. The man with the gun sized up Eric's clothes and nodded. "Yeah, they're not bad. So, leave the food and clothes, and you can walk away." Eric sneered. These few rotten heads were trying to rob him. However, since they hadn't tried to hurt him immediately, Eric didn't plan on killing them. If he had, these 5 would already be dead. "I said hurry up." Seeing Eric didn't move after his words, the man with the gun grew impatient and urged him. Faced with the urgency, a cunning gleam flashed in Eric's eyes as he smiled. "No rush. I don't have much anyway, but I know a better place where there's plenty of food. The question is, dare you follow me? Why wouldn't I? Lead the way. The machete-wielding man exclaimed eagerly when he heard about the abundance of food. Elijah's playing you. Damn it, you really believe that? The man with the gun hastily interjected. The unwavering demeanor of the person in front of him made him re-examine him carefully, thinking, this man shows no fear before us. Is he acting, or truly confident in his abilities? Elijah doesn't carry any weapons. Could he win us barehanded? Then it dawned on him. The man's eyes suddenly widened in shock as he gulped nervously. Could he be an evolved human like Eric Tai? Elijah recalled how this man jumped from a tree 5 or 6 meters high and landed perfectly. The more he thought about it, the more tense and scared he became. Elijah involuntarily took a few steps back and lowered his gun, preferring caution over boldness. The others were puzzled. Why did their leader suddenly lower his weapon and look frightened? The gun leader hurriedly shouted, all of you, put down your weapons immediately. Elijah had witnessed the power of evolved humans, lifting huge rocks weighing several hundred pounds with ease, running as fast as lean zombies. Without a 100-person armed squad, they were no match. They had already offended this evolved human enough. Any further insolence might lead to their demise. Confused, 3 out of the 4 followed orders and dropped their weapons. Only the machete man, whose eyes darted around, quickly picked up the gun from the ground, aiming it at Eric. What's there to fear? Strip off your clothes and hand over the food, or I'll shoot. The gun leader was drenched in cold sweat, angrily shouting, idiot, put the gun down. You'll get us killed. The machete man, ignoring the warning, mocked, just a stronger human, still an ordinary person. With this gun, what do I have to fear? Is he invincible? Elijah stepped closer to Eric, yelling, Anti-Nary up, I won't say it a third time. You'd better put the gun down. This will get us all killed. The gun leader was frantic, almost in tears. Eric sneered, Brendanra, then keep it well. Elijah hearing this, the man turned back to look at the gun leader triumphantly, as if saying, you don't have the guts to be a leader. Give me the position. Taking advantage of his distraction, Eric moved swiftly, snatching the gun away from the man. The other 3 were startled, finally realizing why their leader had become so afraid of Eric, feeling the same terror inside. The gun leader sighed inwardly. Elijah guessed right but felt no joy. Having such a reckless teammate had completely offended the evolved human. Feeling a gust of wind, the machete man found his hands empty and stumbled backward, eyes widening in terror. Now, he dared not show any defiance. His face, like the others, was filled with fear as he knelt and bowed. Spare my life, please spare my life. His performance was even more pathetic than the gun leader's group. The other 4 also knelt, trembling. They all cursed inwardly, we're dead, dead. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have offended this evolved human. All because of this idiot, damn bastard. Eric held the gun by both ends and bent it effortlessly, metal creaking. The gun leader and the others watched in horror. Dropping the now useless gun, Eric looked at the kneeling man, voice cold. You wanted my clothes and food. Come and take them yourself. Ancestor, please spare my life. I didn't realize. The man frantically pleaded. I'm talking to you. Come and strip me yourself, or I'll kill you now. Eric kicked the man flat on his back, shouting. Terrified, the man crawled to Eric, hesitantly reaching for his clothes. Tear. Eric took a deep breath and kicked the man away, angrily yelling. Did you seriously think I meant it? In my mind, you did say you'd kill me if I didn't strip. The man silently lamented, feeling wronged. Is his head door squeezed? Eric pointed at the man's head and asked the gun leader. The gun leader, summoning courage, explained formally, not exactly. Once, while looking for food, a Chinese parasol seed fell on his head while resting against the tree. Newton discovered gravity from an apple hit. After being hit by the seed, he became peculiar, but didn't discover anything scientific. I suspect it's due to the weight and height difference between the apple and the seed. According to the formula, Eric, nearly boiling with frustration, stopped him. Are you giving me a physics lesson or writing a novel? The gun leader quickly shut up. Seeing he was quiet, Eric asked, all right, why the sudden change in attitude from being so arrogant initially? This translation preserves the original tone and style while ensuring natural and fluent English. It maintains the paragraph structure and line breaks as in the original text. Chapter 50, Go Village. Since you're an evolved human, we wouldn't stand a chance even if we had guns. It would be suicidal to act recklessly, Roman answered truthfully. Evolved humans? Eric was inwardly alarmed. I wonder if the evolved humans he speaks of evolved naturally like animals, or became so by consuming evolution crystals like me. Eric asked, besides me, have you seen any other evolved humans? Of course, our chief is an evolved human, Roman replied. Chief? Eric thought. These people don't seem to be scattered squads, but rather small teams sent out by some major power to search for food. Perhaps I can learn more about this chief and their shelter from them. Eric continued questioning. What's your shelter called? How many people are there? What's the military strength like? And what's the name of this chief of yours? And how did they become an evolved human? Roman didn't dare lie and detailed. Our shelter is called Go Village. Our chief named it, symbolizing survival amidst hardship in the end times. Go Village has about 7,000 to 8,000 people. As for military strength, it's hard to define. We organize our own teams to find food outside. Without going out, there'd be no food. If the village encounters danger, everyone pitches in together. The closest thing to a military force is the chief's 100-man squad. Our chief is called Edison. As for how he became an evolved human, none of us know the exact reason. One night, Eric Tai suddenly became very powerful, and he claimed he was an evolved human. Eric stroked his chin, pondering. Becoming strong overnight didn't rule out natural evolution, but he believed more that Edison had consumed evolution crystals. If it were natural evolution, it wouldn't be so rare, given that no one among the tens of thousands at the base had naturally evolved, nor had he encountered anyone who had in other forces. This just wasn't scientifically plausible. Elijah wondered how many evolution crystals Edison had taken and to what extent his physical abilities had developed. After some thought, Eric said, "Get up and lead the way." Roman was puzzled, cautiously asking, "Where are we going?" "Where do you think?" "To Go Village, obviously. You must know the way to anywhere else," Eric said. Roman was initially startled, but then relaxed. With only Eric as a threat, even if he was an evolved human, facing numerous zombies could still be dangerous. Elijah likely came seeking refuge. But there was another matter. Roman nervously rubbed his hands, smiling ingratiatingly. "Since you're going to Go Village, could you not hold our previous actions against us and spare us?" Eric was speechless, immediately showing a fierce expression. "Antionary and lead the way, or I'll kill you now." Startled, Roman dared not ask further, rallying his brothers and kicking the incompetent teammate forward. "Please follow us." Familiar with the area, they smoothly reached Go Village without encountering zombies or evolved animals. Before Eric stood an abandoned factory bustling with various makeshift houses made of different materials. At the entrance, a cardboard sign with Go Village written in charcoal hung on the wall. 2 soldiers guarded it, but did not attempt to stop Eric as he entered. Walking inside with Roman, the environment was far worse than the base, filled with litter that no one cleaned up. Thankfully, people weren't animals and knew enough to bury their waste outside. Thus, the village didn't smell, but those going outside often faced unpleasant surprises, frequently stepping in hidden pitfalls. Reaching a simple house built from wooden boards, tin, and scraps, Roman pointed and said, "This is where we live. What will you do now?" Looking inside, Eric saw a cluttered room with 3 beds barely fitting 5 people. "Not wanting to stay here," he said, "you guys sleep. I have my arrangements." "Oh, where does the chief of Go Village live?" Relieved, Roman gestured to a collapsed building left with less than a fifth of its structure. "That's the chief's residence." Eric noted it down and pulled out several compressed rations, handing them to Roman. "Consider this your reward and silence fee. Don't tell anyone about me, or there will be consequences." "You have my word." Roman eagerly nodded, thrilled by the food. Leaving Roman's residence, Eric walked through the village. Elijah wasn't in a rush to find Chief Edison, but planned to explore the entire place first. "Sir, 2 portions of food, and I'm all yours today." Passing by a hut, its inhabitant rushed out, grabbing Eric's arm. Looking at her, malnourishment from prolonged hunger made her gaunt and frail. Though she smeared her face with potash, her beautiful features were evident. Judging by her build and facial structure, she was around 16 or 17. Glancing past her, Eric saw a young boy inside, looking sickly with sunken cheeks revealing bone outlines. Growing anxious from the lack of response, the girl tightened her grip, pleading, "1 portion. 1 portion will do. Please, sir, my brother is starving. Elijah'll die without food. Please help us." She knelt, tears streaming down her face. Brendandenly remembering something, she quickly wiped off the ash, revealing stunning beauty. Facing Eric, she lifted her face, hoping her earlier appearance was too ugly for him. Touched by her actions, Eric asked, "Doesn't Chief Edison provide aid to the common folk?" The girl replied, "The chief only maintains order within the village. No one cares if we starve. To survive, we must fend for ourselves." Eric asked, "Then why don't you join other teams to look for food?" She explained, "I wish I could, but male teams are dangerous. They seem decent inside the village, but once outside, their true nature emerges. Few women return intact. Most never come back or suffer mental breakdowns. Before, my brother protected us despite frequent shortages, but after he disappeared a week ago, we've been out of food for days. My little brother has fainted multiple times from hunger. Please help us, just half a portion will do." "And what about female teams? Why not join them?" Eric asked. She shook her head. "They refused me, saying I'm weak and slow." Chapter 51. Tyrannical Bowing. The man before her had asked so many questions, but did not respond to her proposal or haggle over a price. Disappointed, the young girl released Eric's arm and walked back into the house with her head down, squatting beside the bed where her frail brother lay. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. She was only 16 or 17 but had lived such a hard life. Eric felt sympathy for her and immediately took out the remaining 4 compressed food rations. These provisions should be enough for the siblings if rationed carefully. The girl noticed Eric's action, and her disappointed face instantly filled with anticipation. As expected, Eric walked into the house and gently placed the compressed food on the only table under her watchful eyes. Seeing this, the girl stood up and went to the door, drawing the curtain. Blushing, she fumbled with trembling hands to undo her clothes. After struggling several times, she finally unbuttoned the first button when Eric stopped her. She couldn't help but wonder what this man was thinking. Had he changed his mind? Disappointment washed over her again as she looked at the food on the table, swallowing hard several times. "The food is for you. Keep it well, and don't let others see it. Stay alive." With that, Eric turned around and left without looking back. Quickly, the girl put away the compressed food, relieved no one had seen. Although many dared not cause trouble due to Chief Edison's pressure, for compressed rations were enough to last 3 to 4 days, an attractive prize that might draw the attention of the daring and reckless. Elijah's brother was still missing, her little brother was weak, and these rations were their hope for survival. Having secured the food, the girl watched Eric's departing back, tears in her eyes, gratefulness filling her heart. "Thank you, I will definitely live on." Thinking of this, she smeared some potash on her beautiful face to reduce attention and avoid unnecessary trouble. After witnessing the girl's plight, Eric deduced that while Go Village lacked tyrannical oppression and maintained order, life here was tough. The strong, young, and swift could venture out to find food. As long as they returned safely, survival wasn't an issue. But the elderly, sick, and disabled were seen as burdens, receiving no charity from anyone, including Chief Edison. Without food, they would starve to death. Thus, there were ruthless individuals in Go Village, though few, while most just wanted to survive like the gang leader and the girl earlier. 7 or 8,000 people united in attack sounds terrifying, but after understanding them, it's not as it seems. Their aim is simply to survive, and joining the base achieves this. They can live hundreds of times better, no longer worrying about food or safety, and not living in constant fear. Eric thought while walking and arrived near the factory. Seeing only a fifth of it remained, he wondered what kind of person Edison was. Given the base's advantages, the villagers would flock there once they knew. The key challenge was informing them. The best way was through Edison, who had authority and whose words the villagers trusted. If he joined, spreading the word would be effortless. Conversely, if Edison refused, it would be a significant obstacle. A fifth of the ruined factory was reinforced with rebar and concrete and decorated lavishly, far superior to ordinary dwellings, with only one entrance guarded by fully armed soldiers. Their weapons, homemade armor, and guns were inferior even to Samson and certainly the guard corps. No other buildings nearby made the area spacious. The guards spotted Eric instantly, spoke briefly among themselves, and approached. This is a military zone. Civilians are forbidden. Leave now. Frowning, Eric saw the guard's domineering attitude and guessed Edison wasn't easygoing either. The guard, seeing Eric ignore him, became angry, stepped forward, and pushed Eric forcefully. Reflexively, Eric grabbed the soldier's wrist, applying slight force, making the soldier grimace in pain. Elijah hearing the cries, other soldiers looked over, surrounding Eric with guns drawn. Release him, or we shoot. Unwilling to cause trouble, Eric let go. The soldier, thinking Eric feared their numbers, raised his gun menacingly. I'll kill you. I warn you, don't point your gun at me. Eric coldly warned. Angrier, the soldier pressed the barrel closer, shouting, I'll point it if I want. As he said this, Eric pinched the barrel, crushing it with finger strength, and kicked the soldier in the stomach, sending him flying 10 meters away. Elijah instinctively pulled the trigger. Bang! The crushed barrel caused the gun to explode, turning the soldier's yellow face black. Eric's icy glare swept the remaining soldiers, who, seeing this display, recoiled in terror, crushing a gun barrel by hand. This man was clearly an evolved human. The commotion alerted those inside the factory. Creak. The door opened, revealing a medium-built man with long hair wearing sportswear. The soldiers parted for him, looking fearful. The long-haired man sized up Eric, pointing at the unconscious soldier and asked indifferently, Did you do this? Eric sized him up, guessing, Is this Edison? Insolence. For unknown reasons, the man suddenly flew into a rage, lunging at Eric with a punch aimed at his face. Not answering my question in 5 seconds, you deserve death. His tyranny stunned Eric, who easily caught the fist with one hand and slapped the man repeatedly across the face. The sound was crisp, and soon the man's face swelled. Based on his punching power and speed, Eric estimated the man had consumed 2 evolution crystals, possibly evolving naturally. Beaten dazed, the man stumbled around, disoriented. Watching this, the surrounding soldiers were astonished. They knew his strength. He could handle 5 of them single-handedly, and yet he was defeated in seconds. How powerful was this man? This translation maintains the original tone and structure while ensuring readability and coherence in English. It accurately reflects the storyline and character interactions described in the Chinese text. Chapter 52. Chief of Go Village, Edison. I will kill you. The long-haired man regained consciousness and felt the burning pain on his cheeks. Touching it worsened the agony. Elijah pulled out a mirror to check. Upon seeing his reflection, he crushed it in fury. A humiliation like this was unprecedented. Elijah rushed at Eric, swinging his fists with all his might. To Eric, the long-haired man's punches were just slightly faster than a snail's crawl. Easily dodging, Eric slapped the long-haired man's chest, sending him flying into a factory wall. Just as the long-haired man was about to collide with the wall, a figure darted from inside the factory, catching him securely. Though not as fast, this newcomer likely had consumed 4 or 5 evolution crystals. Intrigued, Eric observed that the man was around 6 feet tall, handsome, robust, exuding an air of authority. It seemed clear now, the long-haired man wasn't Edison, but this one very likely was. As expected, Eric guessed right. After placing the long-haired man down, Edison sized up Eric and said, I am Edison. Who are you? I don't recall offending you. Why did you come to cause trouble in my village? Indeed, you're Edison. Eric reasoned. I didn't come here to stir up trouble. Your soldiers were too domineering. I was merely passing by when one shouted and tried to drive me away. Elijah even attacked first, so I retaliated. As for your long-haired comrade, he wanted to kill me for not replying immediately. If he had the strength, I'd be dead. Edison stroked his chin thoughtfully, then pointed at the black-faced soldier and ordered, Take him away, 20 lashes. Elijah then turned to the long-haired man, saying, Go find a room and stay there for 3 days. Eric? The long-haired man looked confused. Now. Edison's command brooked no refusal. AI. Realizing further protest was futile, the long-haired man glared at Eric before storming off. Edison really has double standards, Eric thought. 20 lashes for an ordinary soldier, just 3 days confinement for a close ally. But instead, he simply said, Chief Chi knows right from wrong. Well then, I'll take my leave. Eric turned to leave, but Edison's cold voice halted him. Wait, I've dealt with them. How about giving me an account? Eric narrowed his eyes, slowly turning back. What kind of account does Chief Chi want? Edison responded coldly. Simple. You slapped my brother twice. Do the same to yourself with the same force. Ha 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 ha. Eric couldn't help laughing in anger. What's so funny? Edison asked. Eric's gaze turned icy, his anger flaring. Staring at Edison, he said dismissively, Self-flagellation? Impossible. If you dare, come slap me. Anti-nymph. Edison scoffed, enraged. Elijah stepped forward, emitting a powerful aura that made onlookers shiver, yet Eric felt nothing. Edison lunged toward Eric, aiming a swift kick at his head, intending to end his life. Stepping back, Eric easily evaded. Edison followed with a punch, generating a whistling sound, yet Eric sidestepped effortlessly. Edison grabbed at Eric, who leapt back half a meter, dodging again. It felt like a grown-up playing with a child. After a dozen exchanges, Eric hadn't countered, yet Edison's attacks missed, barely touching his clothes. This only increased Edison's fury, veins popping on his forehead, striking wildly with both hands and feet. But his punches and kicks met empty air, enraging him further. Elijah reached for his holster where a pistol rested. No more games. As Edison drew his gun, Eric moved with lightning speed. Edison saw a blur, and suddenly found his gun pointed at his own head. Click click. Edison's men aimed their guns at Eric. With the barrel pressed against his temple, Edison hastily ordered, "Drop your weapons." Reluctantly, the soldiers complied. Confronted with death, Edison reigned in his arrogance and dignity. "Eric, I was wrong. Let's call it quits, okay?" "Calling it quits now?" Eric mocked. Forcing a grimace, Edison said, "Not just quits. Name your terms, anything you wish if I can satisfy." "How generous. What if I want you to hand over Go Village?" Eric smiled. Edison clenched his fists, thinking for a moment before responding, "I'll give it." "Good. Remember your words." Eric, feeling elated, continued, "Tell your men to drop their guns and step back 10 paces. This?" Edison hesitated. This man was fast. If the soldiers dropped their guns, he could kill Edison and escape while they scrambled for their weapons. "Now," Eric barked. Under the cold steel, Edison had no choice, ordering, "Everyone, drop your weapons and step back 10 paces. Clatter clatter. The soldiers complied. "Remember your words." Eric kicked Edison away, sprinting off. His speed vanished him in moments. The soldiers rushed forward, picking up their guns, surrounding Edison. Rising, Edison stared in the direction Eric disappeared. Rage bubbling uncontrollably. Infinitely angry, he wanted to devour Eric alive. His fists cracking, Edison ordered, "Throw the offending soldier into the cellar to feed the zombies. Also, from now on, strict curfew for anyone entering or leaving the village until tomorrow morning." Edison knew revenge was impossible and could only vent his frustration on the black-faced soldier. Enforcing a curfew provided only a psychological comfort. Capturing Eric was hopeless, knowing he could easily evade their combined efforts. After issuing orders, Edison stormed off into the factory. Once gone, the soldiers glanced at each other, fear evident in their eyes. "Why are you standing around? Get back to work. Didn't you hear Chief Chin announce a day's curfew?" Someone finally spoke up. With Edison out of sight, the soldiers scattered, forming small patrols. Chapter 53. Encounter the girl again. The setting sun was about to vanish, and a single glance could stir one's soul. As dusk approached, the sky was filled with beautiful crimson clouds, yet all the residents of Go Village stayed indoors, not venturing out to admire this natural beauty. Narrow streets were patrolled by batches of Edison soldiers. A humble house. Eric peeked over the wall, looking around carefully. Seeing no patrol soldiers, he stepped out from behind the house. At that moment, footsteps and voices drew near, clearly headed his way. Although he wasn't afraid of these patrol soldiers, he didn't want to be discovered and create unnecessary trouble or disrupt his plans. Glancing at the nearby house, he thought, "I'll hide first. If anyone inside screams, I'll cover their mouths or knock them out." Deciding this, Eric swiftly entered the humble house. Just as he stepped in, a 5-man patrol team rounded the corner. They were chatting and laughing, completely oblivious to any suspicious activity around them, passing by the humble house and disappearing around another corner. Inside the humble house, the girl's eyes were wide with fear, her body trembling. She wanted to scream but was restrained by a hand covering her mouth. After entering the house, Eric couldn't clearly see anyone's expressions due to the dim light, so he acted first, muffling the person's mouth to prevent any calls for help. From the muffled sounds, it appeared to be a young girl. Scanning the room, Eric frowned slightly. The setup felt eerily familiar. Elijah turned slowly, noticing a bed where a child lay asleep. This was unmistakably the same residence as the girl he encountered during the day. Realizing this, Eric focused on the familiar voice of the girl. Just then, a weak, youthful voice came from behind him. "Let my sister go." "It's the little boy waking up," Eric thought. "Looks like the food I gave her went to him." Saving a life is akin to building a 7-story pagoda. Though this was an era where human life was as disposable as grass, saving a life with just a bit of food brought Eric a sense of accomplishment. Cough, cough. Eric lightly cleared his throat. Those 2 coughs instantly dispelled the girl's fear, though her body still trembled, not out of fear, but excitement. "Benefactor." Eric spoke up, "I'm the one who gave you food earlier today. Do you remember? I can let you go, but you must promise not to scream. Understand?" The girl nodded urgently. Eric slowly removed his hand, relieved when she remained quiet, allowing him to fully release her. Recognizing who had come, the girl quickly searched a drawer and found a half-burnt candle and a nearly dead lighter. The candle lit up the room enough to see everything clearly. Elijah's face was still smeared with soot, revealing white teeth when she smiled, giving Eric the feeling of seeing an emoji. Benefactor. Seeing it was indeed Eric, the girl was overcome with emotion, wanting to kneel and thank him. Eric quickly stopped her, saying, "No need for that. I didn't do much." With a serious expression, the girl said, "You did. You really did. Without your food, my brother and I would have starved to death. So, this is a life-saving grace, and I must repay it." She scratched her head, somewhat embarrassed. "But right now, I have nothing. My strength is small, my speed is slow, and I don't know how to repay you." Pausing for a moment, she suddenly looked determined, saying, "How about this? Whatever you say, I will do, even if I might not succeed. I will try my best." Seeing her resolute expression, Eric waved his hand and smiled. "There's no need for that. Believing well is the greatest thanks to me." Elijah hearing this, the girl's eyes welled up with tears, which kept circling in her eyes. Eric was puzzled, thinking, I didn't say anything to make her cry. Please don't sob loudly, or we'll be discovered by the patrols. As if reading his thoughts, although tears streamed down her face, she made no sound. Relieved, Eric asked, What's wrong? Wiping her tears, she explained. Since the virus outbreak, only my brother has cared for me. Boani people have turned into villains, killing those who save them for a bit of food, betraying friends to save themselves. But no one stops them. Big Eric, do you think humanity will go extinct? Elijah's younger brother, the little boy on the bed, though small, could tell from his sister's words that Eric was not a bad person. With sincere eyes, he asked Eric. Though weak, his words struck a heavy blow to Eric's heart. Yes, was humanity truly going extinct? It was a grave question. With the virus outbreak, zombies, and mutated animals posing extreme dangers to survivors, people in power only sought more resources and oppressed others instead of uniting to eliminate threats and save humanity. In this harsh environment, humans still perfectly maintained their nature of internal strife. Would humanity truly go extinct? Eric fell into deep thought, then suddenly brightened. Oppression, cruelty, and infighting were only what he witnessed here. The world outside was vast, full of different kinds of people, and not everyone was like this, just like the Daughter Valley. If the outside world was truly dark, he would extinguish and merge the darkness. If the world had only one base left, there would be no more darkness, oppression, or cruelty. Anti-humanity wouldn't go extinct. Looking at the siblings, Eric seriously replied, Don't worry, humanity won't go extinct. If no one else deals with those who commit crimes, I will. Hope lit up in the eyes of the girl and the boy. To them, Eric had already become a godlike savior. They nodded deeply, without any doubt. Eric gave them hope to live, and they believed he could give everyone hope to survive, of course, except for those who committed heinous crimes. It was late, and Eric had other matters to attend to. Elijah bade farewell to the siblings and prepared to leave. I wait. As Eric was about to leave, the girl suddenly called him back. Is there something else? Eric asked. She fidgeted with her hymn, shyly saying, I haven't even learned your name yet. Eric smiled. My name is Eric, as in righteousness. The girl said, You're about my brother's age. Can I call you Eric? Eric nodded. Of course. The girl was delighted, saying, Eric, my name is Alicia, and my brother is Blaine. Oh, I also have an older brother named Davian. Elijah went out to look for food and hasn't returned for a long time, but I don't believe he's dead. If you encounter him, please tell him that his younger brother and sister are waiting for him. Eric nodded deeply in agreement. All right. Chapter 54, Davian. Everything that needed to be said had been said. It was getting late, and Eric needed to leave to take care of his own matters. After exchanging a few farewell words with the siblings Alicia and Blaine, he was about to lift the door curtain and leave. However, at this moment, footsteps could be heard approaching from outside. Eric assumed it was a patrol soldier, so he put down the door curtain, deciding to wait until they passed before leaving. Strangely, the footsteps grew closer, heading directly toward the humble shack where he was. Eric's heart skipped a beat as he thought, could we have been discovered? The footsteps were now right outside the door. Whoever it was had arrived. Eric felt the breathing outside and noted there was only one person, which puzzled him. Patrol soldiers usually moved in groups of 3 or 5, but dealing with one person would be easier. Eric tensed his muscles, ready to strike silently if the person entered. Niando and Yanshin, I'm back. The person outside didn't immediately enter but called out first. Eric frowned and glanced at the siblings, who looked visibly excited and couldn't seem to speak for a moment. Elijah knows these 2 kids' names, so it can't be a patrol soldier. Who could it be? Their excitement suggests it might be their older brother, Davian. In that case, I can't just attack. Let me see who it is first. Eric quietly moved behind the door curtain. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you sleeping? If so, I'll come in, the person outside said. Then the door curtain was lifted, and Eric moved aside. The newcomer stood before the siblings, who were even more agitated. The girl suddenly rushed forward, embracing the newcomer tightly. It looks like this must be Davian. Eric sighed in relief. It seemed he wouldn't need to act after all. Shouldn't you be happy that I'm back? Why are you crying? Davian noticed his sister's malnourished appearance and his brother's weak condition on the bed, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. Still, he smiled, wiping away her tears. Come inside. Let's see what delicious things I brought back. Yes. Alicia nodded obediently, leading her brother into the house. She then saw Eric standing behind the door curtain and said, Right, Eric, let me introduce you to someone. Davian was puzzled. Hadn't it always been just his younger brother and sister at home? Elijah hadn't been gone long enough to need new introductions. Elijah saw Alicia point to Eric. This is Eric. Davian turned abruptly, startled to find another man in the house. Elijah frowned, sizing up Eric while asking, Who are you? Before Eric could respond, Alicia answered for him. This is Eric. If not for the food he gave us, my brother might have starved today. Davian sensed his sister's positive impression of Eric and understood from her words that he had provided food to help them. Looking at Eric, he found him quite likable, easing his initial tension. Elijah extended his hand, expressing gratitude. I'm Davian, Niando, and Yanshin's older brother. Thank you for helping my siblings. Eric shook his hand. I'm Eric. Eric, such a familiar name. Davian murmured, frowning in deep thought. After a moment, his brows relaxed, and he became extremely excited. You're Eric? Eric was puzzled by the repetition. Yes, I am Eric. Davian confirmed again. Are you Commander Eric from the base? Eric thought, has my reputation grown so much that it has reached Gojai? Elijah nodded more firmly. Yes, I am indeed Commander Eric from the base. Anti-neffing and puffing, Davian's breathing quickened, his whole body trembling with excitement and reverence. Alicia had never seen her brother react this way before, reminiscent of how some ignorant girls reacted when meeting their idol in pre-apocalypse times. She wondered, who is Eric to make my brother so excited? Seeing Davian's reaction, Eric was somewhat alarmed, recalling stories of fans tackling and kissing celebrities. Elijah instinctively stepped back, fearing Davian might pounce on him. Noticing Eric's retreat, Davian realized his overreaction and quickly composed himself. Commander Eric, I apologize. I'm just incredibly excited to meet you. Once calm, Eric asked, have you been to the base? Only base residents referred to him as commander, so Eric presumed Davian had visited the base, explaining his fervent admiration and excitement. To his surprise, Davian shook his head. I've never been to the base. This made Eric even more confused. Why would he call him commander without having been there? Seeing Eric's bewilderment, Davian explained, although I've never been to the base, I have met the guard corps. Without them, I might not have returned. Pausing, he took a deep breath and continued, that day, 6 of us went out searching for food. We found an unlooted convenience store. We cleared the zombies around it and entered successfully, filling our backpacks and even having some left over. As he spoke, he took off his backpack, but unlike what he described, it was almost empty. Opening it, the food inside was minimal. After collecting the food, we were about to leave when suddenly a wave of zombies flooded the streets. With just the 6 of us, breaking through was impossible. We had no choice but to hide in the store. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 6 days passed. Thanks to the food in the store, we didn't starve. But being trapped for so long, the zombies showed no signs of retreating, and we were losing hope. To be honest, we wrote our wills. However, on the 7th day, at this point, Davian became excited again. Elijah heavy gunfire erupted outside, killing all the zombies. We saw an army different from any we'd encountered before. They were highly disciplined and didn't detain us or seize our food and weapons. Instead, they sincerely invited us to a place called the base. They said it was free from oppression and brutality, where anyone willing to work could live well. They even showed us videos of the base residents, each radiating energy and enthusiasm for life, like a dream eaten. They told us the story of the founder of the base, Davian looked at Eric with reverence. After hearing about your achievements, we longed for a life in the base and wanted to become part of it. Chapter 55, the plan to spread rumors. Then why did you follow the guard corps to the base, instead of returning to Go Village? Eric asked. Davian shook his head and said, it's not that we returned, but only I came back. Because Niantao and Yanshin are still here, I can't abandon them. I have to take them to the base. They are my only family in this world. Alicia and Blaine were deeply moved, revealing a rare look of happiness in their eyes as they called out in unison, Eric. In this current world, nothing brings more happiness than having someone care for and value you. Davian shifted his gaze from Eric to his younger siblings, his eyes filled with infinite tenderness and affection. Eric was touched by his deep sense of loyalty and righteousness. Elijah patted him on the shoulder and said, the base welcomes you anytime. Thank you, Commander Eric, Davian replied. Then he continued, I also heard Brenda Amadeus of the Guard Corps say they were looking for you. I didn't expect you to be here. Bowenny I asked what brought Commander Eric to Go Village. Eric said, originally, I left the city to chase after the enemy and accidentally discovered Go Village. Out of curiosity, I came in to investigate and found that the people here weren't living well. I thought about bringing these 7 or 8,000 residents to join the base. The mention of Davian stirred something in Eric. Elijah then continued, unfortunately, when I tried discussing this with the chief of Go Village, Edison, he and his men attempted to kill me before we could even talk much. Therefore, peaceful negotiation was no longer possible, leaving a forced attack as the only option. However, I've also heard that Edison is a good person who never oppresses the villagers and maintains order in the village. So whenever enemies attack, the villagers resist together. If I lead an army to attack, it will certainly harm the villagers, making it hard for me to decide. After listening to Eric's explanation, Davian thought for a moment before speaking up, Commander Eric, you might not know, but Edison doesn't maintain order for free. Each person has to pay 10 pounds of grain or medicine every month. If they don't pay, although he won't kick them out, if they suffer from any crime within the village, they will be ignored. Thus, the villagers aren't really satisfied with Edison but have no other choice since they need to survive. Compared to some places that oppress people relentlessly, Go Village is a better choice. Of course, if the villagers knew about the existence of the base, I believe they would choose it without hesitation. Yes, but how can we let the villagers of Go Village know about the base's existence? Eric pretended to be troubled, falling into deep thought. The room fell silent. After several changes in expression, Davian seemed to have made a significant decision. His eyes firm, he looked at Eric and said, Commander Eric, I have a way to let the people of Go Village know about the base. Oh, what method? Eric responded with eager anticipation. Davian explained, we need someone to spread information about the base in Go Village. Having lived there for so long, I know many people. I can tell them everything I know about the base, and they can spread the word further. Before long, everyone in Go Village will know about the base. Of course, Commander Eric, you can send people to spread the news, but acquaintances are always more trustworthy than strangers. So, if you trust me, when you bring your troops next time, I can ensure a peaceful surrender without conflict. However, I do request that you take my brother and sister back to the base first. Eric felt a wave of joy. This was exactly what he wanted. Initially, he had planned to seek out Gun Lao and others, promising them benefits to spread rumors about the base. But after witnessing Davian's love for his siblings and his eagerness to join the base, he changed his mind. That's why he had deliberately laid out his plans in a way that Hyodal ed Davian to volunteer. If Davian had just glossed over it or not taken the initiative, Eric would have taken him back to the base regardless, not fearing the exposure of his plan. But Davian had voluntarily stepped forward, which was perfect. Given Davian's loyalty and entrusting his siblings to Eric, there was no fear that he would betray them. Moreover, as he rightly pointed out, acquaintances were more convincing than strangers, making him the ideal candidate. Eric solemnly said, I trust you. So, I'll leave the matter of Go Village to you. Rest assured, I will safely take Niantao and Yanshin back to the base where no one will bully them, and they won't go hungry. Thank you, sir. Davian cared most about his siblings. With Eric's promise, he felt relieved. By staying to spread the word about the base, he hoped his siblings would live better. Elijah had heard from Amadeus that capable individuals could become base administrators, and now was his chance to prove himself. Even if not for capability, just for merit alone, he believed Eric would appoint him as an administrator. While ordinary residents in the base were well-fed, administrators had better living conditions and food. This would indeed improve life for his siblings. Of course, all things aren't guaranteed, and failure meant death. But knowing he died for the base, Eric might look after his siblings, achieving his goal. Eric, pleased, patted Davian's shoulder and said, "Curfew tonight makes it difficult to leave, and your brother Xuanhuan is still weak. Let's rest today and depart tomorrow." The next morning, after breakfast, Davian went outside and returned to the house, immediately telling Eric, "The curfew has been lifted. We can leave the village." Eric nodded, looking at Alicia and Blaine. He said, "Pack up your things. We're leaving right away." Alicia packed her belongings while occasionally glancing at her brother with tears in her eyes. Despite having little to pack and not wanting to carry much due to obvious luggage attracting attention, she took nearly half an hour without finishing. Eric frowned and asked, "Why isn't it ready yet?" Alicia didn't respond, busying herself without purpose. Noticing her behavior, Davian asked, "Nian Tao, is there something you can't place?" Alicia trembled slightly, biting her lip before raising her head, expressing her emotions through her eyes. Seeing this, Davian comforted her, patting her head. "Don't worry, I'm not going to fight Edison. I'm just spreading the truth. Everything will be fine. Go to the base with Commander Eric. We'll reunite soon." Tears welled up in Alicia's eyes, but she nodded obediently, understanding that staying behind would only be a burden on her brother. Chapter 56, Encounter with the Guard Corps. Eric changed into a different outfit. His combat uniform was too conspicuous. If he were alone, it wouldn't be a problem. Edison's meager force of 100 men would not be able to stop him. But now, he had 2 others with him and needed to be extra cautious. The trio arrived at the entrance of Go Village smoothly. 2 soldiers from Edison's unit were guarding the gate. Sherman took out 2 cigarettes and greeted them with a smile. "Elijah, brothers, have a smoke?" The 2 soldiers smoked contentedly. One of them said, "Old Baleen, I thought you were done for after being away for so long. Didn't expect you're still kicking." The other teased, "Right, Old Baleen, you finally made it back. Any later, and your sister would have been in serious trouble. Once this month passes, if she can't provide grain, it's going to be bad." Sherman laughed. "Yeah, in this damned era, dying is better than living." Flicking the cigarette butt away, Sherman said, "Got to go. My stomach can't take it." Elijah pretended to clutch his stomach urgently. The soldiers laughed. Go ahead, go ahead." Sherman led Alicia and Blaine out of Go Village toward the woods on one side. The 2 soldiers stared at Alicia's retreating figure, swallowing their saliva. One whispered, "What a beauty." The other nodded in agreement. Seizing the moment when they were distracted by Alicia, Eric swiftly passed through the gate. In a secluded forested area, far from human habitation, even those who went out to relieve themselves wouldn't come here. Facing his sister, Sherman spoke earnestly. "On the way, follow Commander's orders, take care of Xuanhuan, live well at the base. Don't worry, we'll reunite in a few days." Alicia looked at Sherman reluctantly and nodded obediently. Sherman turned to Eric, "Commander, please take good care of Nian Tao and Xuanhuan." "Don't worry, I'll treat them like my own siblings," Eric said, handing over a high-explosive grenade to Sherman. "If danger comes, think of protecting yourself first." "Thank you, Commander." Sherman nodded emphatically. Eric patted Sherman on the shoulder, then set off with Alicia and Blaine towards the base. Under Sherman's watchful gaze, the children repeatedly looked back, their eyes filled with reluctance. Sherman waved fiercely until they vanished over the horizon. After they left, Sherman didn't return to Go Village immediately. Elijah wandered for hours, rolling around to appear disheveled, then putting on an act of deep sorrow before returning to Go Village. At the entrance, the 2 soldiers noticed his state and only one person returned, which puzzled them. One asked hurriedly, "Old Baleen, what happened?" "Ah," Sherman sighed, shaking his head without replying, walking sadly into Go Village. Watching Sherman leave, another soldier remarked, "Looks like he ran into zombies. Old Baleen's brother and sister didn't return, so?" Unknowingly, it was already noon. The terrain here was relatively flat, and the weather was excellent, providing a wide field of vision. On the road, Eric was walking with Alicia and her brother when they saw several cars parked nearby. They quickened their pace. Eric instructed the siblings to wait while he checked the vehicles. Approaching one car, he saw through the window that a skeletal zombie was strapped in the driver's seat, trying feebly to grab him as it sensed fresh flesh. Eric swiftly killed it, dark, sticky blood splattering on the seat and steering wheel. Elijah quickly abandoned this car. Next, he approached a car with the door open. Although there was dried blood inside, it was clearly human. This car seemed usable. However, when he tried to start it, the engine refused to respond. No fuel. Given that gasoline evaporates easily and the car had been there for months, the fuel tank was likely empty. Elijah moved to check the remaining vehicles but soon gave up, knowing the same fate awaited them all. They resumed their journey on foot, sans vehicle. Tap tap tap. Randomly, they heard gunfire from the right, about a kilometer away. There were buildings and zombies wandering, a village. The gunfire came from there. Judging by the intensity, quite a few people were involved. Eric hid with Alicia and observed the situation. Soon, an army appeared in view. Familiar uniforms, familiar weapons, and familiar faces. Eric felt overjoyed. It was the Guard Corps. Elijah rushed out waving his arms and shouting, "Keegan, I'm here." From the Guard Corps, Keegan recognized Eric and called out, "It's the commander." Elijah ordered, "Follow me. Let's welcome the commander." Keegan led 100 men toward Eric, who brought Alicia and her brother to meet them. "Commander, we've been searching for you for days, finally found you." Keegan exclaimed, "You've been looking for me all these days?" Eric asked, Yes, Commander. Ever since you chased Ellsworth and didn't return, Elvin, Ryan, Harrison, Lauren, and I took turns leading teams out to find you. Today, we finally found you. Where did you go? We were so worried, Keegan explained. Lauren was part of the search? She leads the Guard Corps? Eric asked urgently. Though Lauren is now a member of the Guard Corps, she can't lead them. She led the women from Daughter Valley, using the homemade weapons they used before, Keegan replied. That's heartwarming. Eric felt deeply moved. Lauren brought the female soldiers to look for him, which touched him greatly. Looking toward the base, he said, let's return early, to ease everyone's worries. Chapter 57. Troops besiege the city, Part 1. Due to the shortage of fuel such as gasoline, the Guard Army usually travels on foot. Even when vehicles are used, they are mainly for transporting ammunition and food. Although these vehicles are not primarily designed for carrying passengers, there are still seats available. However, the soldiers in the Guard Army refuse to enjoy special treatment, except for the driver. No one would sit down unless they were injured. However, Eric is different. As the base commander, he doesn't need to worry about this, because even if he does something more extreme, the Guard Army's loyalty to him remains at 100% and will never diminish. Besides, just sitting in a vehicle is such a trivial matter that it doesn't count for much. Eric accompanied Alicia and Blaine onto the front cabin of a truck used for transporting supplies. Alicia and her brother sat in the back seat, while Eric took the passenger seat next to the driver. Blaine was only around 7 or 8 years old. Children have less stamina than adults, especially with his malnutrition-weakened physique. Elijah had been walking a long distance. Even though Eric carried him part of the way, his energy was still completely drained. Elijah fell asleep as soon as he sat in the truck. Though Alicia wasn't entirely exhausted, as the truck started moving, the bumpy ride made her eyelids heavier and heavier until she could no longer keep them open. Elijah's nose emitted a faint snore. Seeing the siblings fall asleep, Eric smiled slightly and turned to face forward. The vehicle maintained a steady pace to match the speed of the walking Guard Army. Time passed, and by the afternoon, the large base city finally came into view. As the group approached the city gate, Anchor stepped forward and shouted, "Open the gates quickly. The commander has returned." The commander has returned? The guards at the city wall were pleasantly surprised. They carefully scanned the troops led by Anchor but couldn't see Eric, which caused some confusion. They all thought, where is the commander? Just then, the window of the supply truck in the middle of the formation slid down, and Eric poked his head out with a smile, waving at the guards. The guards' doubts vanished instantly, replaced by pleasant surprise. They hurriedly opened the gates to welcome the commander back into the city. News of Eric's return spread throughout the entire base city rapidly. Upon hearing it, the residents breathed a sigh of relief. In their hearts, Eric was like a god, their spiritual pillar. They believed that he was a savior sent by heaven, capable of rescuing humanity from peril. Therefore, the lack of news about him for several days had made them very anxious. Now that Eric had returned unharmed, the weight on their hearts was lifted. Elvin, Ryan, Anchor, and Harrison were the highest-ranking officers in the Guard Army after Eric. They had killed the most zombies, reaching the rank of second-level Brenda, each commanding up to 500 soldiers. They were the veterans who had followed Eric the longest, so their bond with him was the strongest. Anchor aside, the other three were overjoyed upon hearing of Eric's return and rushed to greet him. Another person, hearing of Eric's return, felt an immense sense of relief and tears welled up in her eyes, but she didn't come to see him. At the mobile base, Elvin, Ryan, Anchor, and Harrison stood side by side, their joy unmistakable. Standing beside them was Nikki, one of the first members to join the base, whom Eric had promoted to manage the residence. This made Nikki equally grateful to Eric, so he was delighted to see Eric return safely. All right, Nikki, you stay here. Everyone else can go about your business. Being stared at by 5 men made the atmosphere somewhat awkward, so Eric dismissed them. After seeing Eric and confirming he was unharmed, Elvin, Ryan, Anchor, and Harrison left the mobile base. Only Eric, Nikki, and the siblings Alicia and Blaine remained inside. Eric said, Nikki, these are the siblings Alicia and Blaine. Find them a good place to live within the inner city. Make sure it's a nice environment. A 3-bedroom apartment should be fine. Also, take Niantao and Yanxin to the cafeteria personally for meals. Tell Caden it's a privilege I granted them, and they can eat as much as they want. Commander, I understand, Nikki replied, surprised that Eric wanted these siblings to dine at the cafeteria directly. The cafeteria primarily served the Guard Army, while ordinary residents received raw materials to cook themselves. Administrators like Nikki could eat at the cafeteria only if they were too busy to cook, and they needed to show proof. This rule was set because it was impractical to allocate resources specifically for cooking. Therefore, no one objected to this regulation. However, Eric, who strictly enforced base rules, was now making an exception for these 2 siblings, leading Nikki to realize that they must be important. Elijah knew he had to take good care of them. Eric looked at the siblings and said, settle down in the base for now. In a few days, I'll send troops to Gojai, and then you can reunite with your brother in the base. If you encounter any difficulties, come directly to me or find Nikki here. Elijah's the resident Bowanager and will help you with any resident-related issues. The siblings expressed their gratitude. Thank you. Eric smiled. Go ahead. The siblings walked up to Nikki. Alicia politely introduced herself. Ella Jalo, I'm Alicia, and this is my brother Blaine. Nikki responded kindly. I'm Nikki. As the commander said, feel free to come to me if you have any problems, don't hesitate. If there's something I can't resolve, I'll report it to the commander immediately. Alicia thanked him. Thank you, Bowanager Nikki. Nikki smiled modestly. Forget about titles, just call me Nikki. After a brief conversation, Alicia and Blaine became acquainted with Nikki, who then led them to choose a residence in the residential area. Eric watched the siblings leave, a slight smile on his face. Brendandenly, his gaze caught a familiar figure, and his smile widened. Lauren was leaning against a wall near the mobile base. Seeing Eric emerge safely, she was relieved. Just as she turned to leave, Eric noticed her and approached. Reaching her, Eric asked with a smile, Antong, why are you here? Why not come inside the mobile base? Lauren replied, I was just wandering aimlessly and ended up here. Why would I go to the mobile base? Eric laughed and said, all right, then let me accompany you for a stroll. ##### Chapter 58. Siege of the City, Part 2. Lauren nervously twisted her clothing at the hem, her gaze flickering uncertainly. She muttered, no need. You've been away for so many days. You must be very tired. You should rest well. Eric teased, you know how strong I am. There's no way I'd be tired. Let's go for a stroll together. Upon hearing this, Lauren's face flushed red instantly, and she hurriedly retorted, how would I know if you're well or not? You pervert. With that, she turned away and started walking. Eric was bewildered. Elijah had only meant to express that he wasn't tired due to his physical condition. Why was she getting flustered? Elijah quickly followed her and explained, that's not what I meant. I just wanted to say that I'm not tired, not what you think. Lauren suddenly stopped and turned to look back at him, questioning, what do you mean? Do you know what I thought? Caught off guard by her question, Eric decided to change the subject, thinking it futile to argue with her. What did I mean? I wonder how the aquaculture base is coming along. Shall we go see it? Lauren rolled her eyes, finding his topic switched too abrupt, but she didn't intend to probe further. She continued walking and replied, fine. Eric was relieved and quickly caught up. They headed to the outer city and arrived at the aquaculture site. The place perfectly exemplified the saying, many hands make light work. Only days ago, it had been a barren field overrun with weeds. Now, a large pit 1 meter deep and 500 meters long and wide had been dug, divided into 9 smaller zones. Seeing their leader in person, the site manager smiled respectfully and ran over to greet Eric. Leader, he said warmly. Eric studied the man before him, recognizing him as someone new recruited by Doug or Nickier. Noticing Eric's brief confusion, the man introduced himself, Leader, my name is Baleen. Senator Bowanager Doug appointed me to oversee the aquaculture project. Understanding now, Eric nodded approvingly. Work hard. If you do a good job, there will be rewards. To his surprise, Baleen's son remained calm. I am from Muzhong Village, rescued by Leader from Hanley. I clearly remember your words that day about restoring order to this collapsing world. They resonated deeply within me. After joining the base, everything I do and think revolves around contributing my best to build a better home for everyone. As for rewards, they matter little to me. Elijah hearing this, Eric reevaluated Baleen's sin, impressed by his sincerity. Brindage dedication. We need more people like him to accelerate our progress, he thought, patting Baleen San on the shoulder. Great. Let's build this base together. Emphasizing together, Eric deliberately emphasized the word. Baleen's son was visibly moved. I will try my best, Leader. I'll return to work. Go ahead, Eric said. Lauren watched Baleen's son walk away, noting his excitement. She mumbled to herself, our base? Eric placed his hand on her shoulder and laughed. Yes, our base. Elijah then walked towards the Western District to check on the residential construction. Lauren stood there in a daze for a moment before hurrying after him. In the Western District, construction was in full swing under Doug's supervision. Everyone worked enthusiastically despite the short time frame. Unlike the aquaculture site where digging sufficed, they also needed materials, so progress was slower and foundations were still being laid. Despite living in tents for so many days, the new arrivals showed no complaints, including those from Daughters Valley. The community spirit touched them, making them wholly dedicated to building their own home. Seeing the enthusiastic workers, Eric felt gratified. Bowenny greeted him with, Leader. Those from Daughters Valley were especially grateful, calling Lauren Valley Bounster. Without her, they wouldn't have reached this haven in the apocalypse. Brendandenly, one of the leaders, Doug, noticed Eric approaching and came over. Just as he was about to speak, a voice called out, Report. Eric turned to see Ryan running toward him. Upon reaching, Ryan reported, Leader, a 100-man army has appeared outside the city gates. Their captain calls himself Lee, claiming to be sent by the Lord of Anton City, Asif, to meet you. Oh. Eric was surprised. Ellsworth had barely died when Anton City sent another envoy. Let's meet them. Accompanied by Ryan and Lauren, Eric reached the city gate. From the wall, they saw the fully equipped 100-man army, with a peculiar vehicle. A modified off-road vehicle topped with a large pot and various antennae, bringing up the rear. Ryan pointed out Lee, a small-eyed man with a high nose and thin mustache, standing among them. Lee, the leader is here. Speak your mind, Ryan shouted. Recognizing Eric from photos, Lee cleared his throat and announced loudly, I am Lee from Anton City, here by the orders of Lord Asif to speak with Commander Eric. What is there to talk about? Eric asked. Lee responded, a few days ago, our young Lord Ellsworth visited this place but hasn't returned or sent any messages. Something must have happened. Since the base is unharmed but Ellsworth remains missing, I suspect either he's dead or captured by Commander Eric. Given the circumstances, capture seems more plausible. Lee made this guess because he knew why Ellsworth came and believed Anton City's strength deterred Eric from killing him. Unfortunately, he was mistaken. Elijah hearing this, Eric couldn't help but smile faintly. Chapter 59, Siege of the City, Part 3. Lee had been closely watching Eric's facial expressions. When he saw that ambiguous smile, his heart skipped a beat as an ominous feeling surged up. Meanwhile, Eric spoke up, I wish to capture Ellsworth alive, but unfortunately, fate did not grant me this opportunity. This statement struck Lee like a heavy iron hammer, wiping away all traces of his former smile, replaced by disbelief. After a moment, he thought to himself, am I overthinking this? Commander Eric didn't say the young lord was dead. He must be trying to deceive me and almost succeeded. Reflecting on this, Lee threatened. This is no joke. If the young lord is in Commander Eric's hands, I urge you to return him immediately, or the consequences under the wrath of our city lord will be dire. Facing these threatening words, Eric remained unperturbed, calmly replying, I'm not joking around. Could it really be that the young lord has already? Elijah hearing this, Lee felt like being struck by lightning, standing frozen on the spot. But he quickly reconsidered. No, he must be intentionally deceiving me, wanting to see how I react when informed about the young lord. Lee then said, my words might not carry much weight. Let me have Commander Eric speak directly with our city lord. With that, he walked through the ranks, approaching the peculiar vehicle nearby, and fiddled with the large pot. Eric found this interesting, considering that everyone was fighting for survival with no time to maintain electronic equipment. Without telephones, how could they connect him with Samson's city lord Asif? His gaze landed on the unusual vehicle, thinking, could this vehicle be a mobile signal tower? Soon, Lee finished and drove the modified vehicle to the city gate, sticking his head out of the window and shouting to Eric, open the gate. The guards looked at Eric, uncertain if opening the gate was wise with the enemy right outside, even though there were only 100 or so men. After a moment of contemplation, considering the open terrain leaving no place for ambush, Eric said, open the gate and let him in. 100 men were no threat even if they tried to rush in while the gate opened. The guards were prepared, with machine guns ready on the walls. The city gates opened, and Lee drove into the base. The gates immediately closed behind him, surrounded by armed guards. Lee raised both hands to show he was unarmed. At this point, Eric came down from the wall, asking, what does this mean? Lee lowered one hand, taking out an object resembling a telephone handset from the car, saying, through this, you can speak directly with our city lord. Indeed, it's a mobile phone. Out of curiosity, Eric was about to take the phone but was stopped by Ryan. Sir, be careful, there might be danger. Seeing this, Lee remarked, dozens of guns are pointed at me. I don't want to die. It's fine, he won't dare make any moves, Eric replied, disregarding Ryan's caution and approaching Lee, eyeing him before taking the phone. Elijah inspected it, noticing a button on the back. Seeing Eric's questioning look, Lee nodded, prompting Eric to press the button. Beep beep beep. After a few electronic tones, a middle-aged man's voice came through. Elijah. Clearing his throat, Eric said, I am Eric. Eric? The voice whispered, pausing briefly before loudly declaring, I remember now. My son went to attack you and has been missing since. It seems you and Lee couldn't reach an agreement. Tell me, what are your conditions? Eric replied, my conditions are simple. 100,000 people, 1 million bullets, 1 million pounds of food. What do you say, will you agree? There was silence on the other end. Eric's demands were clearly arbitrary. Asif wouldn't possibly agree. After a minute, Asif's voice returned, young man, don't push your luck. If you release my son, we can part ways peacefully, and I'll ensure Ellsworth won't trouble your territory again. Eric chuckled lightly. Since you refuse, what a pity. Then I will kill him. This time, without waiting, Asif responded immediately, you're pushing it too far. Are you planning to confront my city of Anton until the bitter end? Both tone and meaning conveyed strong threats, yet Eric was unfazed. Moreover, with Ellsworth already devoured by the mutated rats, peace between Samson and the base was impossible. I'll skip the wine and leave the punishment for you. Face it head on, come if you dare. And by the way, your precious son is already dead, not even bones left. After saying this, Eric hung up, not bothering to listen to Asif's enraged rant. Listening nearby, Lee couldn't believe Eric's boldness, essentially issuing a declaration of war to City Lord Asif. Knowing Asif's temper, Lee knew it wouldn't be long before Asif personally led an army to attack the base, eliminating any possibility of negotiation. Only victory or death would determine the outcome. In this situation, he looked at Eric, who was staring right back at him. His eyes scanned the guards holding their guns aimed at him, fear instantly flooding his heart. Commander Eric, during warfare, messengers should not be harmed. His tone shifted from indifference to pleading. Eric simply stared at him, and the guards followed suit. Under such intense scrutiny, overwhelming fear shattered his mental defenses. With a thud, he knelt down, begging, Commander Eric, I'm just a messenger. Please let me go. A flash of disdain crossed Eric's eyes, then he laughed. Relax, I won't kill you. You still need to lead your city lord back. Overjoyed to escape death, Lee thanked him repeatedly and hurriedly climbed back into the car to leave. However, Eric stopped him. Leave the car. You can go. Bayleaf above all else, Lee got out of the car immediately. Eric opened the city gates to let him out. Without stopping, Lee quickly retreated with the 100 soldiers, unsure if Eric would change his mind. On the city wall, Lauren asked, just letting them go? Eric replied, you can't catch big fish without throwing out some small bait. Lauren pondered for a moment, asking, you really intend to wipe out Samson? Eric nodded, yes, Ellsworth repeatedly tried to kill me. Although I've killed him, my anger hasn't subsided. So, I must destroy Samson. Lauren teased, Brindanch a grudge holder. Eric smiled faintly, not further explaining. Though his words seemed casual, his main objective was clear, to obtain Samson's population and resources. A city with a large military force of more than 10,000 people held immense value, and such a rich target couldn't be overlooked. Chapter 60. The Army Approaches, Part 4. With the Anton City Army about to lay siege, the matters concerning Go Village will have to be postponed for a few days. This is actually beneficial. It takes time for Baleen Yendera to spread the base's messages, and even more time for the residents of Go Village to accept the implications within these messages, so there won't be any delay. Inside the base city, construction of the outer wall was still being carried out fervently, and had not stopped due to the impending arrival of the Anton City Army. However, residents were buzzing with discussions, but there wasn't a hint of fear in their words because they believed in the Guard Army and Eric. At the base's barracks, the Guard Army was undergoing daily training while Eric and Brendan and Tong stood side by side watching them. The training exercises on the field were standard military drills, which were simple for the Guard Army soldiers who had undergone countless rounds of them and could easily complete them. Eric thought to himself, it seems I need to ask Gaylord to design some new exercises to increase their difficulty. Brendan and Tong suddenly asked beside him, what are you thinking about? Eric turned his head to look at her and smiled, nothing much, just thinking about increasing the training difficulty. Indeed, it should be increased. Brendan and Tong agreed with raising the intensity of the training. Then she continued, Eric Gaston, I have a suggestion. Do you want to hear it? Eric asked, what is it? Brendan and Tong shifted her gaze to the guard army on the field and said, although the guard army has high physical and military qualities, reaching professional soldier standards, there are too few of them, only 1,000 people. My suggestion is to expand the troops from among the residents, which would also enhance the overall strength of the base. Eric firmly shook his head and replied, no, the guard army is the guard army, and residents are residents. We can't blur the lines between them. Elijah refused decisively because Eric had his own concerns. The guard army was loyal to him 100%, but he couldn't say the same for the residents. While some might be loyal, like Baleen San who led the aquaculture project, many others were unknown to him. Without the ability to read minds, he couldn't be sure that if he armed them, they wouldn't turn against him someday. Brendan's risk was too great, not only for himself but also for the base. Brendan and Tong disagreed. The guard army is the guard army, but residents can also be part of the guard army, just like me. You let me join the guard army, didn't you? Moreover, the Anton City army is about to attack, numbering over 10,000. With only 1,000 guards, even if we can hold the city walls, what if they choose to besiege us? Will we be trapped inside the city forever? Furthermore, even if they retreat due to lack of supplies this time, what happens when they come back? You did say you want to destroy Anton City, right? Then, we will need to launch an offensive against Anton City. When they hold the advantage of the city walls, how can we fight with only 1,000 guards? Also, if we breach Anton City's defenses and eliminate their army, they have at least 50,000 people. If we incorporate all of them into the base, how can 1,000 of us escort 50,000? Or even more, back to the base? Brendan and Tong's points were valid. 1,000 guards were indeed too few. However, with the system, Eric didn't worry about food, ammunition, or weapons. Even if some guard army members were lost, he could quickly replenish them. These advantages gave him confidence that the Anton City army couldn't breach the base nor wear it down, and eventually would have to retreat. Additionally, as Brendan and Tong pointed out, he claimed he wanted to destroy Anton City, but with only 1,000 guards, how could he achieve that? Indeed, it was the current dilemma. During the attack on Paradise City, if not for his quick thinking to climb the cliff and use high-explosive grenades to catch the Paradise army off guard, breaching Paradise City might have been impossible. Now, Anton City was significantly stronger, with an army of over 10,000, far surpassing Paradise City. However, Eric had already considered this problem and had a plan in mind, Go Village. If all 7,000 to 8,000 people from Go Village joined the base, it would immediately upgrade to level 3. Although he didn't know the specifics of the upgrades, he speculated that the number of guards could reach 5,000 to 6,000, and that weapons like artillery and rocket launchers would be unlocked. With such manpower and weaponry, taking down Anton City would be manageable. Therefore, Eric shook his head again and said, I have my plans. Let's discuss this later. Brendan and Tong wanted to argue further, but saw Eric waving his hand to signal refusal, so she closed her mouth, sulking silently, muttering, what plans? Can the number of guards increase exponentially? Seeing her mood, Eric was about to console her when he heard Elvin's voice. Elijah looked up and saw Elvin running towards him. Upon arriving, Elvin reported, reporting officer, we've spotted the vanguard of the Anton City army 10 kilometers away. Eric's expression turned serious. Asif acted fast. He moved within 2 days. Since the scouts are already 10 kilometers away, the main force can't be far. Elijah hurriedly asked, how many scouts? Did we capture any? Elvin replied, 5 scouts from Anton City. We killed 3 and captured 2, who are now imprisoned in the dungeon. Eric was pleasantly surprised and said, great, let's go to the dungeon and interrogate how many troops Asif brought. The 3 headed to the dungeon, arriving shortly. At the dungeon entrance, Eric looked at Brendan and Tong and said, wait outside and Tong. Elvin and I will go in. Just standing at the door, Brendan and Tong could smell the musty air. Imagining it would be worse inside, she nodded and agreed, all right. Elvin led the way into the dungeon. It was small and dimly lit, with only a flickering 50-watt bulb creating an eerie atmosphere, putting considerable psychological pressure on prisoners. At a cell, 2 captured Anton City scouts sat in the corner. Seeing visitors, they shrank back in fear. Elvin barked, come here. The officer has questions for you. The 2 exchanged nervous glances before reluctantly stepping forward. Eric asked, what are your names? Gulp. Both were extremely nervous and fearful, keeping their heads low. Seeing they weren't responding, Eric sternly commanded, answer the officer. Startled, one swallowed and said, I'm Xylan. The other responded, I'm Beiluzhuang. Eric then asked, how many men are with you this time? Inside the base city, construction in the outer city continues to be carried out fervently, not stopping due to the imminent arrival of the Anton City army. However, among the residents, there are ongoing discussions. Yet, there isn't an ounce of fear in their voices because they trust the Guard Corps and Eric. At the base's military camp, the Guard Corps was undergoing routine training, with Eric and Brendan Allah standing side by side watching them. The training ground projects were all regular soldier training exercises that had been practiced hundreds or thousands of times by the Guard Corps soldiers, making them easy to complete. Eric thought to himself, it seems I should ask Gaylord to redesign some projects and increase the difficulty. Beside him, Brendan Allah suddenly asked, what are you thinking about? Eric turned to look at her and smiled, nothing much, just considering increasing the difficulty of their training. Yes, it should be raised. Brendan Allah strongly agreed with increasing the intensity of the training. She then continued, Eric Gaston, I have a suggestion. Do you want to hear it? Eric asked, what kind of suggestion? Brendan Allah shifted her gaze to the Guard Corps on the field and said, although the Guard Corps has high physical and military skills that meet professional soldier standards, their numbers are too small, only 1,000 people. My suggestion is to expand the military personnel from the residents. This can also enhance the overall strength of the base. Eric decisively shook his head, no, the Guard Corps is the Guard Corps, and the residents are the residents. We can't mix the two. The reason for his resolute refusal was that Eric had his own concerns. The Guard Corps was 100% loyal to him, but he couldn't say the same for the residents. Some, like Baleen San who led the aquaculture construction, might be loyal, but he didn't know about the rest because he wasn't telepathic. If he were to form an army from these people and endow them with combat capability, there would be no guarantee that they wouldn't turn traitors someday. Brendan's risk was too great, harmful to both himself and the base. However, Brendan Allah had a different opinion. The Guard Corps are the Guard Corps, but residents can also join the Guard Corps. Didn't you let me join the Guard Corps as well? Besides, the Anton City army is coming soon with over 10,000 troops while our Guard Corps only has 1,000 men. Even if we can hold them off with the advantage of the walls, what if they choose to besiege us? Should we just remain trapped in the city forever? Furthermore, even if they retreat due to a lack of supplies this time, what about next time? When you say you intend to destroy Anton City, when that time comes, we'll have to launch an attack against Anton City, but then they will have the advantage of the walls, and we only have 1,000 Guard Corps. How can we possibly succeed then? Moreover, even if we break through Anton City's defenses and eliminate its army, the population of Anton City is at least 50,000. Won't you want to integrate all of them into the base? At that point, how can 1,000 of us escort tens of thousands of people back to the base? Although Brendan Allah's words weren't wrong, indeed, 1,000 Guard Corps were too few. Eric didn't need to worry about food, ammunition, or weapons thanks to the system. Even if some Guard Corps were lost, he could quickly replenish them. These advantages gave him confidence that Anton City couldn't breach the base or exhaust its resources. Eventually, Anton City would have to withdraw. Moreover, Brendan Allah pointed out that although he had vowed to destroy Anton City, how could a mere 1,000 Guard Corps achieve that goal? It was indeed a difficult problem he had to address. When attacking Paradise City, it was only his quick thinking, climbing up the cliff face and using high explosive grenades to catch the Paradise army off guard, that allowed them to breach the city. Otherwise, success might have been uncertain. Now, Anton City was significantly larger, with over 10,000 troops, far surpassing Paradise City. However, he had already considered this issue and had devised a plan. That was Go Village. If the 7,000 to 8,000 people from Go Village joined the base, it would immediately upgrade to level 3. Although it wasn't clear what specific equipment and increases would be unlocked, upgrading from level 1 to level 2 boosted the Guard Corps from 130 to 1,000 members, almost eightfold. Simultaneously, weapon upgrades included anti-mechanical sniper rifles, light machine guns, and high explosive grenades, all significant improvements. Therefore, Eric speculated that level 3 would unlock artillery, rocket launchers, and increase the Guard Corps to 5,000 to 6,000. With such manpower and equipment, taking down Anton City would be manageable. So, Eric still shook his head and said, I have my own plans. Let's talk about this later. Brendan Allah wanted to argue further, but, seeing Eric wave her off, she understood the refusal was final. She fell silent, sulking and murmuring to herself. His own plans, what could they be? Can the number of Guard Corps skyrocket? Seeing her mood, Eric was about to comfort her when he suddenly heard Elvin's voice. Looking over, he saw Elvin running towards them. Reaching them, Elvin reported, Reporting, sir, the vanguard scouts of the Anton City army have been spotted 10 kilometers away. Eric's expression grew serious. Asif has moved quickly, acting after just 2 days. Since the vanguard scouts have reached 10 kilometers, the main Anton City army must be close. Elijah hurriedly asked, how many vanguard scouts were there, and were any captured? Elvin replied, there were 5 scouts from Anton City. We killed 3 and captured 2, who are currently detained in the dungeon. Pleased, Eric clapped his hands. Good. Let's go to the dungeon quickly and find out how many troops Asif brought this time. The 3 headed for the dungeon, arriving shortly thereafter. At the dungeon entrance, Eric looked at Brendan Allah and said, Allah, wait outside. Elvin and I will handle it. Just standing at the door, Brendan Allah could smell a moldy odor, imagining it would be worse inside. She nodded in agreement. All right. Leading the way, Elvin walked into the dungeon. Inside, the space was small and dimly lit by a single flickering 50-watt bulb, creating an eerie atmosphere that psychologically pressured the prisoners. Stopping before a cell, Eric and Elvin saw the 2 Anton City scouts sitting in the corner, visibly terrified as they huddled together. Elvin shouted, come over here. The commanding officer has questions for you. The 2 scouts glanced at each other, forcing themselves to approach despite their fear. Eric asked, what are your names? Both men were extremely nervous and afraid, keeping their heads lowered to avoid eye contact with Eric and Elvin. Seeing they didn't respond, Eric sternly ordered, the commander is asking you. They shuddered in fright. One man swallowed hard and said, my name is Zylan. The other followed, I'm Perilous. Eric continued, how many of you came this time? Chapter 61. Besieging the City, Part 5. The man before them was the local commander. If he wanted to kill them, it would only take a word. Since their lives were in his hands, Zylan dared not lie. Good behavior might give them a chance to survive. As he prepared to speak, however, his companion Perilous tugged at him and whispered, if you reveal the intelligence, the city lord will know, and we'll be dead for sure. Though Perilous voice was low, Eric still heard him and laughed lightly. If you don't speak, you're dead for sure right now. Though said with a smile, these words struck Zylan and Perilous like thunder. Indeed, they would die if the city lord found out, but remaining silent meant certain death at that very moment. Zylan brushed off Perilous' hand and glared at him before turning to the commander and saying, sir, I'll tell you everything. Please spare my life. Eric replied, your survival depends on your performance. Answer my questions quickly. Zylan hastened to say, I will do my best. Our expedition is personally led by City Lord Asif, with about 10,000 men. Eric continued, what about weapons and ammunition? Zylan answered, each of the 10,000 soldiers is equipped with a homemade repeating rifle, 100 bullets, and 2 grenades. As for supplies, I only know that 10 medium trucks and 2 light trucks were deployed. The 10 medium trucks carried mostly food, while the 2 light trucks were covered with tarps. I couldn't see what was inside, but I smelled gunpowder as they passed by. Probably weapons and ammunition. 10,000 soldiers, each with 100 bullets. That's at least 1,000,000 rounds. It sounds intimidating, but it's nothing to fear. They can't breach our base defenses without artillery. Eric thought to himself and then asked, does City Lord Anton have any cannons or similar weapons? After some careful recollection, Xylan firmly shook his head. No. This reassured Eric. 10,000 troops mean nothing without heavy artillery. Looking at both men, Eric was relatively satisfied with Xylan's cooperation and told Elvin, Elijah performed well. Imprison him temporarily. Then, turning to Xuanhuan, whose performance left much to be desired, Eric added, temporarily imprison him too. Although displeased with Xuanhuang's conduct, Eric wasn't going to kill him outright. Whether Xuanhuang deserved to live or die would be decided by the residents of Anton City. If he didn't deserve death, he would be reformed and contribute to the base's population. If he did, he would be executed. With all necessary questions answered, Eric left the dungeon. The cramped space, dim lighting, and musty smell made him want to leave immediately. After Eric and Elvin left, the dungeon returned to silence. Xylan and Xuanhuang sat back against the wall, unsure of their fate. While they weren't immediately sentenced to death, they also weren't guaranteed to live. Fear continued to gnaw at their hearts. The approaching 10,000-strong army was not to be underestimated. Preparations had to be thorough. Outside the dungeon, Eric went straight to the military zone, where 250 light machine guns and 6 million rounds of ammunition were produced. Once the machine guns were ready, Eric ordered the guards to mount them on the city walls. Adding to the 50 already there, the walls now had 300 light machine guns, a formidable defense force against any large-scale attack. Having made these preparations, the next step was to wait. Eric ordered a reclining chair to be placed on the wall, and he settled down to leisurely snack and drink while waiting for Anton City's forces. Time ticked by until midday. Vroom vroom. Brindandonly, the sound of roaring engines came from afar. Eric moved his hat from his eyes and saw a fleet of SUVs speeding toward the base. The gates opened, and the vehicles entered. Ryan disembarked and ran up the wall to Eric, reporting, Commander, the Anton City army is within 10 kilometers. Eric nodded slightly and resumed shading his eyes with the hat. An hour later, more vehicles approached. This time, it was Anchor who reported, the Anton City army is within 5 kilometers and expected to arrive at the city in about half an hour. Half an hour? Eric adjusted his hat and stood up, gazing into the distance with no trace of fear, only anticipation. Elijah turned and instructed, Ryan, send someone to warn the workers outside the city to stay away from the outer gate. Yes, sir, Ryan promptly responded and began organizing. Eric added, prepare everyone for combat. Load the machine guns and remove the safeties. Don't be caught off guard when the enemy arrives. Snipers, find your positions and set up. Rifle troops, stand by under the city and prepare to supply ammunition or hold the line. Within minutes, the guards were fully prepared for battle. Another 10 minutes passed. Eric listened intently, hearing the faint rumble of countless footsteps. 5 more minutes, and the noise grew louder. Looking ahead, he saw dust rising and masses of people moving. It was the Anton City army. A sea of black, resembling a horde of rats, the fully armed Anton City soldiers marched toward the base. 10,000 men exuded a formidable presence. Lesser troops would have crumbled and surrendered without fighting. But the guards were different. Fully loyal to Eric and unafraid of death, they would follow his orders even unto certain doom. Moreover, with their advanced equipment and solid city defenses, they could easily withstand Anton City's assault. The Anton City army halted 1 kilometer from the base. A black SUV drove forward and stopped below the city walls. A single figure emerged. Recognizing this person, Eric remarked, Lee, we meet again. Did Asif send you here with a message? Despite having 10,000 soldiers behind him, Lee dared not act recklessly, knowing how close he was to Eric, who could end his life with a single gunshot. Clearing his throat, Lee called out, Our City Lord says that if Commander Luo releases young City Lord and surrenders, he will overlook past offenses and guarantee the safety of the city's civilians and soldiers. Otherwise, once Anton City breaches the city, every soul inside will be slaughtered. Commander Luo, prudence is wisdom. While you may not fear death, your subordinates and the residents of the city may feel differently. Eric said with interest, Asif truly has a broad mind. But it seems my men aren't afraid of death. Would you like to ask them? Lee glanced at the numerous guards. Fight if you must, save your breath. Elvin spoke first, followed swiftly by all the guards in unison. Fight if you must, save your breath. Chapter 62. Anton City Army Retreats, Part 1. 1,000 Guard Corps warriors spoke in unison, releasing a frightening aura. Lee immediately felt an overwhelming pressure and retreated several steps instinctively, stumbling and falling to the ground, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. The movements on this side were seen clearly by the Anton City army a kilometer away. They heard the voice of the Guard Corps very clearly and could not help but curse, what utter arrogance. In the center of the Anton City army, inside a Anti-Nimmer, Asif took a puff of the cigarette in his hand, exhaled a cloud of smoke, and his gentle gaze suddenly turned cold. Lowering the car window and sticking out his hand, he soon called over a person dressed in officer's uniform. Asif said coldly, Bring Lee back, prepare for battle. Yes. The officer, upon receiving orders, pulled out a walkie-talkie, pressed the talk button, and said, Order from the City Lord. Return immediately, prepare for battle. At the foot of the city wall, sitting on the ground, Lee's walkie-talkie strapped to his waist suddenly echoed with these words, Order from the City Lord. Return immediately, prepare for battle. Elijah hearing this, Lee suppressed the fear in his heart, climbed into the off-road vehicle, and returned to the Anton City army. Seeing this, Eric naturally understood what was happening and immediately shouted loudly, Eric's, those bastards from Anton City are attacking. Are we ready? Ready. Facing an army several times their size, each member of the Guard Corps showed no fear, and their morale was high. Eric was very satisfied with this. Elijah watched towards the Anton City army, waiting for their attack. 1, 2, 3. Just like this, they waited, but after 3 minutes, the imagined 10,000-strong army attack did not occur. Just as Eric was puzzled, suddenly there was a whistle. An object broke through the air, and Eric focused, immediately shocked. Damn, it's a rocket. Bang. Indeed, the object that broke through the air was a rocket. It collided with the city wall and exploded instantly, creating a small mushroom cloud. Debris flew everywhere, and the concrete-built solid city wall was blasted into a hole 3 meters in diameter and nearly 2 meters deep. All the Guard Corps soldiers stationed on this section of the wall were injured to some extent. If a few more rockets hit, this part of the wall would be breached. Whistle. As if summoned, another rocket came flying over, this time hitting the city gate. The iron gate, just an inch thick, was directly blown open with a large hole. Eric lifted his binoculars and saw a soldier in front of the Anton City army carrying a rocket launcher, while another soldier was loading a rocket into it. It looked like they were about to fire a few more. How could they let this happen? Urgently, he said, "Snipers, take down the soldier operating the rocket launcher." "I'll do it." With a clear shout, Lauren rushed up to the city wall, quickly setting up her anti-material sniper rifle. Boom. The enormous recoil stirred up dust from the ground. The bullet tore through the air and struck the soldier who was loading the rocket. At that moment, he had just finished loading it and was about to leave when he was hit by the bullet from the anti-material sniper rifle. A blood-red hole the size of a head instantly appeared in his chest, spewing blood and entrails onto the soldier holding the rocket launcher. Startled, the soldier involuntarily triggered the launch, and the rocket flew directly toward Lauren. Eric gasped in shock and rushed towards Lauren, trying to pull her away from the blast radius. However, Lauren's lips curled into a slight smile, then she pulled the trigger. Boom. The scene stunned everyone present. Before the rocket hit its target, it exploded mid-air. Lauren had shot down the fast-moving rocket with one bullet. Brindanch marksmanship deserved to be called divine, but she didn't seem satisfied. She quickly adjusted her aim at the soldier firing the rocket and shot again with a bang. That soldier's head exploded like a watermelon. Eric's Adam's apple bobbed as he stared at Lauren in amazement. Lauren sensed his gaze and gave him a smug wink. Quickly recovering his composure, Eric issued orders, "All snipers, focus on taking down the soldiers operating the rocket launchers. If there are no rocket launchers, target any available enemy." Following Eric's order, the snipers began shooting. A kilometer distance was well within range for a sniper rifle. Besides, they were at the base, so they didn't have to worry about ammunition depletion. The Anton City army fell into chaos. Soldiers at the front saw their comrades being sniped and hastily retreated in terror. In the Anti-Nimmer, Asif thought he had victory in hand, but seeing the sudden panic and retreat of the front troops, he grew confused. The previous officer rushed over and reported urgently, "Report to the city lord, the Arak side has sniper rifles. Under their long-distance sniping, our rocket launchers are useless, and their ammunition seems inexhaustible, leading to random killings of our soldiers. The frontline soldiers are panicking. Please issue orders to withdraw the army." Asif extinguished his cigarette, feeling furious but seeing the complete chaos at the front. He reluctantly gave the order, "Retreat 2 kilometers." Under the watchful eyes of Arak and others, the Anton City army retreated 2 kilometers, leaving over 100 corpses on the ground unattended. Seeing they hadn't completely retreated but had settled outside the range of sniper rifles, Arak chuckled inwardly, planning to use the siege tactic. Let's see who can last longer. 3 days passed. Inside the main tent of Anton City's vast army, Lee said to Asif, "City lord, that base is Arak's stronghold. They must have food supplies stored there. We can't match them. Let's return to the city and come up with new strategies." "You're simply boosting their morale and diminishing ours." An officer disdainfully glanced at Lee, saying, "We brought all the grain from the city, enough to support the entire army for 15 days. Only 3 days have passed, and you're already thinking of retreating? Moreover, with tens of thousands of people in Arak's base trapped like this, they can't go out searching for food. They can only rely on their reserves. With tens of thousands of people, do you think they can outlast us? If their food runs out, tens of thousands of residents in the city will starve, surely causing rebellion. When they fight themselves to exhaustion, we can easily breach the base." Lee countered, "What if they become self-sufficient within the city?" The officer scoffed, "Self-sufficiency? So what? Can their crops mature in a day? Or can their poultry lay eggs and hatch overnight?" This left Lee speechless. Elijah sighed and looked at Asif. No matter how much they argued, the final decision rested with Asif. Asif smoked a puff, exhaled a cloud of smoke, and pondered for a moment before saying, "Wait another 10 days. If Arak's side still shows no signs of distress after 10 days, then we'll retreat." "Yes." Lee and the officer did not dare to argue, both responding simultaneously. Meanwhile, inside the base, facing the siege of the army outside, everyone carried on with their tasks as usual. They knew that even if the base's food supplies ran out, Commander wouldn't need to leave the city to find food. There was no worry about food shortages, so they remained confident. Moreover, upon hearing that the Anton City army planned to prolong the siege, everyone laughed contemptuously, making sarcastic remarks. Chapter 63, Anton City Army Retreats, Part 2. Time quickly moved to the 9th day. The base continued as usual. The guards on the city walls were all spirited and full of fighting spirit. The residents inside the city also had rosy faces, working energetically, and everyone got along harmoniously. In contrast, the Anton City army, having been camping outdoors for a long time without any place to bathe or entertainment, was in low morale. Asif did not order a retreat nor an attack, just letting things drag on, causing the soldiers' morale to plummet. Inside the tent, Asif stood with his hands behind his back, facing a whiteboard displaying photos of the base, the guard army, and Arak. Though his face remained expressionless, careful observation revealed a hint of worry in his eyes. 9 days had passed, and the base was still running as usual, with no food shortage and no riots as predicted. The soldiers on the city walls remained highly motivated, showing no decline in combat power. On the contrary, his own troops' morale was low, which made him increasingly anxious. Behind him stood Li and various officers. Li spoke first. Report to the city lord. Our calculations were off. The estimated 15-day food supply for the entire army is now down to only enough for 2 more days. In other words, regardless of whether Erech civilians resist the military as we anticipated, we must withdraw tomorrow. Can we really return without accomplishing anything? Asif closed his eyes slightly, pondering deeply. After inhaling a breath of moist air, he turned around and faced Li, saying, "You go to the base city and discuss with Erech. If he releases Ellsworth, I will immediately withdraw the troops. Remember, don't reveal our lack of food supplies." Sending out 10,000 troops required enormous resources. Returning without any achievement would be unbearable. Thus, he made one last attempt, knowing that rescuing Ellsworth would at least make this trip worthwhile. Li clenched his fists upon receiving the order. Elijah didn't want to go, but military orders were absolute. Refusing Asif at this moment would certainly infuriate him, leading to severe punishment. Reluctantly, he complied, yes. Shortly after, a jeep departed from the Anton City Army camp, heading straight toward the base city. Upon arriving at the city gate, Li took several deep breaths inside the vehicle to calm his fear, praying that Erech would adhere to the tradition of not harming envoys, before stepping out and politely calling to the soldiers pointing guns at him from the city wall. "I have come on behalf of the city lord to discuss matters with your commander Erech. Please inform him." "Wait a moment." Anchor ordered someone to relay the message. Erech arrived soon afterward, looking down at Li from the city wall and smiling. "We meet again. What does Asif want this time?" Li forced a smile, more like a grimace, and said, "The city lord has sent me to speak with Commander Erech. If you release young Balanster Ellsworth, we will immediately withdraw our troops. All past grievances will be forgotten, and the base and Anton City can work together for mutual benefits." Erech thought to himself, their attitude has changed significantly. Initially, they wanted not only Ellsworth released but also demanded our surrender. Now they asked for Ellsworth's release to simply retreat. Elijah smirked inwardly, realizing Asif couldn't continue the siege much longer. Elijah cleared his throat and replied half-jokingly, "Oh, City Lord Anton is truly generous, retreating just to get Ellsworth back. It sounds like a good deal." Li sensed hope from Erech's tone, but the next words crushed it. Erech said, "Unfortunately, such a profitable deal is not what I desire. Cooperating with you is like plotting with tigers, which will only lead to my ruin. So, please tell your city lord that attacking won't scare me, and neither will waiting us out. If he wants to attack, let him come. If he wants to wait, let's see who gives up first. As for releasing his son, I have already told you many times, he's dead." Li promptly returned to the camp upon receiving the reply, reporting to Asif immediately. Upon seeing him, Asif asked, "What did Erech say?" Li knew stating Erech's original words would enrage Asif. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead as he hesitated, then steeled himself. "The city lord says if you wish to attack, go ahead. If you want to wait, so be it. But he won't release anyone," and, glancing at Asif's angry expression, he swallowed hard and cautiously added, "Furthermore, Erech claimed that young Balanster Ellsworth is dead." Bang! Upon hearing this, Asif overturned the table in front of him, startling Li. Elijah suddenly grabbed Li by the collar and demanded, "Beilidal Fei is dead?" Li averted his gaze from Asif's distorted face, filled with rage. To defuse the situation, he quickly said, "City Lord, Erech's words are 70% true, 30% false. When he said young Balanster Ellsworth was dead, it might not be the truth. Remember when he denied capturing Ellsworth, but later admitted it? I believe he may be trying to anger you. If you let your health suffer because of this, you'd fall into his trap." Asif considered Li's reasoning and calmed down, realizing he wouldn't fall for such a petty scheme. Loosening his grip on Li's collar and stepping back, he ordered, "Since that's the case, follow the plan. Notify everyone to withdraw tomorrow." Relieved, Li hurriedly responded, "Right away," and went to spread the command throughout the camp. After Li left, Asif stepped out of the tent, gazing toward the base city. Seeing the massive wall and the tiny soldiers atop it, he clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with hatred and murderous intent, thinking, "Erech, wait until next time. I'll make sure your city falls, and your people perish." Brandandonly, his gaze softened with concern, wondering, how is Beilidal Fei doing? Back at the base, on the city wall, it had been half an hour since Li withdrew, and there was no sign of movement from the Anton City army. Erech smirked. It looks like Asif can't hold on any longer. Elijah then looked at the guards, shaking his head. "Too bad. We're too few in number. Otherwise, we could take advantage of their low morale and launch an attack to annihilate them." Then, he glanced northwest, in the direction of Go Village. Once Asif retreated, he planned to march on Go Village immediately. Over 10 days had passed. He wondered how Davian's propaganda efforts were progressing. Elijah hoped Davian would succeed, allowing him to acquire Go Village's 7,000 to 8,000 inhabitants without conflict, meeting the upgrade conditions for the base. As a man of honor, granting Davian a management position would create a better living environment for his younger siblings. Chapter 64. Anton City Army Retreats, Part 3. The next morning, at dawn, Amadeus came to report early. "Report to the officer, the Anton City Army is retreating." Elijah's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. Elijah followed Amadeus quickly to the city wall, and used binoculars to look out. Indeed, the Anton City troops were dismantling their temporary camp and recovering useful items. There was no doubt they were retreating. At the same time, Ryan suddenly reported, "Report to the officer, the strange vehicle we captured is making a continuous beep sound." Elijah frowned slightly and said, "Take me there." Following Ryan to the vehicle topped with a large pot-like object, Elijah heard the beep, beep sounds. After a moment of contemplation, he opened the car door, picked up the microphone, and pressed the button. Static. After a few crackles, Godwin's voice came through. "Elijah, you sure have quite an attitude, taking your sweet time to answer." Elijah, not bothering to mince words, replied bluntly, Get to the point. There was a silence on the other end before Godwin's voice returned, this time clearly angry. Don't get too cocky. Even though you won this time, when I come back next time, it will be your end. By then, I'll destroy your city and everyone in it. Elijah said disdainfully, is that so? Well, I'll be waiting. No, next time. I'll attack first and raise your Anton city to the ground. I, Elijah, always keep my word. Ha ha ha. As if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world, Godwin laughed heartily before abruptly stopping. Elijah said menacingly, you're overconfident. If you think you can do it, come try. I want to see how you plan to destroy my Anton city. Elijah replied, then wait and see. With that, he hung up. In the anti-Nimmer vehicle of the Anton city army, Godwin put down the microphone from his ear, his eyes blazing with anger. Elijah took a deep puff on his cigarette and blew out a large cloud of smoke, filling the car with a smoky haze. The driver, who did not smoke, found the smell very uncomfortable but dared not complain or even open the window to clear the air. Godwin rolled down the window, flicked away the still-lit cigarette, but leaned back against the seat, closed his eyes, and thought to himself, Elijah, you overestimate yourself. Do you think I only have these tricks? I promised I would return and destroy your city. I will make sure that happens. No, I won't kill you. I'll make you watch as everyone else dies one by one, then cut off your hands and feet, chain you like a dog at the entrance of the mayor's office, and let you live like a dog. Report, everything has been packed up. We're ready to leave. Just then, Arjuni came to report. Godwin slowly opened his eyes and looked at Arjuni, saying, let's head back. As he left, he glanced towards the base direction, then quickly turned away, closing his eyes again to rest. Back at the base, on the city wall, Elijah observed through binoculars and saw the Anton city troops gradually withdrawing. Lowering the binoculars, he looked at the guards and said, Erix, everyone has been working tirelessly on the city wall for days. You've all worked hard. Not at all, the guard soldiers replied in unison. Elijah loudly announced, now that Godwin has retreated, everyone can relax. Today, we drink. Officer Wise. The guards erupted into excited shouts. Though most were eager men, enjoying moments with comrades, one person frowned at the idea of drinking, Lauren, the only non-bio-enhanced member and the only woman in the guard. Waiting for the excitement to subside, Elijah continued, however, relaxation does not mean recklessness. Base security must always come first. We can't all drink at once and weaken our defenses. So, we'll take turns. The first 2 batches will be 300 each, and the last batch 400. Also, no one should get drunk. Stay alert and combat ready. Yes, sir, the guards responded. Elijah swept his gaze over them and declared, then let's start now. The base was unusually lively today. Not only could the guard members drink and relax, but the residents also received an order to rest and not work, each receiving a single soldier's ration. The inner city cafeteria was packed with guards. Long-stored beer was brought out, with 3 cans per person, enough to celebrate without getting drunk. Everyone was happy, though the cafeteria manager, Caden, and his team were overwhelmed with the chaos. Elijah didn't join the drinking, though he appreciated camaraderie. However, he disliked alcohol, preferring soda. Walking back to the mobile base, he decided not to crowd into the noisy cafeteria. Randomly, he spotted a familiar figure. It was Lauren. Elijah slapped his forehead. Oops, forgot about her. Elijah walked up to her and smiled. Antong, what are you doing here? Lauren shot him a glance and replied, nothing, just wandering around. Elijah grinned. It's a day of celebration. Why wander aimlessly? Come with me. I've got something special for you. Lauren looked puzzled. What is it? Elijah winked. You'll see. Taking her hand, he led her towards the mobile base. Inside the base, Elijah offered her a chair. Please sit. Lauren sat down, eyes fixed on Elijah, wondering what he was up to. Elijah darted into the bedroom, where rummaging noises echoed. Curious, Lauren tried to peek but couldn't see much due to the angle. Soon, Elijah emerged carrying a pile of snacks, beef jerky, chips, cookies, and more. Elijah placed the snacks on the table, then went to the fridge. Opening it, he revealed a collection of colorful sodas, reminiscent of a convenience store. Lauren was stunned. Elijah actually kept so many snacks and drinks hidden, making her wonder if he'd taken them from the food supply. Brenda inspecting this, Lauren's face fell as she lectured, Gaston, this isn't right. Elijah, placing a bottle of soda in front of Lauren, was confused by her remark. What's wrong? How am I not right? Lauren pointed at the snacks and said sternly, where did you get all these snacks? Did you take them from the food supply using your authority? This behavior is bad. As the highest ranking officer, you should set a good example. If the residents find out, it could tarnish your image, and if other managers follow your lead, it could create chaos in the base. Chapter 65. Annexation of Go Village. Eric grinned widely and explained, I bought these right before the outbreak while shopping at the supermarket. It emptied my bank account rather than me stealing from the base's grain reserves. I'm not that kind of person. Lauren was unconvinced. She retorted, don't fool me. Why would you buy so many snacks right before the outbreak? Did you know in advance it was going to happen? Eric laughed. Funny you should mention that. I have an extraordinary ability to foresee danger. Before the apocalypse, I somehow sensed a great disaster coming, so I stocked up on supplies. However, with all the work setting up the base, I simply forgot about eating them. Elijah did not mention the system because it was too shocking and unbelievable. Lauren might not have believed him. Lauren frowned, staring at him for a moment, but did not harbor any suspicions. In this world, where everything had changed, it wasn't impossible for someone to have foreknowledge or be a reincarnation of an animal with an enhanced sixth sense. Eric suggested, come on, let's toast. They drink alcohol, but we'll use our sugary drinks as wine. No longer fussing over it, Lauren raised her canned drink, clinked it with Eric's, took a small sip, and exhaled contentedly, savoring the familiar taste. Then she grabbed a packet of chips and crunched away. As a girl, she loved snacks. Since the outbreak, she hadn't enjoyed them this much. It felt fantastic. Seeing Lauren finishing one pack after another, Eric joined her without hesitation. As night fell, the bustling base finally quietened down as residents drifted into slumber. In the mobile base, just as Eric was about to rest, voices were heard outside. The commander has already slept. Please come back tomorrow. I have urgent matters to discuss with Eric. Please let me in. Sorry, it's quite late, and the commander is already asleep. Come back tomorrow. But, recognizing the voice as Alicia's, Eric interrupted. I'm not asleep yet. Let her in. Yes, sir. The guard responded, and the door to the mobile base opened, allowing Alicia to enter. Eric smiled. Niantao, what brings you here so late? Alicia replied, Eric, it's been more than 10 days. My brother is still in Go Village. When will you bring him here? Realizing her concern for her brother, Eric pulled out a chair for her and poured a glass of water. Why didn't you visit during the day? Although there are no zombies or mutated animals in the base, encountering venomous snakes at night could be dangerous. Before answering Alicia's question, Eric expressed his care. I saw Eric with a sister earlier, so I didn't want to disturb you, Alicia said anxiously. You haven't answered my question yet. All right, here's the answer, Eric chuckled. When I returned, I intended to launch a military operation to Go Village in a few days, but the siege by Samson's army delayed things. Now that they've retreated, I will set out for Go Village tomorrow. Really? Alicia exclaimed excitedly. Eric, are you really marching tomorrow? Eric nodded affirmatively, smiling. Yes, definitely tomorrow. Delighted, Alicia made fists and showed visible excitement. Can I go with you? I want to see my brother sooner. This time, Eric shook his head. I can't allow that. Alicia looked disappointed. Not that I don't want you to see your brother sooner, but the outside world is too dangerous. I promised Eric Nienda to take care of both of you. I can't break that promise. Don't worry. Even if you can't go, you'll meet your brother soon, he assured her. Alicia nodded obediently. Okay. I'll escort you back. Eric stood and opened the door of the mobile base. No need, Eric. I can go back by myself, Alicia insisted quickly. No problem. I can use the walk, Eric said lightly. Not refusing further, Alicia allowed Eric to escort her back. The round trip only took around 15 minutes, and Eric returned to the mobile base, ready for bed. The next day, after breakfast, Eric went to the training field where all guards had been urgently assembled. Amadeus, Benson, Amir, and Ichabod stood in front. Eric addressed them. Amir and Ichabod, you will lead 500 men to defend the city. Amadeus and Benson, you will lead the rest to march out with me. Amadeus and Benson were puzzled, wondering why such sudden preparations. Were they attacking Samson? How could just 500 soldiers be enough? Eric explained, we've been busy with Asif's affairs. Today, we're heading to Go Village, where 7,000 people live under Chieftain Edison, who has barely 100 soldiers. However, when threatened, they band together to resist. But you don't need to worry, those 7,000 people just want to survive. I've arranged for someone to spread news of the base within the village. Our journey will not encounter fierce resistance. Amadeus and Benson were enlightened. Their commander had accomplished so much, and they hadn't known. Shuffling sounds interrupted. Eric turned to see Lauren dressed in combat gear, carrying an anti-material sniper rifle. You almost forgot me, Lauren reminded him. I'm part of the guard army too. Eric realized he had indeed forgotten to notify Lauren for the assembly. Guards lived in dormitory-style quarters and were organized into small units, making communication swift. Lauren, however, being an outsider and a female, stayed separately and wasn't assigned to a squad, hence the oversight. Feeling apologetic, Eric didn't know how to explain. Lauren waved it off. Never mind, I'm magnanimous and won't hold it against you. Relieved, Eric suggested, then stay and defend the city. Lauren objected. Staying in the base is boring. I also want to go to this dog village. Curious, she added aloud. What is dog village anyway? Full of dogs. She had eaten 2 evolution crystals, making her physical strength only slightly inferior to Amadeus and Benson, but twice as strong as ordinary soldiers. Taking her along wouldn't be a problem, so Eric agreed. Fine, then join us for Go Village. And thus, preparations for the expedition to Go Village began in earnest. Chapter 66, Brendan version. The guard army marched out of the city towards Go Village, while at the same time, in the abandoned factory at the center of Go Village, Edison sat on a sofa, listening to his subordinates report. Report to the village chief. News about the base has spread throughout the entire village, and it's now known by everyone. Edison asked, what is the public's reaction to these rumors? The subordinate replied, they all deeply yearn for life in the base. We interviewed many people, and they all said they would go to the base if given the chance. Moreover, some of our soldiers share this sentiment as well. Edison abruptly stood up, walking over to the window to gaze down at the bustling residents of Go Village. Enraged, he cursed, a bunch of troublemakers and ungrateful ingrates. Elijah then asked, did you find any information on this base? Who exactly are they? The subordinate responded, according to our investigation, the base is formidable, boasting tens of thousands of people and a 1,000-man army. Its leader is named Eric, who appears to be an evolved human with remarkable individual strength. A few days ago, Asif from Antineking led an army of 10,000 to attack the base, but after a long stalemate, they unexpectedly retreated yesterday. An army of 10,000 couldn't take down the base? Edison was shocked. Elijah then took the phone offered to him and examined the photo carefully. His pupils constricted sharply. It's him. This was a face he would never forget. Just a little over a week ago, this man had humiliated him in front of his own troops. Elijah never imagined that this man would be the owner of the base. Now it made sense why rumors about the base had spread so quickly through Go Village. Damn it. Not only did he humiliate me, but he also planted spies in my territory to spread those rumors, attempting to undermine me from within. Edison's hand involuntarily tightened around the bulletproof phone until it shattered under the force. The subordinate, inwardly alarmed, wondered why the village chief suddenly flew into a rage. However, Edison continued, have you found the first person who spread those base rumors? The subordinate answered, yes, we've preliminarily identified several suspects. Elijah pulled out another phone, opened the photo album, and pointed to a picture, saying, this man is called Bowen Bay. Elijah then tapped on another photo. This one is Bailey Koo. Finally, he showed Davian's photo, saying, this man is called Davian. Among them, he is most likely the first one to spread the rumors. We found that he once went out with 5 others to search for food and didn't return for days. Normally, such a delay means they were either killed by other survivors or eaten by zombies, yet only he returned alone. His brother and sister also mysteriously disappeared one day when he went outside. These coincidences suggest that he could be the spy Eric planted here. Shortly after his return, the base rumors started spreading. After hearing this, Edison was almost certain Davian was the first one to spread the rumors. Elijah must be Eric's spy planted in Go Village. Edison thought that dealing with these individuals would also serve as a warning, showing the villagers the cost of betraying him. Thinking this, Edison instructed, bring these people I mentioned and execute them. Hang their bodies in the most conspicuous place to let everyone see the consequences of betraying me. Yes, the subordinate replied. After the subordinate left, Edison massaged his temples. We can't stay in Go Village any longer. We need to evacuate immediately. If Eric leads an army here, these 7,000 troublemakers won't be able to resist. In a simple house, Davian was eating dinner when several soldiers burst in. One of them barked, bind him. Davian felt a chill. Elijah knew why he was being arrested. It was clear that Edison had uncovered the rumor-spreading operation, yet he pretended to be unaware, shouting innocently, why are you doing this? I haven't violated any rules. Shut up and move, the soldier snapped. Meanwhile, in other parts of Go Village, similar protests of innocence could be heard. I'm innocent. I haven't broken any rules. Under the threat of guns, Davian and several others were escorted out of Go Village into a forest. Dozens of skeletons lay scattered across the ground, each with a small hole between the eyes and the back of their skulls blown off, clearly the work of execution by gunfire. Davian knew this place too well. It was where Edison executed prisoners. It was clear what the soldiers intended to do next. Closing his eyes, he had long accepted the possibility of death after taking on this mission. Thinking of his siblings living well in the base, he had no regrets. Redundantly, he felt a cold gun barrel press against his forehead, signaling impending death. But after a while, not only did no shot ring out, but the barrel also moved away from his head. Waiting further, still no sound of gunfire echoed. Curiosity piqued. He opened his eyes and glanced left. There were several condemned men, including familiar faces, glaring at him with resentment. Looking right, he saw 9 soldiers standing in a circle, whispering to each other about 15 meters away. Just as he puzzled over the situation, chaos erupted. In a heartbeat, 9 of the soldiers tackled the 10th, disarmed him, and smashed his skull with rifle butts until he lay bloodied and unconscious. The remaining 9 exchanged nervous glances, breathing heavily before calming down. One of them knelt down to check the unconscious soldier's pulse and reported to the others. After discussing, the 9 looked determined. 6 of them raised their rifles and fired simultaneously. Bang! The unconscious soldier was now dead. Stunned, Davian watched as the 9 men approached, smiling broadly. One of them greeted him, Old Baleen. Remember me? I'm Burl. This is Newer. Burl introduced all 8 of his comrades and then explained, you saw what happened just now. Honestly, none of us like Edison. Elijah's temperamental and unfair. His favorites commit errors but only get minor punishments, while we receive severe penalties for the slightest mistake. You saw what we did to his favorite, right? We discussed and decided to defect to the base, freeing you all and joining you. Elijah refused, so we had no choice but to kill him. Now neither you nor we can return to Go Village. Since we've done this much, and since we're old acquaintances, will you help us join the base together? Translation note. Names like Edison, Eric, Asif, Bowen Bay, Bailey Koo, and Davian have been transliterated directly into Pinyin as requested. The text maintains the original tone, structure, and pacing to ensure consistency and readability. Chapter 67. Reunion with Bailin Yin. Bailin Yin finally understood why these people suddenly turned on their companions. Since they had done this, it was clear they were determined to join the base, which was a good thing for him and the old acquaintances who were captured because of him. They wouldn't have to die. Taking you to the base is possible, but... Bailin Yin looked down at his bound self. Oh, I get it. The Bailey immediately reacted, untying Bailin Yin's ropes while saying, don't just stand there, those other brothers are still tied up. Soon, after freeing Bailin Yin and the others, the Bailey and his group looked at Bailin Yin expectantly. Under the expectant gazes of the Bailey and the others, those who were captured with Bailin Yin felt somewhat guilty. They didn't know the way to the base either, so they too turned their gaze toward Bailin Yin, as he was the one who told them about the base. Bailin Yin naturally knew this. Elijah stretched his limbs and then said, let's go. The others were pleasantly surprised and followed Bailin Yin on the journey to the base. After they left, a team of several dozen men, led by a long-haired man, rushed out from Gojai. Arriving in the jungle, the long-haired man did not see Bailin Yin's body but found the bodies of Edison's close subordinates, immediately raging and punching a tree, causing leaves to scatter everywhere. Chase them. Bailin Yin also knew that the events in the forest would certainly be noticed by Edison, so he kept a brisk pace without slowing down. By now, it was getting dark, and the winds howled eerily through the surroundings, making the environment extremely terrifying. If they encountered a large number of zombies in such conditions, it would be very dangerous. Redundantly, the lead guide Bailin Yin stopped walking. The others halted as well. The Bailey stepped forward and asked, why did you stop, Old Bailin? Bailin Yin didn't answer but raised his arm and pointed ahead. The Bailey squinted and immediately stumbled back several steps, falling onto the ground. At this moment, the others also looked forward, filled with fear. They saw hundreds of figures ahead, discernible only vaguely in the dim light, and their first thought was zombies. What do we do, Eric Bailey? John trembled. They had only 10 makeshift single shotguns among the dozen or so of them. Facing hundreds of zombies would surely lead to certain death. Bailey had no solution either, and could only turn to Bailin Yin. However, with such a vast number of zombies, what could Bailin Yin do? Just as they were despairing, a bright light suddenly shone ahead, clearly revealing that the figures were not zombies but living humans. Then the crowd parted, and a modified off-road vehicle emerged, its headlights temporarily blinding Bailin Yin and his group. The car door opened, and someone descended, smiling. Eric Bailin Yin, it's been a while. Recognizing the familiar voice, Bailin Yin's heart tightened. Squinting, he confirmed the person and excitedly exclaimed, Commander Eric. Those who came with him adapted to the light and heard Bailin Yin call out to Commander Eric. Staring for a moment, Bailey and his companions were startled. John stammered, it's him, that evolved human. Indeed, the newcomer was Eric, who had marched out of Gojai. Elijah hearing John, he glanced over, noting the familiar attire and weapons, and asked, what happened here? Bailin Yin naturally knew what Eric was asking and explained. They couldn't bear Edison's rule and want to join the base. Eric was enlightened, pleasantly surprised. Bailin Yin has indeed done a great job, even turning Edison soldiers against him. But why are they here? Thinking for a moment, Eric asked again, if you're not at Gojai, where are you going? Bailin Yin sighed and recounted the events leading up to this point. So that's it. Eric listened and addressed Bailey and his group. You did well. The base welcomes you. However, we won't return to the base yet. You need to accompany me back to Gojai first. Then, we will bring all 7,000 residents of Gojai back to the base. Thank you, Commander. Bailey and the others responded excitedly. Eric nodded, then ordered the headlights turned off. The light at night easily attracts zombies, so it's better to navigate using natural light. Just as they were about to proceed towards Gojai, an arrogant voice rang out. You ingrates dared to release important prisoners privately and killed your own comrades. You truly deserve death. Bailey and the others exchanged looks, knowing who it was. However, the hundreds of well-equipped soldiers behind them gave them no fear. Bailey jogged to Eric's side and reported, Sir, it's probably Edison's second brother, China Lijing. They must have come to capture us. Eric recognized China Lijing's voice and looked into the darkness ahead. Soon, a long-haired man leading several dozen people appeared. Though it was too dark to see clearly, from his walk and long hair, Eric identified him. It's him. The newcomer was the same man Eric slapped until his face swelled like a pig's head, known as China Lijing, Edison's second brother. As China Lijing approached, he caught sight of Bailin Yin, Eric, and Eric's guards. His steps paused, unable to see clearly but realizing that, regardless of whether they were zombies or humans, they outnumbered him and his men, who were unequipped to handle such a situation. Noticing that the figures didn't attack immediately, he concluded they were humans. Knowing they were humans meant there might be room for negotiation. China Lijing boldly called out, Eric's across the way. Those few are traitors of our Gojai. We're here to capture them. Please let us pass. Eric was surprised. China Lijing chose to negotiate instead of attacking directly, showing his weak and fearful nature. That day, he had arrogantly threatened Eric, assuming he was alone. Since China Lijing wanted to negotiate, Eric leaned towards Bailey and whispered something, then smiled. Go on. Bailey grinned, gave an okay sign, stepped forward, cleared his throat, and addressed China Lijing soldiers. Fellow brothers, I know you joined Edison's forces under duress to survive. Now, there's a chance for freedom right before you. Do you know who stands behind me? They are the base's guard army. Brendan Render, and the commander said you can join the base. Fellow brothers, I'm sure you've heard of the base. There's no beatings, no worry of hunger, and no fear of zombies. It's truly a paradise on Earth. China Lijing's soldiers hesitated upon hearing Bailey's words. Bailey continued, following Edison means living without dignity. When he gets angry, he vents his frustrations on us. Remember Xiao Elijah, thrown into the cellar to feed zombies? Who can guarantee Edison won't do the same to you? And China Lijing, you know his temper as well as I do. Maybe even better. If you don't join the base, you'll either be gunned down by the guards or return empty-handed with him. Imagine what China Lijing will do to you afterward. Davian finally understood why these people had suddenly turned on their comrades. Since they were willing to go this far, it was clear they were determined to join the base, which in turn spared him and his old acquaintances from certain death. Note: I've made minor adjustments for natural English flow and corrected the romanization of Linandura's name to Davian for consistency. Of course I can take you to the base, but... Davian glanced down at himself, still bound. Oh, got it. Bailey immediately understood and quickly untied Davian's ropes. Elijah added, you guys, don't just stand there. The other brothers are still tied up. After untying Bailin Yendura and the others, Bailey and his companions looked at them with expectation. Under the expectant gazes of the group, those who were caught along with Bailin Yendura felt somewhat guilty. They had no idea how to get to the base and could only look towards Bailin Yendura, who had been the one to tell them about the base. Note: for better readability in English, I made slight adjustments such as removing Dura from Bailin Yendura to maintain consistency, assuming it was a transcription error. Davian naturally knew. After stretching his limbs, he said, let's get going. Everyone followed him with delight as they set off for the base. After they left, a team of dozens emerged from Go Village led by a long-haired man. Upon reaching the forest, the long-haired man didn't find Davian and his group, but instead discovered the corpses of Edison's loyal men, enraging him so much that he punched a tree, causing leaves to scatter everywhere. Chase. Davian also knew that Edison would certainly become aware of the events in the forest, so he hurried along the way without slowing down. By this time, the sky had turned dark and gloomy, with howling winds creating an extremely terrifying atmosphere. In such conditions, encountering a large number of zombies would be very dangerous. Just then, Davian, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped. The others followed suit and stopped as well. Burl approached and asked, "Old Baleen, why did you suddenly stop?" Davian didn't respond but raised his arm and pointed ahead. Burl took a closer look and stumbled back several steps, then fell onto the ground. At this moment, the others also looked forward, all showing signs of fear. Ahead were figures numbering in the hundreds. In the dim light, only rough outlines could be seen. Their first thought was zombies. What do we do, Eric Bailey? John trembled. They were only about 10 people with 10 single-shot homemade guns, making facing hundreds of zombies a sure death. Burl had no solution either, and could only turn his gaze towards Davian. But given the number of zombies, what could Davian do? Just as they were despairing, a light shone from ahead, revealing clearly that the hundreds of figures were not zombies but actual humans. Immediately after, the crowd parted, and a modified off-road vehicle drove out. The two headlights made it difficult for Davian and the others to adjust, so they covered their eyes. The car door opened, and a person got out laughing, "Eric Nyenda, it's been a while." Elijah hearing this familiar voice, Davian's heart tightened. Elijah squinted his eyes and recognized the person, immediately shouting excitedly, "Commander Eric!" Those who came with Davian adjusted to the light and heard Davian call the person Commander Eric, casting a doubtful look towards him. Staring for a while, Burl and his companions suddenly exclaimed in surprise. John stammered, It's him, the evolved human." Indeed, the person was none other than Eric, who had participated in the expedition against Go Village. Elijah hearing John's words, he looked at them. Familiar clothes, familiar weapons, and couldn't help asking, "What happened here?" Davian naturally understood what Eric was asking and explained. "They are all people who couldn't endure Edison's rule and wanted to join the base." Ah, Eric suddenly understood, feeling pleasantly surprised. Davian has indeed done a good job, even convincing Edison's soldiers to defect. But why are they here? Thinking of this, Eric asked again, "You're not in Go Village. Where are you going?" Davian sighed and told Eric everything that had happened. "I see." Eric responded and said to Burl and the others, "You've done well by turning a new leaf. The base welcomes you. However, we will not return to the base now. You need to go with me to Go Village first. Then, we will return to the base together with the more than 7,000 residents of Go Village." "Thank you, Commander," Burl and the others said excitedly. Eric nodded and ordered the car lights to be turned off. Brightness at night easily attracts zombies, so it's better to rely on natural light to find the way. Just as they were about to continue heading toward Go Village, a domineering voice suddenly came. "Anti-Nymph, you ungrateful traitors actually dared to release important criminals privately and kill your own kind. Truly deserving of death." Burl and the others exchanged looks, all knowing who had arrived. But the hundreds of well-equipped troops behind them gave them no fear. Burl ran to Eric's side and reported, "Report to the commander. It should be Edison's second brother, Qin Alijing. They must have come to pursue us." Eric also recognized Qin Alijing's voice. Looking into the darkness ahead, a long-haired man quickly broke through the darkness and entered his line of sight. Although it was too dark to see clearly, Eric recognized him from his gait and long hair, muttering, "It's him." Indeed, it was the man whose face Eric had slapped until it swelled like a pig's head that day. His name was Qin Alijing, Edison's second brother. As Qin Alijing approached step by step, Davian, Eric, and Eric's guards came into his view. His pace involuntarily slowed. Elijah couldn't see clearly either, but seeing so many people, he knew that even if they were zombies, his dozen or so men wouldn't be able to handle them. Moreover, since the figures opposite didn't pounce immediately, they were clearly human. Knowing that the people across were human, there was room for negotiation. Qin Alijing gathered his courage and spoke, "Eric's across. Those few are traitors of our Go Village. Our mission is solely to arrest them. Please lend a hand, brothers." Eric was surprised. Qin Alijing didn't directly attack, but chose to negotiate. What a coward, probably thinking himself tough just because I was alone that day. However, since Qin Alijing wants to negotiate, let's negotiate. But Eric didn't plan to negotiate himself. Instead, he whispered something to Burl and then smiled, saying, "Go ahead." Burl grinned, giving an okay sign, and walked forward. Clearing his throat, he shouted to Qin Alijing's soldiers, "Erics, I know you joined Edison under duress just to survive. Now, an opportunity to break free is before you. Do you know who's behind me? They are the base's guards. If you lay down your weapons and surrender, the commander says you can join the base. Erics, I believe you've heard of the base. There's no beating or scolding, no worrying about hunger or zombies. Brendancha Place is heaven on earth." Qin Alijing's soldiers listened to Burl, wavering. Burl continued, "Following Edison means living without dignity. When he's angry, he vents on us. Remember Xiao Elijah, whom Edison threw into the cellar to feed zombies over 10 days ago? Who can guarantee Edison won't do the same to you when he gets mad? As for Qin Alijing, you know his temper as well as I do, maybe even better. If you don't join the base, you'll either be shot dead by the guards or return empty-handed with him. Think about what Qin Alijing will do to you then." Chase. Davian knew that Edison would inevitably become aware of what happened in the forest, so he kept up a brisk pace, not daring to slow down. The sky had already darkened, and the winds howled eerily around them, creating a terrifying atmosphere. Encountering a large group of zombies in such conditions would be extremely dangerous. Brendandenly, Davian, who was leading the way, stopped. The rest followed suit. The Bailey stepped forward, asking, "Why did you stop, Old Baleen?" Baleen Nyendera didn't respond but raised his arm, pointing ahead. The Bailey focused his gaze and immediately stumbled back several steps, landing on his bottom. At this moment, everyone else saw what was in front of them and were filled with dread. For consistency and fluency, I've made minor adjustments to the sentence structure and wording. Baleen Nyendera didn't respond but raised his arm, pointing ahead. The Bailey focused his gaze and immediately stumbled back several steps, then fell onto his bottom. At this moment, everyone else saw what was ahead and were filled with dread. Anti-and-endreds of figures stood ahead, barely discernible in the dim light. Their immediate thought was zombies. Be Eric Bailey, what do we do? John trembled. With only 10 homemade single-shot guns among the dozen of them, facing hundreds of zombies was tantamount to a death sentence. De Bailey, having no idea what to do, could only look to Davian for a solution. However, even Davian couldn't have a solution against such numbers. Just as despair was settling in, lights suddenly appeared ahead, revealing clearly that the figures were not zombies but flesh and blood humans. Note: I have corrected Bailey Nyendera to Davian for consistency and accuracy. Then, the crowd parted, and a modified SUV emerged. Its headlights were so bright that Bailey Nyendera and his group had to shield their eyes. The car door opened, and a person descended, laughing, Eric Nyendera, it's been a long time. The car door opened, and a person got out laughing, Eric Nyenda, it's been a long time. Note: Nyendera should be consistently translated as Nyenda for proper name consistency. Recognizing the familiar voice, Davian felt a sudden surge of excitement and shouted upon identifying the visitor, Commander Eric. Those accompanying Davian adjusted to the light and recognized the man as Commander Eric when they heard Davian call out. Staring for a moment, De Bailey and his companions were suddenly startled. John stammered, it's him, that evolved human. Adjustments made for accuracy in names, smoother reading, and natural fluency. Indeed, it was none other than Eric who had marched against Go Village. Elijah hearing John's words, Eric glanced over, recognizing the familiar attire and weapons. Elijah asked, what's going on? Davian explained, they couldn't tolerate Edison's rule anymore and want to join the base. Note: for consistency in character names, Nyendera should be translated as Davienda. Ah, Eric nodded in understanding, inwardly pleased. Bailey Nyendera had indeed done an excellent job, even turning Edison soldiers. However, he wondered aloud, but why are they here? Revised for fluency and consistency. Aha, Eric nodded, understanding dawning on him with pleasant surprise. Davian had indeed done an outstanding job, even managing to turn Edison's own soldiers. However, he still questioned, but why are they here? Davian sighed, and recounted the entire situation to Eric. Note: I've made a slight correction to the name Nyendera, which should be consistently translated as Davian, based on Pinyin rules for names. If Bailey Nyendera was intentional, please clarify. I see. Eric told De Bailey and his group, you've done well, turning away from darkness to light. The base welcomes you. But first, we need to Go Village to ensure the safe return of its 7,000 residents to the base. Thank you, sir. De Bailey and the others exclaimed excitedly. Good, Eric nodded, and ordered the vehicle's headlights turned off to avoid attracting zombies during the night. Just as they prepared to continue towards Go Village, an arrogant voice echoed. Humph, you ingrates dared to release important prisoners and murder your own, truly deserving of death. De Bailey and the others exchanged looks, knowing who had arrived but unafraid due to the presence of the hundreds of well-armed troops behind them. De Bailey jogged up to Eric and reported, Sir, it should be Edison's second brother, China Lijing. They must have come to apprehend us. Eric recognized China Lijing's voice as well. Soon, a long-haired man leading dozens broke through the darkness into view. Despite the darkness, Eric identified him by his long hair and gait, saying, it's him. This was the same man Eric had slapped until his face swelled like a pig's head. China Lijing, Edison's second brother. China Lijing approached step by step, and Bailey Nyendera, Eric, as well as Eric's guards, came into his line of sight. Although the dim light made it hard to see clearly, the large number of people on the opposing side gave him a moment's hesitation. Even if they weren't human but zombies, his group of several dozen wouldn't be able to handle such a crowd, especially since the figures opposite didn't immediately attack, indicating they were human. Since they were human, there was room for negotiation. China Lijing, emboldened, spoke, Eric's, those few are traitors from Go Village. We're here to arrest them. Please give us a break. Brendan rised. Eric noted China Lijing chose to negotiate rather than attack, revealing him to be a bully who targeted the weak. Still, if China Lijing wanted to negotiate, Eric was game. Elijah whispered instructions into De Bailey's ear before saying, go ahead. De Bailey grinned, gestured okay, and stepped forward, clearing his throat to address China Lijing's soldiers. Eric's, I know you joined Edison just like us to survive. Now, a chance to escape is right in front of you. Do you know who's behind me? They're the base's guards. Brendan Render, and Commander Luo has promised you'll be allowed to join the base. Eric's, you've heard of the base, haven't you? No beatings, no hunger, no fear of zombies, a paradise. China Lijing's men began to waver at De Bailey's words. Continuing, De Bailey said, staying under Edison means living without dignity, subjected to his rages. Remember Xiao Elijah, thrown into the cellar to feed zombies? Who can guarantee Edison won't do the same to you one day? And China Lijing, his temper, you know better than I. If you don't join the base, you'll either be gunned down by our guards or dragged back here to China Lijing's mercy. Chapter 68. Brendan do the enemy without fighting. Damn it. Shut up. China Lijing flew into a rage, aiming his gun at Lowell, ready to shoot and silence him forever. In an instant, there was a gunshot. Bang. Lowell was startled. He closed his eyes tightly, covering himself with both hands. After a few seconds, he felt no pain from a bullet wound. Checking himself over, he found no blood or injuries. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw China Lijing's gun on the ground with a bullet still lodged in it. Looking back, he saw a hand withdrawing a gun into a vehicle. Witnessing this scene, Lowell felt more confident. Hands on his hips, he shouted, you bastard. China Lijing, you really are a beast, aren't you? Got so angry because I hit the nail on the head? You even wanted to kill me, huh? Huh. With Commander and the guard army here, you don't have what it takes to kill me. China Lijing's eyes bulged in fury, and his head spun with rage. Elijah paid no attention to the several hundred people before him and yelled, what are you all standing there for? Shoot these damned ingrates. Unfortunately, not a single person followed his orders. Lowell's words had touched the hearts of dozens of soldiers. If they were initially moved, now they were seriously reconsidering. Damn you all. Seeing no one paying him any heed, China Li Jing kicked the soldier beside him and moved to strike another. China Li Jing's actions immediately made the undecided soldiers come to a decision. They raised their guns towards China Li Jing. One of them indignantly said, "You call us ingrates, but what have you given us? 2 meals a day that barely fill our bellies. While we can accept food shortages, you feast on meat and delicacies. We do the work, yet you reap the rewards. Anytime something goes wrong, we're beaten or insulted. Damn it, I'm fed up." Right. Me too. Me too. The dozens of soldiers expressed their sentiments, which infuriated China Li Jing further. Pointing at them, he screamed, "Rebellion! This is rebellion. You damn traitors, I'll kill all of you right now." Blinded by anger, although China Li Jing was stronger than an average person, he couldn't dodge bullets like his brother Edison could. As he charged towards the dozens of men, there was a series of gunfire, bang bang bang. Dozens of guns fired simultaneously, bullets flying towards him. China Li Jing couldn't evade and was instantly riddled with bullets. His body stiffened and then fell straight back. His entire body peppered with bullet holes, blood pooling around him. His eyes wide open, he died in buganshin, reluctance. Note, Edison should be China Li Jing in this context to maintain consistency with the original text. Also, buganshin, unwillingness, is better translated as reluctance for fluency in English. Revised. Blinded by anger, although China Li Jing was stronger than an average person, he couldn't dodge bullets like his brother Edison could. As he charged towards the dozens of men, there was a series of gunfire, bang bang bang. Dozens of guns fired simultaneously, bullets flew towards him. China Li Jing couldn't evade and was instantly riddled with bullets. His body stiffened and then fell straight back. His entire body peppered with bullet holes, blood pooling around him. His eyes wide open, he died in reluctance. Clap clap clap. Eric approached, clapping. The dozens of soldiers immediately dropped their guns and knelt down. One of them said, "We wish to turn ourselves in and join the base. Please approve us, Sir Commander. We wish to turn ourselves in and join the base. Please approve us, Sir Commander." The soldiers echoed in unison. Eric smiled and said, "Get up. The base welcomes you." The soldiers rejoiced, hurriedly thanking him. "Thank you, Commander." Eric ordered the confiscation of weapons, and then had Davian and others follow behind the guard army as they continued on their way. They were close to Gojai village. Less than half an hour later, Eric and his group finally saw the dimly lit Gojai village. Vehicle headlights illuminated the place, drawing everyone's attention. Then Eric took a megaphone and shouted, "Bay, listen up, I am Eric from the base. Today, I've come to escort all of you to the base. Those who wish to go, leave your weapons at your doorsteps. I guarantee the safety of everyone once the guard army enters the village." Next, Eric called Davian over and said, "Say a few words." Davian took the megaphone first and said, "Erics and sisters, this is Davian. Some of you may know me, some may not. Let me say this. The news about the base was sent out under the commander's order, and I assure you everything I've said about the base is true. Several dozen brothers have already joined the base, including Edison's soldiers. Let me let them speak a bit." Finishing, he handed the megaphone to Lowell. Lowell cleared his throat and said, Good evening everyone. I'm Sammy Lowell. Some of you might know me. Yes, I am one of Edison's soldiers. Besides me, dozens more have turned themselves in and joined the base, proving that old Baleen is telling the truth." Lowell passed the megaphone to John, who teased, "Big Eric Lowell. You're doing great with your good evening. Makes it sound like a gala show. Watch me." John brought the megaphone to his mouth. Well, I'm John, thanks." Everyone was dumbstruck. Was that it? With a flushed face, John passed the megaphone to the next person and hid at the back of the queue. One by one, those turning themselves in spoke. Meanwhile, inside Gojai village, Edison smashed a table and started pacing around, kicking a sofa aside. Darn it. Darn it. Furious, he roared, smashing things, and then dashed out of the second-floor window. Thud. Seeing Edison jump down, the guards quickly looked away. Elijah hearing his roar and seeing his angry face, they did not want to draw his attention, as that would mean a beating or worse, death. Meanwhile, they also heard the outsider's words, stirring thoughts within them. Scanning the guards, Edison said in a deep voice, "Do you want to join the base? If anyone wants to, just go. I won't stop you." Despite the words, no one believed it. Anyone who dared to think Edison was sincere would end up thrown into the cellar to be fed to zombies. Himph. Seeing no one move, Edison snorted and yelled, "Since none of you want to, why are you all standing there? Get organizing the villagers for defense." Immediately, dozens of soldiers scattered, rushing to various parts of Gojai to organize defenses. In the west part of Gojai village, a squad of soldiers shouted, "Enemies are coming, everyone, grab your weapons and prepare." No civilians picked up their weapons, merely glancing at the soldiers. In the east, similarly, a squad of soldiers urged the villagers to take up arms against the base. But the civilians left their weapons outside their doors and waited silently for the guard army. In the central area, the same problem arose. No civilian was willing to defend against the guard army. At this moment, Edison walked onto the street, clenching his fists at the sight of weapons lying at each doorstep. Chapter 69. Edison's death. The civilians throwing down their weapons at the entrance clearly indicated they were abandoning Edison to surrender to Eric and join the base. This made him furious, incomparably enraged. His meticulously cultivated Gushai was about to fall into others' hands, and worse, into the hands of Eric who had once humiliated him. Elijah felt profoundly unwilling. However, it was now too late for his resentment to be of any use. Elijah couldn't win in a one-on-one fight, and he certainly wouldn't win in a gang fight. The only path left for him was to flee. As an evolved human who had consumed evolution crystals, he wasn't afraid of zombies even in the darkness of night. In his mind, he could guess what his subordinates were thinking. Most likely, they wanted to join the base but dared not show due to fear of him. Since you've decided to betray me, I'll let you know what it means to betray me before I leave. Edison emitted a strong aura of killing intent. Elijah pulled out the dagger tied to his leg and charged at the soldiers who were hoarse from shouting. At this moment, those soldiers felt cold sweat trickle down their spines. One soldier turned back just in time to see a shadow flash past. Poochie. The soldier grabbed his neck as blood gushed out from between his fingers. Blood loss quickly paled his face. Then he slumped onto the ground, staring at Edison with unyielding and resentful eyes. Upon realizing that it was Edison, the remaining soldiers, sensing his strong killing intent, felt terrified and screamed. Ah! Outside Gushai, Erek heard this piercing, mournful scream. Elijah frowned immediately and ordered, "Enter the village." Hundreds of guards rushed towards Gushai while Erek moved ahead, following the screams to the central area of Gushai. Elijah saw more than 10 corpses lying haphazardly on the ground. These were Edison's soldiers. Their faces filled with terror and refusal indicated that each had been killed by sharp weapon attacks. Erek immediately thought of Edison. Meanwhile, more screams came from the western side of the village. Erek headed there right away. Within seconds, Erek arrived at the west end and saw Edison cutting the throat of another soldier. Realizing Erek's presence, Edison panicked. Elijah was no match for Erek and chose to flee. Truly a beast, he won't spare even his own people. Erek cursed and swiftly chased after him. Edison's speed couldn't match Erek's. Soon enough, Erek caught up and punched him in the back, sending him flying. After rolling more than 10 meters, Edison came to a stop, covered in mud. Quickly rising to his feet, he faced Erek with flames of anger and hatred burning in his eyes. Aya! With nowhere to run, he roared as he charged at Erek. Facing Edison's desperate charge, Erek merely laughed lightly. His movements were faster, kicking Edison several meters away. Elijah followed closely and kicked him again, landing him next to a pit. Poochie. Kneeling on the ground, Edison spat out blood. Erek's kicks not only broke several of his ribs, but also injured his internal organs. With every exertion, he felt intense pain. Seeing Erek walking toward him like a white llama collecting souls and a black llama capturing spirits, Edison felt despair. Today, death was inevitable. Elijah stared at Erek full of hatred, then suddenly rolled backward into the pit. Bang! A loud thud resounded from within. Erek rushed forward, looking down the dark pit where visibility was zero. Elijah wondered if there might be underground tunnels, or some other way out. Jerry had escaped through underground tunnels in Elijah Haven City. If Edison escaped similarly, it would be deeply distressing. Erek prepared to jump into the pit to pursue him when, a painful howl erupted from the pit. Erek recognized it as Edison's voice. Then came a wild, animal-like roar. Shocked, Erek stepped back. His face showed surprise. This is the roar of an evolved zombie. There are evolved zombies in the pit? Could Edison rather be eaten by zombies than captured by me? Stepping closer again to the edge, continuous roars echoed from the pit, indicating Edison's doom. Elijah wished to question Edison whether he had consumed evolution crystals or naturally evolved. Now it seemed there would be no chance. Erek pulled out a high-explosive grenade. Since there were evolved zombies below, he wouldn't miss out on evolution crystals. Elijah pulled the pin and threw the grenade into the pit, retreating several meters away. Counting mentally, 1, 2, 3. By 10, a loud explosion shook the ground. Flames shot out from the pit, accompanied by a black shadow. The shadow approached rapidly, reeking of stench. Erek guessed it was a speed-type zombie, faster than ordinary level, 1 speed-type evolved zombies. Elijah narrowly dodged its pounce. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a speed-type evolved zombie, yet different. Its eyes, usually milky white in ordinary or level 1 evolved zombies, gleamed with a faint red light, quite peculiar. Roar. Missing its attack, the zombie lunged again. Erek drew his military knife and fought it. The zombie's speed matched Erek's, with claws as sharp as his knife. It struck Erek with its right claw, which he deflected. The zombie slashed with its left claw aimed at Erek's head, barely missing as Erek stepped back, then sliced downward at the zombie's head with both hands on the knife. The zombie's reaction was swift, evading the slash. Erek followed up with a horizontal slash, intending to cut it in half. The zombie defended with its claws. Sparks flew as the knife hit the claws, making a clinking sound. The zombie was weaker than Erek. This attack pushed it back several steps. Angered, it snarled fiercely at Erek, displaying a surprisingly human-like expression of anger. Erek was shocked. How? How can zombies express emotions without thoughts? But this zombie is expressing anger. Swoosh. At this moment, synchronized footsteps echoed as the guards arrived. Seeing numerous guards, the zombie stepped back, showing signs of fear. It growled at Erek once more, and then fled into the darkness. Chapter 70. Quasi-Level 2 Evolved Zombie. Erek was even more shocked. The zombie in front of him possessed human-like thoughts. It knew fear and panic, which was simply unbelievable. Erek immediately questioned the system. System, why did that zombie just now have human-like thoughts? Isn't it a zombie? The system responded. That zombie is indeed an evolved zombie, but its level is higher, having reached a quasi-level 2 status. It's expected to evolve into a true level 2 zombie within 7 days. Level 2 evolved zombie? A wave of pressure weighed down on Erek's heart, making him feel somewhat suffocated. Elijah thought to himself, it can evolve into a true level 2 evolved zombie in less than 7 days. Even at quasi-level 2, its speed doesn't lag behind mine after consuming 8 evolution crystals. How fast would it be at level 2? Moreover, it has human-like emotions and knows to flee when it can't fight. This makes it far more challenging to deal with compared to level 1 zombies. Seeing Erek staring blankly into the darkness ahead, Amadeus couldn't help but approach and ask, Sir, are you hurt? Amadeus's voice pulled Erek back from his thoughts. Turning his head, he saw Amadeus, then looked back at the hundreds of highly spirited guards. The pressure in his heart instantly dissipated as he thought, what's a level 2 evolved zombie anyway? I'm not alone. If we encounter one again, I'll directly eliminate it to obtain a level 2 evolution crystal and evolve myself to level 2. Besides, with over 7,000 people from Go Village joining the base, it will be upgraded immediately. My level 3 base's weaponry can't possibly lose to your puny level 2 zombie, can it? With this in mind, he placed a hand on Amadeus's shoulder, saying, "Just a little zombie. It won't harm me." Then he took 2 steps forward, getting closer to the team, and ordered, "First 20 rows step out and follow me to the central factory. The rest go and collect weapons from the civilians." Splitting into 2 groups, Eric led the 20 men toward the central factory. They arrived in minutes. At this time, there were no guard soldiers around the factory. They had all been sent by Edison to mobilize the residents and were subsequently killed by Eric. The factory's main gate was closed. Eric kicked it open. Instantly, 2 men aimed their guns outside, ready to shoot. However, Eric's guards reacted swiftly. 2 gunshots rang out, and the 2 men fell to the ground. Inside the factory, the decor was modest, not as lavish as Jerry's residence in Paradise City, or even Hanley's 3-story villa. After searching, the guards found no useful items except for a few of Edison's close confidants, who were all good-looking males with a feminine demeanor. This caught Eric off guard. Edison, looking like a robust man, unexpectedly had such preferences. After the search, Eric didn't stay long in the factory, feeling an eerie wind chilling his spine. Elijah left the subsequent matters to Amadeus and others while he went to find a place to sleep. After the search, Eric didn't stay long in the factory, feeling an eerie wind chilling his spine. Elijah left the subsequent matters to Amadeus and others while he went to find a place to sleep. The next morning, sunlight pierced through the clouds and shone on Eric's face. Blinking, he slowly opened his eyes and stretched comfortably. It was time to return to the base. Outside the village, the guards were already assembled with over 7,000 civilians, awaiting Eric's command. Eric came out, scanned the crowd, and immediately ordered them to set off. Thousands of people began their journey back to the base. By noon, they were halfway to the base. The guards weren't too fatigued, but most of the civilians were out of breath and very tired. Eric immediately ordered a rest, distributing food from the supply vehicles to the civilians. Grateful for the food, the civilians felt more anticipation for the base. As everyone sat down to eat and rest, what's that? One civilian suddenly pointed at the horizon. What? Another civilian looked curiously in the direction, only to see a dark mass rapidly approaching. Soon, more people noticed the black mass. Eric also saw it and felt a jolt of surprise. Elijah quickly shouted, "Prepare for battle." All civilians moved behind the guards. Elijah hearing Eric's urgent call, no one dared to delay. The guards quickly set up machine guns, while the civilians hurriedly moved behind them. The dark mass was now very close, within 500 meters. Everyone could clearly see what it was. A swarm of rats as big as piglets, a terrifying sight. Fire. Following Eric's order, both machine guns and rifles opened fire, pouring bullets into the rat swarm. Despite the rat's resilience, being hit by bullets meant certain death. The heavy gunfire successfully halted the rat swarm. Eric sighed in relief, thinking, "You were so tough before, chasing me for miles. Today, I'll exterminate all of you." Chirp, chirp. Just as he felt triumphant, the sound of sparrows came from above. Looking up, he saw a black mass flying towards them. Sparrows, each as big as a month-old chick, numbering in the hundreds. "Damn, this is a land and air assault," Eric exclaimed. If it was just dealing with the rats, the 500 guards would suffice. But the arrival of the sparrows added significant pressure. Flying was faster than running. In an instant, hundreds of sparrows were overhead, diving down. Eric decided to allocate forces to deal with the sparrows. However, amidst the panic, people threw whatever they had at the birds, mostly unfinished food. The sparrows grabbed the food and flew to nearby trees to peck at it. Seeing this, Eric had a sudden idea. Elijah rushed to the supply vehicles, opened the doors, and let the sparrows fly into the compartments to feast on the food inside. Not a single sparrow attacked the humans. Eric exhaled in relief, chuckling, "These things may have grown larger, but they've kept their habits. Unlike those rats who turned from thieves into hunters after growing bigger." In no time, the food on several supply vehicles was devoured. The sparrows flew out, circling above for a moment before settling on nearby trees, standing side by side. Meanwhile, the battle between the guards and the rat swarm neared its end. Despite the tens of thousands of rats, they couldn't break through the guards' defense. With a few squeaks, the rear of the rat swarm signaled a retreat. Chapter 71, Level 3 Base. The rat swarm retreated, and everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They rested on the spot for a while before Eric ordered the group to set off again. The second half of the journey was uneventful, and they returned safely to the base. Bayleak those who had seen the base for the first time earlier, the 7,000 survivors from Gojai were utterly astonished. After the 7,000 people entered the base, a system notification sounded in Eric's ear. Ding. Population exceeds 50,000. Base meets upgrade conditions. Please upgrade as soon as possible. ***. Ding. New mission released. Upgrade the base to level 3. Reward, 1 billion points. ***. Eric quickly arrived at the mobile base and firmly said in his mind, "Upgrade." Ding. Base upgraded to level 3. ***. Ding. Mission completed. Reward, 10 points. ***. Ding. Base upgraded to level 3. Unlocked level 3 arsenal. ***. Ding. Base upgraded to level 3. Unlocked level 3 wall. ***. Ding. Base upgraded to level 3. Unlocked chariot factory. ***. Ding. New mission released. Establish chariot factory. Reward, 1 billion points. ***. Chariot factory? Eric was overjoyed internally. If it weren't for maintaining his composure, he would have burst into song and dance. It was a chariot factory that could produce war vehicles. Would it be able to produce tanks once established? Excited, Eric rushed to the military zone. At this moment, only the level 2 arsenal stood there, empty. Elijah decisively ordered in his mind, "System, upgrade the arsenal to level 3. Elijah then murmured with anticipation, "I wonder what new weapons will be unlocked." Ding. Arsenal upgraded to level 3. Asterisk asterisk. After the upgrade was complete, Eric immediately checked the new weapon options. Rocket launcher asterisk 50,000 points. Elijah heavy Bowenshine gun asterisk 50,000 points. Oh my god, rocket launchers and heavy machine guns. Although only 2 new weapons were unlocked, these alone filled Eric with excitement. Rocket launchers were perfect for siege warfare, and heavy machine guns could tear apart enemies like sieves. Both were formidable defensive weapons. With the arsenal upgrade complete, the next big step was the chariot factory. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he took a deep breath and summoned the construction interface. Dragging the chariot factory icon onto the map and selecting a suitable location, he let go of the icon. Whoosh! A mechanical sound rang out as dust flew up beside the arsenal. A factory resembling both a tank and a missile vehicle rose from the ground. When the construction was finished, the system announced. Ding. Chariot factory constructed. Asterisk asterisk. Ding. Mission completed. Reward, 1 billion points. Asterisk asterisk. Eric swallowed hard and looked at the chariot factory. Instantly, the function panel appeared before him. Elijah exhaled deeply. This felt even more nerve-wracking than winning a lottery. Slowly moving his gaze to the function panel, he saw the available items. Tank asterisk 500,000 points. Armored personnel carrier, APC 200,000 points. Diesel fuel asterisk 500 points. Gasoline asterisk 100 points. Eric stood speechless, so excited he could hardly articulate a word. In his heart, he screamed, "Tanks, actually tanks. My god, am I dreaming? I thought at most it would unlock APCs. Oh my god." Elijah also noted the fuel types available, meaning no need to worry about fuel supply. His mood could be summed up in one word, too damn cool. Then, he thought about Asif and Anton City. "Asif, you're done for. Just wait until my tank army comes knocking. Let's see if I can crush you completely." After some time, Eric calmed down, thankful his physical fitness and mental strength kept him sane. Unlike Fanjin, who went mad upon winning the examination, he didn't want to lose his authoritative image by slapping himself to wake up. Not rushing into producing tanks immediately, Eric opened the arsenal's function panel and fully equipped the guards. Elijah then returned to the mobile base and summoned Elvin. Elvin arrived at the mobile base and asked, "Commander, you called me?" Eric nodded and inquired, "Can you operate a tank?" Elvin replied, "Yes." Pleasantly surprised, Eric hurriedly asked, "All guard soldiers can do it?" If all guard soldiers could drive tanks, he could produce hundreds of them immediately. With ample points, a massive invasion of Anton City would likely terrify Asif. Unfortunately, Elvin shook his head. Only squad leaders of level 2 and above can operate tanks. This answer greatly disappointed Eric. Checking the guard roster, he saw 23 level 2 squad leaders, 12 level 3 squad leaders, 7 level 1 company commanders, and 4 level 2 company commanders. In total, only 46 people are qualified. Each tank requires 4 operators, so we can have at most 11 tanks. Reality is far different from imagination. Eric slapped his thigh and then asked, "What about APCs?" Elvin replied, "There are no restrictions for APCs. Regular soldiers can drive them, even non-guards who know how to drive can operate them." Eric sighed in relief. If APCs had similar restrictions, it would have been impractical. Luckily, Elvin provided a satisfying response. "Well, 11 tanks it is. Actually, I shouldn't use all 11. We need commanders left behind. I can't handle everything alone. Elvin, Ryan, Anchor, and Harrison. Our 4 level 2 company commanders shouldn't operate tanks. Keep Brevin, the level 1 company commander, 2, and leave 3 level 3 squad leaders." Calculating further, that leaves us with 38 qualified personnel. 38 divided by 4 equals 9.5. So, keep 2 more level 3 squad leaders, making it 9 full tank crews. Satisfied with his allocation, Eric wrote it down on a piece of paper and handed it to Elvin. "Do as written. After excluding the retained personnel, instruct the others to gather at the military zone tomorrow." "Yes." Without questioning further, Elvin took the order and proceeded accordingly. ####Chapter 72. Mechanized Escort Army, Part 1. ######The next day, Elijah woke up early, brushed his teeth, and headed straight to the military zone without eating breakfast. At this time, 36 soldiers were already standing in neat rows. These soldiers clearly had a higher bearing than ordinary escort army soldiers. They all held ranks of second squad leader or above. The 36 men, upon seeing Elijah's arrival, looked at him with reverence and called out, "Sir." Elijah nodded and cut straight to the chase. "I've gathered you all here for a big matter. I plan to form 3 tank squads. Let me confirm something with you. Can each of you operate tanks?" "Yes, sir." The 36 men replied in unison. Elijah nodded in satisfaction and continued. "A tank requires 4 people to achieve its maximum combat efficiency. Now, divide yourselves into groups." The 36 men responded, "Yes, sir." They immediately began forming groups. After all, they had been through thick and thin together, so it didn't matter who ended up in which group. Within just a few minutes, the teams were divided. Elijah was pleased with the speed and didn't waste any more time. Elijah quickly walked to the armored vehicle factory, where a blue transparent screen unfolded before him. In his mind, he thought, "Produce 9 tanks." The system prompt sounded. "Producing 9 tanks will cost a total of 45 million points. Confirm?" "Confirm." Ding. Tank production started. 9 tanks will take a total of 9 days. Damn. Elijah was somewhat stunned. Previously, producing guns and grenades was instantaneous. Even anti-material sniper rifles took less than a minute. Only soldiers required significant time, but after upgrading the base to level 3, he could produce 10 soldiers in an hour. Producing a single tank, taking a whole day, felt very out of sync with his fast-paced habits. Notice, guns are simple to manufacture, thus the shorter production time. Tanks are complex, hence the longer production time. This is scientific. Elijah hearing this from the system, Elijah couldn't help but want to retort. You talk about science, yet as the host, I'm too embarrassed to mention it. Putting that aside, Elijah asked, how long does it take to produce an armored personnel carrier? An armored personnel carrier is estimated to take 12 hours. Even though it's half the time compared to a tank, 12 hours is still quite long. Military shows say that armored personnel carriers generally carry 10 to 12 people. That means for 3,000 escort army soldiers, excluding these 36 tank operators, we would need at least 247 carriers. 247 times 12, that's 2,964 hours, which is 123 and a half days. Elijah was truly taken aback. Elijah wanted to produce the carriers quickly to enhance the mobility of the escort army and then attack Anton City, but now he realized that just producing the vehicles would take half a year. It was indeed a huge pitfall. Elijah complained, System, don't you think points are a bit excessive? My points are piling up faster than I can use them, yet producing items is bottlenecked by time and quantity. It feels like finding a restroom after digestion, only to find all the stalls occupied. Reminder, use it if you like it, but do not compare this system to such unsanitary places. Elijah was speechless and sighed in frustration. I'll use it. Still unwilling to give up, he asked, is there really no way to increase the production speed? No. Alright, Elijah had no choice but to think of another method. Elijah decided to start with 250 armored personnel carriers. Then he glanced at the options for gasoline and diesel fuel. His eyes lit up, and he chose to produce a barrel of gasoline. Ding. Gasoline production complete. Quantity, 1. In just 3 seconds, a barrel of gasoline was produced. The label on the barrel indicated it contained 10 liters, enough to fill a regular car's tank. Then he selected to produce a barrel of diesel. Ding. Diesel production complete. Quantity, 1. Producing diesel took 10 seconds. A diesel barrel clearly had more volume and contained 100 liters, sufficient to fill a medium truck or even a large truck with 2 barrels. The rapid production of fuel made Elijah realize that while the armored personnel carriers needed time, the external trucks could be used immediately. Elijah returned to the 36 men and said, tanks will take some time. You haven't had breakfast, right? Go have your meal quickly. Yes, sir. As the 36 men left, Elijah returned to the mobile base. Just as he sat down, Brendan and Tong arrived. Elijah stood up to greet her and smiled. And Tong, what brings you here? Brendan and Tong sat down without hesitation and looked at Elijah saying, Eric Gaston, I need to talk to you. Elijah nodded. What is it? Brendan and Tong got straight to the point. It's still about the previous proposal to expand the escort army. As soon as she mentioned this, she noticed a change in Elijah's expression and immediately explained, I've made many modifications to the initial proposal. Regardless of whether you agree or not, I hope you listen. Elijah was curious about what changes she might have made, so he agreed, go ahead. Brendan and Tong explained, recruiting more soldiers from residents. I know your first concern would be loyalty. However, the residents' admiration for you is evident. They hold you in their hearts sincerely and deeply rooted in their souls. It's extremely unlikely that these devout believers like residents would betray once they become part of the escort army. Now, let me share the revised proposal. 1. The highest-ranking officers in each resident army unit can be appointed from existing escort army soldiers. 2. Establish separate camps where the resident army doesn't train with the escort army, and the training instructors for the resident army come from the escort army. 3. Conduct monthly ideological education to ensure the loyalty of the resident army to the base. 4. Weapons and ammunition should be fully controlled by the escort army. Provide suitable training ammo during normal times, and only supply ample ammo for missions outside the base. These are my 4 countermeasures. What do you think? Brendan and Tong's proposals were practical and effective. However, since the base had already been upgraded to level 3 and the escort army numbers had significantly increased, Elijah didn't feel the immediate need for more soldiers. Recruiting a large number of residents would inevitably reduce the base's productivity. Therefore, this matter could wait until the base developed further. Chapter 73, Mechanized Guard Army, Part 2. Eric looked up and smiled at Lauren, saying, your proposals are sound and practical, which is commendable. However, the base is currently limited in scale, and quality is more important than quantity when it comes to troops. The current guard army can maintain peace and stability within the base and handle forces like Samson without much trouble. So, let's wait until the base expands further before implementing conscription. Lauren's face fell with disappointment as she replied dejectedly, all right. Seeing her downcast expression, Eric felt a pang of sympathy. After some thought, he continued, I'm also considering the productivity of the base. Here's what I'll do. I'll approve the formation of a 50-member militia under your command as a demonstration. The clouds immediately lifted from Lauren's face. Although it was just a militia, this was a significant step, proving that Eric's focus on the guard army could be influenced. Eric added, by the way, remember this, militia members are not full-time soldiers. They must still participate in production labor. If any of them abuses their power by bullying ordinary residents, I will dissolve the militia immediately. Understand? Lauren nodded vigorously and patted her chest confidently, saying, don't worry. Under my management, no one will oppress ordinary residents. Eric said, I'll be watching closely. Lauren laughed, you'll see, you won't be disappointed. After settling this matter, the two chatted for a while longer. Eager to start recruiting militia members, Lauren left almost immediately, and Eric did not stop her. With Lauren gone, the mobile base felt unusually quiet, leaving only Eric inside. Bored after sitting and reviewing documents on his desk for a while, he thought, let me go check out the parking lot. Elijah stood up and headed toward the base's parking area. Because the inner city space was limited, Eric had instructed Doug to plan a new parking lot in the outer city. The inner city parking lot remained empty for now, waiting for future development. After walking for about 10 minutes, he finally reached the new parking lot. This new parking lot was vast, capable of accommodating over 100 vehicles, though currently, there were only around 20 vehicles present, mostly medium trucks used for hauling supplies during external missions. The remaining vehicles were all SUVs. The limited number of vehicles was due to past fuel shortages. More vehicles would have been useless without sufficient fuel, especially when the guard army numbered only about 1,000 back then. But things were different now. The vehicle factory could produce gasoline and diesel, eliminating concerns about fuel shortages. Scanning the parking lot, Eric thought, Brindanch, a large parking lot with only 20 vehicles seems too sparse. This won't do. Then he remembered, there's a large parking lot near Jebe Industrial Park. I should get several dozen vehicles from there. Having decided, Eric quickly went to the barracks and gathered the guard army. Except for those assigned to routine search and rescue or guard duty, around 2,000 soldiers were present. Despite their numbers, the barracks square felt cramped with everyone crowded together. Seeing this, Eric realized, we need to expand the barracks. But he needed to prioritize the task at hand. Clearly, he wouldn't need 2,000 men for fetching vehicles. Eric said, Amadeus, pick 500 men to accompany me to the Jebe parking lot to bring back several dozen vehicles.
Yes.
Amadeus stepped forward and turned to the assembled soldiers, pointing at the 1st Battalion. 1st Battalion stays. Everyone else dismisses. The other soldiers left to continue their training, leaving behind the 1st Battalion. Exactly 500 men. Eric didn't leave immediately but took the 500 men to the military zone, where they produced 20 barrels of diesel and 30 barrels of gasoline. Considering how long the vehicles had been parked, their tanks would likely be empty. Without bringing fuel, they'd end up pushing the vehicles back. Loading the fuel onto the medium trucks, Eric ordered, let's go. Led by Eric, the 500 guards headed toward the Jebe parking lot. They encountered a few small groups of zombies along the way, but the guard army's firepower easily dealt with them. Thus, the journey went smoothly, and they arrived at the Jebe parking lot in about an hour. The Jebe parking lot was huge, divided into underground and above-ground levels. The above-ground section mainly housed trucks, while the underground section had smaller vehicles. Eric primarily sought medium trucks because small cars had limited utility in this post-apocalyptic world. Even for transportation, he preferred SUVs. At the parking lot entrance, the boom barrier had long been destroyed, allowing Eric and his men unimpeded access. They found numerous trucks upon entering. Eric instructed, just medium trucks go. Medium trucks offered better cargo capacity than light trucks and were more maneuverable than heavy trucks, making them his ideal choice. While the guards searched for suitable trucks above, Eric descended to the underground parking lot. With the power system long dead, it was pitch black except for the faint light near the entrance. However, Eric carried a flashlight. Shining his flashlight on each car, he shook his head at each one. Elijah came here to find himself a proper vehicle and wanted the best. Brendandenly, a squeaking sound like that of a rat reached his ears, followed by footsteps. Shining the flashlight, he saw a skeletal zombie charging at him. It was just a regular zombie, presenting no challenge for Eric. With a swift kick, he sent the zombie flying and drew his combat knife from his thigh strap. In one fluid motion, he slashed off its head. Squeaking sounds echoed from all directions as more footsteps approached. Eric tightened his grip on the knife, glanced at the light near the entrance, and without hesitation, dashed toward it, intending to lure the zombies into the light where he could clearly see them and eliminate them one by one. Unlike zombies, who relied on hearing and smell, Eric relied on his sight. As expected, the zombies followed. With the light illuminating the scene, Eric could clearly see less than 20 zombies approaching. No problem at all. With rapid, decisive strikes, Eric cleaved through the heads of the zombies like slicing watermelons. Within half a minute, the zombies were decapitated. Instead of red blood, a foul-smelling, dark red viscous liquid spurted out, utterly disgusting. Wiping his knife casually, hoping no more zombies would appear so he could select his vehicle, Eric suddenly sensed a powerful presence behind him. Turning sharply, he saw two glowing red dots in the darkness. Chapter 74, Mechanized Guard Army, Part 3. The next moment, the red dot moved, rapidly expanding in Eric's eyes as it entered the range of light, finally revealing its true form. It was a slender, four-legged creature with faint red eyes, a zombie. Near Grade 2 evolved zombie? Eric exclaimed in shock. This zombie looked exactly like the one he encountered in Go Village, clearly also a near Grade 2 evolved zombie. Immediately, he readied his combat knife and assumed a fighting stance. The next instant, the zombie leaped in front of him, claws sharp as daggers slicing down from above. Eric reacted swiftly, parrying upward with a clang that sent sparks flying. Blocking the attack, Eric quickly retreated, increasing the distance between himself and the evolved zombie. However, the zombie relentlessly pounced at him again, slashing its sharp claws to tear into Eric's stomach and throat. Clang, clang. Eric deftly defended himself with his combat knife, deflecting all the zombie's attacks while simultaneously looking for an opening to counterattack. Just after blocking another strike, the zombie exposed a vulnerability. 1 second was all Eric needed. Elijah threw a left punch directly at the zombie's chest. Thud. The punch connected solidly, the flesh feeling almost as elastic as that of a living human. Despite the zombie's superior strength compared to ordinary zombies, this momentary impact revealed just how resilient its body was. A tremendous force erupted from Eric's fist, sending the slender near Grade 2 evolved zombie flying backward into a white car, causing it to dent. Roar. The near Grade 2 zombie quickly climbed onto the roof of the car, roaring angrily at Eric while reaching out to touch the dented area on its chest, which resembled the damaged car. Its red eyes flickered with anger, but now also harbored fear when they met Eric's gaze. Though Eric knew that near Grade 2 zombies had some level of consciousness, seeing this still made him uneasy, imagining what a full Grade 2 zombie would be like. Realizing it couldn't match this human opponent, the near Grade 2 zombie abruptly turned and ran toward the exit of the parking lot. Eric chased after it. According to the system, a near Grade 2 zombie could evolve into a Grade 2 within a week. Since the Jebe parking lot was not far from the base, having another grade 2 zombie around would pose significant trouble for future search and rescue missions. Thus, it was essential to eliminate it before it could evolve. Two figures, one chasing the other, dashed out of the underground parking lot. The ground forces witnessed everything, and hearing Eric's urgent command, "Stop it!" they immediately stopped what they were doing, aiming their guns at the near grade 2 zombie without hesitation. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets rained down. Even with its great speed, the near grade 2 zombie struggled to avoid them. Its leg and abdomen were hit, and it quickly took cover behind a car, letting out a mournful roar. The guard army and Eric surrounded the car. Circling around to the back, Eric saw the zombie, now wounded multiple times, especially its right leg, which was shattered. Seeing Eric approach, it did not flee but continued to emit its anguished roars. Pulling out his pistol, Eric aimed and fired. Bang! The bullet was dodged, and the zombie scrambled to escape, leaving bloody footprints with its mangled right leg. Brain damage injuries would cause excruciating pain for any human. However, the severe wound significantly slowed it down, allowing Eric to catch up. A flash of metal gleamed, and the zombie's movement froze. Its head separated from its body. Stepping forward, Eric split the severed head, revealing an evolution crystal. On closer inspection, the crystal wasn't purely milky white, but emitted a faint greenish hue. Eric thought instantly, did jade turn into jadeite? Putting aside those thoughts, he stored the greenish crystal in his pocket and smiled lightly, wondering if this evolution crystal could further enhance his physical abilities. Ding! This near grade 2 evolution crystal can indeed strengthen the host's physique. However, I must remind you, host, this enhancement will only occur if you survive. Elijah hearing this, Eric first felt excitement, then confusion. Elijah muttered aloud, Brendan revive? What does that mean? Brendandenly, the sound of rapid footsteps approached, followed by hordes of zombies surging from all directions. Damn! Eric was startled and quickly shouted, everyone, return to the parking lot and prepare for battle. Returning to the parking lot, he wondered, why are there suddenly so many zombies? Could they have been drawn by the gunfire? Dut-a-tat-tat. As he pondered, the battle began. Waves of zombies stormed the parking lot. Fortunately, iron nets protected all sides except for the entrance, ensuring safety as long as the entry point was secured. That's why Eric ordered everyone back to the parking lot first. Gunfire continued unabated. Batch after batch of zombies fell, yet more kept pouring in. Within half an hour, a wall of dead zombies piled up, but even more continued to flood in from all sides. This shouldn't happen. Gunfire can travel no more than a mile, and within this mile, there shouldn't be this many zombies. Eric frowned in deep thought. What else could draw these zombies? Brendandenly, his expression eased. Was it the roar of the near grade 2 zombie? Apart from the gunshots, the roar of the near grade 2 zombie could possibly summon other zombies. This realization shocked Eric. A near grade 2 zombie was already powerful enough to overpower an average human, but humans could always rely on outnumbering the enemy. However, if near grade 2 zombies could rally other zombies, wouldn't the advantage of human numbers be nullified? Elijah Haven, what is this? Anti-humans already struggle with natural evolution, and now we might lose the advantage of teamwork too. Eric gazed skyward, but obviously received no response. As time passed, the surge of zombies finally ceased. Thanks to their weaponry, the guard army won this battle. Still, there remained concern over whether this advantage would last. The numerous zombie corpses scattered everywhere posed a headache. Clearing these bodies was necessary to move vehicles, so Eric issued orders to clean them up. Chapter 75, Mechanized Guard Corps, Part 4. It took around an hour to finally clear the road of the zombie corpses. Scores of trucks then returned to the base in a grand convoy. With vehicles, the speed was incomparable. It only took about 20 minutes to reach the base. Eric observed that although the parking lot wasn't completely full, most of the spaces were occupied, much to his satisfaction. Finally, they wouldn't have to rely solely on walking when going out of the city. Elijah threw his head back and basked in the sunlight, stretching his arms wide in a comfortable yawn before returning to the mobile base. As he walked through the inner city, he suddenly noticed residents moving hurriedly as if drawn towards something interesting. Most of them were teenagers or young adults in their 20s, even some children between 8 and 12 years old. Seeing Eric, these people greeted him respectfully and continued towards the southwest corner of the inner city. This left Eric puzzled. Elijah stopped one passerby and asked, "Where are you all headed?" Being addressed by an officer was a great honor. People nearby looked enviously at the stopped individual, who straightened his posture excitedly and responded shakily, "Sir, Commandant Lauren said she sought your approval to recruit militia members. I want to join too. Antong is really efficient." Eric was surprised, appreciating Lauren's efficiency. Elijah scanned the bustling crowd and focused on the man before him, thinking, becoming a militia member has this much appeal. If we recruited for the Guard Corps, it might mobilize everyone. Let's ask why he wants to join. Seeing the officer remain silent, the man started to fret. Why isn't the officer speaking? His expression doesn't look good. Did the officer not agree to the recruitment? No, that can't be right. If the officer didn't approve, how would the beautiful Commander Brendan dare to do this openly? Eric saw his furrowed brows and alternating expressions of confusion and bitterness. Elijah smiled. What's your name? Elijah hearing the voice and seeing Eric smile, the man breathed a sigh of relief and hastily answered, I'm Blake. The name sounds familiar. Eric thought, but didn't dwell on it. Elijah continued, Blake, nice name. Now tell me, why do you want to become a militia member? Blake clenched his fists and said with fervent sincerity, of course, to protect the base. Eric scrutinized Blake closely. The eyes are indeed the windows to the soul, revealing one's emotions and thoughts. Through these windows, Eric saw honesty. This surprised him. If this was his sole motivation, joining the Guard Corps wasn't out of the question. However, intentions could change once one truly became part of it. Everyone had their own reasons. Blake only represented himself. There were many others whose motives were unknown. Patting Blake on the shoulder, Eric said, "Go ahead." Blake was thrilled. Being patted by the officer drew envy from onlookers. Elijah nodded vigorously and rushed off towards the southwest. Eric stared in that direction for a moment before proceeding. The inner city wasn't large, and he soon arrived at the southwest corner. The scene was surprising. Hundreds of people packed together, constantly swelling as more joined. Must be hundreds of them, Eric estimated. Someone spotted him and shouted, "Sir." Everyone turned to greet him respectfully, "Sir." They parted to reveal Lauren and a few familiar faces, female soldiers from Daughter Valley. Recognizing Eric, they moved to welcome him politely, "Sir." Behind her, the female soldiers also greeted, "Sir." Waving dismissively, Eric said, "Carry on with your work." "Yes, sir." Returning to her position, Lauren noted the crowd size and ordered, "Everyone, don't squeeze so tightly. Form neat lines, and those who do well will get points." This caused initial confusion, leading to chaotic movements and laughter as some stumbled into each other. Eric leaped onto the 4-meter-high wall effortlessly. From above, he watched the chaos below, curious to see how Lauren would handle the situation. Lauren frowned and barked, "Stop." Immediately, everyone halted and turned their attention to her. She continued, "Find the nearest person to line up beside. Speed isn't important. Just follow the order without pushing or shouting. If someone is already in your chosen spot, move back. When a line is full, start a new one. Got it?" "Got it," they replied in unison. "Good. 20 in a row, 30 in a column. Follow these guidelines and begin." This time, their movements were slower but more orderly. No more trampling or collisions occurred as everyone carefully followed instructions, lining up neatly. After 20 minutes, the several hundred people were lined up. While not as precise as professional soldiers, it was commendable for ordinary civilians. Eric nodded approvingly, giving Lauren a nod of praise. Observing the crowd, he noticed that most appeared to be under 15 years old. According to base regulations, those aged 12 to 14 worked half the usual hours with full rations, while those under 12 were exempt from labor, receiving 2 free meals a day. Thus, those under 12 often spent their days idly, neither studying nor working, just playing. Seeing this, Eric had an idea. They can't be idle all day. I need to find them something productive to do, otherwise they'll turn into delinquents. Chapter 76, Establishing a School. After much contemplation, Eric's eyes lit up. Right education, that's what they need. Of course, the current educational content can't be the same outdated theories from before the apocalypse that were hardly applicable. Instead, we should cultivate talents that will be useful to the base, like aquaculture, livestock breeding, agriculture, construction, and so on. Also, there is one more thing. Ideological education. It's always said that correct thoughts should be cultivated from a young age. If we want their loyalty to the base, we must cultivate that mindset. With this idea in mind, Eric felt energized. Elijah stood up and scanned the inner city, noticing an open space where the old parking lot used to be. It was just right for constructing a school. While Eric was contemplating this, Lauren seemed to share a telepathic connection with him. Looking at those teenagers whose youth and innocence hadn't entirely faded, she thought, they're too young for the militia. If there was a school, they could sit in classrooms and learn useful knowledge. We could even organize a cadet corps to train military skills from a young age. Wouldn't that be great? Eric was so absorbed in the idea of establishing a school that he lost interest in militia matters. Elijah swiftly arrived at the council hall and ordered Nikki, Doug, Caden, and various department heads to be summoned. Seated at the head of the long table, Eric waited with closed eyes as the others gradually arrived. After about 10 minutes, all the department heads finally came, some of them arriving almost simultaneously. Upon seeing their superior officer already present, everyone became tense, unsure why he had suddenly convened them. Some began speculating wildly, fearing a major reshuffle within the leadership. Eric slowly opened his eyes, sweeping his gaze over the assembled group. It seemed everyone was present. Whether it was Nikki, Doug, hospital Elijah had George, or nursing Elijah had Ellen, who had become George's wife, they all gazed respectfully at Eric, waiting for him to speak. Eric said, "Is this our second gathering?" Nikki, being the most senior among the department heads, replied, "Yes, I remember the first gathering was when you assigned tasks to everyone." "Haha, indeed," Eric chuckled. The other heads nodded in agreement, followed by a brief silence. Creak. The door to the meeting room opened again after a few minutes, and Elvin walked in. Eric greeted him with a smile. "Finally, we are all here." Elvin apologized to Eric. "Commander, I'm late." Eric waved his hand. "It's fine." Turning to the other heads, Elvin added, "Sorry everyone. There were some military matters that detained me. Thank you for waiting." Since the commander himself wasn't upset, the department heads dared not express any dissatisfaction either. They all smiled and replied, "It's okay. We haven't been here long." "Yes, not long at all. I also just arrived." Once Elvin sat down, the conference room fell silent once more. With everyone now present, Eric got straight to the point. Under the watchful eyes of the department heads, he said, "Today's topic is schools." Upon hearing this, the fears of those who thought Eric was planning a leadership overhaul subsided. Instead, curiosity filled them. Is Commander truly planning to build a school? But what will they teach? Eric continued, "Everyone knows the base's rules, right? Those aged 12 to 15 work half-time, while those under 12 don't have to work at all. This means they mostly idle away their days, not knowing what to do. Some might follow their parents or elders to help out at farms, ranches, or construction sites, learning basic skills like farming, animal husbandry, or building. However, these are only a small number. So after much consideration, I've decided to establish a school. The curriculum will focus on the most needed skills for the base, though general education subjects like literacy and reading will still be included. We can't let the base regress into an illiterate primitive society. In mathematics, it doesn't need to be overly advanced, just enough to be practical. For children who show talent in this area, we can create a library within the city stocked with various books for self-study. There is also one very important subject, the history and ideological education of the base. At this point, Erek's tone grew serious. The base protects everyone, and its stability is the responsibility of each person here. I don't want to see traitors among us. All the department heads stiffened at this statement. While some might have their own personal thoughts, none would ever entertain betrayal against the base or their commander. Seeing everyone's expressions, Erek nodded approvingly and continued, and there's also military training. The guard army currently ensures the base's safety, but residents should also have some military skills. In this post-apocalyptic world, danger can come unexpectedly, and we must prepare everyone for potential threats. Although Erek hadn't considered conscription yet, he might have to consider it if the base grew larger. His decision to train students in military skills was partly due to witnessing a quasi-level 2 evolved zombie summoning other zombies at Jebe parking lot. If one day a level 2 evolved zombie summoned a large horde to attack the base, the armed residents with military training could help defend the base. This echoed the way all residents united against enemies during the siege of Gojai. The department heads nodded, clearly agreeing with Erek's reasoning. This is my basic plan for the school. Next, I'll assign your tasks. Erek looked at construction Elijah had dug and said, the school is a critical building, so it should be inside the inner city. I've chosen the old parking lot for this purpose. As for the design, it's your expertise, Doug, so I leave it to you. Once the school is established, you'll arrange professionals to teach construction courses. Doug answered, understood, Commander. Next, Erek turned to George and Ellen, who had somehow ended up together, and said, George, Ellen, you two are responsible for finding teachers for nursing and medical classes. Medicine is difficult and can't be learned quickly, but doctors are in short supply. Therefore, anyone showing talent in medicine should be mentored exclusively in that field and skip other skill-based courses. George nodded vigorously, agreeing with Erek's plan. In this manner, Erek delegated the task of arranging teachers to each department head and asked Nikki to oversee the implementation. Chapter 77. Tank Testing. Late autumn had arrived, and the temperature dropped suddenly. This was especially true in the south. Yesterday, the sun was shining warmly, but today when Erek stepped out early in the morning, he saw a thin layer of white frost covering the leaves, grass, and roof tiles. A gust of wind brought an icy chill. 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Erek headed straight to the military zone. The first thing he saw was 9 tanks and 20 troop carriers parked in front of the armored vehicle factory. Elijah instructed the guards to park the troop carriers in the parking lot and called for the previous 36 tank drivers. Erek addressed them, you can choose your own tanks. Erek also ordered the production of 20 more tanks as a precaution. After the tanks were chosen, the 9 groups formed neat rows. Their skillful maneuvers and swift actions belied the fact that this was their first time driving tanks. They looked like seasoned veterans. Looking at the 9 steel behemoths, Erek felt incredibly excited and immediately gave the order. Let's take them out for a test drive. The 9 tanks marched orderly out of the city, with Erek following closely in his vehicle. As the tanks paraded through the streets, residents gaped in astonishment. Conversations ensued. Elijah, buddy, those are tanks, right? Yeah, sure, tanks. Elijah Havens, those really are tanks. Commandant truly astounds me again. You think Commandant is human? What do you mean by that? Insulting Commandant, huh? Oh, why would I insult him? What I mean is Commandant exceeds my understanding, just like a god. The continuous exclamations and discussions made the corners of Erek's mouth twitch into a slight smile. When the tank column reached the city gate, it swung open. After all 9 tanks moved outside into the open area, Erek followed closely behind. Spectators crowded onto the city walls, filling them completely. Thankfully, the guards maintained order, or there might have been people falling off. Just as the 9 tanks lined up neatly, a group of about 50 people returned led by Lauren. It turned out to be the only militia squad from the base. Lauren and her 50 militiamen also saw the tanks. They froze, eyes wide and mouths agape large enough to hold an egg. Lauren recovered first and approached Erek's SUV upon spotting him. Upon arrival, Lauren ordered the militiamen back to the city and then walked over to Erek's SUV. She stared at Erek, pointed at the tanks, and couldn't utter a word, obviously too shocked. Fortunately, Erek understood what she wanted to ask. Instead of explaining, he smiled and said, watch how powerful these tanks are. The guards on the tanks turned to look at Erek and reported, Commandant, the tanks are ready. Erek immediately commanded, fire. At his order, the residents on the wall stopped chattering and held their breaths, eyes fixed on the tank barrels. Similarly, Lauren stopped asking questions and watched the target where the tanks aimed, as if the air itself had frozen. Brandandanly. Boom boom boom. 9 thunderous explosions erupted as huge flames burst from the tank barrels. The shells tore through the air and struck a small bungalow a mile away. Boom boom boom. Another 9 explosions hit the same target, instantly sending dust and debris flying everywhere. After a few minutes, the dust settled, revealing the bungalow had vanished, replaced by a pile of rubble. Rustle rustle. Despite the chilly late autumn weather, the crowd on the city wall felt no coldness. They cheered wildly, laughing with joy. With such a powerful weapon, if Asif dared to come again, they could simply blast him. Erek was very satisfied with the tank's power. Smiling, he got out of his vehicle and glanced towards Anton City, his eyes gleaming with resolve. Elijah thought, I, Erek, promised to destroy Anton City, and I will definitely keep my word. Asif, get ready. Here I come. Tank testing finished, Erek returned to the mobile base, along with Lauren who he invited. Additionally, Erek summoned Amadeus, Benson, Amir, and Ichabod. Erek announced, with our substantial increase in guards and advanced weaponry, 9 tanks are enough to breach Anton City. Therefore, I hereby declare, Amadeus, Benson, Amir, Ichabod, each of you will lead 500 soldiers, and I will personally command the tank squadron. We march against Anton City tomorrow. Yes. Amadeus, Benson, Amir, and Ichabod responded. Tasks assigned, the 4 left the mobile base, leaving only Erek and Lauren. Lauren gaped at Erek. Erek chuckled, you're coming with us tomorrow. Your shooting skills make you valuable firepower. Lauren nodded, biting her lip before asking, "Where did those 9 tanks come from?" Eric laughed. "They came the same way as the guns. The important thing is that they significantly boost our guards' combat strength." Meanwhile, Nikki rushed over with a stack of design plans. Handing them to Eric, he said, "This is the detailed school design plan based on your suggestions. Please review, Commandant." Eric carefully reviewed Nikki's plans and nodded inwardly. Nikki is getting increasingly efficient. The plan is indeed excellent and has no obvious flaws. Let's proceed according to this plan for now. Any issues later can be modified. Handing the plans back to Nikki, Eric said, "Good job. Implement it according to this plan." Nikki beamed with delight, took the plans, replied, "Yes," and left the mobile base. Turning back, Eric noticed Lauren still staring at him in amazement. Elijah waved his hand in front of her face. "Are you okay?" Realizing she was staring, Lauren exclaimed, "You're planning to build a school?" She had thought about this just a couple of weeks ago, and Eric was already working on it with detailed plans from Nikki. She wondered if Eric could read minds. This thought made Lauren blush, cover her chest, step back, and watch Eric cautiously. Seeing this, Eric was utterly confused, feeling like she thought he was some sort of pervert. "I'm just building a school. Why are you reacting like that?" "Bowings, it seemed like I have ulterior motives," Eric said helplessly. Lauren thought, his words don't suggest he read my mind. It must be coincidence. Observing Eric further, she became even more certain. "Yeah? Elijah can't read minds. It's just coincidence." Elijah blush fading, Lauren apologized. "Sorry. I was just thinking about a school for the younger kids at the base, so they wouldn't be idle. I didn't expect you'd already start. I thought you could read minds, which is why I reacted that way." Elijah hearing this, Eric laughed heartily. "Ah, so that's it. Rest assured, even if I could read minds, I wouldn't invade others' privacy. I was a law-abiding citizen before all this." Then, he stroked his chin, raised his eyebrows and chuckled. "But, tell me, why did you blush just now? Could it be that you have some thoughts about me and were afraid I might read them?" Lauren's face immediately turned scarlet with embarrassment, and she shouted, "Pervert," before running out of the mobile base. Translated while maintaining the paragraph structure and style of the original text. ####Chapter 78. Evolution. As winter approached, the days grew shorter, and darkness fell quickly. Eric arrived at the riverbank. Looking into the clear water, he could see fish swimming beneath the surface. Elijah sat on a rock and gazed at the moon above, finding it incredibly beautiful. Elijah lowered his head and pulled out a jade-like object from his pocket. No, it was an evolution crystal. Under the moonlight, the evolution crystal shimmered with a faint green glow, dazzlingly beautiful. Eric muttered to himself, "Finally, I can evolve again?" Clutching the evolution crystal, which had dropped from the head of a level 2 quasi-zombie, Eric stripped off his clothes until only his underwear remained. Elijah dipped his right foot into the icy river water and felt the chill run up his leg. Refreshing. After immersing one leg, he plunged the other in as well, then let his entire body submerge in the river. The water wasn't deep. It barely reached just above his navel. From previous experiences, Eric knew better than to consume the evolution crystal inside the mobile base. The foul-smelling impurities expelled from his body would linger for hours, affecting everyone's sleep. Taking a deep breath, Eric opened his mouth and swallowed the evolution crystal whole. The process was the same as before. The crystal dissolved instantly upon touching his tongue, warming him up and counteracting the coldness of the river. Moments later, his body turned red, veins protruding visibly. Clenching his teeth, eyes wide open, he felt like his eyeballs might pop out. A thick, gray substance began oozing from his body and being washed away by the river, preventing any odor from sticking to him. Grimacing in pain, Eric muttered through clenched teeth, "Damn, this hurts." Though the pain was not as intense as the first time, it was still excruciating. As the first minute passed, despite the pain persisting, no more gray substance was expelled from his pores. It seemed that all the impurities had been purged. Simultaneously, Eric felt his body undergoing a peculiar transformation, a sensation so delightful that it made him feel both pain and pleasure simultaneously. However, the pain abruptly stopped, and the strange sensation vanished. Eyes closed in blissful enjoyment, Eric immediately opened them in confusion. Logically, the evolution process should last 3 minutes, but it had ended after just over a minute. Elijah asked aloud, "System, what happened?" The system replied, "This level 2 quasi-evolution crystal is not a true level 2 evolution crystal. The evolutionary energy within can only sustain the process for 1 minute and 30 seconds. Eric understood the explanation but then asked, "So, have I reached the level of a level 2 evolved being?" The system responded, "No, host is now at the peak of level 1. To reach level 2, you need to consume another level 2 quasi-evolution crystal or a true level 2 evolution crystal." Though disappointed, Eric couldn't wait to know how much his strength had increased and how the mysterious changes affected his body. After cleaning off the remaining impurities, he noticed something unusual when he touched his skin. The sensation felt different, like wood or stone, yet it appeared unchanged, perhaps even whiter than before. Could the strange change be that my skin has become rougher? Eric wondered. Elijah quickly asked the system, "System, why does my skin feel like wood?" Upon reaching level 2, not only do strength and speed increase, but your skin becomes hard as wood or stone, greatly enhancing your defense. Got it, Eric thought, delighted. Though the texture was rougher, the skin appeared normal and offered significantly improved defense, which was undeniably beneficial. Climbing out of the river and getting dressed, Eric suddenly noticed the large boulder used earlier to test Amadeus's strength. Elijah approached the rock, crouched down, inserted one hand under it, and lifted it effortlessly. Then he threw it upwards, reaching a height of about 3 to 4 meters, catching it with one hand as it descended. Clearly, this evolution crystal had considerably boosted his strength. Having finished testing his strength, Eric dashed back towards the mobile base at full speed, appearing like a shadow. In less than a minute, he reached the entrance, startling the guards, who instantly snapped to attention. Inside the base, Eric changed his wet pants for dry ones. Lying down, he closed his eyes, intending to sleep, but his curiosity got the better of him. Elijah eyed the military knife hanging on the rack, considering slicing his arm to test the hardness of his new skin. However, he hesitated. No, this knife has cut too many zombies. It must be covered in zombie virus. If my skin isn't strong enough, I risk indirect infection. Not a good idea, he muttered, shaking his head and sheathing the knife. Sitting on the bed, he remained curious about his new skin's hardness. Finally, after some deliberation, he decided to test it. Putting on his clothes, he left the base and headed towards the military zone. The guard, watching Eric vanish into the darkness, wondered aloud, what is the officer doing out at this hour? Facing the arsenal, Eric silently commanded, produce a military knife. Ding. Military knife production underway. Ding. Military knife completed. Ding. Reminder, this is a one-time occurrence. You cannot produce items late at night without a valid reason. Elijah, you don't need sleep, Eric retorted half-heartedly, then ignored the system's warning. Elijah withdrew the new knife, rolled up his sleeve, took a deep breath, and sliced his arm. Elijah hearing a tearing sound, he felt a sharp pain as a thin line of blood appeared on his arm. So it did cut through. Indeed, the evolution isn't complete. Even wood is harder than this. Eric murmured to himself, adding, but still, it's far stronger than ordinary flesh. Convinced by the result, Eric returned to the mobile base and drifted off to sleep peacefully. Chapter 79. Bownage to Anton City, Crisis en route, Part 1. The next day came, and the guards assembled outside the city walls. 6 tanks were positioned at the front of the formation, with 3 more stationed at the rear. Unlike previous expeditions, this time, alongside the guards, dozens of medium-sized trucks were neatly parked. A few of these trucks carried ammunition and fuel, while the majority were for transporting soldiers. All the trucks had been modified, increasing the body strength and equipping them with 3 light machine guns each, ensuring they weren't just moving targets but also possessed a considerable combat capacity. In front of these medium-sized trucks were 22 armored personnel carriers, also intended for troop transport, while Eric still rode in his SUV. Eric poked half his body out through the sunroof of the SUV and shouted loudly, "Advance!" At his command, the guards quickly boarded their vehicles and set off toward Anton City in a grand procession. Lauren sat in the SUV with Eric. Being a woman, it was inappropriate for her to squeeze in with a group of men. Although Eric believed that the guards would have no ill intentions, gender distinctions mattered, so it was better for Lauren to ride with him. Vehicle speed was faster than walking, significantly reducing travel time. What previously took 4 to 5 hours now required less than an hour for half the journey. In the SUV, Lauren suddenly asked, Eric Gaston, are you sure we can wipe out Anton City this time? Eric pointed confidently at the leading tanks and replied, with those beasts, could we not take down little Anton City? His confidence was well-founded. Anton City's strongest weapons were only a few RPGs. Considering an attack on a base wasn't a game, facing a 4-meter-high concrete wall, if Asif had stronger weapons, he would have used them already. In war, unless one can achieve complete dominance, the first strike must be all out to quickly end the battle, leaving no room for counterattacks. Lauren looked in the direction Eric pointed, and saw the steel behemoths known as tanks. She couldn't help but recall how the house outside the city was flattened yesterday, giving her more confidence. She then glanced at the armored personnel carriers behind the tanks, each equipped with a heavy machine gun. During assembly, she had seen some guards carrying RPGs. Remembering such firepower further boosted her confidence. She now understood why Eric had rejected her suggestion to mobilize civilian troops, quality over quantity. As the convoy moved forward, nearly halfway to their destination, another hour or so should see them arrive at Anton City. Eric closed his eyes, imagining the look on Asif's face when the guards arrived at the city walls. How would Asif react once Anton City fell? Would he beg for mercy or die proudly, showing a glimpse of the ruthless warlord? Screech. Redundantly, the vehicle screeched to a halt, accompanied by loud braking sounds. Eric's eyes snapped open. Zzz. Static crackled from the radio, followed by Amadeus's voice. Report to the officer. We need to pass through a town ahead. There might be danger inside. Should we detour or proceed? Eric replied, continue. Amadeus responded, yes, sir. After speaking, Eric leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes again. Elijah thought to himself, a small town. What danger can there be? Even if there are a few level 1 zombies, with my current strength, I wouldn't feel any pressure without using anti-material rifles or heavy machine guns. The convoy entered the town. Sitting beside Eric, Lauren rolled down her window to observe the surroundings. Frowning, she noticed something peculiar. Typically, towns like these would be teeming with zombies, yet she saw none. If this street happened to be clear, the noise from the convoy should have attracted others from adjacent streets, but none appeared. Meanwhile, her gaze swept across nearby buildings, making her even more uneasy. Pushing Eric, she said, wake up, something doesn't seem right. Eric slowly opened his eyes and asked, what seems wrong? Since entering the town, I've observed that there are no bullet holes or signs of combat on the buildings along the street. This means the town hasn't been cleared by humans. But without zombies, doesn't that seem strange? Lauren pointed out the window. Looking out, Eric saw exactly what Lauren described. No signs of struggle and no zombie presence. Before the apocalypse, a deserted town could be explained by everyone staying indoors, but now, it seemed eerie. Elijah lowered his own window and saw the same scene. Without combat traces or zombies, he picked up the radio and said, Amadeus, have we left the town yet? Amadeus's voice came quickly through the radio, reporting, we expect to leave the town in about 3 minutes. Eric ordered, speed up and leave the town. Amadeus responded, yes, sir. Putting down the radio, Eric gave Lauren a reassuring smile. Don't worry, this town may have always been empty, with no residents or zombies. We'll be out in 3 minutes. Roar. Crash. Before he could finish, a beast-like roar echoed, followed by shattering sounds as windows and doors burst open, releasing waves of zombies from houses and side streets onto the convoy. Eric was startled, and Amadeus's urgent voice came over the radio. Sir, we're surrounded by numerous zombies. Please order a counterattack. Eric immediately commanded. Tanks lead the way. Other vehicles shoot at the zombies. Rattling gunfire filled the air. However, the narrow streets made it difficult to handle the sudden surge of zombies, many of which already clung to the personnel carriers. Fortunately, the carriers' reinforced bodies held firm against these ordinary zombies. Bang! A zombie leaped onto the SUV. Eric drew his military knife and pierced its head through. Although under a zombie attack, the convoy didn't stop advancing, only slowing slightly. Boom! Brandandanly, cannon fire reverberated through the convoy. Looking ahead, Eric saw smoke trailing from a tank's barrel. The realization hit him. Did they encounter evolved zombies? Simultaneously, Amadeus's anxious voice returned through the radio. Sir, there are numerous evolved zombies ahead. Not just Eric, but everyone in the convoy was shocked. The word numerous describing evolved zombies was unprecedented. Chapter 80. Bownerching to Anton City, Crisis on the Way, Part 2. A large number of evolved zombies suddenly appeared ahead, and even with tanks leading the way, the convoy's speed slowed considerably. Originally, it was expected to leave the town in just 3 minutes, but at the current rate, it might take more than half an hour. Elijah suddenly looked at Lauren, who also turned to look at him. The two exchanged glances, nodding slightly as they understood each other's intentions. Elijah pushed open the sunroof, grabbing its edges and, with a single effort, leaped out onto the roof of the vehicle. Brendan surveying his surroundings, Elijah saw nothing but zombies swarming the vehicles. Thankfully, ordinary zombies found it hard to breach the vehicle's defenses. In an instant after he exposed himself, many zombies were drawn to him. With a contemptuous smile, he wielded his military knife and began his brutal slaughter. One zombie after another fell, and soon the ground was littered with black blood and zombie corpses. At the same time, Lauren emerged from her sunroof, wielding an automatic rifle in burst fire mode. With remarkable accuracy, she hit the head of every third zombie, achieving perfect hits at close range. Boom! Another loud sound drew Elijah's attention. Elijah looked toward the lead tank, but saw no signs of it firing. Instead, he saw a massive boulder strike an armored personnel carrier, smashing off its heavy machine gun and leaving the operator in a bloody mess. I'll go check ahead. Elijah shouted to Lauren, sprinting towards the front of the convoy without waiting for her response. Killing dozens of zombies along the way, Elijah reached the damaged APC. Jumping up onto it, he gazed at the enormous boulder that weighed nearly 400 pounds, then glanced down to see that the guard beneath it was already dead. With one kick, Elijah shoved the boulder aside, crushing several approaching zombies. Boom, 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 boom. 6 successive cannon shots echoed as all 6 tanks fired simultaneously, enveloping the area in smoke. Elijah, surprised by the synchronized assault, realized the significant number of evolved zombies Elvin had mentioned wasn't exaggerated. Boom, boom, boom. Brandandanly, 3 cannon shots rang out from the rear of the convoy. Over the intercom in Elijah's APC, Ryan's voice blared, "This is Ryan. This is Ryan. A large number of evolved zombies have appeared behind us." Elijah was shocked. This was an ambush from both sides. Looking at the 6 tanks ahead, he decided to move towards the rear. The 6 tanks should be able to handle the evolved zombies at the front, while only 3 tanks defended the rear, which needed more support. As he approached, a sudden bang sounded, followed by a towering figure leaping over 4 meters high and smashing directly onto the last tank. Thud. The impact resembled a 1,000-pound weight crashing down, causing the tank to sink into the ground and cracking the earth beneath it. Elijah focused and saw a large evolved zombie standing over 2.5 meters tall, bulging with muscles and emitting faint red light from its eyes. The zombie abruptly bent over, gripping the cannon barrel tightly, roaring as it forcefully bent the solid steel. Witnessing such immense strength left Elijah astonished. An almost Class 2 strength-type evolved zombie? Its gigantic frame, formidable power, and glowing red eyes. All characteristics matched those of a near Class 2 speed-type evolved zombie. What else could it be? After bending the cannon, the zombie shifted its attention to the tank's body, pounding it with powerful fists. After a few blows, even the hardened tank started to show signs of damage. The other 2 tanks didn't stand idle, they aimed at the zombie. Sensing danger, the zombie abandoned the damaged tank and shifted its gaze to the remaining 2. With legs tensed, it leapt off, causing the already incapacitated tank to sink further as debris flew and cracks spread from its tracks. The Class 2 strength-type zombie lunged towards another tank, but Elijah arrived in time, unleashing his full speed like an arrow. Clenching his right fist, he gathered all his strength and struck the zombie mid-air. Bang! The punch hit the zombie's chest, producing a metallic clang that reverberated through Elijah's hand, while the zombie's chest caved in with ribs breaking as it flew backward. Elijah yelled, "Fire!" The tank crew reacted swiftly, adjusting the cannon and locking onto the Class 2 strength-type zombie. As it was about to land, 2 cannons fired, hitting the zombie. One shell severed its leg, and the other blew a massive hole through its abdomen. Yet zombies were incredibly resilient. Unless their heart or brain was damaged, they wouldn't die. Even gravely injured, the zombie still glared angrily at Elijah, struggling to rise and take revenge. Unfortunately, despite being able to support itself with one leg, the abdominal wound severed its spine, making it impossible to regain balance. These strength-type zombies differ from speed-type ones. They know anger but not fear. Much like humans, some timid as mice, others bold as bulls, Elijah thought, observing the struggling creature. Roar. Simultaneously, another roar echoed through the town, driving the surrounding zombies into a frenzy. Among the incoming hordes from the buildings and streets, level 1 evolved zombies appeared. both strength type and speed type. Turning back, Elijah saw several evolved zombies charging towards Lauren's vehicle. An unusual sense of urgency surged within him. Elijah raced towards the SUV at top speed. Lauren held an AK-47, defending skillfully against the onslaught. Despite the increased numbers, her expertise kept the zombies at bay. However, after shooting down a common zombie, a shadow darted towards her. She fired, but the shadow was fast. After dodging 5 bullets, the 6th finally struck it, spewing black viscous liquid before coming to a halt several meters away. It was a level 1 speed-type zombie, killed by a precise shot to the head. Before she could rest, another speed-type zombie lunged at her. Lauren raised her gun for a quick shot, but realized her magazine was empty. She hurriedly replaced it, but speed-type zombies were notoriously swift. By the time she finished reloading and aimed again, the zombie was within 2 meters, the smell of death closing in. ##### Chapter 81. Bounding to Anton City, Crisis Halfway, Part 3. Sharp claws rapidly expanded in Lauren's pupils. She had only consumed 2 evolution crystals, making her physical abilities exceed those of ordinary humans, but still far inferior to evolved zombies. Faced with the claws that were grabbing directly at her face, she could not avoid them. At the moment of despair, a shout burst into her ears. Immediately after, the 5-centimeter-long sharp claws stopped just 10 centimeters away from her face and then quickly retracted. Not because this speed-evolved zombie suddenly regained humanity, but because Eric had grabbed its ankle from behind and yanked it backward. At this point, Eric's speed and strength far surpassed those of an ordinary level 1 speed-evolved zombie. With this single pull, the zombie was flung backward. Eric did not release it, but held on tightly. Knowing that a single limb weighs far less than the rest of the body, under such immense force, the zombie's body strength was insufficient. It was torn apart right at the thigh root, with the rest of its body flying away while one complete thigh remained in Eric's hand. Lauren's despair instantly dissipated. Seeing Eric tear the speed-evolved zombie apart like a killing god, her eyes sparkled oddly. Not finding the scene bloody at all, her heart raced uncontrollably. While she was transfixed, more zombies rushed up. Eric pulled out his handgun from his waist and wielded a knife in one hand and a gun in the other. Although his marksmanship was poor, he only hit 2 or 3 zombies out of 10 bullets, with only 1 kill by a headshot. His knife skills were excellent. With swift movements, he split the heads of the approaching zombies in 2. What are you doing? The zombies aren't completely dealt with yet. Seeing Lauren still staring at him blankly, Eric hurriedly reminded her. She immediately reacted, raised her gun, and started shooting at the zombies. After killing several zombies, she stole a glance at Eric, her face involuntarily blushing, lost in thoughts. After clearing this batch of zombies, Eric scanned the area and felt a tightening in his chest. Elijah saw that several troop transport trucks had been overturned by massive level 1 strength-evolved zombies, and the guards were likely in dire straits. Drawing a deep breath, Eric went to the car window, retrieved the walkie-talkie, and ordered, "Everyone on the medium-sized trucks, get out and eliminate the zombies." Given the situation, they absolutely couldn't stay hidden in the vehicles anymore. This would limit their field of vision and only allow a few people at the truck entrances to shoot, using only the 3 machine guns on the vehicles. This would not fully leverage the guards' overall strength. Moreover, with so many evolved zombies, if surrounded by several strength-type zombies, armored cars and tanks might be safe, but the medium-sized trucks were in serious trouble, as seen from the overturned vehicles. Following Eric's orders, the guard soldiers jumped off the medium-sized trucks. Those who came down first blocked the zombies for the others still inside, ensuring everyone quickly moved to the ground and formed battle formations. Although these formations effectively held back regular zombies, they were nearly useless against evolved zombies, especially the strength-type ones, as automatic rifle bullets barely affected them. Thus, the formations were scattered and reformed repeatedly. In this narrow street, with waves of regular zombies surging forward, every second was crucial, resulting in both the deaths of zombies and many guard soldiers. Observing this, Eric quickly opened the SUV's trunk, took out an anti-material sniper rifle, handed it to Lauren, and said, "You're responsible for sniping evolved zombies. I'll protect your safety." Without hesitation, Lauren accepted the sniper rifle and began aiming. Bang bang. 2 consecutive shots sent 2 bullets soaring through the air, hitting the heads of 2 strength-type zombies. Dark red, viscous liquid splattered, and their massive bodies fell heavily. The sudden death of 2 evolved zombies significantly reduced pressure on the guards. However, the loud gunfire also attracted many more zombies, including evolved ones. 2 level 1 speed evolved zombies sprinted toward Lauren on all fours. A sharp glint appeared in Eric's eyes, and a surge of killing intent radiated from him. Elijah swiftly dashed forward, facing the 2 speed-type zombies head-on. His speed far exceeded that of a level 1 evolved zombie, and with 2 rapid slashes, he cleaved the heads off both zombies. Then another level 1 strength-type zombie charged over, resembling a humanoid beast. Eric smiled faintly, rushed forward with quick steps, clenched his fist tightly, and struck straight at the zombie's head. Boom. The punch made contact, unleashing violent force. With a crack, the level 1 strength-type zombie's head flew off, leaving the body standing in place. With the Muachi cooperation between Eric and Lauren, the evolved zombies attacking the convoy were soon eliminated, reducing the pressure on the guards by at least 80%. Facing only the remaining regular zombies became much easier. Revised translation. Due to the seamless cooperation between Eric and Lauren, the evolved zombies attacking the convoy were quickly taken care of, significantly reducing the pressure on the guards by at least 80%. Dealing with the remaining regular zombies became much easier. Note: I removed Muachi, as it's a Chinese term, and provided a more fluent English expression. Eric turned to look at Lauren and smiled. Lauren smiled back, but her smile froze after only 3 seconds. Elijah's expression turned anxious as she urgently cried, "Danger!" Simultaneously alerted by Lauren's warning, the word, "danger," flashed through Eric's mind. Turning his head, his pupils constricted sharply. Elijah saw a figure dashing toward him at a speed far exceeding that of a level 1 speed evolved zombie, even faster than a near level 2 zombie. Instinctively, he raised his knife to block. Clang. Sparks flew, and he luckily managed to block the fast sneak attack. Eric roared in anger, clenching his left fist tightly and delivering a powerful blow. The attacker flipped backward to evade this deadly punch. Focusing his gaze, Eric realized this was a zombie whose figure seemed familiar. Upon its sudden backward tilt, he was startled. It was the near level 2 speed evolved zombie from the Gojai cellar. Recalling the system's words, it would become a true level 2 zombie within 7 days, and those 7 days had already passed. This meant the zombie before him had already reached level 2. Eric's heart pounded wildly. Elijah didn't know how terrifying a level 2 zombie could be, but the recent sneak attack showed that it was faster than him. Elijah had only managed to block it due to instinct and good luck. Otherwise, he would have died instantly. Chapter 82. Level 2 Evolved Zombie. The zombie's head suddenly swiveled 180 degrees, its eyes fixed menacingly on Eric. Elijah was stunned, noticing a look of triumph in the zombie's eyes. Coupled with its ambush earlier, it seemed evolving to true level 2, not only increased its speed, but also enhanced its intelligence. Bang bang. As they locked eyes, Lauren suddenly fired 2 shots. She thought she could catch the zombie off guard and either kill or injure it, thus reducing its combat effectiveness and making it easier for Eric to handle. Unfortunately, Lauren underestimated the level 2 speed type zombie. While it appeared focused on Eric, it remained vigilant against her as well. At the moment she pulled the trigger, the zombie detected her actions and immediately reacted, dodging the bullets that traveled twice the speed of sound. With an angry gaze, the level 2 speed type zombie locked onto Lauren and lunged at her. Seeing this, Eric quickly stepped in front of Lauren, shouting, "Quick, get back in the car." Realizing she couldn't help much, Lauren obeyed, retreating into the vehicle and closing the sunroof. Upon seeing Eric, the zombie immediately stopped, refocusing all its attention on him. It remembered this human and the fight it had lost to him before. Though its surprise attack had frightened the human, it didn't cause any injury, leaving it unsure whether it could now defeat him. Pacing back and forth, it observed the human. The opportunity for another ambush was gone, and engaging in direct combat left it hesitant, having lost to this human previously. Adhering to the principle of, if the enemy doesn't move, I don't move, as the zombie paced without attacking, Eric, knowing he faced an unknown opponent, naturally didn't initiate an attack either. Thus, they remained at a stalemate. After about 5 minutes, the level 2 speed type zombie still couldn't muster the courage for a direct battle. Meanwhile, the number of ordinary zombies decreased, which made Eric inwardly rejoice. Once the guards are free, if I can't take you down alone, can't we do it together? Thinking this, Eric shifted his feet slightly. This subtle movement put the level 2 zombie on high alert, assuming Eric was about to attack. This made it even more nervous, sensing the human's apparent confidence. It growled softly and took a few steps back, eyeing Eric with fear. Noticing the zombie's reaction, Eric tensed up, ready to fight. However, his concern proved unnecessary as the zombie howled sharply towards the sky. After nearly 5 seconds, the zombie paused, gave Eric one last deep look, then leaped onto the rooftop beside the street, looking back once before vanishing from sight. Following the departure of the level 2 speed zombie, the remaining zombies, including those at level 1, withdrew after hearing its howl. Eric witnessed this scene. While the individual strength of level 2 zombies surprised him, what truly frightened him was their ability to control lower-level zombies and employ ambush tactics, a level of intelligence already seen in level 2 zombies. What would level 3 or higher entail? Damn heavens, you're determined to wipe out humanity. Eric raged internally. After some time, Eric calmed down, his gaze sweeping the area, noting the numerous corpses, many of which were from the guard army. This loss was substantial. Lauren descended from the SUV, her eyes reddening at the sight of the fallen guard army soldiers. She walked over to Eric and asked, "Should we continue to attack Anton City?" Eric shook his head. "We'll return to base along the same route and regroup for 2 days." Their initial fervor dampened by encountering not just level 2 zombies, but a horde of them. Plans to attack Anton City needed to be delayed for a few days. Elvin, Ryan, Anchor, and Harrison, the 4 squadron leaders, ran over. Elvin reported first, "Sir, 1st Squadron has lost 167 men. Ryan followed, "Sir, 2nd Squadron has lost 236 men. Anchor added, "Sir, 3rd Squadron has lost 301 men. Lastly, Harrison concluded, "Sir, 4th Squadron has lost 238 men. Elijah hearing these reports, Eric calculated the total loss, 942 men, almost half of the expedition force. Sighing, he ordered, "Each of you clean up properly, and we'll return to base in 30 minutes. Walking toward the convoy's rear, Eric saw 3 tanks. One had a bent cannon barrel and a dented roof, while the other 2 were relatively unscathed. Fortunately, everyone inside the damaged tank was safe. To Eric, every tank crew member was invaluable, unlike the tanks themselves, which could be replaced with points, though requiring a day's wait. Passing the tanks, Eric spotted the near level 2 strength type evolved zombie, now thoroughly dead, its head blown to bits. Nearby, he found a faintly green evolution crystal. Picking up the crystal, Eric sighed, finding some consolation in these crystals amidst the losses. Examining the near level 2 evolution crystal, Eric thought, "Bayleadle Emerald, please help me reach the level 2 evolver level soon. Otherwise, facing level 2 evolved zombies will only mean running." Stowing away the crystal, Eric ordered others to collect the ordinary evolution crystals, secure in the knowledge that no one would steal them within the guard army. Half an hour later, the convoy turned back toward the mobile base. In the vehicle, Lauren stared at Eric silently. Turning to her, Eric asked, "Is there something on my face?" Lauren shook her head. "No." Eric inquired, "Then why are you staring at me?" Blushing slightly, Lauren looked away and asked, "Earlier, that zombie was so fast. Did you have any confidence in defeating it?" Shaking his head honestly, Eric replied, "No." Touched, Lauren turned back, looking at Eric again. Then why did you stand in front of me? Looking into her eyes, Eric smiled. After it killed you, it would definitely come for me. Dying early or late makes no difference. But oddly enough, it chose to retreat, which is puzzling. So that's it? Lauren felt a bit disappointed but smiled. Strange or not, it's good that the zombie retreated. Eric agreed. Indeed, who cares? It's all good. ##### Chapter 83, The Samson Army, Part 1. After the guards left, the small town fell into a dead silence, save for the bodies scattered across the ground and bullet holes in the walls, which testified to the fierce battle that had taken place here. Crimson clouds floated in the sky, and the sun, half hidden behind the mountain, was setting. Under this twilight, a vehicle sped towards the town from the distance. The fast-moving car entered the town and gradually slowed down. The people inside rolled down the windows and poked their heads out. They were all shocked at the sight of the numerous bodies. This road was one they had traveled many times, and they knew this town well. Before the apocalypse, its residents had moved away en masse, making it a ghost town where they had never encountered any zombies before. However, what greeted them now was an entirely different scene. They observed carefully, noting the bullet holes on the walls of the buildings lining the streets, combining it with the carnage on the ground. It was easy to imagine the ferocity of the battle that had unfolded here. Brenda, let's go back quickly. It's too terrifying here, said the driver, addressing the man in the passenger seat. Is this your first time seeing zombies or bodies? You're really a coward, someone on the back seat mocked. The man in the passenger seat, known as Brenda, withdrew his gaze from the window and looked ahead, saying, keep driving for a bit longer. Although the driver was scared, he dared not disobey the captain and continued forward cautiously. Stop! The sudden command from the captain startled the driver, who hit the brakes hard and turned nervously to look at the captain. Elijah noticed that the captain was staring intently at something ahead. The driver glanced over and found the two men in the back seat also fixated on the same spot. Instinctively, he followed their gaze. When he saw what was there, he nearly jumped out of his skin. A four-legged zombie with faint red eyes was staring directly at them. While keeping his eyes locked on the zombie, he tugged at the captain's sleeve, fear evident in his voice. Brenda, this looks like an evolved zombie. What do we do? The captain was clearly tense and frightened as well. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he swallowed, and his voice trembled slightly, slowly back up. The driver nodded slightly, driving the car backward at a snail's pace. But for every meter they retreated, the red-eyed zombie advanced a meter. For every 2 meters, it advanced 2 meters. All 4 occupants were extremely nervous and terrified. As they backed up, the red-eyed zombie kept following them. Eventually, the driver couldn't take the pressure anymore. With a scream, he slammed on the gas pedal, and the car accelerated backward. Randomly, there was a loud bang. As if the car had hit something. All 4 simultaneously turned to look behind, and when they realized what was blocking their escape route, their pupils constricted sharply. A foul smell filled the air. The driver had peed his pants out of fear. Blocking their path was a level 1 strength-type zombie, completely covered in fat. In the blink of an eye, a shadow flashed, and the red-eyed zombie leaped onto the hood of the car, swiping its claw toward the driver. The windshield shattered with a crack, and the sharp claws pierced through the driver's chest, splattering blood everywhere. The red-eyed zombie's claws penetrated his heart, killing him instantly before he could even scream. The red-eyed zombie withdrew its claws, carrying the still warm, pulsating heart impaled on its 5 sharp claws. Opening its mouth, it was about to devour the fresh heart but sniffed, and detected the urine odor from the driver's pants. It showed a look of disdain and tossed the heart to the level 1 strength-type zombie behind. The level 1 strength-type zombie caught the heart midair and started gnawing on it, blood and flesh dripping from its mouth. The other 3 watched in horror and terror. The red-eyed zombie then shifted its attention to the captain in the passenger seat. Seeing the fate of the driver, the captain felt immense fear but steeled himself, thinking it better to fight than die without resistance. Elijah quickly drew his pistol and aimed at the red-eyed zombie, pulling the trigger. However, the zombie was much faster. Even before the trigger was fully depressed, the zombie's claw pierced through the captain's forehead, rendering him lifeless instantly. While the captain's body was still warm, the red-eyed zombie swiftly plunged its other claw into his chest, retrieving the still beating heart and devoured it in a few bites. Meanwhile, the 2 men in the back seat froze in fear, unable to move or speak. They could only watch helplessly as the red-eyed zombie climbed into the car and stabbed its claws into their chests. The intense pain spread throughout their bodies, breaking their rigid stance. Their voices, silenced until now, resumed just as the red-eyed zombie tore out their hearts. Holding their hearts in hand, still faintly beating, the 2 men wanted to scream but could no longer make a sound. The light in their eyes faded rapidly and went out. 5 kilometers behind the town, an army of 10,000 soldiers was resting. In the middle of the formation, inside a black anti-enema, Asif smoked a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke. After some time, he furrowed his brow and muttered, "Why haven't they returned yet?" Elijah stuck his hand out the window, gesturing with his fingers, and Arjun immediately ran over with a flattering smile. "City Lord?" Asif asked, "Have the scouts returned?" Arjun shook his head, "Not yet." Asif took another drag on his cigarette and asked again, "It's been almost an hour. Why aren't they back yet? Could they have been captured by Eric like the previous team?" Arjun suggested, "Shall we send another scout team to check?" Asif pondered, considering that it was still 20 kilometers to the base. Could Eric have set up defenses over such a vast area? Elijah shook his head slightly. "That seems unlikely. Perhaps they encountered a horde of zombies." Nodding to confirm his thoughts, he added, "They must have encountered a horde." Elijah gazed ahead and decided, "We should take a detour to avoid unnecessary losses." Thinking thus, Asif ordered Arjun, "Pass the message, take the second route." Arjun didn't question Asif's decision. His job was simply to follow orders. Besides, the second route would just be a little longer but still lead them to the base eventually. As Arjun went to relay the order, Asif's cigarette burned down. Elijah lit another one, taking a heavy drag, then exhaled a cloud of smoke while glaring in the direction of the base, filled with hatred and fury. Elijah then glanced into the rearview mirror, which reflected the vehicles behind him, covered with olive green canvas. Chapter 84. Once again the army of Anton City, Part 2. The autumn sky was a dull gray, made even more desolate by the season's falling leaves. The convoy's pace slowed as a large city loomed ahead, its sounds somewhat easing the prevailing sense of bleakness. Soldiers on the city walls were taken aback upon seeing the convoy return so soon. They wondered how it could be back so quickly, with several vehicles missing and one tank's roof dented and its gun barrel bent. What force could have twisted solid steel into such an arc? The city gates opened wide, and the convoy entered. The residents gathered around, unlike usual occasions when they would cheer and celebrate. No victorious return had ever been this quick, and every vehicle had been fully loaded upon departure. Now, the number of guards on each vehicle was halved, and one tank was severely damaged. Furthermore, the specialized off-road vehicle of Commander Eric, which usually rolled down all windows for celebration, remained tightly closed today. The guards also seemed unusually heavy-hearted. Inside the off-road vehicle, Eric glanced through the window at the passing faces of residents, thinking, returning in such a state must make them think the guard forces aren't capable. My image must have plummeted in their eyes. Lauren noticed Eric's mood and was about to console him when suddenly, voices echoed. Long live the guard forces. Glory to the guard forces. The cries repeated tirelessly from the citizens. The soldiers inside the troop carriers were moved. Many of these hardened men felt tears well up in their eyes. In the off-road vehicle, Eric's eyes shone with emotion, seeing the beautiful faces outside. Even he couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. Beside him, Lauren's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Eric clenched his fists and then relaxed them. Elijah opened the sunroof, leaned out, and looked at the crowd lining both sides of the road. The people shouted even louder, "Long live the guard forces! Glory to the guard forces!" Eric raised his right fist, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Long live the guard forces! Glory to the guard forces!" His words stirred everyone, including Lauren and the driver. She sobbed as she shouted along, and the driver joined in fervently. Soon, all the soldiers on other vehicles joined the chant. In that moment, the somber mood vanished, and everyone regained their fighting spirit. Eric thought to himself, I was wrong. Such residents would never betray us. Recruiting a civilian army can indeed be carried out. The guard forces returned to the barracks, while Eric went to the military zone. Alongside came the heavily damaged tank, ordered to enter the combat vehicle factory. The system voice echoed in Eric's ears. Tank damage, 46%. Repair requires 90,000 points, estimated time 1 hour. Repair? Without hesitation, Eric chose to repair it. Then, he pulled up the armory screen, bringing the guard forces back to full capacity. Although he intended to recruit civilians, they wouldn't be battle-ready like the guard forces. At least 3 months of training would be necessary before they could be effective. Additionally, civilian numbers were limited, and losing them in battle meant true death, unlike the guard forces who could be reproduced. Thus, he planned to assign them base defense or basic rescue missions. Eventually, with population growth, Eric might take civilian forces on expeditions. As dusk fell, Eric returned to the mobile base, where dinner had already been delivered. Elijah first took a shower and changed clothes before sitting down to eat. After a bite, he paused mid-chew, pondering, this doesn't taste right. Did Caden not prepare it? His cooking shouldn't be this bad. Was an entire packet of salt used? Arden, come here, he called. The sentry jogged over and saluted. Who delivered this food? Eric pointed to the table. Bay Lieutenant Lauren delivered it, sir, replied Arden. That's strange. Hasn't Caden always done it? Eric mumbled. I don't know, sir, said Arden. Eric waved him off. Not asking you. Go back to your post. Knowing the value of hard work, despite the excessive salt, Eric decided to finish his meal. Resolving to avoid waste, he polished off the dishes, though his face turned green afterward. Elijah hurried to the fridge, fetched a large bottle of drink, and gulped it down, alleviating some of the saltiness. At that moment, Arden's voice came from outside. Sir, Bay Lieutenant Lauren wants to see you. Let her in, Eric replied. Lauren entered the mobile base and immediately saw empty plates on the table, making her genuinely happy. Eric approached with a 2-liter drink and asked, Antong, why are you here? Instead of answering, she queried, Did you eat all of it, Eric Gaston? Elijah nodded, gulping down a big sip of drink, then responded, I don't know who cooked it. How did it taste? Before he could finish, Lauren asked eagerly. Swallowing the salty taste back, Eric considered. She must have cooked this. No wonder it's so salty. Despite his thoughts, he laughed. It tasted pretty good. Antong, why did you cook for me? To thank you for saving me. Lauren blushed, adding, This is my first time cooking. Even my parents haven't tried my cooking. First time, huh? That explains it. Eric feigned surprise. Pretty impressive for your first try. Better than Caden. Really? Lauren beamed. Can I cook for you every day then? Translation ends here as per the provided excerpt. Chapter 85. Once again, the Samson Army, Part 3. Every day. Upon hearing Lauren offer to cook for him every day, Eric's face froze. This was far too salty. 1 or 2 meals could be endured, but eating this every day would turn him into cured meat. His mind raced, thinking of a reasonable way to refuse Lauren without hurting her feelings. Lauren noticed Eric's odd expression and immediately asked, Eric Gaston, you don't want to? I eat rather lightly, Eric stammered. Lauren pondered Eric's words, then dipped her finger in some leftover sauce on the plate and put it in her mouth. She winced instantly. So salty. Strange. I thought I added sugar. Why is it so salty? Did I misread the label? She looked at Eric apologetically and said, This was my mistake. Don't worry, Eric Gaston. Next time I'll make sure to check. Eric was speechless at Lauren's comment. Even for a first-time cook, such a basic mistake shouldn't happen. The difference between salt and sugar is quite noticeable, right? Didn't she know to taste it after cooking? However, not wanting to crush her confidence, Eric maintained his smile. Okay. If you're unsure about a seasoning, just taste it first. Elijahi. Lauren scratched her head sheepishly and started clearing the table. Got it. I'll go now. Brindanra. Eric nodded. As Lauren walked towards the door with the dishes, she paused, smiled back at Eric, and was about to step out when a sudden report made her jump and drop everything, shattering the plates and bowls. They're smashing my rice bowl. Eric muttered internally and turned to see Elvin standing at attention outside. Elijah asked immediately, what's happening? Elvin reported, Samson army spotted 3 kilometers away. Samson army. Eric sneered, Asif, you send me on a wild goose chase only for me to return empty-handed, yet you come here yourself. Well, let's end this here, saving us from wasting ammunition storming your city. Elvin. Eric commanded, looking at Elvin, gather the guards immediately and follow me to wipe out the Samson army.
Yes.
Elvin responded sharply. Whoosh. Boom boom boom. Brindandenly, several projectiles whizzed by followed by explosive detonations. Startled, Eric rushed out of the mobile base and saw the explosion debris cloud over the city gate. Anti-Anary up and gather the guards. Without delay, Eric sped towards the city gate. Elvin knew the urgency and promptly gathered the guards while Lauren followed Eric. Arriving at the gate, they found a breach in the wall and several guard corpses scattered lifelessly, others injured but holding guns, continuing their defense silently. Eric ordered immediately, sending the wounded to the military factory for repairs. Then he leaped onto the wall. As he landed, 3 thunderous cannon shots rang out. 3 shells hurtled toward the wall. Muscles tensed, Eric thrust himself backward just as they struck. Bang bang bang. The wall shattered under the explosions, opening another large gap. Eric was horrified. Where did the Samson army get these cannons? Rocket launchers couldn't reach from 3 kilometers away, meaning it had to be heavy artillery. At that moment, the sound of engines filled the air as 9 tanks rumbled forward. Eric felt reassured and cursed. Damn, so what if you have big guns? I've got mobile ones. Open the gate, tanks advance, he roared. Seeing the tanks, the guards were reinvigorated and quickly opened the gate upon Eric's command. 3 kilometers from the city, within the Samson army encampment, the scout behind Asif reported ecstatically, Sir, our bombardment has created a massive breach in the enemy wall and killed over 10 guards. Overjoyed, Asif laughed heartily. Excellent, excellent, excellent. After composing himself, Asif stepped out of the tent, glaring viciously at Base City. Clenching his fists, he stared at the 3 rusty but operational cannons where soldiers were reloading. His confidence boosted. Asif snarled, Eric, you never imagined I'd have cannons, did you? Your sniper rifle won't help much now. When your walls collapse under our barrage, my 10,000 troops will flood in, turning Base City into a river of blood. Bang bang bang. The cannons fired again, shells striking the city walls, sending stones flying and dust billowing. Once the dust settled, another large breach appeared, even wider than the first. Through his binoculars, Asif felt a surge of satisfaction seeing the devastation, but his thoughts were interrupted when the city gates swung open. Elijah wondered, is Eric surrendering? However, recalling Eric's resilience, he scoffed, ha, too late now. Wait for my brutal massacre. To his disbelief, what emerged from the gate were not surrendering figures, but steel beasts lined up, their gun barrels aimed directly at his position. Aya! Asif screamed, tossing his binoculars and sprinting towards his anti-enemer. The surrounding Samson soldiers, bewildered by the sudden events, heard several cannon booms. 9 shells streaked across the sky. Boom boom boom. Bayleak meteor strikes, explosions erupted within the Samson camp. 2 shells obliterated the artillery site, shredding the cannons and launching artillerymen several meters high before crashing down lifeless. Asif ran madly, shouting all the way, retreat. Note, the structure and tone of the original Chinese text have been preserved in the English translation, ensuring a fluent and coherent narrative. Chapter 86, Another Anton City Army, Part 4. One batch after another of shells tore through the sky, striking various points within the Anton City Army's encampment. Soldiers were blown several meters into the air by explosions, and those hit directly by shells instantly disintegrated into bloody chunks. This left the Anton City encampment filled with screams of panic and cries of agony. Asif had already reached his anti-enemy, lifting his binoculars to see 9 tanks from Base City speeding toward them. Elijah bellowed repeatedly, retreat, retreat. But his voice was too weak to be heard over the chaotic noise. Seeing the tanks closing invisibly, Asif abandoned the others. Just then, Lee rushed over, shouting, City Lord. Asif barely glanced at him and said simply, get in the car. Lee didn't need to guess what their lord intended. Without a word, he took the driver's seat while Asif quickly climbed into the back. Vroom. The engine roared to life, attracting nearby soldiers who, in their terror, shouted, take me with you, City Lord. Asif's expression was cold. He thought only of saving himself. Seeing the soldiers approach, he yelled urgently, go. Lee, though sympathizing with these fellow fighters, unhesitatingly pressed the accelerator, kicking up dust as they sped away. Seeing their leader flee, the morale of the Anton City army crumbled instantly. Panicked soldiers began fighting for the remaining vehicles, opening fire on each other. Boweni fell in pools of blood, their eyes filled with resentment, dying not at the hands of the enemy but at the hands of their own people. Some survivors fled on foot, realizing that ultimately one can rely only on oneself, even in escaping. Others, neither seizing cars nor running on foot, raised their rifles above their heads and knelt, waiting for the base tanks and guards to arrive. At Base City, the long silence of enemy artillery indicated that it had been destroyed by the tanks. Eric climbed onto the wall and lifted his binoculars. Indeed, the Anton City army was in chaos. With a cold smile, he lowered the binoculars and waved his hand.
Attack.
All the guards had gathered. On Eric's order, they shouted, kill, the surge of killing intent rose like tangible waves. Their spirits soared as they surged out of the base towards the Anton City encampment. The tanks advanced first, reaching 3 kilometers from the encampment. They saw lines of soldiers kneeling with raised guns, bodies scattered everywhere, others still scrambling for vehicles, and tiny figures fleeing on foot like ants. The gun platforms turned to target those fighting over vehicles. Some noticed the tanks and immediately surrendered. A few were so frenzied that they charged towards the tanks, attempting to seize them. However, tanks are not ordinary vehicles, they are armored beasts. The guard troops inside did not sit idle. Rat-tat-tat, bow-and-shine guns blazed, bullets raining down on the frenzied soldiers who, in their madness, did not dodge or take cover. Bow-and-shine gunfire tore through their bodies, turning them into sieves, while their bullets only bounced off the tanks. After clearing this wave, only the surrendering remained. The escapees would have to await Erek's decision on pursuit. Soon, the guards arrived. Staring at the scene before them, they were surprised that the battle was resolved so swiftly. Their fierce momentum seemed unnecessary now. Virum. A SUV pulled up in front of the guards. Erek stepped out and surveyed the kneeling Anton City soldiers, somewhat astonished but soon understanding. The presence of such a beast left little room for defiance unless the soldiers had unwavering faith, which Anton City lacked. The Anton City soldiers watched Erek, trembling with fear, their minds racing. Will he kill us? Historical records speak of massacring prisoners. He could do the same here. Erek looks handsome. Perhaps he won't slaughter us. Mom, I miss you. Erek's gaze swept over the thousands of kneeling soldiers, estimating about 2,000 to 3,000. Elijah hoped they hadn't committed atrocities. Seize their weapons and imprison them all, he ordered. As this command echoed, the captives' tension eased, relieved to be alive. Most wore expressions of relief, thinking they wouldn't be killed. But Erek added coldly, if you haven't committed unspeakable acts, feel free to relax. But if you have, use your last moments to think of your final words. And I don't care who you tell them to, or provide you anything to write them down. Most of the 2,000 to 3,000 remained relaxed and even happier, while a portion showed visible fear. Seeing their reactions, Erek merely smiled grimly and ordered, return to the city. Elijah didn't chase the fleeing Anton City soldiers since it was unnecessary. Some might return to Anton City or join other shelters, where they'd face the advancing guards. Others would become meals for zombies, or evolved animals. Thus, they posed no threat to Erek. Chapter 87. Level 2 Evolver. Under Erek's leadership, the guard army escorted over 2,000 prisoners back to base, drawing enthusiastic welcomes from the residents. These captives were witnessing the inside of the base for the first time, and were stunned by this harmonious scene. Those who felt they would survive started daydreaming. Can I live here in the future? I never want to go back to that damned place called Samson. And those whose fates were uncertain thought to themselves, what a beautiful place. If only I could live. I regret what I have done. As for those who knew they would surely die, tears of remorse welled up in their eyes. Why? Why, damn it? Why did you bring me to such a wonderful place? Yet let me die. I hate it. I hate it. Erek was oblivious to these thoughts. Elijah felt quite elated, as despite losing half his troops in the morning sortie, Asif had delivered heads in the afternoon. This was timely aid indeed, providing him with an outlet for his pent-up anger. If not for their deadly enmity, he might have even considered letting Asif go. Entering the city, Erek first inspected the 2 breaches caused by shells. Elijah immediately summoned the blue light screen to repair the damaged walls. Then he called Elvin and instructed, take care of these prisoners. Elijah hearing this, Elvin scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Reporting to Commander, combining the base dungeons and original prisoner cells is still insufficient to hold thousands of captives. This was true. The base space was limited, the inner city was already crowded. Although the outer city had ample room, there was no detention facility yet. If the prisoners were mixed with residents, detaining them would be pointless. It'd be better to release them outright. Erek rubbed his chin, pondering. Then he looked towards the right side of the city wall and leaped up onto it, leaving the captives staring in amazement. Is Commander Erek a martial arts expert? They wondered. Elijah jumped onto a 5-meter-high wall so effortlessly. Standing on the wall, Erek gazed outside, noting there were no ponds or rivers. Elijah planned to construct a small outer city here specifically to detain these prisoners. Elijah summoned the light screen and outlined a 500m by 500m outer city adjacent to the right side wall. After planning, he confirmed its construction without hesitation. A flash of white light followed. People inside saw a section of the wall disappear, revealing more space beyond. Residents were unfazed by now, while the prisoners gaped dumbstruck. After Erek hopped off the wall, everyone either stared at him like he was a monster or a deity. Ignoring them, he told Elvin, find Doug to build a wall and gate here. Detain the prisoners here. Also, arrange daily guard duty, and gather materials and tools so they can construct their own dwellings. Affirmative, replied Elvin. Erek added, also, give our brothers a couple days rest. We'll attack Samson again in 3 days. Affirmative. Time moved from dusk to deep night after a fierce battle. In the mobile base, a pile of evolution crystals lay on the table before Erek. Among them, a nearly level 2 crystal shimmering green like jade drew the most attention. The rest were milky white level 1 evolution crystals. In total, there were 27. Level 1 evolution crystals served only to replenish energy for Erek at this point. Hoarding them would be wasteful. So he decided to share the 27 crystals equally among Elvin, Ryan, Anchor, Harrison, and Lauren. Elijah didn't know why Lauren was included, possibly because she had already consumed 2 evolution crystals, and further doses might take her to new heights. Truthfully, an uncontrollable urge in his heart made him wish for Lauren to gain the strength to protect herself. Shaking his head and steadying himself, Erek turned his gaze to the almost level 2 evolution crystal, which shone faintly green. The system said consuming another quasi-level 2 crystal would promote him to level 2. But how powerful would a level 2 evolver be? His gaze intensified. The nearly level 2 evolution crystal seemed like the most beautiful woman in the world standing nude before him, drawing his undivided attention. The desire for power made his breathing heavy. Sigh. Brendan pressing agitation. He grabbed the faintly glowing evolution crystal and dashed out to the riverbank. Common sense told him not to evolve within the mobile base due to the intense odor. SSS. Facing the bright moon, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Late autumn's chill stirred his clothes and hair but didn't cool his body heat. Wearing a sleeveless top and loose shorts, he felt warm all over despite the cold air. Eyes opening slowly, he lowered his head to see the green glow in his palm. His body heated up further. Finally, he could no longer resist. Without hesitation, he placed the gem-like evolution crystal into his mouth. The initial steps were familiar. Upon entering his mouth, the crystal liquefied and flowed into his stomach. After 3 seconds, immense energy burst forth. Expecting excruciating pain, Eric gritted his teeth but experienced none. Instead, a peculiar yet pleasant transformation occurred. If anyone witnessed it, they would have been amazed. Eric's skin glowed faintly white. Each inch transformed under this glow. Over time, he began shedding dead skin, revealing smooth, tender new skin underneath. After 2 minutes, the white glow faded, and all dead skin flaked off. Eric's skin now looked incredibly soft and tender like a newborn infant's. Feeling the energy dissipate, Eric sniffed. There was no stench. Looking at his arm, he widened his eyes. How pale! Unable to resist touching, Eric froze with an expression of confusion. It looks smooth and tender, but feels rougher than before. Thankfully, no major changes outwardly. It doesn't affect my good looks, Eric said, admiring his reflection in the water under the moonlight. Admiring himself concluded, he pulled out a pre-prepared knife and slashed his arm. Rip! The sharp blade left a faint white scratch with barely visible blood, akin to scratching a stone. Testing skin hardness confirmed, he examined his strength and speed next. Both showed significant improvements. If facing a level 2 fast zombie again, Eric was confident in matching its speed and defeating it with overwhelming force. A slight smile graced Eric's lips as he looked at his hands. So, this is a level 2 evolver. Note. This translation has preserved the style and tone of the original text, ensuring it reads naturally in English. Character names are transliterated accurately using pinyin, and paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained. Chapter 88. Eric's Double Standards. The next morning, at dawn, Eric summoned Elvin, Ryan, Anchor, Harrison, and Lauren early in the morning. Elvin, Ryan, Anchor, and Harrison stood straight with their eyes fixed forward. They didn't speculate on why Eric had called them. They simply awaited his orders. Lauren was puzzled as to why they were all called so early. Breakfast hadn't even been served yet, and soon her stomach would start growling in protest. Just as she wondered about it, Eric emerged from his room carrying 5 black cloth bags. Elijah smiled at the 5 of them. You're here, sit down. The 4 men didn't notice anything different and sat down on their own. However, as a woman, Lauren noticed right away that Eric's complexion had lightened significantly. She covered her mouth in surprise. Eric Gaston, why have you suddenly become so pale? Don't tell me you have vitiligo? Eric wasn't just a little paler but much paler than before, even more so than Lauren. No wonder she was so astonished. Without further ado, Eric placed the 5 bags on the table, clapped his hands, and then crossed his arms, saying, I called you here early for no other reason. The battle in the town caused us heavy losses but also allowed us to kill many zombies, including 28 evolved ones. I received 28 evolution crystals and consumed 1, leaving 27. I've divided the remaining evolution crystals into 5 portions. Eric pointed to the 5 bags on the table. Since it's an odd number, they can't be evenly divided. 2 bags have 6 each, and 3 bags have 5. I've mixed up the order, so your luck will decide how many you get. Lauren was deeply moved that Eric was willingly giving her evolution crystals, no fewer than 5. She clearly understood the importance of evolution crystals. Previously, when Eric gave her 2 evolution crystals, he intended to scare her, but she hadn't anticipated how courageous she could be. Now, he was sincerely offering her these, elevating his standing in her heart. Similarly, Elvin, Ryan, Anchor, and Harrison felt extremely excited because with these evolution crystals, they could become stronger. What are you waiting for? Who goes first? Asked Eric. The 4 men looked at each other and then turned their gaze toward Lauren, the only female, deciding they should let the lady go first out of courtesy. Lauren waved her hands, saying, It doesn't matter to me. You guys go ahead. You're being modest now, said Eric. All right, Antong, you choose first. With Eric's permission, Lauren stopped hesitating and picked a bag at random since there wasn't much difference between 5 and 6. Eric then nodded towards Elvin and the others. Understanding, Elvin grabbed all 4 remaining bags from the table, and each man took one. Whether they got the bag with 6 or 5 would be left to chance. Wow! Lauren exclaimed in surprise, drawing everyone's attention. She had already opened her bag and seen the contents inside. What is it? Asked Eric. Lauren happily replied, Mine has 6. Eric looked at Elvin and the others, smiling. Looks like only one of you gets a surprise. The 4 men wasted no time opening their bags. In the end, Anchor got the remaining lucky bag. With strength within reach, the 4 men couldn't contain their excitement and were about to swallow the evolution crystals directly, but Eric stopped them. You can't do that here. Last time, the smell lingered for 3 days, Eric warned. Embarrassed, they scratched their heads and asked, Where should we take them, sir? Any place where the residents won't see you, such as the dormitory or by the river, Eric answered. Elijah hearing this, they all quickly left, eager to return and increase their power. Before they left, Eric reminded them, evolution crystals have limits in enhancing human physique. 1 level, 1 crystal is effective between 5 to 10 times depending on individual constitution. If you feel no further improvement after taking them, stop immediately. That means level 1 crystals are no longer beneficial to you. We understand, they chorused, and then left the mobile base. Seeing Elvin and the others leave, Lauren also wanted to depart but heard Eric say, Antong, where are you planning to take these evolution crystals? Lauren replied casually, anywhere where the residents can't see, like the dormitories or by the river. Eric smiled. Remember, you live in the residential area where there are plenty of people. If you consume the crystals there, the smell might attract neighbors. And by the river? Do you recall last time? Reminded of the previous incident by the river, Lauren blushed as she remembered the scene where some male residents had reacted strongly. She bit her lower lip, unsure of where she could safely consume the crystals. Seeing her dilemma, Eric said, finding a place not easily discovered by residents while staying safe isn't too hard. I can find a place for you. Where? Lauren asked. Eric pointed at the floor, then at the ceiling. Lauren realized Eric meant the mobile base, which confused her. Hadn't he just said not to take the crystals there? Why now? She questioned. Didn't you say not to take them here? Looking at the ceiling, Eric twiddled his thumb and tapped his foot, saying, that was just for them to hear. This made Lauren blush and overthink. Elijah just said it for them, meaning I can take them here. But why did Eric Gaston do this? What does he want? Not letting the others. Oh, they're men. Naturally not something worth looking at. Ugh, what a pervert. How despicable. Giving me evolution crystals just for this. How pointless. Enraged, Lauren was about to throw the crystals at Eric and call him a pervert. Then she thought again, no, Eric Gaston isn't that kind of person. Wasting 6 evolution crystals just to peek wouldn't make sense. Reassuring herself, she examined the bag again, confirming it was genuine. She then felt guilty, thinking Eric must have seen she lacked a proper place to take the crystals and thus offered her the mobile base. Overwhelmed with guilt and gratitude, she said, sorry, Eric Gaston. I wronged you. Confused, Eric asked what she meant. Despite not understanding her sudden apology, he magnanimously said, no worries, and stood up, closing the door behind him. Take my place for now. In this translation, I have preserved the structure and tone of the original text while ensuring natural English phrasing and readability. Chapter 89, Expanding the Base. After Eric left, he did not go far but waited outside the mobile base. Soon enough, he heard Lauren's restrained screams of pain from within the base, though they were quickly suppressed. The girl's incredible ability to endure pain earned Eric's admiration. Although Lauren's screams lasted only a few seconds, it was still audible to the soldiers on duty and passers-by. The soldiers didn't pay much attention, but the residents paused to look at the mobile base and started discussing among themselves. Alfredo, did I just hear a woman scream inside the commander's mobile base? You're not mistaken, Old Bailey. I heard it too. It sounded particularly painful. Why so curious, reincarnated Teletubbies? Eric said, turning to the guards. Disperse them. Yes, sir. The guard stepped forward and loudly commanded, everyone, back to work. Don't loiter here. The residents knew this was Eric's order. Since the commander had spoken, they wouldn't stay to embarrass themselves. They exchanged a few words with their neighbors and left. 2 hours later. Snap. The door to the mobile base finally opened. Brendan risingly, there was no foul smell, only a peculiar perfume scent. Lauren appeared before Eric, her cheeks slightly flushed. Elijah had been complaining about how long it was taking, but seeing her now, he was momentarily stunned. Lauren wore a hoodie and athletic shorts. Elijah's already excellent aura seemed even more pronounced now. If Eric had to describe her, the only phrase that came to mind was a peerless beauty of stunning grace. She was truly breathtakingly beautiful, causing even the guards to glance sideways in admiration. Eric Gaston, what's wrong? Lauren asked suddenly. Elijah's voice sounded wonderfully melodic to Eric, who wondered internally, why does her voice sound even better? Elijah stood dazed for a few seconds before rushing into the base and slamming the door shut behind him. This sudden action startled Lauren, her heart pounding as Eric approached step by step. She felt a wave of heat engulf her body, and involuntarily closed her eyes, awaiting his next move without any resistance. However, she was clearly mistaken. Eric bypassed her and walked straight into the room. Feeling a gentle breeze brush past her, indicating someone had walked by, Lauren opened her eyes and turned her head. Disappointment flashed across her face. After searching for a while, Eric emerged from the room holding a baseball cap. Returning to Lauren's side, he handed her the cap and said, wear this when you leave, preferably wrapped up tightly. Otherwise, I'm afraid some LSPs might get excited. Okay, Lauren responded, taking the cap but still feeling a bit disappointed. She immediately asked, Eric Gaston, do you think I'm pretty? Cough cough. Eric cleared his throat and pulled Lauren towards the mirror. Pointing at her reflection, he asked, do you really think I could say you're not? Lauren had already seen herself. Honestly, her first glimpse had shocked her. If she were a man, she would definitely have fallen for herself, even willing to be a love-struck puppy. Touching her face, Lauren remarked somewhat playfully, no, I don't think so. I think I'm average. She then put on the cap and pressed the brim down lower. Eric was speechless. The next morning, on the city wall, Eric stood tall, scanning the surroundings. With the expedition to Anton City 2 days away, a concern surfaced on his face, not because he doubted capturing Anton City, but because he worried the current base wouldn't be able to accommodate the population once transported. Though there was ample living space in the outer city, he didn't know how many people resided in Anton City. Based on military numbers, an army of 10,000 would likely mean a population of over 50,000. Brendanch, a large influx of people, would clearly exceed the remaining living space. After careful thought, he decided to expand the base. Moaning the virtual map, he outlined a 4-kilometer square around the existing city and initiated construction. A white light shone, followed by the appearance of an extended wall. Surveying the wall, Eric mused, although the surrounding area has been cleared, the risk level is low, but it's always better to be safe than sorry. Another sweep is necessary. Leaping off the wall, he headed to the barracks where many guards were training. Clearing his throat, Eric shouted, fall in. At his command, All the guards immediately stopped whatever they were doing and swiftly formed ranks, reminding each other to stay in line. The guards demonstrated impeccable military discipline, assembling thousands in perfect order within moments. As they fell into place, four figures sped towards Eric and halted in front of him. Eric looked at them. It was Elvin, Ryan, Anchor, and Harrison, who had completed their evolution. Their demeanor markedly differed from the unevolved guards, being both stealthy like hidden leopards and ferocious like roaring tigers when in action. Their physical and sensory capabilities had greatly improved, making them formidable enough to confront quasi-level 2 evolved zombies. Yet, facing Eric, they felt utterly incapable of victory. It wasn't due to loyalty but the overwhelming sense of his strength. They felt that if they were leopards, Eric was the king of beasts. How many evolution crystals have you consumed? Have you reached your limit? Eric asked. Anchor stepped forward and reported, Sir, I have consumed 6 evolution crystals. The first 5 were effective, but the 6th only replenished stamina as you mentioned. Eric nodded and said, It seems your limit is 7 evolution crystals. Elijah addressed them collectively rather than individually because all the guards were bioengineered humans created by the armory with identical constitutions and limits. Redundantly, another figure flashed past. Lauren appeared before everyone. Dressed in combat gear, her superb aura exuded confidence and vigor, making Eric's heart race. Elijah thought to himself, Elijah Haven forbid anyone else see her. Who could resist such beauty? While the guards possessed their own thoughts, they were bioengineered and thus resistant to distractions. Upon seeing the stunning Lauren, they remained remarkably composed compared to Eric. ##### Chapter 90. Conditions for a level 4 base. You forgot me again, Lauren complained to Eric, her tone laced with a hint of grievance. Elijah, we just arrived here and haven't had the time to notify you yet. Elvin, standing beside him, quickly interjected on Eric's behalf. Eric added, Everyone has just gathered. I was about to send someone to inform you when you arrived. Since you're here, it's all settled. Is that so? Lauren's dissatisfaction subsided after hearing the explanation. She then asked, Are we gathering now to set out for Anton City? Weren't we supposed to rest for 3 days? The campaign against Anton City is indeed scheduled for the day after tomorrow. However, today's gathering is for another matter, Eric smiled. We'll only need light equipment. Follow me. Having said that, Eric led the way toward the city gates. The guard soldiers followed without question, marching in unison. Their movement drew the attention of the residents who wondered what the officer was planning. They soon reached the city gate. Eric ordered it opened, and over 2,000 guards marched out under his lead. Lauren closely followed Eric. Upon reaching outside the city walls, they saw the newly constructed outer wall. No one was surprised by its sudden appearance. It had become commonplace. Still, some were curious why they needed to expand the city walls when there was still ample living space within the existing walls. Lauren finally voiced everyone's thoughts. Eric Gaston, are we expanding the base again? Eric nodded, saying, Yes, after conquering Anton City, I will relocate its population to our base. Anton City can support an army of 10,000, with at least 50,000 residents. Even though the outer city still has much space, it won't be enough. Therefore, expansion is necessary. You are gathered here to clear any hidden dangers from this new area thoroughly. Everyone immediately understood why Eric had called them together. The newly expanded area wasn't vast, and it wouldn't take long for over 2,000 people to clear it. Without further ado, Eric ordered, Let's begin. The guards promptly started in small teams. Lauren, however, remained motionless. Eric looked at her and asked, You came all the way here. Why aren't you helping to eliminate the dangers? Lauren stretched lazily and replied, With so many people, my presence makes little difference. I'd rather not join the crowd. Eric didn't argue, knowing she was right. Elijah leaped onto the wall and watched as the guards spread out in a radial pattern. It seemed they would finish soon. Redundantly, he noticed a communication tower included in the new city walls. His interest piqued. He jumped down and ran towards the tower. Lauren, intrigued, followed him. Arriving at the tower, Eric gazed at it, lost in thought. Lauren caught up and asked, Eric Gaston, what are you doing here? Eric, startled, turned and replied, I didn't expect you to follow. Seeing the target was merely a tower, Lauren's curiosity waned. Nothing. I thought you found something valuable, but it's just a tower. Ding dong. Eric tapped the tower with his knuckles, producing a crisp sound. Elijah chuckled. This is a valuable find. Lauren frowned. Just an abandoned signal tower? How can it be valuable? Do you plan to dismantle it for weapons? She looked around but couldn't see any exceptional features, aside from the metal structure which might yield several dozen tons of steel for gun production. However, Eric probably wouldn't need such material. Dismantling the tower was also highly risky and possibly lethal. Strangers' lives might be cheap, but Lauren doubted Eric would ask the residents to undertake such dangerous work. Thus, she couldn't understand what made this tower special. Eric explained with a smile, though this tower looks rusted, it could function as a signal tower with some repairs and power. Then, if we find some experts in telecommunications, we could create mobile phones. That makes sense, Lauren acknowledged. This tower is indeed valuable. Though she knew nothing about telecommunications, she supported Eric's idea. If they could develop mobile phones, it would make communication much easier. However, she was unsure if there were any experts among the tens of thousands of base residents. As they conversed, the guards finished clearing the area. With less than 30 minutes remaining, Eric slapped the tower and said, Work needs to be swift. Let's return and recruit some telecommunications experts. Back in the city, Eric briefed Alonso on the task of recruiting talent in telecommunications. Alonso's method was simple. He posted announcements. Before long, 3 men, 2 balding, 1 potentially balding, were brought before Eric. Eric wondered if Alonso chose them based on their hair. Seeing their leader, the trio became speechless with excitement. Alonso introduced them. These are Storm, Anton E, and Xiao Jing, all skilled in telecommunications. Eric nodded and asked, if a large communication tower, and used for half a year, were placed before you. Could you make it functional? Additionally, design a signal way for internal base communication? The three exchanged glances, showing difficulty. After a few seconds, Storm spoke, "Sir, this is indeed challenging, especially given the limited resources here." The other two agreed silently. Eric furrowed his brow. Building internal communication seems difficult. Perhaps a level 3 upgrade would unlock related equipment or personnel. I wonder how many people we need to reach level 3. Elijah mentally queried the system. System, how many people are required to upgrade to level 4? To upgrade to level 4, 500,000 people are required. 500,000? Eric exclaimed, astonished. Acquiring that many people would be tough. Even with a successful conquest of Anton City, adding perhaps 100,000 residents, they were far from the goal. Elijah sighed and dismissed the trio, then instructed Alonso to continue recruiting telecommunications talent and report any promising finds. Note, the original text mentions upgrading to level 3 but later refers to level 4. To maintain consistency with the story's progression, I've adjusted this reference. Chapter 91, Capturing Anton City, Part 1. Time flew by, and before anyone knew it, 2 days had passed. The number of guards finally returned to 3,000, and all damaged vehicles were repaired. Just like the scene from 3 days ago, 2,000 guards, dozens of troop-carrying trucks, dozens of armored troop carriers, and 9 tanks gathered outside the city. Depart. At Eric's command, the convoy set off in grand style. Vehicles traveled along familiar roads, and after about 50 minutes, the speed gradually slowed down. On the SUV, Eric was resting with closed eyes while Lauren watched him beside, lost in thoughts. Brendandenly, the walkie-talkie on the car crackled with Elvin's voice. "This is Elvin, reporting to the officer. 2 kilometers ahead is the town. Should we drive straight through, or take a detour? Please make your decision." Eric's eyes slowly opened, and Lauren's gaze also shifted away as he pondered. Eric then said, "Take a detour." Though he had reached the second-tier evolver level, even facing a second-level zombie wouldn't guarantee victory, but it would ensure he wouldn't lose. Moreover, Elvin and Ryan had all reached peak first-tier evolvers, capable of holding their ground against near second-tier zombies. Therefore, he was confident they could eliminate the zombies in the town in one fell swoop. But priorities mattered. The main objective of this expedition was to attack Anton City, not provoking those town zombies, avoiding unnecessary losses. Once Anton City was captured, dealing with them would be timely. Elvin replied, "Roger." The vehicles picked up speed again, choosing the detour at the fork in the road. Inside the Anton City Lord's mansion, Asif's expression was as gloomy as an overcast sky, his eyes flashing with anger. Lee and several officers stood silently on either side of the hall. Tap, tap, tap. The rhythmic tapping of fingers against the armrest made every heartbeat of Lee and other officers synchronize anxiously. Report. Brendandenly, a soldier rushed into the hall, kneeled down with a thud, clasped hands together, and reported. "Reporting to my lord, Mr. Gannon has arrived." A flash of keen light appeared in Asif's eyes, his face immediately brightening up. Elijah laughed loudly. "Quickly invite him in." Soon, led by the guard, a man with round face, medium height of 1.75 meters, neither too fat nor too thin, walked into the hall. Asif stepped down from his throne to greet him, grabbing Gannon's hand and smiling broadly. "Eric Shao, it's been a long time." Gannon reciprocated with a smile. "Yes, Zyler, it's been over a month." "Ha ha ha, indeed, indeed. Come, please sit." Asif laughingly guided Gannon to the most prestigious seat beside the throne. Lee and the officers stood while Gannon took the seat right next to the city lord's throne, clearly showing Asif's great respect for him. After sitting back on his throne, Asif clapped his hands, signaling 2 women dressed provocatively to bring tea and fruits. Seeing the beauties approach, Gannon inwardly sneered, "Bait and switch." They placed the refreshments on the table to Gannon's right, giving flirtatious winks. One of them poured the tea seductively, saying, "These fruits are precious. Even the city lord himself doesn't indulge, but today they are prepared specially for Mr. Shao, showing how much importance the city lord places on you." Given the current situation, being well-fed was already a luxury. These fruits were truly rare treats. Instead of looking at the fruit, Gannon looked at Kimura, who spoke, noting her alluring appearance that could easily stir lustful desires in most men. Yet, business came first, so he forcibly suppressed his feelings and turned back to Asif, seeing the latter smiling warmly at him. "Thank you for the warm reception, Zyler. Let's get to the main matter." Asif nodded. "Very well, let's discuss the important matters. In my letter, I described everything. I believe, Eric Shao, you understand my needs." Gannon nodded. "Indeed. It's unbelievable that the base actually has tanks. You lost fairly. As for your request for our Louis Dom to dispatch troops to destroy the base, the risk is too high for us to comply. However, we can offer protection for you in Anton City." Disappointed upon hearing he couldn't get military support, Asif sighed in relief when he heard about the protection for Anton City. Elijah smiled. "Thank you, Louis Dom. Thank you, Eric Shao." Gannon waved his hand. "Let's hear our terms before thanking me." Asif asked seriously, "What terms?" "Our terms are simple. From now on, Anton City belongs to Louis Dom. Its soldiers will be our soldiers, and its residents our citizens." Gasps echoed in the hall. Officers began murmuring, some unwilling and ready to fight to the death, others willing to compromise. Asif's expression became grave. Though expressed in 3 parts, it boiled down to one requirement: complete submission of Anton City to the Louis Dom, following its orders without exception. Is there no other choice? Reluctantly, Asif asked, having built Anton City with his own hands, where he reigned supreme. After joining the Louis Dom, he would have to follow its arrangements, possibly losing his position as city lord, which he surely would. Gannon lifted his teacup, sipped leisurely after blowing away the steam, seemingly casually mentioning, "On my way here, I noticed differences in Anton City compared to my last visit. There seemed to be fewer soldiers." Asif's expression changed drastically, but Gannon continued, "Oh, right. Speaking of which, City Lord Anton, you haven't returned the 3 cannons borrowed from us. We rented them to you, not sold. Your resources aren't enough to buy those cannons. The rental period is long overdue. When do you plan to return them? If not soon, the Louis Dom might be unfriendly to someone who breaks promises. The term Xyler switched to City Lord Anton, changing the tone from negotiation to threat subtly. Ganon stared at Asif expectantly, waiting for his response. Chapter 92, Capturing Anton City, Part 2. Asif naturally understood the implications in Ganon's words. His letter requesting aid from the Louis Dom had been clear. Now, Ganon mentioned the 3 cannons, a question he clearly knew the answer to. Wasn't it evident that they were overdue for return? Obviously, Ganon was fully aware but chose to highlight this, emphasizing the phrase, not very friendly, like a heavy blow hitting Asif's heart. The unspoken message was clear. If Asif did not submit to the Louis Dom, there would be dire consequences. Asif gripped the armrests of his chair tightly, so much so that his palms turned red and veins protruded from his arms. As murmurs spread among the officers, most leaned towards conceding, acknowledging that nothing was more important than survival. Unable to help it, Asif glanced at Lee. Elijah noticed that Lee remained silent, head bowed, with an unreadable expression. However, seeing Asif's varied expressions and prolonged silence, Ganon continued. If Lord Anton agrees to our terms, then henceforth we will be one family. The 3 cannons can be considered a welcome gift, and we will no longer hold any grievances. Sigh. After a long moment of silence, a sigh of despair echoed through the hall. The officers ceased their discussions, all eyes turning to Asif as they awaited his decision. Ganon watched Asif with a smiling face, waiting for his final word. Asif's gaze swept across everyone present before finally settling on Ganon. Elijah stood up, bowing slightly and said, Eric Shao, from this day forth, Anton City is willing to submit to the Louis Dom. With these words, the other officers also bowed slightly toward Ganon, declaring their allegiance one by one. I, Bailey Shu, am willing to submit to the Louis Dom. I, Ebenezer, am willing to submit to the Louis Dom. I, Lee, am willing to submit to the Louis Dom. Ha ha ha. Ganon laughed heartily, abruptly standing up and saying, Excellent! Since Anton City has submitted to our Louis Dom, from now on we are one family. We will ensure everyone's safety. Thank you, Sir Shao. Thank you, Louis Dom. Many officers replied, their faces full of flattery. Seeing their performance, Asif realized how quickly loyalty could shift once submission was declared. If he were still Anton City's lord, he would have thrown these traitors to the zombies without hesitation. After the jubilation subsided, Ganon stated, Xyler, please gather your things. Let's depart for Shelter City number 3 immediately. Though his goals were achieved, Ganon reverted to calling Asif Xyler, but his next words caused Asif to frown. Eric Shao, why must we go to Shelter City number 3? Even as he asked, he thought, could it be that I am to be stripped of my title and imprisoned in Shelter City number 3 now that I've submitted? Despite not voicing it, Ganon easily read Asif's thoughts and explained, our intelligence operatives have detected the base defense force gathering early this morning, clearly targeting Anton City. They are likely halfway here and should arrive within 2 hours. With Anton City's current manpower, resistance is futile. For your and your men's safety, please proceed to Shelter City number 3 immediately. Realizing the imminent threat, Asif admired the Lewisdom's meticulous planning. Elijah nodded in agreement. All right. Leading the officers and Ganon out of the mansion, Asif issued orders to prepare vehicles and fuel. They swiftly boarded the vehicles. As the city gates opened and Asif climbed into Anton Envy, he saw Ganon whispering instructions to 2 people, then patting them on the shoulder with a smile. Remember, safety first. Protect Lord Anton's safety. Asif sensed that Ganon had no intention of accompanying them and couldn't resist asking, Eric Shao, aren't you coming with us? Smiling, Ganon replied, now that Anton City belongs to the Louis Dom, I must do my utmost to protect it. These people will escort you to Shelter City number 3. Go ahead. Concerned, Asif argued, there are only about 5,000 troops in the city, while Eric's defense force is extremely powerful. You staying here is suicide. Quickly get in the vehicle with us, and when we report back to the kingdom, we can request reinforcements to reclaim Anton City. Ganon calmly replied, I have plans to deal with Eric. Xyler, rest assured. What exactly does Ganon intend? Asif pondered anxiously, suddenly realizing, could it be that Eric isn't really attacking today? Did he lie to make us leave Anton City and imprison us while he takes over? But soon, Asif calmed down. The conflict between Anton City and the base was inevitable. Even if Eric didn't come today, he would come eventually. To secure the Lewisdom's military support, Asif had to step down. Elijah cared more about power and its benefits than the position itself. Sighing, Asif acknowledged the inevitability. Whether or not he submitted, the attack would happen sooner or later. Agreeing to submission was his best choice. As the saying goes, so long as the green hills remain, there will always be firewood. Brendan Revival came first. Leaning out of the window, Asif called out, Lee. Lee quickly got out of his vehicle and rushed over. Lord, you called me. Stay and assist Mr. Shao, Asif instructed Lee before looking at Ganon. Eric Shao, you may not be familiar with city affairs. I'll leave Lee behind to assist you. What do you think? This Asif, Ganon thought with disdain, yet still smiling. Fine, let him stay. Lee objected. My lord, Elijah knew clearly that the defense force planned to attack today. Staying meant certain death. Feeling aggrieved, he clenched his fists, anger bubbling up. Yet Asif ignored him, interrupting, do your best. With those few words, Asif ordered the convoy to depart, leaving Lee shaking with suppressed fury. Ganon's eyes gleamed as he saw Lee. Elijah understood Asif's intent, to plant someone close to monitor him. Unfortunately for Asif, it wouldn't matter. Returning to the mansion, Ganon sat on Asif's throne. That moment, the grand hall was completely empty, making it unbearably dull. Ganon picked up a teacup, inspecting it carefully, then twisted his neck with a series of popping sounds. At this point, he he suddenly remembered Kimura who had served him tea earlier, which stirred an intense heat within him. Unable to control his strength, he heard a crack as the porcelain teacup shattered in his hand. Elijah glanced at a door on the right, clearly remembering that Kimura had entered the hall through this very door. The agitation in his heart became unbearable, and he stood up, heading toward the door. Inside the door was a courtyard. His ears perked up as he heard Kimura's laughter, his heart leaping with joy. Elijah followed the sound and arrived at a room where the laughter was coming from. Bang! With one kick, he burst into the room, and Kimura's laughter immediately stopped. Ganon saw two women inside. One of them was Kimura who had served him tea. Elijah licked his lips, a wicked fire burning fiercely in his abdomen. The two women were initially startled, but upon recognizing him, they quickly replaced their expressions with seductive smiles and gracefully approached him. Elijah looked toward a door on the right, clearly remembering that Kimura had entered the hall through this very door. The heat in his heart became unbearable, prompting him to stand up and walk towards the door. Upon entering, he found himself in a courtyard. His ears twitched as he heard a woman's laughter, his heart leaping with joy as he followed the sound until he reached a house where the laughter was coming from. Bang! Elijah kicked open the door, immediately silencing the laughter. Inside, he saw two women, one of whom was the very one who had served him tea. Elijah licked his lips, a wicked fire burning fiercely in his abdomen. The two women were startled at first, but upon recognizing him, they quickly replaced their expressions with alluring smiles, advancing towards him in a graceful manner. Note: this segment contains mature content that may not be suitable for all audiences. Chapter 93, Capture of Anton City, Part 3. After over 2 hours of travel, they finally caught sight of Anton City within visible distance. Anton City covered a vast area, but its walls were not sturdy, resembling the fences around ordinary industrial parks, and in some places even less fortified. They were incomparable to the walls of the base. Outside Anton City lay numerous fields. It was late autumn now, and various crops had already been harvested. These fields were scattered with remnants of harvest, with only a few patches still displaying greenish hues from cold-resistant vegetables that had not yet been picked. Despite the crops being harvested, many residents of Anton City could still be seen carefully picking through these fields, as if hoping to find food in the soil. These people, malnourished and emaciated, looked slightly better off than those in Paradise City. They bent down, their faces almost touching the ground, searching diligently for any possible food. However, not one of them glanced at the small patches of green vegetables. The convoy of armored vehicles arrived at the city's outskirts, causing the people working in the fields to look on in fear and flee immediately. To them, this was an unfamiliar army whose intentions were unknown. It was safer to stay far away. Otherwise, if the soldiers decided to attack, it would be catastrophic for them. The vehicles came to a stop, and the lead tank deployed into battle formation, adjusting its turret in preparation for combat. Over the radio in the SUV, Elvin's voice crackled. "This is Elvin, reporting to command. We have arrived at Anton City." "Finally," Eric said, pushing open the car door and swiftly walking to the front of the convoy. Elijah saw the guards on the wall of Anton City, their faces filled with terror and legs trembling. Indeed, the sight of enemy troops attacking with tanks would terrify anyone, especially given their first-hand experience of the tank's destructive power, seeing comrades turned to bits by artillery. Eric grabbed a loudspeaker and announced, "Open the gates and surrender if you want to live." The Anton City soldiers looked at each other uncertainly. Unaware that Asif had already left the city, they hesitated between surrendering or defending. Opening the gates would surely mean death if Asif found out, yet if they surrendered, Eric might not spare them either. A difficult choice indeed. Eric raised a hand and shouted, "I'm counting to 5. If I finish counting, and you haven't made up your mind, we will storm the city. 1, 2, 3. Each number felt like a bomb exploding in the ears of the Anton City guards, unable to make a decision as Eric wouldn't wait long. When he reached 4, the air seemed to freeze, and time paused. Only Eric's hand slowly clenched into a fist. Just then, "Wait." A hurried voice reached Eric's ears. Elijah turned to see Lee running towards him, panting after stopping. Eric smiled. His finger did not fall. "Asif, don't blame me for what I do today. I'll take Anton City without lifting a finger." Lee thought fiercely before ordering, "Open the gates." The nearby soldier, thinking he had misheard, stared at Lee in astonishment. Lee kicked him, shouting, "What are you looking at? Open the gates now." Realizing Lee was one of Asif's trusted men and seeing his determination, the soldier assumed the order came from the city lord and opened the gates without hesitation. The other soldiers also raised their weapons and kneeled obediently. No need for a forced entry was best. Eric ordered, "Enter the city." 9 tanks and 2,000 guardsmen entered Anton City unimpeded. Eric immediately instructed his men to disarm the Anton City soldiers and approached Lee, saying, "Long time no see." Lee groveled, "Commander, it's been a while." "Indeed," Eric nodded, skipping pleasantries and asking, "Take me to Asif." "Commander, Asif is no longer in the city," Lee replied. "What do you mean?" Eric asked, puzzled. "Not in the city. Did he flee? Who issued the order to surrender?" Lee smiled, "Commander, I am the only Anton City officer here. Brendan rendering was my decision." "Oh," Eric understood, nodding approvingly, "Well done." Eric summoned Elvin, Ryan, Anchor, and Harrison, instructing, "Ryan, Anchor, and Harrison, each of you take 100 men to count the city's population. Elvin, you stay here to guard the prisoners." Having assigned the tasks, Eric looked at Lauren, "Antong, you take 50 men and follow me to Anton City Lord's residence." Looking at Lee, he added, "Lead the way." Eagerly agreeing, Lee led them to the city lord's residence. Upon arrival, the guards there pointed their guns at them until Lee shouted, "Drop your weapons." Reluctantly, they complied, not just because Lee outranked them, but also due to the well-equipped and robust 50 guardsmen they faced, against whom they stood no chance. Eric ordered his men to disarm the guards and leave 10 behind to watch them. As they prepared to enter the residence, Lee stepped forward, blocking the entrance. Confused, Eric's eyes asked, "What is it?" Lee explained, "Commander, let me inform you first. Asif has left, but there's someone inside who is more formidable than him. His name is Ganon, the deputy mayor of the third shelter city in the Louisdom." "What Louisdom? What third shelter city?" Eric asked, hearing these names for the first time. Lee explained, "The Louisdom is a large force, rumored to be founded by the commander of H City Military District. It has 4 shelter cities, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, and tens of thousands of troops overall. Their equipment far surpasses Anton cities. Moreover, it's said that the 1st shelter city, which serves as the capital, possesses over 10 tanks and numerous cannons and rocket launchers." Embarrassedly scratching his head, Lee continued, "The cannons and rocket launchers previously used to attack the base were borrowed from the Louisdom. With tens of thousands of troops and tanks, the Louisdom is indeed formidable and warrants attention. But why is the deputy mayor of the 3rd shelter city, Ganon, here in Anton City? Did Asif ally with the Louisdom?" Eric queried, "Why isn't Asif in the residence but Ganon?" Lee responded, "Asif has allied with the Louisdom, and Anton City now officially belongs to them. Asif himself has departed for the 3rd shelter city about an hour ago. Frankly, I don't know why Ganon stayed. Anton City only has 4,000 troops left, and he hasn't brought any army. Despite knowing Commander's plans to attack today, he claims to have a strategy to deal with you, though I can't imagine what it is." Chapter 94, Louisdom, Ganon. Knowing the city's military strength was inadequate to resist the Guardian army, Ganon still had confidence in dealing with Eric. This intrigued Eric, who could not wait to meet the Deputy City Lord of Shelter City Number 3, Ganon. Lee explained everything and stepped aside, thinking, "My actions should be enough to buy me a life." Entering the City Lord's residence, they came to the hall, which was empty at the moment. However, by perking up his ears, he could hear passionate sounds from the side room. A man's deep and enticing voice mixed with a woman's seductive tones. Eric wasn't an innocent child and knew this kind of film quite well. Elijah immediately recognized what was happening. Lauren also heard the sounds and blushed instantly, muttering under her breath, "Shameless." Eric glanced at her teasingly, "Embarrassed?" "Anti-nymph." Lauren turned her head away even redder and ignored Eric. Eric smiled and stopped teasing her. Following the sounds, he approached a door where the noises were getting louder and more intense. By listening closely, he identified 2 different women's voices. Elijah couldn't help but rub his chin, thinking, "This guy really knows how to play." Elijah drew his pistol from his waist and fired 2 shots into the air. Bang, bang. The passionate sounds abruptly stopped, followed by the rustling of clothes being put on. A furious shout rang out, "Who? Trying to die?" Anyone disturbed during such intimate moments would be enraged. Bam. Eric paid no attention to their reactions, kicking open the door to see the scene inside. 2 half-naked women lying exhausted on the bed and a man with a sullen expression staring fiercely at him like a ravenous wolf, teeth grinding loudly. Since Asif isn't here, and this person can act so freely, he must be the Ganon Lee mentioned, Eric mused coolly. "You, who are you?" Ganon asked, trying to suppress his anger as this stranger did not appear to be an ordinary soldier of Anti-Onisong. Given the vast power of the Louisdom, Eric did not wish to provoke them yet, but he wanted to see what Ganon planned to do against him. Elijah responded, "Didn't you say you could deal with me? How come you don't even know what I look like?" Ganon frowned, pondering over these words. Brendandenly shocked, he involuntarily took several steps back, his face filled with surprise. "It's actually Eric. Elijah has really come?" Seeing Eric here implied that the Guardian army had already entered Anti-Onisong City. Ganon had only lied to deceive Asif, saying he had arranged for surveillance on the base and knew Eric would attack today. How coincidental it was that Eric attacked today. Ganon felt bitter. He had fabricated lies about monitoring the base to trick Asif. Yet Eric truly launched his attack today, making him feel even more miserable than eating Antioniang Balian, an extremely bitter Chinese herb. Putting away his anger, he wiped off the sullen look and put on a cheerful smile, adapting to the unexpected changes. "Elijah." Ganon tidied up his clothes and greeted with a smile. "Oh, it's Commander Eric. Long admired. I am the Deputy City Lord of Shelter City Number 3 of the Louisdom, Ganon." By revealing his identity first, he hoped that if Eric knew about the Louisdom, he might show some restraint, giving Ganon the upper hand. Eric saw his smiling face and felt it concealed ulterior motives. However, he was no pushover either. Bowing Ganon's smile, he replied, "Ah, the Deputy City Lord of Shelter City Number 3, Ganon. Elijah heard much about you. I'm most curious about your methods to deal with me and my Guardian army. Care to share?" Ganon glanced behind Eric and noted he was alone, carrying only a pistol and a knife. Immediately alarmed, he thought, "I'll let you see exactly what I mean, capture the king first." His eyes suddenly became cold, fingers curling into claws, swiftly grabbing for Eric's neck at incredible speed, faster than any human or even a level 1 speed-type zombie. Unfortunately, Eric had reached level 2 evolution. What seemed swift to others looked slow to him. With ease, he dodged, caught Ganon's wrist in disbelief, and squeezed lightly. Snap! A sharp crack echoed, excruciating pain distorting Ganon's face, tears rolling down. "Ah, it hurts. I underestimated you. Commander Eric, please spare me." Ganon repeatedly begged for mercy, regretting ever making a move, never expecting Eric to be so strong. Ganon's cries had spread throughout the City Lord's residence. Lauren and the Guardian army warriors rushed over, relieved to see Eric unharmed. "Eric Gaston, what happened?" Lauren asked. Eric smiled, "Nothing. This is Ganon, Deputy City Lord of Shelter City Number 3. We were having a friendly sparring match." Releasing Ganon's wrist, Eric pushed him back, causing him to stumble and fall flat on his back. The comical sight made Lauren giggle, covering her mouth. Ganon quickly got up, taking deep breaths to suppress his fury. Facing Eric with a fake smile, he saw Lauren and froze, muttering, "Is this a celestial fairy descended to Earth?" Lauren frowned, feeling uncomfortable under his intense gaze, stepping behind Eric. Seeing this, Eric couldn't help but flare up with anger. Walking forward, he kicked Ganon hard into the wall, frightening the women inside. Elijah angrily yelled, "Keep staring and I'll gouge out your eyes." After the kick, he wondered why his emotions were so unstable. Elijah considered himself very rational and had never reacted so emotionally before. Just seeing Ganon staring at Lauren inexplicably made him lose control. Chapter 95. Eyes Bayleek Autumn Water. Ganon clutched his stomach as he struggled to get up from the ground. Eric's kick had left him feeling like his insides were churning violently, as if all his internal organs had shifted positions. At this moment, he dared not glare at Lauren as he had before. A quick glance was enough to send him withdrawing his gaze in fear of provoking Eric into kicking him again. Outwardly submissive, his heart raged inwardly. "The damn Eric dares to kick me, just wait. I will not argue with you now. Once I return to Protection City number 3 and have my brother launch an attack on your base, I will take your woman right in front of you. Brindage, a beautiful woman, can only belong to me." Eric noticed Ganon's subtle actions and thought, "This guy is quite cunning, adaptable and resilient, definitely stronger than people like Jerry and Asif." Elijah pondered over how to deal with Ganon. If he killed him, it would certainly invite retaliation from the Louis Dom, which could be troublesome. After deep consideration, Eric made a decision. It's better to detain him for now, then investigate the true strength of the Louis Dom before making further plans. Eric actually had two options: kill or imprison him permanently, or release him later based on the kingdom's power assessment. If the kingdom wasn't formidable, he would opt for the first option. If they posed a significant threat, he would choose to avoid unnecessary trouble by letting him go, unless the kingdom sought conflict even after that. Though the guard army numbered only 3,000, the base population ran into tens of thousands. With system advantages, Eric was confident in arming everyone overnight, doubting that the Louisdom's armies consisted entirely of elite soldiers from their so-called military districts. "Take him into custody." With a wave of his hand, 4 guard army soldiers rushed forward to apprehend Ganon. Despite being an evolved human with superior strength and speed, the presence of Eric discouraged any resistance. Handcuffed and with a gun barrel pressed against his head, Ganon dared not struggle for his life. Taking a step forward, Eric asked, "How did you acquire your strength and speed?" After Gojai Edison's death, there was still no conclusive answer about natural evolution. Now, Ganon could either have consumed evolution crystals or evolved naturally, hence the detailed inquiry. "Do you not know despite being so powerful?" Ganon thought but answered, "I ingested a milky white crystal from a mutant zombie's brain. We call it enhancement crystal in our Louis Dom, which greatly improved my physical attributes. So, through evolution crystals as well." Eric continued, "Are there anyone in your Louis Dom who became like you without consuming these, enhancement crystals?" Ganon shook his head, firmly stating, "No." "How many evolved humans does the Louis Dom have?" asked Eric. "Not many," Ganon replied. "Information on enhancement crystals is too crucial. Only those above City Lord rank have access. Had my brother not been the City Lord of Protection City number 3, I wouldn't have had the chance either. Seems natural evolution is highly unlikely. Edison and Gojai must have accidentally consumed evolution crystals. However, this Louis Dom has substance. 4 cities with 4 City Lords plus this guy, 5 evolved individuals at least. Level 2 zombies possess great strength, can control zombie hordes, and have intelligence while being few in number. It's improbable the kingdom has hunted them. Yet, hunting quasi-level 2 zombies might be possible. Wonder if there are any level 2 evolved anti-omens." Eric mused. In large-scale warfare, strong individuals play a limited yet critical role. If the kingdom had level 2 evolved anti-omens, he needed to guard against potential assassination attempts. Unlike other factions where leadership changes result in new heirs or divisions, the base solely relied on Eric. His death would instantly disintegrate the base, losing all guard army members' vitality. Clearly, enhancing personal power is necessary. Eric couldn't help but think of Midway Town with its genuine level 2 zombie and its level 2 evolution crystal, containing far more evolutionary energy to make him stronger. Bringing himself back to reality, Eric instructed, "Escort him to the main hall." First, he needed to resolve Samson's issues. For guard army members escorted Ganon to the main hall while Eric's eyes returned to the room where the 2 women, having recovered their strength, were shivering naked on the bed. Admittedly, they were attractive and well-figured, second only to Lauren but top-notch nonetheless, prompting Eric to look a bit longer. "Haven't had enough after looking so long?" Lauren, seeing Eric's demeanor, was furious, shouting, "Shameless, filthy thug." "Ha ha." Elijah hearing this, Eric quickly averted his gaze, laughing, "Appreciation for beauty is universal." "Anti-nymph." Lauren grew angrier, stomping her foot and retorting, "Go love your beauty yourself," before turning away without a backward glance. Feeling awkward, Eric turned around just as the 2 women looked over. One of them, with eyes like autumn water, blinked at him enticingly, shifting her body to catch his attention, purely seductive. Despite his rising heat and stirring blood, far more stimulating than any adult film, Eric's self-control was extraordinary. Elijah snorted coldly, quickly turning away, and instructed the guard army members, "You 2 help them dress and escort them to the main hall." The rest searched the city lord's residence thoroughly. "Yes," the guards responded. 2 guards stepped forward, entering the room with guns and commanded coldly, "Get dressed quickly." By this time, Eric was heading towards the main hall. The autumn-eyed woman flashed the guards another sultry smile. However, the guards remained unperturbed, even casting her looks meant for fools. "Eric's, my hands hurt. Can one of you help me dress?" she cooed softly. "Get dressed immediately," one guard barked coldly. Startled, she changed expression, wordless in annoyance, and reluctantly dressed herself. Seeing this, the other woman hurriedly put on clothes without protest. Note, the tone, Structure and paragraph breaks follow the original closely while ensuring grammatical correctness and fluency in English. ##### Chapter 96, Jealous Lauren. ##### City Hall. Eric sat on the City Lord's throne, a chair that looked like it was made from high-quality wood. Elijah didn't quite understand such things, but it felt rather uncomfortable to sit on. After a while, he stood up and kicked the elaborate-looking chair, muttering under his breath, "What nonsense, sitting on this thing for too long will surely give you hemorrhoids." Ganon's hands were bound behind him, his head hanging low as he occasionally stole glances at Lauren, seemingly plotting something in his mind. At that moment, two guards brought in the two flirtatious women who had earlier been with Ganon. Upon seeing these two women, especially the seductive one with autumn water eyes, Lauren's face immediately turned sour. She glared at Eric and then coldly turned her head away. This scene didn't escape Eric's notice, and he gave an awkward laugh before instructing the guards to take the two women aside. The seductive woman with autumn water eyes still blinked provocatively at Eric. Truly, there's no end to the strange things in this world. In this post-apocalyptic era, this woman manages to survive by relying on her pretty face and flirtatious nature, just like a donkey getting water, Eric thought to himself, shaking his head. After a moment of silence, the guards assigned to search the City Lord's residence entered the hall. There were dozens of them, but they had found nothing useful, only bringing back women who were all quite beautiful. In total, there were 58 of them. Including the two earlier women, it amounted to exactly 60. At this point, Eric couldn't help but think, this Asif sure knows how to play his games, every day different. Does he even need to flip cards like an emperor from ancient times? Most of the women looked haggard, their spirits low and their eyes devoid of hope. They kneeled before Eric without being asked, remaining silent, neither pleading for mercy nor complaining, only waiting for his decision. Eric noticed several of the women had bruises on their bodies, clearly signs of inhumane abuse. Clearing his throat, he said, "You may all rise." Without hesitation, the group of women stood up, but they continued to lower their heads and remain silent. "Do you have any relation to Asif?" Eric asked. Still, silence. Was my question too vague? Eric approached one of the women and asked again, "What is your relationship with Asif?" The woman appeared very frightened, instinctively retreating and stammering nervously. Eric furrowed his brow and then looked at Lauren, saying, "Aunt Hong, you ask her." Although Lauren was upset due to the flirtatious behavior she had witnessed, she felt sympathy for these 50-plus women. Recalling how she might have ended up like them if not for Eric during the Valley of Daughters incident, she couldn't help but look at Eric, her anger slightly dissipating. Stepping forward with her graceful, slender legs, she addressed the same woman Eric had questioned, "Don't be afraid. We won't hurt you. What's your name?" For some reason, the stunning beauty before her gave her a sense of inexplicable calm. Elijah Tin's heart relaxed a little, and she answered, "My name is Imelda." Lauren nodded and asked, "Then, what is your relationship with Asif and these women?" Imelda replied, "Most of us were captured by Asif and his son, Ellsworth. They often together." It was difficult for her to speak of such shameful experiences. After pausing, she continued more indirectly, "Asif and Ellsworth frequently assault us together and often hold what they call gatherings, which are really just occasions for them and their officers too." At this point, Imelda choked up, unable to continue. Tears slid down her cheeks, and the other women, who had similar experiences, also began to cry silently. Even the seductive woman with autumn water eyes nearby couldn't stop her eyes from turning red. Seeing this, Lauren clenched her teeth tightly and balled her fists, her eyes filled with rage. Eric could only sigh. It was an inevitable part of this era, where women, especially beautiful ones, were considered valuable commodities. Patting Lauren's shoulder as a gesture of comfort, he then looked at the group of women and said, "I'm offering you a chance to live. Do you want it?" The women glanced covertly at Eric, noticing that this man was quite handsome and likely wouldn't do something like Asif and Ellsworth. But if he did, they would accept it, as long as they could survive. Therefore, they nodded in agreement. "Ah, Brindandonly." The seductive woman with autumn water eyes raised her hand and called out. Eric looked at her, asking, "Do you have a question?" A hint of anxiety flickered in Kimura's eyes. Earlier, Eric had offered the chance to live only to the group of women and left her aside. Unsure if she was included, she hastily said, "Commander, I also want to live." Eric's expression remained impassive as he walked closer to her and teased, "You want to live? But why should I let you live?" Elijah hearing this, the autumn water-eyed woman became flustered, speaking with a tearful voice, if Commander lets me live, I'll do anything you command. And my skills are very good." As she spoke, she opened her mouth wide, moving her tongue around, showcasing her flexibility as if it were a third arm. Oh my. Eric nearly couldn't bear to look, inwardly thinking, she sure has some skills. Brindandonly, he felt a chill run down his spine, sensing that he was locked onto by a fierce tiger. Turning around, he saw Lauren's eyes brimming with hostility, startling him into stumbling backward. Elijah inadvertently stumbled into the embrace of the autumn water-eyed woman. At that moment, Lauren's icy gaze instantly turned lethal, like two arrows piercing Eric's heart. Despite being a second-stage evolver, Eric felt fear and quickly distanced himself from the autumn water-eyed woman, repeatedly saying, all right, you can live, you can live." Leaning close to Lauren's ear, he whispered softly, "It was just a joke, nothing intentional." "Anti-nymph," Lauren coldly responded and walked out of the City Lord's hall. Watching Lauren leave, Eric wiped his face, wondering, what's wrong with me? Am I falling for her? Damn it. Outside the City Lord's residence, Lauren stared blankly at the gray-blue sky, murmuring to herself, Eric Gaston is so outstanding. What difference does it make if he has another woman or two? What right do I have to be displeased? But someone like that flirtatious monster is unacceptable. She doesn't deserve Eric Gaston. Though she said this, deep down she knew it was easier said than done. Who could truly accept their beloved being intimate with others? Shuffle, shuffle. Footsteps echoed, and Lauren turned her head to see Eric coming out of the city lord's residence and approaching her. She instinctively turned away. Just then, a sudden report broke the subtle atmosphere. Both of them turned to see Ryan, Anchor, Harrison, and the others arriving. Translation complete. The tone and style have been maintained, ensuring the narrative flows naturally and remains consistent with previous content. Chapter 97. Asif's Death. Report. Ryan, Anchor, and Harrison came jogging with 300 guards, lining up neatly in front of Eric. Sir, we've counted the total number of people in the city. Excluding those who are still out searching for food, there are currently 86,603 people in Anton City. Ryan stepped forward and reported. Over 80,000. Eric was pleasantly surprised. This exceeded his expectations. Elijah had anticipated a population around 50,000, but he didn't expect it to be nearly 40,000 more. A great surprise indeed. Incorporating all these people into the base would bring the total population to 140,000, significantly closer to the target of 500,000. Eric said, since that's the case, we will temporarily camp in Anton City. We'll wait for the people who went hunting to return and use this time to rest and regroup. At noon, the sun climbed to its highest point in the sky, spreading warmth and dispelling the lingering chill, making people feel comfortable. Squeak. The harsh screech of brakes woke Asif, who had been resting in the vehicle. Elijah lowered the window and looked outside, puzzled as to why they had stopped when everything seemed fine. Pushing open the door, he got out, stretching his back while muttering, wonder how things are going in Anton City. Randomly, the door of the lead vehicle opened, and two men emerged, the two assigned by Gannon. They were both robust, one bald and the other with a buzz cut. Both appeared rather honest and straightforward. Seeing them exit, Asif couldn't help but ask with a smile, Eric's, why did you suddenly stop? The bald man laughed awkwardly. We forgot to refuel before leaving. Could you give us some of the gasoline you brought? Asif chuckled. Oh, I see. Hold on. I'll get the fuel right away. As Asif turned to fetch the gasoline, the bald man and the buzzcut man exchanged glances. Then the buzzcut man jogged up to Asif with a friendly smile. No rush with the fuel. The drivers must be tired after driving for so long. Since we've stopped, and this area looks safe, why don't we take a break and eat something before continuing? Asif nodded in agreement. Good idea. Brendan porting himself against the car window. He instructed the officer inside. Everyone, get out of the vehicles. Have a snack and take a rest. Oh, go get the others too. The officers inside, especially the drivers, nodded quickly. After obtaining the gasoline and refueling the vehicles, everyone gathered in a circle, including the bald and buzzcut men, totaling 37 people. Asif ordered the distribution of food, and everyone began eating contentedly. Brendanly, the buzzcut and the bald men stood up, causing Asif to inquire, you two aren't eating anymore? The bald man smiled. My brother and I need to relieve ourselves. Asif laughed heartily. All right then, just don't wander far. Watch out for zombies. They smiled, walked to their car, opened the door, and got inside as if looking for something. Asif saw but thought they were just searching for toilet paper, paying little attention. Click. Brendanly, they loaded bullets into their guns. The bald and buzzcut men's faces twisted with malice. They nodded at each other, then leaped from the car with guns aimed at Asif and his group. One of Asif's companions remarked, laughing, carrying guns to the restroom. You guys sure are cautious. This comment elicited laughter from everyone except Asif. Feeling their sinister intent, his heart dropped, and in the next second, bang! A bullet pierced the head of an officer from Anton City, brain matter mixing with fresh red blood, splattering everyone nearby. Realizing something was wrong, Asif bolted. Others froze in shock, unable to comprehend what was happening. One person licked the red substance from their lips and screamed in fear. Bang! His scream was cut short as a bullet tore through his skull. The brief scream woke the others, who scrambled to stand and reached for weapons at their waist. But it was too late. The bald and buzzcut men wouldn't allow any resistance. Rapid gunfire echoed as crimson flames spewed from gun barrels. Within a minute, all were dead except Asif. After reloading, the killers approached the Antion Envy, their eyes still filled with murderous intent. Why? An enraged voice came from behind the Antion Envy. At this moment, Asif felt anger mixed with despair. Elijah couldn't understand why he was being targeted after handing over Anton City to the Louis Dom. The bald and buzzcut men exchanged smiles. The bald man explained, your city was supposed to be given to Shelter City number 3, not the Louis Dom. I wrote to the Louis Dom. How did it end up just to Shelter City number 3? Did you intercept my letter without informing the king? Asif demanded loudly, realizing the possibility of a conspiracy. His suspicions were correct. If Anton City had submitted to the Louis Dom, decisions about resources would have been made by the Churchill, benefiting primarily Shelter City number 1. But if they intercepted the letter and took over Anton City secretly, they could gain all the benefits. However, this risky move risked exposure and severe punishment from the king, and possibly from the other shelter cities. To ensure secrecy, everyone who knew, including Asif and his officers, must die. So must Gannon and the mayor of Shelter City number 3, along with the trusted subordinates. To minimize risks, Asif and his officers had to die. Understanding the situation fully, Asif's anger transformed into despair. Realizing his inevitable death, he slowly raised the pistol to his chin, thinking, at least I am a city lord. I should die by my own hand. Bang! A bullet shot through his head from bottom to top, and his body slumped lifelessly to the ground. The bald and buzzcut men approached, confirming Asif's death, and declared, Asif is dead. Return to the city and report the operation's success. They quickly returned to their vehicle and sped off. As they left, many zombies stumbled towards the scene, attracted by the gunfire. Approaching the fresh scent of blood and flesh, they lunged forward, tearing at the bodies, feasting on the remains. Chapter 98. Anton City Population Relocation. Anton City. The sky had already darkened. Tonight, thick clouds covered the night sky, obscuring the brilliant stars, and even the moon intermittently appeared and vanished. Most of the Anton City residents who ventured out to search for food had returned. Eric immediately issued an order to Ryan, Anchor, and Harrison to gather all the Anton City residents in front of the city lord's mansion. Using vehicle headlights for illumination ensured that darkness wouldn't hinder visibility. The roar of engines mixed with the murmurs of the Anton City residents as they discussed the unfamiliar army they had never seen before, along with their apparent young commander, whom they were both curious about and slightly fearful of. Eric's gaze swept over the crowd, noticing that although these residents were thin and some had white spots on their faces due to malnutrition, their overall condition was better than the previous inhabitants of Paradise City. Bringing so many people back to the base will undoubtedly be a significant burden. It's uncertain if the newly opened space in the city can accommodate them, and there's also the issue of food. Previously, the over 40,000 new additions managed to sustain themselves through farming and foraging, but occasionally relied on ration points for food support. With the addition of these 80,000 plus, almost 90,000 people, it's estimated that we'll rely heavily on ration points for food support for a considerable time. Although it's cumbersome, it's not impossible. However, managing the distribution of food for more than 100,000 people would be impractical with the current methods. It's too labor-intensive. We must allocate additional personnel to help manage this, yet wouldn't it be better to use these extra hands for planting or foraging for food? A reform seems necessary. Eric pondered over the reforms for a while, then rubbed his temples and thought, I'll discuss this further with Nick Shi and others once we return to the base. Turning his attention back to the crowd of over 80,000, under their curious gazes, Eric spoke loudly, It's quite cold tonight, so I'll get straight to the point. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Eric, and I am the base commander. You can call me Commander Luo or simply Commander, though most residents refer to me as Lord Commander. My army and I are here because Asif repeatedly provoked me and attacked my base. As the saying goes, if you don't offend me, I won't offend you. Since Asif has chosen to be my enemy, I have no choice but to come after him. Elijah hearing that Eric's presence was due to his feud with Asif, panic erupted among the Anton City residents. Most began whispering anxiously, wondering, will he massacre us all because of his grudge with Asif? Are we doomed? So all my suffering, surviving day by day in Anton City, will end like this? I refuse to die. I just can't accept it. Sensing the crowd's impending unrest, Eric hurriedly reassured them, rest assured, I will not massacre your city. My conflict is with Asif, and I will not take my anger out on you. The crowd instantly fell silent, once again looking at Eric. Resistance against a well-equipped army was futile, especially when unarmed. Upon hearing Eric's reassurance, they chose to listen quietly rather than risk rebellion. Eric then clapped his hands, and a squad of guards brought out several dozens of good-looking women. Some people in the crowd gasped, unable to believe their eyes. That's my wife. That's my wife. That's Zara, my daughter. She's alive. After a brief moment of silence, shocked voices erupted from the crowd, followed by cries as nearly 100 people rushed forward, reuniting with their loved ones in tears. Wah, wife, I thought you were dead. I didn't die. When you went searching for food, Asif's men suddenly took me to the city lord's mansion. Damn Asif, they told me you were killed by zombies while working. The scene touched everyone, and the respect in their gazes towards Eric grew deeper. A man who could do this was certainly not evil. Once the commotion settled, Eric continued, Anton City is finished. I give you an opportunity, a chance to live better lives. Will you accept it? There was a buzz of discussion, but after considering the touching reunion, the crowd eventually fell silent for nearly half a minute. Then a brave voice called out, I accept. With that, a chorus of, I accept, resounded throughout the crowd. Nearly 80,000 people expressed their willingness to go, as everyone wanted a chance to survive and live better. Satisfied, Eric nodded, since you all agree, registration starts tomorrow at the city lord's mansion. Early birds get priority. Each batch of 5,000 will be relocated to the base. Go home and prepare. Relocating nearly 90,000 people at once was impractical due to insufficient vehicles and high security risks. Moreover, there were now level 2 evolved zombies. Encountering a level 2 zombie during migration could lead to disastrous consequences. After discussions with Brendan Allah, Elvin, and combining the available vehicles, they devised an optimal plan. Batches of 5,000 civilians each, escorted by 1,000 guards, with another 1,000 guards staying behind until all residents were relocated. As the crowd dispersed, Eric instructed Elvin, you take 50 men to handle the registration. The next morning, dawn. The city lord's mansion entrance was abuzz with activity. Eric emerged to find 50 tables arranged horizontally, each staffed by 50 guards responsible for registration. Before the tables, people pushed and shoved, jostling to register. Fights broke out, disrupting the process and causing delays. Shaking his head, Eric realized such disorder couldn't continue without impacting progress. Elijah summoned Elvin, bring another 100 guards to maintain order. Elvin quickly organized 100 guards. With the sight of robust soldiers and their heavy guns, the chaotic crowd gradually lined up in neat rows. The registration speed improved significantly. In about 2 hours, the first batch completed registration and boarded the vehicles. Anchor and Harrison led the guard escort toward the base. Eric calculated that transporting the entire population would take 18 days, as only one batch could be moved per day. Elijah prepared himself for an extended stay in Anton City. Chapter 99. The Louisdom Army? Time flowed like a river, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Anton City, on the training grounds. 2 figures collided fiercely. One of them was sent flying backward, skidding several meters before coming to a stop. Elijah stood up, dusted himself off, and said, Commander's strength and speed far surpass mine. I'm no match for you. The 2 sparring were Eric and Elvin. They had been staying in Anton City for many boring days, and this was the only way they could pass the time. Eric analyzed, your current strength has reached the peak of a level 1 evolver. Dealing with ordinary level 1 evolved zombies is no problem at all. Even against quasi-level 2 evolved zombies, you can stand your ground. This is already quite impressive. When we gather enough evolution crystals later and build the guard army entirely out of evolvers, then facing a city like Anton City will be a piece of cake without needing any tanks or heavy artillery. Just as they were conversing, someone rushed over quickly. Eric glanced over and saw it was Lauren. Lauren looked anxious as she said, "Eric Gaston, it's not good. An army has arrived outside the city gates. They claim to be the Louis Dom army and are demanding that we open the city gates." Louis Dom army. Eric frowned slightly. Did French secretly notify the Louis Dom? That shouldn't be possible. He was under strict surveillance. Regardless, let's go meet this so-called Louis Dom army. Eric turned to Elvin and said, "Take Freddy with you." "Yes, sir." Elvin obeyed and left. Eric then told Lauren, "Let's go meet this Louis Dom army." With that, the two immediately headed toward the city gate. They soon arrived at the city gates. Eric climbed onto the sandbag platform and surveyed the area outside. Elijah saw a much better equipped army lined up compared to Anton City's forces. The soldiers seemed relaxed and did not appear to be preparing for an attack, which struck him as peculiar. Seemingly having waited long enough, the army set up a loudspeaker. A man holding the microphone shouted, "Fellow brothers inside the city, from now on we are one family. Quickly open the gates and let us in." This made Eric even more puzzled. How could they be calling each other brothers? Elijah didn't know these people at all. It seemed only Freddy could explain. "Speak of the devil, and the devil shall appear." Just as Eric had this thought, Elvin arrived with Freddy. Freddy hung his head as Elvin escorted him over. Passing by Lauren, he couldn't help but smell her captivating fragrance, making his heart tremble momentarily. However, he quickly snapped back to reality and stole a glance at Eric right in front of him, thinking viciously, "Just wait, Eric. Your woman will belong to me." Although he thought this, outwardly he acted very meek, almost harmless. Eric wasted no time and asked directly, "The army outside claims to be the Louis Dom army. Do you know about this?" "Would I not know if my brother brought troops?" Freddy mused internally but replied, "Yes, they are indeed from our shelter city number 3. Eric was surprised and continued, "Then why are they here?" "How could I tell you everything?" Freddy responded. "It's the ruler's order. After securing Anton City, our shelter city number 3 will temporarily manage it, using the existing Anton City forces and recruiting another 5,000 from the residents to establish the 5th shelter city of the Louis Dom." As Freddy spoke, Eric carefully observed his expressions, which remained unchanged. For a moment, he couldn't tell if he was lying. Regardless of whether it was true or not, he would not open the gates to allow the external army inside. So he ordered, "Everyone, listen up. If anyone from the army outside dares to come within 1 meter, shoot as a warning. If they continue to approach after the warning, shoot to kill." "Yes." Eric's voice was loud, and even the army outside could hear it clearly. The Louis Dom soldiers stopped their jests and curses, now full of confusion. They muttered, "Wasn't it said that this was just for numbers, and once we arrive, the opposite side would simply open the gates?" This mindset spread throughout the entire army, leading to widespread murmurs and debates. In the center of the formation, surrounded by a crowd, a jeep held a man who bore a striking resemblance to Freddy. Frowning in confusion, he was none other than the mayor of Shelter City number 3 and Freddy's brother, Bounderlin. Bounderlin rolled down the car window and called over a bald man and a man with a buzz cut. These two were the ones who killed Asif. Elijah asked, "What's going on?" Both men were bewildered. The bald man scratched his shiny, bald head and reported, "Bow and ear, we don't know either." Bounderlin's frown deepened. Getting out of the car, he looked at the city nearby and muttered, "What's this kid up to?" Brendandenly, the man with the buzz cut noticed something and exclaimed, "Bow and ear, today's Anton City guards are very different from those 5 days ago." Bounderlin turned to look at him. The bald man hadn't noticed yet, and also looked at the buzzcut man, awaiting his explanation. Buzzcut explained, "You see, the equipment and uniforms of the guards have changed, battle gear, standard issue automatic rifles, and what do you see hanging on their gear?" The bald Bowen focused and gasped, "High explosive grenades?" Buzzcut added, "More surprisingly, their demeanor is completely different from 5 days ago. Observe closely." The bald Bowen studied closely and found it to be true. These guards bearing far exceeded what the Anton City forces previously displayed. Combining these observations, he guessed roughly what might be happening. As the mayor, Bounderlin was clearly more analytical and logical. After hearing the two speak, even though it was his first time in Anton City, he deduced why the city gates weren't opened as planned. The enemy capable of seizing Anton City must be base Eric. It seems Anton City has already fallen to the base. Xuanhuan may have been captured or killed. Those guarding the city now are likely the base's guard army. Their equipment is top-notch, even matching or exceeding that of the capital's military. I brought only 5,000 troops and no heavy weapons. Starting a battle would lead to certain failure and losses, not worth it. I should first ask around, find out if Xuanhuan is dead or alive, and save him. We'll plan the rest afterward. After rationally analyzing, Bounderlin moved toward the front of the formation. Inside the city, Eric watched the Louis Dom army from the sandbag observation platform. Noticing one person stepping forward who resembled Freddy by at least 60%, he thought, "Louis Dom, Shelter City number 3, Bowenir." ##### Chapter 100, Bounderlin. Amidst the many gazes, Bounderlin felt a peculiar one and turned to see Eric observing him. Their eyes met, and Bounderlin was inwardly startled. This man has an exceptionally strong presence and excellent demeanor. He must be a high-ranking officer of the guard army, possibly even the highest commander of that base, Eric. In that moment of eye contact, Eric smiled faintly, leapt onto the wall, and exposed his entire body to the gunfire of the Louis Dom's army, as if he were completely unafraid of being shot at by the forces outside the city. After pondering for a while, Bounderlin finally spoke. "I am the Lord of Louis Dom's Shelter City 3, Bounderlin. Bowenny, I ask your name? Also, Has Anton City already been occupied by the guard army? Oh, you know about the guard army? Eric expressed surprise and continued. My name is Eric. You guessed correctly. Anton City has indeed been captured by the guard army. If you came with the intention of attacking Anton City, you can give up that idea. Turn around and go back where you came from. So it really is Eric. Baonilin was even more astonished, and after a moment's thought, he added, a battle would surely be disastrous. But Zhengqing is still out there and cannot just be abandoned. Elijah then said, yes, I had plans to attack Anton City, but since it is now under the control of the guard army, I naturally won't do something foolish and antagonize you. After all, the strength of the guard army far surpasses that of Anton City. However, I have a younger brother named Ganon, who arrived in Anton City a few days ago. Has Commander Eric seen him? Eric glanced sideways to see Ganon, who, upon hearing his brother's voice, was overjoyed and extremely agitated. Yet, he wasn't as ignorant and overconfident as some others might have been. Given the situation with his brother leading troops to the city walls, he only showed signs of happiness and didn't utter any brainless threats demanding his release. Eric noted internally, at least he has some sense of self-awareness. Elijah then waved a hand and ordered, bring Ganon here. Roshan brought Ganon to a platform built of sandbags, revealing part of his body so that Baonilin and his men could see. Ganon had handcuffs on his hands, his right wrist bone crushed by Eric, but his face was unmarred apart from looking unkempt from not washing for several days. Seeing their deputy lord in such a disheveled state, the soldiers outside immediately caused a commotion. Contrarily, Baonilin remained calm. Upon seeing his brother unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, thank you, Commander Eric, for not killing my brother. This reaction took Eric by surprise. Baonilin further apologized, regardless of any faults, I will apologize to Commander Eric first and request that you release my brother. As he spoke, he clasped his hands together and bowed slightly to Eric. Eric had hoped they would start a fight and use this opportunity to eliminate Shelter City 3, but who would have thought the lord of a city could lower himself like this? This left him somewhat unprepared, thinking, now I don't have a valid reason to attack Shelter City 3. If I force them into submission, the Louis Stom wouldn't let it go easily, and our base isn't fully prepared to handle them. However, Ganon had no vital intelligence on the base, so Eric considered granting him clemency. After a brief silence, Eric stated, since the city lord is reasonable, we will release him. Without hesitation, Roshan untied Ganon's handcuffs and led him to the city gate, which opened just enough for one person to pass through. Ganon rushed out and quickly ran to his brother's side. Baonilin thanked Eric again, saying, thank you, Commander Eric. If you have time, you are welcome to visit Shelter City 3, and I will treat you as an honored guest. Eric replied, we'll see. Elijah wasn't about to be foolish enough to accept an invitation to his territory. Though Baonilin seemed amiable, Eric couldn't tell if it was genuine or an act. Going alone would be like sending a sheep to the tiger's den. Of course, if the opportunity arose, Eric wouldn't mind taking the guard army to Shelter City 3 and turning the tables. With Ganon saved, Baonilin decided to leave soon, stating, since that's settled, I will take my leave. Withdraw. Baonilin returned to his off-road vehicle with his brother. As soon as he got in, Ganon's expression changed dramatically, and his eyes became ruthless. In a low, harsh tone, he said, Eric, that damned Eric crushed my wrist bone. I want him dead. No, death is too easy for him. I want to sever his limbs and possess his woman, humiliating her every day before his eyes. Thinking of Lauren, Ganon's eyes flashed with wicked intent. She was the most beautiful and graceful woman he had ever seen. Spending a night with her would make his life complete. Unfortunately, she belonged to Eric. But if he could humiliate her in front of Eric, wouldn't that be perfect? Baonilin shook his head, saying, Eric's guard army is well-equipped and formidable. Our Shelter City 3 is no match for them, unless we persuade the king to lead a national attack on the base. Even then, if we engage in such a campaign, your plans for revenge won't come true. Ganon clenched his teeth, muttering, damn. Watching the retreating army, Eric didn't know what Ganon and Baonilin were discussing in the vehicle. Turning to Lauren, he noticed her watching him and instructed, speed up the relocation of the citizens. Time passed quickly. 10 days later, Anton City was nearly empty, with only about 10,000 people remaining. It would take another 2 days to complete the evacuation. These past few days, Baonilin hasn't attacked Anton City again, nor did he leave any spies. It seems he doesn't want to antagonize me, Eric muttered from the balcony of the Lord's mansion, watching the 50 long queues below. Just then, footsteps approached behind him. Lauren came running up, reporting, Gaston, the Louis Dom sent another group. Again. Eric asked, how many this time? Lauren replied, only 4 people. Eric was puzzled. 4 people, what for? Lauren shook her head, unsure herself. Eric walked downstairs without hesitation, ordering, have them meet me in the hall. In the Lord's hall, Eric sat on the throne, with 4 envoys from the Louis Dom standing below. 1 was in front, 3 behind. The foremost was a woman, dressed extravagantly, with a clear and charming appearance, clean and tidy, giving a good impression at first glance. The other 3 were men in ordinary combat uniforms, likely soldiers or bodyguards accompanying Kimura. Upon seeing Eric, who was in his 20s, handsome, and exuding exceptional charisma, unlike anyone she had met since the apocalypse, Kimura was secretly impressed. However, as a representative of the Louis Dom, she couldn't allow personal attraction to compromise her mission. Steadying herself, she spoke first, I am Deputy City Lord of Lewisdom Shelter City 1, Juliet. On the orders of the king, I come to discuss matters regarding Anton City with Commander Eric. ##### Chapter 101, Juliet. The woman's words made Eric somewhat puzzled. If brute force won't work, is the Louis Dom planning to negotiate with me to give up Anton City? That's clearly impossible. I should first find out before making a decision. But why isn't Baonilin, Ganon, or someone from the 3rd Shelter City here? Why send someone from the 1st Shelter City? Is it to show me that they are taking the matter of Anton City very seriously? Eric sized up this woman who claimed to be the deputy bowyer of the first shelter city, Juliet, and then asked, "What do you mean by Anton City?" Juliet replied, "We don't want the people or supplies inside Anton City. We only want the city itself. Of course, we're not asking for it for free. We're willing to trade. As for the terms, our offer includes 5 large cannons with 50 shells, 300 automatic rifles, and 500 pounds of food. What do you think, Commander Eric?" These terms were indeed tempting, but that was only for an ordinary force. For Eric, weapons, ammunition, and food were the things he had in abundance. Thus, he wasn't satisfied. Elijah shook his head. Seeing this, Juliet thought Eric felt the terms were insufficient. She continued, "Of course, the terms can be negotiated. We can add another 500 pounds of food and 200 automatic rifles, plus..." Before she finished speaking, Eric still shook his head. Though Juliet admired him at first sight, she represented the Louis Dom and needed to secure their interests. She couldn't keep increasing her offers without limit. Not only did she lack the authority to make such decisions, but even if she did have it, she wouldn't do so. With a slightly stern tone, she said, "Commander Eric, all we want is an empty city. Its value is only this much." Eric laughed. "I don't need the cannons, shells, guns, or food. Just give me 20,000 people, and Anton City will belong to you." Juliet was baffled. Weapons? No. Food? No. Only population, and specifically 20,000? The population of Anton City was nearly 90,000. Adding another 20,000 would make over 100,000 people. Brindange, a large number of people required an immense amount of food. If Eric wanted these people just to exploit them, it seemed overly ambitious. Over 100,000 people could be terrifying if they revolted. And based on what she knew about Eric, he wasn't the type to treat others like slaves. She didn't understand why he would propose such conditions. Still, this wasn't the Lewisdom's problem. Elijah's job was to maximize the kingdom's benefits. She composed herself and said, 20,000 is too many. At most, 10,000 people. Deputy Bowyer Bailu, that's a bit too harsh. Cutting it in half. Eric stood up because the wooden chair was uncomfortable. 18,000. Juliet firmly shook her head. 10,000. Eric countered. 17,000. Juliet shook her head again. 15,000. She still shook her head. 13,000. Take it or leave it, Eric insisted. Juliet remained resolute. 10,000. Seeing her unwavering stance, Eric inwardly sighed. Women can't be bargained with. 10,000 it is. Anyway, I never intended to keep Anton City. 10,000 people is a nice bonus. Deciding, Eric said, "Fine, 10,000. Elijah then asked, "How long does it take for the first shelter city to reach Anton City?" "I'm better at haggling than you." Juliet thought proudly. "If by vehicle, about 3 hours. Walking, maybe 11 to 12 hours. Eric considered for a moment. "And how long to get from your shelter city to my base?" Juliet hadn't been to the base but estimated based on the distance from Anton City. "I'm not sure exactly, but probably around a day." After thinking for another 30 seconds, Eric said, "Then in 3 days, right here. I want to see 10,000 people. Then this city belongs to you." "Agreed," Juliet replied. Once the negotiations were settled, proper etiquette dictated they host a banquet to welcome Deputy Bowyer Juliet from the Louis Dom. "Commander Eric, this is too kind of you. In the post-apocalypse, resources are scarce, yet you've laid out such a feast. It's quite humbling," Juliet remarked during the banquet. Eric smiled. "Deputy Bowyer Bailu is a guest. It's only fitting to entertain you well. Besides, it's not every day like this." Halfway through the banquet, after several rounds of drinks, Juliet, as a woman, showed no defenses against alcohol, becoming intoxicated and swaying. If it were anyone else, she wouldn't have touched the wine. But Eric was different. He had captured her heart at first sight. She hoped he would take advantage of her drunkenness to do something. Redundantly, Juliet seemed overwhelmed by the alcohol, her vision darkened, and she began to topple sideways. Reacting quickly, Eric caught her. The faint breath of her exhale hit his face, a mix of fragrance and alcohol scent that was surprisingly pleasant. Roshan and Amadeus, among others at the banquet, glanced at the scene but immediately looked away, continuing to eat and drink. Lauren, however, scowled and harumphed, expressing her displeasure. Eric didn't have the mood for lingering on the alcohol scent. Elijah thought to himself, "Look what you've done, drinking an entire bottle of liquor. Now it's uncertain if you can even return today, let alone in 3 days." Eric was troubled because 3 days later was when the last batch of civilians would complete relocation from Anton City. Elijah planned to return to the base with 10,000 people, which now seemed delayed. Turning to Lauren, he said, "Anton, please help her rest. Have someone prepare some sober-up tea for her. The sooner she wakes up, the better." "Okay." Lauren responded and led Juliet away. Roshan asked, "Sir, should we continue eating?" Without hesitation, Eric replied, "Of course. A good feast like this, wasting it would be a shame." In the courtyard of the mayor's residence, Lauren helped Juliet to her feet. 3 bodyguards who came with Juliet rushed forward upon seeing this, alarmed, shouting, "What did you do to Deputy Bowyer Bailu?" Furrowing her brow, Lauren found their aggressive questioning annoying but understood their concern for Juliet's safety. She quickly calmed down. "Your deputy mayor is fine. She's just drunk." One guard examined Juliet closely. Seeing her flushed cheeks and strong alcoholic odor, he confirmed she was indeed drunk. His eyes caught a glimpse of Juliet's red neck and the curves beneath, which excited him as he remembered the powerful Deputy Bowyer. Unable to resist, he swallowed hard. Death under a peony is sweet. Desire overcame reason. This guard smiled and said, "Sorry, our behavior was rash. Let us take Deputy Bowyer Bailu back to the first shelter city now. A few hours' journey should suffice to sober her up. Otherwise, it would delay the scheduled delivery of 10,000 people in 3 days." Note, the last part has a hint of inappropriate content. Please adjust as needed. Chapter 102. Even among ourselves, caution is necessary. Upon hearing these words, Lauren pondered and realized the truth in them, so she handed Juliet over to the three men. The man who received Juliet immediately felt the softness in his arms and the alluring fragrance that enveloped him. At this moment, his breathing unconsciously deepened. If not for Lauren's presence, he would have greedily savored Juliet's scent without any hesitation. After Lauren handed Juliet over to the three men, she left. The person who had been speaking with Lauren urgently urged his two companions. Before long, they helped Juliet into a vehicle. Once the man helped Juliet into the car, the other two also got in. Inside the vehicle, one of the men finally couldn't resist asking out of curiosity why they hadn't waited for Juliet to wake up before leaving. Elijah said, "Paxton, since Deputy City Lord Bailu is drunk, wouldn't it be better if she stayed here a while longer to rest? Why are you in such a rush?" Paxton gave him an ambiguous look and replied, "Alfredo Barkley, this is the high and mighty Deputy City Lord Bailu we're talking about. Normally, she barely glances at people like us, her pride towering over us. But today..." As he spoke, Paxton brought his nose close to Juliet's face, deeply inhaling her delightful fragrance. Then he tilted his head back, as if he were an addict lost in ecstasy, his entire being reaching its peak. Seeing his audacious actions, the other two instantly understood what he intended to do. They broke out in cold sweat, their faces filled with horror. Alfredo hastily exclaimed, "Are you crazy? You actually have designs on Deputy City Lord Bailu? When she wakes up, we'll be dead." Paxton remained unperturbed, replying, "It will be done before she regains consciousness." Seeing the fear still lingering on their faces, Paxton continued, "If things don't go well, we can always..." Elijah made a throat-slitting gesture, adding, "Kill her afterward. We'll return to Protection City 1 and say Eric did it. With no witnesses, who could know?" Moreover, Paxton's eyes greedily roamed over Juliet's body. Brindanch, a perfect woman. This might be our only chance. The other two also fixed their gaze on Juliet, involuntarily swallowing their saliva. To say they didn't want it was a lie. Barkley clenched his teeth and said, "Damn, dying under the beauty is a romantic way to go. Let's do it." Barkley and Paxton then looked at Alfredo, whose Adam's apple bobbed nervously. After a brief silence, he eventually nodded. However, during their conversation, none of them noticed Juliet's eyelids flutter slightly, nor the faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Anti-him, the car started and sped off. At the banquet, Lauren returned. Eric asked her, "Juliet has been taken care of?" "Yes," Lauren nodded casually. "I met her 3 bodyguards at the backyard. They asked me to hand Juliet over to them and directly return to Protection City 1. The journey should give her enough time to sober up." Lup. Eric spit out the drink he had just taken, exclaiming, "You handed Juliet to them?" Lauren said, "Yes. I thought what they said made sense. Otherwise, waiting for her to sober up would waste too much time and risk missing the 3-day deadline." "Damn." Eric stood up anxiously and headed outside. Lauren, puzzled by Eric's reaction, immediately followed him. Arriving at the parking lot, Eric got into the SUV, muttering, "Hope those 3 haven't gotten any ideas. If they have, let's hope we can reach them in time." Anti-ing him, just as Eric was about to start driving, Lauren rushed in front of the car. "Why are you in such a hurry?" "Get in," Eric said. "Kabang." Lauren climbed in, full of jealousy. "Is that woman really that important to you?" Eric stepped on the gas, driving while replying, "It's not about that woman. It's about those 10,000 lives." Lauren asked, confused, "What do you mean?" Eric explained, "Those 3 bodyguards are all men, right?" Lauren nodded, "Yes." Eric continued, "While Juliet may not be as beautiful as you, she's still a very attractive woman. A drunk, attractive woman in the hands of 3 rough men. Doesn't that sound like a dangerous situation? Moreover, as mere bodyguards, what authority do they have to make decisions for the Deputy City Lord while she's intoxicated? Plus, they didn't even come to say goodbye. Their haste hints at foul play. Antong, you're usually quite smart. Didn't you consider this? Let's catch up to them before it's too late. If it's just lust, there might still be a chance to save the 10,000 lives. But if they kill her to cover their tracks, all those people will be lost. Worse, they might frame us for her death. Although I'm not afraid of that wasteland kingdom, tens of thousands of troops would cause problems for the base." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lauren was alarmed. "Yes, how could I have missed something so simple? Looking back, ever since Eric Gaston carried Juliet at the banquet, my mind was preoccupied with getting rid of her. I hope nothing happens to her." Eric saw her unease and said, "It's all right, they just left. We might still make it in time." Alfredo drove, occasionally glancing at the rearview mirror where he could see Paxton lecherously caressing Juliet's face, his gaze slowly moving downward. "Damn, I can't hold back anymore." Paxton's desire surged uncontrollably, and he began to undress. Squeak. Redundantly, the car braked sharply. Paxton, halfway through undressing, slammed into the front seat, rubbing his head as he yelled, "Alfredo, how can you drive like this?" Alfredo looked terrified, his gaze darting toward Juliet. Paxton followed his gaze and instinctively recoiled upon seeing Juliet's eyes wide open, coldly staring at him. Damn, as a real man, should I be afraid of a woman? Within seconds, his fear vanished. Elijah quickly stripped off his shirt, looking at Juliet with wicked intent. "Wake up and it's more exciting. Today, I'll have my way with you." Saying this, he lunged at Juliet. A cold fury flashed in Juliet's eyes. Unfazed and unafraid of Paxton charging at her like a beast, she kicked him in the chest. Crack. The sound of breaking ribs rang clearly inside the car. Paxton's body crashed heavily into the roof, causing it to bulge outward. Juliet swiftly grabbed his neck and twisted with a snap, breaking it. Instantly, Paxton became a lifeless corpse. With Paxton dead, Juliet turned her icy gaze toward the remaining 2. She had heard their conversation clearly. Had she not taken the enhanced crystal, which accelerated alcohol metabolism in her system, she would have been violated by these beasts. Therefore, they deserve to die. Seeing Paxton's broken neck, Alfredo and Barkley grew even more terrified and begged for mercy. But it was too late for their remorse. Chapter 103. Unexpected. Eric was driving the SUV when he suddenly saw a car parked ahead, shaking violently as if something intense was happening inside. Eric and Lauren were both startled. Eric muttered, "This is bad. Let's save them first." Screech. The SUV stopped just behind the other vehicle. Eric and Lauren quickly got out of the car. Just then, there was a loud bang, and the car door was slammed open, throwing out one of the men. Upon closer inspection, it was one of the 3 bodyguards. His chest was caved in, and his eyes bulged out, giving him a terrifying appearance. Mercy. Immediately after, a piercing scream echoed from the car, only to be cut off abruptly. Eric looked into the car and saw a head roll out. Elijah raised an eyebrow, realizing it was another of the 3 bodyguards. At first, he thought it was a zombie and almost attacked. Snap. The door on the other side opened, and Juliet calmly stepped out of the car. She turned around slowly, having caught her breath and fixed her clothes and hair, then smiled at Eric and Lauren. Elijah's face was still slightly flushed, but her eyes were clear and sober. To sober up so quickly after drinking and to kill 3 fully grown men barehanded, this Juliet must be an evolved one. My worries were unnecessary. Eric was secretly astonished, never expecting Juliet to be an evolved one. According to Ganon, wasn't it true that only the City Lord knew about the evolution crystals? But now, how could this be explained? Ganon being Bounderland's younger brother made sense, but could it be that Juliet also had close ties with the City Lord of Protection City No. 1, thus qualifying her as an evolved one? In that case, the Louis Dom probably had far more than 5 evolved ones. Juliet felt a warm rush in her heart seeing Eric rush to the scene. She walked forward gracefully and said with a smile, "Thank you for your concern, Commander Eric." During negotiations, she had to remain tough and hold her ground for the Lewisdom's interests. Normally, she appeared cold to people she didn't like, but she was always gentle to those she favored. Eric smiled back, "No problem. I'm glad Vice City Lord Bailu is safe. Didn't expect you to be an evolved one as well." Haha. Juliet laughed. "I should have told you, Commander Eric. I heard you're a powerful evolved one too. I was curious to see your strength." Whoosh. Before Eric could respond, Juliet's right hand turned into a palm and struck swiftly towards his face. The speed was incredible and unexpected. A typical evolved one who had only consumed 5 or 6 evolution crystals would surely not have been able to dodge it. However, Eric, being a level 2 evolved one, easily sidestepped. Lauren saw Juliet's sudden attack and her eyes turned cold. She clenched her fist and aimed a punch at Juliet's face. Juliet was alarmed by the speed of this punch, which was much faster than her own strike. Seeing the rapidly approaching fist in her field of vision, she braced herself for impact. But unexpectedly, the punch stopped mere centimeters from her face. Eric had grabbed Lauren's wrist and said, "It's fine. Vice City Lord Bailu is just testing me. She doesn't mean to harm." Elijah hearing this, Lauren lowered her hand but remained wary. Juliet was amazed at Eric's reflexes. Brindanch speed. Commander Eric is far stronger than me. Even the Churchill might not be his match. Without speaking, Juliet followed as Eric spoke again. "Vice City Lord Bailu, come with us back to the city. Your car is too damaged to drive. Once we get back, I'll find you a better one." Juliet nodded and got into the SUV's backseat. Lauren sat in the passenger seat, keeping a watchful eye on Juliet via the rearview mirror. Noticing this, Juliet smiled gently. "What's your relationship with Commander Eric, little Anton?" Elijah hearing this, Lauren's gaze shifted from the mirror to Eric. She hesitated, saying, "Our relationship is? Don't be unclear," Eric interjected. Lauren was surprised. Under her gaze, Eric continued, "We are the best comrades in arms." The joy in Lauren's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a fleeting hint of disappointment. She murmured softly to herself, "Just comrades in arms?" After a moment of silence, Eric spoke again. "Vice City Lord Bailu, I have some doubts that need clarifying." "Ask away. If I can and know the answer, I will tell you," Juliet replied. "All right." Eric nodded. "Earlier, it was the City Lord of Protection City No. 3, Bounderland, and Deputy City Lord Ganon who came here. Why did you, the Deputy City Lord of Protection City No. 1, come this time instead of them to negotiate over anti-necking?" Juliet frowned slightly. "Oh, Bounderland visited anti-necking?" Elijah only delivered Asif's letter and mentioned sending scouts to investigate. Elijah said anti-necking had already been captured by the Guardian Army, without mentioning that he or his brother had come here. Eric explained, "When I attacked anti-necking, Ganon was already in the city and had taken Asif's place. 5 days after I captured the city, Bounderland arrived with thousands of troops. They claimed they were ordered by the Lewisdom's Churchill to temporarily manage anti-necking and turn it into the 5th Protection City." Juliet was surprised. To build the 5th Protection City is correct, but the Churchill never issued orders for the 3rd Protection City to take over anti-necking. She fell silent in contemplation. After a few minutes, her expression turned grim. "I understand. Bounderland and Ganon intended to seize all of anti-necking's resources for themselves. Auntie and Nymph, we've been working to share resources fairly, yet they think only of taking it all for themselves. How detestable." By listening to her words, Eric understood and shook his head. "Vice City Lord Bailu, don't be so upset. People like Bounderland and Ganon existed in the past, exist now, and will exist in the future. Return to Protection City No. 1 and discuss countermeasures with your Churchill. Ultimately, human desires are boundless and must be controlled by external forces and rules." "Yes," Juliet nodded gratefully. "Thank you for your advice, Commander Eric." After about 10 minutes, they finally arrived at anti-necking. Eric immediately found a car for Juliet. Sitting in the car, she smiled. "Thank you, Commander Eric. I'll return to the Protection City now. In 3 days, I'll deliver the 10,000 soldiers as promised." With that, she started the vehicle and drove away. Translation complete. Please let me know if you need any adjustments or have further chapters to translate. Chapter 104. Needle against the wheat on. After Juliet left, Eric felt someone staring at him from behind. Elijah turned around immediately and saw Lauren glaring at him jealously. His face instantly lit up with a smile as he said, Antong, you're here. Why didn't you greet me? Lauren huffed lightly and said, I came to see if Commander-in-Chief like you has been bewitched by Deputy City Lord Juliet of the Louis Dom, in which case our base would be doomed. Eric rubbed his nose, embarrassed, and said, Antong, you're joking. You know what I'm like. Besides, a beauty like you is far beyond Juliet's league. How could she possibly enchant me? Elijah hearing this, Lauren's cheeks flushed red, and she murmured, I wasn't sure about that. 3 days passed quickly. The final group of Anton City residents had already set off, leaving only 1,000 guards, 6 tanks, Eric, and Lauren in Anton City. The sun rose from the eastern horizon and then set in the west, marking the transition from day to night. Inside the city lord's mansion, Eric was getting restless. It's supposed to be 3 days, yet no one has arrived. Just then, Elvin rushed in and reported, Commander, Juliet of the Louis Dom has brought 10,000 civilians, and they have reached outside the city gates. Should we let them in? Upon hearing this, Eric perked up and stood abruptly, saying, They've finally come. Elijah then asked, apart from Juliet and the 10,000 civilians, are there any troops? Elvin replied, Juliet mentioned she brought 1,000 troops for civilian protection. Eric nodded, let's go see. The two of them headed toward the city gate. As they arrived, the light outside was bright, the headlights of vehicles. Open the city gate, Eric commanded. The city gate swung open. Eric stepped out, and it was quickly closed behind him. Juliet, who was at the front, immediately greeted him, shouting, Commander Eric. Eric politely responded, Deputy City Lord Bailu, please call me Gaston. Juliet laughed, Commander Gaston, you're too formal. Since Sister Antong calls you Eric Gaston, I'll also call you Eric Gaston, and you can call me Edith. What do you think? Brindanra, no problem. Eric agreed readily, then teased, Edith, I didn't expect you to arrive so late. I thought the Louis Dom might not agree to my terms. Juliet laughed, Eric Gaston, you're teasing. Anything I promise is well planned. The Churchill has over a 90% chance of agreeing. We just took our time due to the long journey and ensuring the safety of the civilians, hence we were a bit delayed. I see. No worries. Safety first. Eric glanced past Juliet at the crowd of people. Though he didn't count precisely, it was evident there were close to 10,000 people. These civilians curiously examined Anton City and its guard troops. Most of them appeared slightly malnourished, but were much better off in general condition compared to the citizens of Anton City. Looking around the civilians, Eric saw soldiers armed to the teeth. They were sharp-eyed and full of energy, their equipment remarkably professional, comparable to the guards. If the troops of Shelter City No. 1 were considered Central Army, those from Shelter City No. 3 would be the local militia. This revelation amazed Eric, confirming the Louis Dom's formidable strength. That, Eric Gaston, after such a long journey, both the civilians and my soldiers are tired. Shouldn't we? Juliet suggested. Eric frowned slightly. The civilians can enter, but your 1,000 troops. It wasn't that Eric was petty. Having 1,000 fully armed soldiers enter the city posed significant risks, despite being confident they wouldn't overpower the guards. Therefore, he had to handle it cautiously. Juliet glanced back and, after some thought, issued orders. Everyone, secure your guns and place them on your backs. There was no hesitation as the soldiers followed her commands uniformly, securing and carrying their guns. Juliet explained, Eric Gaston, I understand your concerns, but this is the best I can do. Guns are a soldier's second life and can never be handed over to others, especially other factions. If you still aren't assured, allow only the civilians to enter while I and the 1,000 soldiers remain outside until you leave. Moved by this, Eric pondered briefly before making his decision. Civilians first, then the army. Remember, no wandering. Any emergencies require reporting. I will arrange for the guards to supervise. Is this acceptable? No problem, Juliet agreed. Open the city gate. As ordered, the city gate opened wide, allowing the civilians to file in. After all the civilians entered, the 1,000 troops marched into the city under watchful eyes. Eric also ordered the 6 remaining tanks in Anton City to serve as a deterrent, supervised by Elvin leading 500 troops. Faced with this show of force, even if the troops had ulterior motives, they dared not act rashly. Bullets didn't pick targets, nor could human flesh withstand tank shells. After arranging everything, Eric did not leave immediately but observed for half an hour. Seeing the troops sitting on the ground with some already snoring, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed they posed no threat, but he still instructed Elvin to stay vigilant. Arriving at the square in front of the city lord's mansion, Eric saw the waiting civilians and immediately asked Lauren to start counting. Brindandenly, Juliet approached and chuckled upon seeing Eric arranging Lauren to count. Relax, Eric Gaston. Exactly 10,000. No more, no less. Oh, if you accept, I can add one more, making it 10,001. Curious, Eric asked, 10,001? Are you planning to replace one with a soldier? Juliet smiled softly, stepping closer to Eric. Elijah's breath tickled his cheek as she whispered, of course not a soldier, but, stepping even closer, almost touching him, she leaned in next to his ear. Me? Feeling her warm breath on his ear, causing goosebumps, Eric instinctively stepped back, laughing nervously. You're teasing. At this moment, Lauren happened to witness this scene. Elijah's expression darkened instantly as she stormed over, pulling Eric into her embrace, glaring fiercely at Juliet. This action left Eric stunned, feeling for a moment as though Lauren exhibited the aura of a domineering CEO. Juliet clenched her fists tightly, meeting Lauren's glare head-on without flinching. For a moment, Eric felt an electric tension between their gazes, a classic needle against the wheat-on scenario. Chapter 105. Bowenjestic returned to the city. Brindandenly, a guard soldier ran over and reported, Sir, the count is complete. Precisely 10,000 people, no more, no less. Eric acted quickly. Seizing this moment, he gently extricated himself from Lauren's embrace and said to the soldier, "All right, understood. You may go." Elijah then moved between Lauren and Juliet, smiling as he said, "Looks like I was being paranoid. Exactly 10,000. Turning to Lauren, he added, "Antong, take the guards to arrange accommodations for these 10,000 people. We'll return to base tomorrow." Lauren gave him a sidelong glance, then looked at Juliet, before coldly humming and leading the guards away to settle the civilians, throwing a warning glance at Juliet as she left. Juliet watched Lauren leave with an unreadable expression. After Lauren departed, Eric turned to Juliet again, saying, "Edith, it must have been exhausting traveling all this way. I'll have a banquet prepared to welcome you." "With pleasure," Juliet replied with a smile. As the first ray of sunlight broke through the dawn, night yielded to day. On the balcony, facing the not-so-warm morning sun, Eric stretched lazily. Randomly, he saw Elvin, Ryan, and Anchor approaching the mayor's residence. Elijah smiled, leapt down from the second-floor balcony, and landed perfectly in front of them. They greeted him, "Sir?" Eric looked at Anchor and said with a smile, "You're here?" "Yes," Anchor confirmed. According to the original plan, the last batch of Samson residents, including all the guards, including Eric, would return together, turning Samson into an empty city. Who could have guessed that Juliet would bring unexpected news? Thus, Eric had specifically instructed Anchor and Harrison to send one person back with 500 guards to Samson, escorting the 10,000 civilians back to base. With their arrival, Eric immediately ordered the gathering of the guards and the 10,000 civilians. Soon enough, the square was filled with bustling activity. The civilians stood in the center while 4 groups of guards positioned themselves around the crowd for protection. The city gates opened, and the massive convoy marched out orderly. At the city gate, Eric remarked to Juliet, who stood beside him, "Samson is now your Lewisdom's 5th shelter city." Juliet replied, "Currently, Samson is just an empty city. To be the 5th shelter city, it needs population and military support. That will take time." Eric nodded in agreement, acknowledging even he couldn't gather a large population in a short period despite having the system. Elijah asked, "Speaking of which, Edith, who will the Lewisdom appoint as the mayor after transforming Samson into the 5th shelter city?" Juliet gave a mysterious smile. "The king entrusted me to handle everything related to Samson. Can't you guess who the mayor of the 5th shelter city will be?" Eric stared at Juliet for a few seconds before nodding in realization. Got it. Then you won't be Deputy Boenier Belu anymore, but Boenier Belu, ha. Elijah hearing this, Juliet playfully put on a girlish act, teasing, Eric Gaston, calling me Edith is fine." "Oh my." Eric nearly choked, bewildered by her sudden change. Elijah glanced around. Seeing no sign of Lauren, he heaved a sigh of relief. Juliet noticed his reaction and returned to a serious demeanor. "Samson is not far from the base. In the future, we will need more care from Eric Gaston." "Brendanra thing," Eric replied. While they were talking, the entire convoy had already exited the city. At that moment, Lauren approached, noticing Eric and Juliet standing so close. Irritated, she clenched her teeth and said to Eric, "Sir, everyone is out of the city. Can we leave now?" Eric promptly turned to Juliet and said, "Then I shall take my leave." Juliet nodded reluctantly, seeming somewhat reluctant to part. The scene of their lingering farewell deeply unsettled Lauren, who pulled Eric by the arm and stormed towards the city gate. Juliet stood there, staring at Eric's retreating figure, lost in thought. The grand procession set off for the base. Due to the lack of vehicles, the 10,000 civilians could only walk, protected by the guards in the middle. They kept walking and chatting, mostly discussing, what will the place we're about to reach be like? Will we die? Will we become slaves? And so on. They started in the morning, reaching noon without covering even half the distance. Eric ordered a 30-minute break and distributed provisions to the 10,000 civilians to replenish their energy for the next 2 or 3 hours of walking ahead. Receiving food, the civilians ate heartily but didn't feel grateful to the guards or Eric. Boeny wondered if they'd be oppressed or worse once they reached the base. Some even believed the food was just to appease them or give them strength to travel faster, ultimately exploiting them further. Despite these thoughts, they dared not rebel, outnumbered and wary of potential repercussions. They could only hope the ruler of this new land wasn't someone cruel. 30 minutes passed, and the convoy continued its journey. The midday sun hung high, shining fiercely yet bringing little warmth, replaced quickly by a chill wind. Boeny dressed lightly shivered, hoping for warmer sunlight. 3 hours of walking later, a vast city finally came into view. The civilians gasped, realizing even the walls of the first shelter city paled in comparison to this city's towering fortifications. It seemed impossible that such a city was built in less than a year. Entering the city, they were amazed and elated to see the healthy and vibrant residents welcoming the guards respectfully. The respect and admiration in their gazes when looking at Eric confirmed the benevolence of the city's leadership. This renewed their hope for a better life, possibly even surpassing their lives in the Lewisdom. Chapter 106, Base Reform, Part 1. Upon returning to the base, Eric immediately noticed the overcrowded conditions. The outer city of the base was packed. Tents were set up wherever not under construction, and the newly planned areas were also almost fully occupied. Faced with this situation, Eric decided to dismantle the wall between the outer city and the new planned spaces, creating a more spacious internal area. Although the current space inside the base was sufficient for everyone to live, the agricultural and livestock areas were insufficient to support the self-sufficiency of over 100,000 people. It was necessary to further expand the base city. With the mobile base, a pale blue translucent screen appeared before Eric, displaying a map of the base. Elijah was contemplating how to plan the base city. The southwest direction of the base consisted mostly of undeveloped suburbs and forested areas, at most containing a few villages with several dozen houses, while the northeast side had many multi-story buildings. After much consideration, Eric decided to extend the base's walls by 1 kilometer outward. The southwest area could be used for production, and the northeast side, which already had buildings, could serve as residential areas. This would save on building materials and time, freeing up manpower for production. However, before assigning residents to these existing houses, he needed to send the guard troops to clear out any remaining dangers. Although zombies were no longer seen on the streets, the buildings hadn't been thoroughly checked, posing a significant safety hazard. Considering this, Eric began constructing the new walls, keeping the old ones intact until all hazards were addressed. After the wall construction, Eric went to the barracks and summoned Elvin and Ryan, instructing them to lead 1,000 guards to clean up the new area, ensuring all dangers were eliminated. While Elvin and Ryan were busy with the cleanup, Eric called Nikki. Have all the new arrivals been registered? Nikki replied, Report, Commander. Except for the 10,000 you just brought back, everyone else has been registered. Eric nodded. I have no other business with you, except to find some urban planning experts. With the previous sparse population, we couldn't find or didn't need such experts. Now that the number of people has increased, the inefficiencies in the base's layout are evident, as the land isn't maximally utilized. We need professionals to redesign it. I believe among the nearly 100,000 new arrivals, there should be experts in this field, Eric continued. No problem, when registering people, we noted their previous occupations and skills. I'll check it right away, Nikki agreed. Good, go ahead, Eric said. After Nikki left, Eric walked out of the mobile base toward the school, curious about its progress after all these days. Upon arriving, he was pleasantly surprised. The once abandoned parking lot now boasted a standing teaching building undergoing renovations. The workers greeted him enthusiastically, working even harder upon seeing him. At this rate, normal classes could begin within 2 to 3 weeks. Leaving the school, Eric proceeded to the outer city to inspect the aquaculture, agriculture, and livestock areas. Everything was progressing smoothly, putting him in a good mood. As night fell, the base became quiet, everyone, including Eric, finally able to sleep soundly after so many restless nights outside. Only within the base did he feel truly safe. The next morning, early dawn. Upon opening the door of the mobile base, Eric saw Nikki waiting with 2 men standing stiffly. Seeing Eric, the 2 men glanced briefly before lowering their heads. Nikki introduced, Commander. These 2 are urban planning experts. Eric looked at them, one tall, one short, and asked, What are your names? People often judge others by appearance. Eric thought the tall, burly man might be braver, so he waited for him to speak first. However, the shorter man spoke first. Report, Commander. My name is DeAndre. Brendan rised. Eric looked at the tall man, who stammered nervously, I am Bailey Shun. A cold wind blew past, causing DeAndre, dressed lightly, to shiver but quickly compose himself. Conversely, Bailey Shun, already nervous, trembled uncontrollably. Noticing this, Eric said, It's cold outside. Let's talk inside. Elijah hearing this, DeAndre hesitated, amazed that Eric allowed commoners like them into his quarters. In the Wasteland Kingdom, such a thing was unheard of. Though the kingdom wasn't overly oppressive, those in power often showed disdain for commoners, sometimes even covering their noses and walking away quickly as if they'd catch a disease from being near them. After hesitation, urged by Nikki, DeAndre entered the mobile base, keeping his head lowered, not daring to observe the surroundings. Inside, it was noticeably warmer, reducing Bailey Shun's trembling significantly. Eric sat down and gestured to Nikki, who promptly explained, The current layout of the base city isn't efficient. To maximize land use, we need experts to redesign it. Both of you are urban planning experts, capable of handling large cities, so this base city shouldn't be too challenging. DeAndre's eyes lit up. No problem. Bailey Shun remained tense, glancing nervously at Nikki and then Eric, trying to speak but failing. Eric reassured him, Just be honest. If you can't do it, it's okay. Encouraged, Bailey Shun stammered, I've only been working for a year after graduation, mainly assisting others without independent design experience. Without practical experience. Eric stroked his chin, looking at DeAndre, who seemed confident. And you? DeAndre replied, I led the planning for H City's Troitong district, giving me considerable experience. Oh. Eric was impressed. Indeed, one cannot judge a book by its cover. DeAndre looked ordinary but had overseen a major project. This find was valuable. Chapter 107, Base Reforms, Part 2. Eric slapped his thigh and stood up, exclaiming with surprise, Great. Elijah walked over to DeAndre and said, Since that's the case, I'll entrust you with the urban planning of the base city. Then he turned to Bailey Shun, saying, Though you lack combat experience, at least you have knowledge in this field. You'll assist DeAndre. Scratching his chin, he thought for a moment before continuing. Are 2 of you enough for the planning work? Do we need more manpower? Should the new additions possess professional knowledge in this area? DeAndre pondered for a while and replied, 2 of us are sufficient, but having more people will speed up the progress. As for the professional requirements, they aren't too strict. Just flexibility and thinking will do. Eric said, Very well, I'll arrange some additional personnel for you. By the way, list out the tools you'll need and give it to Nikki. We'll try our best to provide these tools. DeAndre responded, Yes, sir. After giving all instructions, Eric let DeAndre and Bailey Shun leave. Once they were gone, Eric turned to Nikki and said, Assign some people to assist them. Balance Gaylord is included to prevent them from pulling any tricks during the planning. Also, inform Doug to liaise with DeAndre for the construction implementation once the plan is finalized. Nikki replied repeatedly, Understood. Nodding, Eric said, All right, you can go now. As Nikki was about to leave, Eric added, Oh, right, call all department heads to the conference room tomorrow morning after breakfast. I have matters to discuss. The next day, in the conference room, Eric sat at the head of the table, flanked by Lauren, Nikki, Doug, Caden, and numerous other department heads. Everyone except Eric was puzzled, unsure of what meeting was about. Once everyone had gathered, Eric began, Currently, the base population has exceeded 150,000. The previous management system won't suffice. For example, unified food distribution works when there are fewer people, but with so many, it wastes time and human resources. Similarly, unified production organization leads to some slacking off while others work hard, but they all receive the same amount of food, severely undermining the diligence of hardworking residents and impacting productivity. By listening to Eric's words, everyone felt they made sense, nodding in agreement. Doug chimed in, indeed, the same issue applies to construction. Some work tirelessly, while others slack off, only pretending to work when I'm around. This greatly demotivates the others and slows down project progress. The hospital director George also spoke. Absolutely. At the hospital, I've heard many patients complain about doctors being careless and negligent. A simple cold turns into something worse due to delays in treatment. Despite meetings and criticisms, since everyone gets the same food regardless of their work performance, no one takes it seriously. George sighed heavily, looking utterly helpless. The nurse supervisor Ellen followed. It's the same with nursing staff. Their minds aren't on patient care. They're just waiting for their daily meals. Each department head voiced similar observations. Eric listened carefully, inwardly surprised. Elijah realized he hadn't anticipated many issues. Clearly, reforms were imperative to avoid severe problems down the line. Taking a deep breath, Eric looked at everyone and said, "We've identified the problems. Now, solving them is crucial. Share your ideas, and let's analyze together." After a few minutes of contemplation, Nicky raised his hand. Eric gestured him to speak. Clearing his throat, Nicky began, "Sir, based on my analysis, the core issue stems from labor not correlating with income." All department heads listened intently as Eric focused on Nicky. Nicky paused briefly and continued, "Currently, the base implements uniform distribution. Regardless of work intensity, everyone receives 3 meals a day. Without pressure, there's no motivation. Imagine, if slacking off or working diligently yields the same rewards, which would you choose? Most people would likely choose to slack off." Nods of agreement circled the room as Nicky took a sip of water. "The base isn't Eden," Nicky continued. "With over 100,000 people, it's unrealistic to rely solely on military rations. Self-sufficiency is essential for sustainable development. To solve current issues, we must change our operational model." Eric nodded approvingly. Nicky's reasoning made sense. The base wasn't Eden, and changes were necessary. But what model should replace the current one? Elijah said, "You're right. We need a new operational model. But how should we change it?" Looking around, he asked, "Any suggestions?" In truth, Eric already had an idea. Abandon the uniform food distribution and establish fair labor compensation for each job role. Without currency, food could be used as a measure. Additionally, incentives for diligent workers and penalties for negligent ones should be implemented. Time passed, and no one offered immediate solutions. Eric understood. Proposing a solution couldn't happen instantly. Elijah then said, "Reform is inevitable, but the plan won't come overnight. Here's what we'll do. Return to your departments, think, and discuss. Within 7 days, submit a reform proposal. Nicky, bring it to me for review. If it works, we implement. If not, we revise until it does." Everyone nodded in agreement. Having issued his instructions, Eric concluded, "Dismissed." As department heads exited, only Eric and Lauren remained. Noting her deep contemplation during the meeting, Eric chuckled. Some things take time. Lauren looked up, nodding slightly, and relaxed her brow. Perhaps instead of creating a new solution from scratch, we should adopt pre-virus policies from various countries and companies. Or simply pick applicable policies for our base. Eric's eyes lit up. Lauren was right. Why reinvent the wheel when optimizing existing policies would be simpler? Elijah immediately instructed, "Tell Nicky and the others to formulate a suitable policy using this approach." Lauren agreed. Brendanra. Leaving the conference room, she chased after Nicky and the others. Chapter 108. Base Reforms, Part 3. 5 days later. In the mobile base, Eric leaned back in his chair reading a book. Brendanly, footsteps approached from outside, followed by a guard's voice. Reporting to the officer, "Nicky seeks an audience." Eric did not take his eyes off the book and calmly said, "Let him in." Nicky walked in, holding a file in his hand. Approaching Eric, he respectfully stated, reporting to the honorable officer, "We have compiled the new policies for the base reform for your review." Elijah handed over the file. Eric took the file and saw that the cover read Reform Plan. Flipping to the first page was a brief introduction about establishing new management policies for sustainable development. The second page contained the table of contents, which Eric only glanced over before turning to the third page, finally reaching the main content. New Base Policy Article 1. Abolish the uniform food distribution system and implement a merit-based commission system. Note: all supplies are still centrally managed by the base, but salaries are set based on job intensity. New Base Policy Article 2. Implement a responsibility system. Note: work mode will be segmented into teams, squads, platoons, battalions. A team consists of 8 to 12 people, 1 squad equals 10 teams, 1 platoon equals 10 squads, and 1 battalion equals 10 platoons. Each unit has chief and deputy positions, with elections held every 6 months to ensure qualified and responsible individuals fill these roles. Their salaries will also reasonably increase. New Base Policy Article 3. Establish an inspection department. Note: this department will oversee work efficiency and morale. If any unit's inefficiency is due to internal factors, it will be documented. Units showing significantly improved performance will also be recorded. New Base Policy Article 4. Reward and punishment mechanism. Note: this policy complements the third. Recorded units receive rewards if they perform well or penalties like reduced pay if they do not. As Eric read through the proposal, he occasionally nodded, finding many of the policies fitting for the current base. After reviewing the document for 15 minutes, he looked up at Nicky and said, "Good. Very comprehensive and suitable for our current base. It's impressive for a first draft, but I think this clause." Flipping to page 5, Eric pointed to Article 7 and said, "I don't think this is applicable yet and should be removed." Leaning forward, Nicky read aloud, Article 7, Pet Management. Interrupting, Eric remarked humorously. In this era, anything that runs is meat. You let a pig wander around, and it might just be a rope when you return. Noting that 2 policies were proposed by each person, this one must have been suggested by Caden. Nicky scratched his head awkwardly and said, I'll remove this policy shortly. All right, Eric nodded, then scanned the rest of the document, pointing out a few more unsuitable policies for Nicky to remove, who agreed repeatedly. Once all the unsuitable policies were identified, Eric said, the remaining policies look fine in principle. Please refine them further. Specify what constitutes poor performance, good performance, reward amounts, penalty details, etc. Yes, sir, Nicky replied. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days went by. Nicky returned with the revised plan for submission. After a thorough review, Eric was satisfied. All ineffective policies were removed, and the remaining ones were detailed and reasonable. Elijah immediately instructed Nicky to implement the reforms based on this plan. With the order, Nicky went to carry out the reforms. From that day, the winds of reform swept across the entire base. Large posters detailing the new policies were plastered on every residential building wall. Simultaneously, groupings and team plans unfolded as motivated residents vied for leadership positions. Eric found this satisfactory. The base needed to remain vibrant to ensure long-term growth. Walking down the road, he suddenly heard a buzzing sound overhead. Looking up, he saw a drone circling high above, surprising him. Brendan surveying his surroundings, he spotted DeAndre operating the drone. Upon seeing Eric, DeAndre lowered the drone and jogged over, greeting, Honorable Officer. Eric eyed the drone curiously and asked, Where did you get this? DeAndre explained, I applied to Nicky for its use, primarily to conduct aerial surveys of the entire base city to improve urban planning. Got it, good job, Eric acknowledged, then asked, Are you from the Louis Dom? Yes, I'm from Shelter City No. 1, DeAndre replied. Shelter City No. 1, where Juliet is the Vice City Master. Is the City Master the king? Eric inquired, intrigued by the kingdom's vast influence, capable of providing 10,000 people as requested, indicating a population likely exceeding 150,000, a substantial asset. However, lacking detailed information about the Louis Dom and without a just cause, launching an attack would be uncertain and invite resistance from nearby forces, potentially overwhelming the base. Therefore, understanding the kingdom's structure and finding a legitimate reason were essential. DeAndre shook his head. Not exactly. The king is the king, and the city master is separate. The city master of Shelter City No. 1 is Fitzroy. Brendan rised by the clear division, Eric asked, So, the king is merely nominal, and the true power lies with the city master? Not just nominal, DeAndre clarified. There are rumors that the king was previously the commander of H City's military district. His elite troops consist of professional soldiers, powerful enough to dominate any city. Additionally, each Shelter City's military includes agents loyal to the king, and all weapons and ammunition come from him. Elijah hearing about the king's elite professional army, Eric was astounded. The Louis Dom indeed possessed formidable strength, with tens of thousands of troops across 4 cities. Including this elite force, the base's guards might not be enough. Despite no immediate conflict, Eric felt a growing sense of urgency. Reflecting, he concluded that recruiting soldiers from the residents was necessary, not to launch attacks, but to safeguard the base city. Chapter 109. Elijah Havenly Path Military, Part 1. After a brief conversation, Eric obtained the information he needed. As a civilian, DeAndre had no other critical intelligence to share, so Eric let him return to his duties and went to find Lauren, who was training 50 militiamen outside the city. The militiamen, working in groups of 10, practiced standing shooting first, then crouching, and finally prone shooting. The series of movements were fluid and seamless. They pulled the triggers, firing bullets that struck the targets 200 meters away. Although not all shots hit, they managed a 70% accuracy rate, showing significant improvement after more than a month of training. Eric did not interrupt their training but watched from behind. Only after Lauren announced a 10-minute break did he applaud and walk forward. Seeing their superior officer approach, the militiamen stood at attention and saluted with standard posture. Lauren turned around and smiled warmly at Eric, greeting him, Eric Gaston, why have you come? Eric chuckled. To see you, of course. Immediately, 2 red blushes appeared on Lauren's face, her voice softening. Just to see me? Actually, it's not just that. I need to discuss something with you, Eric replied rather disinterestedly. This change caused Lauren's expression to shift abruptly, her tone tinged with anger. You never come without reason. What is it? Women indeed can change moods faster than flipping pages in a book. Eric thought with a shake of his head. Elijah continued, I want to discuss conscripting soldiers from the residence. Elijah's darkened expression immediately softened. Elijah's eyes sparkled with excitement as she asked, You're planning to conscript soldiers? Yes, Eric nodded. Lauren clenched her fists tightly, her excitement palpable. She announced to the militiamen, training ends today. Go back and rest. The militiamen could hardly believe it. Commander Lauren was known for her strictness, often pushing them to the limits. Normally, an hour-long training session would only allow a few minutes of rest, but today she ended it early after less than an hour. However, they didn't question it, preferring to leave while the offer stood, fearing a change of heart might make them regret it later. Once the 50 militiamen left, Lauren grabbed Eric's hand, asking eagerly, You've really decided? Yes, I've made up my mind, Eric affirmed. The base population has exceeded 150,000, and our reputation has spread far and wide. My biggest concern is the Louis Dom. While we seem to be coexisting peacefully, no one can guarantee they won't attack us. Their military is large and better equipped than Samson's forces, making them significantly stronger. Also, level 2 zombies are increasing, capable of controlling level 1 zombies and regular zombies. Large-scale attacks by these creatures will require substantial defense. Moreover, level 2 evolved animals may have already appeared, adding to the threats we must address. Therefore, expanding our military force is essential. Lauren furrowed her brows in deep thought, nodding. Eric Gaston is right. These dangers loom at any moment. Elijah frown eased as she asked, how many soldiers do we need? How many? Eric rubbed his chin, considering for a moment before raising a finger. 1,000. Lauren guessed. No, Eric shook his head. We need a total of 10,000. We currently have 3,000 guards. We must conscript 7,000 more from the residents. Elijah paused, continuing, however, before conscription, we need to build a new training ground specifically for these 7,000 recruits. We also need to design an officer system to manage the army efficiently, as it's impossible for me to command 7,000 people alone. Future increases in troop numbers will necessitate this system. Lauren agreed, yes, hierarchical management is necessary. I suggest initial officer positions among the conscripts be filled by our guard soldiers. After observing for a period, we can promote those who demonstrate excellent military skills, responsibility, and absolute loyalty to the base. Additionally, we need a monitoring system to prevent abuse of power. Any hint of wrongdoing should be corrected before it escalates, or the offenders should be dismissed. Right, Eric nodded. Discipline and loyalty are crucial for an army. Rubbing his temples, he added, call Nikki, Gaylord, Elvin, Ryan, Anchor, and Harrison to the conference hall. Let's finalize this today. Got it, Lauren replied. Conference hall. Eric scanned the room. Everyone who needed to be there had arrived. Without preamble, he stated, I called you here to discuss conscripting resident soldiers. Elvin, Ryan, Anchor, and Harrison, the 4 captains of the guard, remained impassive, but Nikki was visibly surprised. Sir, you intend to conscript soldiers from the residents? Yes, Eric confirmed. Nikki hurriedly warned, Sir, conscripting residents requires caution. Elijah knew the guard soldiers were created by Eric with unparalleled loyalty and discipline, never oppressing residents. However, ordinary residents' personalities could change when given power and weapons. Some might exploit their newfound strength to oppress others, especially since many residents had been victims of oppression themselves, potentially leading to instability within the base. Eric understood Nikki's concerns, which mirrored his own earlier worries. Yet, conscription was necessary for the base's safety. By establishing clear military regulations and enforcing them strictly, he believed potential issues could be prevented or swiftly addressed. Chapter 110. The Celestial Bounderching Army, Part 2. Eric pressed his hand down, signaling Alonso to hold back, and then said, currently, zombies have evolved to level 2, and there are powerful forces like the Louis Dom. For the safety of our base, we must conscript residents into our military to expand our forces and prepare for any unforeseen needs. But Commander, if the residents possess military power, they will be difficult to control. Alonso responded. You're right, that is indeed a concern, Eric agreed before continuing. That's why I've gathered all of you to discuss this matter and come up with a system to manage the resident soldiers. As the highest-ranking official in the base, seeing Eric's determination, Alonso did not try to dissuade him further. Most importantly, he knew it would be futile. So, he furrowed his brow and started thinking about management methods. The meeting hall fell silent for a moment as Eric's gaze swept over everyone. Elijah said, since none of you are speaking, let me share my thoughts first. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Eric. Elijah pondered for a bit and then began. My concerns about conscripting resident soldiers can be summarized into several points. First, I fear they might abuse their power and weapons. Second, managing them could be challenging. Third, there's a risk of defection. Elijah's how I propose we address these issues. First, establish a military inspection department similar to reform-era oversight bodies. By monitoring the behavior of resident soldiers, any violations or severe errors can be punished according to their severity, with the most serious offenses warranting execution. Second, implement tiered management. The first batch of officers will be drawn from the Guard Corps, and future promotions will go to capable and virtuous individuals who will be closely monitored by the military. Third, conduct ideological education. We'll organize at least 2 educational meetings per month, focusing on loyalty to the base. After finishing, Eric looked at the others and asked, what do you think? Any additions? Everyone shook their heads. Lawrence spoke up. I believe these 3 methods, after thorough planning, will be sufficient. Seeing no one had additional input, Eric cut straight to orders. Alonso, contact Doug and DeAndre to plan out a training ground that can accommodate 10,000 people. Gaylord, Lauren, design the officer structure for the resident military. As for Elvin, Ryan, Anchor, and Harrison. Eric paused, uncertain what tasks to assign to the 4 of them. While they excelled in military skills, they weren't suited for design work. Rubbing his temples, he finally decided, you 4 will select personnel from the Guard Corps once the officer structure is ready. Yes, sir, everyone replied in unison. Lauren and Gaylord worked efficiently. Within 3 days, a preliminary structure for the officer system was born. Lauren handed over the document to Eric and explained. This system combines the current number of troops with the captain system of the Guard Corps, platoon leaders, company commanders, and battalion commanders. Each platoon leader oversees 50 regular soldiers, each company commander manages 10 platoon leaders, and each battalion commander manages 10 company commanders. This means the Guard Corps needs to provide 156 officers. However, I believe not all platoon leaders need to come from the Guard Corps. Only the company and battalion commanders should be from the Guard Corps. Eric stroked his chin, agreeing with Lauren's reasoning. Managing 7,000 resident soldiers required 140 Guard Corps members, a significant fighting force. Moreover, only platoon leaders could effectively manage such numbers, needing level 2 platoon leaders. Finding 140 level 2 platoon leaders was practically impossible. On the other hand, 16 officers, 1 level 1 platoon leader each for company and battalion commanders, were manageable. Their responsibilities were straightforward, organizing training and teaching military regulations. After careful consideration, Eric decided to follow Lauren's advice. Elijah said, agreed. Assign 16 Guard Corps members as company and battalion commanders. For platoon leaders, use a rotation system. They can self-nominate for 3-month terms, after which they'll be re-evaluated based on military performance, disciplinary records, and the progress of their soldiers. If all checks out, they continue. Otherwise, new candidates will be chosen, with penalties depending on the severity of any issues. Very well, go ahead and have Elvin and Ryan select the 16 Guard Corps members. Understood, Lauren replied. With Lauren gone, Eric left the mobile base, got into his vehicle, and headed toward the outer city. Due to the need for a training ground, space was limited, so following Alonso's suggestion, Eric expanded the outer city again, extending the wall radius to 5 kilometers. In this expanded area, a new training ground covering 100 acres was planned. While 100 acres seemed small for 7,000 people, not all would train simultaneously, making it adequate. Stopping the car, Eric stepped out. Before him lay a muddy, open field where workers were clearing debris, trucks were transporting materials, and excavators, bulldozers, and rollers were hard at work. These engineering vehicles weren't made by the base, they simply collected usable ones from outside. With no fuel worries, these vehicles were fully operational, significantly accelerating construction projects. Doug, responsible for the training ground project, saw Eric and hurriedly stopped the excavator. Running over and bowing respectfully, "Commander," Eric asked curiously, "did you graduate from Lanxiang, or how do you know how to operate an excavator?" Doug laughed. "Commander is joking. I just learned from friends while working on construction sites. I never got certified, so I'm only proficient enough to speed up the work. You flatter me by suggesting I graduated from Lanxiang." Eric nodded in understanding. Indeed, Doug's skills lacked the finesse of a Lanxiang graduate, but showed room for improvement. More graduates from Lanxiang would certainly benefit the base's construction efforts. Setting that aside, Eric asked, "How much longer until the training ground is complete?" Doug glanced at the sprawling 100-acre site, considered it for a moment, and replied, "At most, 2 months." "Understood. Carry on with your work," Eric said. As Doug left, Eric stood still, acknowledging that 2 months was acceptable for the project. Elijah thought to himself, "We can start recruiting soldiers while the training ground is under construction. Resident soldiers doesn't sound right. We need a better name." Note: names are transliterated using pinyin. Chapter 111. The Tianqing Army, Part 3. Eric returned to the mobile base and immediately called Nikki and Lauren. Looking at the 2 people in front of him, he said, "The training ground is expected to be completed in about 2 months. Take advantage of this time to recruit soldiers and divide the overall structure of the team. Once the training ground is finished, we can start training right away, saving us time." Elijah turned to Nikki and said, "Nikki, you will be responsible for recruitment and coordinating with George for soldier medical exams." Then he looked at Lauren and continued, "Antong, you'll be in charge of dividing the new recruits into squads and selecting squad leaders." "Yes, sir." The 2 of them replied. "We also need a name for this army," Eric added. Eric stared at the ceiling, deep in thought. Elijah muttered to himself, "In such dire times, all deities and gods are nonsense. Only humans can save themselves. As heaven maintains vigor through movement, a gentleman should constantly strive for self-improvement. How about calling it the self-improvement army?" Cough, cough, cough. Lauren started coughing upon hearing Eric's musings. This was completely off topic. What kind of army is the self-improvement army? Nikki was equally bewildered, but couldn't find any fault. Self-improvement made sense, but it just felt strange. Seeing Eric's excited face, he asked, "I've come up with a name for our army, the self-improvement army. What do you think?" Nikki stammered, "I think, it's good, very good." Unable to find appropriate adjectives, he could only keep saying good, very good. Lauren echoed, which made Eric think she really liked the name. But then she suddenly changed her tone. "What a load of crap. What kind of name is that? Why not call it the Elijah moves vigorously and gentlemen strive for self-improvement army?" She gave Eric a scathing look. "If you don't like it, we can change it. Why are you getting so upset?" Eric muttered to himself, then reconsidered the new army name. The self-improvement army wouldn't work, but the phrase, "as heaven moves vigorously, a gentleman strives for self-improvement," perfectly described the soldiers. After some thought, Eric slapped his thigh and declared, "Let's take the 2 characters, Tianqing, from the phrase. It will be called the Tianqing Army. What do you think?" Elijah looked expectantly at Lauren. She pondered for a moment and remarked, "Tianqing Army, adding strength to the army. This name actually has a profound meaning, and it sounds much better than the self-improvement army." Lauren nodded slightly and added, "The Tianqing Army works." Eric's eyes lit up as he turned to Nikki. "What do you think?" Without hesitation, Nikki flattered, "Tianqing, Elijah moves vigorously, carrying out justice on behalf of heaven. This name is excellent. Sir, you truly have a wealth of knowledge. I am genuinely impressed." Lauren frowned at Nikki's fawning. Seeing Eric basking in the compliments, she rolled her eyes again. After a while, Eric, thoroughly pleased by the praise, said, "Enough, enough. My vast knowledge is already well known. Let's keep it low-key, very low-key." Nikki finally stopped flattering. Eric was delighted by the praise, and Nikki, who was giving the compliments, was equally satisfied. His principle now was that if the commander was happy, he was happy too. So when he saw Eric beaming from his praise, he felt genuinely elated. Despite her exasperation, Lauren heard Eric's narcissistic comment, and, despite loving him, couldn't help but retort sarcastically, "Vast knowledge indeed. I'd say more like, full of cramps." Elijah's voice was low, but Eric had keen hearing and caught every word clearly. Nikki, whose hearing wasn't as sharp, but standing nearby, also understood everything clearly. An awkward silence spread throughout the mobile base. Cough, cough. Eric cleared his throat to break the awkwardness. "All right, let's not chat anymore. Get to work." "Yes, I'll design the recruitment advertisement right away," Nikki said and left after bidding farewell to Eric. Lauren chatted with Eric for a few more minutes before leaving the mobile base. A cold wind blew, temperatures plummeted, and pure white snowflakes fell from the sky, blanketing the earth in pristine white overnight. Although City H belonged to the south, winter temperatures still dropped below zero, accompanied by snowfall. Eric climbed up the city wall and gazed down at the snowy scene. The entire city was bathed in white, with snowflakes continuing to fall from the sky, creating a picturesque view. Turning his gaze downwards, he saw Lauren walking through the snow, ascending the steps to the city wall. She stood beside him, soaking in the falling snowflakes, and sighed. This winter feels colder than usual, and the snow came earlier. Eric turned to look at her and smiled gently. Perhaps it's because we've lost some things we once took for granted. Lauren chuckled lightly. It might be. Elijah's gaze shifted to the distance, filled with longing. She mused, time flies. Winter has arrived, and I wonder how they are doing. Curious, Eric asked. Who are they? My father, mother, and brother. I wonder how they are, Lauren said with a bitter smile, her eyes dimming. Perhaps they've become zombies. Eric looked at her sympathetically. As someone not from this world, he didn't have to worry about his loved ones becoming zombies or zombie meals, but being separated by worlds, he often missed them too. Elijah patted Lauren's head and comforted her. Don't worry, your parents and brother will be fine. Lauren sniffled and wiped her eyes, preventing tears from spilling over. She looked at Eric and smiled again. Let's not talk about sad things. We have important matters to discuss. The training ground is complete, and the selection and division of soldiers were finished 2 days ago. Training can begin immediately. Due to various factors, the training ground that was supposed to take 2 months to complete ended up taking 3 months. Recruitment and medical examinations were slowed down to match the construction pace, hence the completion was delayed until winter. Eric exclaimed joyfully. Then what are we waiting for? Start the training immediately. The sooner we build up combat capabilities, the sooner we can assist the guard army in defending the base. Lauren sighed. Sir, training is necessary, but we still need instructors and equipment like guns and ammunition. Eric laughed. I was too excited and forgot about that. Let's go select training instructors. Elijah descended from the city wall and beckoned Lauren with a finger. Without hesitation, Lauren followed Eric towards the inner city barracks. Chapter 112, Elijah Haven's Army, Part 4. The two arrived at the inner city barracks, and Eric found Elvin to assist Lauren in selecting instructors for training. Redundantly, he saw Gaylord supervising the guard troops training. Elijah thought, Gaylord comes from a special forces background and is a regular human being, making him more suitable to design training programs tailored for ordinary people. Why not make him the chief instructor? Gaylord noticed Eric's gaze, looked over, and smiled lightly before walking up. Eric Luo, Gaylord greeted with a smile. Eric replied, I was just looking for you. Oh, what for? Gaylord asked curiously. Eric explained, the Elijah Haven's army training ground has been constructed, and we can start training. I think you were once a special forces captain, so you must have experience in training soldiers. This chief instructor role is perfect for you. True to his military background, Gaylord didn't hesitate. Elijah stood at attention and responded, guaranteed to complete the mission? Eric turned to Lauren and noticed a change in her expression, clearly displeased that Gaylord had been chosen as chief instructor rather than herself. Antong has unmatched marksmanship within the base and outstanding military qualities. As a top-tier evolved individual, she also possesses strong leadership and management skills from leading many female soldiers in Daughter Valley. Elijah's loyalty to the base is unquestionable. If the captains and commanders of Elijah Haven's army are all level 2 squad leaders from the guard, they might only handle daily training and basic combat commands. It would be better for her to serve as the commander of Elijah Haven's army to maximize its combat effectiveness. Eric considered this and said to her, Antong, after much thought, I believe you're more suited to be the commander of Elijah Haven's army. Lauren looked at Eric incredulously, asking in surprise, me as the commander of Elijah Haven's army? Not one of the guard. That's right. Eric nodded firmly. You're a qualified guard soldier, aren't you? Lauren still couldn't believe it, thinking she might have heard wrong. She asked again, really me? Eric affirmed confidently, yes, really you. Upon confirmation, the surprise in Lauren's eyes turned into sheer joy. Overwhelmed with excitement, she threw herself into Eric's arms and gave him a kiss on the cheek in front of Elvin and Gaylord. Afterward, she immediately let go, blushing slightly and taking a few steps back, giggling, thank you, Commander. Elvin and Gaylord raised their eyebrows, exchanged a knowing glance, and nodded approvingly, feeling pleased. Eric, having watched many romantic movies, found Lauren far more beautiful than the actresses he had seen. Previously occupied with developing the base, he hadn't paid much attention to her appearance. Now, he noticed her clear bright eyes, arched eyebrows, long fluttering lashes, flawless fair skin, and soft lips like rose petals. Elijah's lingering fragrance was intoxicating. She seemed like a celestial maiden descended from heaven, making his heart race uncontrollably. Under Eric's burning gaze, Lauren's cheeks grew even rosier, shyly avoiding his eyes, adding to her allure. Shaking his head to refocus, Eric muttered, in ancient times, she'd definitely be considered a beauty capable of bringing ruin. Since there are no objections, Gaylord will now be the chief instructor of Elijah Haven's army, and Lauren will be its commander, Eric told Elvin. Take them to select instructors for Elijah Haven's army training. I'll prepare the firearms. Elvin responded, yes, sir. Eric left the barracks and headed to the military zone, arriving at the armory. Elijah said, activate the function panel. A blue screen unfolded before him. Sliding his fingers, he chose to produce 7,000 automatic rifles and 1,000,000 rounds of ammunition for Elijah Haven's army. 2 days later at the Elijah Haven's army training ground, 7,000 new recruits stood neatly in formation despite the heavy snowfall of early winter. The excitement made them oblivious to the cold. They gazed at the figure on the elevated platform, the ruler of the base and supreme military commander, Eric. Eric stood tall on the platform, scanning the 7,000 new recruits, and said loudly, what is your purpose in joining the army? The recruits chorused in unison, to defend the base. Although untrained, the 7,000 voices were remarkably synchronized, resonating across the entire base. Residents listened intently, filled with excitement and fervor. One said, when my son grows up, I'll make sure he joins Elijah army to protect our base and home. Another added, from now on, I'll encourage my daughter to study medicine so she can become a military doctor and treat our soldiers. An elderly man exclaimed emotionally, if I weren't too old, I'd join Elijah army and wipe out those damn zombies. Eric remained solemn, saying, your responsibility isn't just to defend the base, but also to protect its residents. Do not use your guns to oppress ordinary civilians or abuse your power. The base rules apply to you, along with military regulations. Anyone who violates these rules will face consequences, and their entire squad will be punished accordingly. Monitor each other and ensure compliance. Yes, sir, the recruits answered, determined to adhere to the rules while watching each other closely. Pleased with their response, Eric gestured for Lauren, Gaylord, and 14 guard squad leaders to join him on the platform. Introducing the guard squad leaders first, he said, you've met these 14 during groupings. They are your temporary captains. Temporary because if you excel in military skills and character, you could become captains too. This ignited further enthusiasm among the recruits, resolving to train hard. Next, introducing Gaylord, Eric said, this is Chief Instructor Gaylord. Though not from the guard, he was once the second team captain of the Xia Churchildren's Wolf Special Forces before the outbreak. A wave of awe swept through the crowd, and the recruits looked at Gaylord with newfound respect. Finally, introducing Lauren, Eric said, this is Lauren, your future commander. Those from Daughter Valley know her. In this apocalypse, survival is tough for women, yet she led many to establish a settlement of thousands, demonstrating remarkable leadership. Despite this, most of the 7,000 recruits, predominantly men, looked at Lauren without much reverence, questioning a woman leading them. Lauren noticed this, her eyes turning sharp. Leaping off the platform, she picked up 2 small pebbles, tossed them high, and drew her pistol. Bang, bang. Under everyone's watchful eyes, she hit the stones precisely. Brindank in a breath. Most recruits gasped, astonished by her skill, instantly recognizing her prowess. There were still a few new recruits who were standing a bit far away or hadn't paid close attention. They only knew that Lauren had fired 2 shots into the sky but didn't know why. However, seeing the respectful attitudes of those around them, they followed suit. Lauren holstered her pistol at her waist and spoke clearly. Any more doubts? Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as per the original text. Chapter 113. Instant defeat. At these words, the training ground fell silent. After waiting a minute and seeing no one speak up, Lauren was about to return to the platform. Brindandenly, a shrill and mocking voice rang out. She's just a bit better with guns, but after all, she's a woman. Elijah physical strength and speed can't match men's. It might be inappropriate for her to be the highest-ranking officer of Tianqing army. Lauren halted, turning around to look at the Tianqing army. Due to this remark, the new recruits started murmuring among themselves. Yeah, being in the military isn't just about gun skills. Don't follow the crowd like that. Do you think we're in ancient times with cold weapon combat? Even if it's not cold weapon combat, physical strength still matters. I think Brenda Brendan has good physical strength. She jumped down from a platform more than a meter high and landed steadily. You know it's only over a meter. I can land steadily too when jumping from that height. The new recruits split into 3 groups. One believed that in the age of firearms, good shooting was enough, thus accepting Lauren as the Tianqing army captain. Another thought that besides gun skills, other aspects must also be competent, so they remained unconvinced by Lauren's appointment. The third group remained neutral, watching the debate unfold. On the platform, Eric whispered to Lauren, come up here. Lauren immediately walked up to stand beside Eric. Eric shouted, quiet. No one dared disobey the senior officer's order. The noisy recruits instantly quieted down, looking at Eric to see whether he would forcibly appoint Lauren regardless of their acceptance, or leave the position vacant and choose someone else, or perhaps had another solution. Eric kept his gaze steady and said softly to Lauren, someone is deliberately causing trouble. Do you want to handle it yourself, or need my help? Lauren followed Eric's gaze and saw a person at the edge of the last row of the Tianqing army, grinning smugly and waving his fist provocatively as he met her eyes. She realized immediately that this person was the troublemaker. After demonstrating excellent shooting skills, most had already conceded. But this individual's comment, after all, she's a woman, had stirred up dissent again. I'll handle it myself. She stepped forward, standing tall and proud, and declared loudly, since some people believe that good shooting skills alone are insufficient, then let me stand here. Any who disagree may step up and challenge me. Rest assured, I won't use a gun. Saying this, she pulled out her pistol from her waist and placed it on the ground, kicking it back with her toe. Great. Those recruits who had already accepted Lauren clapped, mocking those who were still unconvinced. What? You still have objections? Step up if you dare. Ha ha ha. Nobody dares to step up, they're chicken. Though unconvinced by Lauren and confident that men were physically superior to women, none of them dared to face Eric. Lauren was stunningly beautiful and had been personally appointed by Eric, indicating a close relationship. They did not want to offend the senior officer due to impulsive actions. For a long time, no one challenged her. Lauren turned her gaze toward the troublemaker at the back. Feeling her eyes on him, he raised his hand mockingly and said, 7,000 people, yet no one dares to challenge a woman. Let me do it. These words attracted everyone's attention. Elijah walked forward under the crowd's gaze. Eric stared at him, sensing that he wasn't afraid, implying that this person was no ordinary troublemaker. Outside the training ground, Nixie, who was responsible for recruitment, felt strange seeing this person. Most soldiers left an impression on him, and this man named Shaw stood out particularly because he joined the base recently and had a note on his health report saying extremely fit, which was unique among 7,000 people. His memory was so vivid that he remembered Shaw's name clearly. Is he trying to gain the commander's favor by defeating Lauren? This was the only reason Nixie could think of for Shaw's bold provocation. Elijah smirked inwardly. Unfortunately, he picked the wrong target. Shaw, you don't know how close the commander and Lauren are, and even though she's a woman, her physical fitness ranks second only to the commander among the tens of thousands of residents. Nixie shook his head with a smile, already imagining the scene where Shaw would be beaten. Shaw stopped below the platform, glancing at Lauren and then at Eric, asking, "How do we conduct the match?" Eric waved his hand, signaling the 14 guards and Gaylord to step back, creating space on the platform. "Come up," he said. Shaw didn't hesitate. Elijah bent his legs slightly, then used his thigh muscles to jump onto the more than a meter-high platform effortlessly, drawing exclamations from both the Tianqing army soldiers and the crowd. Jumping down from such height was easy, but jumping up without assistance was difficult. Shaw relished the crowd's astonished looks, smiling and facing Lauren with a challenging gaze. Lauren glanced at him disdainfully, not taking him seriously. Eric added, "Let's skip formalities. State your name, and the challenge begins." Shaw. Faced with Lauren's contemptuous attitude, Shaw felt uncomfortable and curtly said 2 words before gesturing at her, saying, "I'll give you 3 moves." Elijah hearing the arrogant offer of giving her 3 moves, Lauren gave a cold laugh. "Are you ready?" Before Shaw could respond, Lauren shot forward, her right fist aiming directly at his face. Shaw's pupils dilated. Lauren's speed far exceeded his expectations. In shock, he muttered, "Evolved human." Elijah tried to block, but Lauren was faster. In the next second, her punch hit his nose. Bang! That seemingly delicate fist was devastating. The immense force knocked Shaw backward. Blood gushed from his nose as he flew through the air and landed several meters away, staining the white snow. Elijah crashed heavily, sliding several meters before falling off the platform, leaving behind a bloody mark and a long scrape. This scene left everyone speechless. Both the convinced and unconvinced recruits stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Chapter 114, Fitzroy's cousin, Shaw. A few seconds of silence followed, and then the crowd suddenly erupted into noise. People were discussing fervently. Someone exclaimed in shock, "I remember now. I once saw Brenda Brendan leap several meters up a wall just like the commander did. For this Shaw to challenge Brenda Brendan is asking for a beating. Upon hearing you say that, I remember too. Yeah, me too." Lauren glanced at Eric and smiled lightly before shifting her gaze to Tianqing troops and asked, "Is there anyone who still has doubts?" Elijah's voice was as cold as snow. Under her gaze, those soldiers who were previously unconvinced lowered their heads. Whether it was marksmanship or physical prowess, they couldn't match her. How could they have any more objections? Someone suddenly shouted, "Brenda Brendan." Immediately, the entire venue echoed with chants. Brenda Brendan. Eric watched this scene and smiled in satisfaction. Brendanly, Shaw, who had fallen off the platform, got back on his feet. Blood was still dripping from his nose. Seeing Lauren, his face turned vicious, and he roared, "You bitch, I'll kill you." Elijah abruptly lifted his shirt to reveal a pistol, drawing it out and aiming it at Lauren. But at that moment, a figure flashed in front of him. It was Eric who swiftly disarmed him, then kicked him away. Others on the platform immediately rushed over, pinning Shaw down. Despite his strength, after being kicked by Eric and held down by so many burly men, he couldn't break free no matter how hard he struggled. Seeing Shaw subdued, a rough-looking man among the crowd's eyes flashed with a hint of sharpness, and he quietly moved away from the crowd. At this point, everyone's attention was drawn to Shaw, and no one noticed this person's peculiar behavior. Eric carefully examined the pistol taken from Shaw. It was finely crafted and obviously not homemade, with a 15-round double-stack magazine. Bringing a weapon into the city and even bypassing the entry check, this Shaw seems to have some background, Eric murmured. At that moment, Gaylord approached. Upon seeing the pistol, he frowned slightly and remarked, "This is Xia country's standard-issue military pistol." Standard-issue military pistol. Eric looked at Gaylord, saying, "Did he get it from a police station?" Gaylord shook his head, saying, "This is specifically a military standard-issue pistol, only found within the army." That surprised Eric. If it was indeed a military standard-issue pistol, did this guy breach a military base? Pondering this, Eric suddenly noticed Tianqing troops and civilians staring at this side. Elijah immediately declared, "The opening ceremony of the Tianqing forces is over. Everyone can disperse." Elijah then ordered, "Take him to the dungeon." Waving the pistol towards Gaylord, Eric asked, "Are you sure this is a military standard-issue pistol?" Gaylord said confidently, "Absolutely. This is Xia's current standard-issue military pistol." Lauren also glanced at the gun and confirmed, Gaylord didn't make a mistake. This is indeed a Xia country military standard-issue pistol. Brendan-rized, Eric asked, "Antong, do you know this gun too?" Lauren replied, "Both my parents are military personnel. I grew up in the military camp, familiar with all sorts of firearms." That explains it. Playing with the pistol, Eric mused aloud. First, he instigated verbally and then challenged Antong. Why is Shaw doing these things? Is it merely because he cannot accept a woman as the Tianqing force captain? But if that's the case, shouldn't he have been convinced after losing to Antong rather than become furious and try to kill her? Not only did he carry a concealed firearm into the city without turning it in but also managed to bypass the checks, and this pistol happens to be a military one. After some thought, Eric couldn't figure out who Shaw really was or why he came to the base. Was he just a survivor seeking refuge? It didn't seem right. Rubbing his temples, Eric shook his head and thought, forget it. Let's ask Shaw directly. Bang, bang, bang. Let me out. Let me out. As soon as Eric reached the dungeon entrance, he heard crashing sounds and Shaw's shouts. Entering the dungeon, the crashes continued, shaking the whole dungeon with each impact, showing Shaw's incredible strength. This surprised Eric further. Brendan's immense strength was far beyond ordinary people. Shaw was likely an evolved human. Standing at the cell where Shaw was imprisoned, Eric looked at him calmly. Seeing Eric, Shaw stopped smashing and stared directly at Eric, roaring, "Let me out." Eric smiled faintly. "Why should I let you out?" Shaw roared, "Do you know who I am?" "Oh." Eric asked curiously, "Who are you?" "My cousin Fitzroy is the city lord of Lewisdom's #1 sanctuary city. If you don't release me, he will send troops to wipe out your base." Shaw glared fiercely at Eric, clearly threatening him. Elijah seemed to believe that just mentioning Fitzroy would make Eric release him and apologize profusely. Fitzroy. Recalling conversations with DeAndre, Eric remembered that the city lord of Lewisdom's #1 sanctuary city was indeed named Fitzroy. Unexpectedly, this Shaw was Fitzroy's cousin. But why was he here and so arrogant? Eric gazed at him and asked, "Was Fitzroy the one who sent you here?" Shaw replied arrogantly, "So what if he did? And so what if he didn't?" Eric asked again, "What did Fitzroy instruct you to do?" Shaw smirked, "I came on my own. I heard there are lots of women here, so I came to play." Brendan, pressing his anger. Eric repeated sternly, "Again, why did Fitzroy send you here?" Shaw, not yet realizing the gravity of the situation, persisted, "I already said, I came on my own to play." Bang. Before he finished, Eric grabbed Shaw's collar and slammed him against the iron bars. With a cold stare, Eric enunciated every word. "This is the third time I'm asking. What did Fitzroy send you here for?" Shaw was startled. Eric, who appeared easygoing, now seemed like a terrifying beast from ancient times. Shaw felt killing intent in Eric's eyes. Elijah realized that being Fitzroy's cousin wouldn't intimidate Eric. Even if Fitzroy himself came, Eric wouldn't be frightened into releasing him. If he continued to be flippant and evasive, he believed his fate would be grim. Understood this, fear overwhelmed Shaw. Swallowing nervously, he confessed, "My cousin sent me to investigate the situation in the base." Chapter 115, Cry, Fight, and Hang. I have never met Fitzroy, nor have I wronged him in any way. Why did he send you to gather intelligence on the base? Eric loosened his grip on Shaw's collar, trying to recall anyone from the Lewisdom that he knew. Only Juliet, Gannon, and Bounderlin. Elijah had never seen Fitzroy before. Shaw took a few steps back, creating some distance between himself and Eric. Terrified, he dared not lie and said, "My cousin just told me to scout the base for information. As to why, he didn't tell me." While Shaw was talking, Eric observed his facial expressions and eye movements. Elijah seemed honest. "Apart from you, are there others gathering intelligence?" Shaw immediately replied, "Yes, there's another woman named Christy, who is my cousin's confidant." "Describe her appearance," Eric asked hastily. Shaw closed his eyes to recall, then described her. "She has a square face, thick eyebrows, and a very large mouth. However, her voice is very delicate, soft, and pleasing to listen to. If it weren't for her voice, I would think she was a man." Eric frowned, wondering if she could really be a woman, but judging by Shaw's earnest expression, he doubted he was lying. Knowing there was another mole within the base city, Eric left the dungeon and headed straight for the barracks. After Eric left, Shaw slowly walked to the corner of the cell and squatted down, looking worried as he muttered to himself, "Cousin, you've really put me in a tight spot. You said we could be more relaxed here, and even if discovered, it would be okay. But Eric and his people are so formidable, and they're not afraid of your name." That look in his eyes earlier. Elijah shivered at the thought. "Fortunately, I acted quickly and flexibly. Otherwise, following your advice, I might already be dead several times over." Upon reaching the barracks, Eric called over Anchor and Harrison, instructing them, "Search the entire city for the mole. Look for a woman with a square face, thick eyebrows, and a big mouth. Remember, she has a beautiful voice." "Yes, sir." Following orders, Anchor and Harrison immediately began a thorough search involving thousands of guards. Meanwhile, Eric went to Nikki's office. Seeing the commander in person, Nikki stood up promptly with a broad smile. Eric explained, "There's a mole in the city. Mobilize the residents to help find her. She has a square face, thick eyebrows, and a large mouth. Female, and a beautiful voice." "Really? Brendan's description sounds like a man." Nikki thought sarcastically but responded instantly, "Yes, sir." Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Nikki contacted his team and mobilized the residents to join in the search. News of the mole spread throughout the base city, involving both guards and residents in the hunt. As time moved from noon to afternoon, inside the mobile base, Eric's fingers tapped rhythmically on his desk. Before him stood several women with rough features, suspected moles. "Sir, I am not a mole." "Wah. Is having a rough appearance a crime now?" "Sir, this is unjust. My plastic surgery failed. I am not a mole." These women shouted louder than the last, with some sitting on the floor, beating the ground while crying out for justice. Eric felt as though he were back in a bustling pre-apocalypse marketplace. Rubbing his temples, he said, "Enough shouting. Ladies on the ground, please get up. Don't catch a cold." Elijah sighed. "Why are you unbuttoning your pants? Otherwise, I'll charge you with public indecency." A middle-aged woman, with an expression of grievance, started fiddling with her waistband, looking around for a place. Elijah hearing Eric's warning, she quickly explained, "Sir, I'm not being indecent. I'm searching for a good place to hang myself." Seeing her increasing agitation, she covered her face and sobbed, "I'd rather die, wah wah. Please, don't panic. Being suspected doesn't mean you're a mole." Eric looked at Nikki anxiously. "Find Elvin and bring Shaw here." Nikki, stunned by the scene, finally reacted and ran off. Moments later, Nikki returned with Elvin escorting Shaw. "Come quickly." Eric gestured repeatedly. "Can you identify any of these people as your companion?" Shaw was momentarily taken aback by the dramatic scene. "What are you waiting for?" Eric pushed him gently. "Quickly, see if your accomplice is among them." Coming back to his senses, Shaw scanned the crowd and shook his head. No. Eric frowned. "All the roughest-looking women in the city are here. Are you sure you're not lying?" "Oh no, sir, you misunderstand." At Eric's words, the women became even more unruly, some even rolling on the ground. The one unbuttoning her waistband found a spot and prepared to hang herself. Shaw looked pained. "I'm not lying. None of them are my accomplice." Exasperated, Eric waved his hand. "All right, you can go. I believe you're not the mole." "Wah, oh, we knew you would see through us." "Yeah, We expected you do the right thing. You were about to hang yourself? This is just a slipknot. Speechless, Eric signaled Nikki to dismiss them. After they left, Eric asked Nikki, "Are their details recorded?" Nikki nodded. "Yes, sir." "Good," Eric said. "Keep an eye on these women until we catch the mole. We can't afford to overlook anyone." "These people aren't my accomplices," Shaw said suddenly. Eric glanced at him, frowning. "Did you deliberately give a false description? Who has a square face, thick eyebrows, and a big mouth?" "I'm telling the truth." Shaw stared into Eric's eyes firmly. Eric pondered. Fitzroy sent such a dimwit? Does he think I'm too naive to notice? Or does he want me to discover the mole intentionally? Waving his hand, he ordered, "Forget it. Take him away for now." After Elvin led Shaw away, Eric furrowed his brow in thought. Minutes later, he relaxed and instructed Nikki, "Continue searching for the mole based on Shaw's description, but focus only on those who entered the city around the same time as Shaw, rather than everyone." Until they caught the mole, Eric remained cautious, ensuring no one slipped through the cracks. Chapter 116, Attack on the Zombie Town. 3 days later, the undercover search had been ongoing, but they still hadn't found the true mole. "I think the mole might have already left the base," Nikki said. Elijah stroked his chin and nodded slightly. "That's a possibility." After a few seconds of silence, Elijah continued, "Gaylord, you take a few people to continue searching secretly for the mole. Everyone else, return to your posts." "Yes," Gaylord replied. Others echoed, "Yes." Once everyone left, only Elijah remained in the mobile base. Elijah tapped his fingers on the desk, deep in thought. Why did Fitzroy want to gather information about the base? Could he be planning an attack? Stepping outside, the world was blanketed in white, and Elijah relaxed his brows. "Bela Yangson is already in Anton City. Perhaps I should go and ask her. She has never shown me any ill will. In Anton City, she even displayed kindness at all times. If I go alone, it shouldn't be too dangerous." Deciding to visit Anton City, now known as the 5th Sanctuary City, alone, Elijah opted not to send Elvin, Ryan, Anchor, or Harrison. Though they were peak level 1 evolvers with sufficient strength, their speech patterns as Guardian Corps soldiers would complicate gathering useful information. Sometimes a phrase uttered in their tone could change the original meaning entirely. Additionally, Lauren could be chosen, but Elijah discarded that idea after 3 seconds. Whenever he was around, Lauren almost came to blows with Bela Yangson. If they met privately, a fight would be inevitable. Therefore, only he could make the trip to Anton City. No, to the 5th Sanctuary City to inquire about Fitzroy from Bela Yangson. Looking up at the sky, Elijah mused, "For safety's sake, I need to further enhance my power." Even as a level 2 evolver, he was arguably one of the strongest combatants at present. Still, caution wasn't misplaced. An idea flashed through his mind, and his eyes sparkled. Level 2 zombies in the town. Reflecting further, he thought, if Fitzroy really intends to plot against the base, we must be cautious. Let's wait another month until the Tianqing army can form a basic fighting force capable of defending the base before I lead an attack on the zombie town. This way, I can avoid leaving the base defenseless if Fitzroy attempts a surprise attack during my absence. Time passed swiftly, and more than 20 days went by. In the outer city training ground, Elijah felt gratified watching the transformed warriors of the Tianqing army. Over the past 20 days, their physical fitness and military skills had significantly improved. At the very least, they could handle guns and reload proficiently with decent accuracy. All this was thanks to the vast supply of ammunition the base had. Even a powerful force like the Louis Dom would be amazed by the daily consumption of entire magazines of bullets during new recruit training. One magazine contains 30 rounds, which seems little, but with 7,000 Tianqing soldiers, that equates to over 200,000 bullets a day, amounting to millions over several weeks, a mountain-sized stockpile. At this point, the Tianqing army clearly possessed some combat capability and could be used to defend the base. Elijah gazed toward the direction of the town, eyes flashing with determination and anticipation. It's time. Elijah returned to the inner city barracks and summoned the 4 guardians, Elvin, Ryan, Anchor, and Harrison. Elijah ordered, "Anchor, Harrison, you stay behind with 1,000 men to guard the base. If the enemy attacks, deploy the Tianqing army for defense. Elvin, Ryan, you each take 1,000 men with me to launch an expedition on the zombie town." The zombie town was named by Elijah himself. The 4 responded in unison, "Yes." Outside the base city walls, the troops assembled, led by 4 tanks at the front, followed by identical troop carriers, advancing grandly toward the town. Randomly, heavy snow began to fall, and a biting cold wind swept from north to south. Elijah climbed atop a carrier, enduring the storm unbothered due to his level 2 evolver constitution that resisted the frigid temperatures. His gaze fixed on the town, eyes glinting with anticipation. Slaying the level 2 zombie there would yield a level 2 evolution crystal, boosting his strength further. 2 hours later, the zombie town, now covered in snow, came into view. Approaching within 700 meters, Elijah ordered a halt. 4 tanks lined up, 10 machine gun armed carriers positioned on either side. Ammunition loaded, ready for action. Elijah leaped onto a tank, squinting then widening his eyes as he shouted, "Fire!" Bang 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 bang. Tank cannons unleashed torrents of fire, the explosive force scattering snow outward. Clutching the sides of the tank, Elijah barely noticed the vehicle shake violently under him. A quick backflip allowed him to land steadily. Patting his chest, he muttered, "Got me spooked." Bang 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 bang. Another volley sent shells slicing through the icy air towards the town. Tanks carried 2 types of ammunition, armor-piercing rounds for powerful zombies and fragmentation shells for mass destruction. The latter was deployed now. Boom 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 boom. Blinding explosions erupted, echoing loudly even kilometers away. Rapid successive explosions revealed that each tank had fired 10 rounds in less than a minute. Without binoculars, Elijah saw the town in ruins. Roar. Evolved zombies bellowed amidst the chaos, charging out of the snowstorm. Ordinary zombies groaned, while evolved ones roared furiously. 20+ large, muscular level 1 strength zombies and over a dozen swift level 1 speed zombies emerged, along with countless regular zombies. Elijah heavy machine guns opened fire, torrents of bullets pouring down. Meanwhile, Guardian Corps soldiers disembarked from troop carriers, lining up and firing at the approaching horde. Prepared, they held off the zombies beyond 400 meters. Bow and shine gun volleys devastated even level 1 strength zombies, shredding them instantly. However, Elijah frowned as the attackers consisted only of level 1 evolved zombies, without any near level 2 variants in sight. Brindandonly, a dark shadow loomed. Looking up, Elijah saw a massive rock plummeting, estimated to weigh 400 to 500 pounds. Startled, he leaped back, grabbing nearby guards and retreating quickly. Bang! The rock smashed down, shaking the ground and creating a large crater. More shadows followed. Elijah's heart raced as he watched several rocks hurtle towards them. Chapter 117. The commander is too twisted. Bang! 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 Snowflakes danced wildly in the air as tremendous crashing sounds were accompanied by screams. 2 armored vehicles loaded with heavy machine guns were hit by boulders. The machine guns atop them flew off, and the gunners operating them turned into piles of flesh under the 400 to 500 pound rocks. Several guards who were struck by the boulders met their ends instantly, dying horrific deaths. And the projectiles continued raining down. Eric leapt onto a tank, kicking away an incoming log, and immediately ordered, "Tank fire! Provide covering fire." The 4 tanks resumed synchronized firing. Boom, boom, boom. Under the bombardment, the incoming projectiles significantly decreased. Half an hour later, the small town was in ruins, littered with zombie corpses. On the guard side, many had been injured or sacrificed, and several armored vehicles suffered varying degrees of damage from the debris. No more zombies emerged from the town, seemingly most of them killed on the spot. The wind and snow intensified, rapidly decreasing visibility. From 700 meters away, one could no longer clearly see the town. Eric waved his hand and shouted, "Advance forward!" Anti-animing loudly, the 4 tanks led the charge toward the town. The dismounted guard troops followed on foot for quicker combat readiness. The tracks pressed into the ground left clear imprints, while over 1,000 men marched through the snow, leaving countless footprints. Ah! Rat-a-tat-tat! A pained cry spread through the ranks. Eric traced the sound and saw a guard bitten on the calf by a half-decayed zombie. Guards were never cowards. This one was no exception. Elijah promptly shot the zombie's head before turning to Eric with a smile, saying, "Sorry, Commander, I can't fight for you anymore." Elijah then solemnly handed his automatic rifle to a comrade and drew his sidearm, pressing it against his temple. Bang! Blood splattered, staining the pure white snow. The guard died with a smile. At the moment he fired, Eric clenched his fists tightly but quickly relaxed. Elijah sternly commanded, "Everyone, keep your eyes and feet sharp. Any moving zombie, shoot their heads off directly." "Yes, sir," the guards responded. The formation advanced more cautiously this time, not just wary of zombies rushing out but also of dangers hidden under the snow. Gunfire echoed incessantly, occasionally interspersed with cries of pain. Eric stood atop the tank, enduring the wind and snow, gripping his military knife, constantly alert. Based on the tank's speed, they were within 100 meters of the town. But Eric didn't plan to stop. 80 meters, 60 meters, 50 meters. Brindandonly, a massive creature burst through the snow, charging towards the tank. Roar! Its furious roar caught Eric's attention. It was a near level 2 strength-type zombie, standing nearly 8 feet tall, with pale red eyes and bulging muscles. Bang! Boom! As the tank fired, the near level 2 zombie leaped, raising 2 gigantic fists. The shells now carried armor-piercing rounds. One struck the zombie's lower leg, causing it to explode, but the zombie's attack barely faltered. It hurled its massive fists down at Eric. Eric's eyes narrowed, and he launched himself forward, right fist clenched. With blinding speed, he struck the zombie's chest first, unleashing formidable force. A metallic clang sounded as the zombie's chest caved in, sending its bulky body flying 6 meters back. The tank driver wasn't slacking either, immediately repositioning the turret to aim at the advancing zombie. Roar! 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 4 roars erupted simultaneously as 4 more near-level 2 zombies broke through the snow. Rat-a-tat-tat! Elijah heavy machine guns opened fire, bullets spraying towards the zombies. Bullets that could easily pierce level 1 zombies sparked off these muscular creatures, only leaving shallow marks. Eric felt a chill. Just months ago, encountering a single near level 2 zombie was rare. Now there were 5, showcasing alarming evolution speed. Looking at his dull military knife, Eric felt helpless. It had already failed after cutting 2 level 1 zombies. This near level 2 zombie would surely resist even better. "I need to find a better blade," Eric said, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Elijah focused on one zombie and commanded, "I'll handle one. Elvin and Ryan, support the tank artillery and anti-material sniper rifles." With that, Eric darted forward like lightning, closing in on one zombie. His speed rivaled that of a level 2 speed-type zombie. In an instant, he was face to face with it, military knife in hand, slashing diagonally. Clang. Sparks flew as his slash merely left a long, white scar on the zombie's chest, dulling the blade further. Seeing Eric engage, Elvin and Ryan responded promptly, "Yes." They rushed at the other 4 zombies, each facing 2. Their role was merely to hold them off while the tank and anti-material sniper rifles did the killing, relying on their peak level 1 evolutionist speed without issues. Roar. Facing Eric, the zombie swung at him like swatting a fly. Eric, however, charged forward, pushing off the ground, colliding into the zombie's abdomen. Boom. As a level 2 evolutionist, Eric's strength far surpassed the zombie. The impact sent it toppling backward. It landed hard on its back, scattering snow around. Eric wouldn't give it any chance, jumping up 2 meters high and crashing down. Smash. His feet stomped on the zombie's chest, bones shattering, the ground beneath caving in due to the sheer force. Eric then rained punches down on the zombie's head. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. To the astonishment of watching guards, the zombie's rock-solid skull finally shattered under Eric's relentless assault, brains spilling out. Eric had literally beaten a powerful near-level 2 zombie to death. Breathing heavily, Eric stood up. Hand-to-hand combat with such a strong zombie had exhausted some of his stamina. Elijah examined his knuckles, noting redness but no breaks. A glove would have been wiser. My punch could shatter a 20-centimeter thick concrete wall. This near-level 2 zombie took dozens of punches in the same spot and barely flinched. Its physical strength is insanely abnormal, Eric mused. Unbeknownst to him, his performance looked far more twisted in the guard's eyes. A near-level 2 zombie impervious to machine guns had been beaten to death by bare hands. Commander. Elijah's too twisted. Witnessing Eric's brutal victory, Elvin and Ryan were equally shocked. What a savage way to end the fight. Note: Bowen intaining character names as Pinion, e.g., Eric, ensuring natural and fluent English translation while preserving original tone, style, and logic. Chapter 118. Battle against a level 2 strength zombie. Eric stood on the corpse of a near-level 2 strength zombie and turned his head to look toward Elvin and Ryan. They were relatively relaxed. Under the bombardment of the tank's cannon and the anti-material sniper rifles, the 4 zombies had all been injured, especially the one with its calf already shattered. It now had only half of its lower body intact, just writhing and roaring helplessly on the ground. Seeing this, Eric smiled slightly but didn't plan on helping them. Brendandenly. His smile froze as the sound of something breaking through the air reached his ears. A dark figure rushed at him with a speed far surpassing that of a level 1 speed zombie. However, for Eric, this speed was nothing. Elijah sidestepped and immediately kicked the dark figure. The dark figure was flung away by this powerful leg strike, sliding several meters along the ground before stopping. Eric focused his gaze. The dark figure crouched on all fours with bloodshot eyes. It was a speed zombie. Judging by its speed earlier, it was merely a near-level 2 speed zombie, not the level 2 speed zombie from months ago. The near-level 2 speed zombie got up from the ground and showed fear in the face of such a powerful human opponent. But instead of retreating, it snarled at Eric, though it didn't dare attack. Just as Eric found this peculiar, thud, 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 each thud shook the earth. Eric sensed danger and felt a strong gust from behind. Without turning around, he sprinted forward. The near-level 2 speed zombie immediately fled upon seeing this. Bang! A tremendous sound echoed behind him, with a shockwave spreading outwards, carrying snow and blowing loudly against Eric's clothes. Elijah turned around to see a strength zombie. This zombie also had red eyes, but it was almost 3 meters tall, covered in muscles. If painted green, it would resemble the incredible Antianelk. Level 2 strength zombie? Eric was greatly surprised. The level 2 zombies in the town were supposed to be speed zombies. How did it turn into a strength zombie? Did the zombies here evolve into level 2 during these few months? In that case, there were at least 2 level 2 zombies in the town, which put Eric under enormous pressure. 2 level 2 zombies were no joke. His nerves tightened, alert for any attacks from the hidden level 2 speed zombie. Thump, thump. The level 2 strength zombie charged, its palm, nearly the size of a frying pan, coming down towards Eric's head. Even before the palm reached, the wind created by its movement was stronger than the highest setting on an electric fan, scattering the snow beneath Eric's feet. Eric quickly dodged sideways, avoiding the strike. Despite its massive size, it sacrificed agility, though it was still more agile than a level 1 strength zombie, but less so than a near level 2 strength zombie. With that punch dodged, the giant zombie exposed countless vulnerabilities. Eric steadied himself, his gaze narrowing sharply. Elijah spotted an opening and dashed forward, hugging the large zombie's calf. Aya! With a roar, veins popping on his forehead, Eric somehow threw the nearly 3-meter-tall, estimated to weigh 3 to 4 tons, level 2 strength zombie several meters away. The huge body of the level 2 zombie crashed to the ground, causing the earth to shake. Roar! Brendandenly, an evolved zombie roared behind Eric. Elijah turned and saw it was the near level 2 evolved zombie, relieving him somewhat. At least it's not the level 2 speed zombie. Thinking about it, he looked around warily and thought, why hasn't the level 2 speed zombie shown up yet? Is it so composed? At this moment, the level 2 strength zombie had gotten back up. Anger surged within it, having been humiliated by a small human. It snarled, fists the size of sandbags, and charged towards Eric, swinging its gigantic fists down. Thump, thump, thump. Facing this fierce attack, Eric chose to dodge. The massive fists repeatedly struck the ground, leaving craters behind. Taking advantage of the pause between the level 2 strength zombie's punches, Eric jumped up and delivered a powerful kick to its face. Bang! The level 2 strength zombie's face hit the ground, crashing down. SSS. Eric didn't follow up with another attack, but instead sucked in a cold breath, cursing internally. What a freakishly tough body. Elijah felt like he had kicked pure steel. Whether or not the level 2 zombie was in pain, Eric definitely was. Roar! Despite taking such a powerful kick, the level 2 strength zombie was unharmed. It immediately got back up and continued pounding towards Eric, determined to crush him into meat paste. Anti-material sniper rifle support? Eric shouted. Upon hearing this, the guards pulled out several anti-material sniper rifles for support. The large size of the level 2 strength zombie made it an easy target. Bang, bang, bang. 3 anti-material sniper rifles fired simultaneously, hitting the level 2 strength zombie. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as the bullets shattered upon impact, only managing to scratch the surface of the zombie, not even penetrating the muscle. The anti-material sniper rifle only scratched it? Its defense is significantly stronger than a near level 2 zombie. Eric exclaimed in surprise. Normally, when an anti-material sniper rifle hit a near level 2 strength zombie, the bullet could penetrate 10 centimeters into the muscle. Yet, Facing this level 2 zombie, it barely scratched the surface. Eric glanced at Elvin and Ryan. They had already taken down one near level 2 zombie, with 3 left. This thing is like solid steel. Its defense is too strong. Quickly finish them off and come support me. Eric shouted. Now, only the tank's armor-piercing rounds could kill this level 2 strength zombie. All he could do was stall it until the tank was free. Elvin and Ryan exchanged glances, then unleashed all their power and speed. Meanwhile, the tank continually repositioned its turret to aim at the remaining 3 zombies. Eric wasn't worried about holding back this zombie. What concerned him was the hidden level 2 speed zombie. But despite all this time, it hadn't shown itself. Didn't it fear Eric killing the level 2 strength zombie and then coming after it? The snowstorm gradually stopped. Accompanied by a blast, the last near level 2 strength zombie fell with its heart pierced. Finally, the tank was free to aim at the level 2 strength zombie, its still smoking cannon now targeting it. Eric pushed off with his foot and leaped backward. Fire! Thud! 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 3 armor-piercing rounds tore through the cold air, striking the level 2 strength zombie. The cannon's power was formidable. One hit the calf, severing it completely. One hit the abdomen, piercing straight through, and one hit the fist descending, causing it to explode mid-air. Bang! The 4th tank fired. The shell rapidly filled the level 2 strength zombie's pupils, then, boom! Its iron-like head exploded, revealing a pale green evolution crystal. Please feel free to ask if you have more text to translate, or need further assistance. Chapter 119. Objective achieved. Eric caught the evolution crystal that flew out from the level 2 strength zombie's skull. Compared to the quasi-level 2 evolution crystal, which was only a faint greenish tint on white, the level 2 evolution crystal had completely turned into a light green. Holding it in his hand, it felt warm and comfortable. Staring at it closely, he could sense a vibrant vitality within, which surprised Eric greatly. In his understanding, zombies were merely lifeless objects controlled by some mysterious power. However, this level 2 evolution crystal contained such vitality, challenging his perception. Could it be that zombies are not lifeless objects but a new species in the process of evolution? A bizarre thought suddenly sprouted in Eric's mind. Elijah asked quietly, "System, what exactly are zombies?" Ordinary zombies are, as you think, lifeless entities, but they feed on humans and animals. These fresh meats contain life energy, which accumulates within them, nurturing their bodies. The reason it's called evolution, rather than mutation, is because this life energy allows them to be reborn as another intelligent race. When the time comes, while they may not match humans in intelligence, they far surpass ordinary humans in physical strength. What? Eric was deeply shocked and asked urgently, so, even if these zombies evolve to a higher level and possess human-like intelligence, they won't coexist peacefully with humans? Or perhaps this new race born from human flesh is destined to be enemies with the original humans? That's right, survival of the fittest, only the strong survive. Anti-human ancestors also evolved into an intelligent race by consuming animal flesh and bone marrow. Now, a new race is being born, needing such resources for rapid evolution. And compared to animals, they prefer human flesh because, though seemingly weak, humans contain incomparable life energy within their bodies. Of course, after they fully evolve, if humans still exist, they might keep humans in captivity to prevent extinction. Moreover, aren't humans hunting zombies too? They leak the evolution crystals in your hand, which can allow physically weak humans to evolve. Brendance temptation is irresistible to any normal human. Thus, the relationship between humans and zombies isn't just a simple hunting one, but a struggle between an evolving intelligent race and an established one. Normally, the established intelligent race would have a 90% chance of winning. But zombies are different. They originated from humans and came abruptly, disrupting human preparations. Plus, animals are also evolving, possibly becoming intelligent races themselves, so humans' chances of winning are less than 60%. Furthermore, since humans enjoy internal conflicts, their chances decrease further. In total, the win rates between humans and zombies are roughly 40 to 40%, with the remaining 20% for the evolving animals. After hearing this, Eric was completely stunned. Elijah unconsciously tightened his grip on the evolution crystal, feeling a sudden increase in pressure. Brendan surveying the many guards around him, he took a deep breath, transforming his shock into determination. It's a 40% chance for both sides. It's uncertain who will win. Besides, I have the base system. Once I unify all humans, unlocking fighter jets, bombers, missiles, rockets, nuclear bombs, and hydrogen bombs. No matter how strong your physical form, one nuclear bomb, and we'll see if you can withstand it. Moreover, humans can also evolve, requiring only evolution crystals. So, what's there to be afraid of? The snowstorm had ceased, making everyone's vision clearer. The town was now a pile of ruins, littered with dismembered limbs of zombies. Eric regained his senses and looked at the ruins, his brows slightly furrowed. The level 2 speed-type zombie he had been waiting for hadn't appeared. Did it run away? Whoosh! A black shadow darted past. Eric focused and saw the quasi-level 2 speed-type zombie fleeing into the distance. Without hesitation, Eric leaped forward, moving like a shadow. The quasi-level 2 speed zombie turned back, immediately alarmed. Knowing that the pursuing human was extremely powerful, it sped up its escape. However, Eric, as a level 2 evolver, was much faster. After a kilometer, he was almost touching it. Roar! The quasi-level 2 speed zombie panicked and roared, running frantically. But in the next moment, a cold flash passed. A sharp blade colder than ice sliced through it. The zombie's actions froze, its eyes losing their red glow as a neat cut appeared along its skull, splitting it cleanly. Eric turned around, walked over to the quasi-level 2 speed zombie's corpse, and extracted a pale green evolution crystal from its half-cracked head. Returning to the army swiftly, Eric immediately ordered, "All units, sweep the zombie town. Any surviving zombies must be finished off with shots." The guards responded, "Yes." Over 1,000 guards began thorough searches, even shooting any zombie heads left alive. Eric wasn't idle either, starting to collect evolution crystals. The quasi-level 2 strength zombie's head was tough, requiring great effort to extract the crystal. Elijah also split open the heads of dozens of level 1 zombies, extracting their crystals. Though level 1 crystals were useless to him, he aimed to build a guard force entirely composed of evolvers. The snowstorm started again, like someone had hit pause, and now hit play again, obscuring everyone's vision. An hour later, all troops returned. All zombies in the town were eliminated. Although the expected level 2 speed-type zombie didn't appear, killing a level 2 strength-type zombie was still satisfactory, with additional gains including dozens of level 1 evolution crystals and 6 quasi-level 2 crystals. All guards boarded the armored vehicles, heading back to the base. The snow grew heavier, quickly covering the bodies of zombies and guards, turning the world white again. If not for the town's ruins, no one would know a battle had just occurred. Shelter City Number 5, City Lord Bowinchin. Juliet sat in the City Lord's chair. On the first seat on the right side sat a man with thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a handsome, well-built figure, looking at Juliet with a smile. The man smiled. Congratulations, Edith. You're now a City Lord. Juliet smiled. Thank you, Eric Jerson. Brandandanly, the man stood up, saying, You haven't seen your gift yet. Don't thank me so soon. Follow me, and see what I've brought. Oh! Juliet exclaimed, surprised. There's a gift? She stepped down from her high position and walked with the man outside the mansion. 2 medium-sized trucks were parked in front. They walked to the trucks. The man opened the door of one truck, revealing a truckload of firearms. Then he moved to the other truck and opened it, showing 10 boxes of ammunition. The man grinned, 200 rifles, and 10,000 rounds of ammunition. Chapter 120. Undercover? Juliet was clearly very pleased with the gift, repeatedly saying, Thank you, Eric Jerson. The two returned to the city hall. Juliet sat back in the mayor's chair, and the man also returned to his seat. Juliet expressed her gratitude again. 100,000 bullets is no small amount, and my supply of ammunition is precisely running short. Thank you very much, Eric Jerson. The man laughed heartily and said, We both belong to the Louis Dom. You used to be the deputy mayor of my shelter city number 1, so there's no need for such formalities. Besides, these gifts are not entirely for me. Of the 100,000 bullets, 70,000 were sent by the Churchill, but since I have a bit of an OCD, I added another 30,000 from my own stash to make up the full count. This man was Fitzroy, the mayor of shelter city number 1 in the Louis Dom. No formalities aside, thank you all the same, Juliet joked. By the way, Eric Jerson, what brings you here? Are you interested in this 5th shelter city? Ha ha ha. Fitzroy laughed loudly and said, Just joking. If it weren't for your assistance in the past, I wouldn't have been able to manage the tens of thousands of people in shelter city number 1. Now that you're here, I'm even more worried about things. How can I have the heart to think of anything else? I came today mainly to visit you and ask if there's a town about 20 kilometers away from shelter city number 5, where there are evolved zombies. Anti and M came just to see me. Juliet felt disdainful inside but still smiled on the surface. Yes, there's indeed a town about 20 kilometers west of the city gates. A month ago, I sent several groups to investigate. Only 2 people returned safely, the rest died. According to the survivors, they saw 2 zombies fighting when they arrived. One was nearly 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles that could punch through a concrete wall 30 centimeters thick with one strike. The other was slender, with 10-centimeter long nails that were incredibly sharp and moved at an extremely fast speed. Fitzroy immediately stood up, excitedly saying, A nearly 3-meter tall zombie. An incredibly fast zombie. This is. Elijah took a deep breath, trembling with excitement as he slowly spoke each word. 2nd level, zombies. Elijah eagerly told Juliet, Edith, let's join forces and attack this town. We can kill those 2 2nd-level zombies and obtain their evolution crystals. Each of us can then become a 2nd-level human being together. Juliet frowned slightly, not immediately agreeing. She said, Eric Jerson, do you know how terrifying 2nd-level zombies are? Even our Churchill had to hunt quasi-2nd-level zombies to obtain evolution crystals to reach the 2nd level. It cost nearly 100 soldiers in the Kingdom Army just to kill one quasi-2nd-level zombie. Is your protective army better than the Churchill's? I don't mind the loss of nearly 100, or even 1,000, or 10,000 people. I must kill 2nd-level zombies and get the evolution crystals. Fitzroy clenched his fists, his eyes narrowing as he felt the energy within him, saying, Edith, join forces with me. Imagine, 2nd-level evolved humans, how powerful would we be? From Fitzroy's words, it was clear he didn't value his soldiers' lives, seeing them merely as tools that could be sacrificed at any time for his benefit. Juliet shook her head, refusing. My 5th protective army only has 7,000 people in total. Anti-hunting 2nd-level zombies is too risky. I can't accept such losses. Fitzroy's expression darkened momentarily, but quickly passed without Juliet noticing. Elijah laughed and said, All right then, since you don't want to, I won't force you. But, I'll show you what weapons I've brought along. Without waiting for Juliet's response, he walked out of the city hall on his own accord. After a moment's thought, Juliet followed him. At the training ground, Juliet saw a neatly arranged 10,000-strong army, with 2 camouflage tanks parked at the front of the troops. Fitzroy waved his hand, and the tank turrets turned their barrels toward them. Juliet was secretly alarmed. This guy even brought tanks. It seems he's already determined to hunt 2nd-level zombies. Fitzroy turned to Juliet and said, I initially thought the town only had quasi-2nd-level zombies. Who knew there would be actual 2nd-level ones? But, I like to err on the side of caution and always use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Half the army from shelter city number 1 is here now. I think annihilating 2 2nd-level zombies should be easy. Elijah grinned, continuing to persuade. What do you say? This is a one-time opportunity. Let's work together to attack the town. 1 2nd-level evolution crystal for each of us. With such forces, dealing with 2nd-level zombies shouldn't be a problem. Trying to drag me into this is just to make my people cannon fodder. When we eventually kill the second level zombies and get 2 crystals, given his character, he probably wouldn't give me one. Does he really think I'm foolish? Juliet shook her head, declining. I won't join in. However, if you want to attack the town, I can arrange someone to guide you. Fitzroy's expression remained unchanged. That's too bad. After a few seconds of silence, he faced Juliet directly and said, in that case, please arrange a few guides for me. I'll launch the attack tomorrow. Fitzroy naturally knew the way to the town. Asking Juliet to arrange guides was merely a courtesy. Every little bit helps, even getting a few guides makes a difference. Juliet nodded. Fine. I'll arrange it immediately. Due to heavy snow, a journey that should take 2 hours took over 3 hours. They finally saw the towering walls of the base. The guards on the city walls saw the returning expedition force and immediately opened the gates. Despite the heavy snow, residents lined the streets to welcome the guards back, almost like a tradition. Eric stood on the tank, feeling the warmth of the residents' enthusiasm despite the biting cold. Brindandonly, Eric gave a light seeing someone in the crowd with a square face, thick eyebrows, and large mouth, fitting Shaw's description of the undercover agent. With a leap, he jumped into the crowd. The residents, unsure of why, looked at Eric as he approached the suspected agent step by step. Seeing Eric coming, the person's breathing slowed down, avoiding eye contact and involuntarily stepping back 2 steps. The more Eric observed, the more he felt certain. Elijah placed a hand on the person's shoulder, applying immense pressure, causing this person to break out in a cold sweat. Pain, pain, pain. Upon hearing the voice, Eric was taken aback. The voice matched the person's appearance, rough and obviously male, but Shaw described the agent as female. Eric released the person's shoulder, bewilderedly asking, "You're not a woman?" Elijah hearing this, the surrounding residents shot confused looks at him as if to say, "Sir, are you standing in the wind and losing your head?" Clearly, this fellow is purely male. Translation provided strictly adhering to the guidelines. Chapter 121. Consuming a level 2 evolution crystal. Enduring the peculiar gazes from all sides, Eric felt extremely embarrassed, wishing he could find a crevice to hide in. Elijah quickly ran up to the armored vehicle and hid himself. The tanks and armored vehicles sped towards the military parking lot. Once the man in the crowd saw Eric leave, he let out a sigh of relief. His eyes gleamed as he gazed at the departing armored battalion. Elijah muttered under his breath. If Eric were still there, he might have heard him say, "It's time to withdraw." The armored vehicles and tanks entered the military parking lot and came to a neat stop. Eric stepped down from the armored vehicle, braving the blizzard. Reaching for the cloth bag at his waist, he weighed it in his hand. It was heavy. A satisfied smile spread across his face. Inside the bag were dozens of evolution crystals, one of which was a level 2 crystal, with 6 more being quasi-level 2 crystals. A bountiful harvest indeed. Eric murmured to himself, Elvin, Ryan, Anchor, Harrison, and Allah are all peak level 1 evolvers. One quasi-level 2 evolution crystal can bring them to the quasi-level 2 evolver stage. But these 6 quasi-level 2 evolution crystals also work for me. Should I give them to boost our overall strength or consume them alone to enhance my personal capabilities? Eric rubbed his temples, struggling to decide how to allocate the 6 quasi-level 2 crystals. Lost in thought, he unknowingly arrived at the mobile base. Entering the room, he picked out 6 quasi-level 2 evolution crystals and 1 level 2 crystal from the back. Finally making up his mind, he decided to consume them himself. Currently, peak level 1 evolvers were among the most powerful forces. Quasi-level 2 evolvers were rare, and level 2 evolvers were even rarer. Elvin, Ryan, and the others' current strength would suffice for now. There was no rush to upgrade them. On the other hand, he was about to set off for Shelter City number 5 to gather information from Juliet about Fitzroy's mission to investigate the base. Although Juliet seemed friendly, hearts are hard to read, and he couldn't be sure of her true intentions or if she had any ulterior motives against him. Cleaning the 7 evolution crystals, Eric pinched the tender green level 2 crystal between his thumb and forefinger. Taking a deep breath, he placed it in his mouth without hesitation. The level 2 evolution crystal melted upon entry, transforming into a warm flow that surged down his throat and into his abdomen. The evolution process for level 2 was not painful but brought an inexplicable comfort, as immense life energy dispersed within Eric's body. This life energy fused into every cell, reinforcing his physical form. From the outside, he looked as if he were sleeping, breathing steadily with no unusual signs. 3 minutes passed. All the life energy contained within the level 2 evolution crystal was absorbed by Eric. Slowly opening his eyes, he walked to the mirror and noticed little visible change. However, he felt his strength more than double. Caressing his arm, he realized that what once felt rough like would now resembled polished granite. With such a significant increase in power, Eric couldn't help but cast a heated gaze toward the 6 quasi-level 2 evolution crystals quietly lying on the table. Elijah immediately took 2 and placed them in his mouth. The evolution began instantly. After 3 minutes, having consumed all their life energy, Eric didn't pause, immediately swallowing 2 more. This time, it took 2.5 minutes. Finally, placing the last 2 in his mouth, Eric closed his eyes and immersed himself fully in the ecstasy of evolution. After 2 minutes, all the life energy from the last 2 crystals was completely absorbed. Opening his eyes sharply, a faint blue light flickered in his eyes for 10 seconds before fading away. With a deep breath, Eric felt stronger than ever. Drawing his military knife, he sliced his arm without flinching. Clank! The blade glided over his skin, sparking as if striking solid granite. Examining closely, he saw only a tiny white mark left behind by the razor-sharp edge, which vanished with a light touch. By inference, his physical strength might not match a level 2 strength zombie, but it was comparable to a quasi-level 2 strength zombie. His enhanced strength allowed him confidence to defeat a level 2 strength zombie barehanded, similar to how he crushed the quasi-level 2 strength zombie. Coming back to his senses, Eric emptied the remaining crystals from the bag and counted them. 37, 38, 42, 43, 44. Altogether 44 level 1 evolution crystals. The limit for Guardian Army soldiers is 7. 44 divided by 7 equals, meaning 6 peak level 1 evolvers can be made. Brevin, Andon, Graham. Musing over this, Eric eventually fell asleep. Yesterday's snowstorm continued today in Shelter City number 5. Under Juliet's watchful eyes, Fitzroy led an army of 10,000 men out of the city, heading straight for the zombie town. The town lies right between the base and Shelter City number 5. Eric Gaston must have known about the level 2 zombies there long ago. Given the base's overwhelming force, they didn't dare attack, showing how terrifying those level 2 zombies are. I hope Fitzroy and his troops return safely. After all, they represent the kingdom's strength. Unbeknownst to Juliet, Eric had already eradicated the zombies in the town just the day before. Fitzroy's expedition would thus be futile. After marching for 5 hours, the snow stopped, revealing the town up ahead. However, the sight stunned Fitzroy. He only saw ruins partially covered by snow. What happened? Seizing a guide soldier assigned by Juliet, Fitzroy demanded, "Where's the town?" The terrified guide soldier stammered, "My Lord Jerson, I remember this is where the town should be. I don't know why it has turned into ruins." Worthless. Fitzroy hurled the soldier aside, rushing towards the rubble, looking around aimlessly, then shouting furiously to the sky. All the soldiers of Anton City 1 involuntarily retreated at the sight of their enraged lord, who was now more fearsome than the zombies themselves. Search everywhere. Fitzroy frantically began searching, kicking up the snow to reveal a hidden battlefield. By military order, Anton City 1 soldiers started digging through the ruins. Soon, numerous frozen corpses emerged. "My lord," someone called out. Fitzroy looked over to see a soldier waving and shouting, "There are evolved zombie corpses here." Rushing over, Fitzroy found a massive corpse, nearly 3 meters tall. This was indeed the level 2 evolved zombie Brendan Alem mentioned. Fitzroy roared even louder, yelling, Who stole my evolution crystals?" "At your service, my lord," another voice interjected. "Anti-omen bodies found." Following the voice, Fitzroy saw a Guardian Army soldier's corpse. Cold anger flashed in his eyes. Before setting out, he had done research. Elijah knew the town wasn't far from both the base and Shelter City number 5. Elijah also recalled Bowerlin's description of the Guardian Army soldiers. And the corpse before him appeared exactly like the one described by Bowerlin. Eric. Fitzroy gritted his teeth in hatred, and after about a minute, the cold air seemed to help him calm down. Elijah glanced at the Guardian Army soldier's corpse and ordered, "Take the body back to Shelter City number 5. Although the dead soldier's attire matched the description of the Guardian Army, he couldn't be entirely sure. Only after Juliet examined it would he get an accurate answer. Chapter 122. Another evolution. At the entrance to the base, a search team composed of residents registered and then left the city without any hindrance. Among them was a man with a square face, thick eyebrows, and a large mouth, the same person Eric had suspected as an undercover agent yesterday. This team consisted of 5 people, all armed with cold weapons. The base did not solely rely on farming. It also allowed teams to venture outside the city for hunting or scavenging to obtain food. Brendanch acquired food only required a 40% tax when brought back to the city, with the rest belonging to the residents. Additionally, these search teams could find new survivors, bringing them back to the base to earn rewards. The reward for one survivor was 3 days' worth of food, so although it was dangerous outside the city walls, some thrill-seekers dared to venture out. Halfway through their journey, the man with the square face suddenly clutched his stomach, looking in pain. His teammates, seeing this, couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" The man replied while clutching his stomach, "I ate a rotten egg this morning, and now my stomach is acting up." One of his teammates retorted, "You shouldn't eat a rotten egg if it smells bad. Don't you know that?" The man replied, "I thought I shouldn't waste food. Ow, can't hold it anymore. I need to take care of this." Phew. Elijah let out a fart, which smelled even worse than the rotten egg. His teammates quickly covered their noses and urged him, "Go on, hurry up." The square-faced man ran towards the bushes and soon vanished from sight. After a long time, the square-faced man still hadn't returned, and the others were growing impatient. One of them shouted loudly, "Antionary up, or we'll leave without you." Despite shouting loudly, there was no response. The 4 exchanged glances and then began searching. After a thorough search, they found no trace of the square-faced man or even his feces. "I can't find Langston anywhere. Do you think he was taken away by evolved animals?" "There's a possibility." As they discussed, they started scaring themselves, and one of them said hurriedly, "Let's go back to the base. It's too eerie today." The others agreed. With that mindset, they ignored Langston's fate and returned to the base. At the base, inside the mobile base, Eric summoned 6 guard soldiers, Brevin, Andon, Graham, Bert, Ankaru, and Justino. On the table in front of Eric were 10 black cloth bags, each containing 7 level 1 evolution crystals. "Do you know why Elvin, Ryan, and the others have become so strong?" Eric asked. The 6 men shook their heads. "The answer is in these black cloth bags. Each of you will get a bag. Once you absorb all the evolution crystals inside, you'll become as powerful as they are," Eric explained. Overjoyed, the 6 men each took a black cloth bag. They had seen how strong Elvin, Ryan, Anchor, and Harrison were. They could leap several meters high and lift hundreds of kilograms effortlessly. Most importantly, those 4 often boasted about their strength in front of them, asking how they became so strong without revealing the secret, which annoyed them. Looking at each other, they all felt determined to show off once they grew stronger. The process of absorbing the energy from the evolution crystals is extremely painful. It's best to take them one at a time, Eric advised. With that, he waved his hand, dismissed. "Yes, sir," the 6 responded in unison. That day, a foul odor permeated the inner city barracks. What happened? Did the toilets overflow? How can that happen? Our latrines are cleaned daily. They wouldn't be full. I bet the toilet exploded. Oh, you noticed that smell seems to come from the sergeant's quarters. Yeah, It looks like the toilet in the sergeant's quarters exploded. Amid the guards pinching their noses discussing the awful stench, Sergeant Elvin's voice boomed from the dormitory. Illegal, did you guys break the toilet? It smells so bad. Then Ryan added, did you drop grenades into the pit? You're playing with such small games, don't act like children. Shut up. Brendandanly, 6 figures leaped from the 3rd floor of the dormitory and hurried towards the outer city without looking back. Elijah, what's that smell? Did someone poop in their pants? Elijah, have some decency. Couldn't you clean the toilets at another time? I'm trying to cook here. Ignoring the residents' remarks, the 6 members of the guard quickly crossed the streets while holding their noses due to the unbearable smell. Eric, intrigued by the commotion, came out of the mobile base, watching the 6 members cross the streets and couldn't help but laugh. Lauren frowned as she approached and asked, did you give them the evolution crystals? Eric smiled and nodded. Didn't you tell them that after taking the crystals, the body expels a foul-smelling impurity? Lauren questioned. Eric chuckled, oops, forgot. That's unfair to your own people, Lauren muttered, looking at the 6. It looks like they're heading toward the aquaculture area. Eric's laughter stopped abruptly. Looking at Lauren, he called out, not good, and rushed after them. The toxicity of these impurities could destroy the aquatic breeding base if Brevin and the others jumped into it for cleaning. Quickly catching up with Brevin and the others, Eric shouted, Elijah had down to the river downstream. Elijah hearing this, Brevin and the others immediately changed direction and ran toward the river. Splash! They simultaneously jumped into the river, creating huge splashes of water. Fortunately, it was a flowing water source that was hard to freeze and had strong self-purifying abilities. The sky was unusually clear, the snow clouds parting to reveal stars and a bright moon. Outside Shelter City number 5, a lone figure stepped on the snow, walking toward the dark. This person made no attempt to hide, seemingly unafraid of being spotted by the night guards. Who's there? The man was quickly discovered. Several soldiers raised their guns and flashlights, eyes alert, and ready to shoot if this man made any sudden moves. Stopping instantly, the flashlight illuminated his face. A square face, thick eyebrows, and a large mouth. Raising his hands to show he posed no threat, he shouted, Eric's, calm down. I'm one of us. One of us? A soldier approached, inspecting him closely, finding no prior record of this man. The square-faced man grinned, yes, brother. I belong to Commander Fitzroy of Shelter City number 1, Intelligence Department. Agent Bradley? The soldier frowned. Trusting just words was risky. But since the man claimed to be under Fitzroy and Fitzroy was currently in the city, bringing him to Fitzroy would clarify everything. The soldier gestured, and his comrades moved forward. Bring him with me. At the city lord's mansion hall, seeing the fresh corpses on the ground, Juliet frowned, thinking to herself, Eric Gaston actually deployed forces to eliminate the zombies in the town. Judging by the freshness of the bodies, it must have happened in the past 2 days. What a coincidence. Fitzroy observed Juliet's changing expressions and then asked, Edith, you've been looking for quite some time now. Shouldn't you be able to draw a conclusion? Is this corpse one of the base's guard soldiers? Eric only sent troops to the town recently, and the military strength hasn't been restored yet. If Fitzroy attacks the base now, the base's defense might not hold up. Juliet's expression remained unchanged, but she was internally conflicted. Ultimately, she nodded and said, yes, this corpse is indeed a guard soldier. It wasn't that she didn't want to lie. It was just that lying would be futile. From the look on Fitzroy's face, he had pretty much determined the identity of the corpse. Based on her understanding of Fitzroy, even if she denied it, he would still lead his troops to the base. In this situation, it was better to tell the truth to avoid worsening their relationship over something inevitable. I'm sorry, Eric Gaston, Juliet sighed inwardly, thinking, I'll find someone to go to the base later so that Eric Gaston can have time to prepare. Fitzroy observed Juliet's expression changes and then asked, Edith, after observing for so long, you should be able to draw a conclusion by now, right? Is this corpse one of the base's guard soldiers? Eric deployed forces to the town just a few days ago, and the troop losses certainly haven't been replenished yet. If Fitzroy were to attack the base now, the base's defenses might not hold up. Juliet's expression remained unchanged, but she was struggling internally. In the end, she nodded and said, indeed, this corpse belongs to one of the guard soldiers. It wasn't that she didn't want to lie. It was because lying wouldn't serve any purpose. Fitzroy already seemed to have confirmed the identity of the corpse, and based on her knowledge of him, even if she denied it, Fitzroy would still bring his troops to the base. Thus, it was better to be honest rather than ruin their relationship over an inevitable confrontation. I'm sorry, Eric Gaston, Juliet sighed to herself, thinking, I'll send someone to the base later so that Eric Gaston can have time to prepare. Hashtag chapter 123, Louise Dom, Fitzroy. Report. A deliberately elongated voice echoed into the hall of the city lord's residence. Juliet and Fitzroy turned their gazes toward the entrance. A man jogged in and knelt on one knee before Juliet. Juliet glanced at Fitzroy, then sat back on her throne as the city lord and asked, Speak. What's the matter? The person reporting was a city gate guard. Elijah said, reporting to the city lord, someone has come from outside the city. Elijah claims. His eyes flickered towards Fitzroy before continuing. Elijah claims to be under Commander Jerson's command. Intelligence Bureau number 1 handler, Bradley. Bradley? Juliet clearly recognized this name. It made sense, as she had been the deputy commander of Shelter City number 1 before becoming the city lord of Shelter City number 5. Upon hearing it was Bradley, Fitzroy grew visibly agitated. Elijah urged, where is he? The guard kept his gaze fixed on Juliet, the rightful city lord of Shelter City number 5, and said, I had my men bind Bradley and bring him here. Elijah is waiting outside the residence. Fitzroy impatiently ordered, bring him in quickly. However, his words didn't carry much weight. The guard waited for Juliet's command. Fitzroy's expression froze, and he slowly sat back down. His gaze darkened as he looked at the guard. Juliet sighed inwardly. She knew Fitzroy well. He could hold a grudge over the slightest affront. The guard ignoring him had likely earned him resentment. Bang! Brendandenly, Juliet slammed her hand on the table and stood up, her calm demeanor turning into rage. She yelled, "Audacious fool! Do you know who you're dealing with? Bradley is the #1 handler of Shelter City #1's intelligence bureau and Commander Jerson's trusted aide, not to mention my former colleague. You tied him up?" The guard, kneeling on one knee, began to sweat profusely. Juliet had never raised such a loud voice before, making him fearfully nervous. Juliet took a deep breath as if suppressing her anger. "For 2 days, your meals will be withheld. See if that doesn't teach you some respect." She breathed deeply again and commanded, "What are you standing there for? Bring Bradley in now." Yes, the guard stammered, turning and exiting the hall nervously. Fitzroy watched the guard leave, coldly humming as the tension in his eyes dissipated. Soon, Bradley strode confidently in, deliberately elongating his tone as he entered. "Remember this next time?" Then, he saw Juliet and Fitzroy. Ignoring Juliet, he rushed to Fitzroy with a fawning smile and greeted, "City Lord." A flash of coldness flashed through Juliet's eyes, but she remained silent, observing how the conversation would unfold. Seeing Bradley, Fitzroy immediately asked, "How did the reconnaissance go?" Bradley tried to reply with his ingratiating tone but hesitated, realizing Juliet was still present. They had been colleagues, but now things were different. Elijah didn't know if he should share the information in front of her. Elijah glanced at Fitzroy for guidance. Fitzroy nodded. "Don't worry. Although Lotus Elijah no longer works under me, we all serve the Louis Dom and are loyal to the Churchill. Speak freely." "All right," Bradley agreed, nodding repeatedly. "I've infiltrated Eric's base for nearly 3 months and gathered valuable intel. There are 3,000 guards in the base, all equipped with highly advanced weaponry like tanks, armored vehicles, heavy machine guns, and sniper rifles. Recently, Eric established a new army called Tianqing, comprising 7,000 troops. And..." Bradley paused, hesitant to continue. "Just say it," Fitzroy encouraged. "There's more," Bradley finally revealed. "Your cousin, Shaw, was captured by Eric. Elijah also disclosed my presence to Eric." Fitzroy's expression remained indifferent, only acknowledging the news with an "oh." It was clear he wasn't surprised or particularly concerned. This unexpected indifference unsettled Bradley. Elijah stammered, "City Lord, I didn't mean to endanger Shaw." Fitzroy smiled faintly. "I understand. I assigned him to support you. How did he get caught?" Bradley explained. "During the inauguration ceremony of Tianqing Army, he provoked the appointed female captain, thinking she'd be easy to handle. Elijah got punched across the room, nose bleeding, and ended up trying to kill her out of spite. Eric arrested him, and he gave me up that very day." "Fool," Fitzroy muttered. "Since he betrayed you, how did you evade capture and escape?" Bradley chuckled. "City Lord might remember that I've already exposed myself as male in front of both you and Deputy Lotus Elijah. Normally, Elijah cleared his throat and spoke in a sweet, feminine voice. "They leaked this." Elijah resumed his natural voice, explaining, "So when Shaw mentioned I was female, they never suspected. My abilities transcend gender." Fitzroy laughed heartily, taking a swig of wine. Good. Eric's mistake indeed. "Tell me, any other valuable information?" Bradley replied, "Yes. Yesterday, Eric left the city with 2,000 guards. Though they returned without capturing anyone or acquiring food or weapons, they seemed triumphant despite losing over 100 men." Crack. Fitzroy crushed the cup in his hand, his face darkening instantly. While Bradley hadn't seen any significant loot, Fitzroy understood what Eric's expedition had really gained. The second-level zombies in the town were worth far more. This enraged him. "Indeed, Eric." Fitzroy clenched his teeth, his eyes burning with hatred. Elijah felt Eric had taken what was rightfully his, something incredibly valuable. This fueled his resentment against Eric and the guards. Juliet showed no visible reaction, but internally, she was calculating her next move. "I know everything now. You may go," Fitzroy told Bradley. "Rest well tonight and prepare for our assault on the base tomorrow." Elijah hearing about the imminent attack, Bradley panicked. "City Lord, the base guards are formidable, matching even our best forces. An attack like this isn't wise." "Anti-nymph," Fitzroy retorted. "Eric just fought a battle yesterday. Even if he didn't lose many men, ammunition must be scarce. We must strike now or risk losing our chance." "But, City Lord..." "No need for further discussion. It's decided." Bradley wanted to protest but was cut off by Fitzroy's firm decision. Knowing Fitzroy's temperament, he chose silence. Nodding, Bradley said, "Yes," and then continued, "Then I will take my leave first." Fitzroy waved his hand. Out of politeness, Bradley gave a slight bow to Juliet and said, "Farewell, City Lord Bailu." After Bradley left, Juliet glanced at the somber Fitzroy. She hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up. "Big Eric Jerson, launching an attack on the base isn't a trivial matter. You should think it through carefully. I've seen the guard troops. They are few in number but have equipment comparable to the Churchill's Royal Army. Their military quality is very high, making them extremely formidable." She continued, "Moreover, as Bradley mentioned, the base recently recruited a new force of 7,000 soldiers called Tianqing Army. Combined with the guards, that makes 10,000 soldiers, while you only have 10,000 men yourself. In terms of numbers and weaponry, the first Shelter City's troops don't stand much of a chance. Please consider this thoroughly." How could Fitzroy not understand this analysis? But if he delayed any longer, those 2 second-level evolution crystals would surely be consumed by Eric, perhaps even digested already. His planned attack for tomorrow was a last-ditch effort. Furthermore, attacking the base didn't necessarily mean a full-out confrontation. Everything was negotiable. If he could offer Eric sufficiently tempting conditions, it might be possible to trade for a second-level evolution crystal. With one such crystal, he could evolve into a second-level evolved being. Shaking his head, Fitzroy said, "Edith, please don't try to dissuade me anymore. If you're willing to help me, lending me your troops would be the greatest support." Handing over her troops to Fitzroy would effectively send the 7,000-plus soldiers of the 5th Shelter City to their deaths, something Juliet absolutely refused to do. She shook her head and said, "Since Big Eric Gerson has made up his mind, I won't urge further." Standing up, she walked toward the side door leading to the backyard and said, "It's getting late, and Big Eric Gerson needs to rest early for the expedition tomorrow." With that, she walked through the side door and disappeared from Fitzroy's sight. Fitzroy stared at the direction of the side door, his fists involuntarily clenching, the knuckles cracking softly. Elijah muttered under his breath, "If it weren't for your special relationship with that old man, I'd have taken care of you long ago." Late at night, in the backyard of the city lord's residence, Juliet's room, lying in bed, Juliet suddenly opened her eyes. She got up, walked to the window, and looked outside. The darkness was complete, and all was silent, indicating everyone was asleep. She slowly pushed open the door without making a sound, then turned into a shadow as she left the city lord's residence. Soon she arrived at the city gate, where the same guards who had apprehended Bradley were still stationed. In a flash, Juliet appeared before the guards. They were about to shout out when she lowered her voice and said, "Don't speak. You, come here." She pointed to the guard she had penalized by withholding meals for 2 days. Elijah stepped forward, awaiting her orders. "Do you remember your name is Illegitimate, right?" Juliet asked. These guards were part of the 1,000 soldiers she had brought from the first shelter city, essentially her personal guards, so she remembered their names. Illegitimate was pleasantly surprised that Juliet remembered him and quickly replied, "Yes, my lady. Do you know why I was angry and punished you in the hall?" Juliet asked. Illegitimate responded, "Because I wrongly detained Officer Bradley, which displeased my lady." Shaking her head, Juliet explained, "Detaining Bradley wasn't the main issue. What mattered most was that Fitzroy, the former city lord, was also present. Though you rarely interact with him, I know his temperament. When you ignored his request to bring Bradley into the hall, it earned his resentment. I pretended to be enraged and deducted your rations to ease his anger. Otherwise, you'd face his retaliation later." Though unfamiliar with Fitzroy's temper, Illegitimate knew of his cruel methods and felt a chill. Gratefully, he thanked her. "Thank you for saving my life, my lady." Juliet waved her hand dismissively, saying, "No problem. As one of my guards, I must protect you." Pausing, she added, "I have a mission for you that requires immediate departure. However, if you can successfully complete it, I will promote you to squad leader." Overwhelmed by respect, Illegitimate nodded immediately. "I will definitely complete the mission." "Good." Juliet pulled out a letter from her pocket and said, "Take this letter to the base and deliver it to Commander Eric." Taking the letter, Illegitimate saluted firmly, "Mission guaranteed." Thereafter, Juliet had the other guards give Illegitimate some ammunition. With that, he set off into the night. Returning quietly to her room, Juliet changed into her nightclothes and slipped into bed as if nothing had happened. Silently, she wished, "I hope Illegitimate delivers the letter safely to Eric Gaston." In truth, she knew that with Fitzroy's 10,000-strong army, there was only a 10% chance of breaking through the base's defenses. But if Eric could be informed in advance, he could react accordingly, increasing their chances of success slightly. End of chapter 123. Louis Stom, Fitzroy. Note: this translation maintains the original tone and structure while ensuring natural English flow. Chapter 124. Small-minded Brendanspition. The base. Rarely did such a pleasant day occur. The snow had stopped, the wind was gentle, and the sun finally shone after long absence. Eric got up early and walked out of the mobile base. Basking in the not-so-warm sunlight, he stretched and couldn't help but sing, "What a beautiful day today." "Sir." Brendandenly, Nikki's voice came from afar. Eric looked over to see Nikki jogging towards him. Eric teased, "You didn't prepare breakfast this early morning, and there's nothing to eat here." That was true. Eric's stash of snacks had run out 2 months ago. Even his beloved sugary drinks were down to just 2 bottles which he cherished like treasures, keeping them in the fridge for special moments. Nikki said, "Sir, you're joking. I have something important to report." "What is it?" Eric asked immediately, sensing the urgency. "This morning, the guards found someone unconscious at the gate. They kindly brought him to the registration office. Elijah woke up shortly due to the warm fireplace and insisted on seeing you, claiming he has an important letter for you." Nikki pulled out a crumpled letter from his pocket and handed it to Eric. Upon reading, "Open only by Eric Gaston," on the envelope, Eric instantly knew who wrote it. Opening the letter confirmed his guess. It was Juliet. The letter read, "Eric Gaston, I miss you very much after months apart. This is Juliet writing to congratulate you on obtaining the level 2 evolution crystal after eliminating the zombies. However, someone bears a grudge against you because of this. Fitzroy, the Lord of Shelter City number 1 in Louis Dom. Elijah is now in Shelter City number 5 with 10,000 troops, planning to attack the base tomorrow to seize the level 2 evolution crystal. Please be prepared." The letter ended with her signature. The message must have been sent last night. So, tomorrow means today, Eric thought angrily. Fitzroy, I haven't even settled scores for sending spies here, and now he's attacking the base because I hunted a zombie? As if those zombies belong to him. Elijah then asked Nikki, "How is the messenger?" "Elijah has a fever from exposure to cold. I've already sent him to the hospital for treatment," Nikki replied. "Good. Go about your business then," Eric nodded. "Yes, sir. Excuse me." Nikki bowed and left. Eric sighed under the sunlight. "Thought I could enjoy the weather today. Damn Fitzroy." Walking to the barracks, he gathered all the troops. Lauren, despite being the Brenda of Tyangsing army, was also part of the guard troops. Elijah hearing the order, she arrived quickly, asking, "What happened? Why the sudden mobilization?" Brendan's full-scale mobilizations had only occurred 3 times before, all when Anton City's army attacked. Clearly, a significant event must be happening, possibly another attack. Eric explained, "We received news that Fitzroy from Lewisdom Shelter City number 1 is leading an attack on the base. We need to be ready before they arrive." Lewisdom? Fitzroy? Lauren was surprised. Fitzroy is the Lord of Shelter City number 1, Eric explained. Elijah reached Shelter City number 5 yesterday. That's the former Anton City. They understood. This warning comes from Juliet. Next time we meet, I must thank her properly, Eric added. Lauren huffed, annoyed. Juliet still cares for you after all these months. Embarrassed, Eric scratched his nose. Then he turned serious. No more chatter. Get ready. Tank operators move tanks to the city gate. Everyone else supports the defense. Turning to Lauren, he said, this is a great opportunity for practical combat. Although Taiyangxing Army's training isn't complete, this will build their experience and bravery. She understood the gravity and replied, yes, sir. Before heading to the outer city's barracks, Amadeus, Benson, Amir, and Ichabod swiftly organized the guard troops. By noon, bright white snow reflected dazzling sunlight. All guard troops were fully prepared. Heavy machine guns and rocket launchers were stationed on the walls, awaiting Fitzroy. Taiyangxing soldiers, composed mostly of residents, though nervous, showed no fear. Many even seemed eager. Standing atop the wall, Eric saw the vast army approaching. Fitzroy led the way on 2 tanks. The figure standing atop one caught Eric's eye, an imposing yet disheveled leader. Despite the hostile intent, there was undeniable charisma. The Anton City army halted a kilometer away. Fitzroy leaped off the tank and sprinted toward the base, displaying speed indicative of a peak level, 1 evolved. Charging alone, what does he want? Eric wondered, jumping down from the wall as Fitzroy neared. Within meters, Fitzroy sized up Eric, impressed inwardly. Eric observed him back, noting his short stature. Are you? Eric began, but Fitzroy interrupted. You are Eric, ruler of the base? What impoliteness. Eric swallowed his retort, then answered, I am Eric. You must be Fitzroy, Lord of Shelter City number 1? Fitzroy scanned the armed soldiers on the wall, the open surroundings covered in snow, then looked back at Eric. An idea formed. Attacking this fortified base would be suicide. But here is Eric, within reach, perhaps a hostage situation first. Eric frowned, realizing Fitzroy's silence implied dangerous thoughts. Fitzroy's gaze grew increasingly sinister, but upon second thought, he quickly dismissed the idea of capturing Eric. After all, this Eric was no ordinary person, able to face him calmly. Elijah decided to first test Eric's strength. Elijah smiled and said, yes, I am indeed Fitzroy. I've heard much about Commander Eric's remarkable demeanor. It's truly an honor to meet you. As he spoke, he extended his hand for a handshake. Eric didn't hesitate. He extended his right hand and grasped Fitzroy's, saying, thank you for the compliment. The moment their hands met, Fitzroy exerted hidden force, applying enough pressure to crush a teacup. However, Eric remained composed. Furthermore, Fitzroy felt that Eric's skin wasn't like that of a normal human. It felt like polished granite. At this point, Fitzroy was using all his strength, yet Eric showed no signs of discomfort, merely smiling at him. Anti-nymph, testing my strength, huh? Then let me show you what I can do. Thinking this, Eric suddenly applied force. Humph! Fitzroy grunted, his face turning red almost instantly. Within seconds, beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead as he hurriedly withdrew his hand, exclaiming, you're incredibly strong. His heart sank. Eric's formidable strength suggested he might have already consumed a level 2 evolution crystal, which filled him with anxiety. Elijah silently hoped Eric had only taken one, and that there was another left. Elijah praised, Commander Eric is indeed powerful. You're pretty good yourself, comparable to my squad leaders, replied Eric without any sarcasm. Elijah could sense that Fitzroy's strength was similar to Brevin and others, indicating he was likely a peak level 1 evolved, quite impressive considering there were only a few level 2 evolves around. Fitzroy's facial muscles twitched slightly. If it were anyone else, he would have erupted in anger, but facing Eric, who had both superior overall military power and individual strength, he suppressed his fury. Elijah maintained his smile and said, thank you for the praise. Eric cut to the chase, his expression turning stern. Why did you bring such a large force to my base? Are you planning to attack? Although Eric knew Fitzroy intended to attack, he didn't directly accuse him. The sheer number and quality of troops from just one city were impressive, and since the Louis Dom had 5 cities with combined forces numbering in the tens of thousands, he didn't want to provoke them unless absolutely necessary. Seeing that Fitzroy seemed unwilling to engage in battle, possibly intimidated by the base's formidable defenses, Eric chose to speak tactfully to give Fitzroy a way out. However, avoiding confrontation now didn't mean he wouldn't confront him later. Bounderlin and Gannon from Shelter City number 3 had already caused trouble, and now Fitzroy from Shelter City number 1 had shown up. This added fuel to Eric's simmering frustrations. Fitzroy was smart. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the Lord of Shelter City number 1. Elijah hearing Eric's indirect offer, he laughed and said, ha ha, I came here after hearing about Commander Eric's fame, wishing to pay my respects. Eric feigned surprise. Oh, so you came to visit? Then please, Lord Jerson, come inside for a cup of tea. Fitzroy hesitated. Entering the base would put him at Eric's mercy, like fish on a chopping board. Seems like a coward, Eric thought, noting Fitzroy's delayed response and troubled expression. Elijah then said, if Lord Jerson isn't willing, never mind. Fitzroy's muscles twitched. He gritted his teeth and finally resolved, please wait for a moment while I give some instructions to my subordinates. Eric nodded. Go ahead. Fitzroy turned and ran back to his troops, summoning an officer and ordering, I'm going into the base. Wait outside. If I haven't returned by nightfall, launch a full-scale attack. An officer urgently advised, no sir. Entering the base is like entering a tiger's den. Another officer chimed in, yes, your excellency, think twice. Eric may harm you if you go in. The other officers echoed their concerns. Do you think I don't know that? But I'm risking it for the level 2 evolution crystal. Fitzroy waved his hand, silencing the officers. Elijah explained, though the base walls are high and the guard strong, I still command 10,000 men with tanks and rocket launchers. Even if we can't breach the walls, we can inflict heavy casualties. Eric is smart. I believe he'll see this and won't kill me. I'm 70% confident. Despite the officer's protests, Fitzroy persisted. Remember, if I haven't returned by nightfall, attack? Elijah then headed back towards the base. Eric greeted him. What kept you, Lord Jerson? Fitzroy laughed. Just told my men to wait outside. They were concerned for my safety, fearing you might harm me. I assured them you're not a bad person, just inviting me for tea. I'll be back before nightfall, so they agreed. Oh, makes sense, Eric said with a smile, inwardly cursing. What a small-minded suspicion, judging a gentleman by a petty person's standards. Hashtag chapter 125, Fitzroy's defeat. Eric waved his hand, and the city gates opened. Fitzroy's eyebrows shot up in shock as he saw the scene inside. 10 tanks were neatly lined up, and as the gates swung open, their dark barrels pointed directly at him. 10 tanks? Fitzroy exclaimed in disbelief. Eric turned to look at him with a slight smile and said, only 10 tanks. Didn't you bring 2 tanks on this trip, Commander Jerson? I assume there must be far more than just 2 tanks in Shelter City No. 1. Fitzroy's lips twitched, and he cursed inwardly, damn it. Although he cursed, he quickly reconsidered and felt relieved. Fortunately, we didn't start a war. Otherwise, it would be hard to say who would win. This thought gave him a sliver of dignity. Elijah knew very well that if a war started, even those 10 tanks alone would give him enough trouble. Combined with the full city guard, even mobilizing all forces from Shelter City No. 1, they would likely still face defeat, let alone just half the troops. Thus, he thought of the king. Could Eric also be a division commander? How else could he have such formidable firepower? But then he dismissed the idea. Elijah looks only 22 or 3. In Xia Churchilldom, someone so young can't possibly be a division commander. Baunibe he was lucky and gathered a group early on, perhaps securing weapons from some military district. Brendan, pressing his shock, he forced a calm demeanor and smiled. Commander Luo is too kind. Our Shelter City No. 1 isn't as well equipped as your base. This statement had a hint of submission, suggesting that the confrontation was unlikely to escalate into conflict. Eric replied, please come in. They walked through the gate past the tanks, which caught Fitzroy's eye, making him both greedy and shocked. Eric led Fitzroy to the reception room and ordered tea and snacks to be brought in. Once everything was set, Eric gestured, please. Fitzroy nodded. Thank you for the hospitality. Inside the reception room, only Eric and Fitzroy remained. Eric drank his tea and ate the snacks leisurely, while an uncomfortable silence settled over the room. After about 5 minutes, Eric showed no signs of speaking first. Fitzroy sipped his tea cautiously, equally reluctant to break the silence. The standoff continued for 30 minutes. Eric kept eating snacks and drinking tea. Fitzroy appeared unchanged, but revealed his growing anxiety by frequently sipping his tea. Let's see who will give in first, Eric thought with a cold smile. An hour passed. Fitzroy's tea sips grew more frequent, revealing his increasing anxiety. Does Eric really think we'll wait until it gets dark and my men attack the city? He wondered. Finally, after another 30 minutes, Fitzroy couldn't hold back any longer. Setting down his teacup, he said, when the tea enters the mouth, it feels bitter, but as it goes down the throat, it turns sweet and fragrant. Good tea indeed. Elijah looked at Eric, who merely nodded without a word. Fitzroy's gaze sharpened. The snacks are delicious as well. With that, he took a large bite of a pastry, looking at Eric again. Eric simply nodded again. Realizing there was no point in beating around the bush, Fitzroy blurted out, I'll be direct. Commander Luo, did you recently go to the town 20 kilometers away? Finally, Eric responded. Elijah put down his cup and nodded. Yes. Fitzroy replied, all right. That town has 2 level 2 zombies, meaning 2 level 2 evolution crystals. I don't need them all. One will do. Name your terms. Anything reasonable? Elijah's straightforward, Eric mused. Shaking his head, he said, no. Fitzroy's fists clenched tightly. A single crystal is enough to evolve to level 2. If you give me one, I, Fitzroy, will owe you a favor. Eric shook his head again, indicating refusal. Fitzroy's veins bulged as he struggled to contain his anger. His voice heavy, he offered, fine. If you give me 1 crystal, I'll swear allegiance to you. My soldiers and I will follow your commands. All resources and population of Shelter City No. 1 will be under your control. This was a huge sacrifice for just 1 crystal. Considering this, Eric weighed the pros and cons. Accepting Fitzroy would add over 10,000 troops, enhancing strength, but also introducing significant risk. Fitzroy was only doing this for the crystal. What guarantee was there that he wouldn't betray? Moreover, such a large population movement would surely attract attention from other shelters, and even the Churchill of the Wasteland. Inviting potential traitors inside would be like letting wolves into a sheep pen. In a real battle, using Fitzroy against the kingdom would likely cause him to defect. Justifying betrayal as endurance would not be easy. Weighing these factors, even if Eric had the crystals, he wouldn't trade. Shaking his head, he explained, going to the town and dealing with the level 2 zombies is true, but there was only 1 level 2 zombie. The crystal has already been absorbed. Facing rejection repeatedly, Fitzroy's temper flared. Taking a deep breath, he said, all right, I'll lower my demand to 2 pre-level 2 evolution crystals. Recalling yesterday's operation, besides the level 2 zombie, they found 5 pre-level 2 zombie corpses. Originally, the king used 2 pre-level 2 crystals to reach level 2. Settling for less seemed inevitable. Unfortunately, Eric shook his head again. None. You. Fitzroy nearly lost control, but managed to rein in his anger. Standing up, he said meaningfully, it's better to make friends than enemies. You really won't consider this deal? Eric spread his palms, remaining silent. Fine. I'll leave now. Seeing negotiations fail, Fitzroy left the base in fury. Eric didn't stop him. After Fitzroy left, he pulled out a voice recorder, pressed stop, and listened to the conversation. At the city gate, seeing Fitzroy's retreating army, Eric's lips curled into a smile. Lauren approached with a phone, saying, everything's recorded. Opening the photo album, Eric saw pictures of Fitzroy's army outside the city. Handing the phone back to Lauren, he instructed, "Have Nikki find experts to edit these photos," emphasizing the oppressive nature. Balak Fitzroy's forces look as threatening as possible. ####Chapter 126, The Aftermath. Seeing Eric's cunning smile, Lauren couldn't help but tease, "Commander, not to be rude, but you're being too underhanded." Eric, unfazed, chuckled and replied, "If one doesn't look out for oneself, the heavens will punish and the earth will bury. Besides, this isn't just for me. It's for all of humanity. If Anton City is a piece of meat, then the Lewisdom is a whole pig. Its massive population could boost our base past 500,000 residents." Elijah sighed and shook his head, continuing, "Unfortunately, the Lewisdom's power is overwhelming. Our current strength isn't enough to subdue them by force. So, we can only gather some evidence now and wait until we have the means and pretext to conquer them later." After hearing Eric's explanation, Lauren leaned in closer, her large, expressive eyes examining Eric's face carefully. Curiously, she asked, "Is there something on my face?" "There's nothing there," Lauren said, "but I do think you've changed, Gaston." "Changed? How?" Eric asked, jokingly adding, "Did I become more handsome?" Lauren nodded with a smirk. "You did get handsomer, like a fox who's turned into a spirit. Ha ha ha. Go away." Eric stepped back, urging her. "Antinary up and find Nikki. Have him edit the photos. Remember to make multiple backups, even physical ones." Confused, Lauren asked, "What's a physical backup?" Exasperated, Eric explained, "It means printing out the pictures." "Oh," Lauren suddenly understood, exclaiming, "So that's what a physical backup is. I've learned something new." Eric patted her shoulder, smiling, "Stick around, and you'll keep learning." As Lauren was about to brush off Eric's hand, she remembered Juliet's actions in Anton City and mimicked them, blinking her large eyes coquettishly. She sweetly said, "I'll always follow Gaston. You mustn't ever despise me." Eric froze for over 10 seconds before reacting, swallowing hard. Elijah touched the back of his hand to Lauren's forehead, then to his own. This bewildering reaction left Lauren puzzled, asking, "Gaston, what's wrong with you?" "Just checking if your forehead is warm. If it's burning, you might have a fever and need to see a doctor," Eric replied. Lauren gritted her teeth, clenching her fists tightly. With a cold huff, she said, "Fine, I'm leaving." She turned and walked away without looking back, leaving Eric baffled and muttering to himself, "What's gotten into her? Why is she suddenly mad?" The day remained calm, but as night fell, fierce winds and heavy snow engulfed everything. In Shelter City No. 5, at the City Lord's residence, standing on the second-floor balcony, Juliet gazed at the city under her rule, feeling a deep sense of accomplishment. In less than half a year, the city had grown from empty streets to housing over 30,000 civilians and 7,000 soldiers, an impressive rate of growth. The wind died down, but the snow intensified, becoming a blizzard. Elijah's gaze shifted towards the base's direction, thinking, "I wonder how Gaston is doing?" At that moment, a soldier reported, City Lord Jerson has returned with his troops." "Really?" Juliet asked urgently, "Are they different in any way?" "The same people in numbers," the soldier replied, "except they're covered in snowflakes." Juliet thought, "Looks like no fight occurred. Too bad. An altercation would have weakened Fitzroy's morale and forces." She ordered, "Let them in quickly." The soldier left, and Juliet hurriedly composed herself and descended to the hall. Soon, Fitzroy entered the main hall. His expression was grim, and he took large strides, clearly furious. Sitting down, he reached for a wine bottle on the table and began gulping from it greedily. Juliet saw his state and asked knowingly, "Who made you so angry, Eric Jerson?" Fitzroy took another swig, his eyes blazing with rage. Elijah growled, "That damned Eric. I approached him reasonably, but he still refused, humiliating me. When the time comes, I'll tear him apart." With a loud crack, the wine bottle shattered, squeezed to pieces by Fitzroy's grip. "So it seems Fitzroy didn't attack the base, but tried to negotiate for level 2 evolution crystals," Juliet mused. Given his fury, Gaston must have refused. Strange, despite his anger, he didn't attack. It looks like the base's military strength has significantly increased. Moreover, she realized, now he harbors deep resentment toward Gaston. Knowing Fitzroy's temper well, Juliet understood that only absolute power could keep him rational when enraged. While inwardly delighted by Fitzroy's failure, she maintained her composure. As a leader, harmony within her own faction was crucial, so she couldn't openly rejoice. To be continued. Translation notes. The chapter maintains the tone and style of the previous content. Character names are kept consistent in their pinyin forms. Paragraph structure and line breaks match the original text for readability. Storyline continuity and logic align with the established narrative. Chapter 126, Reunion with Juliet. Mobile Base City. Eric lay back in his chair, staring at the ceiling as he pondered over his problems. Having already met Fitzroy, should I really make a trip to Shelter City No. 5? All Fitzroy wants is for us to return the level 2 evolution crystals. He hasn't even mentioned his cousin Shaw. Has he given up on Shaw? There's also another mole that we haven't captured yet. Is it still hidden within the base, or has it left? According to Edith's letter, Fitzroy is temporarily residing in Shelter City No. 5. If the mole left the base, it would likely seek out Fitzroy. So, it would head to Shelter City No. 5. After much contemplation, Eric finally decided, I may as well make the trip. Apart from anything else, I should go thank Edith. Shelter City No. 5, Lord's Hall. Where's my wine? Fitzroy shouted. The wine pot had burst, spilling the wine. Unable to drink, Fitzroy slapped the table, causing it to fall apart. Juliet, unable to watch anymore, said consolingly, your body belongs to you. Getting upset won't do any good. It's just a level 2 evolution crystal. You can hunt down level 2 zombies again. Fitzroy gritted his teeth. Damn Eric. That son of a bitch Eric. I'll tear him limb from limb. Elijah hearing these words, Juliet frowned and only told the waiting maidservant, bring more wine. One bottle after another was brought up, and Fitzroy didn't hesitate to swallow them down. Even being a peak level 1 evolver, he quickly got drunk. As Fitzroy drunkenly looked at Juliet with unmasked ardor, she furrowed her brows. Big Eric Jerson, you're drunk? Go rest. Saying this, she stood up to leave for the courtyard. Brendandenly, Fitzroy blocked her way. His fiery gaze seemed to pierce through her clothes, and he leered, Edith, your big brother is pretty pissed off by Eric. Why don't you relieve me? Repulsed, Juliet said, you're drunk? I'm not. Fitzroy reached out to grab her, saying, I'm an evolved human, a super strong person. How can I be drunk? Juliet slapped his hand away and stepped back, distancing herself from him. She angrily shouted, if you continue like this, I won't hold back. Fitzroy laughed maliciously and replied, tell me, what's so good about the old national balancer? Look at me. I've got looks, muscles. Everything's better than that old geezer. Shut up. Juliet sternly yelled. Don't use your filthy mind to speculate. My relationship with the national balancer is normal and doesn't need your slander. Anti-nymph. Fitzroy sneered. Normal, huh? Haha. Ask ghosts if they believe it. Only you could enter that military base other than him and his soldiers. When you wanted to establish Shelter City number 5, he directly gave you 1,000 troops and made City number 1 provide 10,000 civilians. Is this a regular relationship? Elijah, I'm going to take you today no matter what. Fitzroy lunged towards Juliet. Juliet glared, anger surging within her. She immediately slapped Fitzroy across the face. Slap. The sound echoed loudly around the hall. Fitzroy touched his burning cheek, a twisted smile forming. Elijah turned to look at Juliet, his gaze becoming even more heated as he leered, Temper, temper, I love it. Once again, he pounced, and being a peak level 1 evolver, he was incredibly fast. However, Juliet wasn't an easy target either. Over these months, she had also reached the peak level of level 1 evolvers. Though her strength couldn't match Fitzroy's, her speed was superior. Moreover, in his intoxicated state, Fitzroy's combat ability was significantly reduced, making him no match for her. Dodging deftly, Juliet coldly stared at Fitzroy, who was once again pouncing at her, and kicked him squarely between his legs. Ah! His screams sounded throughout the entire city. Soon enough, 2 armies approached from both sides of the City Lord Square, the Protective Army Unit 1 and the Protective Army Unit 5. That was the City Lord's voice. Brendanch, a terrible scream means the City Lord must be in trouble. Eric's, follow me inside. Someone shouted in the Protective Army Unit 1. Others in Unit 1 also shouted, go inside. Go inside. Seeing Unit 1 rush into the City Lord's Bowention, Unit 5 didn't agree. This was their territory, they wouldn't allow these guys to act recklessly here. Swish swish. Unit 5 raised their guns in unison. Their leader barked, fuck, who dares? This is Shelter City number 5, not your Shelter City number 1. Who do you think can barge into the City Lord's Bowention without rules? No one enters the City Lord's Bowention without permission. They shouted together in powerful tones. Swish swish. At the same time, Unit 1 also raised their guns. Someone yelled, enough chatter. Didn't you hear our City Lord screaming? Get out of the way or face the consequences. With that, Unit 1 advanced a few steps forward, despite being in others' territory, but their spirit remained undiminished. Unit 1 consisted of 10,000 men while Unit 5 had only 7,000. Moreover, the weaponry of Unit 1 clearly surpassed that of Unit 5, which caused several men of Unit 5 to sweat under their gloves during the freezing winter. Click. Brendandenly, the door of the City Lord's Bowention opened. Cold-faced Juliet walked out followed by Fitzroy, whose face was flushed red, not uttering a word. Juliet's icy gaze swept over Unit 1, sending shivers down their spines and making them involuntarily step back. Elijah's gaze ultimately fell upon Unit 5 as she commanded sternly, put down your weapons and resume your duties. Upon the City Lord's order, Unit 5 complied immediately, putting down their weapons and withdrawing. The soldiers of Unit 1 exchanged glances and, without waiting for Fitzroy's command, lowered their rifles. Juliet's chilly gaze once again swept over Unit 1, her coldness intensifying rather than decreasing. She let out a cold snort before turning back into the mansion. All eyes of Unit 1 fell upon Fitzroy, awaiting his orders. Fitzroy's face was red with anger, feeling lingering pain somewhere, clenching his teeth and inwardly swearing, bitch, you dare to do this to me, you'll regret it someday. That kick in the hall woke him completely. Reflecting on the incident sent chills down his spine. Had he truly forced himself on Juliet, the Wasteland Nation's balancer surely wouldn't have let him off. Simultaneously, he felt hatred. Where did he fall short compared to that old man? Elijah had looks, strength, and youth. Wasn't he better than that bald 50-year-old? But all the old man relied on was his position before the virus outbreak, thus allowing him to timely form the kingdom's army. In Fitzroy's mind, it was nothing more than sheer luck. Elijah believed that it wouldn't be long before his influence surpassed the old man's, and then Juliet would become his plaything. Regaining his composure, Fitzroy looked at the numerous soldiers of Unit 1 and barked, why are you all standing here? Go back and rest. We will return to the city tomorrow. This trip had been worthless. Not only did he not get the evolution crystal, but he also caused such a scene. Elijah hoped Juliet wouldn't report this to the old man, otherwise, another scolding awaited him. After all, with his current strength, he dared not defy the old man. The next day, Fitzroy left early with 10,000 soldiers without bidding farewell. Upon hearing from his subordinates that Fitzroy had departed, Juliet's eyes flashed with disgust. She simply replied, oh, and did not pay further attention. Base City, City Gate. Seeing Elijah tying a large bag of sweet potatoes on top of the SUV, Eric couldn't help but remark, is that huge bag of sweet potatoes not too heavy for you? Elijah chuckled, not at all. Anything delicious isn't heavy. Elijah thought of himself as well. If he were to be punished with less food in the future, those sweet potatoes would come in handy. Can you drive? Eric asked Allegialment. Allegialment nodded and replied, yes. In that case, I'll sit in the back and you drive. Eric tossed the car keys to Allegialment, opened the rear door, and climbed in. He didn't want to drive, as it would be tiring. Allegialment gladly took over driving. Elijah sat in the driver's seat, started the vehicle skillfully, and just as he was about to leave, someone blocked the car. Commander Luo, someone is looking for you. Resting his eyes, Eric slowly opened them at this announcement. Through the windshield, he saw Lauren blocking the front of the car. Lowering the window, he asked, what's up? I'm coming with you, Lauren said, walking up to the window. Don't be silly. I'm not going on vacation, Eric replied. Lauren crossed her arms and pouted. Who knows if you're really going on vacation or not? Antong, stop teasing. You're the captain of the Tianqing military division. The soldiers are waiting for you to assign their training tasks. Don't worry, once I figure out what's happening, I'll return immediately, Eric said helplessly. Facing Lauren, he couldn't bring himself to say anything harsh. Lauren looked very reluctant, muttering, I know you're going to see Juliet. What's so special about that woman that she's worth your constant thoughts? Seeing her jealous expression, Eric couldn't help but smile slightly. Elijah reached out and ruffled Lauren's hair, saying, I swear, once I've sorted things out, I will return to base right away, without even a second's delay. After a long consideration, Lauren finally relented. All right, I trust you. Remember what you said, immediately, without delay. Brendanra. Eric nodded vigorously. Only then did Lauren reluctantly step aside, watching the vehicle start and drive off into the distance, leaving clear tire tracks on the pristine white snow. As the car disappeared from sight, Lauren reluctantly turned away, realizing that this man had completely captured her heart, every action stirring her emotions. Eric gazed out the window, the scenery flashing by covered in snow but still familiar, adding a touch of purity. The icy roads were slippery, and what should have been a 2-hour journey took nearly 4 hours. Stopping 2 kilometers from Shelter City number 5, Eric got out and told Allegialment to drive back to the city alone, uncertain if Fitzroy had left. Since Juliet's residence, Samson had been renamed Shelter City number 5, which now featured taller and thicker walls, undoubtedly improving its defenses significantly. Using binoculars, Eric saw Allegialment approach the city entrance, where the soldiers promptly greeted him. After some discussion, Allegialment smoothly entered the city. Putting away the binoculars, Eric leaned against a tree, awaiting news from Allegialment. Having received letters beforehand, Eric fully trusted that Juliet would not harm him. Therefore, he came here with Allegialment. Moreover, he had Allegialment enter the city first to inform Juliet. If Fitzroy was still in the city, Juliet would surely send Allegialment out to notify him. If Fitzroy was gone, Allegialment would likely come out as well. 30 minutes passed. Yawning and covering his mouth, Eric muttered, I've been waiting so long. Why hasn't anyone come out yet? Speak of the devil, being a level 2 evolver, Eric's hearing was excellent. In such a quiet place, he could clearly hear a voice from the direction of Shelter City number 5, 2 kilometers away, say, Lord City. Elijah jumped onto a branch and used the binoculars again. The city gates were wide open, and a vehicle emerged, the same SUV. It headed straight towards him. Buzz buzz. The sound of the engine grew louder, and soon the SUV arrived under the tree. The door opened, and a familiar figure emerged. It was Juliet, who must have already seen Eric in the tree. Brendan rised. She called out, Eric Gaston. From her joyful surprise, it was evident that she was happy to see Eric. Eric smiled, jumping down from the tree and walking up to Juliet. Elijah extended his hand, smiling, long time no see. Ignoring his hand, Juliet jumped up and hugged him. Watching this through the windshield, Allegialment couldn't help but open his mouth wide enough to fit an egg, then revealed an envious look, thinking, City Lord must really like Commander Luo. Usually cold as ice before others, Juliet now seemed like a small, affectionate woman. Any observer could tell she liked Eric. But as they say, love can make one blind. From their first meeting, Eric had thought Juliet was a somewhat clingy girl, so while he suspected she liked him, he assumed it was limited. After all, the negotiations in the City Lord's hall were still fresh in his mind. Juliet released Eric, staring directly into his face. After almost half a minute, Eric averted his gaze and asked, I didn't expect you to personally come and meet me outside the city. So, Fitzroy must have left? At the mention of Fitzroy, a cold gleam flashed in Juliet's eyes. Recalling the vial scene from the previous night, she remembered his lecherous words clearly. If it weren't for concerns about the kingdom's stability, she would have reported him to the king. Seeing Eric again, she felt an overwhelming wave of injustice surge within her. Despite usually being strong, she felt vulnerable now, her eyes welling up with tears, highlighting the tenderness women often display before those they love. Chapter 127, A God-Sent Opportunity. Juliet threw herself into Eric's arms once again, her tears streaming uncontrollably, soaking his shirt. Caught off guard, Eric glanced at Allegialment questioningly, as if asking what had happened. Allegialment only shrugged in response, indicating his own confusion. Lowering his gaze to the sobbing Juliet in his arms, despite not understanding the situation, Eric felt an overwhelming wave of sympathy. Elijah slowly wrapped his arms around her, patting her back gently and consoling her softly. It's okay. It's okay. After a long while, Juliet finally stopped crying, feeling much better having released her emotions. She let go of Eric. Seeing his damp chest, she hurriedly said, Oh no, Eric Gaston, let's get in the car and head back to the city quickly. Nodding, Eric replied, All right. Both got into the vehicle one after another. Allegialment, who was seated at the driver's position, turned his gaze away and started the engine, turning the car around towards Shelter City number 5. It didn't take long for the vehicle to enter the city, reaching the mayor's residence. Juliet led Eric straight to her room at the back of the mansion. Stopping at the door, Eric hesitated, unwilling to step into a girl's private space. However, Juliet smiled calmly, Eric Gaston, you're not just anyone. Come in. Your clothes are wet, you'll catch a cold. Let me find you some dry clothes. Despite this, Eric still hesitated, saying, "It's fine, really. I can bear the temperature." Being a woman, all of Juliet's clothes were feminine attire. While Eric was confident he could pass as beautiful if dressed up, he wasn't interested in cross-dressing. "No," Juliet insisted, pulling Eric inside and making him sit down. Faced with her persistence, Eric couldn't refuse and found himself involuntarily looking around her bedroom. A pink waterbed adorned with matching pink bedding lay against one wall, with a pale pink mosquito net draped over it. Beside the bed was a small wardrobe, a white carpet laid quietly on the floor, and lace curtains framed the window, giving a view outside. "Looks like Edith has a girlish heart," Eric thought privately, as he admired the scene. Juliet came forward with a coat, capturing his attention. She spread out the coat. "Eric Gaston, try this on and see if it fits." Brendan writhed. Eric saw that the coat was actually meant for a man, exuding maturity and sophistication. It appeared to be the staple attire of a successful man. This piqued his curiosity. How did Juliet have men's clothing in her room? Elijah imagined scenarios where a successful man had left it behind after winning her affection. Shaken by these thoughts, Eric waved it off. "Let's skip it. I'm quite comfortable. It's cool now that my clothes are wet." Setting down the coat, Juliet asked plaintively, "Is there something wrong with it?" "There's nothing wrong," Eric reassured, waving his hands. "It belongs to someone else. I shouldn't take it." "How do you know?" Juliet exclaimed in surprise. "This coat isn't for you but is meant to be a gift for the Louise. Since it hasn't been given yet, you can wear it. We'll find a replacement later." Gift for the Louise, not left by someone. Eric suddenly realized he was speaking out of turn and covered his mouth. Left by someone? Juliet looked puzzled, then understood, stomping her foot. "What kind of person do you think I am?" Sorry. I shouldn't have assumed anything." Eric awkwardly apologized. "You're not wrong, I am." Juliet's eyes welled up slightly. "Sigh." Eric took a deep breath, sensing the weight of her words. The atmosphere felt heavy, making him feel like running. Seeing Eric's reaction, Juliet chuckled. "I'm just joking. Put on the coat. Don't catch a cold." Relieved, Eric agreed. "All right." She hung the coat and approached him to help unbutton his shirt. Brendanch, an attentive woman, who can resist? Stepping back a few paces, Eric laughed. "I can manage myself." Juliet smiled and watched as Eric took off his jacket, retrieved the coat from the hanger, and stepped behind him to help put it on. Seizing the coat, Eric quickly put it on himself, swinging the sleeves. It fits perfectly. Turning instinctively, he found Juliet close by. She was shorter by half a head, so when he turned, she instinctively raised her face. Their eyes met, faces barely 3 centimeters apart. The air seemed to freeze, time stood still, only their hearts beating steadily. Thump, thump, thump. Juliet's cheeks flushed red, her breathing quickening. Gulp. Under her gaze, Eric swallowed nervously as she tiptoed, pressing her lips directly onto his. Electric shock coursed through him, immobilizing him momentarily. Regaining his senses, Eric backed away hastily, his heart pounding. Juliet's cheeks were crimson, her eyes filled with admiration. "What's happening?" "I came here to ask questions, not to fall in love," Eric inwardly sighed. Taking deep breaths to regain composure, Eric decided to steer the conversation elsewhere. "Tell me, what exactly is your relationship with the Louise? Why would you give him a coat?" Disappointed by Eric's lack of advance, Juliet's heart returned to normal pace, but the blush remained. Adjusting her mood, thinking there was plenty of time ahead, she smiled. "Elijah and I have a deep connection. Do you want to know more?" "Deep connection?" Eric guessed. "Are you related?" "Yes, sort of. Actually, very closely. The Louise is my father." Elijah hearing this revelation, Eric's eyes widened in surprise. His mind raced, wondering if he should act on this new information. Focusing on Juliet, he asked almost instinctively, "How many siblings do you have?" "I'm the only child," she replied. At this, Eric couldn't help licking his lips, a wild idea forming in his mind. To court Juliet, take her home, and address her father as father-in-law. The thought made him laugh. Startled, Juliet called out, "Eric Gaston! Eric Gaston!" Elijah laughed harder, oblivious to her confusion. Juliet tried again, "Eric Gaston, please stop." Elijah hearing the call, Eric snapped back to reality, quickly wiping away a trace of saliva from the corner of his mouth. Ultimately, he chose not to act on his impulsive thoughts. As an exemplary student in school and an upstanding citizen in society, how could he stoop so low? It simply wasn't in his nature. Actually, what concerned him most was whether the Louise would hand over resources and population just because it was for his daughter. After all, one had to be ruthless to sit in that position. The two of them no longer dwelled on these trivial matters. Juliet was very pleased with Eric's visit. They left the backyard, entered the main hall, and immediately ordered a banquet to welcome Eric. This time, only Eric and Juliet attended the banquet, excluding the officers of the 5th Shelter City's military. Clang. The sound of glass wine glasses clinking echoed clearly. Juliet took a small sip from her glass and asked, "Eric Gaston, why have you come today?" "I came, firstly, to express my gratitude, and secondly, to ask you about some matters," Eric stated directly without beating around the bush. Elijah continued, "It's already clear that Gervais attacked the base for the purpose of obtaining a level 2 evolution crystal. There's no need to elaborate on this. However, before this, he sent people to infiltrate the base to gather intelligence. What could be the reason behind this? Could it be under your father's orders to probe the base for future military plans?" "Absolutely not my father's order," Juliet insisted hastily. The 4 shelter cities were originally independent survivor enclaves, with each city lord having significant autonomy, able to independently recruit troops and establish weapon production lines. However, advanced weaponry cannot be manufactured at will. Only my father's military base has the capability. Therefore, my father signed treaties with the 4 city lords. My father provides them with powerful weapons, while they must take him as their leader, forming an alliance to protect survivors. If any city is in trouble, others must support it without hesitation. This is how the Louisdom was born. So that's how it is, Eric exclaimed in surprise. I thought the other shelter cities were like your fifth shelter city. Juliet shook her head helplessly. Establishing this fifth shelter city and appointing me as its city lord was also out of necessity. The power of the 4 city lords is immense. Currently, my father can suppress them with his forces, but over time, as their strength grows, it would be difficult for him to control them if they joined forces to rebel and seize the military base. That would be fatal. So, my father bought this city from Eric Gaston and established the 5th shelter city to bolster our strength and prepare for potential challenges from the 4 cities. Eric suddenly understood. So that explains it. Then the rules I suggested to you previously are pretty much useless, right? Even someone like Bowerlin, who intended to privately annex Samson, won't face serious consequences. Juliet sighed helplessly. Indeed, there's only verbal criticism. Real punishment isn't feasible. Seeing her frustration, Eric felt deeply for Juliet. Recalling how she looked during the emotional reunion outside the city, he asked compassionately, "You seemed so distressed earlier. You must have endured a lot of suffering. Come, let's have a drink together." Moved by Eric's concern, Juliet couldn't help welling up again. Remembering last night's ordeal, if not for being a peak level 1 evolutionist herself, she might have been disgraced by Gervais. After several drinks, she confided everything that happened the previous night. Bastard. Eric seethed angrily. Knowing what had transpired, he felt enraged. Gervais was a beast. If he had been present, he would have thrashed Gervais until he didn't recognize his own mother. By the 3rd round of drinks, Juliet got drunk again in front of Eric. Eric supported her back to her bedroom in the backyard, helping her take off her shoes and jacket, and tucked her into bed. As he stepped out of her room, looking at the vast expanse of snow, countless thoughts swirled in his mind. The Louisdom, for shelter cities each governed independently, seemingly harboring intentions to seize the military base. After much contemplation, only 4 words remained: Elijah Haven-sent opportunity. Eric felt elated. This is indeed a heaven-sent opportunity. If I collaborate with the Louis, dealing with the 4 shelter cities wouldn't be an issue. But this collaboration comes with conditions. Otherwise, why should I invest my forces? Clearly, Edith can't make such decisions. Only the Louis can. If he agrees, everyone wins. If not, I still can't give up easily and need to persuade him. However, persuading him won't be easy. I don't know his temperament or preferences, making it difficult to approach. Wait, Edith, as his daughter, must understand her father quite well. Once she sobers up, I'll thoroughly inquire about this matter. Looks like I'll need to visit the Louisdom. Unconsciously, snowflakes started falling once more, and a cold wind blew from the north. Despite this, Eric felt no chill. His coat shielded him from the snow, keeping him warm. Chapter 128, Visiting the Louisdom's Lord. Oh my, what is this? This is so delicious. Beside the bonfire, a soldier from the 5th Protection City Guard took a large bite out of a steaming sweet potato. The soft, sweet aroma brought a look of bliss to his face. What else could it be? It's a sweet potato. Elijah mumbled with his mouth full of sweet potato. Sure. The sound of footsteps on the snow reached the ears of the soldiers gathered around the fire eating sweet potatoes. They turned to see Eric approaching. Upon seeing him, Elijah immediately stood up and smiled. "Commander Luo, why are you here? Your city lord drank too much and fell asleep. I was bored, and when I smelled the sweet potatoes, I just came over." Eric walked to the bonfire. One of the soldiers moved over to make space. Eric squatted down, picked up a stick casually, dug a roasted sweet potato out of the embers, rolled it in the snow to cool it down, peeled off the burnt skin, revealing the inviting golden flesh inside. Elijah took a big bite, savoring the taste. These were organic, purely natural sweet potatoes grown by the residents of the base. Elijah squatted next to Eric and laughed. "I never expected Commander Luo to be so approachable. I thought you were very serious, and I didn't dare talk to you in the car." "Ha ha ha." Eric also laughed, saying, "Be serious when you need to be, and relax when you can. Stay true to yourself." After another bite, he added, "Really damn fragrant." Elijah, looking around furtively, edged closer to Eric and asked curiously, "Commander Luo, what's your relationship with our city lord?" Eric glanced at him. "Why do you need to know so much about that?" Noticing everyone around the fire looked curious as well, Eric sighed and said, "We're just ordinary friends. Nothing more than that." Cough. Redundantly, some coughing was heard from behind. Eric remarked, bowing sure to keep warm. "Looks like one of our brothers caught a cold." Turning back, he saw not a soldier but Juliet. Juliet's arrival made all the soldiers stand up immediately, calling out respectfully, "City Lord." Juliet nodded and waved her hand. "Continue your duties." Elijah, stay. The other soldiers left. Elijah looked puzzled at Juliet, not knowing why he had to stay. Juliet said, "Elijah, for delivering the message. I promise to promote you to squad leader. That starts now." Pleasantly surprised, Elijah exclaimed, "Thank you, City Lord." Juliet then dismissed him. That's all. After Elijah left, only Juliet standing and Eric squatting remained, still holding half a sweet potato with some black ash around his mouth. Juliet slowly crouched beside Eric, graceful unlike Eric who sprawled out legs open, hands on his knees. "You're awake," Eric said. Juliet nodded, smiling at Eric. "I thought you left without telling anyone, but you're here." Eric chuckled. "I still have something to discuss with you. How could I leave without telling anyone?" "Oh," Juliet asked curiously, "didn't we finish talking at the welcome banquet? What else could there be?" "There's always something new to discuss. Just like snowflakes fall in winter and melt in spring, they return again next winter." Turning serious, Eric continued, "You mentioned earlier that each city acts independently, posing a great risk of rebellion. I've thought about it, and have a solution." "Really?" Juliet exclaimed joyfully. "Eric Gaston, you have a way to prevent the 4 cities from rebelling?" "Yes," Eric nodded. "But but this plan requires your father's approval. Tell me the plan first, Juliet responded, and let's analyze if my father would agree. No problem, Eric said, but before I explain, I have a few questions. Brendanra, Juliet replied without hesitation. All right. Eric asked, as far as I know, your father's kingdom army can defeat any one of the cities. How strong exactly is your kingdom army? Without pausing, Juliet answered, the kingdom army consists of professional soldiers, extremely powerful. Against cities 3 and 4, they can crush them easily. Against cities 1 and 2, it's a bit challenging but still winnable. If cities 1 and 2 ally, it'd be a tough victory. With cities 3 and 4 joining in, it'd be 50-50. But adding our forces from city 5 means we'd likely win against a joint rebellion. That's why the cities haven't dared to unite. So it seems your kingdom army, coupled with your forces from city 5, is quite strong. However, stability isn't guaranteed forever. When change comes, it'll either lead to total conquest by the kingdom army or a rebellion that dismantles the Louisdom from within. Now, the change is here, and it favors the kingdom army. As Juliet watched, Eric drew 2 large circles and 4 small ones in the ground. These 2 large circles represent the kingdom army in city 5, under your father's control. The other large circle represents the other major force, and these 4 small circles are the 4 protected cities. Using a burned twig, Eric drew another large circle enclosing the 4 smaller ones. This is the combined power of the 4 cities. How do we beat them? Drawing a line connecting the 2 large circles, he added, uniting the 2 major forces can defeat the alliance of the 4 cities. And the other major force is me, the base. Juliet understood, uniting her family's forces with the base to eliminate the threat once and for all. Yet, why would Eric assist? What did he want? So indeed, it's a good plan, but why help us? Juliet asked. Eric smiled and held up 2 fingers. Once achieved, I want 2 cities' population and resources. 2/10? Juliet gasped. Yes, 2 cities, Eric confirmed. What? Juliet stood up, thinking she misunderstood. You want 2 cities' population and resources? Yes, Eric firmly replied. Though Juliet admired Eric, the population and resources of 2 cities were immense. She wasn't sure her father would agree. Still, not collaborating meant failing to end the rebellion risk. After a moment, Juliet regained her composure and said, I can't decide this. I don't know if my father will agree. Eric smiled. We'll know after talking to your father. I believe once he understands the benefits, he'll agree. Your meaning is? Juliet asked. I need you to bring me to your father. We'll talk it through together, Eric said, standing up. Juliet pondered carefully and felt that she couldn't miss this opportunity to completely eradicate the risk of rebellion from the 4 cities. She nodded firmly and said, all right, I'll take you. Eric replied, then wait for me while I return to the base for a bit. It would be good to bring some proof to your father, otherwise, how can he believe that I have the strength to work with him against the 4 cities? It does make sense. What kind of proof do you have, Eric Gaston? Juliet asked. Eric smiled mysteriously and said, just bringing a few people. Juliet thought for a moment and suggested, I'll go back to the base with you. That way, we can set off directly from there and save time running around. Fine. Eric nodded in agreement. Juliet gathered the officers and gave them some instructions before setting off with Eric in a vehicle toward the base. In the car, Eric drove while Juliet sat in the passenger seat, looking out at the snow-covered landscape. She casually asked, did you name the base, Eric Gaston? Eric answered, no, actually, the base doesn't have a proper name yet. We just use it as a title. Juliet turned to look at Eric and said, I think it should have a name, something meaningful. After all, base is a generic term, like military base or agricultural base. It doesn't sound like the name of a city or a force. Eric agreed, you're right. When I have the time, I'll hold a meeting to decide on a name for the base. The journey was about 50 kilometers, which normally would take around 2 hours for a single vehicle. However, due to icy conditions and slippery roads, they took 3 hours to reach the base. It was Juliet's first visit to the base. Seeing the tall, sturdy concrete walls, even as the daughter of a city lord and the Louisdom's ruler, she couldn't help but be amazed. The gates opened, and Eric drove into the base, heading straight to the mobile base. Seeing the massive structure made entirely of steel, resembling something from a sci-fi movie, Juliet was once again stunned. News of Eric's return spread quickly among the guards. Lauren immediately arrived at the mobile base. However, when she saw Juliet, her expression darkened. Juliet greeted her with a smile. Sister Antong, it's been a while. Who are you calling sister? If you come, I'm the older one. Eric was stunned by Lauren's abrupt response. Even the newly arrived Elvin and Ryan smirked, enjoying the spectacle. Juliet was speechless, unsure how to respond. A simple greeting had led to such a reply. Lauren realized her outburst and quickly made an excuse. I mean, I'm not that young, so don't call me sister. Just call me Antong. Juliet quickly adapted, laughing and agreeing. Right, my bad. We're the same age, so I'll call you Antong, and you call me Edith. Eric interjected. Come on, everyone, let's go inside. It's cold outside. Inside the mobile base, Eric looked at Elvin and Ryan, saying, Elvin, Ryan, Anchor, and Harrison, being the highest-ranking members of the guard. I'll be leaving the base for a few days to discuss matters with the Louisdom's ruler. You 4 will oversee the defense of the base. Brevin and Andon, you 2 will accompany me. Elijah then looked at Lauren. As for Antong, you're the captain of the Skywalking army? I want to go with you, Lauren said firmly, clearly unwilling to be persuaded otherwise. Having heard that Eric planned to go to the Louisdom, knowing how dangerous it could be, she decided to go along. But Antong, you're the captain of the Skywalking army. Don't you have to? Eric began. Before he could finish, Lauren interrupted. Easy. I'll have Gaylord take over for a few days. Gaylord? Eric stroked his chin, considering it for a moment before nodding. Gaylord is reliable. All right, you can come along. Lauren beamed. Thank you. Eric continued. It's late. Everyone go get some rest. Brevin and Andon, remember to meet at the mobile base tomorrow morning.
Yes.
They responded. Everyone returned to their quarters except Juliet and Lauren. Juliet wasn't from the base, and she stayed because Eric hadn't arranged accommodation for her. Lauren lingered because she wanted to keep an eye on the pair to ensure they didn't spend any time alone. Eric thought it was convenient that Lauren stayed and saved him the trouble of arranging lodging for Juliet. Elijah told Lauren, Antong, take Edith to the convent and ask Bowenster Mingxin to arrange a room. Mingxin was the nun's religious name, a title given by the base residents who frequented the convent. Otherwise, Eric wouldn't have known it. Elijah then turned to Juliet, sorry for the inconvenience, but housing is limited at the base. You won't mind staying there, I hope? Juliet smiled and shook her head, no problem at all. Let's go, Lauren, seeing them chatting amiably, grabbed Juliet without waiting for her consent and led her out of the mobile base towards the convent. Chapter 129. Visiting the Lewisdom's ruler, Part 2. This year, winter not only arrived earlier than usual, but also lasted much longer. In previous years, a continuous snowfall of 3 to 4 days in the south was considered long. Yet this year's winter had seen nearly a month of continuous heavy snowfall, truly strange. Could it be that without the various greenhouse gases produced by humans, the planet's self-purification ability was so powerful that it could reach such a state within just 1 year? The next day, Brevin and Andon arrived early in the morning, while Juliet and Lauren followed shortly after. Once everyone had gathered, Eric said, now that everyone is here, let's depart. The 5 of them got into an off-road vehicle, with Andon driving and Juliet guiding them towards the Lewisdom. During the journey, Juliet asked Eric, Gastonji, are these 2 the people you mentioned who can prove the strength of the base? Eric replied, actually, there's more to it. The best proof of the base's military strength lies with you. Juliet looked puzzled. Me? Yes, exactly you, Eric smiled. You've been to the base and have seen its military might. Your father trusts you more, making you the ideal person to demonstrate the true military capability of the base. Juliet suddenly understood. Elijah hearing Eric explain it this way, she indeed could vouch for the base's military strength. She then laughed and asked, if I help prove the base's strength, how will you thank me, Gastonji? Eric laughed heartily and said, naturally. Lauren listened as they chatted, feeling a bit discontented. She huffed and turned her gaze out the window. Outside, everything was covered in white. As a top sniper and peak level 1 evolved anti-omen, her vision was excellent. Amidst the snowy expanse, several figures groaning stood out prominently. Upon closer inspection, those weren't wandering zombies but living humans, survivors. She tugged at Eric, who was sitting in the middle, and said, there are some survivors outside. Eric immediately glanced over and saw the figures, confirming they were survivors. However, their mission wasn't to search for survivors, so they couldn't bring them back to the base. Sir, should we? Andon, who was driving, asked. Eric responded, keep driving. Brindandonly, Lauren covered her mouth in shock and urgently called out, stop the car. Eric frowned and looked outside, where he saw a disturbing scene. A survivor lying in a pool of blood, his throat torn open. A cat-like creature, about the size of a small tiger with white fur, was feasting on the dead survivor's body. The other survivors panicked and ran away, but many more cat-like creatures, all with snow-white fur, emerged from the snow, shaking off the snowflakes and raising their hackles while emitting terrifying hissing sounds. Seeing this, Eric exclaimed, stop the car. Even though death was common in the apocalypse, saving lives when possible was a natural reaction. There were originally 5 survivors, but 1 had just died, leaving 4. These 4 darted around aimlessly, but the cat-like creatures blocked every escape route, bringing death ever closer. Swish! A white blur shot forward as one of the snow cats lunged at the foremost survivor. Death loomed large in the survivor's eyes as the snow cat grew rapidly in their field of vision. Bam! Brindandonly, a gunshot rang out, and the head of the lunging snow cat exploded, spraying blood and brain matter onto the survivor's face. Feeling the warmth of the cat's blood, it was clear this wasn't a dream but reality. The remaining snow cats became wary, raising their bodies on all 4s and bristling with fur, hissing menacingly. The 4 survivors turned towards the source of the gunshot and saw someone holding a large gun, along with 3 others rapidly approaching. Their speed was far beyond that of ordinary humans. As a level 2 evolved anti-omen, Eric was naturally faster. Elijah covered several hundred meters in mere seconds, drawing his combat knife to meet the snow cat's head on. With a swift swing, a spray of cat blood splattered onto the snow, staining the pristine white ground red, steam rising from the fresh kill. Brevin and Andon quickly joined the fray, dispatching 2 more snow cats with equally swift movements. The large snow cat, which had been feeding on the corpse, startled by the sudden intrusion, abandoned its meal and raised itself on all 4s, its white fur bristling. Meow! Despite its size, it still emitted a cat-like cry. At its command, the other snow cats gathered behind it, indicating that this larger one was the leader of the pack. From its size alone, it was evident this snow cat was much larger than a typical adult house cat. Hiss! This was the sound cats made when confronting enemies, clearly directed at Eric and his group. System, what level are these evolved animals? Eric inquired mentally. The system promptly replied. The numerous smaller cats are mostly 0 level and 1 level evolved animals. The fewer larger ones are 2 level evolved animals. Brendan risingly, a 2 level evolved animal, Eric murmured, eyeing the significantly larger snow cat with keen interest. It contained a 2 level evolution crystal in its brain. The 2 level snow cat sensed Eric's gaze, interpreting it as treating it as prey, a blatant provocation and insult. This enraged it, and it stepped forward, letting out a fierce cry, meow. Being a level 2 evolved animal, its intelligence surpassed that of a level 2 zombie. Its call carried emotion, which Eric quickly deciphered. You want a one-on-one fight? Eric took a step forward, unafraid. Hiss! Seeing Eric accept the challenge, the 2 level snow cat immediately assumed a fighting stance. Eric's response was swift. His grip on the knife tightened, his eyes narrowing, as the battle was imminent. Hiss! The two-level snow cat attacked first, moving incredibly fast. To the ordinary human survivors, it seemed like a ghost made of snow, vanishing momentarily. In reality, the two-level snow cat's speed combined with its snow-white fur created an optical illusion. Within a second, the two-level snow cat reappeared before the four survivors, now less than a meter from Eric. It lunged at him, sharp claws extending from its paws. Eric remained unafraid. Though both were level 2, there were differences in strength. Having consumed numerous near 2-level and 2-level evolution crystals, his power far exceeded that of an ordinary level 2 evolved animal. If he were at the mid 2-level stage, the snowcat was merely at the early 2-level stage, focusing on speed while humans had comprehensive evolution, surpassing the snowcat in both speed and strength. Facing an attack that would be challenging for ordinary humans and level 1 evolved anti-humans, Eric raised his combat knife as if predicting the future, intercepting the snowcat's claws with precision. Clang! Sparks flew as the snowcat's claws slid against the knife blade. Unsuccessful in its strike, the snowcat attacked again. Clang clang clang. No matter how fast the snowcat moved, Eric always managed to block its attacks ahead of time. After several intense rounds, the snowcat's stamina dropped severely, prompting it to retreat, maintaining distance from this terrifying human. The scene left the four survivors speechless. To them, Eric resembled a martial arts master or a great hero from movies and TV shows, utterly fearsome. Eric examined the combat knife in his hand, noticing numerous scratches. A light tug revealed the knife's fragility, highlighting the incredible sharpness of the two-level snowcat's claws. Dropping the combat knife, he looked at the level 2 snowcat and a smile curled on his lips. It's my turn. As he finished speaking, he transformed into a blur, darting towards the level 2 snowcat with blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, he was within a foot of the level 2 snowcat, raising his leg for a kick. Whoosh! The speed of this kick was incredible. It produced a faint explosion sound as the air rubbed against his foot. Due to its severe exhaustion from earlier and its natural disadvantage in speed compared to Eric, it couldn't avoid the kick. Thump! Under everyone's gaze, the level 2 snowcat was kicked several dozen meters away, rolling another 10 or so meters before coming to a stop. It lay still, while the other snowcats quickly surrounded it. Meow! The group of snowcats emitted mournful cries. They looked at Eric, hatred and fear mixing in their eyes, then turned and scattered in different directions to avoid being caught all at once. Pursue for 2 kilometers, Eric said. Brevin and Andon immediately chased after them. Eric walked over to the level 2 snowcat, picked it up by the tail, and held it up. The meat of a level 2 evolved animal was edible and highly nutritious, so there was no rush to extract the level 2 evolution crystal from its head. The 4 survivors hurried over, kneeling before Eric, banging their heads in gratitude. Thank you, sir, for saving us. Get up, we're all modern people. There's no need for such formal bows. Eric raised his hand. You were lucky, we just happened to pass by. The 4 survivors quickly stood up, continuously nodding. Yes, yes. Eric sized up the 4 people, 2 men and 2 women, with a woman leading the group. Elijah asked, what's your name? The woman glanced around nervously, then pointed to herself, cautiously asking, are you talking to me, sir? Yes, you, Eric replied. The woman hurriedly answered, my name is Ione. Eric asked, which faction do you belong to? Ione didn't dare lie. We are just ordinary survivors, not belonging to any faction, nor daring to join one. Those who escaped from factions told us that their leaders claim to provide protection but treat survivors like slaves, using them as the cheapest labor force. From Ione's words, it was clear she held a disdainful attitude toward all survivor shelters, which wasn't surprising. In a place like the base, why would anyone want to run away? Any shelter from which residents ran must not be a good place. In fact, not all factions are dark. If you trust me, Eric pointed southeast, saying, if you follow this direction for some time, you will see a large city. Joining that city will greatly improve your lives. Ione replied, thank you, sir, for the guidance. Seeing her composed demeanor, Eric didn't pry further. Whether they went or not was up to them. Of course, under different circumstances, if the guard army were searching for survivors, those unwilling to join the base would be forcibly brought back. Unexpectedly, these people always ended up adhering to the it's true when you try it law once they reached the base. However, enforced return had its standards. It referred to those who were not subjectively willing, not like Davian who had someone he cared about. At the same time, Lauren, holding the sniper rifle, approached and asked, can we leave now? Eric replied, we'll leave as soon as Brevin and Andon return. Thank you, sir, for saving us. Ione faced Lauren, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Without Lauren's timely shot to kill the snowcat, she feared she would have become a cold corpse like her companion. Thus, her gratitude towards Lauren exceeded that towards Eric. Lauren politely responded, you're welcome. Then she kindly reminded, now the world is full of zombies and evolved animals. It's dangerous for you. As Gaston G mentioned, heading southeast to that large city will ensure your safety. Not sure if Ione took Lauren's advice seriously, she just kept nodding. Yes, yes, thank you for the guidance. Soon, Brevin and Andon returned, each carrying several snowcats. No longer paying attention to Ione and her group, Eric and the others got back in the car and continued their journey. Ione watched the vehicle depart, then looked southeast, muttering to herself, a large city. Shioji, do you think the large city those two talked about is really unlike other shelters? One person asked. Ione shook her head. I don't know, maybe it's different, maybe not. The person asked, should we go? I don't think those people are bad. That large city might not be like other shelters. Entering there, perhaps our lives will truly be safe. The other woman in the group voiced her opinion. Ione considered it for a long time, finally making up her mind. Let's go. If it's not what we imagine, we can always run away. Should we go back to the cabin? Kimura asked. The Longwingen is still in the cabin. Can we leave such a treasure behind? Ione countered, then said, let's go back to the cabin first, take the long Winjan, and head to that large city. Chapter 130. Visiting the Lewisdom's ruler, Part 3. Inside the off-road vehicle, Eric had his eyes tightly shut as if he were asleep. Lauren kept her gaze fixed on Juliet, afraid she might do something to Eric. Phew. After about 2 minutes, Eric slowly opened his eyes. A faint blue light emerged from his irises and lasted nearly 20 seconds, a scene that astonished everyone else in the car. Juliet exclaimed, "Eric Gaston, your eyes?" Eric smiled slightly and explained, "This is normal. There's no need to worry." Lauren also remarked in surprise, "So, taking a level 2 evolution crystal causes the eyes to emit a blue light." After about 4 hours, they finally entered the territory of the Lewisdom, with the driving switched to Juliet. Eric asked, "What should I call your father, Edith?" Without turning her head, Juliet replied, "My father's name is Adalberto, and he prefers people to call him Commander Belu." Commander Belu. Got it, Eric muttered to himself. About 10 more minutes of driving later, the car slowed down. Through the windshield, Eric saw a wall over 3 meters high that looked incredibly sturdy. Soldiers stood guard at the gate, their postures upright and spirited, not inferior to those of his guards. A soldier approached and stretched out his hand to halt the vehicle. After it stopped, he gave a military salute and said, "Military zone, unauthorized personnel not allowed." Juliet got out of the car and walked to the soldier. Upon seeing her, he immediately saluted and said, "Miss Belu, these are my friends. I'm here to see Commander for an important matter," Juliet explained. The soldier, aware that Juliet was the commander's daughter, still insisted, "Of course, Miss Belu can enter, but without commander's order, we cannot allow your friends inside." Juliet frowned and said, "All right." She returned to the car and apologetically said, "Sorry, Eric Gaston. You all need to wait here while I fetch an order from my father." Eric showed understanding and said, "Go ahead." Juliet went through the gate and quickly returned with a stamped document, which she handed to the guard. After careful inspection, the guard confirmed its authenticity and immediately opened the gate, raising the striped barrier. Juliet returned to the car, apologized to everyone, then drove into the military base. While driving, let me explain. This place was originally called H City Military Base. After the virus outbreak, it changed its name to the Wasteland Garrison, better reflecting its current situation. Listening to Juliet's explanation, Eric looked outside. A squad of patrolling soldiers passed by, their formation neat and impressive, not unlike ordinary guards, clearly professional soldiers. These soldiers must be from the Churchilldom army, indeed formidable, Eric thought. The car stopped in front of an office building. 5 people got out, and a soldier immediately came forward to greet them, giving a salute. Brevin and Andon instinctively returned the salute. Their stance is so standard that they caught the soldiers' attention. However, professional soldiers remained focused, soon retracting his gaze and addressing Juliet. "Miss Belu, Commander is waiting in the meeting room on the 4th floor. Hand me the keys, and I'll park the car for you." "A leader you go." Juliet handed over the keys and turned to Eric, saying, "Eric Gaston, let's go up." "Brendanra," Eric nodded. They followed Juliet up to the 4th floor and reached the meeting room. Pushing the door open, Juliet stepped aside and gestured politely, saying, "Please enter." Eric didn't hesitate and walked in. The meeting room measured approximately 50 square meters, containing just one long table and several chairs. At the main seat sat a man, accompanied by another person on the right side. The man in the main seat had black hair streaked with gray, appearing to be around 50. Despite his age, he looked healthy and full of energy. This man was the ruler of the Lewisdom, Juliet's father, Adalberto, known as Commander Belu. The person seated on the right appeared to be under 30, sporting 2 arching eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes, looking quite dashing. Seeing the visitors, Adalberto's eyes flashed with surprise. These young people, barely in their 20s, were apparently top officials at the base, a hard fact to believe. Eric took a seat opposite Adalberto, with Lauren, Brevin, and Andon sitting beside him. Finally, Juliet entered and sat next to Adalberto on his left. She introduced, "This is the highest official of the base, Eric." Adalberto was even more surprised. The person before him looked barely over 20, with features resembling a celebrity from peaceful times, almost like an idol. And this was the base's supreme leader, Eric. Adalberto knew some basic information about the base. It had a reputation with tens of thousands of residents, possibly exceeding 100,000 after merging with Anton City. Plus, it possessed a powerful army, not numerically larger than his own forces but equipped equally well or better. Upon listening to Juliet's introduction, Adalberto stood up immediately, extended his hand, and said with a smile, "I never expected Commander Luo to be so young. Nice to meet you." Eric stood up to shake hands, responding warmly, "Commander Belu looks remarkably youthful. If Edith hadn't told me on the way, I would have guessed you were only in your 30s. Ha ha ha." Adalberto laughed heartily as he sat back down. "I wish I were only in my 30s. Unfortunately, time doesn't flow backward, and I am old." Eric returned to his seat, awaiting Juliet's further introductions. Next, Juliet introduced Lauren. "This is the commander of the Tianqing unit, Lauren." Adalberto looked at Lauren, furrowing his brows, then scrutinized her carefully, saying with astonishment, "This? How strange." Eric, Juliet, and others didn't understand. Finally, Juliet asked, "Dad, what's strange?" Instead of answering, Adalberto asked, "Do you have the surname Brendan?" Lauren found it peculiar but nodded nonetheless. Adalberto retracted his gaze and replied, "It's nothing. I might have mistaken her resemblance to one of my friends." Everyone understood and did not dwell on it. Juliet then introduced Brevin and Andon. Upon hearing the introductions, Adalberto expressed surprise again, asking, "Both of you share the surname Luo, and Commander Luo also shares the same surname. Are you related?" Eric chuckled. "Just a coincidence." Seeing Eric unwilling to reveal more, Adalberto didn't press further, nodding lightly at Juliet. Continuing, Juliet introduced Adalberto. "You already know this, our Wasteland Garrison's commander, Commander Belu. And this, Pointing to the young man on Adalberto's right, is Deputy Commander Bowney of the Wasteland Garrison. Eric had noticed this man upon entering the meeting room. Being a few years older, yet reaching the position of Deputy Commander, he seemed capable. Bowney stood up, shaking hands with each of them. After introductions, Juliet sat down, exchanging a nod with her father, and continued, Commander Luo has come here to discuss a strategy against the Four Cities Alliance. Internally moved, Adalberto maintained a calm expression and said nonchalantly, Commander Luo, please share your plan directly. Eric nodded and replied, my plan is simple. By combining forces between the Wasteland Garrison and the base, we can completely eliminate the threat posed by the rebellion in the Four Cities. Adalberto pondered for a moment and agreed, that is indeed a method. What are your terms? Eric smiled slightly, looked at Juliet, but didn't speak. Juliet understood that Eric wanted her to voice the conditions, so she immediately said, Commander Luo's condition is that after the matter is successfully concluded, he will require the population and resources of 2 cities. What? Before Adalberto could respond, Bowney beside him was taken aback, exclaiming in surprise, the population and resources of 2 cities? Eric nodded, stating, that's correct. Humph. Bowney sneered, your strength is still unknown, yet you dare to demand the population and resources of 2 cities. Your demands are truly outrageous. Bowney. At this moment, Adalberto spoke up. Bowney fell silent immediately as Adalberto fixed his gaze on Eric's eyes. Seeing no trace of hesitation, only immense confidence, Adalberto realized the gravity of the situation. The rebellion in the Four Cities was the biggest threat within the Luisdom. If this risk could be completely eradicated, accepting the population and resources of 2 cities was feasible. However, first, it had to be ensured that the combined military forces of the Wasteland Garrison and the base would overpower the Four Cities Alliance. Otherwise, he couldn't agree to it. Thus, instead of outright refusing, Adalberto chose to understand the base's military strength better before making a decision. Adalberto asked, the feasibility of this plan depends on whether the combined forces can have an absolute military advantage over the Four Cities Alliance. How do you prove your base has such power? Eric had anticipated this question and glanced at Brevin and Andon, instructing them, demonstrate your abilities to Commander Bailu. Yes. Brevin stood up, walked to the window, and, under everyone's watchful eyes, jumped down from the 4th floor window. Standing over 10 meters high, Brevin landed without sustaining any damage. And evolved? Adalberto was slightly surprised but not too shocked. Conversely, Bowney was greatly alarmed, saying, falling from such a height unharmed means he must be at the peak of level 1 evolution. Next, Andon also jumped from the 4th floor and similarly emerged unscathed. Adalberto turned back to look at Eric and chuckled lightly, remarking, 2 peak level, 1 evolved individuals. Impressive, but it's not enough, right? Not enough? Lauren asked promptly, Gaston, should I jump as well? Without waiting for Eric's approval, she started moving toward the window but was stopped by Eric, who caught her quickly, insisting, you don't need to. Eric returned to his seat and smiled, explaining, this time, I brought only 2, but there are 8 more back at the base. 8. Bowney was shocked all over again. Adalberto raised his eyebrows. 10 peak level, 1 evolved individuals. This meant they must have eliminated countless level 1 zombies. It explained why level 1 zombies had become scarce recently. Though 10 peak level, 1 evolved individuals were impressive, they weren't enough. War required more than just a handful of people. A strong army was essential since firearms were the mainstay of warfare. The base indeed has remarkable talent, Adalberto acknowledged with a nod before shaking his head and adding, however, individual prowess is limited in large-scale wars unless their numbers are substantial. What's crucial are the number and quality of soldiers, their combat readiness, and discipline. Eric smiled confidently, unfazed by the challenge. Elijah took out a mobile phone, opened the photo album, found a video, played it, and handed the phone to Adalberto, saying, please take a look, Commander Bailu. Adalberto watched the video on the screen, which was a documentary showcasing the base's military strength, professionally shot by Eric's team. After watching the video, Adalberto, a seasoned military commander, was deeply impressed but quickly regained his composure. Still, he shook his head, expressing doubt. The content of the video can be fabricated using technical means, which doesn't inspire much trust. Eric didn't argue but responded calmly, Commander Bailu, you visited the base and seen the Guard Corps' combat capabilities. She won't lie to you about its authenticity. After a brief pause, Adalberto said, let's discuss internally first. Commander Luo, please wait for a while. Understood, Eric nodded. Adalberto, Juliet, and Bowney left the meeting room. Seeing them leave, Lauren asked, Eric Gaston, do you think Commander Bailu will agree to our terms and cooperate with us? Eric stretched lazily and replied, we'll know soon enough, no guessing needed. In the next part, we'll delve into the internal discussions held by Adalberto, Juliet, and Bowney to decide whether to accept Eric's proposition or not. Chapter 131. Visiting the Luisdom's Ruler, Part 4. In another well-insulated small meeting room, Adalberto, Juliet, and Bowney were discussing. Adalberto asked, Edith, since you've seen the military strength of the base, why don't you start? Juliet nodded and said immediately, the military capability of the base is indeed formidable, especially the Guard Corps. Although they only number 3,000, their weapons and equipment are top-notch. They have heavy weapons like tanks, rocket launchers, heavy machine guns, and anti-material sniper rifles, making them very powerful in combat. Recently, Eric also formed the Tiance Corps. Since these are new recruits, both their military skills and battlefield experience are lacking. However, with 7,000 members, they still constitute a significant fighting force. However, based on my estimation, just the 3,000-strong Guard Corps, combined with our forces, would be sufficient to take on the Four City Alliance, with at least an 80% chance of victory. Adalberto nodded slightly, then asked, what do you think of Eric? Without hesitation, Juliet blurted out, Eric Gaston is great. Both Adalberto and Bowney were taken aback and sized up Juliet, noticing her slightly flushed face and apparent shyness. Bowenny teased, Comrade Juliet, known as the Ice Queen, is actually shy? Do you have feelings for that, Eric? Juliet didn't hide it and admitted openly, I like Eric. So what? Do you have any objections? Bowenny laughed heartily, whether I have objections doesn't matter. We need to see if Commander Bailu has any objections about that, Eric. Ha ha ha. Adalberto scrutinized his beloved daughter carefully and asked earnestly, do you really like him? Juliet answered without hesitation, yes. Adalberto continued, how much do you like him? Juliet responded, I will not marry anyone but him. Getting such a firm response, Adalberto was momentarily stunned, then sighed, saying, the military district can collaborate with the base. Adalberto understood his daughter very well. Anyone she could like would definitely be good. Thus, he decided to cooperate with the base. They returned to the previous meeting room where Eric and others were waiting. Adalberto, returning to his seat but not sitting down, extended his hand and said, looking forward to working together. Eric paused, then smiled, stood up, and shook hands with Adalberto, saying, looking forward to working together. Shelter City Number 1, the largest and strongest shelter city in the Luis Dom, and the one closest to the Wasteland Military District, houses over 10,000 people and has an impressive army. In the main hall of the city lord's residence, despite being indoors, it was still cold. Fitzroy was lounging lazily on the throne, shirt unbuttoned, revealing his muscular chest and abs. 12 beautiful women danced gracefully below him. On either side of the hall were benches and cushions where the influential officers and ministers of Shelter City Number 1 sat, resembling a scene from ancient imperial courts. Report. Brindandonly, a man rushed into the hall, breaking through the dancing girls like a wild boar through a flower garden. Elijah knelt before Fitzroy. Fitzroy waved his hand, signaling the dancers to leave. The music stopped, and the officials ceased their conversations, turning their attention to the messenger. The hall fell silent. Fitzroy ordered, speak. The messenger reported immediately, report to Lord Bowennier. Juliet drove into the Wasteland Military District. I know. Fitzroy waved him off. Juliet entering the Wasteland Military District wasn't unusual. She often visited the old man there, likely to complain about him. But recently, he had become less concerned. Even if Juliet complained to the old man, there was no concrete evidence against him, and the old man wouldn't dare to send troops. However, when Fitzroy gestured for the messenger to leave, he hesitated, as if there was more to say. Fitzroy noticed and said, if you have something else, just say it. Yes, the messenger respectfully replied. Juliet did not enter smoothly this time. The Lejar vehicle was detained for about 10 minutes until she presented a document, after which the guards let her through. According to spies, the distance was too far for telescopes to clearly identify the document's content, but it's guessed to be an authorization. Fitzroy asked urgently, was there anyone else in the car? The messenger replied, unknown. The car had privacy film, making it impossible to see inside. I see, you may go now. Fitzroy dismissed him. As the messenger left, Fitzroy pondered deeply. The officers and ministers heard the exchange and began to analyze. Lord Bowennier, perhaps the car carried dangerous items, requiring special authorization. Another suggested, based on my analysis, there might be someone else in the car. I agree. Me too. Their speculations resonated, and Fitzroy first thought of the possibility of someone else in the car but couldn't guess who it might be. Forget it, Fitzroy relaxed, raising his wine cup and loudly saying, come, let's drink. Ha ha ha, cheers. Lord Bowennier is right, whoever it is, as long as it doesn't affect us, cheers. To the bottom. The hall resumed its lively atmosphere. At the Wasteland Military District, 8,000 soldiers of the kingdom's army gathered for inspection. Eric accompanied Adalberto onto the reviewing stand. Looking down, the military formations were perfectly aligned, faultless. Each soldier appeared spirited and full of vigor, equipped with standard-issue military gear and uniforms, showcasing formidable combat readiness. From the right, 10 tanks approached, imposing and majestic. Lauren explained softly beside Eric, these are the main battle tanks of the Xia army, Model 15A, nicknamed Mighty Tiger, very powerful heavy tanks. Eric whispered, how do they compare to the base's Boulder tanks? Lauren replied, both Boulder and Mighty Tiger are heavy tanks with similar performance and combat effectiveness. If forced to compare, the key lies in the operator. Good to know, Eric nodded slightly, then curiously asked, Antong, how do you know so much, not only about firearms but tanks as well? Lauren explained, I grew up in the military, naturally interested in these things and had access to them, so I know a bit. After the inspection, Adalberto turned to Eric and asked, Commander Eric, what do you think of my kingdom's army? The equipment is top-notch, and the soldiers have high military competence, forming a highly combat-effective unit, Eric replied promptly. Adalberto was pleased with Eric's response and said smilingly, one day, when you have the time, Commander Eric, please visit our base to admire the Guard Corps. Eric laughed heartily, Commander Bailu, you're welcome anytime. Back inside, someone served tea. Adalberto sipped it and said, since we've decided to join forces against the Four-City Alliance, let's finalize the plan quickly. Yes, Eric agreed, continuing, I have a plan. With the base's military strength, we can defeat any one of the 4 cities. Similarly, the kingdom's army can also defeat any one of them. According to the information you provided, Shelter City Number 1 and Number 2 are still quite strong, so initiating combat with them first wouldn't be wise. It's easy to suffer heavy casualties. Therefore, I think we should start by targeting Shelter Cities Number 3 and Number 4, which are weaker. We can launch a sudden attack while Shelter Cities Number 1 and Number 2 are unprepared, swiftly ending the battle. With 2 of the 4 cities gone, they won't pose much threat anymore. Thus, we can then deal with Shelter Cities Number 1 and Number 2 gradually. If these 2 cities choose to surrender, all will be well, and there would be no need for further casualties. At that time, Commander Bailu, you only need to send your people to take over the leadership of the 2 cities to firmly control them. What if the 2 cities choose to fight to the death? Adalberto asked. Eric sneered. Then we'll have to resolve it through force. Can the combined forces of the military district and the base not handle them? Based on what you say, this plan seems feasible. Adalberto considered for a moment and ultimately accepted Eric's plan, saying, since the plan is set, let's divide up which city each of us will attack. The base will handle Shelter City number 3, Eric decided without hesitation. Under Adalberto's puzzled gaze, he explained, I've had previous encounters with Shelter City number 3. That Bauerlin once lent artillery to Samson to attack our base. This can serve as an excuse, making my troops' actions legitimate. Adalberto understood and agreed readily, saying, very well, the base handles Shelter City number 3, and my side will handle Shelter City number 4. Let's set a date to strike simultaneously, using a blitzkrieg approach to quickly end the battles and eliminate the forces of both cities. Eric said, let's make it by the end of this month. 14 days from now, we'll jointly launch our offensive. Adalberto slapped his thigh and said, excellent. With the details of their collaboration settled, Eric needed to return to the base to prepare for the attack. Elijah bid farewell to Adalberto and Bounty, then climbed into the off-road vehicle they arrived in and left the Wasteland Military District, returning to the base along the same route. Shelter City number 1, City Lord's residence. The scene was still one of festivity, portraying a picture of peaceful prosperity. Report. The drawn-out cry echoed into the ears of all officers, ministers, and Fitzroy. It was the same messenger from yesterday. Elijah jogged forward and knelt before Fitzroy, reporting, Lord Bowanere, Juliet's car has left the Wasteland Military District, but the driver is not Juliet. What happened? Fitzroy asked urgently. The messenger reported, according to our spies, although Juliet's car windows were tinted, the windshield was not. From this angle, the occupants inside could be clearly seen through the windshield, but neither the driver nor the front passenger was Juliet. Both were men. Moreover, their attire resembled that of the Guard Corps, though the spies couldn't confirm it. All men? Dressed like the Guard Corps? Fitzroy pondered for a moment and asked hastily, how far have they gone? The messenger replied, it's been an hour since the message was received. An hour already, definitely too late to catch up. Fitzroy frowned deeply, then instructed, Antionary and invite the mayors of the other 3 shelter cities. Tell them we need to discuss urgent matters. Not having Juliet drive was fine. Having men drive wasn't an issue either, but resembling the Guard Corps indeed indicated a significant matter. Yes, sir. The messenger responded and promptly left the residence. Facing such an event, how could Fitzroy remain in the mood for revelry? Elijah waved his hand, and all dancers withdrew. Elijah then ascended the stairs to the highest point of the city lord's residence. Looking out, the view outside differed sharply from the festive scene inside the residence. The streets, broad daylight, showed no residents. Instead, every 100 meters, 2 soldiers patrolled. Turning his gaze to the other side, there were many fields with numerous greenhouses. Occasionally, ordinary civilians could be seen emerging from the greenhouses. Each of them looked emaciated, their faces marred by signs of malnutrition. Note: in maintaining paragraph structure and style, some sentences were kept intact, ensuring coherence with the original narrative flow. Chapter 132. Mutual Affection. After hours of driving, they finally returned to the base. Juliet did not return to Shelter City number 5, but instead came back to the base with Eric and others. After parking the vehicle, Juliet planned to take a stroll around the base. Eric took the others straight to the conference hall, summoning Elvin, Ryan, and the rest. As everyone assembled, the meeting commenced. Eric wasted no time and stated directly, 14 days from now, we attack Lewisdom Shelter City number 3. You all must prepare comprehensively from now on. Elijah looked at Lauren and said, though Shelter City number 3 isn't as formidable as numbers 1 or 2, it still has an army of 10,000 soldiers and heavy weaponry like artillery. Thus, all 3,000 guards must be mobilized. Therefore, the Tianqing army must train diligently these 14 days. Once the guards leave the city, defending will fall solely on their shoulders. In the coming days, I'll focus on defensive training with Gaylord, Lauren replied. Eric nodded, then faced Elvin and Ryan, saying, you two concentrate on siege drills. Yes. They replied in unison. The sky gradually darkened, and after a long absence, the moon climbed into the night sky, surrounded by countless stars like a royal crown. The meeting continued until this moment before finally concluding. Exiting the conference hall, Eric saw Lauren gazing at the starry sky. The silver-white moonlight bathed her face, making her look like an ethereal fairy detached from earthly matters. Lauren turned upon hearing footsteps and seeing Eric, couldn't help but smile slightly. However, Eric detected a trace of worry in her eyes. Moving closer, he asked gently, missing your family again? Lauren slightly bowed her head, the sorrow in her eyes deepening. Eric queried, in the Wasteland Military District, Commander Bailu mentioned you seemed familiar. Did he see you before? Lauren shook her head lightly, saying, Elijah's a military man, and I grew up in the military. Bounip has seen me, but I don't remember him. Curious, Eric asked, you grew up in the military? Both your parents were military personnel? What positions do they hold? Lauren replied, they never told me specifically. I didn't care much to know, only that others call them comrade. Damn, Eric raised his eyebrows in surprise. Second-generation military elite. I'm not a second-generation elite, Lauren clarified. My grandfather was also a military man. A third-generation military elite? Eric was even more astonished, never imagining Lauren came from such a distinguished background. If not for the apocalypse, he would have been just an ordinary citizen while Lauren would have been a well-off young lady. Their paths wouldn't have crossed otherwise. Destiny was truly mysterious. Shaking her head at third generation, Lauren softly added, actually, my great-grandfather was the general of Jiangbei province in Deqing. Eric sharply inhaled and stepped back, wide-eyed. Elijah needed to reevaluate Lauren carefully. What's wrong, Eric Gaston? Lauren asked, puzzled by Eric's reaction. No, nothing, just kidney pain. Eric waved his hand, clutching his waist as he slowly walked towards the mobile base. Lauren followed, innocently suggesting, kidney pain? Bownibbit stones. It's painful. You should see a doctor. No need, Eric quickly refused, unsure if Lauren genuinely didn't understand or was being teasingly unaware. Elijah could only say, it's not serious. It'll be fine soon. Eric trudged step by step back to the mobile base, with Lauren accompanying him all the way. Walking inside the mobile base, Eric glanced back and waved Lauren off. Go rest. Okay, she nodded and turned to leave, but stopped after a few steps, noticing the door was still open. A sudden impulse overwhelmed her heart, and she dashed forward impulsively. Eric was about to close the door when he saw Lauren rushing toward him. The guard standing post did not intervene but discreetly turned away, moving aside. Lauren fell into his embrace, feeling softness everywhere. Eric instantly caught a hint of her faint fragrance. Looking down, he saw her breathtakingly beautiful face up close. Elijah was a man, not a saint. Normally he could maintain distance, but in this close proximity, engaging all his senses, how could any man stay composed? With a gulp, his Adam's apple moved, swallowing hard. Unable to resist, Eric wrapped his arms around Lauren, pulling her closer, and quietly closed the door behind them. Feeling the door shut, Lauren shivered slightly, staring at Eric. Elijah's breath was sweet and soft as she whispered, I like you. Those 4 words conveyed more than thousands of others. Eric felt a jolt through his heart, his pulse quickening, blood surging through his veins. His mouth dried up, speechless. In the end, he abandoned verbal expression. Lowering his gaze to Lauren's lips, he kissed her under her watchful eyes, conveying everything wordlessly. Lauren felt the warmth on her lips, happiness flooding her eyes as she gently closed them. Time passed swiftly. The cold winds and sub-zero temperatures ended today. The sun was warm, basking people comfortably, prompting residents to come out, clearing snow from planting greenhouses or sitting on stools, chatting while enjoying the sun. Did you hear? This morning Old Bailey's wife saw Commander Lauren and our chief emerge from the mobile base together. I heard that too. And get this, our chief brought the mayor of Samson, now Shelter City number 5, over here. Commander Lauren said she wanted to be the first wife. TSK, TSK, TSK. I bet our base will have a holiday soon. Why? Don't rulers grant holidays for good news? Oh, I get it. Our chief and Commander Lauren make a perfect match. Gossip always spreads quickly. Within half a day, everyone in the base knew about Eric and Lauren. Wherever they went, people cast curious glances. But they had nothing to hide, so Eric held his head high. Brendandanly, a familiar figure approached. At this moment, Eric's confidence wavered. Under the scrutinizing gaze, he chuckled awkwardly, greeting, How are you doing, Edith? How's life in the base? Juliet's eyes were red-rimmed as if she had been crying. Staring at Eric, many thoughts raced through her mind, yet none came to her lips. Just then, Lauren arrived, eyeing Juliet triumphantly. Sighing, Juliet said, I'm here to bid farewell. As the mayor, I've been gone for days. It's time to return. Lauren remained silent, watching Eric's reaction. Considering the situation, Eric smiled and said, A city without its leader is not right. I'll escort you back. Juliet waved her hand, declining, Not necessary. It's not far to Shelter City number 5. I can manage on my own. Seeing her determined expression, Eric knew further discussion was futile. Elijah replied, All right, I'll arrange transportation for you. Brendanra. Juliet nodded in agreement. The 3 of them went to the parking lot. Eric walked straight to his designated vehicle, a modified off-road SUV, and took out the keys, handing them over to Juliet as he said, Drive safely. Seeing Eric give his own vehicle to Juliet, Lauren felt a pang of unease. She bit her lip, watching as Juliet got into the SUV and drove away. Looking in the direction the SUV had disappeared, Lauren released her lips, which had turned slightly purple from biting, and noticed a hint of disappointment flash across Eric's eyes. It seemed she had made a decision. A look of relief appeared in her eyes. Lauren embraced Eric from behind and whispered gently, Actually, I don't mind. Eric held her hand and glanced once more in the direction the SUV had vanished before finally saying, Let's go back. Chapter 133. Blaine is in trouble. In the Grand Hall of the City Lord's residence in Shelter City number 1. Today, there were no song and dance performances. No powerful military officers or ministers gathered around. Only 4 people. One of them, naturally, was Fitzroy, the City Lord of the Shelter City number 1. Another person whom Eric would have recognized if he were here was Bowernerlin. The remaining 2 were the City Lords of City number 2 and City number 4. The City Lord of City number 2, Aiden, had a rough face and a towering figure, embodying every aspect of a tough man. The City Lord of City number 4, Melissa, like Juliet, was also a woman. Standing at 1.85 meters tall, she wore short sleeves even in the winter cold, exposing her muscular arms. Elijah's chest was as flat as a man's. Elijah's face, however, was strikingly beautiful with large eyes, a high-nosed bridge, slender eyebrows, and cherry lips. In summary, while she might not be as pretty as Juliet, she was certainly not unattractive and more manly in demeanor compared to Juliet. Melissa was not just built like a tomboy, she behaved as one too. Facing 3 men, she asked bluntly, Bay Leavestock Razor, why did you call all of us here? Fitzroy frowned, saying, Melissa, please don't give me nicknames. Melissa shrugged indifferently, I didn't give you a nickname, it's just how I speak. You. Fitzroy pointed at Melissa angrily, but seeing that she acted fearlessly, his hand froze mid-air before he dropped it helplessly. Bowernerlin and Aiden remained expressionless as they watched Fitzroy struggle. After a few seconds of silence, Fitzroy said, The reason I called you here is because the old man seems to want to come against us. The other 3 were taken aback by this revelation. Melissa immediately asked, Where did you get this information from? Fitzroy replied, 3 days ago, Juliet took several people into the wasteland military zone to see the old man. So what? Melissa was confused. How did this relate to the king wanting to attack them? Fitzroy glanced at her and continued, My spies on the route leading to the wasteland military zone reported that the people Juliet brought could possibly be from the base. The base? Melissa was puzzled. Yes, the base ruled by Eric, Aiden added. Fitzroy nodded. Yes. Aiden stroked his chin and said, I've heard that the base is very strong, though I'm not sure exactly how strong. It is indeed powerful. I've seen the equipment of the guard army. It's no weaker than the old man's royal army, although fewer in number. I dare say my number 1 city and number 4 city would not stand a chance against them, Gannon added. Melissa was surprised. She had been so focused on developing her own city that she hadn't noticed this massive power nearby. Fitzroy shook his head. It's more than that. This immediately drew the attention of the other three. Elijah went on. I've been to the base. Its strength far exceeds your imagination. Even my 20,000 troops and 4 tanks wouldn't be a match for them. What? This statement stunned everyone. Everyone knew the military strength of Shelter City number 1, capable of holding its ground against only City number 2 led by Aiden, with the other 2 cities needing to join forces just to barely resist. But now Fitzroy was saying the base was even stronger, which seemed unbelievable. Therefore, the 3 felt a similar sense of impending crisis as Fitzroy. If the people going to the wasteland military zone were indeed from the base, then it was likely the old man intended to ally with the base, and their intentions required little imagination to guess. So, what do we do now? Gannon asked anxiously. Auntie and Imph, why be afraid? If they can form alliances, so can we. Bayleaf and Death are part of the deal. If we don't submit, then we fight. Melissa declared resolutely. Aiden did not express his stance and instead looked at Fitzroy. Fitzroy chuckled softly. There's no need to panic. It's not confirmed yet whether the old man will join forces with the base to attack us. However, better safe than sorry. My plan is... A week passed quickly. 5 days remained until the end of the month. Despite intense daily training, the Tianqing army saw significant improvements in military proficiency and skills. They also began assisting the guard army in base defense and routine patrols. These days, temperatures gradually rose, and snow started melting, but it felt colder due to the heat absorption during melting. Inside the mobile base, Eric was wrapped in a blanket, reclining on a lounge chair, sipping the last of his soda. No choice, they were about to expire. Relaxing like this, sleepiness slowly crept over him. Drowsy, he was about to drift off when, creak, the door opened, startling Eric awake. Seeing Lauren in combat gear looking majestic, he breathed a sigh of relief and resumed his lounging position. My superior officer, you're quite leisurely, Lauren remarked as she walked past him into the bedroom. Eric chuckled. Isn't this building up energy for the big battle in 5 days? Elijah then complained. As the supreme commander and ruler of the base, I should be directing strategies from within the base, winning battles from afar. But alas, lacking great generals, I must lead personally. Lauren emerged from the bedroom in casual attire and retorted. Are you not ashamed? Apart from the guard army, who doesn't believe you? Better to be cautious. Besides, numbers aren't overwhelming yet. I can still handle it. Eric got up from the chair, hugged Lauren from behind, and whispered lovingly in her ear. Moreover, don't I trust you deeply? Don't play around in broad daylight. Lauren scolded softly. Reporting, Nikki wishes to see you. A guard shouted from outside. Oh, why does Nikki choose this moment? Eric complained, straightened his clothes, and sat back down. Let him in. The door opened, and Nikki entered, greeting, Brendan Perrier officer. Seeing Lauren present, he added, Lady Brendan Perrier. Lauren blushed slightly but nodded in acknowledgement. Eric asked, what is it? Nikki replied, Blaine is in trouble. Nianxin is in trouble? Eric hurriedly asked, what happened? She stays in the base all day, how could anything happen? Bailey Niani had done great service to the base. Upon arrival, Eric assigned him a position via Nikki. As for his sister, Blaine, Eric regarded her as a sister. Elijah hearing she was in trouble made him extremely anxious. Blaine suddenly fainted in class this morning. After several hours of medical examinations, doctors couldn't determine the cause of her unconsciousness. Given the seriousness, I came to inform you, Nikki explained. Brendanly fainted? Eric pondered for a while and asked, have you checked who she interacted with? Could she have been drugged? I had that checked immediately. Those who interacted with her were ordinary residents with no access to drugs. Additionally, tests confirmed she wasn't poisoned, Nikki responded. We should check on her first, Lauren suggested. Eric nodded. Let's go to the hospital. The 3 of them arrived at the hospital, and under Nikki's guidance, they came to Blaine's ward. The ward was filled with doctors, including the hospital's director George. They all knew that the young girl on the bed had a close relationship with Commander Eric, which was why they were putting in such efforts. Elijah hearing the door open, these people immediately noticed Eric's arrival and spontaneously made way for him to reach the bedside. Eric walked up to the bed where Blaine lay quietly, her face looking normal as if she were merely sleeping. Elijah's brother Bailey Nianti was hunched over the bed, worry etched on his face. Seeing Eric, he was about to get up to greet him. But Eric held him down and asked, how is Nianxin? Bailey Nianti shook his head and replied, Elijah's heartbeat and breathing are fine, but she just won't wake up. Eric then turned to look at the doctors, questioning with his eyes. The doctors all shook their heads, and George spoke on behalf of all the doctors, saying, this kind of symptom is extremely rare. Everything about her seems perfectly normal, as if she's simply asleep. With our current medical equipment, we cannot diagnose what's wrong with her, and thus can't treat her. Eric half knelt down, looking at Blaine who resembled a sleeping beauty. If the doctors couldn't figure out why she was unconscious, he certainly couldn't either. Brendanly, he thought of the system but wasn't sure if it could answer this type of question, or even if it would know since the system was only applied within the base and for evolution purposes. Still, there was no other option. Eric decided to ask the system, can you tell me why Nianxin suddenly fell into a coma? After a long silence when Eric was losing hope, the system finally responded. She is not in a coma but is evolving, a process that will take 1 to 3 days. Evolving? Eric exclaimed, secretly asking, is it natural evolution? No, her constitution is special. She can absorb life energy from the environment autonomously. However, the free-floating life energy in the environment is too thin, so it would normally take at least 100 years to reach evolutionary levels. It seems she must have come into contact with some object containing massive amounts of life energy. Blaine has always stayed in the base and never gone outside. How could she have come into contact with something containing vast life energy? Eric pondered deeply. After a while, he realized something and muttered, right, Nianxin hasn't been outside, but the people she has contacted might have. Thinking this, Eric immediately stood up and looked at the numerous doctors, saying, there are other patients waiting for you. Dismissed. As the doctors left, Eric patted Bailey Nianti's shoulder and said, don't worry, there's nothing serious with Nianxin. She'll wake up within 3 days at most. Really? Bailey Nianti looked at Eric with surprise and joy. Eric affirmed, yes. Receiving such a definite response, Bailey Nianti felt relieved. Elijah believed Eric wholeheartedly, not because Eric was mysterious, but because he deserved trust. Since Eric said his sister would wake up, she definitely would. Eric turned to Nikki and said, gather all those who've been in close contact with Nianxin. I need to ask them some questions. Nikki thought Eric had discovered something and promptly responded, understood. Leaving the hospital, Lauren looked at Eric and asked, do you know why Blaine fainted? Was she drugged? You said she would wake up within 3 days. Does that mean you're confident about finding an antidote? Eric shook his head and said, Nianxin's fainting isn't due to sudden illness or poisoning but rather, Elijah leaned closer to Lauren's ear and whispered, she's evolving. Lauren looked at Eric in surprise. Eric nodded. Lauren exclaimed, but she didn't take any evolution crystals. How is this possible? You'll find out soon enough, Eric replied. An hour later, Nikki gathered everyone who had been in close contact with Blaine today at the entrance of the mobile base. Eric scanned the crowd, and when his gaze reached the 6th person, his brows slightly furrowed. Elijah stopped and asked, have we met before? The person Eric addressed was a woman who was also shocked to see him, thinking, Elijah's actually the ruler of this great city. Responding to Eric's question, she quickly regained her composure and answered, we indeed have met, sir. You even saved my life. My name is Ione. Ione? Eric tried to recall. At this point, Lauren recognized her first and said, it's you. Eric looked at Lauren for explanation, and she elaborated. You don't remember, Gaston. That day when we went to the Wasteland Military Zone, we encountered a group of survivors attacked by snow cats. Oh, mentioning the snow cats, Eric remembered immediately and smiled. So it's you. Thank you for saving me, sir. Ione knelt down to thank Eric. Not that formal. Get up. Eric pulled Ione up, preventing her from kneeling. Ding. Detected an object containing a large amount of life energy. At that moment, the system's voice sounded suddenly, surprising Eric. His mouth opened slightly but quickly returned to normal, realizing that Ione was the one carrying the object with a lot of life energy. Perfectly convenient. He wouldn't have to go through each of the dozens of people individually. Elijah waved his hand and said, all right, Ione, stay here. Others can leave. While everyone else was dismissed, Ione was left behind, feeling uneasy. What did the commander want? Was it just because they'd met before, leaving her for a friendly chat? But they only had a brief encounter, there wasn't much to talk about. Or perhaps he fancied her and wanted something more. While she was somewhat attractive, she was far less beautiful than the lady beside him. That seemed unlikely. Thinking back and forth, she still couldn't figure out why Eric kept her. Nikki, you're dismissed, Eric said. Understood, sir. Nikki bowed and left. After Nikki left, Eric looked at Ione and said, come in. Ione, unsure why Eric kept her, felt very nervous but dared not refuse. She cautiously walked into the mobile base. Bang! The door closed behind her, startling her. Swallowing hard, her heart pounded with nervousness and fear, causing cold sweat to bead on her forehead. Seeing her inner fear, Eric laughed and said, you don't need to be afraid. I won't harm you. Seeing Eric's sincere smile, Ione's fear subsided slightly, but she was still very anxious. Chapter 134 Dragon, Pattern Crystal. Allah, please get a glass of water, Eric said. Brendan Allah obediently went to fetch the water. She had to give Eric face in front of outsiders. Soon, she brought back a steaming cup of hot water and handed it to Ione. Ione nervously accepted the cup but didn't drink, clearly still very anxious. Seeing this, Eric said, there's no need to be nervous. I just have some questions for you. Whatever I know, I'll tell, Ione replied. That's great, Eric said without beating around the bush. Elijah directly asked, do you happen to be carrying something that can dispel cold and refresh your spirit when carried on your person? Dispelling cold, heat, refreshing, and reviving were characteristics of objects containing large amounts of life energy, which Eric knew only after consulting the system. Ione's pupils contracted slightly at his words, but quickly returned to normal. She shook her head while holding the cup and said, I don't know what you're talking about, sir. Eric had been closely observing Ione. Elijah clearly saw the subtle change in her expression and intensified his tone. Really don't know? Ione still shook her head. Really don't. Little girl, if you play the I don't know card with me, then you can't blame me. Eric thought as he couldn't help but smile slightly. Elijah stood up from the chair, hands behind his back, and walked to Ione's back. Elijah said, in my heart, I treat Blaine as my own younger sister. She's unconscious now because of close contact with you. Elijah hearing this, Ione panicked and hurriedly tried to explain. However, Eric gestured to stop her and said calmly, I know. It's definitely not because you gave her any poison. Ione breathed a sigh of relief, but Eric suddenly changed the tone, his voice turning harsher. However, you cannot escape responsibility. A layer of coldness covered Eric's eyes. Ione accidentally glanced at it and felt chills run down her spine. That look was like two daggers stabbing right into her heart, dispersing all the fear that had gathered once again, even more strongly than before. Thump. Ione immediately knelt in front of Eric, bowing hard to beg for mercy. Sir, I really didn't mean to harm your sister. I only talked to her for a few sentences. I didn't do anything else. Eric remained indifferent. Ione turned to face Brendan Aleh, begging incessantly, Mercy, savior. At this point, only Brendan Aleh could help her here. Seeing Ione like this, Brendan Aleh felt very sympathetic. She quickly walked to Eric's side, tugged at his clothes and whispered, She's already like this. That's enough. Eric had mentioned earlier that Blaine was fine, merely evolving and would wake up within 3 days. Now, he spoke differently with Ione, leaving Brendan Aleh puzzled. Eric looked at Brendan Aleh with an unchanged expression, glanced downward, then sighed, saying, Since Aleh pleads for you, I can let you go, but I will ask you one last time. Are you carrying an object that can dispel cold and refresh the spirit? You choose whether to answer or not. Eric's tone suddenly became heavier, revealing a hint of killing intent. Whether you live or die is also up to you. Kneeling on the ground, Ione felt this killing intent, trembling with fear. After remaining silent for a moment, she finally bit her lip and said, Yes. What? Eric squatted down to ask. Ione lifted her head and said word by word, I indeed have something with the functions you mentioned. As she spoke, she took out a small item wrapped in black fabric from her pocket and handed it over to Eric. It's this. Eric received it, swiftly unwrapped the black cloth, and found inside a small iron block etched with patterns resembling a flying dragon. As a level 2 evolver, he could feel the vast amount of life energy contained within, thicker even than that of a level 2 evolution crystal. System, what is this? Eric silently asked. Dragon pattern crystal, an extremely rare mineral, often born in the ancient river mountains. A complete dragon pattern crystal contains enough life energy to turn an ordinary human into a level 5 evolver. Moreover, the life energy within comes from natural mountains and rivers, so it not only strengthens the body but also has powerful restorative and purifying capabilities. Level 5 evolver? The news left Eric stunned and awestruck. Just being a level 2 evolver was incredibly strong. A level 5 seemed almost unimaginable, and the dragon pattern crystal could potentially elevate an ordinary person to such heights. Truly a rare treasure. So, can I become a level 5 evolver by consuming this dragon pattern crystal? Eric eagerly asked. No. The dragon pattern crystal in your possession is just a fragment, and its life energy has severely dissipated. Currently, its effect is only slightly stronger than a level 2 evolution crystal. Additionally, unless one has a special innate constitution that can actively absorb life energy, one must use technology to extract and solidify the life energy from the dragon pattern crystal into crystals for ordinary people to absorb through consumption. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Eric couldn't help but feel disappointed. Elijah thought he'd made a miraculous discovery, but it turned out to be a piece he couldn't use. Nevertheless, he still quietly kept the dragon pattern crystal. After all, it made no sense to return something he already had. Turning to Ione, who was still kneeling, Eric promptly helped her up, smiling. This chaos is just due to my concern. Sorry, Ninshin fainting was unintentional on your part. Now that we have this, it should be able to wake her. Sighing, he continued, I did it unwillingly, taking what belonged to someone else, but I will compensate you in other ways. Do you want food, or anything else? Speak up. Ione dared not accept compensation, shaking her head vigorously and repeatedly saying, No need. No need, sir. Whatever you like is fine. That won't do. Eric's expression changed as he said, Elijah's what we'll do. You go back first, and I'll send someone with compensation. Ione, at this point, only hoped that Eric wouldn't kill her. She refused, Sir, your kindness is appreciated, but I have enough food and clothing here. Moreover, you saved my life. Consider this my gratitude for saving me. Seeing her persist in refusing, Eric could only say, All right, you can leave then. Ione hesitantly asked, I really can go? Eric nodded. You really can go? Ione headed for the door but stopped just before exiting and asked again, Sir, I really can go? Eric helplessly said, You really can go. Pushing open the door, just as she stepped out, Ione turned back, ready to ask again. Eric interrupted, If you don't want to leave, you can stay. Goodbye, sir, Ione quickly said, running away as fast as she could. Running 200 meters, she looked back and saw no one chasing after her, feeling relieved as she exhaled deeply. A pity for my dragon pattern crystal, but it doesn't matter. In this base, I have enough to eat and wear. There's no need for it to keep me warm. Lost is lost, Ione muttered with resignation. Taking 2 steps forward, she became fearful again, muttering, Will sir come back for me later? Letting me go now, but someday I might end up dead mysteriously. Inside the mobile base, Brendan Aleh looked at Eric and asked, Did you scare her just for a piece of broken iron? Can this thing really awaken Blaine? This isn't just some scrap iron. It's a valuable item, Eric said after taking a sip of water. The earlier conversation had left him parched. Elijah handed the dragon pattern crystal to Brendan Aleh and explained, This thing is called a dragon pattern crystal, and it contains a large amount of life energy, making it extremely precious. What is life energy? Brendan Aleh asked, confused. I almost forgot that she wouldn't know. Eric explained further, Bayleaf energy is the kind of energy found within evolution crystals. You mean this thing is similar to an evolution crystal? Then hurry up and eat it. Brendan Aleh held the dragon pattern crystal fragment and tried to stuff it into Eric's mouth. Phew. Eric quickly stopped her, spitting a few times. That's disgusting. You didn't even wash it. Besides, you can't directly consume dragon pattern crystal. Otherwise, it's see you tomorrow, and I might even have to use tools to scoop it out later. Ah, so you can't eat it directly? Then how do you absorb its life energy? Brendan Aleh asked, still puzzled. There is a way. We need advanced technology to extract and compress the life energy inside into crystals, which can then be taken orally, Eric explained. Well, compress it quickly, Brendan Aleh urged. Eric rolled his eyes at her and said, We don't have any high-tech equipment here. Brendan Aleh also gave him a look and retorted, You made it sound so urgent. Got me all worked up for nothing. With that, she tossed the dragon pattern crystal back to Eric and walked into the bedroom. In the evening, Eric arrived at the registration point near the city gate, where Nikki was overseeing operations. The door creaked open, and everyone inside instinctively looked towards the entrance. Upon seeing Eric, they hurriedly stood up to greet him. Commander! Nikki came forward with a smile, saying, Your visit brightens this place. We are truly honored. The other staff members looked admiringly at their supervisor, Nikki, who seemed to be close to the commander. You all get back to work. I'm just wandering around and thought of something related to Nikki, Eric said. The others resumed their tasks as Nikki asked, What can I do for you, Commander? It's not a big deal. Do you remember that woman named Ione? Eric asked. Nikki glanced at the ceiling, recalling. Oh, yes, the suspect who caused Blaine to faint. Is there something you want me to? As he spoke, he mimicked a slicing motion across his neck. Why on earth would I want her dead? There's no grudge between us. Eric replied. I just want you to send her some food and other necessities when you have time, as compensation for me. Oh, I see, Nikki said awkwardly, rubbing his nose. Of course, Commander. I'll take care of it. Eric nodded slightly and was about to leave when he heard screeching brakes followed by a guard shouting from atop the city wall, Halt! Who goes there? Confused, Eric leaped onto the wall. The guards immediately saluted, Commander. Nodding, Eric looked down to see a jeep parked below. His eyes lit up with surprise because this was the same jeep he had given to Juliet. Edith? Eric called out, then jumped off the wall and approached the jeep. The door opened, and out stepped a familiar figure. Not Juliet but a legionmet from the 5th Protective City. The legionmet was covered in blood, with one arm severed at the wrist, looking utterly terrifying. Worried, Eric rushed to ask, What happened to you? The legionmet looked half-conscious, struggling to stay awake. Seeing Eric, he mustered the last of his strength and said, Commander Luo, something has happened in the 5th Protective City? Before he could finish, the legionmet swayed and collapsed. Eric caught him before he hit the ground, anxiously asking, Don't pass out yet. Where's Edith? How is she? No matter how loudly he spoke, the legionmet had already fainted and couldn't answer. Alarmed, Eric carried a legionmet into the base city and instructed Nikki, who had come out of the registration office, Take him to the hospital and do everything you can. After Nikki took a legionmet, Eric got into the jeep and sped towards the 5th Protective City. Flooring the gas pedal, Eric's heart raced with worry for Juliet. Back at the mobile base, Brendan Alab brought in some food and called out, It's time to eat. After a while, receiving no response from Eric, she went to the bedroom but found it empty. Frowning, she wondered, Why hasn't he returned yet? Rushing through nearly 3 hours of non-stop driving, Eric finally saw the familiar fortress. The perimeter of the 5th Protective City was filled with zombies, while fires raged inside. Occasionally, the roar of evolved zombies echoed throughout. Alarmed, Eric's concern for Juliet grew, and he pressed the accelerator harder, speeding into the city. Chapter 135. I understand you're Elijah. The wandering zombies heard the roar of the engine and swarmed towards the SUV. Fortunately, the SUV driven by Eric had been specially modified. Its defense wasn't as strong as an armored vehicle, but it was close. It plowed through the ordinary zombies with ease, knocking them aside. Upon entering Shelter City number 5, there were even more zombies inside. They immediately surrounded the SUV, including level 1 zombies. Facing these zombies, Eric was not intimidated at all. Elijah floored the accelerator, carving a path through them. Brandandanly, a towering figure blocked his way, a level 1 strength zombie. Bang! The SUV collided directly into the level 1 strength zombie, sending it flying several meters away before coming to a stop. The other zombies immediately swarmed over. With this situation, Eric had no choice but to abandon the vehicle. Elijah leaped onto the roof through the sunroof, looking around. A level 1 speed zombie lunged at him, but Eric dodged the sharp claws with a sidestep. Immediately after, another level 1 strength zombie charged in. Anti-nymph. Eric snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with resolve. Elijah met the challenge head-on, kicking the level 1 strength zombie in the head, sending it flying. However, more zombies rushed in. With the sudden burst of speed and strength of a level 2 evolved being, within seconds, more than 10 zombies were flung away. There are too many zombies. Even the most skillful boxer can't fight multiple opponents simultaneously. If this continues, I'll definitely be exhausted. Time to use the best policy, retreat. Noticing the houses on both sides, he formulated a plan. After knocking away a few approaching zombies, Eric's leg muscles erupted with power, allowing him to leap onto a rooftop. Elijah quickly vanished into the darkness. Due to Eric's incredible speed, even the level 1 speed zombies couldn't react in time, let alone the regular and level 1 strength zombies. Losing their target, they resumed aimless wandering. In the darkness, Eric headed straight for the Bowenier's residence in Shelter City number 5, the most likely place where Juliet would be. Swish! A dark figure descended onto the roof of a building, moonlight revealing his face. It was Eric. Looking ahead, the mayor's mansion lay in sight. What used to be an empty square in front of it was now filled with wandering zombies. Although the light was poor, it was still clear that there were numerous zombies inside the mansion as well. Edith, I'm coming. You must be safe. Eric was deeply anxious, but resisted the urge to charge directly into the mansion. Instead, he swiftly looked for a weak point to break through. Soon, he noticed fewer zombies on the west side of the mansion. That's it, he thought. Elijah jumped down from the roof and spotted a bloodied arm holding a machete. Perfect for a weapon. Circling around to the western side, he gazed intently at the nearby mansion, took a deep breath, and then launched himself forward with a powerful leap. At the mobile base in the base city, Lauren paced back and forth, her expression tense. Eric had not returned, which was very unusual. She felt an inexplicable worry growing inside her. Glancing at the cold food on the table, she walked into the bedroom and quickly changed into combat gear. An unexplainable force seemed to drive her to leave the mobile base and head to the barracks. She found Elvin, Ryan, and others, asking, "Have you seen the commander?" They all shook their heads, indicating they hadn't seen Eric. Lauren grew increasingly worried. Closing her eyes, she visualized Eric surrounded by zombies, being overwhelmed by countless undead. "Everyone, the commander is in danger," Lauren declared. The others looked puzzled. Their leader had been fine earlier. How could he suddenly be in danger? Baunibe, he just wandered off somewhere. "I'm serious," Lauren said, seeing their doubt. They exchanged glances, unsure what to make of it. Just then, someone ran up. It was Gaylord. Gaylord exclaimed, "Not good. Something might have happened to the commander." "What?" They were shocked. If only Lauren had voiced her concern, they might have dismissed it. But with Gaylord agreeing, they knew they had to take this seriously. Elijah hearing this, Lauren became even more worried. "What happened?" Gaylord replied, "Nikki told me this. Someone from Shelter City number 5 arrived badly injured. According to this person, Shelter City number 5 was attacked by a horde of zombies, and Xiao Luo probably went there." "What?" Lauren was alarmed. "We can't wait any longer. Let's mobilize and head to Shelter City number 5. Elvin and Ryan didn't hesitate. Eric's life was more important than anything else. The guard army quickly assembled and marched out, heading toward Shelter City number 5. Before leaving, Lauren instructed Gaylord to lead the Tinching army to protect the base city to prevent enemy attacks. Back in the mayor's residence, in Juliet's chamber, lying on her soft bed, Juliet stared at the ceiling, her face pale and her expression hopeless. Elijar's snow-white neck was covered with faint red marks. Holding a pistol, she slowly sat up, placing the gun against her temple. Tears welled up in her eyes as she whispered, "Gaston G, I miss you so much. I wonder if souls really exist after death. If they do, I will find you and stay by your side forever. If I can't exist as a soul, I hope to be reincarnated. In my next life, I'll find you and fall in love with you again." Juliet sighed and closed her eyes in despair. "Goodbye." Bang. Randomly, the door was kicked open. Juliet's eyes snapped open, freezing her trigger-pulling hand. She saw someone. A person she yearned to see most in the world. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. It was Eric. Seeing Juliet was safe, he breathed a sigh of relief, sitting beside her on the bed. Without a word, he embraced her, comforting her. "It's okay. It's okay." Eric's embrace made Juliet feel happy. She hugged him tightly but then remembered something. She quickly pulled away and showed him her forearm. Eric examined it closely and was horrified. He saw a 5-centimeter wound on Juliet's arm. This wasn't a simple cut or scratch because the exposed flesh was dark, and the blood was dark red and viscous. Classic signs of zombie virus infection. Grasping her arm, Eric felt helpless, like a child lost and unsure. Juliet felt a sense of closure. She understood Eric's feelings for her now, and seeing him one last time confirmed everything she had hoped for. Handing the gun to Eric, she smiled gently. "Gaston G, I don't want to turn into a zombie. That would be so ugly. Can you help me?" Instead of taking the gun, Eric threw it away and held her tightly, furious. "You won't turn into a zombie. I won't allow it." Juliet stroked Eric's face, her eyes filled with contentment. "Knowing your heart before I die, I have no regrets." At that moment, Eric recalled all the memories of Juliet. The drunk, the teary-eyed moments, and the kiss they shared. His usually tearless eyes now moistened. "I won't let you die." Eric vowed firmly. Turning to ask the system, he asked, "System, is there any way to clear the zombie virus?" Through the use of an evolution crystal, zombie genes can be suppressed. However, since this woman was scratched by a level 1 zombie, we would need at least a quasi-level 2 evolution crystal to suppress the virus. Does it only suppress and not eliminate? Eric asked further. "There is a way. The life energy within the dragon pattern crystal fragments has purifying properties and can completely eradicate the zombie gene. But the life energy in the dragon pattern crystal cannot be directly absorbed," Eric said anxiously. "Hasn't the host noticed that this woman's complexion has become much rosier?" Elijah hearing this, Eric looked at Juliet, whose complexion indeed appeared rosier, and her wound's color had lightened. Elijah exclaimed in surprise, "System, are you saying that Edith has a special constitution?" The system did not respond, but Eric could confirm it. Elijah then said joyfully to Juliet, "Edith, you won't die, nor will you turn into a zombie. I have a way to clear the zombie virus." Elijah took out a fragment of the dragon pattern crystal and handed it to her, saying, "Hold on to this crystal and keep it close to your body. Before long, the zombie virus inside you will be completely eliminated." Juliet was astonished as she examined the metal fragment in her hand. It looked like any ordinary piece of metal, yet Eric claimed it could purge the zombie virus, seemingly unbelievable. If anyone else had said this, she wouldn't have believed it, but she trusted Eric implicitly. She immediately placed the dragon pattern crystal in her pocket. Strangely enough, with this dragon pattern crystal, she no longer felt cold, and the weakness caused by the invasion of the zombie virus gradually faded. This small piece of metal indeed seemed effective, which filled her with great joy. Roar. The roars of evolved zombies occasionally echoed, as Shelter City number 5 was now completely overrun by the undead. Thinking of the tens of thousands of residents and soldiers, Juliet's newly born joy quickly turned to sorrow. She murmured, "It's my fault. In this world, there's no such thing as deserving or not deserving. You've done your best," Eric softly consoled her, standing up and walking to the window. Under the moonlight, he could barely see the outside scenery. The zombies in the courtyard had already been slaughtered by him, their dark red blood staining the ground and walls. Even with the windows and doors tightly shut, the stench was still unbearable. Eric turned back to Juliet and said, "It's too late. Let's stay here for the night. We'll plan our breakout when it's dawn." "Yes," Juliet nodded slightly. In truth, she knew Eric chose to wait until dawn out of concern for her. If it were just the two of them, given Eric's strength, while he couldn't kill all the zombies in the city, escaping should be possible. Thinking about this, she felt warmth in her heart, her face radiating happiness. As time passed, Juliet noticed the color of her arm wound had returned to normal and began to scab over. At the same time, her head felt heavy, and her eyelids drooped uncontrollably. Seeing her change, Eric thought, is she about to evolve? Baylirin, I'm so sleepy. Juliet sat next to Eric, muttering. Then her eyes closed entirely, falling asleep in his arms. System, does Edith's evolution also take 1 to 3 days? Eric immediately asked. No, this woman is a peak level 1 evolved being, and she absorbs life energy faster than an ordinary person. She should wake up in about 4 hours. That's good. Eric sighed in relief. Thankfully, it wouldn't take too long. Looking down at the sleeping Juliet in his arms, Eric smiled faintly, gently stroking her hair. 3 kilometers outside Shelter City number 5. A well-equipped army of 5,000 men was stationed there, armed with light machine guns, homemade repeating rifles, rocket launchers, and a tank. In the makeshift military command center under a military green tarpaulin, Ganon sat in the command chair, flanked by several officers. What's the situation in Shelter City number 5? Ganon asked. An officer replied, Shelter City number 5 has been overrun by zombies. There are likely no survivors left. Standing up from the chair, Ganon frowned and asked, was the mayor's residence also overrun? The residence can't be confirmed with absolute certainty, but based on our estimates, it has probably fallen to the zombies, the officer answered. Tisk, Ganon crossed his arms behind his back, frowning. I was hoping Shelter City number 5 and the zombie horde would wear each other out so we could reap the benefits. Who knew that new zombies kept joining the horde along the way, allowing the city to be swiftly overrun by such a massive horde. This deviates from our original plan. If we don't capture Juliet alive, how can I explain to the other city leaders? Ganon waved his hand, complaining, and this isn't my fault. Stefaning action, but only giving me 5,000 troops? There are 4 cities with tens of thousands of troops. Could they not give more? Sighing, he ran a hand through his hair. What should I do? The officer saw this and asked, Deputy City Leader shall we continue marching on Shelter City number 5 or retreat? After some contemplation, Ganon asked, with our 5,000 troops, can we handle the zombies in Shelter City number 5? Shelter City number 5 has already depleted a significant portion of the horde strength. We can move in now without any problems. Then let's advance. Bring me Juliet, dead or alive. Ganon ordered decisively. Chapter 136, in the nick of time. It was deep into the night, with the moon hanging high in the sky. Aside from the occasional roar of an evolved zombie and the rustling footsteps, there was no other sound in the world. In the rear courtyard of the Boenir's Bowention, in the boudoir, Eric leaned against the wall, holding Juliet close to him, his eyes closed, recuperating. While zombies roamed outside, this place exuded warmth and intimacy. Brandandonly, Eric opened his eyes, furrowing his brows slightly as he heard the dense sounds of gunfire. How can there be gunshots? Eric's heart skipped a beat. Elijah thought to himself, could it be that Aleb brought reinforcements? Although he had set out without a word, Elijah was still being treated at the base hospital. Anyone who asked about Shelter City number 5 would have guessed his destination. Given Lauren's intelligence, she would surely have deduced he came here and sent reinforcements under concern for his safety. With this thought, Eric breathed a sigh of relief. If it was indeed the guards coming to aid, they wouldn't have to wait until dawn. Looking down at Juliet in his arms made him think of Lauren. With a bitter smile, he murmured to himself, how am I going to tell Antong? The sounds of gunfire became increasingly clear, seemingly approaching the Boenir's Bowention. Eric gently placed Juliet's head on the pillow and moved to the window to look outside. Elijah saw the flashes of gunfire and explosions lighting up the sky. Damn, there are so many zombies surrounding the Boenir's Bowention. This time, we're 90% doomed. Deputy Boenir Shao, don't panic. There's still a 10% chance, right? Oh, stop it. Are you really stupid or just playing dumb? When I said 90%, I was exaggerating. Look at this situation. Do you really think there's still a 10% chance? Start shooting now. Yes, sir. Inside the room, Eric frowned as he lowered the curtain, catching snippets of the conversation. One voice seemed very familiar to him. After a moment of recollection, he exclaimed aloud, Ganon? Why is he here? Eric couldn't help but feel puzzled. Shelter City number 3 was dozens of miles away from Shelter City number 5. Even if he sought help immediately, it shouldn't have been this quick. Could Shelter City number 3 have achieved full mechanization? This was clearly impossible. Even if they had enough vehicles, they wouldn't have enough fuel to support such a massive mobilization. Moreover, having a system capable of directly producing fuel was what allowed such full-scale mechanization. Furthermore, Shelter City number 5 wasn't part of the Four-City Alliance, but belonged to the Wasteland Military District. The other cities likely hoped for its downfall and would not send reinforcements. As the army outside began eliminating the zombies around the Boenir's Bowention, Eric grew anxious. A level 2 evolutionist, though powerful, could hardly withstand the barrage of thousands of soldiers armed to the teeth. His gaze fell upon the still unconscious Juliet lying on the bed. At this moment, Ganon led thousands of soldiers to wipe out all the zombies outside the Boenir's Bowention and then charged into the main hall. Inside, zombies pounced immediately, but Ganon, as an evolutionist, easily dispatched them. With so many armed soldiers, it didn't take long to exterminate all the zombies within the hall. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out, destroying the zombies' heads. Ganon felt a bitter smile form on his lips. Seeing the state of the Boenir's Bowention, capturing Juliet alive seemed highly unlikely. Follow me. Ganon led the soldiers towards the rear courtyard. Upon entering, he was surprised to see the ground littered with dead zombies, all killed by sharp blows to the head. Closer inspection revealed 3 level 1 speed-type zombies among the corpses. 3 level 1 speed-type zombies, this woman must be incredibly strong. Yet this also suggests she might still be alive, Ganon thought, hope rekindling in his eyes. Elijah ordered, search. The soldiers began their search while Ganon walked towards a familiar room. A smirk crept onto his face, recalling his exploits with 2 women that day. At the same time, thoughts of Lauren flashed through his mind, her beauty like a celestial maiden descending from heaven, haunting his every waking moment. Damn you, Eric. Brendange, a beautiful woman doesn't belong to you but to me. Ganon blurted out without hesitation. Upstairs in the boudoir, Eric already had Juliet in his arms when he suddenly heard Ganon's voice. Confused, he wondered, doesn't belong to me? Is he talking about Edith? Elijah inwardly scoffed. With someone like you, dreaming of such a beauty is just madness. Eric wasn't angry about Ganon's words, only finding them overly confident. However, what followed infuriated him. Just wait, Eric. I will definitely sleep with your woman right before your eyes. Laughter echoed afterward. Killing intent surged in Eric's eyes. At this moment, footsteps approached, and shadows appeared on the window. Bang! A soldier kicked open the door, revealing Eric in his sight. Upon seeing Eric's eyes filled with killing intent, the soldier froze in terror. Spurt. Seconds later, blood sprayed everywhere, staining the walls and floor red. The soldier's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed accusingly at Eric before collapsing. Meanwhile, others noticed Eric and shouted, "Enemy!" Eric rushed out of the room with Juliet in his arms, leaping down from the second floor. Landing, he caught sight of Ganon, locking eyes with him before vaulting over the mansion wall and fleeing towards the city outskirts. Ganon, startled by Eric's killing intent, took a moment to regain composure. Elijah shouted, "It's Eric! Don't let him escape, chase him." Most of the zombies within the city had been eliminated by Ganon's group, so Eric's path was relatively unimpeded, quickly reaching the city gate. However, as he emerged from the city, he was startled to see the well-lit street with menacing tanks standing guard. Eric Gaston. A joyful call relieved Eric as he saw Lauren rushing toward him. Lauren wanted to throw herself into Eric's arms, but noticed he was carrying Juliet. Jealousy flared, and she huffed, "So devoted, willing to risk your life for your Edith." Anti-him. Before Eric could explain, a soft groan sounded. Elijah looked down to see Juliet's eyelids flutter and slowly open. For a brief moment, her eyes gleamed with a pale blue light, lasting for over 10 seconds. Level 2 evolutionist. Eric exclaimed in surprise. Based on the duration of the pale blue light, Juliet was not just a basic level 2 evolutionist. Elijah had taken 2 level 2 evolution crystals and 8 near level 2 evolution crystals, and his eyes had only glowed for 20 seconds. Eric Gaston. Juliet blinked, looking dazed as she rubbed her eyes. Seeing Eric's astonished expression, she touched her face, her expression suddenly freezing. Why does my skin feel like this? She gasped in shock. Beauty-conscious women are always sensitive to changes in their appearance. To find one's skin feeling like polished granite would understandably cause distress. This is normal. After advancing to a level 2 evolutionist, your skin hardens like wood or stone, changing how it feels. But don't worry. Outwardly, you'll look largely the same, Eric explained. I see. Juliet looked at her arm, which did not seem like wood or stone but rather appeared even more delicate. She found some consolation in this. Elijah. Lauren scowled, hands on her hips. Are you done hugging? Elijah. Eric hastily put Juliet down, laughing awkwardly. Anti-nymph. Lauren turned her head away with a cold snort. The story has been translated while preserving the original tone and style, ensuring natural English flow, correct character names and pinyin, and coherent storyline. Chapter 137. Unexpected turn of events. Juliet only now realized her current surroundings. Seeing Lauren, she took a few steps forward and said, "Thank you, Antong, for bringing the guards to rescue me." Lauren huffed coldly, replying, "I didn't come here for you. If it weren't for a certain someone, I wouldn't have come at all." She then walked over to Eric, leaning close to his ear and fiercely whispering, "Wait until we get back, then I'll deal with you." Cold sweat broke out on Eric's forehead. Elijah immediately grabbed Lauren's hand, cooing, "Antong, tong tong, anti-nymph." Lauren was not going to be appeased by some sweet talk. She shoved Eric's hand away and walked towards the main forces, declaring, "We've rescued the person. Let's go back." "Wait a moment," Eric called out. Lauren turned back, asking, "What do you need?" Eric smiled slightly, saying, "There's one more friend who hasn't arrived yet. How can we leave so early?" Seeing his mischievous grin, Lauren followed his gaze towards the city gate of Shelter City number 5. Elijah's eyes narrowed as she faintly heard shouts and footsteps that became increasingly clear with time. "Antinary up, don't let Eric escape. Even if we can't capture Juliet alive, killing Eric would still be a great feat. The 4 city lords will surely reward us greatly." Lauren's expression tightened as this voice seemed familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. As she was recalling, many armed personnel charged out of Shelter City number 5, and upon closer inspection, she instantly recognized it was Ganon. "Ah, we fell into a trap. Enemy forces. Vice Bowenir Shao, what should we do? They have 10 tanks." Ganon's side also noticed the guards right away. Seeing their heavily armed tanks, armored vehicles, and heavy machine guns sent chills down their spines. Ganon felt a chill run down his spine and started sweating profusely. Why are the guards here? Did our plan get exposed long ago? Ganon couldn't understand why the guards would be outside Shelter City number 5, blocking their path. If it was because Eric and Juliet had discovered their plans beforehand and set a trap to annihilate them, it still wouldn't make sense. Shelter City number 5 had truly been wiped out entirely. Its tens of thousands of residents became meals for zombies. Brendange, a huge loss, was certainly not part of any planned abandonment. Charge. On Eric's order, the tanks started up and advanced, like 10 iron beasts, creating a strong sense of pressure. As the tanks moved forward, the infantry followed closely behind, their imposing presence making Ganon's soldiers involuntarily retreat in fear. Ganon was extremely frightened. After losing nearly 1,000 men fighting zombies, he only had 4,000 troops left. Facing the formidable guards, they were no match at all. Elijah quickly forced himself to calm down, plastering a smile on his face and shouting, "Commander Luo, how nice to see you again. It's me, Ganon. Commander Luo, you are truly honorable, sending reinforcements immediately when Shelter City number 5 was in trouble. It's commendable. Upon receiving the news, the 4 cities sent me to support immediately. Unfortunately," Ganon acted as genuinely as possible, his smile turning to a sad sigh. "These damn zombies were too numerous, and the brothers of Shelter City number 5 couldn't hold out until our arrival." Sigh. Elijah sighed heavily, squeezing out a few tears, then looked at Juliet, saying, "Fortunately, Commander Luo came to help, ensuring City Lord Balog's safety. Great kindness doesn't need thanks. You are now a friend of the Louis Dom." Looking up at the sky, he took a deep breath. "Alas, there's nothing we can do for Shelter City number 5. City Lord Baloo, please come back with me to Shelter City number 3. Elijah hearing Ganon's words, Juliet asked suspiciously, "The 4 cities really sent troops to save me?" Eric sneered, "Not a word Ganon says is true. Elijah just spoke of killing me moments ago. In my opinion, this zombie surge might very well have been orchestrated by him, or even the 4 cities." Turning to Juliet, he asked, "Edith, did you notice any signs of a zombie attack earlier?" Juliet shook her head, "No signs at all. It was a sudden and seemingly purposeful attack." "Humph." Eric coldly laughed. "If so, I have more reason to suspect Ganon, or even the 4 cities." Seeing Eric and Juliet remain silent, Ganon grew more nervous and hastily added, "Since City Lord Baloo doesn't wish to go with us, we'll withdraw then. Farewell." "Who said you could leave?" Just as Ganon finished speaking, Eric interrupted, his voice audible to everyone, the chilling killing intent striking terror into Ganon and his soldiers. "Oh, Commander Luo, please speak your mind," Ganon replied, suppressing his fear. "Elijah," Eric sneered, "there is one more thing indeed." Ganon and his men held their breath, waiting for Eric to continue. Eric coldly stated, "You need to stay, forever. Stay forever." Ganon repeated these words again and again, freezing in shock by the 5th repetition. "Kill." Eric raised his right arm high and brought it down swiftly. Without hesitation, the guards fired, bullets raining down on the enemy. As an evolutionist, Ganon managed to snap out of it and fled backward, but his thousands of soldiers weren't so skilled. The bullets were faster than their reactions, making this a one-sided massacre. Chapter 137, The Death of Ganon. Eric discovered Ganon's escape and immediately gave chase. At his peak speed as a level 2 evolved, he moved like a ghost through the darkness. Ganon ran frantically, not caring about the lives of others. His only concern was saving himself. But in the next moment, he felt something rapidly approaching from behind. Turning back, he was startled to see Eric. The speed at which Eric moved was beyond Ganon's comprehension. In just a few seconds, Eric had already overtaken him and blocked his path. Eric smiled and asked, "Where are you running to?" Desperately changing direction, Ganon bolted to the right. But Eric appeared again in an instant, blocking his way. Trying to run in another direction, Eric reappeared after just a few seconds, standing in front of him once more. Despair set in for Ganon. Elijah stopped and looked at Eric with palpable fear. Still, to save his life, he made one final plea. "You can't kill me, Eric. My brother Baunerlin is the mayor of Shelter City number 3. I'm telling you, Shelter Cities number 1, 2, 3, and 4 have formed an alliance with over 60,000 troops and 7 tanks. If you kill me, my brother won't let you off, nor will the 4-city alliance." "Is that so?" Eric replied nonchalantly. "Your response time was quite fast. We haven't even made our move, and you're already allied." "But when to move?" Ganon was startled. It seems Fitzroy's guess was correct. The base and the military district really did unite, and the national leader really plans to deal with us. Eric was surprised. Fitzroy could deduce the alliance between the base and the Wasteland military district. Not bad. Elijah asked, "How did Fitzroy find out about my alliance with the Wasteland military district?" "If I tell you, will you spare me?" Ganon asked. Having learned about the alliance between the base and the military district against the 4 cities, he no longer believed that threatening Eric with the power of the 4-city alliance would work. Eric chuckled coldly. "Do you think you're in any position to negotiate with me? If you don't talk, I can kill you right now." "I'll talk." Ganon trembled under Eric's intense killing aura, his fear intensifying. Fitzroy planted spies on the necessary route to the Wasteland military district. When Juliet went there with her guards, the spies observed everything, though they were not entirely sure the base and the military district had united. Eric then asked, "So when you said the 4 cities have formed an alliance, do they all act together now?" Ganon replied, "Not yet. We've only signed mutual assistance treaties. If any city comes under attack, the other 3 will unconditionally support it." "That's good," Eric said. "Given the distances between the cities, it would take hours to reach each other even at maximum speed. With the base's forces, we can capture Shelter City number 3 within hours. It's Commander Baloo's side that has a problem since Fitzroy has spies on the routes to the Wasteland military district. Once troops are dispatched, Fitzroy will know immediately. Although the military district can handle cities number 1 and 4, Fitzroy might choose to surround way to rescue Zhao instead of supporting city number 4. After all, the Wasteland military district is too close to Shelter City number 1. After some contemplation, Eric continued, "What about the zombie attack on Shelter City number 5? Ganon explained, "City Bouncer Juliet is closely associated with the national leader. Our original plan was to capture her alive, making the national leader hesitate before allying with your base to deal with us. As for the zombie horde, I deliberately lured them, but I lost control over their numbers, and they directly overwhelmed Shelter City number 5. "So that's how it happened," Eric said with a laugh. "I see I guessed correctly." Brindanch laughter sent chills down Ganon's spine. Desperate, he cried, "I've told you everything. Don't kill me." "I never said I would kill you," Eric smiled, and then suddenly moved. Snap. On. The sound of breaking bones was followed by Ganon's pig-like screams. Eric laughed, "But I didn't say I wouldn't cripple you either." With both arms and legs broken, Ganon was now a helpless cripple. Eric picked him up and flew back towards where he came from. Soon, he saw the soldiers collecting loot and the dead bodies scattered everywhere. Ganon's face was contorted in pain, mixed with endless hatred for Eric upon seeing his fallen comrades. Eric walked to Juliet and threw Ganon to the ground. Elijah admitted that he lured the zombies to attack Shelter City number 5, intending to capture you alive to threaten Commander Bailu. Juliet's face turned cold. Excellent. Truly a bunch of ungrateful wolves. You used every weapon and tank my father provided, yet you betrayed us. Broken limbs made life unbearable for Ganon. Elijah roared fiercely. Gratitude? Huh. Adalberto doesn't understand the new world. Brendan revival and strength are what matter. So many weapons and equipment were only used to defend against zombies. A waste. We should forcefully annex nearby forces and expand outward. That's the true image of the Wasteland Kingdom. Juliet gritted her teeth and kicked Ganon away angrily. Eric thought some of Ganon's words made sense. People sought alliances for benefits, just like survivors joining the base for a better life. Anti-Omens formed societies based on countless interests, except perhaps the unconditional love between parents and children. Even that wasn't universal. Ah! Ganon screamed furiously, eyes burning with hatred towards Eric, Juliet, and everyone present. People like him, even crippled, remained dangerous if left alive. Eric pulled a pistol from a soldier's holster and handed it to Juliet. She hesitated, then took the gun and walked to Ganon. Seeing his hate-filled eyes, she pointed the gun at his head. Bang bang. The night sky illuminated brightly with the gun's muzzle fire. Ganon's head exploded into fragments, ending his life. Even being bitten by a zombie wouldn't revive him. Amidst the ruins and corpses, Juliet gazed at the remains of Shelter City number 5, feeling sorrowful at the loss of thousands of lives. Eric comforted her. Lauren bit her lip, choosing not to intervene. Juliet looked at Eric tearfully. They were real people, barely surviving for a better future. But now? The dead are gone. You did your best. Eric gently stroked her head and held her hand. Let's go back to the base. Yes, Juliet nodded obediently, allowing Eric to lead her to the vehicle. Lauren watched jealously, glaring at Eric as he approached. Well, this isn't good, Eric thought, but he still didn't let go of Juliet's hand until she was safely inside the vehicle. Elijah then jogged over to Lauren and smiled, saying, Antong, let's go. Lauren gave a cold snort and ignored him, boarding the armored vehicle on her own. Eric laughed awkwardly, then shouted loudly, back to the city. Upon returning to Base City, the sky was already beginning to lighten. Without resting, Eric immediately pinned a letter with the following content. The original plan has been exposed. The 4 cities have already formed an alliance. We have a new plan. The base and the Wasteland Military District will join forces and target Shelter City number 1 directly. The timing remains unchanged, still at the end of this month. Sealing the letter, Eric summoned Andon and said, deliver this letter to the Wasteland Military District. Andon replied, yes, sir. After Andon left, Eric exited the mobile base and headed straight for Nikki's office, barging in without knocking. Nikki, who had been slacking off, was startled by his superior's sudden arrival and quickly stood up to greet him. Sir, your visit truly brightens my humble abode. Enough, Eric interrupted him, cutting through Nikki's flattery. Elijah instructed, have Doug build a small villa inside the inner city. It doesn't need to be luxurious, just a couple of floors will do. Yes, sir. Nikki responded, then cautiously asked, is this villa for your residence? No, it's not for me. However, the person living there holds a high status, as the master of a city. Therefore, we can't just find any place to settle them. Remember, it doesn't need to be lavish, but it can't be substandard either. Understood, sir. With that settled, Eric was about to leave when he suddenly recalled something and added, oh, the resident is a woman. Got it, sir. Nodding, Eric left for the convent, where Juliet was temporarily staying. She had just experienced such a harrowing event and needed comforting. Arriving at the convent, he found its gates open, with residents entering and exiting early in the morning, murmuring prayers for peace, career advancement, or promotion to managerial roles. Seeing Eric, the residents became excited and gathered around, as he was the greatest idol in the base, bordering on personal worship. Sir, you're so handsome, exclaimed a young girl whose youthful blush hadn't yet faded. Eric smiled at her, making her jump in excitement. Sir actually smiled at me. Ah, so handsome. Ah, sir, I want to bear your children, a middle-aged woman yelled, hands clasped to her mouth, her eyes burning with passion. Eric shuddered, giving her an awkward smile and said, you should go back and cook before your husband gets hungry. That deadbeat could starve, she said boldly, then blushed coyly, asking, Sir, what do you think about my proposal? Why would I waste time on her? Eric regretted his words, then said, I don't think it's a good idea. Find a monkey instead. Turning to the crowd, he added, everyone, please don't block the way. Traffic congestion is dangerous. Go about your business. Leaping over the crowd, he entered the convent and walked straight to the rear courtyard without heading to the temple hall. Halt! Who are you to barge into the sacred grounds uninvited? A voice called out, followed by someone blocking his path. A gentle breeze blew past, carrying a familiar scent toward Eric. It was the novice nun Baylila. Elijah, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to barge into the rear courtyard without even greeting anyone? The young nun said, holding a staff in one hand and placing the other on her hip, frowning. Long Gaston, after hearing this, replied, my bad. Baylidal master, I need to find someone in the rear courtyard. I'll be on my way then. Wait, why are you still going in? The young nun Baylila protested, blocking his path. I did greet you. Why aren't I allowed in? Long Gaston asked, puzzled. That's not really greeting someone, the young nun retorted, rolling her eyes at Long Gaston and pointing towards the prayer hall where the old nun was meditating and chanting scriptures. See that? You need to register with my master first. Only if she agrees can you enter. There are only female disciples inside. If anything happens while you're in there, I won't be able to explain it. Really, all I want is to find someone. What could possibly happen? Long Gaston tried to push forward, but seeing the young nun still blocking his way, he snatched the staff from her hands and sternly said, "Move aside now, or I won't be gentle. I won't let you. Try stepping over my dead body." The young nun shut her eyes, spreading her arms wide, looking determined. "Fine, you win," Long Gaston sighed, turning towards the prayer hall. The young nun Baylila watched Long Gaston's retreating figure and chuckled to herself. Long Gaston walked slowly, but after a few steps, he paused, thinking, "Register? The whole base belongs to me, and I need to register? Dream on." Brindandenly, he sped up, darting past the young nun Baylila who hadn't reacted in time, heading straight for the rear courtyard. "Oh, I forgot." Baylidal balanced her. "I need to find someone in the rear courtyard." "Excuse me. Elijah, why are you still going in?" Baylila refused to move. Eric asked confusedly, "Didn't I tell you? Why can't I go in?" "This is not greeting properly." Baylila rolled her eyes at Eric and pointed to the temple hall where the elder nun was meditating. "See, you need to register with my balancer first. Once she approves, you can enter. Only female disciples reside here. If something happens, I won't be able to explain." "What nonsense. I'm just looking for someone. What could possibly happen?" Eric tried to push forward, but seeing the nun blocking him, he grabbed her staff and sternly ordered, "Move aside or I won't be polite. I won't let you pass. Step over my dead body if you dare." Baylila closed her eyes and spread her arms resolutely. "Fine, you win." Eric sighed and turned toward the temple hall. Baylila giggled seeing Eric's helpless back. Walking slowly, Eric suddenly stopped, thinking, "Register? This whole base is mine. Register? Dream on." His speed spiked, and with a swift move, he zoomed past Baylila before she could react, dashing toward the rear courtyard. Chapter 138, Changing the Plan. Arriving at the backyard, Eric was immediately baffled. There were 36 identical rooms in a row, with indistinguishable doors and windows. There was no way to tell which one Juliet stayed in. "LSP Eric, wait for me." At this moment, Baylidal nun Baylila hurried over. Seeing Eric's puzzled expression, she couldn't help but laugh, saying, "I told you, you need to check in, register. Otherwise, how would you know where the person you're looking for stays? Do you think I have no way?" Eric turned and grinned at the little nun, then cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, "Edith, Juliet." Often, the simplest methods prove most effective. Soon enough, the doors of the rooms opened. However, nuns peeked out from each one, curiously inspecting Eric with their shaved heads. "Is it the officer? What is he shouting?" "I don't know." "Juliet, isn't that someone's name?" The nuns chattered among themselves. Eric searched carefully with his eyes, but found no sign of Juliet. Feeling puzzled, he asked, "Isn't Edith here?" "Elijah, LSP Eric, are you looking for Miss Bailu? She just left the convent with Miss Brendan," Baylidal nun Baylila explained. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Eric said. "You didn't ask." Baylila rolled her eyes at Eric. "Where did they go?" Eric, too lazy to argue, asked directly. "Unknown," replied Baylidal nun Baylila without hesitation. "They left the convent, and you didn't know?" Eric asked again. "Their legs and minds belong to them. How could I possibly know where they went?" Baylila responded. Realizing more questioning wouldn't help, Eric left the convent and wandered aimlessly, muttering, "Brendan must be Allah. Why would they be together? They aren't going to duel, are they? Edith is already a level 2 evolved, while Allah is only at peak level 1. If they fought, Allah would definitely lose, and I'd be heartbroken and physically hurt." Before he knew it, he arrived at the mobile base. The gate was wide open, and women's voices were coming from inside. Eric recognized two of them, Brendan Allah and Juliet. A guard spotted Eric from afar and immediately saluted, greeting, "Elijalo, sir." As soon as the guard spoke, the voices inside abruptly stopped. Eric glared at the guard as if to say, "Why are you so formal? I wanted to listen to a bit more, now you've tipped them off." Then, Brendan Allah and Juliet emerged from the mobile base. Both seemed normal, with no injuries or disheveled hair. They hadn't fought. Eric felt relieved instantly. Brendan Allah gave Eric a cursory glance, huffed, and walked back into the mobile base. Meanwhile, Juliet approached him, calling, "Eric Gaston. Why are you two together?" Eric asked in surprise. "Allah sought me out to console me," Juliet explained. "Console you?" Eric was even more astonished, finding it hard to believe. Juliet nodded vigorously, saying, "Yes, she saw I was upset over what happened in City 5, so she comforted me. Honestly, Allah is not only a great woman but also has an excellent leadership quality." "She certainly does. After all, Brendan Allah is my woman," Eric wanted to say right then. Juliet shifted the topic, asking, "Have you decided to change the battle plan, Eric Gaston?" Eric's expression turned serious, and he nodded. "Indeed, the original plan has been noticed by the 4 cities. We need to make changes." "Yes," Juliet agreed. "That's right. Those 4 cities are like ungrateful wolves. My father provided them with so many resources, even tanks, yet they show no gratitude. Have most people lost their humanity in this apocalypse?" Sighing, Eric said, "It's not that most people have lost their humanity. In such harsh conditions, the ones who survive and gain power, most, if not all 90%, are ruthless. As for the decent and kind-hearted, most turned into zombies or died during the early outbreak." Elijah hearing Eric's words, Juliet silently nodded, acknowledging the truth. She stared at him intently and suddenly asked, "What kind of person are you, Eric Gaston?" Caught off guard by this question, Eric pondered for a long time before replying, "I don't know what kind of person I am. All I know is what I should do. For any race, the most important things are reproduction and survival. Now our race faces an existential threat, so I must do what needs to be done." With admiration filling her eyes, Juliet excitedly said, "If you allow it, I, Edith, wish to follow Commander Eric forever." "Ha ha ha." Eric laughed. Brendanra. But Eric Gaston sounds better. Juliet giggled. For serious matters, we should use proper titles though. Haha, makes sense. Let's go inside. It's cold out here, Eric said with a laugh. Okay, Juliet nodded. The two entered the mobile base. Brendanra, supporting her chin, glanced at Eric when he came in. Elijah's gaze shifted to Juliet, and she promptly stood up, fetching a chair. Come on, sit down, Edith. Juliet sat, and Brendanra grabbed her hand, chatting about cooking. Let me tell you, I figured out the secret to Westlake vinegar fish. Really? Juliet asked eagerly. How? It goes like this, Brendanra explained. Watching the two women engrossed in their conversation like best friends, Eric sighed. No one responded. They were deeply absorbed in sharing cooking tips. Scratching his head awkwardly, he thought, they were hostile just moments ago. How did they become such good friends so quickly? Women are truly strange. Feeling sleepy after not sleeping all night, Eric ignored the chatter and walked into the bedroom, collapsing onto the bed. Whoosh. Several vehicles sped past. In the front SUV, Andon glanced in the rearview mirror to see three anti-nimmers closely following, with armed soldiers firing intermittently. Beep beep. Brendanra, an alarm sounded. Glancing at the dashboard, Andon noticed the fuel warning light had come on. Damn, how can it be out of gas already? Andon cursed. With no fuel left, the SUV slowed down significantly. The three anti-nimmers caught up, blocking the path. 12 fully armed soldiers descended, holding homemade automatic rifles, and immediately opened fire on the SUV. Though reinforced with some bulletproofing, the SUV couldn't withstand continuous gunfire from 12 guns. Soon, it was riddled with holes, black smoke billowing from the damaged engine. The 12 soldiers, rifles in hand, approached the vehicle. One soldier pulled open the door and froze, seeing no one inside. Brendanra, a figure leapt from under the vehicle, punching the soldier in the face with a powerful blow. The soldier, having taken a full punch from a peak level 1 evolved, landed several meters away, bloodied and lifeless. Before the other 11 could react, Andon drew his pistol and fired. Bang bang bang. 10 soldiers fell to 10 shots. Only one remained standing. Andon swiftly lunged forward, grabbing the man by the throat and demanded, Who are you? Terror-stricken, seeing his 11 comrades killed, the lone soldier stammered, We are from Shelter City 1. Snap. Without hesitation, Andon snapped the soldier's neck to prevent him from alerting others. The SUV's fuel was depleted, and Andon quickly transferred to an anti-nimmer and sped towards the Wasteland Military District. After Andon left, an eerie silence settled over the area. After a long while, dense footsteps echoed as numerous zombies swayed their way here, lured by the smell of fresh flesh and blood. Whoosh! Brendanra, from among the many thin, ordinary zombies, a figure burst through the air. Its speed was incredibly fast, even quicker than a level 2 speed zombie. This figure landed on the body of a soldier from Shelter City 1, its throat vibrating as it let out a low roar. The regular zombies halted, not daring to take another step forward. Level 2. Evolved Speed Zombie. A voice suddenly sounded, immediately drawing the attention of the zombies. It turned out that the soldier whom Andon had punched into the distance was still alive but had fainted. Now he woke up. In his line of sight was a zombie with blood-red eyes and knife-like claws. Except for not moving on all fours, this zombie displayed all the characteristics of a level 2 speed-type zombie. How could he not be terrified? The level 2 zombie swiveled its head 180 degrees and grinned at the soldier, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, creating a bone-chilling scene. Swish. In an instant, the level 2 zombie was right in front of the soldier, who froze in terror. Splat. The next second, the sharp claws of the level 2 zombie pierced through the soldier's chest, then slowly withdrew, clutching a still pulsating heart. The level 2 zombie greedily looked at the heart, opened its large mouth, and swallowed it whole. Roar. With a fresh heart in its stomach, the level 2 zombie let out a skyward roar. The redness in its eyes faded slightly, and its 2 fingers' claws retracted uncontrollably back into the flesh. It crouched like an ape, scratched its hand back quite vividly, then jumped to the other bodies, sniffed them, and despite a look of disdain, pulled out each corpse's heart and ate them. By now, Andon had already seen the buildings of the Wasteland Military District. Elijah stopped the vehicle at the gate and said to the blocking Churchilldom army soldiers, I am Andon from the base. My superior ordered me to deliver a message to Commander Adalberto. Please notify him. The Churchilldom army soldier replied, Wait a moment. After speaking, he exchanged a few words with his comrades and entered the military district to report to Adalberto. It took no more than 10 minutes. The soldier returned and immediately opened the gate, lifting the red and white barrier. Elijah came to the window of the anti-nimmer and said, I'll drive you there. All right. Andon immediately got out of the car and sat in the passenger seat while the soldier took the driver's position and drove the vehicle into the military district. They arrived at the same office building. After getting out of the car, Andon followed the soldier to the 4th floor commander's office. Knock knock. The soldier knocked a few times and shouted, Commander, the person is here. Come in. Adalberto's voice came from inside the office. The soldier saluted and said, Please. Andon returned the salute and pushed the door open, entering the commander's office. Inside was a desk, a wall lined with bookshelves, and another wall filled with calligraphy and paintings, all signed by Adalberto. It seemed they were all painted and written by the commander himself. Andon, you say Eric has a letter for me? Adalberto smiled. Andon came to his senses, hurriedly took out the letter written by Eric, and handed it to Adalberto, saying, Commander Belu, this is a letter from our superior. Adalberto accepted the letter. On the cover was only written, for Commander Belu only. Elijah opened it, retrieved the inner letter, and read aloud. The original plan has been exposed. The 4 cities have semi-allied. We have a new plan. The base and the Wasteland Military District should join forces, targeting Shelter City 1 directly. The timing remains unchanged, still by the end of this month. After reading the content, Adalberto frowned, folded the letter paper neatly, placed it back in the envelope, and asked Andon, "What does Eric mean when he says the plan has been exposed?" "I don't know the exact situation, but last night, Shelter City 5 was attacked by zombies. By the time we arrived, tens of thousands of people in the city were dead, and Deputy Bowenir Gannon of Shelter City 3 led thousands of troops out of the city, intending to kill our superior." "What?" Adalberto was shocked. Shelter City 5 suffered a horde attack? At that moment, the door to the commander's office swung open, and Bowenir rushed in, grabbing Andon by the collar and anxiously demanding, "Where's Edith? Is she all right?" The Wasteland Military District was far from Shelter City 5, and since the incident occurred last night and everyone except the Legionmet and Juliet was dead, they were naturally astonished, not knowing what happened. As a commander, Adalberto was rational and didn't lose composure like Bowenir, but as a father, he was very concerned about his daughter's safety. Without reprimanding Bowenir, he looked at Andon expectantly, waiting for an answer. "Both of you needn't panic. Lady Belu is safe," Andon assured them. Adalberto and Bowenir both sighed in relief. Andon paused for a moment before continuing. "Last night, the superior single-handedly stormed into Shelter City 5 and rescued Lady Belu. You mean Eric went alone into the city full of zombies just to save Edith?" Adalberto was very surprised. Elijah couldn't believe that Eric, the ruler of the base, would take such a huge risk just to save his daughter. Even he, as a father, would have to consider carefully under such circumstances. After all, he had many soldiers depending on his leadership. Chapter 139, Fitzroy's Death, Part 1. Andon nodded very affirmatively and said, "The commander set off immediately upon hearing that number 5 Shelter City was in trouble without even notifying us. If it weren't for that brother who fled to report the news, we wouldn't have known at all." Edith didn't misjudge Eric. "He is indeed good," Adalberto looked at Bowenir and said. "Elijah is indeed good," Bowenir nodded in agreement and sighed. "For being able to do this for Edith, I support them." Adalberto laughed and said, "You're quite generous." Bowenir replied, "As long as Edith is happy, that's enough. All right, let's not talk about this anymore." Adalberto turned to Andon and asked, "You mentioned that last night Gannon led several thousand troops from number 5 city to chase after Eric?" "That's correct," Andon answered. Adalberto, with his meticulous mind, instantly deduced from the note mentioning, "The plan has been exposed." Elijah said, "So the plan has indeed been compromised. They attacked number 5 Shelter City likely to capture Edith and use her to threaten me." Elijah continued to ask, "What about Gannon? What happened to him?" Andon replied, "Gannon and his thousands of troops were killed on the spot." "Good job." Bowenir, deeply displeased with the people from the 4 cities, said fiercely, "These guys deserve to be killed on the spot. No, they got off easy. They should have been fed to the zombies." "Bowenir," Adalberto rebuked, "they are our fellow citizens. There's no need to be so cruel. We treat them as fellow citizens, but they don't think of us the same way. In their minds, there's only profit and more profit. We gave them so much weaponry and equipment, and in return, we got all kinds of open and covert betrayals. Don't you think they deserve to die?" Bowenir retorted, "People like Fitzroy definitely deserve to die, but their subordinates just followed orders. As long as they can renounce evil and join us, we should give them a chance," Adalberto earnestly said. Facing these words, Bowenir did not refute him because Adalberto was right. Most soldiers just followed orders and shouldn't be wiped out completely. Besides, these soldiers were experienced combatants. Killing them outright would be a waste. Destroying the 4-city alliance essentially meant destroying the power held by city leaders like Fitzroy. After eliminating these individuals, they needed people to take over, which couldn't be done solely by troops from the Wasteland Military District. Thus, those who needed to be eliminated should be, while those worth saving should be spared. All right, I understand the plan. By the end of this month, we will jointly attack number 1 Shelter City. Our side will attack from the north gate at noon on the appointed day. Adalberto opened the drawer, put the letter inside, and then spoke to Andon. Andon nodded and said, "Understood. I'll head back to base immediately and report to the commander." "Good. Travel safely." Adalberto glanced at Bowenir and said, "Escort Andon." Bowenir nodded slightly and walked to the door, opening it. "Eric, Andon, let's go." Andon left without delay, with Bowenir following closely behind. At the parking lot under the office building, Andon shook hands with Bowenir, saying, "Deputy Commander Xia, thank you for seeing me off. Take care on your journey. See you at the end of the month," Bowenir said. "See you then," Andon replied, then climbed into his Antion MV. The vehicle started up, and he noticed the fuel tank was full. Elijah smiled and remarked, "Wasteland Military District sure knows how to take care of things." The hum of the car engine filled the air as Andon pressed the gas pedal and drove away. Bowenir watched the car disappear and then returned to the office building. At the base, in the mobile base bedroom, Eric's eyelids flickered before slowly opening. It was pitch black outside the window. Clearly, he had slept through to nightfall. As he was about to get up, he noticed he was covered with a blanket. Elijah remembered clearly falling asleep immediately without covering himself, so Lauren must have done it for him, warming his heart. Elijah switched on the light, and the harsh glow took a moment for his eyes to adjust. Stretching. Having slept the whole day, he wasn't feeling sleepy at all now. Exiting the bedroom, Eric first saw Lauren sitting at her dedicated office chair, reviewing some documents. Sensing the door opening, she instinctively looked over, spotting Eric, but said nothing. Eric shrugged, grabbed a chair, and sat next to her, smiling. "What are you reading?" "Anti-nymph." Lauren huffed and didn't reply. Feeling awkward, Eric scratched his head and didn't say anything more. Lauren glanced at Eric once more, then got up and left. Eric felt puzzled but didn't follow her. Instead, he picked up the documents she had left on the table, training reports for each squad of the Tianqing army. Clearly, she cared deeply about these matters. 5th Squad, marksmanship, good. Hand-to-hand combat, good. Team operations, pass. While looking through the documents, Lauren returned with a food box in hand. Setting it on the table and opening the lid, she took out the dishes one by one, saying, Since you were still sleeping late, I asked Caden to keep a meal for you. Eat quickly. Seeing the meal, Eric felt his appetite returning. His stomach growled, as he hadn't eaten all day. Elijah picked up the huge bowl filled with rice and ate heartily with the accompanying dishes. Antong still thinks about me, Eric thought, deeply touched. Swallowing a mouthful, he looked at Lauren with affection. Antong, you're so good to me. Auntie-nymph, Lauren sniffed. Only now you realize how good I am when you went alone to save Juliet amidst those zombies. Don't you get mad at me for saving Juliet? Eric asked. Lauren responded, I'm angry, but not just because of Juliet. What really upset me is that you didn't tell me and went alone. If something happened to you, what would happen to the base? To its tens of thousands of residents? And what would become of me? Eric pulled Lauren's hand, speaking earnestly, rest assured, I'll never abandon you. Lauren gently leaned on Eric's shoulder, softly saying, you promised never to leave me ever. Eric stroked Lauren's hair, gazing at her rosy cheeks and inviting lips. Brandandonly losing interest in the meal, he lowered his head to kiss her inviting lips. Brandandonly, reporting to the commander, Andon seeks an audience. A guard's voice shattered the intimate moment. Eric's lips hovered 2 centimeters away from Lauren's, frozen mid-air. Elijah raised his head, took a deep breath, and muttered, why do you all pick such perfect moments? Lauren stood up from Eric's shoulder, consoling him. Andon must have important news from his mission. Let's finish up first. She headed towards the bedroom, adding, wait for you after you're done. Entering the bedroom and closing the door, Lauren left Eric momentarily excited, but eventually calmed down. Elijah called out to the doorway, come in. The door opened, and Andon entered. Sit down. Seeing Andon weary from travel, Eric dismissed his earlier irritation and invited him to sit. Andon remained standing and reported directly, Commander, the message has been delivered. Commander Bailu reviewed the content and informed us that by the end of this month at noon, he will launch an attack on the north gate of number 1 Shelter City. Great. Eric said excitedly, since that's the case, we will attack from the south gate of Shelter City number 1. We'll hit them from 2 sides and completely eliminate Fitzroy. Eric continued, I understand the situation. You can go back and rest now? Yes, Andon saluted, and then turned to leave the mobile base. A few minutes after Andon left, Eric looked toward the bedroom with anticipation. Elijah quietly approached, softly pushing open the door. However, his excitement quickly vanished as he saw Lauren was already asleep. Sighing helplessly, Eric silently walked forward to tuck her in and then switched off the light. Darkness enveloped the room, and the world seemed to grow quiet. In Shelter City number 1, at the Lord's Bowention, without the usual lively scenes or a crowd of officers and ministers, Fitzroy sat on his throne while a messenger stood respectfully below him. Fitzroy murmured to himself, encountered a zombie horde. All dead? Elijah sighed deeply. All right, I understand. You may leave now. The messenger departed, leaving Fitzroy frowning, lost in thought. Time passed swiftly. It was the second to last day of the month. The moonlight was cold, and the northern wind was bleak. Although the snow had melted, the air remained chilly. Outside the base, 3,000 guards gathered, hundreds of armored vehicles lined up neatly, with 10 tanks leading the way. Their morale soared high, as if they could pierce the heavens. Brendan's formidable military strength would ensure that Fitzroy met his end in this battle. Edith, you must protect the base well with the Tianqing army, Eric instructed solemnly. Lauren nodded firmly. Don't worry. As long as we live, the base will stand. Turning to the Tianqing soldiers on the wall, who watched the guards with respect. Once residents protected by the guards, now fellow fighters under their protection. Eric shouted, Eric's, the base is in your hands. Don't worry, Commander. We will hold the fort. They chorused resolutely. Reassured by their steadfast resolve, Eric faced the guards and ordered, advance. All guards quickly boarded the armored vehicles, 5 tanks leading, 5 bringing up the rear. They set off for Shelter City number 1 in grand formation. They chose to depart under the cover of night because the distance between the base and Shelter City number 1 was over 60 kilometers, and large formations moved slower and were easier to spot. Therefore, by reaching the outskirts of Shelter City number 1 in advance, they could launch a synchronized attack at noon the next day alongside Adalberto's forces, surrounding Shelter City number 1 and capturing it swiftly. On the armored vehicle, braving the biting wind and icy moonlight, Eric sat on the edge of the roof, with Juliet beside him. As level 2 evolvers, they weren't bothered by the cold. Where does the bright moon come from? With a cup of wine, I asked the blue sky. Not knowing the conditions in the heavenly palace tonight, what year it might be, people have joys and sorrows, just as the moon has its waxes and wanes. These things have always been difficult to make perfect. But may we both live long enough, sharing the beauty of the moon together even miles apart. Though not during Mid-Autumn Festival, today's moon was unusually full. Eric gazed at it, momentarily lost in thoughts, remembering loved ones from another world, recalling Brendan Dompa's tune, Song of Water Melody. But may we both live long enough, sharing the beauty of the moon together. Juliet, though hearing this poem for the first time, felt the deep longing for someone far away, asking gently, Eric Gaston, are you thinking of someone? Yes, Eric sighed, turning from the moon. I wonder how my family and old friends are doing. They're probably fine. Bound-eyed one day you'll see them again. Juliet comforted him. Eric laughed bitterly. No need to worry about them being in danger, but seeing them might never happen. Though he'd been in this world for a long time, convincing himself to accept it and let memories of the past world fade away wasn't easy. After all, he grew up there for over 20 years, spending time with those people. No matter how strong the wind, it couldn't easily blow those memories away. Juliet didn't quite understand. If everything was fine, why couldn't he meet them someday? Though information was scarce in this world, as long as people were safe, they could eventually reunite given enough time. Though puzzled, she didn't press further, only accompanying Eric in admiring the beautiful yet chilling moon. Antioine? Looking up at the moon, Juliet suddenly spotted a black, zipping across its face, exclaiming in surprise. Elijah hearing her. Eric looked over and asked, "What's wrong?" Juliet pointed at the moon. "I saw a black dot fly past the moon just now." Eric stared at the sky for a moment, then replied, "I don't see anything. Did you misjudge?" Juliet rubbed her eyes. The moon remained unchanged, no black dots appearing. Perhaps she did see wrong, so she said, "Baunib, I made a mistake." Eric glanced at the moon again, then withdrew his gaze, guessing it might have been a flying insect passing by, causing a fleeting illusion. At the moment he looked away, another black dot darted across the moon again. Chapter 140. Fitzroy's Death, Part 2. Buzz. A lone figure rode a motorcycle from the distance, speeding toward the guard army. The soldiers made no move to stop him, allowing the motorcycle to enter their ranks. It stopped beside an armored vehicle, and the rider dismounted. Elijah was dressed in all black gear with a helmet on. Removing his helmet, Brevin's face was revealed. Elijah straightened up the motorcycle and called out to the armored vehicle. "Report to the commanding officer. It's approximately 7 kilometers to Shelter City Number 1. Click. The door of the SUV opened from inside, and Eric stepped out, asking, "How long will it take for the guard army to march the 7 kilometers? Brevin thought for a moment before replying, "It should take about half an hour." Eric stroked his chin, deep in thought, then glanced at the sky. The moon was directly overhead, indicating around 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. Elijah then ordered, "Pass down the command. All troops shall rest on site, conserve strength, and attack at 11:30 tomorrow morning." "Yes," Brevin replied, then relayed the orders. Anti-Endworlds of armored vehicles and tin tanks were quite conspicuous. They were approaching the 7-kilometer detection limit. Additionally, it was late at night. Although the guard army consisted of bio-enhanced humans, they still experienced fatigue, which could affect combat effectiveness. Thus, resting overnight was necessary to ensure peak combat readiness. In the luxurious bedroom of the ruler of Shelter City Number 1, Fitzroy lay in bed flanked by 2 women. Both were exceptionally beautiful, bearing some resemblance to Juliet upon closer inspection. It was around 3 or 4 in the morning. After a night of intense activity, both women had fallen into a deep sleep, but Fitzroy kept his eyes wide open, staring blankly at the ceiling. As a level 1 peak evolutionary, and the ruler of Shelter City Number 1, he usually lived in luxury, but tonight he was suffering from insomnia. An unprecedented sense of impending danger surged within him. Elijah had a vague premonition that something very unfavorable was about to happen to him. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out what it might be. As time passed, sleepiness grew heavier. Perhaps due to the exertion earlier, his eyelids began to droop, but after just a few minutes, his eyes shot open again, filled with fear, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw Shelter City Number 1 breached, with himself being choked mercilessly by someone's hand. His vision blurred as he felt suffocated. Brandandanly, his vision cleared, and he saw clearly who was choking him. It was Eric. Elijah jolted awake in a panic. "Eric?" Fitzroy gritted his teeth, his muscles tensing up. "Cough, cough. Ruler. Sir. I can't breathe, cough." Elijah hearing Kimura's voice beside him, Fitzroy turned his head. The woman using his arm as a pillow had a flushed face and bloodshot eyes, struggling to breathe. Seeing her struggle, Fitzroy didn't loosen his grip but instead sneered cruelly. The other woman also woke up, terrified by the sight but not daring to make a sound, fearing she would share the same fate. Fitzroy derived great pleasure from watching the struggling woman slowly losing strength. At the last moment before she suffocated, he finally released his grip. The woman gasped for air like a fish returned to water. But before she could recover, Fitzroy tore off her remaining undergarments and pounced on her like a wild beast. While doing so, he did not forget the other woman, ordering her, "Get into position." The woman complied immediately, assuming an enticing posture. At the entrance of the luxurious bedroom, 2 guards stood, their faces flushed from overhearing the commotion inside. Their blood boiled with excitement. Just then, 2 new guards arrived to relieve them. The 2 current guards quickly exchanged posts and rushed toward the civilian district, eager to find release elsewhere. One guard shouted excitedly, "Widow Step Hang, here I come." Meanwhile, the 2 incoming guards listened to the sounds from inside, feeling similarly heated but having to hold back, which only added to their discomfort. Morning broke, casting light over the wasteland military district. 6,000 Churchilldom army soldiers assembled under Bounty's command. With his order, they marched toward Shelter City Number 1 in an impressive procession. On the road leading to Shelter City Number 1, Fitzroy's scout was munching on dry rations when he suddenly heard synchronized footsteps and engine roars. Elijah dropped his pancake, grabbed his binoculars, and looked. Without binoculars, he could already see dust rising and people moving a kilometer away. Using binoculars, the view became even clearer. A disciplined army marching steadily. Churchilldom army. The scout stumbled back in shock, nearly falling over. Bowenshine guns, cannons, tanks. His fear increased as he identified the heavy weapons, knowing these were city-breaching tools heading towards Shelter City Number 1. Panicking, he hurried to pack up his equipment, muttering, "I need to report this to the ruler immediately." Bang! A gunshot echoed, and a bullet pierced through his skull. His body crumpled lifelessly. Bowenty stood on the top of an armored transport vehicle, a sniper rifle in hand, smoke still rising from its barrel. Elijah put down the gun, smirking coldly. "Fitzroy, the commander has simply been turning a blind eye. Did you really think we didn't know you placed scouts here?" Looking south, he muttered, "I wonder where Eric is. Can he arrive by noon and join forces to attack Shelter City Number 1? At the temporary rest area of the guard army, the sun was almost overhead, with only 30 minutes until noon. Eric gave the order immediately, "All troops advance." Anti-Endworlds of armored vehicles and tin tanks roared to life, creating a magnificent scene. They headed towards Shelter City Number 1, aiming to arrive precisely at noon. Back at Shelter City Number 1, at the city ruler's residence, beauties danced and sang, and ministers laughed merrily. However, Fitzroy, seated high on his throne, wore a troubled expression, unable to feel joy. The ominous sense of danger growing stronger, it felt like it was about to descend upon him. Noticing his worried face, one of the officers suggested the others offer him a drink to ease his concerns. 1, 2, 3. With the officer's cue, all present raised their glasses and stood facing Fitzroy, shouting in unison, "To our honorable ruler." Brendan's gesture, usually enough to lift his spirits, today only fueled his anger. Elijah barked at them, "You useless bunch. What else do you do besides indulge and flatter me? If not for our shared history, I'd have disposed of you long ago." The officers and ministers immediately knelt, trembling and pleading, "Ruler, please calm yourself." "Calm myself?" Bang. Fitzroy slammed his palm on the table, shattering it instantly. Rising sharply, he glared fiercely at the kneeling men, about to unleash his wrath. Boom. Several loud cannon shots shook the city, followed by explosions and sirens blaring across the entire city. Report, ###, Chapter 140, Fitzroy's Death, Part 2, continued. Churchilldom Army is attacking the South Gate. A soldier rushed into the ruler's residence, reporting in a flustered tone. Churchilldom Army, attacking? Fitzroy immediately understood where his inexplicable sense of danger was coming from. Elijah shouted loudly, "Why are you only reporting now? Didn't I have scouts posted along the road?" The soldier stammered, "I don't know, my lord." "Worthless." Fitzroy cursed, not bothering to ask further but instead issuing an order. "Everyone, follow me to defend the city." The numerous officers and ministers instantly scrambled up and ran out of the residence toward the South Gate. Fitzroy sneered coldly and growled, "Although the Churchilldom Army is powerful, my 20,000-strong army is no pushover. Plus, we have the advantage of defending the city. Let's see if they can breach my walls." Just as he was about to head towards the South Gate, a soldier dashed in from the North Gate, panting heavily before him. The soldier reported breathlessly, "Lord, sir, the South Gate has been attacked by the Guard Army." "What?" Fitzroy was startled and quickly asked, "What's the strength of the Guard Army?" The messenger soldier replied, "Around 2,000 to 3,000 men, 10 tanks, and all types of heavy weapons numbering at least 10. Upon hearing about the 10 tanks and at least 10 units of heavy weaponry, Fitzroy stumbled back a few steps and sat down hard on the ground. If it were just the Churchilldom Army, with the advantage of defense, there was a 70% chance that his city would remain unbreached. However, with such a strong firepower from the Guard Army launching a two-pronged attack, his shelter city number 1 would inevitably fall. "My lord, what do we do? Please give us orders." The officers and ministers who had yet to reach the North Gate were all panicking and could only place their hopes on Fitzroy. Fitzroy got up from the ground, his fists clenched tightly, eyes darkened, and teeth gritted. Elijah commanded, "What else can we do? Fight to the death and defend the city." "Yes." The remaining officers hurriedly headed for the South Gate. However, Fitzroy did not move. Instead, he returned to the residence, sat on the throne, and suddenly threw his head back, laughing maniacally. After a long while, the laughter ceased, leaving his eyes filled with venomous hatred, and the armrests of the chair bore clear hand imprints. Elijah snarled viciously, "Eric, Adalberto, you bastards, I'll wait for you right here. Even if I die, I'll take you both with me." Southgate. The Guard Army launched its assault, with 10 tanks lined up, continuously bombarding the wall. Simultaneously, dozens of armored vehicles mounted with heavy machine guns fired bullets nonstop towards the defenders on Shelter City number 1's walls. Guard Army soldiers also carried rocket launchers, firing volleys of rockets indiscriminately at the wall. Faced with such overwhelming firepower, Shelter City number 1's walls were blasted open in several places, and the defending forces suffered heavy casualties. Compared to the Guard Army, it often took tens, or even hundreds of defenders to take down a single Guard Army fighter. Northgate. The Churchilldom Army also launched its attack and similarly held a significant advantage. They too had 10 tanks, but they were not as well equipped as the Guard Army in terms of heavy machine guns, armored vehicles, and rocket launchers. Their ammunition supply was also less generous. After several minutes of battle, the Churchilldom Army ceased fire at the North Gate. As the dust settled, the northern part of Shelter City number 1's walls lay in ruins, with many soldiers dead or wounded. Noticing the Churchilldom Army stopping fire, Shelter City number 1 also halted its defense. In the midst of the Churchilldom Army, a figure sped from the rear ranks to the front and leaped onto a tank. It was Bowney. Bowney cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, "Everyone inside the city, listen up. I am Bowney, Deputy Commander of the Churchilldom Army of the Wasteland Military District. If you don't want to die, surrender your weapons." Southgate. The Guard Army also stopped firing, and Eric stepped forward, shouting towards the city, "Eric's within the city. You've witnessed the firepower of the Guard Army. I wish to speak with you." Elijah paused briefly and continued, "I know most of you joined the defense to survive, and I don't intend to exterminate everyone. But if you persist, I won't hesitate to finish you all off." "What do you mean?" a soldier on the wall shouted back. Eric smiled slightly and said, "My intention is simple. Open the gates and surrender, and I will spare every life." At this statement, the defending soldiers hesitated, glancing at each other, tempted by the offer. At this moment, the officer who had earlier questioned Eric bellowed, "Countless prisoners have been massacred in history. Do you really believe he'll let us live if we surrender?" Eric saw this man's stubbornness and promptly responded, "History is history. Can it be compared to today? With zombies and evolved beasts worldwide, humanity faces extinction. Our common enemy is them. Why would I kill those who pose no threat to me? By stopping fire now, am I not giving you a chance to live?" Elijah hearing Eric's words, the defending soldiers were more inclined to agree. The questioning officer shouted again, "Elijah says this only to reduce their losses. If we surrender, we'll meet certain death." "It's not surrendering but refusing that leads to death." One defending soldier mustered courage to retort, "Yeah, with the Guard Army's overwhelming firepower, Holding out to the bitter end means we will eventually fall. Brendan rendering later will leave us with no chance at all. Another soldier chimed in. Are you both planning a rebellion? The officer roared angrily, turning his gun towards them and yelling, I'll shoot you. Swish swish. However, as he aimed his gun at them, other defending soldiers also turned their guns towards him, making him break into a cold sweat. Brendan pressing his fear, he yelled, You're all rebelling. With tensions mounting, the defenders were on the verge of a decision that could determine the fate of Shelter City No. 1. Chapter 141, Fitzroy's Death, Part 3, Rebellion? As the words, rebellion, fell from the officer's lips, a voice rang out behind him, and he felt a cold object press against the back of his skull. Then, the person behind him spoke again. Alec, you might not fear death, but your brothers want to live. If you're willing to fight to the death, we won't stop you, but don't drag us along, okay? The tone from the person behind Alec grew heavier, and the object pressing against the back of his head nudged forward, causing it to ache. Alec recognized the person behind him, but with guns pointing at him from both front and back, his legs trembled uncontrollably. Fear gripped him as he realized the soldiers defending the city were ready to surrender, and some officers shared the same thoughts. Seeing this situation unfold, Alec's resolve wavered. Go to hell, Fitzroy, he muttered under his breath. Saving his own life was paramount now. Elijah nervously said, Adrian, put your gun down. Since everyone has the intention to surrender, I can't go against the tide alone. I. Officer Alec clenched his right hand into a fist, raised it high, and shouted, Down with Fitzroy. The soldiers were momentarily dumbfounded before showing derisive expressions. This Alec usually groveled more than anyone else in front of Fitzroy, yet now he was the first to shout, Down with Fitzroy. A true turncoat, swaying whichever way the wind blew. Behind Alec, Adrian jeered, You change faces faster than a woman? With that, he moved the gun away from Alec's head and shouted, Open the city gates to welcome our guard army lords. Having said this, Adrian set an example by putting down his gun and raising his hands high. It was his zodiac year. He wore red shorts instead of white, which would have served as a white flag. Following his lead, many defending soldiers kneeled, holding their guns aloft. The moment the gun was removed from his head, Alec collapsed, cold sweat pouring off his forehead, drenched even more than after physical exertion. Seeing the kneeling soldiers, he shook his head silently, thinking, All over now, city lord, looks like you're finished. Then he thought about how best to flatter Eric. Outside the city walls, under the watchful eyes of the guard army soldiers and Eric, the massive city gates slowly opened. Eric's lips curled into a smile as he waved his arm and shouted, Follow me into the city. Tanks rumbled forward with Eric standing atop one, leading the charge. Behind him, the guard army marched cautiously, ever alert for any tricks. Armored vehicles stayed back with 2 men each, one driving and the other manning the top-mounted machine gun, aiming towards the city walls to deter any mischief from the defending soldiers. The tanks entered the city unimpeded, followed closely by the soldiers without encountering any ambushes. This confirmed the defenders' genuine surrender. Eric immediately ordered, Lou Bailey, take 500 men and disarm them. Lock them all up. Lou Bailey loudly replied, Yes, sir. Splitting off 500 men to disarm the surrendered soldiers and leaving 2 tanks as a deterrent, Eric led the rest toward the city lord's residence. With war breaking out, most civilians hid in their homes, though some braver ones peered through windows at the imposing guard army soldiers and the man standing on the tank, feeling awe. Brendan's commanding presence was unseen in the city defense forces or Fitzroy. Eric noticed the curious observers, sensing they posed no threat, and ignored them. Boom. Whiz. A sudden cannon shot made the ground tremble. People watching from the windows recoiled in fright. A projectile flew past Eric's shoulder, striking and exploding a nearby building, sending a 10-meter-high mushroom cloud skyward. Fragments scattered widely, killing one soldier instantly and injuring several others. Shaken by the scene, Eric quickly jumped off the tank, hiding behind it. After firing the first round, the enemy tank, a heavy Model 15A, codenamed Mighty Tiger, likely supplied by Adalberto, was promptly targeted by the Guard Army's tank crew. The Guard Army's tanks had previously fought zombies, honing their aim to perfection. Before the second round could be fired, bang bang bang. 3 tanks spat fire, launching armor-piercing shells toward the Mighty Tiger at hypersonic speed. Clang clang. 2 hits struck accurately, shredding the tank's outer shell and piercing its armor like chopsticks through tofu, killing the crew inside instantly. Eric leaped onto the destroyed tank, opened the hatch, and saw the carnage within, stifling his breath from the stench. Advancing towards the city lord's mansion, they encountered another tank which was swiftly neutralized. The remaining defenders' bullets were ineffective against the tanks, much like bee stings on bull hide. Ahead loomed a grand building adorned extravagantly with golden lions at the entrance. Brendanly, the roar of engines drew attention. From behind the mansion emerged multiple Mighty Tiger tanks and familiar Churchilldom army troops led by Bounty. Bounty, brother. Eric called out joyfully. Bounty laughed, replying, Eric, commander. You arrived before me. Laughing heartily, Eric shook hands with Bounty firmly. Click. A camera clicked, and Eric turned to see a cute-looking Churchilldom army photographer snapping photos. You brought a photographer on the battlefield? Eric teased. Before Bounty could answer, the photographer explained, This is a historic moment. It must be recorded. Eric glanced at Bounty, who nodded, agreeing. It does make sense to document historic moments, Eric thought privately, musing on including photographers in future operations. Well, let's not linger, Bounty smiled. There's still someone waiting for us in the city lord's mansion. Looking towards the mansion, Eric chuckled. Indeed, an old acquaintance. Wonder what his face will look like seeing me on his turf. Definitely entertaining. Bounty responded. Let's go. Eric and Bounty walked side by side up the steps towards the city lord's mansion. Upon reaching the door, they looked inside to see a man sitting in a high seat, eyes closed in tranquility. This was Fitzroy. As they stepped into the grand hall, Fitzroy's eyes snapped open. His expression remained calm as he said, "You've come." Bowenny sneered, "Yes, we've come. To kill you." "Ha ha ha." Fitzroy laughed suddenly but stopped just as abruptly. Elijah then said nonchalantly, "I'm right here. If you have the guts, come and kill me." Looking for death. Bowenny's eyes hardened, about to lunge at Fitzroy, but Eric stopped him. Bowenny gave him a puzzled look. Eric calmly remarked, "There's no need to get angry over a dying man." Then he took out a gun and handed it to Bowenny, adding, "Besides, we have guns. There's no need for close combat." Eric feared hidden traps around Fitzroy, preferring caution. Bowenny accepted the gun with a smile, saying, "Commander Eric thinks of everything." Aiming the gun at Fitzroy, Bowenny prepared to pull the trigger. Fitzroy's calm vanished instantly, replaced by fury. Who could have thought Eric would be so shameless, not playing by the rules and thinking to lure them closer? It wouldn't work now. He had to act directly. "Auntie and Imph, Stephan me dead? Then come and die with me." Elijah hearing this, Eric felt a jolt of alarm. Elijah shouted back at the approaching guard army and Churchilldom army soldiers, "Fall back." Simultaneously, he dragged Bowenny away as quickly as possible. Fitzroy smashed the floor under his feet, triggering the explosive device. Boom. With an explosion, fierce flames spread throughout the hall in seconds. Eric burst into maximum speed, pulling Bowenny out just before the explosion enveloped them. As the scorching heat hit their backs, they leaped, narrowly escaping the fatal blast. Boom. The City Lord's mansion of Shelter City No. 1 collapsed, burying Fitzroy within. "Thank goodness I kept my wits about me, or I'd have perished with that bastard Fitzroy," Eric said, brushing dust off his clothes. "Thank you," Bowenny said, bowing respectfully. Eric waved a hand, saying, "No need for such formality." The massive explosion drew everyone's attention in Shelter City No. 1. Some soldiers who were still resisting fell to their knees, discarding their weapons, accepting defeat. The City Lord was dead. Why should they keep fighting? The surrendered soldiers felt secretly relieved, knowing they made the right choice. Bowenny officers had mixed thoughts. Some pondered what would happen next under the new rulers. Others thought of how to survive, and some wondered how to curry favor with the newcomers. Residents saw the collapse of the mansion, feeling complex emotions. While Fitzroy oppressed them, he was better than other minor forces. At least there were 2 meals a day, simple as they were, enough to keep them alive in this dangerous world. They did not hate him but felt a twinge of sorrow at his demise. They hoped the new rulers would be benevolent, but also harbored fear of worse oppression. Eric ordered 50 guard army soldiers to search through the debris of the mansion while the rest cleared any remaining threats in the city. Bowenny issued similar orders to the Churchilldom army. After issuing commands, Eric glanced back at the ruins, sighing, "What a pity. Brendanch, a fine building, destroyed like this." Bowenny responded, "It was built on the suffering of common people. Perhaps its destruction is for the best." Eric disagreed. Though it was built through oppression, it stands now. It should be preserved. Besides, there might be women Fitzroy kidnapped and treasures he collected inside. The treasures don't matter, but those women? You pity those women? Bowenny frowned, annoyed. "Edith adores you. I hope you won't mess around." Eric chuckled. "That's not what I meant. These women, captured by Fitzroy, are living souls. Their deaths would be tragic." Bowenny's anger subsided, teasing, "Commander Eric truly has a compassionate heart." Eric smiled, neither confirming nor denying. Since the virus outbreak, Eric had been the ruler of the base, never experiencing the brutalities of cannibalism. Thus, it was natural he still retained compassion. As the guard army and Churchilldom army sifted through the debris, they found numerous items, including many women, most dead, only a few survivors among them, mostly injured. Seeing the women, Eric frowned. They all resembled Juliet. This Fitzroy, dreaming to defile Edith. Before Eric could react, Bowenny angrily cursed. Indeed, the situation revealed Fitzroy's despicable nature, and it was clear the struggle for power had left deep scars beyond mere physical destruction. Chapter 142. Reactions of the Bowenniers. At this moment, Juliet arrived in an armored vehicle. Seeing Bowenny, she immediately greeted him. "Bowenny." Bowenny saw a fleeting glint of emotion in Juliet's eyes, but as soon as he thought of Eric and Juliet's relationship, he felt a pang of disappointment. However, it only lasted a moment before he regained his composure, unnoticed by both Juliet and Eric. Elijah smiled genuinely and said, "Edith." Juliet nodded slightly and then looked at Eric, scanning her surroundings with relief. Thankfully, no one was hurt. She had rushed over upon seeing the massive explosion, concerned for Eric's safety. Seeing Juliet's care for Eric and her indifference towards himself, Bowenny felt quite disheartened, yet maintained a smile and replied, "Commander Eric is incredibly swift. How could he get injured?" "Haha." Eric scratched his head and laughed heartily. Elijah waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about that. The most pressing matter is to calm the city's residents and handle the captives." Turning to Juliet, he added, "You used to be Deputy Bowennier of Shelter City 1, so you understand the situation better than us. Can you take charge of calming the residents and dealing with the prisoners?" "No problem. I'll handle it." Juliet agreed without hesitation. Eric then turned to Bowenny and said, "Eric Bowenny, Shelter City 1 has been taken. As for the allocation of resources and population from 2 cities we discussed, there's no rush. We can wait until all 4 cities are under control to decide. You should report to Commander Bailu and have him send personnel to temporarily manage Shelter City 1. Bowenny replied, "Commander already has someone in mind for the new mayor of Shelter City 1. It's Edith. That's why she was the deputy mayor here for so long. Due to Fitzroy's entrenched influence, they abandoned the plan for her to become mayor and created Shelter City 5 instead. Now that Shelter City 5 is destroyed, Edith is the perfect choice. I will arrange for people to return to the Wasteland Military District and inform Commander Bailu. Elijah will likely dispatch some personnel to assist Edith in managing Shelter City 1. All right," Eric nodded approvingly. "So be it." Bowenny left to send a report back to the military district for Adalberto. Meanwhile, Eric and Juliet remained on site. Eric said. Although I requested the resources and population from 2 cities, I didn't specify which ones. Since you're now in charge of Shelter City 1, I won't choose it. Juliet responded, Gastonji, I swear to stay by your side. I don't want to be the mayor of Shelter City 1. Seeing her sincere expression, Eric smiled lightly and patted her head, saying, following me doesn't mean always being right beside me, but I want to always be by your side. Juliet's eyes glistened, almost tearing up. She knew that if she became the mayor of Shelter City 1, it would be like being in Shelter City 5, constantly tied to the city. Shelter City 1 was over 60 kilometers from base, much farther than Shelter City 5, making her distance herself even more from Eric. Alijar's heart belonged entirely to Eric, and if she couldn't always be with him, being mayor meant nothing. But didn't Bowani say that Commander Bailu wants you to take over Shelter City 1? After all, he is your father, Eric sighed. At this moment, Juliet struggled internally. If it were just a subordinate relationship, she would have followed Eric without hesitation. However, her father, Commander Bailu, made the decision complicated. Reflecting on her past, she remembered how her father had dedicated his life to the military. They barely met once a year when she was young, and each visit only lasted a few days before he rushed off again, no matter how much she cried or threw tantrums. At 14, her mother died in a car accident. Juliet vividly remembered her mother's last wish, to see her husband. But Commander Bailu was on duty and didn't answer the phone, leaving her mother dying in disappointment. After the news, Commander Bailu brought her to live in the military camp but was too busy to take care of her. This continued until she went to college, and then the virus outbreak occurred. Although they spent more time together, their conversations remained sparse. Soon after, he sent her to be the deputy mayor of Shelter City 1 and later tasked her with establishing Shelter City 5. Because of Shelter City 5, it felt as if all her luck had led her to meet Eric, falling for him instantly. Remembering those moments of rushing rescue, that kiss, the towering figure breaking through doors during desperate times, and the warm embrace at her darkest hour, this man had given her warmth and security she had never experienced before. Elijah gave her love. Considering everything, she made up her mind. Looking into Eric's eyes with deep affection and determination, she said, having you is enough. Eric was surprised. But Commander Bailu, I'll explain everything to my father. Please, don't let me leave you. Juliet embraced Eric tightly, burying her head in his chest, sobbing. Ah, Eric sighed heavily. I understand. His tone changed and he ordered, Juliet, listen carefully. As the highest-ranking officer at the base, I invite you to join the Guard Army. Do you accept? Juliet wiped away her tears and stood at attention, replying enthusiastically, Juliet, willing to join the Guard Army, and I pledge to serve you loyally. Haha. Both laughed wholeheartedly. Time passed quickly, and it was already midnight. 20 kilometers away from Shelter City 1, at Shelter City 3's mayor's residence. The residence was draped in white, not snow but white fabric like a funeral hall. In the main hall, many officers and ministers mourned, but closer observation revealed some fake grief. On the high seat, Boanir Baunerlin truly looked sorrowful because his brother Ganon died gruesomely. His limbs broken, skull smashed in. Ganon had been on a mission for days. Search teams eventually found his cold corpse. Fortunately, nearby zombies were already killed. Otherwise, the body wouldn't remain intact. Report. A mourning soldier rushed into the hall urgently, shouting, Boanir, Shelter City 1 has been breached. What? Everyone gasped in disbelief. Officers and ministers stared in shock. Baunerlin frowned angrily. Idiot! Stop babbling nonsense, or I'll tear you apart and feed you to the zombies. The soldier insisted. My lord, it's true. Shelter City 1 has indeed fallen to the Guard Army and Churchilldom Army. Even under threat of death, the soldier remained steadfast. Baunerlin had to believe him. Brendan pressing his horror, he asked, when did this happen? The soldier answered, noon today. At 1 p.m., the guard troops opened the gates and surrendered. Where's Fitzroy? Baunerlin pressed anxiously. Amador triggered explosives and died a gruesome death, the soldier reported. Ah. Baunerlin collapsed in his chair, feeling dizzy and faint, eventually passing out. Shelter City 4. A woman's silhouette reflected on the bedroom window. Standing at the door, one could hear the voice of Boanir Melissa of Shelter City 4 inside. Ha ha ha. Is the little guy giving up already? Ugh, Boanir, you're amazing. I can't hold it any longer. Ah. This seductive voice was heard clearly by the patrolling soldiers passing by below. These patrolmen did not hesitate to gossip. One of them clicked his tongue and said, another pretty boy has been drained. Another added, judging from this sound, I guess he couldn't last more than 3 times. 3 times? I doubt anyone could even manage twice. Well, let's admit, our mayor is quite a beauty, but her muscles are a bit too firm, one joked. The others nodded in agreement. In the midst of their conversation, the person inside the room had finished. The door opened with a click, and Boanir Melissa came out wearing only her intimate clothes. She glanced at the patrolman, who commented on her appearance and called out, Elijah! That patrolman immediately greeted her respectfully. Boanir, sister. Melissa intentionally asked her subordinates to call her sister, as she thought it made things more intimate. Therefore, whether they were subordinates or ordinary residents, everyone had to call her Boanir sister. If anyone called her wrong, women usually faced no serious punishment unless they were prettier than Melissa. However, men would be less fortunate. Ugly ones would get 30 lashes. Average-looking ones would get 10. As for handsome young men, Melissa kept records on them, taking one every week until they returned pale-faced and barely able to walk due to exhaustion, or even foaming at the mouth, rolling their eyes and fainting. Melissa licked her lips and asked, was what you just said implying something about me? The patrolman quickly replied, no. Melissa gave him a flirtatious glance, letting her strap slip to reveal part of her breast as she said, don't be afraid. Sister isn't done playing yet. Why don't you come up and keep me company? Ah, the patrolman knelt down in fear, begging for mercy. Boanir sister, please spare my life. With a swift movement, Melissa leaped down from the second floor, walked over to the patrolman, and pulled him up. Gently stroking his cheek and inhaling deeply, she sighed in ecstasy, then looked at him with an eerie smile, saying, "Actually, you're already on my list." The patrolman seemed to have heard the most terrifying news in the world. Fear filled his eyes, and he couldn't help but shed tears. "Wah wah wah, Bowenir sister, please spare my life." He wept and begged. But Melissa wasn't about to let him off the hook. She wrapped her arms around him and led him upstairs. Report. At that moment, someone came to report. Melissa turned around and said, "Speak." The messenger immediately said, "Report, Bowenir sister, Shelter City 1 has been captured by the Guard Army and Churchilldom Army." "What?" Melissa pushed the patrolman away in shock upon hearing that Shelter City 1 had been breached. Grabbing the messenger by the collar, she stared into his eyes and demanded, "Say that again." "Report, Bowenir sister, Shelter City 1 has been captured." The messenger stuttered nervously. Melissa released him and looked around before asking, "What about Fitzroy? How is he?" "Fitzroy is dead," the messenger replied. Melissa took a deep breath to steady herself and said urgently, "Issue the order. From now on, we will only defend against zombies and evolved creatures. If the Guard Army or Churchilldom Army attacks, open the gates and surrender immediately." She knew very well how strong Shelter City 1 was. With its fall, capturing Shelter City 4 would be like child's play. There was no point in thinking about resistance anymore. Brendan rendering was the key to survival. Melissa ascended to the top floor alone, gazing at the moon. For a level 1 evolver, she felt a chill. Shelter City 2. This city was no weaker than Shelter City 1. It was quiet and peaceful, with only a faint candlelight flickering in the mayor's residence. Aiden was reviewing documents when a military officer rushed in and whispered a few words in his ear. Aiden's brows furrowed slightly but quickly smoothed out. Elijah put down his documents and calmly asked, "Where's Fitzroy?" The officer answered, "The mayor's residence was bombed and collapsed. Neither Eric nor Bowney ordered a search for Fitzroy. Elijah is likely buried in the rubble." "Uh-huh." Aiden nodded without losing composure. After a few minutes of silence, he asked, "Has the Guard Army or Churchilldom Army withdrawn from Shelter City 1? The officer shook his head. "No. It looks like they plan to use Shelter City 1 as a stepping stone to destroy the other 3 cities." Aiden stood up, hands behind his back, staring blankly at the wall for a moment before turning back and saying, "Since Fitzroy is dead and Shelter City 1 has fallen, there's only one path left for us." Elijah looked at the officer. "You must arrange for people to travel to Shelter Cities 3 and 4 tonight. Tell Bownelin and Melissa to bring their troops to meet me at Shelter City 2. Inform them I can preserve their positions and power." Note: the translation aims to convey the story coherently while preserving the original tone and style. The paragraph structure and line breaks remain consistent with the original text. ##### Chapter 143. Plans can't keep up with changes. Under the dim moonlight, Number 1 Sanctuary City, which had just undergone a major battle, was now eerily calm. In front of the Bowenir's mansion, numerous bonfires were lit on the square. Soldiers gathered around the fires, chatting, eating their own food, and recuperating from the exhaustion caused by the day's fighting. Eric sat on the steps. Before his eyes appeared a blue light screen visible only to him. It displayed only basic base information, with no production options. Elijah cast his gaze at the line indicating the number of guardsmen. Guardsmen, 2,723 of 3,000. This battle had cost 277 guardsmen. Although they were bioengineered humans, they were still his soldiers. Eric held a can of beer in his hand, salvaged from the ruins of the Bowenir's mansion. Elijah pulled the tab, raised the beer toward the moon, and said, "To you all." Having seldom drunk alcohol, he drank the beer in one go. Its bitter taste mirrored the current plight of humanity, while the faint sweetness after the bitterness seemed to signify that human civilization would surely be revived. In a daze, dawn broke, and morning came. People woke up from their slumber. Eric, leaning against a wall, still clutched the beer can from last night. His eyelids fluttered open, heralding a new day. Stretching lazily as he stood up, he saw the guardsmen already lined up neatly. Juliet approached Eric and asked, "Eric Gaston, are we heading to other sanctuary cities today?" Though speed is crucial, it's also important to consolidate our rear. First, we need to reassure the residents of Number 1 Sanctuary City and reorganize the remaining forces. Otherwise, if zombies attack after the Guardsmen and Churchilldom Army leave, there will be no resistance, Eric replied. "Yes, Number 1 Sanctuary City has over 10,000 people. We can't conquer Fitzroy and then ignore them. We must rebuild the defense, so Commander Luo and I can confidently deploy troops to the other 3 cities," Bowney interjected, clearly agreeing with Eric. His arrival drew Eric and Juliet's attention. Eric greeted him with a smile, saying, "Eric Bowney." Bowney smiled back and continued, "The commander just informed us that you, Edith, have been temporarily appointed as the mayor of Number 1 Sanctuary City. I've been instructed to leave behind 1,000 Churchilldom soldiers to help you re-establish the city's defenses." Upon hearing this, Juliet's expression soured. She was about to refuse when Bowney explained, "I've already informed the commander of your joining the guardsmen." Elijah didn't object but instead blessed you. "This time, it's just a temporary position. Once the other 3 cities are conquered, someone else will take over for you." Juliet looked at Eric for his opinion. "Since it's temporary, it's fine," Eric agreed. Seeing Eric's approval, Juliet nodded, accepting the task. "All right, I agree." Seeing her agreement, Bowney clapped his hands. Shortly after, a 1,000-strong contingent of Churchilldom soldiers marched forward and lined up neatly before Bowney, Juliet, and Eric. Bowney announced loudly, "From now on, Juliet will temporarily serve as the mayor of Number 1 Sanctuary City. She is your supreme commander. You must do everything to assist Bowenir Edith. Understood?" "Understood." The 1,000 soldiers shouted in unison. "Edith, I'll stay here for 2 days. So, you need to re-establish the city's defenses within these 2 days." Bowney turned to Juliet and said. Elijah then looked at Eric, asking, "How long do you plan to stay, Commander Luo? The base and the Wasteland Military District are allied. If you're staying for 2 days, I'll stay too," Eric responded. "No time to waste. Edith, get to work." Okay. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Within just 2 days, Number 1 Sanctuary City basically restored its defensive capabilities, not quite matching Fitzroy's era but still surpassing 50% of its previous strength. Facing the other 3 cities, it might not match Number 2, but it was more than capable against Number 3 and Number 4. Inside the makeshift military conference tent set up in front of the Bowenier's mansion, Eric and Bounty were discussing. Eric said, "Number 3 and Number 4 Sanctuary Cities are weaker and farther away, so there's no rush to attack. However, Number 2 Sanctuary City isn't much weaker than ours and is only 20 kilometers away. Taking it now would virtually eliminate any threats. With the remaining 2 cities' strength, they won't cause much trouble and might even surrender willingly." Bounty stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before agreeing, yes, capturing Number 2 Sanctuary City would make conquering the other 2 a piece of cake. "So what are we waiting for?" Eric patted Bounty's shoulder, his eyes sharp. A glint of determination flashed in Bounty's eyes, and he smiled. "Speed is crucial. We've already wasted 2 days. We can't afford to lose more time." "Number 2 Sanctuary City, the guardsmen are coming," Eric said. "Number 2 Sanctuary City, the Churchilldom army is coming," Bounty added. The guardsmen and Churchilldom army marched together toward Number 2 Sanctuary City. 2 days ago, Bounty had seen the guardsmen's equipment and weapons, which truly startled him. Hundreds of armored vehicles, 10 tanks, and numerous heavy weapons. It was extravagantly powerful. Today, the sight remained equally impressive. The Churchilldom soldiers watched enviously, their professional interest piqued by the advanced weaponry. The distance between Number 1 and Number 2 Sanctuary Cities was about 20 kilometers. Since the Churchilldom army wasn't fully mechanized and couldn't fit into the armored vehicles, the guardsmen slowed down accordingly. The 20-kilometer journey took 5 hours, from morning until afternoon. Upon reaching Number 2 Sanctuary City, the guards immediately sounded the alarm. The ear-piercing sirens echoed throughout the city. Soldiers quickly assembled on the walls, armed and ready. "Antione?" Bounty frowned, puzzled. "Strange. How does Samson 2's heavy weaponry exceed Number 1's? Eric remarked, "Mortars, heavy machine guns, rocket launchers. According to your data, Samson 2 should be comparable to Samson 1. But this looks much stronger. Did Aiden, the mayor of Number 2, intentionally hide his true strength?" "Ha ha." Just as they wondered, several figures emerged from the city tower. 2 men and a woman. One man chuckled, "Commander Eric and Deputy Commander Bounty, welcome. Bowenier Aiden regrets not being able to greet you far away. Please forgive me." "Elijah's Aiden, the mayor of Number 2 Sanctuary City?" Eric appraised the burly, tall man with a rough appearance but deep-set eyes betraying his shrewdness. Turning to the others, he recognized one. "Bowernerlin, the mayor of Number 3 Sanctuary City," he murmured. Looking at Kimura with sweet features yet muscular build, Bounty beside him explained, "That's Melissa, the mayor of Number 4 Sanctuary City." Brendan rised. Eric realized the mayors of both Number 3 and Number 4 Sanctuary Cities were present. Coupled with the superior force, he deduced, it seems the remaining 3 Sanctuary Cities have united. Translation ends here, ensuring the tone, style, coherence, and structure remain intact as requested. ##### Chapter 143. Continued? Bounty nodded slightly. To reach the position of Deputy Commander of the Wasteland Military District, he had to be extraordinarily astute. Given the obvious situation, even a casual observer could see it clearly, let alone him. Turning his head to Eric, Bounty asked, "What do you think? Should we attack or not?" Eric remained silent for a moment before responding, "We shouldn't rush. Let's talk to them first." "Agreed," Bounty replied, leaping onto the tank beside him and sharply addressing Aiden's trio. "Since you know you should have greeted us far away, why don't you hurry up and open the city gates to let us in?" "Ha ha ha." Aiden threw back his head in laughter, then said, "Deputy Commander Xia, your words are amusing. If I let you in, wouldn't that be like inviting wolves into the village and courting disaster? I'm not that foolish." "Ha," Bounty sneered. "Do you really think you can keep us out if we want to come in?" Bounty raised his right fist high, and the turrets of the 10 Tiger tanks from the Churchilldom army swiveled, their barrels aimed directly at Aiden and his companions. Bowernerlin took several steps back in fright, and if Aiden hadn't been there, he would have long fled or surrendered by opening the gates. Melissa's eyebrows twitched, clearly also feeling some fear. Only Aiden remained calm and unafraid. Elijah spoke with assurance, "Deputy Commander Xia, you don't need to intimidate me. I, Aiden, wasn't born to be scared easily. Yes, combined, the guardsmen and the Churchilldom army would overpower us, but we have enough strength to take down at least a part of your forces." Aiden turned to Eric and continued, "Commander Eric, ruler of the base, I've heard about your deeds and admire you genuinely. 3 days ago, when you persuaded the soldiers of Samson 1 to surrender, you said, Antione humanity is facing extinction. Our common enemies are zombies and evolved creatures. I fully agree with this statement, so I don't want to fight the guardsmen and the Churchilldom army. I only wish to protect the people of this city and live on with dignity and freedom. Therefore, Commander Eric, Deputy Commander Xia, I ask you to retreat your troops. Let's live peacefully without interfering with each other. Of course, I won't let you leave empty-handed. Sanctuary Cities Number 3 and Number 4 will be my gift for your withdrawal." Upon hearing these words, Bowernerlin and Melissa looked at Aiden in shock. Bounty, upon hearing such terms, jumped off the tank and approached Eric, saying, "Winning 2 Sanctuary Cities without spilling blood is very tempting. What do you think?" Eric's eyes flashed with sharpness. Without answering Bounty directly, he stepped forward and gazed at Aiden for several seconds before smiling and shouting to the many defending soldiers, "Everyone, if you open the city gates and surrender, I, Eric, swear I won't harm you. So help me heaven." Seeing Eric's attempt to incite the soldiers to surrender, Aiden couldn't help but smile confidently. These soldiers on the wall were all directly under his command, though some of the heavy weaponry came from the other two cities. Elijah had great confidence in his soldiers because he, Aiden, was not someone who treated subordinates as tools like Fitzroy. After Eric finished speaking, he secretly observed the expressions of the soldiers, seeing their resolve remain unwavering. This decision solidified in his mind. Returning to Bounty's side, Eric weighed the pros and cons, analyzing aloud. If the three cities unite and we engage in battle, we might win, but we would suffer significant losses. Compared to fighting, obtaining sanctuary cities number 3 and number 4 without conflict seems less beneficial. Therefore, I suggest accepting their conditions and abandoning the attack on number 2. Having expressed his thoughts, Eric asked, "What's your opinion?" Bounty naturally wanted to destroy number 2 sanctuary city, but as Eric pointed out, securing 2 cities without significant losses was indeed more advantageous. Moreover, acquiring the resources and population of 3 cities would make the already powerful base and wasteland military district even stronger. At that point, even the united forces of the 3 cities wouldn't pose a real threat. Besides, war involves deceit. Refraining from attacking now doesn't mean forever. After careful consideration, Bounty made his decision, nodding to Eric and saying, "I agree with you." "Good." Eric shifted his gaze to Aiden on the wall and shouted, "As you said, numbers 3 and 4 go to us, and we will withdraw." Aiden laughed genuinely, saying, "Please wait a moment. The 3 of us will return shortly." Under Eric's watchful eyes, Aiden, Melissa, and Bounderlin entered the city tower. Inside the tower, Melissa and Bounderlin immediately exploded with anger. Melissa, being impulsive, demanded, "Aiden, didn't you promise us a joint effort against the enemy? Why did you sell us out?" Bounderlin glared, standing on Melissa's side. Aiden smiled calmly, countering, "Did you really think our combined forces could withstand the attack of the Churchilldom army and the guardsmen? Do you think Eric and Bounty would withdraw without any conditions?" Melissa angrily retorted, "You're right. Even if Fitzroy were still here, our combined 4-city forces might not resist the firepower of the Churchilldom army and the guardsmen. But why did you offer cities number 3 and number 4 instead of number 2 as the condition for their retreat? You didn't consult us. Isn't this selling us out to preserve your own interests?" Chapter 144, Capturing Shelter City number 4. Facing Melissa's accusation, Aiden's expression remained calm, as if nothing could disrupt his composure. Elijah calmly stated, "Preserving Shelter City number 2 is the wisest choice. The walls of Shelter City number 2 are sufficiently tall and strong, while those of Shelter Cities number 3 and number 4 are too short and weak. By consolidating forces in Shelter City number 2, we can achieve the strongest defense. Furthermore, Shelter City number 2 has a population of 120,000, while the combined populations of Shelter Cities number 3 and number 4 total 130,000, only slightly more. Additionally, being 2 separate cities makes it impossible to protect both ends effectively. Preserving Shelter City number 2 allows for the greatest preservation of resources and population. Therefore, in conclusion, preserving Shelter City number 2 is the most prudent decision. You're saving your people and resources. You're the mayor of Shelter City number 2, not us." Melissa shouted angrily. "I can appoint you both as deputy mayors," Aiden said calmly. "Deputy mayor?" Melissa laughed bitterly, grabbing Bounderlin by the arm and staring into his eyes, asking, "Elijah wants us to be deputy mayors. Do you agree?" Bounderlin did not respond, the anger in his eyes gone, replaced by thoughtful glints. Seeing he did not answer, Melissa released his hand and turned back to Aiden, yelling, "Being called a deputy mayor is just a fancy name for being your subordinate. You have really done well. We 4 cities united against the wasteland military and bases, yet in the end, we all fell except your Shelter City number 2, which not only survived but also absorbed our troops. You are the biggest beneficiary here." After a moment of silence, given how directly she spoke, Bounderlin still offered no opinion, causing Melissa's dissatisfaction with him to grow. She shifted her criticism toward Bounderlin, saying, "Bounderlin, you are the mayor of Shelter City number 3. Say something." "AI." Bounderlin sighed, shaking his head slightly at Melissa before saying, "At this moment, Aiden is right. Preserving Shelter City number 2 is indeed the most prudent choice. As for the position of mayor, whether chief or deputy, it's all the same." Elijah hearing these words from Bounderlin clarified his stance, further infuriating Melissa, who pointed at Bounderlin and scolded him harshly. "Bounderlin, at least you are the mayor of a city. Do you have no backbone at all? Are you willing to submit yourself under someone else?" TCH. In response to Melissa's verbal assault, Bounderlin simply said calmly, "That night when I learned that Shelter City number 1 had been breached and Fitzroy had died, I already had the idea of surrendering without resistance. After all, living is all that matters. Now not only can we live, but we can also become deputy mayors. This exceeds my previous expectations. Why not embrace it?" Melissa stopped cursing upon hearing this. Indeed, when she heard that Shelter City number 1 had fallen and Fitzroy had died, she had considered surrendering without fighting. If they had surrendered without a fight, their situation would have been far worse than now. They might not even have become the lowest level of authority holders. Becoming deputy mayors was a very good outcome. The main reason for her fury was that she and Aiden were previously equal-level city mayors. Now, becoming a deputy mayor meant becoming Aiden's subordinate, 1 rank lower and subject to his orders. Moreover, Aiden not only suffered no losses but also gained her and Bounderlin's troops. This left her feeling very unbalanced. Additionally, Aiden hadn't discussed anything with her beforehand, leading her to feel like she had been outmaneuvered. Given all this, how could she not lose control and feel enraged? But now that Bounderlin had spoken up, her anger could only dissipate in resignation. She sighed, waving her hand and saying, forget it. Though not explicitly stated, both Aiden and Bounderlin could see that Melissa had conceded. Aiden smiled lightly, saying, "Then welcome you both to join Remnant Bayleet City." Melissa and Bounderlin were surprised. They hadn't expected Aiden to have thought up a new city name, indicating that he had planned everything in advance. It truly belied his honest appearance. Bounderlin led the way, saying, "Greetings, Boanier." Melissa reluctantly greeted, Bowenir. Aiden smiled, we are family now, so let's get straight to business. Will you write letters, use some token, or send trusted aides to assist Eric and Bowenir in capturing Shelter Cities number 3 and number 4? There are still garrison forces left there. Without hesitation, Bowenir said, I already ordered that whenever Churchilldom Army or Guard Army troops arrive at the city gates, they should be allowed entry immediately. And my remaining force is only number 500. There's no need for tokens or trusted aides. Aiden nodded, then turned to Melissa. After some consideration, Melissa lifted her shirt, pulling out an ornately decorated dagger and saying, have them bring this dagger. Aiden took the dagger, nodding, then led the two out of the watchtower. Upon seeing the three emerge, Eric and Bowenir focused on them, having waited for what seemed like forever, wondering what misdeeds the trio had been up to. Aiden tossed the dagger to Eric, who easily caught it, inspecting the lavish dagger curiously, unsure of its significance. Just as Eric was puzzled, Aiden explained, this is Bowenir Melissa's personal dagger from Shelter City number 4. Show this dagger to gain control of Shelter City number 4 easily. As for Shelter City number 3, you don't need any token. Go straight there. Eric and Bowenir exchanged looks, with Bowenir saying, what do you think? After a moment's contemplation, Eric asked, which is closer to Shelter City number 2, Shelter City number 3 or number 4? Without thinking, Bowenir answered, Shelter City number 4. Good. Then let's set off for Shelter City number 4 now, Eric declared. Under the watchful eyes of Aiden, Melissa, and Bowenir, the troops of the Guard Army and Churchilldom Army changed direction and withdrew, the oppressive atmosphere finally lifting. Melissa and Bowenir heaved sighs of relief as Aiden smiled faintly and waved for the defending soldiers on the wall to withdraw, leaving only the normal number of guards. Gazing at the departing troops, Aiden murmured, Eric, interesting. 17 to 18 kilometers east of Shelter City number 2 stood another city with walls barely 3 meters high. Most of the walls were built using red bricks or blue bricks, while half utilized ancient earth-pounding techniques dating back thousands of years. Despite its rustic appearance, it provided decent defense. Some particularly vulnerable areas were reinforced with concrete, visibly sturdier than other sections. Guards armed with rifles patrolled the city gates and the base of the watchtower, keeping vigil. Redundantly, dust clouds rose in the distance, accompanied by the roar of engines and xuanhuan footsteps. Note, xuanhuan means neat or uniform. It's better to translate it properly to make the sentence natural. Alleger is the improved version. Redundantly, dust clouds rose in the distance, accompanied by the roar of engines and uniform footsteps. The guards quickly reacted, sounding the alarm. Wailing alarms instantly spread throughout the city, summoning reinforcements, turning the walls beneath the watchtower into a sea of armed soldiers. They clutched their rifles tightly, looking extremely tense. Through the dust, a formation emerged, framed by twilight, like celestial soldiers descending. An officer used binoculars, recognizing the uniform of the approaching troops, and exclaimed, Guard Army, Churchilldom Army. Fear appeared in the soldiers' eyes upon hearing this, causing them to panic. What do we do? The mayor isn't here. Should we fight or surrender? In my opinion, we should surrender directly. A few days ago, the city lord said that if the Guard Army or Churchilldom Army attacks, we should open the gates and surrender. But that night, the city lord left the city with the main force and told us to guard the city well. What does this mean? Brendan rendering is the only way to survive. Even the powerful Shelter City number 1 has been breached, not to mention us. Moreover, the city lord left with the main force, and now there are less than 1,000 soldiers in the city. If we choose to resist, it's suicide. The soldiers chattered, and the officers furrowed their brows, struggling between surrendering and resisting. Under the lead of Eric and Bowenir, the Guard Army and Churchilldom Army arrived at the city walls. Seeing the chaotic defenders on the walls, Eric shook his head disdainfully. Such weak defenses wouldn't last long. The dagger token wasn't necessary. A few words would likely make them surrender immediately. However, since they had the token, it would be a waste not to use it. Eric nodded slightly to Elvin, who understood and stepped forward. On the wall, everyone was stunned as they saw someone walking out from the army below. They all turned their gazes toward him. Elvin took out the ornate dagger he got from Aiden and raised it high so that everyone on the wall could see it. Brendanra enough, when the dagger appeared, most soldiers' attention was drawn to it, especially the officers, who stared wide-eyed in surprise. Yes, it's the city lord's dagger, exclaimed a tall, rather handsome officer. That's right, it's the city lord's dagger, confirmed another officer with a fine figure and striking features. After confirming that everyone saw the dagger, Elvin spoke. You haven't mistaken. This is your city lord Melissa's personal dagger and her token. Your city lord means for Shelter City number 4 to belong to the Churchilldom Army and the Guard Army from now on. Open the gates. The crowd exchanged glances, eyes filled with shock, but soon turned into joy, because direct surrender meant no fighting and thus no deaths, a tremendous blessing. After all, for them, nothing was better than survival. The tall officer and the dashing officer looked at each other, then ordered, open the gates. The gates slowly opened. With the purpose achieved, Elvin did not retreat immediately but added, everyone, hold your rifles at both ends and raise them high while squatting. Just in case anyone fired a cold shot, precautions were still necessary. Without hesitation, the people on the wall complied. The tall and dashing officers held their pistols by 2 fingers at both ends and raised them high while squatting. After a short while, their fingers started trembling, as holding the pistols in this manner was incredibly heavy. Eric nodded to Bowenir, who understood and ordered, Van, take 500 men and disarm them. Officer Van of the Churchilldom Army responded robustly, yes, sir. 500 Churchilldom Army soldiers quickly entered the city and swiftly confiscated the guns. Van climbed up to the wall, walked to the tall and dashing officers, and couldn't help but laugh at their peculiar stance. Your poses are quite unique. If you weren't squatting, I think you were about to perform ballet. The tall officer replied painfully, sir, please don't tease us. We can barely hold on. These pistols might accidentally discharge if they drop and hurt someone. The dashing officer agreed. Yes, sir. Please collect our pistols quickly. Van took their pistols and joked. By the way, how did you two become officers of the guard army with your intelligence? The tall officer proudly replied. I lasted a week with the city lord and could still walk on my own. The dashing officer scratched his head. I managed a week too, but my legs felt weak and needed support. What nonsense. Van was puzzled, not knowing what they meant, but he didn't care. Seeing the weapons collected, he waved towards the outside and shouted, Deputy Commander Xia, Commander Eric, the danger is removed. We can enter. Elijah hearing this, Eric and Bowney ordered the troops to march in. The Guard Army and Churchilldom Army entered the city orderly, securing Shelter City No. 4 without resistance. Eric and Bowney led their troops to the city lord's residence and ordered a search to prevent an incident like in Shelter City No. 1. The search yielded no hidden explosives but revealed several emaciated men with sunken cheeks and pale lips, weaker than someone who hadn't eaten for days. They needed assistance to stand. Van, who participated in the search, finally understood what the tall and dashing officers meant earlier. Eric thought about Melissa, the female city lord of Shelter City No. 4, and felt relieved, understanding her actions as those of a strong-willed woman. Evening twilight faded, and darkness enveloped the land. After the turmoil, all potential dangers in Shelter City No. 4 were eliminated. In the main hall of the city lord's residence, Eric took a large bite of compressed food and gulped down water, enjoying his meal after a busy day. Beside him, Bowney also ate heartily, unbothered by formalities. Eric said, speed is crucial to avoid any accidents. We must move into Shelter City No. 3 as soon as possible. Bowney agreed. Indeed. Shall we leave tomorrow? Eric nodded. Let's get things prepared tonight and set off early tomorrow morning. With plans made, both men finished their meals and continued organizing their troops for the next mission. Chapter 145. Capture the third Shelter City. Under Bowney's gaze, Eric shook his head and said, I will set out tomorrow. You don't need to. Bowney was puzzled by this. Eric saw the confusion in Bowney's eyes and explained, the original forces of the fourth Shelter City are less than 1,000 people, with extremely weak defenses. We must leave either the Guard Army or the Churchilldom Army to temporarily take charge of defense to ensure the safety of the residents in the fourth Shelter City. The third Shelter City is further away from here. The mobility of the Guard Army is somewhat stronger compared to the Churchilldom Army, enabling it to reach faster. Therefore, it's best for you to stay and defend the fourth Shelter City while I go to the third Shelter City. Eric had actually put it mildly. The Guard Army's mobility was not just a bit, but significantly better than the Churchilldom Army's. After brief consideration, Bowney felt Eric made a lot of sense and nodded in agreement, saying, You're right. Let's do it that way. The next morning, the entire Guard Army assembled, heading towards the third Shelter City. The third Shelter City was over 30 kilometers away from the fourth Shelter City. On foot, it would definitely take more than 10 hours to reach. However, the fully mechanized Guard Army could get there within 3 hours. Eric's gaze swept over all the Guard soldiers, then landed on Bowney standing on the city wall. Elijah gave a slight nod before retracting his gaze and ordered, Set off. All Guard Army soldiers swiftly climbed into their armored vehicles upon hearing Eric's command. As the vehicle started, they rolled towards the third Shelter City. 2 hours passed quickly. Rat-tat-tat. Over 100 bullets were fired from the machine guns on the tanks within half a minute, turning dozens of zombies, blocking the road into sieves. Eric stood atop a tank, frowning as he looked at the zombie corpses. This was already the 16th batch of zombies, each group ranging from 10s to about 100, seeming organized. Picking up the walkie-talkie, he pressed the button and said, This is Eric. Elvin, how far are we from the third Shelter City? Over. Soon, Elvin's voice came through the walkie-talkie. This is Elvin. According to calculations, we've traveled 24 kilometers in 2 hours. Currently, we are less than 7 kilometers away from the third Shelter City. Over. 7 kilometers? Eric murmured, pressing the communication button again. Brevin, go scout ahead. Yes. Immediately after Eric spoke, Brevin's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Shortly afterward, an armored vehicle door opened, and Brevin stepped out, taking down the off-road motorcycle hanging on the vehicle. Elijah put on a helmet, mounted the motorcycle, revved the engine, and sped away. Watching Brevin depart, Eric furrowed his brows, feeling uneasy. But despite thinking hard, he couldn't figure out what might happen, so he shook his head and sighed. Rubbing his temples, he muttered, Bowney, these past few days have been too exhausting, making me overly sensitive. Stop thinking about it. While Brevin is scouting, let everyone rest a bit, he decided and then pressed the button on the walkie-talkie. Rest for 30 minutes. Everyone, eat something and replenish your energy. 30 minutes flew by. Based on past experience, Brevin should be back by now. Eric sat upright, looking forward, waiting for Brevin to return so they could continue moving. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes passed. Eric's brows slowly knitted together. It's been so long. Why hasn't Brevin returned? That's not normal. After some thought, he ordered, advance 2 kilometers. Given Brevin's prolonged absence, it was evident he encountered trouble. So Eric chose to advance cautiously, pushing forward 2 kilometers to probe the situation. Engines roared as treads, and wheels rolled forward. Although Eric ordered them to slow down, it only took slightly more than 7 minutes to cover the 2 kilometers. Vehicles stopped slowly, and Eric surveyed the area. The surroundings were quite open, unlikely hiding any danger. Staring forward for several dozen seconds without spotting Brevin, Eric withdrew his gaze, a hint of worry surfacing in his mind. Just as he was considering advancing further, anti-him, the roar of an engine sounded. Recognizing the sound of a motorcycle engine coming from the front, Eric's eyes lit up. Elijah saw a familiar figure riding towards him. Joy turned to shock in an instant as he noticed a large pack of zombies following Brevin, numbering around 200 to 300, including 2 level 1 strength-type zombies. Prepare the machine guns. Seeing the urgency, Eric hurriedly ordered. Raising his arm high, He waved it down sharply as Brevin entered the formation. Fire! Rat-tat-tat. The 5 lead tank's machine guns spewed fiery tongues. Bullets rained down on the swarm of zombies chasing Brevin. Regular zombies disintegrated instantly, and even the level 1 strength-type zombies couldn't withstand the barrage. Within minutes, the over 200 zombies were wiped out. Turning to Brevin, covered in thick, dark red zombie blood, appearing ghastly and emitting a foul smell, Eric asked, "What happened up ahead?" Brevin removed his helmet, revealing his untouched head. "Sir, the third shelter city is under attack by a massive horde of zombies." Shocked, Eric asked, "How bad is the situation?" "The situation is dire. With only 500 troops, they won't hold out much longer," Brevin replied. "Damn it." Elijah hearing this, Eric couldn't help but swear. Elijah quickly ordered, "Full speed ahead. We must reach the third shelter city before it falls." Vroom. Deafening roars filled the air as 10 tanks and hundreds of armored vehicles raced toward the third shelter city. At the third shelter city, fear clouded every soldier's eyes, yet they still clutched their weapons tightly, firing ceaselessly, refusing to give up. Not only soldiers but also numerous civilians picked up arms to assist in the defense. Because their attackers weren't human forces but zombies. Surrendering to human forces might allow them to live, but surrendering to zombies meant placing themselves in the jaws of death, where they'd be bitten and chewed mercilessly. Whoosh! A massive rock weighing 500 to 600 pounds was hurled and slammed into the city wall with a thunderous crash, causing the wall to shake. Both soldiers and civilians trembled in fear as a nearly 2.5-meter tall, muscle-bound quasi-level 2 strength zombie lifted another huge rock and hurled it towards them. Boom! The wall shuddered once more, cracks appearing at the point of impact. Meanwhile, a nearly 3-meter-tall giant zombie rose from the dense horde. A true level 2 strength zombie. Under the watchful eyes of the people, it took enormous strides towards them. Their eyes were filled with horror as they shifted their aim to shoot at the level 2 strength-type zombie. However, bullets that couldn't even penetrate the fat of a level 1 strength-type zombie had no hope of breaking through the defenses of a level 2 strength-type zombie. The bullets merely hit its body, producing continuous metallic clanging sounds without even slowing it down. Seeing the level 2 strength-type zombie about to collide into them, despair arose among the soldiers and civilians defending the city. They imagined scenes of the city walls breaking apart, with hordes of zombies flooding in, massacring and gnawing on humans, transforming shelter city number 3 into a dead city. Just then, boom, boom, cannon shots rang out, 2 shells piercing the air towards the level 2 strength-type zombie. One shell struck its shoulder, the kinetic energy of the armor-piercing shell knocking it over and tearing off a large piece of its shoulder. The other shell missed. Boom, boom, boom. 3 more cannon shots fired, but this time not at the level 2 strength-type zombie. Instead, they targeted the nearly 2-meter-tall quasi-level 2 strength-type zombie that was about to hurl another massive rock. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the 3 shells simultaneously struck the zombie. One hit its chest, one its thigh, and another shattered the giant rock it held above its head. The rock exploded into fragments, its chest cavity was clearly pierced, and its right leg was completely severed. It lost balance and fell backward. Although none of the shells hit its head and killed it instantly, the penetration of its chest and severing of its right leg sufficiently incapacitated it, leaving it struggling helplessly on the ground. Rat-tat-tat. Following the cannon shots, a barrage of bullets rained down upon the horde of zombies like a torrential downpour. Numerous zombies were immediately overwhelmed, truly living up to the phrase, a rain of gunfire. The soldiers and civilians of Shelter City number 3 regained their senses, following the sound of gunshots and cannons. They saw an army that seemed to descend from the heavens like a beacon of hope, filling them with indescribable awe, which instantly dispelled their despair. Overwhelmed by gratitude after being struck by awe, they shed tears of joy for they knew they were saved. This heavenly force was none other than Eric's guard army, arriving just in the nick of time. Eric wiped a cold sweat, grateful they made it before Shelter City number 3 was overrun. Under everyone's gaze, the level 2 strength-type zombie that had half its shoulder blown off by a shell struggled back to its feet. It glared fiercely at the guard army, abandoned its assault on Shelter City number 3, and roared as it charged bravely towards the guard army. Eric chuckled lightly. Even though it was a level 2 zombie, this brute type seemed simple-minded compared to speed-type zombies, who would run away if they knew they couldn't win. However, Eric preferred such zombies because they were easier to deal with. Without his command, the 5 tanks immediately aimed at the level 2 strength-type zombie. Boom, boom, boom. 5 armor-piercing shells struck the level 2 strength-type zombie instantaneously, leaving no doubt. It was slain on the spot. Gunfire and cannon blasts continued unabated, reducing the number of zombies significantly. In approximately 20 minutes, the remaining zombies were all annihilated. Eric ordered the guard army soldiers to finish off any surviving zombies and clear away the corpses to open a path. The people of Shelter City number 3 cheered with unbridled excitement. They never imagined they could survive the zombie attack, feeling profoundly grateful to this heavenly force. Crack crack. The city gates opened, and soldiers and civilians rushed out, actively assisting the guard army in moving the zombie corpses to allow them entry into the city. After clearing away the numerous zombie corpses, a road leading to Shelter City number 3 was cleared. Following Eric's order, the guard army smoothly entered the city. A stocky officer with a round face jogged up to Eric, bowing respectfully as he said, "On behalf of all the soldiers and residents of Shelter City number 3, I thank you for saving our lives." Eric replied, "You don't need to thank me. You might not be grateful when you learn the purpose of my visit." Despite Eric's words, the round-faced officer remained respectful, unchanged in demeanor. Elijah said, "Sir, I believe I know why you're here." Before departing, Lord Bowenir instructed us to surrender directly if either the guard army or Churchilldom army attacks the city. From your attire, you seem to be the guard army. Welcome. The round-faced officer knelt down, bowing deeply to Eric and the guard army behind him. Led by him, the rest of the city defenders also knelt, shouting in unison, "Welcome, guard army!" Faced with this scene, Eric waved his hand and said, "Disarm them." Yes. The guard army promptly disarmed these people, collecting their firearms, knives, and other harmful weapons. Briefing Brevin and Andon on the situation, Eric led the guard army to the entrance of the mayor's residence. Although the residence of Shelter City No. 3 wasn't as opulent as that of Shelter City No. 1, it was still decent. Eric looked at Elvin and Ryan, instructing, "You two, each lead 500 men to count the population." Then turning to Anchor, he ordered, "You take 50 men to search the mayor's residence." Chapter 146, Gold, Silver, Copper. It started to rain. Since there were no weather forecasts, this downpour came as a surprise. Fortunately, it was just a light drizzle that wouldn't drench the guard soldiers and Eric. On an overcast rainy day, it was impossible to tell time by the sun's position. However, fortunately, the armored vehicles and tanks all had built-in clocks that automatically adjusted, so even without the sun, Eric could know the exact time. It was 2:29 p.m. The city lord's residence had already been thoroughly searched, with no dangerous items like hidden explosives found. However, over 10 women with beautiful appearances were discovered. In this apocalyptic era, people's desires seemed boundless. Those who were powerless and timid before the apocalypse only dared to fantasize but not act. Meanwhile, those in power dared to do what they wished since order had collapsed in this world. As long as one held military power, they could set rules without needing to follow them. Report. At that moment, Elvin and Ryan, who had finished counting the people, shouted loudly, startling Eric into gulping down his unchewed compressed rations. Fortunately, he had only bitten off a small piece which he could swallow. Otherwise, if it had been larger, it might have gotten stuck in his throat, leading to the tragic end of this hero, Level 2 Evolver. Base Commander, Eric? Patting his chest, Eric said, "You need to stop walking silently. You nearly gave me a heart attack." After finishing his complaint, Eric asked, "Have you finished counting the numbers?" Elvin replied, "Sir, the count for the third shelter city is complete. Including civilians and captured soldiers, there are 68,736 people. 68,000 people. Not bad," said Eric, instructing, "Go tell Andon to head to the fourth shelter city and inform xuanhuan that we've taken over the third shelter city. Arrange a meeting with him tomorrow at the first shelter city." Elvin responded, "Yes, sir." After Elvin left, Eric walked to the back courtyard of the city lord's residence. Elijah saw two guard soldiers standing straight with serious expressions, vigilantly watching over the dozen women in front of them. Approaching them, the two guard soldiers immediately saluted, saying, "Commander." The respectful attitude of the two guard soldiers caught the attention of the dozen women, who furtively glanced at Eric. One woman's eyes sparkled as if forming some idea or plan. Eric nodded slightly, and then looked at the women. These women all had beautiful faces, and back in the pre-apocalypse era, they would likely have had many admirers or fans. Elijah asked, "How did you all end up here?" Due to prolonged exposure to the post-apocalypse world, everyone's courage had grown significantly. The same applied to these women. One of them answered, "I was kidnapped by, Ganon." "I was also kidnapped by Ganon." "I was too. I participated in a beauty pageant, organized by Ganon, and was selected." "I was too." By listening to each account, Eric felt puzzled. It seemed that all these women had been brought to the city lord's residence by Ganon. Elijah asked, "Wasn't Bounderlin the city lord? How come you were all brought here by Ganon?" A woman with a stunning figure and naturally charming eyes said, "Although Bounderlin and Ganon are brothers, their personalities differ completely. Bounderlin stays away from women, while Ganon is a pervert who gets excited by pretty women, like a poodle." Beauty, your metaphor seems a bit self-deprecating, or rather, it insults you and your sisters. If Ganon is a poodle, then? Eric's sarcasm kicked in uncontrollably. The charming-eyed woman stiffened her expression, and behind her, the other women stared with large, bright eyes. "Oh, Commander, you're being mean," the charming-eyed woman suddenly said seductively. Elijah, was both soothing and thrilling. Had Eric not been strong-willed, he might have lost control. Seeing Eric respond positively, she accidentally revealed half her shoulder by slipping her blouse off, exposing pale skin, then stepped closer. "Halt." However, she was stopped by the two guard soldiers. Unable to get closer, she stood at a distance, blinking her naturally charming eyes enticingly and said softly, "I was just making a comparison, Commander, you're so mean." The battle-hardened Eric felt uneasy and instinctively took several steps back, warning, "Don't do that. I will punish you." "How will you punish me, Commander?" the charming woman pouted, licking her lips. Wow, how long has it been since I used those words? With her natural charm, if she were in an erotic film, she'd make even famous AV stars look mediocre. There truly are hidden talents among ordinary people, Eric thought, then asked, "What's your name?" The charming-eyed woman rejoiced internally, knowing that asking her name meant interest. She answered, reporting to the commander, "My name is Suzanne." "I asked for your real name, not your online alias," Eric clarified. "My real name is Suzanne," Kimura insisted. "This sounds like a streaming platform name." Eric's tone turned cold. "Tell me your real name or be thrown out to zombies." "Ah." The charming-eyed woman recoiled several steps, feeling as if she were facing a fierce tiger. She realized that the commander was not someone easily swayed. Reluctantly, she admitted, "My name is Shauna." Eric froze. The two guard soldiers and the other women exchanged glances, clearly surprised. Rubbing his chin, Eric remarked, "That sounds like a name given by a fortune teller." Shauna blushed deeply, almost wishing to disappear, and asked curiously, "Why would you think it was given by a fortune teller, Commander?" Eric replied, "Your name sounds like it fits the lack of metal in the 5 elements. My father named me. My elder sister is named Jinhua, and my second sister is Inhua. When it came to me, my father wanted to continue the sequence, hence, Tunghua, copper flower," Shauna explained helplessly. Eric retorted sarcastically, "Your father sure has an interesting way of naming." Seeing Shauna's helpless face, Eric stopped teasing her, thinking, she has a naturally alluring body. It might be better to offer her favors so she can serve the base faithfully. Brendanch a person might prove useful later. Cough, cough. Eric cleared his throat and addressed the other women. All right, I know your backgrounds. Since you haven't committed any heinous crimes, I won't trouble you further. You may leave. The women exchanged bewildered looks, unable to believe their ears. They had never expected such leniency from a leader in this harsh world. I said you may leave, and I mean it, Eric affirmed. Upon hearing this, the women showed gratitude, kneeling down. Thank you for your kindness, Commander. With that, most women happily left the city lord's residence. However, 3 women, including Shauna, stayed. Eric asked, puzzled. Why aren't you leaving? The women chorused, we wish to serve the commander. Why are you volunteering yourselves? Eric chuckled, I'm not disabled. I can manage on my own. Go on, leave. Several of the women felt a great disappointment as they slowly got up and walked away, glancing back every few steps, hoping that Eric would call them back. Wait a moment. Eric suddenly called out. The women immediately rejoiced, stopping in their tracks to look at Eric. Their desire to serve Eric was simple. They wanted to live more comfortably. Ordinary residents had to work hard, not in offices but in construction, farming, or animal husbandry. Strenuous physical labor. Compared to this, they preferred to exchange their bodies for food. In just a short while, they had already planned that if they couldn't become this handsome officer's woman, even an officer would be acceptable. Under their hopeful gazes, Eric spoke, Shauna stays. The rest of you can go. Apart from Shauna, the others were disheartened, looking at Shauna with envy and resentment. Because Shauna was one of them, they could be considered friends. Now seeing her gain such favor while they did not, they couldn't help muttering curses under their breath as they turned away. Damn, why did he choose that flirt? I should have spoken first. I wouldn't let that bitch get off easy. Shauna didn't hear these curses, and even if she had, it wouldn't have mattered. Brendanch things had become routine for her. Brendan pressing her excitement, Shauna gracefully approached Eric and said in a coquettish voice, Officer, do you know who I am? Eric asked directly. Shauna replied, You are the officer. Eric looked bewildered. I meant, do you know who I am? You are the officer, Choo-Choo's officer, Shauna said with a charming tone. Eric felt very uncomfortable. Elijah sighed, I mean, do you know who I am? You are Choo-Choo's officer, Shauna persisted, still using her coquettish voice and sending flirty glances with her bewitching eyes. Shauna, Eric sternly commanded. Startled by being addressed by her name, Shauna trembled, finally realizing that Eric was seriously questioning her. She quickly composed herself and stuttered, I don't know. That's right, if you don't know, then just say so. Trying to come up with nonsense only wastes time and irritates people. Eric exhaled deeply and introduced himself. My name is Eric. You must have heard of me, right? Eric, Shauna muttered, trying to recall. Eventually, she shook her head. No, I haven't. You haven't heard of me? Eric staggered, nearly falling. Elijah always thought he was quite famous. How could he be unknown here? Could Shauna be intentionally upsetting him? But that didn't make sense. Shauna was just an ordinary woman with no power. Why would she dare play tricks on him? Upon reflection, Eric realized that most people he'd encountered before, like Fitzroy, Gannon, and Xuanhuan, were powerful figures who could gather the latest information with sufficient manpower and resources in this isolated era. People like Shauna, though pretty, were merely playthings for men like Gannon and had no access to current news. Since you haven't heard of me, let me tell you. Eric said, I am the highest commander of the Guard Army, which is now stationed in Shelter City No. 3. Shelter City No. 3? Shauna asked again, confused. You don't know Shelter City No. 3? Eric was surprised. It was understandable that she hadn't heard of him, but not knowing Shelter City No. 3 was bizarre, especially since she lived there. Facing Eric's surprise, Shauna explained, we all call this city Xuanhuan City, not Shelter City No. 3. All residents call it that? Eric asked, even more astonished. Shauna replied, I don't know about all residents, but I can confirm that everyone in the City Lord's residence calls it Xuanhuan City. According to City Lord Bounderlin, since he established this city and is the supreme commander, it should bear his name. Antion, Eric sneered slightly, seeming to understand something. Elijah told Shauna, forget about that. From now on, Xuanhuan City no longer exists. Let me continue my introduction. I am Eric, the highest commander of the base. These might be new names to her, but he gave her a number, 150,000. Confused by this number, Shauna didn't know its meaning. Under her gaze, Eric explained, 150,000, the population of our base. 150,000 people. Shauna was taken aback. She knew Xuanhuan City had fewer than 70,000 people, so a base with 150,000 must be an incredibly powerful force. She anxiously asked, Commander Luo, officer, why are you telling me this? Eric said, because I want to invite you to join the base. Are you willing? Shauna's face showed disbelief. She even wondered if she was hearing things. The leader of a vast force with 150,000 people was personally inviting her to join, not treating her like an object to be taken or discarded at will. At that moment, Eric made her feel a long-lost respect. Hashtag chapter 147, Zombie Siege, Part 1. Don't just stand there, you still haven't answered my question, Eric reminded Shauna, noticing her stunned expression. Shauna snapped back to reality, her eyes instantly reddening. Since the outbreak of the virus, she had only managed to survive by relying on various men, who treated her like an object with no respect whatsoever. But at this moment, this man of high status whom she could only look up to and hope to depend on like an object, gave her the respect she longed for. The gratitude welled up from deep within her heart, and her already reddened eyes shed hot tears. Exactly the effect I wanted, Eric thought privately, but outwardly showed surprise, asking, why are you crying? After a long while, Shauna wiped away her tears and nodded solemnly, sobbing, I am willing to join the base. Elijah hearing this, a slight smile appeared on Eric's lips. Elijah then turned to the nearby guard and instructed, "Take her to get something to eat."
Yes.
The guard replied, then looked at Shauna and said, "Follow me." Elijah started walking towards the city lord's mansion exit, but Shauna didn't immediately follow. The guard turned back, thinking she hadn't heard him, and repeated, "Follow me." However, Shauna remained motionless, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. "You." The guard was about to prompt her again when Eric stopped him, looking at Shauna and asking, "What do you want to ask?" Encouraged by his words, Shauna asked, "Commander, by joining the base, will I be serving you personally?" "No," Eric replied without hesitation. Feeling disheartened, Shauna inquired, "Then what would my role be if I join the base? What will I do?" "What role?" Eric furrowed his brows slightly. If she were just an ordinary resident, it wouldn't be much of a favor, and if they needed to rely on her later, there would be a significant risk of betrayal. Putting her in a management position was even more out of the question. How would the other managers and residents feel about a new member who had traded herself for benefits? After some thought, Eric decided to make Shauna a teacher, although her demeanor might corrupt students if not properly supervised. Still, with adequate oversight, it should be manageable. Having made his decision, Eric asked, "What skills do you have?" Without hesitation, Shauna replied, "I can do many things, like dragon poison, lotus seed, flower breath." "Damn, she sure is skilled," Eric muttered under his breath, taken aback. After a few seconds, he clarified, "That's not what I meant. What practical skills do you have? Baleek farming, weaving, etc.?" "These are what you mean, Commander?" Shauna asked, seemingly understanding. "Farming, weaving, animal husbandry, construction, these I." Under Eric's gaze, she admitted, "I don't know any of these." Eric sucked in a breath, feeling frustrated. Talking to someone who didn't know anything was truly unbearable. Why list things she couldn't do? Wasn't that redundant? Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Eric said, "Let's not joke around. Tell me, besides those things you don't know, what can you do?" Looking innocent, Shauna thought for a while before suddenly saying, "Oh, I remember now. I used to be a nurse. Why didn't you just say you've been a nurse and no nursing skills?" Eric said, exasperated. "I was too nervous, I guess," Shauna shrugged. "All right, let's move on. Since you were a nurse, you must know a lot about nursing. I'll assign you as a teacher to teach nursing skills," Eric added. "Just teach nursing skills, nothing else?" "Rest assured, Commander, I will definitely train professional nursing personnel and not corrupt the students," Shauna assured. Though teaching wasn't the most ideal job, Shauna still felt content because living with dignity was far better than surviving by clinging to men without self-respect. As night approached and heavy rain fell, there was no moon or stars to illuminate the sky. Thankfully, the guards had brought enough fuel and 2 diesel generators to keep the city lit. In the large hall of the city lord's mansion, Eric reclined in the grand chair, legs resting on the desk in front of him, eyes half closed, emitting faint snoring sounds. Randomly, a piercing alarm echoed through the entire city. Eric's eyes snapped open, checking his watch and exclaiming, 3 o'clock in the morning? Could it be an enemy sneak attack? At this moment, Elvin rushed in and reported, "Report, Commander. A massive horde of zombies is attacking from the south gate." "What?" Elijah hearing the words, "massive zombie attack," Eric leaped off his seat in shock. "Impossible. We killed thousands of zombies today, including level 2 zombies. This scale of a zombie horde would gather most zombies from kilometers around. How could they regroup so quickly?" "It's definitely a large horde attacking," Elvin confirmed. "We need to check," Eric decided, rushing to the south gate immediately. Moving swiftly, he reached the south gate in less than a minute. On the city wall, guards lined up with continuous gunfire illuminating the scene like daylight, allowing everyone to see their comrades clearly. Leaping onto the wall, Eric looked down to see countless zombies, their numbers overwhelming, surpassing even the daytime assault. Randomly, a whistling sound broke through the air, a dark figure darting from the zombie horde and landing on the wall. It moved too fast for regular guards to shoot accurately. Only Eric saw clearly, it was a level 2 speed-type zombie. With a swift claw, the zombie tore through a guard's chest. Before the others could react, it lunged again, its sharp claws slicing through 2 more guards' heads effortlessly. Just as it locked eyes on another target, Eric rushed over, delivering a powerful punch straight to its head, moving too fast for the zombie to evade. The fist rapidly enlarged in the zombie's vision, and the wind of the punch struck first, causing fear to fill its eyes as it struggled futilely. In the next second, bang! The punch hit dead center, splattering dark red blood mixed with brain matter and bone fragments. With one punch, Eric killed the zombie that had killed 3 guards. Shaking the zombie blood off his fist, Eric realized that a level 2 speed-type zombie was more dangerous to level 1 evolvers and ordinary humans than a level 2 strength type. However, to a level 2 evolver with comparable speed and superior strength, it was easier to handle. Because a level 2 strength type zombie possessed immense power and formidable defense, even ordinary level 2 evolvers, who could only rely on their speed advantage, found it difficult to defeat one. On the other hand, a level 2 speed type zombie, while possessing incredible speed and sharp claws, had relatively weak defenses and could be easily killed with a strike to a vital point. The extermination of the level 2 zombie left the zombies outside the city walls without control. However, driven by the scent of rich flesh within the city, these mindless zombies still rushed forward in waves, disregarding the hail of gunfire as they attempted to breach the city walls for a feast. Yet, the firepower of the guards was incredibly powerful. Even against a much larger human force, they held no disadvantage, let alone facing mindless zombies that knew nothing but to charge forward and were incapable of using modern weapons. With Elvin, Ryan, and other peak level 1 evolvers, along with Eric, a level 2 evolver, present, even if another level 2 speed-type zombie or other evolved zombies attacked, the guards faced no pressure at all. After about half an hour, the gunshots gradually ceased, and the dense footsteps and gurgling sounds from the throats of the zombies outside the city wall grew quieter until they completely disappeared. In the absence of the gunfire, the flashlight beams became the only source of light. Eric used this light to see that the ground outside the city walls was densely covered with corpses, which brought to his mind the phrase, mountains of bodies and seas of blood. Turning away his gaze, he carefully searched the city wall. Soon enough, he spotted a thumb-sized stone emitting a faint green glow lying quietly near the edge of the wall. It was a level 2 evolution crystal. Walking over, he picked it up. Warm to the touch, he could feel the life energy within. Elijah wiped it on his clothes before placing it in his pocket. Back at the city lord's mansion, Eric sat down in the wide, comfortable chair. Elijah took out 2 level 2 evolution crystals and 1 near level 2 crystal. Consuming these 2 level 2 evolution crystals will further enhance my power, Eric thought, then threw one into his mouth, where it instantly dissolved, flowing into his abdomen. The evolution began. His eyes slightly closed as if he were asleep, enjoying the wonderful sensation. After a minute, he slowly opened his eyes, with a faint blue glow lasting nearly half a minute, indicating a significant enhancement in his power. All fatigue from the day's activities also vanished without a trace. Elijah pinched the remaining level 2 evolution crystal between 2 fingers and moved it towards his mouth. Just as it neared his lips, he suddenly stopped, thinking, "We have secured Shelter City number 3, but the people and resources here need protection. Tomorrow I must head to Shelter City number 1 to meet Bounty. During my absence, if zombies attack again, it would be troublesome. Moreover, given the last 2 incidents, large-scale zombie attacks are always accompanied by a level 2 zombie. A strength-type zombie can be taken out with a rocket launcher, but a speed-type zombie poses a significant threat. To avoid unnecessary losses, it's necessary to leave a level 2 evolver here." Eric stroked his chin, looking at the level 2 evolution crystal in his hand. After some deliberation, he made a decision. Elijah shouted toward the entrance of the city lord's mansion, "Someone, come here." Dead. Immediately, a guard soldier jogged in and stopped in front of him, saying, "Sir." Eric instructed, "Go fetch Elvin." The guard replied, "Yes," saluted, and then turned to find Elvin. Shortly after, Elvin arrived. Elijah walked up to Eric and asked, "Sir, you called me?" Eric nodded slightly and directly tossed the level 2 evolution crystal and near level 2 crystal to Elvin, saying, "Eat them." Without asking for reasons, Elvin accepted the 2 crystals and swallowed them whole. A massive surge of life energy erupted within him, strengthening every cell. Under Eric's watchful gaze, his skin began to turn white and peel off, revealing fresh new skin underneath. After 4 minutes, Elvin completed his shedding process. His skin now looked like that of a baby, soft and delicate. But Eric knew this was just surface appearance. Elvin's skin was now as hard as wood and stone. Elvin abruptly opened his eyes, with a faint blue glow lasting for 5 to 6 seconds, signaling that he had become a level 2 evolver. "I feel full of strength, much stronger than before." Elvin clenched his fists, exclaiming excitedly. The city faced 2 large-scale zombie attacks today, which is very unusual. I'll head to Shelter City number 1 tomorrow to meet Bounty. If there's another zombie attack while I'm gone, make sure you lead the brothers to hold the city, Eric instructed.
Yes.
Elvin stood at attention and responded solemnly. Sending Elvin off, the hall of the city lord's mansion fell silent once again. Eric gazed at the ceiling absent-mindedly and, without realizing it, drifted off to sleep. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The rooster crowed, announcing dawn. Eric stirred from his light sleep. Elijah quickly freshened up, then summoned Elvin, Ryan, Anchor, and Harrison to brief them on various matters. Reiterating his instructions to Elvin to protect the city and its residents, Eric then drove a jeep towards Shelter City number 1 at high speed. Meanwhile, at Shelter City number 4, 30 kilometers away from Shelter City number 3, the residents had woken up. The entry of the Churchilldom army into the city did not drastically alter their daily lives. People ate when it was time to eat and worked when it was time to work. The noticeable changes were that the patrolling soldiers were more professional and treated the residents more amicably. Additionally, the porridge distributed that morning was thicker and more filling than any previous meal, satisfying their hunger. Inside the city lord's mansion, Bounty briefed his subordinate officers on various matters and then turned to Andon, who had reported the news last night, smiling, "Let's go." Andon nodded slightly and followed Bounty toward the entrance of the city lord's mansion. Just as they reached the door, a soldier rushed over and immediately reported, "Deputy Commander, a large number of zombies have been sighted near the south gate, seemingly preparing to attack the city." Chapter 148, Zombie Siege, Part 2. Bounty was immediately startled and asked hurriedly, "A large number of zombies? Do you have an approximate figure?" The soldier reported, "Judging by the scale, there must be over 10,000. Bounty's brows furrowed slightly as he said to Andon, "It seems we'll have to delay our trip to Shelter City number 1. Andon's brow also knitted upon hearing about the massive number of zombies, falling into deep thought. Just then, the officers from the mayor's office also emerged. Bounty, hearing the footsteps, turned his gaze toward them and ordered immediately, "A large number of zombies have been spotted at the south gate. They are likely preparing to attack. Organize defenses right away. Once the zombies enter firing range, open full fire." The officers, upon hearing the word large, immediately realized the severity of the situation and responded promptly, "Yes, sir." With that, they rushed off to organize the defense at the south gate. Bounty looked at Andon, noticing his worried expression, thinking he was concerned about Eric waiting anxiously in Shelter City number 1. Elijah reassured him, "Eric Andon, things are urgent. When we get to Shelter City number 1, I will explain the situation to Commander Eric for you. Commander Eric is a reasonable person and won't blame me for this. It's just that the zombies seem unusually active these past 2 days," Andon waved off. "What do you mean by unusually active?" Bounty asked, puzzled. Andon explained, "Yesterday, when the commander led us to Shelter City number 3, we encountered over a dozen waves of zombies within a few kilometers. Each wave numbered close to 100. And once we reached Shelter City number 3, the situation became dire with a massive zombie attack. Fortunately, our guard army arrived in time, saving tens of thousands of people in Shelter City number 3. Today, another large group of zombies attacked Shelter City number 4, which is indeed strange. After listening, Bowenny pondered deeply but couldn't deduce anything substantial, so he replied, "Bownib, it's just a coincidence." Andon rubbed his temples and said, "Perhaps." Given the current zombie siege, Bowenny, as the deputy commander and highest-ranking officer on the battlefield, could not simply stand idly by. Seeing Andon silent, he headed towards the south gate, saying, "Eric Andon, if you're willing, come with me to the south gate." Andon naturally did not refuse, responding with a Brendanra, and quickly followed. Before they even reached the south gate, the sound of gunfire and explosions could be heard. It seemed the battle had already begun. Bowenny immediately sped up, using his evolved speed to dash forward. Andon also burst into his full speed but was noticeably slower than Bowenny. Elijah wondered, given the deputy commander's concealed information about his evolutionary level, whether Bowenny might be a level 2 evolver. Is Deputy Commander Xia a level 2 evolver? Andon silently speculated. They reached the south gate swiftly, and the Churchilldom army soldiers saw Bowenny as if they were injected with adrenaline. Their morale soared. By the looks of it, the number of zombies attacking this time indeed exceeds 10,000, Bowenny observed, looking at the chaotic scene outside the city gates. With the combat capability of the Churchilldom army and our defensive advantages, these mindless zombies should pose no real threat, Andon remarked, walking alongside Bowenny and scanning the horizon. You're right. These headless and brainless zombies charging through gunfire don't present much danger. Bowenny nodded slightly, then his eyes swept back and forth across the swarm, searching for something. Elijah muttered, "Brendanch, a large-scale zombie swarm, can't have formed independently. There seems to be some order to their movements. It must be controlled by a level 2 zombie. Where is it hiding?" After thoroughly searching, his eyes blurred from the densely packed zombies. Even a level 2 strength zombie's towering frame could be obscured by lying down, and a speed zombie would be completely hidden unless it revealed itself voluntarily. Rubbing his eyes, Bowenny stopped actively searching and remained vigilant, waiting for the level 2 zombie to appear. Brendandonly, a towering voice rang out from within the swarm, and several ordinary zombies were flung away. Both Bowenny and Andon focused on the tall zombie responsible. A near level 2 strength zombie, Andon identified. A pseudo-level 2 strength zombie, Bowenny corrected. Rocket launcher, take out that pseudo-level 2 strength zombie, Bowenny commanded. 2 Churchilldom army soldiers launched grenades from the rocket launchers and swiftly replaced the ammunition with armor-piercing rounds. Boom! 2 explosions erupted under the feet of the near level 2 strength zombie, creating small mushroom clouds. The force sent several nearby ordinary zombies flying, while the near level 2 zombie stumbled, barely maintaining balance. Shrapnel pierced the bodies of the surrounding zombies, but only produced metallic clanging sounds against the level 2 zombie's body, leaving little damage. Under Bowenny and Andon's watchful eyes, the near level 2 zombie steadied itself and charged forward with large strides. Meanwhile, the soldier had already reloaded the rocket launcher with armor-piercing rounds, placing it on his shoulder and aiming it at the level 2 zombie. Bang! Roar! As the rocket launched, a roar echoed from the evolved zombie. Bowenny and Andon clearly saw that the roar didn't come from the level 2 strength zombie, but made the near level 2 zombie crouch down. Swoosh! This action caused the armor-piercing round to miss its target. Bowenny's brows furrowed slightly as his hand moved to the military knife strapped to his waist. The near level 2 zombie straightened suddenly, clutching a small, skinny zombie with glowing red eyes. Next, the near level 2 zombie hurled the smaller zombie like a javelin. A level 2 speed zombie. Bowenny's pupils constricted sharply as he quickly drew his military knife, muscles tensing. His gaze locked firmly on the incoming level 2 speed zombie. Andon swiftly drew his sidearm, aimed, and fired. 15 bullets from one clip shot towards the level 2 speed zombie, yet it dodged each shot as if it could gain leverage mid-air. The level 2 speed zombie was now in close range, extending its sharp claws towards a Churchilldom army soldier about to fire the rocket launcher. Chapter 149, Zombie Siege, Part 3. The level 2 speed zombie rapidly approached the soldier carrying the rocket launcher, its sharp claws inches from his head. In an instant, Bowenny darted forward with lightning speed, his military knife aiming at the level 2 speed zombie's head. This forced the zombie to retract its claws for defense. The clash of metal against claws produced a piercing sound as sparks flew. The force from the blade sent the level 2 speed zombie reeling backward. Its reddish eyes stared intently at Bowenny, analyzing whether to fight or flee this powerful human. Without hesitation, Bowenny charged at it, moving so swiftly that he surpassed even peak-level evolved Antionmans. Roar! Brendandonly, the zombie roared and leaped off the city wall, disappearing into the horde, choosing to escape rather than confront Bowenny. Roar! Another roar echoed from the crowd of zombies. Upon hearing it, all the zombies ceased their attack, turning around to retreat, including the nearly level 2 strength zombie. They're retreating? Andon's mouth hung open in surprise. Bowenny chuckled. These level 2 speed zombies are timid. If they encounter a stronger human, they generally choose to retreat. Didn't you know, Eric Andon? I know they are timid, but for them to actually gather the others and retreat together, that's what surprises me, Andon replied, still finding it hard to believe. It wasn't entirely Andon's fault. The base had never faced a large-scale zombie siege. The level 2 zombies in the town were primarily strength zombies, possessing immense power and invulnerability, leaving no fear within them. Additionally, during Eric's campaign to Samson, Andon stayed behind to guard the base, missing out on encountering level 2 speed zombies in the zombie town. Now you do know, Bowenny smiled, continuing, they just retreated. We should wait 2 to 3 hours before setting out again for safety. Under the gloomy, rainy sky, everyone felt somewhat melancholic, including Eric. Driving his SUV at high speed, he calculated that he would reach Shelter City number 1 in about half an hour. Elijah glanced out the window, spotting sporadic zombies wandering aimlessly. Elijah hearing the car approach, they immediately gave chase, but the vehicle was too fast, quickly outdistancing them. Eric briefly checked the rearview mirror, seeing a few zombies chasing after him, shaking his head silently. After the soul's annihilation, the body still suffered. Shifting his gaze back to the road ahead, he suddenly frowned as he saw a group of zombies blocking the way, likely dozens of them. Initially facing away, they turned at the sound of the car, charging towards him with ferocity. Himph! Eric slammed the gas pedal to the floor, accelerating the SUV straight through the blockade. Bang! 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 Multiple zombies were knocked flying by the impact. The barricade of zombies crumbled under Eric's aggressive charge. Fortunately, the front of his SUV was equipped with an anti-collision bar, minimizing the damage despite the intense collision. Why would there be dozens of zombies gathered here? Eric wondered, only briefly. Assuming something must have attracted them, he continued driving at high speed. 5 minutes later, his frown deepened as he encountered another group of dozens of zombies obstructing the road. Bang! 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 This time, the collision damaged the SUV's headlights and dented the hood. What is going on? Having encountered similar blockades on his way to Shelter City number 3 yesterday, Eric's heart sank. Could Shelter City number 1 be under a large-scale zombie siege? Anxiously thinking, Eric pressed the accelerator fully, even the closed windows vibrating from the engine's roar. Racing forward, he encountered several more waves of zombie blockades, heightening his anxiety. After 20 minutes, he finally spotted the city, but curiously, it didn't appear to be under a massive siege. Relieved, Eric drove closer to the gate and called up to the guards, "I'm Eric. Open the gate." "Who is Eric?" The guards exchanged puzzled looks. "It might be a survivor seeking refuge," one guard speculated. "That's possible. We've had over a dozen groups of survivors in the past couple of days, some numbering over 200, another added. "Yes, I heard their settlement was attacked by zombies. Out of 5,000 people, only 200 survived." "Well, let's stop talking and open the gate. That man has a vehicle, probably loaded with food." Click click. The gate slowly rose, stopping just enough for the SUV to pass. The guards waved him in. Eric drove into the city but was stopped by 2 soldiers, one tall, one short. The shorter one barked, "Out of the car." Eric frowned, assessing the two. They weren't in Churchilldom army uniforms, possibly captive soldiers or new recruits by Juliet. Clearly, they didn't recognize him. While it was normal for them to question an unknown person, the aggressive tone grated on him. "I'm talking to you, get out now." The short soldier pulled at the door handle, but it was locked. Frustrated, he couldn't pry it open. "Open the door, damn it." Elijah gritted his teeth, pulling harder and yelling threats. Eric's eyes flashed with anger. Elijah pressed the unlock button, curious to see what the man would do next. Click. The door opened, and the short soldier yelled, "Damn it, took you long enough. I'll beat you up." Elijah raised the rifle but toward Eric's head. A cold glare from Eric made the air feel colder, freezing the soldier mid-motion, causing him to instinctively step back. Eric stepped out, his icy gaze sweeping past the tall soldier, who hastily looked away. "Damn it, I have a gun. I'm not afraid of you. I'll shoot you." Regaining composure, the short soldier pointed the gun at Eric's head, enraged at having been momentarily intimidated. At this moment, Eric felt a murderous intent. If earlier he only wanted to teach the man a lesson, now he considered ending his life. "Anti-nymph, scared now? Get down on your knees and kiss my feet. No, make it 30 times, and maybe I'll let you go." Seeing Eric standing motionless, expressionless, the short soldier assumed he was terrified and smirked arrogantly. "Get down now." Elijah pushed the gun barrel against Eric's head. "Took you long enough. Don't move." Just as Eric was about to react, a voice shouted, stopping the short soldier. Eric turned to see a medium-built, square-faced man running over, looking worried. Elijah ran up to Eric, kicked the short soldier away, and bowed deeply, saying, "Commander Eric, these are all newly recruited soldiers who haven't met you before. They've been disrespectful, but I will certainly teach them a lesson later. Please forgive them." The short soldier was immediately dumbfounded. Though he didn't know who Eric was, the square-faced man was his superior. If his boss showed such deference to this man, calling him commander repeatedly, this person must be someone important, someone he couldn't provoke. Thinking back on how he had pointed a gun at this person and even threatened to make him kneel and kiss his feet 30 times, fear instantly surged in his heart. Crawling on all fours toward Eric, he began to kowtow loudly, pleading for mercy. "I didn't recognize you, Commander. Please spare me." Eric's eyes still held their icy coldness, his murderous intent not yet dissipated. Elijah looked at the square-faced man coldly and said, "Elijah is your man. Handle it yourself." With that, he turned and walked back to his SUV, driving away. Feeling the bone-chilling coldness in Eric's voice, the square-faced man shuddered involuntarily. Watching the departing SUV, he shouted, "Commander Luo, rest assured. I'll handle it to your satisfaction." Retracting his gaze, he glared at the short soldier with fury and death in his eyes. After Eric left, the short soldier quickly switched his pleas for mercy to the square-faced man, sobbing and begging, "Brenda Bailey, please spare me. I have elderly parents and young children. I promise I won't do it again." The square-faced man's expression remained cold, seemingly oblivious to the plea. Elijah said, "You've only held a gun for a few days and already act so arrogantly. You've terrorized survivors seeking refuge before, and today you've dared to provoke someone you shouldn't. Do you know who he is? Former City Lord Fitzroy was killed by him. Even the current City Lord doesn't speak to him like that. And you, a newly conscripted soldier, really think having a gun gives you carte blanche?" Pausing, he continued, "Enough talk. Take him away and execute him." The short soldier froze in shock, collapsing on the ground, his eyes filled with despair. 2 soldiers came forward and dragged him away. Soon after, a gunshot echoed. Elijah hearing the gunshot, the tall soldier shuddered, silently grateful that he hadn't spoken out earlier. Otherwise, there would have been more than just one shot. Eric slowly drove through the streets of Shelter City No. 1, observing the busy civilians and patrolling soldiers. Randomly, he saw a crowd blocking the road ahead. Without honking, he got out of the car and squeezed through the crowd. A woman in her 30s sat on the ground, clutching an old burlap sack tightly. In front of her stood a soldier, pointing a gun at her, looking smug and arrogant. "Didn't you hear me? Hand it over or I'll shoot you," the soldier snarled. "I accidentally bumped into you. Why are you being so cruel? This is my family's food for the day. My child is waiting for me to cook for him," Kimura insisted, hugging the sack tightly. "I don't care. Give it here." The soldier, seeing his threats fail, reached out to grab the bag. The woman clung to the burlap sack stubbornly. The soldier yanked on it, dragging Kimura along, but could not pry the bag from her arms. "Xiaomer, we're neighbors. No need to be so harsh. Annie Brendan just bumped into you. No harm done. Is there really a need to take her food?" "Yeah, Xiaomer. Remember you used to be quite kind. How did you change so much after getting a gun?" Some bystanders interjected. "Bah." Xiaomer sneered at the crowd. "Neighbors? That's history now. I have a gun now. Know what it means." Elijah waved the gun for everyone to see. A gun is power. Power is something you commoners must obey. Auntie Brendan bumped into me, which is a challenge to power. Giving up her daily rations is lenient enough. Turning the gun on Auntie Brendan, he demanded, "Hand it over, or else. You've only been a soldier for 2 days. Haven't you forgotten how people oppressed you when you didn't have a gun? Now you turn around and oppress those who helped you before." Auntie Brendan clenched her teeth, holding onto the sack firmly, resolute. "If you want to take my food, dream on. Die, bitch." Enraged, Xiaomer swung the rifle but at Auntie Brendan. No one dared intervene, desperately protecting the food. Auntie Brendan took the blows on her back, lessening the pain somewhat. "Stop." Eric, unable to watch any longer, moved swiftly, blocking Xiaomer's strike and kicking him away. Xiaomer clutched his stomach in pain. Eric helped Auntie Brendan to her feet and said, "Go home and cook for your child." "Young man, run. These soldiers stick together. They have guns. You can't fight them alone." "Yeah, run while you can." The crowd urged him, even Auntie Brendan joining in. "Thank you, kind sir. Leave quickly." Xiaomer has changed drastically in just 2 days since joining the military. Elijah's not kind anymore, only finding excuses to rob us. Run, or you'll be in trouble when more soldiers arrive. Translation ends here. Note, the translated content maintains the same structure and style as the original text, ensuring the story flows naturally in English while preserving its tone and meaning. Chapter 150, Zombie Siege, Part 4. Eric had heard the crowd's words clearly. Elijah glanced at the soldier Xiaomer who was rolling on the ground in pain, disdain filling his eyes. It truly echoed that saying. Once oppressed people gain a little power, they often become even worse oppressors. "Move, move." Randomly, the crowd parted as several patrol soldiers with guns entered. Leading them was a tall, dark-skinned man. Upon seeing Xiaomer writhing on the ground, he barked, "Who did this?" The crowd remained silent, no one answering. Seeing the silence, the dark soldier threatened, "If you don't speak up, everyone here will be arrested and interrogated one by one." This threat had an obvious effect. Although no one answered directly, everyone turned to look at Eric. Even Widow Brendan subtly distanced herself from him. Following the crowd's gaze, the dark soldier looked at Eric and sized him up, thinking, "I've seen most of the officers in the military, but I don't recognize this guy. But judging from his attire and demeanor, he doesn't seem like an ordinary civilian. Could he be one of the officers from the Churchilldom army? Why isn't he wearing a uniform? Baunib, I should ask." The dark soldier pointed at Xiaomer and asked calmly, "Did you hit him?" Eric didn't hide it and admitted directly, "Yes, it was me." Seeing Eric admit so readily without fear, the dark soldier felt even more uncertain. Elijah had only recently joined the army after the new city lord expanded its forces, using his tall build and strength to rise to the rank of patrol captain. If this person were indeed from the Churchilldom army and he offended him, it would be disastrous. His tone softened. "Boweni, I know your name, sir." "Oh, you don't know me? Looks like you're a new recruit too, but you seem much calmer than expected." Elijah hearing the dark soldier's respectful tone, Eric's frustration eased. Not everyone becomes arrogant upon gaining power. "So," he replied, "my name is Eric." "Eric?" The dark soldier searched his memory but couldn't place him. "Are you from the Churchilldom army?" "Elijah, I'm not part of the Churchilldom army. I'm here today because..." "Wait." The dark soldier's tone abruptly changed, interrupting Eric. "You're not from the Churchilldom army, and you're just here today?" Eric quickly retracted his statement, realizing the dark soldier's sudden shift in attitude must have been due to confirming his identity. Now, knowing Eric wasn't from the Churchilldom army and was a newcomer, it seemed the dark soldier was about to show his true colors. "Yes, I'm not from the Churchilldom army, and I just arrived in the city today," Eric said calmly. "Anti-nymph." The dark soldier snorted, his tone turning aggressively domineering. "A mere newcomer dares to assault an enforcer? Are you out of your mind? Take him away." Immediately, 2 men moved to grab Eric's arms. "Get lost," Eric cursed, kicking both of them to the ground, where they writhed in pain like Xiaomer. Enraged, the dark soldier aimed his gun at Eric, yelling, "Boy, you dare resist? Think I won't shoot you?" Being confronted twice in one day, Eric was furious. In a flash, he disarmed the dark soldier, cold fury in his eyes. The dark soldier was shocked. Eric's speed made him realize this was no ordinary man. Elijah immediately knelt down, crying for mercy. "I mistook a god for an ordinary person. Sir, please forgive me." "Do you flaunt power just because you hold a gun?" Eric held up the gun. "And do you fear it as well?" With a squeeze, he flattened the barrel. Eric roared in anger. "Just days ago, you were all ordinary citizens. What has changed now that you have guns? Did others oppress you simply because they had guns? And you people, Eric glared at the onlookers. Will you also oppress others if you ever get a gun? The onlookers lowered their heads, unable to meet Eric's gaze. Zombies are rampant outside. Human civilization hangs by a thread. Instead of preserving humanity, you think of oppressing each other. Truly hopeless. Fuming with rage, Eric dropped the crushed gun and headed toward the city center. Closer to the center, order improved as Churchilldom army patrols took over. Recognizing Eric, they greeted him, Commander Eric. Eric took deep breaths to calm down and smiled back, asking, "Where is City Lord Belu now?" A soldier replied, "Elijah should be at the temporary military command post." Knowing Juliet's location, Eric walked straight there. The guard saluted and said, "Commander Eric, is City Lord Belu inside?" Eric asked. The guard replied, "The City Lord is discussing matters with some senior officers. Do you want to see him? Shall I announce you?" Eric nodded. "Thank you." The guard went in, and soon, Juliet rushed out, hugging Eric joyfully. "Eric Gaston, why didn't you let anyone notify me? I could have prepared a welcome for you." Eric laughed. "We've secured protection cities 3 and 4. The guard army needs to stay, so I didn't send anyone. By the way, I had Andon call Bowany for a meeting at Protection City 1 today. Haven't they arrived yet?" "Bowany?" Juliet shook her head. "No, they haven't. Since Eric Gaston is already here, they should arrive shortly." "True," Eric nodded. "Anyway, you're still discussing. Carry on. I won't delay you." "Nonsense. How about you come in and give us some ideas?" Juliet grabbed Eric's hand and led him into the tent. Inside, the Churchilldom army officers recognized Eric and stood up, greeting him. "Commander Eric." "Sit down, continue." "I'll just listen," Eric waved. Juliet fetched a chair for Eric. Once seated, she continued the meeting, asking, "Where were we?" An officer with wire-rimmed glasses replied, "We were discussing how our current manpower is sufficient, and there's no need for further conscription." "Yes," Juliet agreed. "Correct. Although we don't have the previous 20,000, 15,000 is enough. Next, we should establish training programs to develop these recruits properly. Just handing them guns without proper military skills limits their combat effectiveness." Edith." Eric called out suddenly. Juliet immediately looked at Eric and asked, "What is it, Eric Gaston?" Eric said, "I believe military discipline is just as important as military skills. On my way here, I saw new recruits using their firearms to bully ordinary citizens. If this issue isn't addressed, it could become a significant hidden danger." Juliet asked in puzzlement, "Eric Gaston, did you really see new recruits bullying civilians?" "Yes, on my way here." Eric recounted the events that had just occurred. Juliet frowned slightly, then looked at the officers and questioned, "Didn't you say these new recruits were previously poor civilians who swore not to abuse power or engage in criminal activities when they joined the army?" The officer with wire-rimmed glasses pushed up his spectacles and replied, "That's right. We have never seen new recruits bullying civilians, and besides, they've only been enlisted for a few days. How could they dare to do such things?" "No one would dare to bully civilians in front of you," Eric said, looking at the officer with wire-rimmed glasses. "If you don't believe me, try putting on civilian clothes and take a walk around the outer residential areas to see if your so-called, formerly poor new recruits are indeed bullying ordinary residents." Since Eric put it this way, the officer with wire-rimmed glasses didn't argue further, but turned to look at Juliet, as she was the city lord. Juliet naturally trusted Eric unconditionally, and his point made perfect sense. If soldiers were allowed to oppress civilians without consequence, it would certainly create a vicious cycle and pose a significant risk. She ordered immediately, "Military skills need improvement, and military discipline must be strictly enforced. A few of you should change into civilian clothing and patrol the outer areas to observe how these new recruits behave towards civilians. Then report back with solutions." Several Churchilldom army officers promptly responded, "Yes, ma'am. Is there anything else you want to add?" Juliet scanned the room, asking the officers. For about 10 seconds, no one spoke. Juliet then declared, "Since no one has any further comments, today's meeting is concluded. Please address the matters discussed immediately." As the officers left, only Eric and Juliet remained in the tent. Juliet sighed deeply, rubbing her temples, displaying an expression of weariness. "These problems in Protection City 1 are endless," she complained in front of Eric. "Bowanaging for just a few days, I've already lost some hair." Eric smiled, "You're just temporarily filling in as city lord. There's no need to solve all problems within a short time. Not only does it exhaust you, but it may also not be feasible within the given time frame. Leave some issues for the next person to handle." "I never thought I could resolve all the issues during my term, but there are just too many problems that require attention." Juliet laughed bitterly and waved her hand, continuing, "Let's not talk about that. By the way, Eric Gaston, it took only 2 days for you to secure the other protection cities? How did you manage it so quickly?" "To be precise, we only captured protection cities 3 and 4, Eric explained. "Only protection cities 3 and 4? What about protection city 2? Juliet asked curiously. Regarding protection city 2, Eric detailed the situation to Juliet. "Those 3 guys are quite perceptive, uniting forces in protection city 2. After listening to Eric, Juliet remarked, "I heard from father that Aiden is a clever man. Looking at him now, I believe it. Capturing 2 cities without a single fight, Aiden is the biggest beneficiary this time." Their conversation flowed effortlessly, and time passed unnoticed. Report. A soldier standing guard outside the tent rushed in and said, "Deputy Commander Xia and Colonel Andon are waiting outside the tent, saying they wish to meet with Commander Eric." "They're finally here," Eric exclaimed in pleasant surprise and stood up to greet them, followed closely by Juliet. Outside the tent, they saw Bowany and Andon. Andon saluted and said, "Sir." Eric nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to Bowany, smiling, "Eric Bowany, you've finally arrived." Bowany laughed wryly, "We should have arrived earlier, but we encountered a large-scale zombie attack early this morning and faced more than 10 small zombie groups on the way here, each consisting of dozens. It was truly strange." Eric exclaimed in surprise, Did Protection City 4 also face a large-scale zombie attack? Chapter 151. Zombie Siege, Part 5. Yes, Commander, and the number of zombies is about the same as what we encountered yesterday at Shelter City number 3. Andon didn't wait for Bounty to speak before answering. Eric frowned deeply, lost in thought. Bounty smiled and said, "It might just be a coincidence. There's no need for you to worry so much, Commander Eric." No. Eric shook his head repeatedly, negating Bounty's statement. "Let's talk inside." They entered the tent, and each found a chair to sit on. Eric then said to Bounty, "Andon should have told you that yesterday Shelter City number 3 also faced a large-scale zombie attack. Fortunately, we arrived in time to save the thousands of people there." "Elijah did," Bounty nodded. Eric continued, "In fact, after Andon went to report to you, there was another zombie siege, equally large in scale, with a level 2 zombie leading them." "What?" Bounty, Andon, and Juliet were all astonished. 2 large-scale zombie sieges occurring within such a short period, and both targeting the same city, was extremely rare. So rare that they had never encountered it before. At first, I thought long and hard about why the same city would be attacked twice by large numbers of zombies in such a short time. I assumed it was just a coincidence. But now, hearing from you that Shelter City number 4 also faced a large-scale zombie attack this morning, and considering you mentioned encountering over 10 groups of zombies on your way here, and that I faced similar situations going to Shelter City number 3 yesterday, if all these are just coincidences, then it seems too perfectly orchestrated." Eric's words made Juliet, Bounty, and Andon fall into deep contemplation. Indeed, these coincidences seemed too well planned to be mere chance. Seeing that no one was speaking, Eric analyzed, "Moreover, the zombie groups attacked weaker military cities like Shelter Cities number 3 and number 4. Without us, these 2 cities would have become playgrounds for zombies." After he finished speaking, there was silence for dozens of seconds before Bounty finally said, "Based on my understanding, zombies only gain self-awareness and limited intelligence when they reach near level 2. However, this intelligence is very limited, allowing them to express basic emotions like fear or excitement, or make simple decisions like fleeing. Even level 2 zombies can only control lower-level zombies simply. They wouldn't be able to strategically target defenseless cities as described." "You're right. Level 2 zombies don't have the intelligence to do that," Eric agreed with a nod. Then his expression turned serious. "But what if there has been an evolution, and level 3 zombies already exist?" Eric's statement could be described as shocking. The other 3 were taken aback. Indeed, half a year ago, level 2 zombies appeared, and given their rapid evolution, it wasn't unlikely that level 3 zombies existed now. Prior to this, regardless of whether it was Eric, Bounty, or Juliet, they had all speculated about what level 3 zombies might be like based on level 2 and level 1 zombies. Level 3 strength zombies. Larger bodies, greater strength, and tougher frames. Level 3 speed zombies. Faster speed, sharper claws, and perhaps more cautious? All speculations revolved around these aspects. However, Eric's analysis added another dimension. Higher intelligence, the most frightening attribute. Physical attributes like strength, defense, and size could be countered with current human weapons. Speed, while troublesome, could also be dealt with. Intelligence, however, posed a significant challenge. If level 3 zombies targeted weak survivor settlements for invasion, would this imply they could also pick smaller, less fortified survivor communities to invade? At this moment, Eric couldn't help but think of a strategy from his original world. Encircling the cities from the countryside. Large settlements like bases, wasteland military zones, and Shelter City number 1, individually, might have more population than scattered small settlements with up to a few tens of thousands of residents. However, collectively, the sum of these smaller settlements had an equal or larger population. If these scattered small settlements were all captured by zombies, the overall strength of the zombie population would greatly increase. Large forces like bases and wasteland military zones could also face the same fate as the smaller settlements. At this point, not only Eric, but also Juliet, Bounty, and Andon felt immense worry. Report. At that moment, a guard outside the door came in and reported to Juliet, "City Lord, the gate reports that over 300 survivors are seeking refuge." "I see." Juliet waved her hand and turned to Eric and the others. "Recently, more than 10 groups of survivors have come seeking refuge, all because their settlements were overrun by zombies." "More than 10? Bounty exclaimed. "Does this mean level 3 zombies have started attacking other smaller human settlements?" The realization brought an overwhelming sense of danger, quickly enveloping all 4 of them in silence. After a long silence, Eric took a deep breath. Elijah was an optimist and someone who didn't give up easily. From the moment he arrived in this world, he resolved to face challenges head-on. So what if it's a level 3 zombie? Why should we be afraid? Facing the 3 who were overwhelmed by dread, Eric's eyes lit up with determination. "We will deal with whatever comes our way." Brendan surviving in this apocalypse means creating hope from despair. From being chased by ordinary zombies to fighting back with weapons. From using regular firearms against level 1 zombies to employing heavy weapons. From the unstoppable level 2 zombies to our own level 2 evolvers who can easily kill them. Why should we fear a mere level 3 zombie? With millennia of human wisdom, I don't believe we can't outsmart something that's only had half a year to evolve. These words greatly uplifted the other 3, and the sense of dread dissipated. Juliet agreed. "Exactly, humans aren't where we are today by backing down in adversity." Bounty nodded in agreement, regaining his composure. "Regarding the level 3 zombies, we need to plan carefully. Let's set that aside for now. Commander Eric, please tell us the purpose of this meeting." "Fine," Eric said, facing Bounty. "Shelter Cities number 1, number 3, and number 4 have been secured. Only Shelter City number 2 remains. Should we attack or hold back? What's your opinion?" Bounty stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Currently, zombies are highly active. My Churchilldom army must stay to defend Shelter City number 4, and your guards must protect Shelter City number 3. This leaves us without enough forces to attack Shelter City number 2. Additionally, Shelter City number 2 is currently strong. Attacking would lead to heavy casualties and significant losses. Given this situation, we need to conserve our strength to handle zombie attacks, so my suggestion is not to attack. Eric nodded, agreeing. You're right. We'll temporarily hold off on attacking Shelter City number 2 and reassess later. Agreed, Bounty responded. Now, regarding resource allocation. According to our original plan, I would get 2 cities out of the 4 conquered, but since only 3 cities have been taken, what do you think? Eric smiled, deliberately leaving the sentence unfinished, but the meaning was clear. The English translation maintains the original structure, tone, and style of the Chinese text, ensuring natural flow and coherence with previous content. Character names are transliterated accurately using pinyin. Bounty smiled and said, I understand your meaning. However, this isn't something I can decide. We need Commander Beilu to give the final word. Why don't you come with me back to the Wasteland Military Zone to discuss it face-to-face? There's no need for a face-to-face talk. You can write a letter to Commander Beilu and explain everything in the letter. That will do just fine. Eric directly declined Bounty's suggestion. This was for safety reasons. Although they were allies, the risk of rebellion in the 4 cities had been largely eliminated, and he couldn't guarantee that Adalberto wouldn't turn on him. Of course, Eric was confident that he could escape from the Wasteland Military Zone even with his strength, but caution was always wise. As deputy commander, Bounty was undoubtedly intelligent and could discern Eric's concerns from his words. Faced with such a situation, Bounty didn't point out the underlying meaning of Eric's words, but simply smiled and agreed. Writing a letter is also fine. Good. Eric nodded slightly and continued. Let's proceed like this. Write the letter immediately and have someone deliver it. Seeing that their discussion was winding down, Juliet interjected. After talking for so long, you must be hungry. Let's go have something to eat and replenish our energy. Brendanra, both Eric and Bounty agreed simultaneously. The group left the military tent and, led by Juliet, headed toward the dining area. Time quickly moved to the next day. The sky was dimly lit as an anti-Nimmer off-road vehicle drove into Shelter City number 1. No one dared to stop the vehicle since it bore the emblem of the Churchilldom Army. The vehicle sped through the streets, its engine roaring loudly, awakening many residents who were startled from their sleep. Bowenny leaned against their windows, rubbing their eyes to see what had disturbed them. Unfortunately, the car moved too fast, and by the time they looked out, it was already gone. The anti-Nimmer slowed down as it approached the city center, significantly reducing noise. After driving for some time, it reached a cluster of military tents and stopped. The horizon turned light gray as dawn broke. The previously dim sky became bright. After washing up and having a simple breakfast, Eric heard someone call his name. Eric, Commander. Eric instinctively turned to see Bowenny approaching, holding a letter with a smile on his face. Commander Beilu's reply has arrived? Eric felt delighted. Bowenny had written and sent a letter to the Wasteland Military Zone right after dinner yesterday. It made sense that a response would arrive now. Eric walked forward, looking at the letter in Bowenny's hand and smiled. Commander Beilu replied? Yes. Bowenny handed over the letter and explained. Commander Beilu says the profit distribution will follow the previous agreement. You take 2 cities, and we need only 1. However, we specifically need Shelter City number 1. Eric opened the letter and confirmed that Adalberto wrote. Conditions remain as originally stated. Shelter Cities number 3 and number 4 belong to the base, while Shelter City number 1 belongs to the military zone. Shelter City number 1 had a population of 140,000, whereas Shelter Cities number 3 and number 4 combined had about 130,000 people. Although the numbers seemed similar, the key difference was that Shelter City number 1 still retained a substantial military force, unlike the other 2 cities which were almost defenseless and required additional troops for protection. With zombies rampant, the Churchilldom army needed to concentrate its forces to ensure their own safety. Therefore, this distribution was most advantageous for the Wasteland Military Zone. Eric frowned slightly and said, this distribution is acceptable, but given the current zombie threat, the Guard Corps needs to protect Shelter City number 3. If the Churchilldom army withdraws from Shelter City number 4, leaving it undefended, wouldn't it be like exposing the city to zombies? Additionally, Shelter City number 4 is tens of kilometers away from the base and has several thousand people. Migrating all of them to the base would take more than 10 days or half a month. I've considered this. I can temporarily leave 2,000 Churchilldom army troops in Shelter City number 4 until all the residents are relocated. Then I will withdraw my forces. How does that sound? Bowenny proposed after some thought. Although the alliance between Eric and Bowenny for the 4-city operation had naturally dissolved upon completion, they needed to act with integrity. In this special situation, helping Eric secure Shelter City number 4 was necessary. Maintaining good relations with large entities like the base was better than risking conflict, especially when future cooperation might be beneficial. Eric found Bowenny's solution satisfactory. Elijah nodded and said, that sounds reasonable. Great. Bowenny laughed and extended his hand to shake Eric's. Cooperation is pleasant. Eric also smiled, shook Bowenny's hand, and replied, cooperation is indeed pleasant. After reaching an agreement, Eric immediately returned to Shelter City number 3, departing in the afternoon and arriving by evening. En route to Shelter City number 3, there were no encounters with large groups of zombies. Upon entering the city, Eric convened a meeting with Elvin, Ryan, and others. Looking at Elvin, he asked, have any zombies attacked the city while I was away? Elvin reported, no, Commander. It seems that encountering dozens of zombies blocking the road may be a precursor to an attack. But why did we not witness attacks near Shelter City number 1 despite the same obstacles? Eric pondered this question briefly before dismissing it. Elijah then addressed everyone. Our alliance with the Wasteland Military Zone regarding the 4 cities has concluded. According to the agreement, the population and resources of Shelter Cities number 3 and number 4 belong to us. Considering the heightened zombie activity, prioritizing the safety of our people is crucial. While we can defer resource allocation, relocating the population to the base should be done as soon as possible. The Churchilldom army has agreed to leave 2,000 troops to assist in securing Shelter City number 4 until all residents are safely relocated. Thus, we will start with relocating the population from Shelter City number 4. Chapter 152, Zombie Siege, Part 6. Everyone present nodded in agreement. As members of the Guard Corps, they had no choice but to concur. Elvin, Eric called out. Upon hearing his name, Elvin immediately sat up straight and listened attentively for Eric's orders. You are a level 2 evolver. The responsibility for this relocation falls on you. Take 1,000 troops back to the base and switch the armored vehicles for medium trucks. Move all residents from Shelter City 4 to the base as quickly as possible, Eric ordered.
Yes.
Elvin responded. Eric then looked at Ryan and said, you lead 5 tanks ahead to Shelter City 4. Join forces with Elvin to escort the civilians back to the base.
Yes.
Ryan answered. Eric then turned to Anchor and instructed, take 300 troops back to the base with Elvin and bring some ammunition with you.
Yes.
Anchor replied. After the arrangements were made, the next step was execution. The following day, Elvin and Anchor led a contingent of 1,300 people back to the base. Meanwhile, Ryan set off with 5 tanks heading for Shelter City 4 overnight. Anchor left and returned the same day, departing with more than 20 armored vehicles but returning with only 10. The rest had been converted into medium trucks, which were now loaded with weapons and ammunition. Elvin had exchanged all the armored vehicles for medium trucks, forming an impressive convoy of about 200 vehicles headed to Shelter City 4 for the evacuation of its residents. During this period, Eric wasn't idle either. Elijah drove around ostensibly just exploring, but in reality, he was patrolling, mainly along the route from Shelter City 4 to the base. Safety first, after all. Over several days, he didn't encounter any zombies, but did see many disheveled survivors. These survivors often traveled in groups, and upon inquiry, it became clear that their settlements had been overrun by zombies, forcing them to flee. With genuine kindness, Eric pointed toward the base and said, follow this direction, and you will find a large city. Joining there will at least secure your survival. While feeling pleased that these people could bolster the base population, Eric also felt a sense of urgency. So many survivor settlements being attacked suggested that his previous suspicions were correct. The zombies now included level 3 zombies with superior intelligence and analytical abilities capable of commanding lower-level zombies to attack weaker human settlements. Therefore, Eric believed that once the affairs of Shelter Cities 3 and 4 were settled, it was necessary to devise plans to counteract this rural encirclement of cities strategy employed by level 3 zombies. For instance, persuading smaller factions to join the base would not only increase the base population but also protect them. If everyone were incorporated into the base, the population could reach 500,000, allowing for an upgrade to a level 4 base. Though unsure of what exact equipment and weapons a level 4 base would unlock, Eric surmised it wouldn't be inferior, especially since level 3 bases already had access to tanks. When that time came, what could level 3 zombies do against the might of human civilization? It was now the 7th day. At dusk, the twilight painted the sky in hues of crimson, creating a beautiful sight. Yet the busy people in Shelter City 4 had no time to admire such natural beauty. On top of the city wall, Eric stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the colorful sky, lost in thought. His eyes betrayed a hint of melancholy. Darkness follows dusk, and humans naturally fear the dark while longing for light. Just then, the roar of engines reached his ears. Elijah shifted his gaze and saw the massive convoy approaching. 3 tanks led the way, followed by medium trucks, and ended with 2 tanks bringing up the rear. Eric felt a wave of relief. This could only be Elvin. The Guard Corps soldiers manning the wall shared Eric's excitement. Elvin's arrival indicated that the evacuation of Shelter City 4 was complete, meaning it was now time for Shelter City 3. If they could relocate all of Shelter City 3's residents, they could return to the base. They missed the food at the base, especially the fish from the aquaculture farms. The city gates swung open, and over 200 medium trucks entered, drawing the attention of the city's residents, who began to chatter among themselves. After Elvin's arrival, Eric promptly gathered all the residents to address them. Standing on a platform, Eric looked down at the dense crowd of more than 60,000 people. Clearing his throat, he said loudly, despite the Guard Corps' presence here for so many days, I haven't disturbed you much until now. However, today, I must inform you that you will be leaving Xuanhuan City for a new place. Russell. Immediate commotion erupted among the crowd. What new place? Is it better than Xuanhuan City? Does it matter? We just need to survive. Eric paused, allowing the residents to process and voice their concerns, though he didn't intend to provide specific answers. After about 5 minutes, despite the ongoing discussion, the issues remained the same. Eric then spoke. The new place is certainly better than Xuanhuan City. You will see once we get there. Better than Xuanhuan City? Is that true? I think Xuanhuan City is fine as it is. Ignoring the murmurs, Eric continued, whether it's better or not, you will know when you arrive. Moreover, whether you go or not, the decision lies with me. You have no choice in the matter. Eric wouldn't have spoken so authoritatively before, but given the circumstances, swift action was necessary to implement plans against the level 3 zombies. There was no time for prolonged negotiations. His words quieted the crowd, and their gazes toward Eric showed a flicker of fear. Waving a hand, Eric announced, all right, return home and pack light. Heavy or unnecessary items should be left behind. Meet at the square in front of the mayor's office tomorrow morning. As the crowd dispersed, Eric called Elvin over and instructed, align the vehicles neatly, have the civilians board directly, and once full, depart for the base. Let Nikki arrange for registration upon arrival.
Yes.
Elvin replied. The next morning, residents gathered at the square, most carrying only light belongings, with only a few carrying cumbersome packages, which were promptly discarded by the Guard Corps soldiers. The scene resembled a chaotic spring festival rush. Once every vehicle was packed with people, the convoy departed under Elvin's leadership. The first batch comprised roughly 10,000 people. With a total of over 60,000, 7 trips would suffice, 1 per day for 7 days. Standing on the city wall, Eric watched the convoy disappear into the distance. Dark clouds filled the sky, casting a heavy gray pallor over everything, an ominous sign. Today marked the final relocation. Eric and other Guard Corps soldiers joined the convoy back to the base. 5 tanks led the way, followed by armored vehicles, then the trucks carrying civilians, more armored vehicles, and finally, 5 tanks bringing up the rear. 3 kilometers into the journey, SUV suddenly appeared from the right side. Upon closer inspection, it was Juliet. Recognized by the Guard Corps soldiers, she was brought to Eric's armored vehicle without hindrance. Reporting, Commander. Juliet has arrived, the soldier who escorted her reported. The armored vehicle door opened, and Eric got down, looking at Juliet in surprise. Edith, aren't you supposed to be in Shelter City 1? I said I would follow you wherever you go. Since you are returning to the base, I will not temporarily take over as the so-called mayor anymore. Juliet's expression was resolute. She was definitely not joking. Eric smiled. All right, then let's go home together. Chapter 153, Zombie Siege, 7. After hours of travel, they finally arrived at the base. Seeing the large city that had been out of sight for days, Eric let out a long breath of relief. Only here did he feel secure. The many escort guards were also delighted to be back, knowing they would soon be enjoying the fresh and succulent fish from the aquatic base. Those inside the truck beds, squatting or standing, hadn't seen the great city ahead yet. Their faces showed confusion and worry, the human reaction to the unknown. Elijah, old Elijah, do you know when we'll reach the new place? How are those who left earlier? Asked Ulrich to a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. Where would I know? Old Elijah glanced at the youth, exasperated. Do you think those people have already? The youth mimed a throat-slitting gesture. No way, old Elijah firmly disagreed, looking at him as if he were an idiot. If they wanted to kill us, why go through all this trouble with so many trucks? It'd be a waste of gasoline. Back in Zhonghong City, they could have just gathered us and mowed us down with machine guns. That'd be quicker and easier. And didn't they save us from the zombies? They saved us just to kill us? That's just adding unnecessary steps. The young man scratched his head and chuckled nervously. That makes sense. So what do you think those people want us to do in the new place? Do what? Old Elijah thought for a moment. I suspect hard labor is definite. Then, well, women will work both ends, and men will work one end, old Elijah added after some deliberation. Phew. The young man sucked in a breath. Lucky me I'm not a woman, or I'd have twice the workload. Old Elijah stared blankly at the youth, unsure if he was genuinely clueless or pretending to be. The young man's sudden profanity startled old Elijah, who patted his chest and shoved the young man, cursing, What's your problem? Acting all jittery. Are you crazy? Not that, old Elijah, look. The youth pointed out the truck with a shocked face. To prevent suffocation, Eric had instructed the guards to remove the truck bed doors. Now entering the city slowly, the rear door allowed many to see the tall, sturdy walls. Old Elijah looked in the direction pointed by the youth, stunned. The massive wall was entirely made of concrete, with soldiers standing tall and well-equipped. Along the way, ordinary citizens smiled broadly, dressed neatly and cleanly unlike the newcomers, who had no time for laundry despite having sufficient clothes. Others in the truck stood up, blocking the view for old Elijah and the young man. Don't crowd, can't you handle the scene? Old Elijah scolded. Auntie, you can push me but don't point your butt at me. Your fart might finish me off. Just then, there was a puff, a gust of wind lifting the young man's oily bangs, followed by a stench spreading through the truck, making everyone gag in the confined space. What the hell? Who is it? So stinky. Who? Bacteriological weapon. You should be court-martialed. Amidst the commotion, the old lady in front of the young man remained unfazed, even joining the chorus. Who's got no morals? The young man was speechless, wanting to shout about never seeing such shamelessness. Eric stood on the tank, leading the convoy. Seeing the residents' enthusiasm for the guard troops and the reverent looks from the Tianqing soldiers, he felt genuinely happy. Turning around, his gaze landed on a familiar figure. Instantly leaping into the crowd, everyone cleared a space, leaving only Eric and Lauren. Antong. Eric gently caressed her cheek, speaking softly. Eric Gaston? Lauren suddenly threw herself into his arms, sobbing, I missed you. Residents, Tianqing soldiers, and guards cheered, celebrating the victory of the escorts, welcoming the new survivors, and blessing Eric and Lauren. After the embrace, Lauren pushed Eric away, laughing through her tears. Everyone's waiting for you. Eric laughed and said to Lauren, I'll take care of business first. Wait for me at the mobile base. Lauren understood immediately upon hearing mobile base, blushing fiercely as she gave him a playful shove. Go on, quickly. Eric returned to the convoy. The vehicles continued moving, soon reaching the outer city residential area. Tanks and armored vehicles headed to the military parking lot while over 200 medium-sized trucks stopped. Though the outer city wasn't overcrowded yet, it was getting tight. After 10,000 more people disembarked from the trucks, it became even more crowded. In the pre-apocalypse world, less land could suffice. But now, with dangers on land, water, and air, every precaution was necessary. Without anti-aircraft guns and missiles, they relied on heavy machine guns and anti-device sniper rifles, making the base vulnerable to aerial attacks. High-rise residences would be suicidal, hence height restrictions were necessary. Eric climbed atop a truck, observing the congestion. Considering expanding or upgrading the space, he realized he hadn't upgraded the wall to level 3. Previous zombie attacks were small-scale, eliminated before reaching the wall. Plenty of points, might as well upgrade? Eric pondered, thinking, expand first, then upgrade. Realizing the stupidity of doing it in 2 steps, he sighed deeply, calming himself and silently called, System, show the base panel. Ding. Base control panel opened. A blue translucent screen appeared before Eric, displaying the base's basic information. Base level, 3. Population, 298,132. Military strength, 2, 409/3, 000. Existing buildings, Armory, level 3. Vehicle factory, level 3. Mobile base, level 3. Nearly 300,000? Eric noted the population. To upgrade to level 4, another 200,000 were needed. Pre-apocalypse, H City had around 7 million inhabitants, a big city. Even if 6/7 turned into zombies, 1/7 still numbered over a million. Note, I have used Tianqing instead of Skywalker for the army name, as it sounds more natural and retains the meaning. The base had a population of 300,000. Shelter City 1 and Shelter City 2 together also amounted to nearly 300,000. If he could take them over, the population would directly jump to 500,000. Unfortunately, that was a bit difficult. However, there were still many small settlements. If he could incorporate all of them into the base, the population should surpass 500,000. Eric shook his head. First, I should expand the base's space. Population issues can be considered later. Elijah silently called out, System. Open the wall construction panel. Ding. Switch to wall construction. A blue translucent screen appeared before Eric, displaying a 50-kilometer map centered on the base. In the upper right corner of the map, there was an arrow. Eric lightly tapped it, revealing 3 options. Level 1 wall, Level 2 wall, and Level 3 wall, unlockable. Elijah then clicked on the Level 3 wall. After a flash of starlight, the unlockable tag vanished, indicating it was now available for construction. Selecting the Level 3 wall, Eric scrutinized the map carefully. Eventually, he decided to extend the wall to a length and width of 15 kilometers each. This space would be sufficient for 300,000 people to live and work, and even accommodate another 300,000 if necessary. Previously, the base expanded incrementally due to limited guard forces. Too much space would be hard to protect. Now, with 7,000 Tianqing soldiers who were trained in patrolling and defending, Eric felt confident in expanding the area to 15 by 15 kilometers this time. This way, he wouldn't need to extend the base every time the population increased, and urban planning would become more organized. After marking the Level 3 wall on the map, Eric silently ordered, Construct. At this moment, the Tianqing soldiers guarding the wall suddenly saw a bright white light, blindingly brilliant. They instinctively shielded their eyes to avoid damage. They had seen this light before and knew what it meant. Lord Bowenir is building a new wall again. After a few seconds of flashing, the light disappeared. The Tianqing soldiers moved their hands away, opening their eyes to see the distant wall stretching several kilometers away, appearing quite short due to the distance. Some took out binoculars, but even through magnification, the wall looked short, though its design seemed sturdier than the current one. Once the wall construction was complete, Eric immediately summoned Elvin, Ryan, and others, giving orders, take the Tianqing troops to clear the new city area. New city area? Lord Bowenir, you've built a new city area? Elvin asked curiously. Yes. With too many people, we must expand our space. Go ahead and clear it. Understood. Elvin and Ryan responded. As they prepared to depart, Eric asked suddenly, how long will it take? Based on past experience, Elvin replied, about 2 hours. 2 hours. Eric smiled faintly. The new city area is pretty big this time. Are you sure 2 hours is enough? A bit big. Elvin hesitated but thought no matter how large it was, he couldn't retract his statement as a soldier. Sir, rest assured, 2 hours is enough. All right, I'll give you 2.5 hours, Eric said, suppressing a laugh. Come find me at the mobile base after finishing. If not, there will be punishment. Seeing Eric's expression, Elvin was unsure of the situation and glanced at Ryan, who deliberately looked away, subtly shifting to one side as if saying, you said 2.5 hours, not me. Understood. Elvin stubbornly agreed. Elvin and Ryan led the guards and Tianqing soldiers into the new city area. Looking around, Elvin puzzled. There's no wall here. What new city? Elijah, check it yourself, Ryan said, handing over the binoculars. Elvin took them hesitantly, following Ryan's gesture toward the front. Through the binoculars, Elvin was stunned. His mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. Lowering the binoculars, he turned to Ryan, stuttering in shock. This is the wall. Ryan patted Elvin's shoulder, almost gloating. Eric, let's go. Others like Anchor and Harrison covered their mouths, trying to suppress laughter. Looking around the vast new city area, Elvin realized it was far bigger than expected. Even running around it would take several hours, not to mention clearing potential dangers thoroughly. With thousands of helpers, it might take 7 or 8 hours. Seeing Ryan and Anchor gloating, Elvin felt a surge of anger. These guys won't get off easy either if I'm punished. What are you waiting for? Get to work. Elvin shouted. Ryan and others shrugged and immediately started clearing potential dangers, mixed with guards and Tianqing soldiers. 3 hours later, Ryan and Anchor found Elvin. Ryan pleaded with a flattering smile. Eric Sean. Look, we've been working nonstop for 3 hours. Can we take a break? Elvin turned away. Ryan justified. I want to rest, but mainly the others. They are civilians without our stamina. They're tired and hungry. Let them rest and eat to regain strength. Anchor echoed. Yes, Elvin. We can handle it, but they can't. Elvin grunted, turning to see the exhausted civilian soldiers, then sighed. Fine, give them a 30-minute break. Ryan, Anchor, and Harrison rejoiced, but Elvin added, while they rest, you keep working. Without looking back, Elvin immersed himself back into work. Ryan, Anchor, and Harrison exchanged glances, speechless. Note, this translation maintains the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text. Chapter 154, Zombie Siege, 8. The sky was a dull gray during the day and descended into darkness at night. A light drizzle had started in the evening and continued through to now, so naturally, there were no stars or moon visible in the sky. The mobile base was illuminated with lights. Eric took a hot shower and changed into clean, comfortable pajamas. Walking into the bedroom, he saw the beautiful and alluring Lauren and couldn't help but feel a surge of heat throughout his body. It looked like he'd need another shower later. Reporting to the commander, Brenda Elvin requests an audience. At this moment, the voice of the guard outside the mobile base interrupted him. Eric sighed in frustration, complaining, Why do people always interrupt at critical moments? Seeing Eric's distressed expression, Lauren covered her mouth and giggled, then said, "Go ahead." Alas. Eric sighed helplessly, stepping out of the bedroom while muttering, "I should set a rule. No one can disturb me after 8 p.m. unless it's an emergency." Descending to the first floor, Eric sat down on a chair, suppressed his emotions, cleared his throat, and said, "Come in." Click. The door to the mobile base opened, and Elvin came into view. His hair was drenched from the rain, and his clothes were slightly damp. Under Eric's gaze, Elvin approached and saluted, saying, "Reporting to the commander, all hidden dangers in the new urban area have been completely eliminated." Eric nodded slightly, asking knowingly, "Didn't you say it would only take 2 hours? Why did it take so long?" "Well, please punish me, sir." Elvin scratched his head awkwardly without complaining or making excuses. Seeing this, Eric laughed immediately. Standing up, he walked over, patted Elvin on the shoulder, and smiled. They listened closely. Gulp. Elvin nervously swallowed, feeling very uneasy, not knowing how Eric would punish him. "So Eric deliberately paused, creating tension, and then he saw fine beads of sweat appear on Elvin's forehead. Brandandanly, he laughed heartily and said, "Punish you by eating 2 extra bowls of rice." "Yes." Elvin responded instinctively, then realized in surprise that such a punishment was nothing. 2 or 3 times more wouldn't be an issue. "Just joking around." Eric patted Elvin on the shoulder and said, "Do I not know how large the new urban area is?" Elijah hearing this, Elvin scratched his head and chuckled. "Thank you, sir." Sitting back down, Eric asked, "After working so hard, the other brothers must be tired too. Go find Caden and ask him to prepare some good food for everyone as a reward. After they eat, they can rest." "Yes, sir," Elvin replied. Sending Elvin off, Eric let out a sigh of relief and turned to look out the window, thinking, should we keep the old city walls after clearing the new urban area? Chin in hand, Eric pondered for a while and decided to retain the existing walls but needed to make some modifications. For instance, the old outer city wall only had 1 gate on the south side. Now, gates needed to be added on the east and west sides and upgraded to a level 3 wall. As for the new outer city wall, which also had only 1 gate on the south side, if the enemy attacked from the north, a large detour would be necessary. Thus, it was essential to add gates on the east and west sides as well. Next was the road planning for the new urban area. Unlike the old small city where residents could easily walk to work, the new 15 by 15 square kilometer area required careful road planning. If residents had to rely solely on walking from residential to work areas, they would need to start their day before dawn and return home at nightfall. Therefore, proper roads were crucial. They could find buses outside to serve as public transportation tools since fuel wasn't an issue. Alternatively, mixing residential and work zones would simplify daily commutes. However, vehicles were still needed for transporting goods to storage warehouses, emphasizing the importance of good road infrastructure. Isn't there an old saying? To get rich, you build roads. Yes, not trees. Rubbing his temples, Eric had a general idea but didn't delve into the specifics, as the final implementation rested with Nikki and the various managers. Closing his eyes for a moment to clear his thoughts, Eric reopened them 2 minutes later and gazed at the second floor, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. Standing up, he rushed upstairs to the bedroom. The next day, in the conference hall, the hall was filled with various department heads. Click. The sound of the door opening immediately drew the attention of the heads, who watched as Eric entered. Everyone stood almost simultaneously, respectfully calling out, "Sir." Eric walked to the main seat and gestured for them to sit. "Sit down, everyone." They complied, and he sat down as well. Scanning the heads present, Eric finally settled his gaze on Nikki and asked, "Everyone here?" "All heads are present, sir," Nikki answered. "Good. Let's get straight to business." Without preamble, Eric began the meeting, starting with, "You're all aware of the developments in the new urban area, right?" "Yes, sir," the heads chorused. With Elvin leading thousands of guards and Skywalker troops clearing the outer city until late last night, the entire base knew about the new urban area, including the heads. "Great," Eric nodded. "Today's meeting is about the planning of the new urban area." Eric looked at DeAndre, the chief planner of the base, who was responsible for the planning of the new urban area. DeAndre returned the look seriously, ready with a notebook and pen to record Eric's instructions. Under his watchful eye, Eric said, "Your previous design for the old city was excellent. The planning for the new city will still be led by you." "Yes, sir," DeAndre replied. Eric continued, "Let me outline my requirements, which you should note down." Elijah hearing this, DeAndre immediately opened his notebook and picked up his pen to take notes. Eric said, "My requirements are simple. Ensure the convenience of transportation in the new city. Proper road planning is crucial for both residents' commutes and cargo transport." DeAndre carefully noted down Eric's requirements and nodded. "Understood, sir." Pausing briefly, Eric then looked at Doug. "Doug, you'll assist DeAndre in overseeing the construction of the new city." "Yes, sir," Doug responded. "Also, Nikki, you will coordinate personnel under Doug's supervision. Remember to mobilize all newly joined residents and avoid idleness," Eric instructed, looking at Nikki. Elijah thought for a moment and added, "Additionally, conduct a professional skills census for all new residents." "Understood," Nikki replied. Having outlined the key points, Eric turned to the other department heads. "Now, regarding the new urban area, what problems are you encountering in your respective departments? Address issues that can be resolved immediately and plan for those that require more time." Meeting Eric's gaze, the heads fell into contemplation, each reflecting on their department's challenges. After about a minute, the hospital director George raised his hand and said, "Sir." Eric gestured for him to speak. Director George then confidently continued, "The hospital was built when the inner city was first established, and its scale is too small. It only has 36 wards, which were barely enough before when there were fewer people. Now, with hundreds of thousands of residents, we often encounter situations where patients needing hospitalization don't have available beds. Then there's the environment issue. The current hospital environment isn't ideal and has a negative impact on patient recovery, George added. And one more thing, the number of doctors is far too few. With hundreds of thousands of residents, we only have 10 doctors, including me, that's just 11. Everyone is working way beyond their capacity. Just as George finished speaking, his wife Ellen, who was also the head nurse at the base hospital, raised her hand to speak. Eric waved for her to go ahead. Ellen immediately said, there's also a serious shortage of nurses. And, starting with an and, Ellen hesitated to continue. Whatever the problem is, just say it, Eric encouraged. Ellen said, some low-quality patients always flirt with our nurses, and some even get handsy. According to the base rules, we can only treat patients but not expel them. So? As she spoke, Ellen became teary-eyed and buried her head in George's chest. At this moment, Nikki also chimed in, indeed, Commander. The current base rules are a bit too lenient. For instance, while it forbids killing or injuring others, it doesn't prohibit robbery or theft. When the population was small, this wasn't a big issue. But ever since Anton City's residents joined the base, the population reached over 100,000, leading to incidents like food being snatched or belongings being stolen. Those who were bullied came to us administrators for help, but even knowing who did it, we couldn't do anything because we don't have law enforcement powers. Thus, we had no way to deal with those people. And as Ellen mentioned earlier, some people feign illness to visit the hospital just to harass the nurses. Since the base rule prevents rejecting any patient, hospitals must accept these individuals despite knowing their intentions. These harassed nurses have no place to vent, and several of them are now suffering from neurasthenia. Elijah hearing all this, Eric furrowed his brows. Elijah had always been focused on building the base, improving food production, and making life easier for residents, yet he had overlooked resident management. Touching his chin, he fell into deep thought. Various laws and regulations must be perfected, and we need to establish an institution similar to a police station. To prevent wrongful convictions and abuse of power by law enforcement, we also need to set up an oversight bureau. The population is important, but so is the stability of the base. Therefore, stable governance is the most crucial. With his decision made, Eric looked at the heads and said, your concerns are timely. Although these issues currently have a minor impact, if left unchecked, they will gradually undermine the peace and stability of the base. So, we must address and resolve them. Nikki, gather some helpers and draw up new laws based on pre-cataclysm national laws to create a code suitable for our base. Doug, I want you to build a public security bureau. It must look imposing and majestic. Also, construct a jail that conveys a sense of oppression. Yes. Nikki and Doug responded in unison. Eric continued, George and Ellen, you mentioned the lack of wards and poor environment. I give you authority to consult with Doug and DeAndre about planning a new hospital in the new urban area. As for the shortage of medical staff, how many doctors and nurses do you need? Give me a rough number. George thought for a moment and said, to operate 24/7 with this population, following a ratio of 1 doctor per 1,000 residents, we would need at least 300 doctors. Ellen followed up, the nurse-to-doctor ratio should be 1 minute and 1.25 seconds, so we need at least 375 nurses. Eric frowned and replied, finding nurses won't be too difficult. Even without specialized training, we can recruit ordinary people and train them for a couple of months. Over time, they'll become professionals. However, doctors must be professionally trained. So, here's what I propose. 625 nurses, 500 doctors, and for cleaning staff, I'll allocate 30 positions. Once the new hospital is built, coordinate with Nikki to recruit the necessary personnel. You can start recruiting now as well, but considering the current hospital is too small, accommodate only a few more staff initially to alleviate the burden. George and Ellen were elated. Such staffing levels rivaled pre-cataclysm top-tier hospitals. They stood up to thank him. Thank you, Commander. Eric waved them off, saying, no need for thanks. This is work done for both myself and you, ultimately benefiting the entire base to achieve better development and improve everyone's living standards. They sat back down, feeling fortunate to have a commander like Eric. Other settlements rarely considered healthcare or public security, focusing only on short-term gains. Is there anything else? Eric scanned the room. Seeing nods and silence, he declared, since there are no other issues, I declare this meeting adjourned. Go back to your respective duties. Chapter 155, Zombie Siege, 9. As if remembering something, Eric suddenly called out to Nikki. This caught the attention of the other managers, but they quickly withdrew their gazes and left the conference hall. If the chief had more business with Nikki, it was none of their concern. Nikki had just stood up when he heard Eric's voice. Elijah turned and calmly asked, Sir, is there anything else you need from me? Eric pressed his palms down and said calmly, Please sit down. Nikki immediately sat back down as instructed. Eric smiled and continued, It's not a difficult task. I need you to find a few people who are articulate and can communicate well. I have some use for them. Also, among the residents relocated from Shelter City number 3, there is a woman named Shauna. Arrange a nursing instructor position for her. Brendanra, I'll remember that. Nikki nodded in agreement. After a moment of silence and seeing Eric hadn't spoken further, Nikki quietly asked, Is there anything else, sir? Eric had been lost in thought, only snapping back upon hearing Nikki's voice. Elijah waved his hand and replied, Just these 2 matters, nothing else. Go ahead if you have other things to do. Nikki waited a dozen seconds before standing up and bowing slightly to Eric, respectfully saying, I'll take my leave then, sir. Go on, Eric nodded with a smile. After Nikki left, Eric walked to the window and watched people passing by below. Looking into the distance, he realized the meeting had dragged on until nearly noon. It was still drizzling incessantly, and the continuous rain added to his irritability. The base can't be called a base forever. It needs a proper name. What should it be? After a long sigh, Eric still couldn't decide on a name and instead felt even more restless. Elijah closed his eyes, massaged his temples, and muttered to himself, Why have I been so troubled lately? Could it be due to the weather? Shaking his head, he left the conference hall without another word. The next morning, dawn broke. After breakfast, Eric headed to the new city district. It was still raining persistently. The new district bustled with activity, with many residents clearing debris while Tianqing army soldiers patrolled. Standing at the city gate, Eric observed the newly constructed level 3 wall. Despite it being built in just a few days, this was his first time seeing it up close. Estimating its height at around 8 or 9 meters and about the same width, such a wall would be tough to breach even under bombardment, unless there were unlimited resources for saturation attacks. Quickly calculating, Eric took a few steps back, crouched, and leaped effortlessly onto the top of the 8 to 9 meter high wall, looking quite at ease. Good jump control. No embarrassment today, Eric thought. Tianqing army soldiers already guarded the wall, saluting him as he approached. Sir? This level 3 gate was much grander than the previous one, complete with a towering watchtower that could fit several dining tables. The door was made of steel and locked with a large padlock, perfect for storing ammunition in case of enemy attacks. Tap tap tap. Footsteps echoed behind Eric. Turning around, he saw Lauren walking toward him, holding an azure umbrella. Since she was shorter, Lauren had to stretch her arm high to shield Eric. Eric smiled and took the umbrella, instantly feeling better despite the gloomy weather. Elijah chuckled. Why did you come? I'm here for inspection as the commander of the Tianqing army, Lauren replied. Commander. Passing soldiers greeted her with respect, no less reverent than they were toward Eric. Lauren walked with leadership posture, nodding and speaking in an authoritative tone. Keep up the good work. Noticing Eric watching her, Lauren playfully stuck out her tongue. Eric turned his gaze forward. Brendandenly frowning, Lauren asked curiously, what's wrong? Alert. Before Eric could answer, a soldier shouted, and all the guards on the wall raised their guns, their eyes filled with vigilance. Lauren immediately looked outside the city walls. A massive group was approaching the base, estimated at 2,000 to 3,000 people. These 2,000 to 3,000 people came closer until Eric, Lauren, and the Tianqing army soldiers could clearly see their faces. Among them, a few hundred had guns, simple, homemade firearms. From a distance, it was hard to tell if they were single-shot or semi-automatic. Eric surmised they were probably single-shot. Everyone appeared worn out and ragged, not like attackers but refugees. Afraid of potential hostile forces inside the city, the thousands of people didn't dare get too close. A concentrated volley from the wall could easily decimate them. Thus, they stopped about 500 meters away and sent a few representatives forward. The representatives fell to their knees near the wall. One of them, a gaunt middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, cried out, Great sir, please take us in. The Tianqing army soldiers looked to Eric and Lauren for orders. Stepping forward, Eric asked loudly, Who are you, and where are you from? The pleading stopped. The thin man looked up at Eric. Seeing his different demeanor and the soldiers' reverence for him, plus the celestial beauty beside him, he deduced Eric must be a high-ranking leader. Elijah widened his eyes and sobbed, Sir, our shelter was overrun by zombies. Boany died, and we barely escaped with these 2,000 survivors. Please take us in. With that, he bowed deeply, followed by the others. More survivors from a fallen shelter? Eric frowned, growing increasingly worried. A few days ago, no more than 200 or 300 refugees came from shelter city number 1. Now, 2,000 or 3,000. It must have been a significant shelter. Taking a deep breath and looking at the gloomy sky, Eric resolved, we must accelerate the advocacy plan. Addressing the kneeling men, Eric called out, Stand up, bring your companions over. We will confiscate your weapons, comply, and we will take you in. Furthermore, once inside, obey the rules or face consequences. Yes, yes, yes. We will follow the rules, the middle-aged man exclaimed, waving to the thousands behind him, who promptly moved forward. Turning to Lauren, Eric instructed, Antong, bring 3,000 Tianqing army troops over. Notify Nikki as well, and have him send a few people for registration. Understood. Lauren nodded and drove off toward the inner city. In about half an hour, dozens of medium-sized trucks arrived, and 3,000 fully armed Tianqing army soldiers lined up neatly. Following Eric's instructions, Lauren directed 100 soldiers out to collect weapons from the newcomers. The survivors outside the city gate handed over their weapons obediently, without a single one daring to hide any. After disarming them, Eric ordered the city gates to be opened, allowing these people to enter. As soon as they entered the city, these people saw the well-equipped Tianqing army soldiers on both sides and were instantly overwhelmed. The soldiers who had come out to collect weapons and those guarding the wall were equally well armed, but there were only a few hundred of them, which could be achieved by larger factions. However, seeing thousands of soldiers all equipped this way was not something an ordinary large faction could manage. Moreover, the massive walls stretching for over 10 kilometers made them doubt if they were even man-made. Brendanch, a huge project, would take years to complete. Eric descended from the wall to the ground. The thousands of survivors immediately knelt down and thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, sir, for accepting us. All right, stand up. Despite Eric's command, the people continued to kneel and thank him, making him feel helpless. Elijah raised his voice slightly, saying, Get up quickly. We don't have such customs here. As long as you follow the rules and don't cause trouble, that will be gratitude enough. At this moment, a jeep approached from the inner city. 5 people got out. It was Nikki leading the registration team. Nikki ran up to Eric with a smile and said, Sir, I'm here. The other 4 were thrilled at this rare opportunity to be so close to Eric. 2 young girls even looked starstruck. Eric glanced at Nikki but did not ask him to register the new arrivals immediately. Instead, he asked, I told you to find some articulate individuals. How's that going? Nikki smiled and replied, I've already found nearly 100. They're waiting for the debate this afternoon to select the best among them. So it can be done by this afternoon? Eric asked. Nikki thought for a moment before answering, latest by 8 o'clock tonight. Eric felt pleased. With these people selected, they could start implementing the persuasion plan. Prior scouting missions by the Guard Army had located many smaller factions. Once these people were ready, they could set off immediately for the persuasion mission. If persuasion failed, they would use force. After all, it was better to add people to the base, rather than let them feed the zombies. Good. Eric patted Nikki on the shoulder and said, "Go ahead and register them then." "Yes, sir," Nikki replied, and led his men to register the newcomers. The new residents joining the base will be closely observed during the first month. If anyone breaks the rules, they will receive harsher penalties. Therefore, control yourselves and be law-abiding citizens. Do you understand? Nikki instructed the others to register while he delivered this stern warning himself. The 2,000 or 3,000 people all responded, "Understood." Nikki nodded and continued, "Now, let me explain the laws and regulations of the base. First, no fighting among yourselves. Second, no robbery. Third, no theft. Fourth." Eric's expression showed approval. Some of these laws hadn't been fully implemented yet, but Nikki had preemptively laid them out, effectively deterring crime. "Nothing more for us here. Let's go." Eric turned to Lauren and said. Lauren asked, "Where to?" Eric answered, "The inner city barracks." "Okay." Lauren didn't question why they were going to the barracks and simply agreed. They climbed into the jeep. Eric drove towards the barracks. The base now covered a vast area, and the roads in the new district were still under construction. It took nearly 10 minutes of bumpy driving to reach the original outer city area. Feeling the jolts, Eric had an idea. The mobile base and military zone were not centrally located within the city, but were closer to the north side. This meant that if the southern gate was attacked, the guard army would need to travel over 10 kilometers from the north end to support it. If the mobile base, military zone, and guard army barracks were moved to the center of the city, it would have the distance needed to reach each direction, greatly improving efficiency. "We should have DeAndre design a central area for the whole city, with the main buildings being the mobile base, military zone, and barracks." Eric's muttered words caught Lauren's attention. She listened intently, nodding continuously. When Eric stopped, she said, "You're right. A central area must be planned. And I have a suggestion." "Oh." Eric's curiosity was piqued. "What's your suggestion?" Lauren looked at Eric and said, "My suggestion is to divide the Tianqing army into 3 battalions, stationed around the 3 city gates. This way, they can respond immediately to any attack instead of moving troops from far away." Eric nodded approvingly. "That's a good suggestion. We can implement it." Lauren smiled slightly but then frowned. Eric noticed and asked, puzzled, "What's wrong?" Lauren pursed her lips and said, "Creating a central area isn't difficult, nor is moving the barracks. But how do we move the military zone and the mobile base? The military zone has factories and the mobile base is a huge chunk of metal. Should we dismantle and rebuild them?" Elijah hearing this, Eric laughed heartily, showing no worry. "Don't worry. These things are easier to move than the barracks." Lauren was confused. "Why?" "I have my ways." Eric left it at that, keeping his cards close to his chest. Chapter 156, Zombie Siege, 10. Elijah and Lauren chatted as they made their way to the barracks. The vehicle slowed to a stop, and they got out one after another. Despite it being close to noon, many of the Guardian Army soldiers were still training on the field, with Amadeus guiding and supervising them. Actually, no supervision was needed. These soldiers wouldn't slack off. When Amadeus saw Elijah approaching, he jogged over and saluted, greeting him, "Sir." Elijah nodded and ordered, "Go gather Brenda Ryan, Anchor, Harrison, and the other squad leaders in the conference hall. I have something important to announce." The base had 2 conference halls. One was a general meeting room used for both military and civilian meetings. The other was a dedicated military conference hall located within the Guardian Army camp, reserved exclusively for military discussions. Elijah referred to this very military conference hall. "Yes, sir." Amadeus saluted again, responded solemnly, and went off to carry out the order. Elijah and Lauren headed straight for the military conference hall. The military conference hall was smaller than an ordinary one but had better soundproofing. However, within the Guardian Army barracks, such features were almost useless, as there was no need to worry about soldiers eavesdropping. Elijah sat at the head of the table, and Lauren quickly found her place and sat down. After waiting for about 5 to 6 minutes, the door opened again, and Amadeus, Ryan, and others entered one by one, finding seats. Elijah's gaze swept across the room, noting that everyone who should be here was present. Elijah began. "It seems that level 3 zombies might already exist among the zombie horde. According to our estimations, these level 3 zombies possess high intelligence. They will choose to attack human settlements with weaker military forces to bolster the overall strength of the zombies. This is extremely detrimental to humanity. Once these smaller settlements are completely overrun by zombies, the overall power of the zombie population will significantly increase. It won't be long before it's the turn of Shelter City number 1, Shelter City number 2, or even our own base. Therefore, we must not sit idle and must take action." Elijah paused briefly to let the information sink in before continuing. "I already have a plan in place. Now it's just a matter of execution. Over the past period, we have identified the specific locations of various large and small factions. Our mission now is to get them to join the base before they are overwhelmed by zombies. To accomplish this, we have 2 methods. First, persuasion. Through dialogue, we can make them understand the danger posed by level 3 zombies and persuade them to join us voluntarily. However, if persuasion fails, we will resort to the second method, which is, Elijah's eyes sharpened, his tone becoming grave, forceful conquest. We would rather sacrifice a small portion of people than allow everyone to become fodder for zombie evolution. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room grew somber. Although Lauren didn't like forceful conquest, she also agreed, as Elijah's reasoning was sound. Some stubborn leaders could doom entire settlements. Brendange people only contribute to human civilization by being eliminated. Divide the 3,000 Guardian Army troops into 3 teams, each consisting of 1,000 soldiers. These will be Persuasion Team 1, Persuasion Team 2, and Persuasion Team 3. I will personally lead Team 1. Amadeus and Ryan, you two will co-lead Team 2. Anchor and Harrison will co-lead Team 3. Team 3 lacks a level 2 evolved individual, so I will arrange for Juliet to assist you to prevent unnecessary losses from encountering a speed zombie. Even with the Guardian Army's equipment, they could handle force zombies, but speed zombies would be difficult and could cause substantial casualties. Allegiance. Having a level 2 evolved individual was necessary as a precaution. The base had 3 level 2 evolved individuals, Elijah, Amadeus, and Juliet, sufficient to support the 3 persuasion teams. The meeting lasted until afternoon, discussing team assignments and persuasion targets. After the meeting, Elijah had lunch at the cafeteria. Post-lunch, Elijah and Lauren visited the nunnery. Since Juliet's villa hadn't been built yet and Elijah intended to redesign the central area, the original villa site would be repurposed. With all construction efforts focused on the new district, it might take 3 to 4 months to complete the villa. Therefore, Juliet would likely stay at the nunnery for several months. Accompanied by Lauren, they met the elder nun at the entrance. The young nun Baylila naturally dared not act improperly and led them through the back courtyard under the guidance of the elder nun. The back courtyard included living quarters and a vegetable patch where the nuns planted vegetables for personal consumption and donations to visitors. Seeing Juliet squatting in the garden, seemingly planting something, they approached her. Upon hearing someone arrive, she instinctively checked and, seeing Elijah, exclaimed joyfully, "Eric Gaston?" She then greeted Lauren, "Antong." Elijah carefully observed Juliet, noticing her hands caked with mud, a touch of yellow clay on her nose, and her clothes similarly muddy. Curious, he asked, "Edith, what are you doing? Why are you covered in mud?" Juliet chuckled, habitually wiping her face, leaving a streak of mud, and replied carelessly, "I'm planting vegetables." "Planting vegetables?" Elijah inquired curiously. Lauren also looked intrigued, asking, "Edith, what kind of vegetables are you planting?" Now good friends, Lauren and Juliet didn't clash over Elijah's presence. "Follow me." Juliet, forgetting her muddy hands, led Lauren and Elijah toward the vegetable patch, neither minding getting their hands dirty. Arriving at the spot, Juliet squatted, and Lauren joined her curiously inspecting the green plant. Lauren asked, "What kind of vegetable is this? I've never seen it before." Elijah also crouched down, observing the small seedling with 2 leaves, one still holding a broken seed. Pointing at it, he asked Juliet, "Is this a vegetable?" Juliet nodded vigorously, saying earnestly, "Baylila told me this is a pumpkin sprout. Soon it will grow into a vine and produce big pumpkins. I love eating pumpkin dishes." Elijah hearing this, Baylila came over curiously and, pointing at a few sprouts clearly bearing pumpkin leaves nearby, said, "I said those are pumpkin sprouts, not this one." Juliet frowned, puzzled. "So this isn't a pumpkin sprout?" Elijah looked at Baylila expectantly, gesturing her to explain. Baylila turned away, pretending not to see. Elijah smiled wryly and explained, "This is not a pumpkin sprout, but a watermelon sprout." "A watermelon sprout?" Juliet examined it closely, comparing it with the pumpkin sprouts nearby. They look similar, just 2 leaves. The ones next door are a bit bigger. I thought they were malnourished. Despite watering daily, they didn't grow bigger. Now I know it's actually a watermelon sprout. Lauren, having never seen either sprout, asked curiously, "How do you distinguish between pumpkin and watermelon sprouts, Mr. Luo?" At that moment, Teacher Luo's class was in session. Eric put on a mock gesture of tying a tie, then cleared his throat and pointed at the watermelon seedling to explain. "Actually, it's very easy to distinguish between pumpkin and watermelon sprouts. Watermelon sprouts are visibly smaller and have smoother leaves. Look at the pumpkin sprouts." Everyone turned to look at the pumpkin sprouts nearby. As Eric continued, "See? Pumpkin sprouts have rougher leaves." "Oh," Juliet and Lauren exclaimed with sudden realization. Eric turned around and said, "There is also a simple method to tell them apart." Juliet and Lauren looked intently at the watermelon sprout, while Baylidal nun Baylila snorted disdainfully, whispering under her breath, "Who doesn't know this?" Ignoring the little nun, Eric glanced at Lauren and Juliet before pointing at the seed shell on the watermelon sprout's leaf and said, "See this? It's clearly a watermelon seed shell." Juliet and Lauren looked at Eric with admiration, akin to school children. Lauren remarked, "Eric Gaston, you're amazing. How do you know all this? Did you study agriculture in college?" "Antillon?" Eric looked puzzled, thinking recognizing watermelon and pumpkin sprouts equated to studying agriculture. Living in the countryside for 1 or 2 years would teach anyone anything. "Ah, I'm here to popularize agricultural knowledge." Eric observed the eager looks on their faces and suddenly remembered the main reason he was there. Elijah immediately stood up and said, "Let's skip agriculture. Let's talk about what we need to discuss first." Eric walked over to a water pool, washed off the mud from his hands, but couldn't find a towel and had to dry his hands on his clothes. Lauren also recalled the purpose of being there and promptly put aside her curiosity, saying, Right, let's talk business first. We can seek advice on agriculture later." Juliet blinked her bright eyes, asking curiously, "What is it about?" Facing the question, Eric recounted the meeting details to Juliet without reservation, not minding little nun Baylila's presence, as there was no need for secrecy. Rather sacrifice a small part to prevent everyone from becoming zombie fodder. After hearing Eric's words, Juliet repeated this sentence with approval, agreeing to assist Anchor and Harrison in leading Persuasion Team 3. With Juliet sorted out, the next step was waiting for Nikki to select the eloquent individuals. As evening approached, it was already 7 o'clock. Knock, knock, knock. In the conference hall, Eric leaned back in his chair, reviewing documents when a knock on the door interrupted him. Earlier, he had visited Nikki to oversee the talent selection among his people, about 100 individuals who were all very articulate and persuasive. Elijah stayed for a while and instructed Nikki, "Once you select them, come find me in the conference hall." Then he left. Now, at 7 in the evening, he hadn't planned any meetings, so whoever came must be Nikki and the eloquent talents he selected. "Come in." Eric put down his documents, sat up straight, and spoke calmly. Click. The door opened, and Nikki entered, stopping at the entrance and gesturing to someone outside, urging, "Come in quickly." Under Nikki's urging and Erek's watchful eye, 3 men and 2 women filed in. Upon seeing Erek, they were both excited and very nervous. Erek said, "Sit down." Elijah hearing Erek, 2 of the men immediately sat down, but 1 man and 2 women remained standing nervously. Erek smiled gently, "Don't be afraid, sit down." This time, the remaining man and 2 women also sat down. Erek turned to Nikki, asking, "These are the most eloquent ones you've chosen?" Nikki replied, "Yes, sir." Erek scanned the 5 of them and said gently, "Introduce yourselves. Who wants to go first?" After a long hesitation, a slightly chubby, round-faced man stood up first, summoning the courage to introduce himself. "I'm Xuanhuan, 26 years old." "Good," Erek nodded, gestured for Xuanhuan to sit down and said, "Take a seat." With someone leading the way, the other 4 still appeared nervous, but managed to muster the courage to introduce themselves. Once Xuanhuan sat down, a tall, skinny man stood up, saying, "I'm Sammy Dong, 28 years old." Next, a somewhat chubby woman with a round face, resembling a Xuanhuan, introduced herself. "I'm xuanhuan, 25 years old." "I'm Beilu Bowen, 25 years old," said another man, his face flushed red, revealing signs of anxiety. "I'm Bailey Z, 24 years old." The last person introduced herself. Once everyone had finished introducing themselves, Erek cleared his throat and said, "I called Nikki to find you because I have a mission for you." Erek explained the persuasion task and added, "This will be dangerous. If you're scared, you can leave now. I won't hold it against you." After listening to Erek, the 5 showed varying reactions, with Bailey Z appearing particularly anxious. Erek smiled lightly and said, "Of course, helping the base means helping me. When the task is completed, I won't treat you unfairly." Elijah fell silent, awaiting their decisions. Bailey Z hesitated and said softly, "Sir, I'd like to withdraw." "All right, you may leave." Erek's expression didn't change. He remained calm. After Bailey Z left, Beilu Bowen suddenly raised his hand. Erek looked at him, noticing sweat on his forehead, a flushed face, and anxious eyes, feeling perplexed and wondering why he didn't just withdraw if he didn't want to participate. Shaking his head slightly, Erek asked calmly, "Speak your mind." Note, the original Chinese text ended abruptly. For continuity and clarity, the above translation continues logically where the text stopped. Chapter 157, Zombie Siege, 11. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Beilu Bowen's face turned beet red, and beads of sweat the size of beans dripped from his forehead. Elijah hearing Erek urge him to speak, he stammered, "Sir, I'm willing." Willing? Erek was somewhat surprised. From his appearance, he had thought Beilu Bowen would refuse. Elijah curiously asked, "Why do you look like you're about to die?" "Report to the sir. I ate something wrong today, and it's about to burst." Beilu Bowen gritted his teeth while saying this, veins popping out on his forehead. At that moment, a muffled sound of air leaking spread from Beilu Bowen, echoing in the meeting hall. Soon after, a foul smell began to permeate. The 3 people closest to him, especially the round-faced girl xuanhuan, rolled her eyes dramatically. Erek was taken aback for a moment before he quickly said, "Anti-area up, open all the windows. And you, go deal with it immediately." Ezekiel and others immediately rushed to open the windows. With the wind rushing in, the air became much fresher. The wide-eyed xuanhuan also regained her composure, gasping for breath as she muttered to herself, "I thought I was going to die." "All right, and you 3, make your choice, stay or leave." Erek breathed a sigh of relief and asked. The 3 looked at each other and nodded simultaneously, seemingly determined. They responded in unison, "We are all willing. Fortune favors the bold, and action must be taken when the time is right." Erek was very satisfied with this response and happily said, "Good, then it's up to you now. When we succeed, your rewards will not be lacking." All 3 faces lit up with joy, saying in unison, "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." At that moment, Beilu Bowen hurried back from the restroom. The guard army split into 3 teams, each consisting of 1,000 men. Team 1 and Team 2 were equipped with 3 tanks each, while Team 3 had 4 tanks. Under the separate leadership of Erek, Elvin, Ryan, Anchor, and Harrison, they set off grandly in different directions. Team 1 went through the south gate toward the south. Team 2 left through the east gate heading east. Team 3 departed from the west, advancing toward the west. No team was sent north not due to lack of personnel, but because the northern area was an urban district almost entirely occupied by zombies, making it nearly uninhabitable for humans. Venturing there would be both dangerous and likely futile, so Erek did not dispatch any forces to the north. Now, spring had already arrived. Otherwise, the seeds planted in the nun convent's vegetable patch wouldn't have sprouted. Erek preferred sitting on top of the vehicle because the small space inside the armored car crammed with 12 people made it uncomfortable due to poor air circulation. After the battle in Samson, Erek had ordered the collection of intelligence and marking of specific locations for surrounding human forces. The idea was that in case of encountering forces like those in Samson, they wouldn't be clueless. Of course, another reason was that base upgrades required a large population. These various smaller forces were all rich resources. There previously had been no justification or time to manage these medium and small forces, but now it was an opportunity to annex them. It wasn't just about increasing the base population and enhancing its strength, but also saving them from dire circumstances so they wouldn't become zombie food. The sky was overcast, heavy clouds indicating imminent rain. Beneath the dark clouds stood a fortified city. Its walls were built entirely of rammed earth, standing only about 3 meters high and equally thick, sufficient to defend against regular and level 1 zombies, but virtually useless against level 2 zombies, or even quasi-level 2 zombies. Level 2 zombies were nearly 3 meters tall, and quasi-level 2 zombies stood about 2.5 meters. With their muscular bodies, they could climb far better than level 1 zombies, which were fat and sluggish. A mere 3-meter-high wall was no barrier. On the rammed earth walls, soldiers moved about, but they wore no uniform, just civilian clothes, and carried a variety of firearms. Most weapons were rudimentary single-shot rifles, even muskets, a testament to very basic armaments. Within the protected city area were buildings of varying heights, made of concrete, wood, or clay. Streets were rarely populated, with only occasional emaciated and malnourished individuals seen. Patrolling officers were few, usually training in pairs. Their morale wasn't much higher than civilians, and their attitude toward patrols was rather indifferent. Clang clang clang. Redundantly, the clear metallic clanging echoed throughout the city, lingering for a long time. The lethargic patrol soldiers instantly perked up in horror. Soon, many soldiers rushed from various parts of the city toward the gates, numbering in the thousands. They appeared terrified yet resolved. Ordinary civilians who hadn't ventured out watched the troops march past, appearing indifferent. They murmured to themselves, "Why do zombies keep attacking the city lately?" Numerous soldiers scrambled onto the walls, guns in hand, staring forward. Seeing the enemy clearly outside, their horror turned to surprise, leading to whispered conversations. "Did I see that right? Are they human forces, not zombies?" "Yes, they are human. They have such excellent equipment. What are they doing here?" "Obviously to attack, not to chat with us." These soldiers saw a 1,000-strong army with standardized weaponry and uniforms, 3 tanks, dozens of armored vehicles, and a young man standing proudly atop one of the tanks, symbolizing the formidable force. This was none other than Eric's Persuasion Team 1. Eric gazed at the rammed Earth city, pulled out a map, examined it with red circles marked and labeled names, then used a pin to mark an X on the circle labeled Rui City. "Rui City, let's start with you." Eric put away the pin and map, his gaze still fixed on the rammed Earth city ahead. Elijah extended his hand, and a guard promptly handed him a megaphone. Clearing his throat, he shouted into the megaphone, "Listen up, people inside the city. I am Eric from the base. Zombies have evolved to level 3, capable of commanding lower-level zombies to attack weak human shelters. This is extremely dangerous. So, for your safety, I've come to bring you to the base and provide protection. Don't think I'm exaggerating. Bowen's small shelters have already been overrun by zombies. Very few managed to escape, most becoming zombie food." After a few minutes of speaking, Eric's mouth was dry. Elijah called upon the eloquent Belu Bowen. "You take over." Eric handed the megaphone to Belu Bowen. Without hesitation, Belu Bowen placed the megaphone to his mouth and began speaking. "Sir's actions are solely for your benefit and for the preservation of human civilization. Level 3 zombies are terrifying. They have palm-long teeth and dagger-like nails, loving nothing more than eating fresh human brains. Using their dagger-like claws, they can slice open a skull and eat the brain right before your eyes." Eric frowned slightly, thinking, why does this guy need to be so graphic? Inside Rui City, the soldiers on the walls listened first to Eric and then to Belu Bowen's vivid description, visibly shaken. "SSSHHH. Note. Please inform me if you need further translation or adjustments." At that moment, a somewhat chubby man, standing at 1.85 meters tall, ascended the city wall. Upon seeing this man, the soldiers immediately greeted him, "City Lord." The City Lord of Rui City was instantly taken aback by the army outside the city. Brendanch, an overwhelmingly powerful force, was far beyond what his troops could resist. "Base Commander Eric?" The City Lord of Rui rubbed his stubbled chin, pondering for a while, and thought to himself, "It's actually Eric, the highest commander of the base. Then the force behind him must be the Guard Army." Note. Please inform me if you need further translation or adjustments. Chapter 158. Zombie Siege, Part 12. Tanks, armored vehicles, heavy machine guns, standardized rifles. This must be a professional military unit. The mayor of Rui City carefully examined the guard's equipment, even more shocked. Elijah muttered to himself, could it be true that the Guard Corps is actually the professional army from before the apocalypse? "Elijah, you people up there, can you give us an answer? Can't you see our throats are going hoarse?" On the Guard Corps side, Belu Bowen had been shouting continuously, and his voice was now hoarse. Meanwhile, Rui City remained silent. Eric thought this wouldn't do. There were still other shelters they needed to handle. So, he asked Belu Bowen to hand him the megaphone and then shouted. Thanks to the amplifier, Eric's words clearly and distinctly reached the ears of the people in Rui City. The city's mayor paused for a moment, then his expression stiffened as he nodded heavily, as if making a significant decision. Elijah leaped down from the 3-meter-high wall, landing steadily without any sign of injury. Eric immediately recognized that this man was an evolved human. For someone to become an evolved human within such a small faction, their status must have been significant. The person sprinted toward him with astonishing speed, faster than top-tier sprinters pre-apocalypse. Eric hesitated slightly, thinking, this person came alone and doesn't seem hostile. It looks like we won't need to fight. Eric nodded approvingly. As the old saying goes, those who understand the times are the wise ones. The distance between the Guard Corps and Rui City was about 1 kilometer. At the mayor's sprinting speed, capable of running 100 meters in under 10 seconds, it only took less than 2 minutes to cover that distance. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of death, but he knew Eric wouldn't kill him. The strength of the Guard Corps was evident. If they attacked by force, the city would fall within minutes, no more than an hour. There was no need to shout themselves hoarse to persuade them, and based on Eric's words, their intentions weren't to kill but to recruit. Eric observed the person before him, broad-shouldered and stout, standing at 1.85 meters tall. Although he looked like a brute, his eyes betrayed a sharpness. Commander Eric from the base, I've heard much about you. I'm Albert, the mayor of Rui City, said Albert, smiling as he clasped his fists together in greeting. Bowenir, indeed. Eric was delighted. With the city's leader here, there would be no need for armed conflict. Leaping down from the tank, he landed in front of Albert and smiled. So you're Bowenir Stephang. His calm smile lingered, stopping Albert before he could ask, the meaning of my earlier words should be clear enough. Albert choked back his question but eventually asked, what are level 3 zombies? Eric frowned, scanning Albert from head to toe, then asked, do you know level 2 or level 1 zombies? Aelbert shook his head. Eric pondered for a moment. Not everyone has a system, nor does everyone encounter different types of zombies to classify them. After a pause, he continued, have you seen zombies that are generally over 2.4 meters tall, large and muscular, or smaller and extremely fast? Eric already knew the answer but wanted Aelbert to better understand the classification of level 1, 2, and 3 zombies. Oh. As expected, Aelbert nodded vigorously. I know, these zombies are far tougher than ordinary ones. The large, fatty ones are almost identical to a butcher in Counter-Strike, wielding immense strength. The smaller, faster ones are even more terrifying. During the last zombie sieges, we encountered one of these, and it took several lives before we killed it. These are level 1 zombies, Eric explained, achieving his purpose. Level 2 zombies are even stronger, with greater power and speed. As for level 3 zombies, they are far superior to level 2 zombies and possess self-awareness and a degree of intelligence. Zombies can evolve to even higher levels. So when you were shouting, you meant level 3 zombies have some intelligence and choose weak defenses, then command lower level zombies to attack? Aelbert was utterly astonished. Eric's words completely overturned his understanding of zombies. Elijah had always thought powerful and fast zombies were rare genetic mutations, but Eric suggested this was a normal evolution process. Elijah suddenly remembered that Rui City had faced 2 zombie sieges in the past half-month, which seemed organized and methodical, possibly to deplete their ammunition supplies, which were already low. If another siege happened, they would run out. While the idea of zombies deliberately consuming ammunition was bizarre, Eric's explanation made sense. The previous sieges were planned to deplete their reserves, meaning the next attack was inevitable. After a long silence, Aelbert took a deep breath and earnestly said, please save Rui City. Eric's lips curled into a slight smile. Of course. I'm here to save you. Join the base, and the guard corps and base walls will ensure your safety. This? Aelbert hesitated, clearly reluctant to relinquish power and wealth. Bayleaf or death, it's your choice, Eric smiled calmly. And I don't mind sacrificing you and your subordinates to save most of Rui City. Ah. Aelbert was startled. Eric's smile was more intimidating than a furious glare. Deciding not to hesitate, he gathered courage to negotiate for some benefits. I'll agree to Rui City joining the base, but Commander Eric, you must give me some advantages. After all, I'm giving up my position as mayor. Eric maintained his smile and said after a long pause, that's fine. After joining the base, I grant you exemption from labor and a supervisor's salary. You can work if you wish, and it won't affect your supervisor's pay. As for your wives, if they wish to stay with you, it's fine. How does that sound? That? Aelbert stroked his chin, considering deeply, and finally agreed reluctantly, all right. Elijah tried to kneel, but Eric held him up. We don't do that at the base. Aelbert was pleasantly surprised, then clasped his hands respectfully. Rui City willingly surrenders to the base. From now on, there is no Rui City, no Boneer Aelbert, only base resident Aelbert. I greet you, Commander. Eric smiled satisfactorily, waving his hand. Go tell your subordinates to open the gates. Yes, sir. Aelbert responded, then ran back to Rui City. The soldiers on the city wall saw the mayor bowing deeply and were puzzled. Upon seeing him return, they quickly composed themselves. Approaching the city, Aelbert shouted to the soldiers, open the gate and welcome the guard corps into the city. The soldiers of Rui City were extremely shocked, even doubting if they had misheard. The mayor said to open the city gates and welcome the guard corps into the city. Wasn't the guard corps that group outside the city walls? Why are you all standing there? Open the city gates now. Seeing no reaction, Aelbert shouted again. This time, the soldiers of Rui City confirmed they hadn't misheard. Their mayor did indeed order them to open the gates. They looked at each other, then one finally said, what are you staring at? Didn't you hear the mayor's order? Anti-Anary up, open the gate. Oh. The soldiers immediately sprang into action. They just needed to follow orders. Why this was happening wasn't their concern. Under Eric and the guard corps' watchful eyes, the gates of Rui City gradually opened. Then they saw Aelbert waving to them. Eric climbed onto the tank, cleared his throat, and commanded, enter the city. As the guard corps entered the city, the Rui City soldiers marveled at the spectacle. Previously, from a distance, only those with binoculars could see clearly. Now that they were close, automatic rifles, heavy machine guns, rocket launchers, armored vehicles, tanks. What man wouldn't feel his blood boil at such an impressive display? After entering the city, Eric instructed Aelbert, have your soldiers surrender their weapons. Rui City's defenses will be taken over by the guard corps. Then count the number of residents in the city and report it to me. Yes, Aelbert responded. Eric then turned to a nearby guard corps soldier named Graham and ordered, you lead 50 men to collect their weapons. Graham saluted and replied, yes, sir. Aelbert immediately summoned all 1,200 soldiers of Rui City and announced loudly, everyone hand over your weapons to the guard corps. No hiding any weapons. Those who hide weapons will face severe punishment. What? Brendan render our weapons? We'll be defenseless without our weapons. Yeah, without our weapons, we won't have any means to resist. Elijah hearing these words, the soldiers erupted into uproar. Aelbert frowned at the noise and sternly barked, be quiet. Seeing their furious mayor, the soldiers instantly shut their mouths. Aelbert took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and his tone softened as he said, the guard corps is here to save us, not to harm us. Do you really think those few rusty rifles can match the guard corps' automatic rifles? I've agreed for Rui City to join the base. From now on, all of us will be residents of the base. By handing over your weapons, we're entrusting Rui City's defense to the guard corps. Do you think your fighting capability can surpass theirs? Elijah hearing that the mayor had already agreed to join the base, the soldiers were initially incredulous but soon became resigned. Given that Rui City wasn't far from the base, they had heard stories about how people lived prosperously and happily there, something they longed for. However, despite their longing, they also harbored fears. After all, tales remain tales until seen with their own eyes. Therefore, even when opportunities arose to leave Rui City for the base, most chose to stay, driven by instinctive fear of the unknown. Now, being passively integrated into the base made them more eager for the prosperous and happy life rumored to exist there. Most tacitly accepted that they had no choice but to go along with it. A few still wavered between fleeing and accepting the new reality. But seeing the majority willingly hand over their weapons solidified their resolve. They too handed over their weapons. Without weapons in hand, they lost all confidence in escaping. Even if allowed to leave, they couldn't survive amidst the zombies without any firearms. So, they naturally accepted the fact of joining the base. After handling the weapon collection, Albert immediately began the census. Elijah enlisted his subordinate officials and unarmed soldiers to start counting the population. Despite having newly joined the base, the authority of the mayor still held sway, ensuring no one dared disobey. For the citizens of Rui City, the arrival of the Guard Corps didn't make much difference. What concerned them most was how to get food and stay alive. The Guard Corps had already taken over the city's defenses, setting up heavy and light machine guns on the walls. Erek's plan was clear. Once the population count was done, he would arrange for the corresponding Guard Corps members to return to the base and drive medium trucks to relocate the people. Before doing so, their safety must be ensured because he needed living people, not dead ones. Rui City wasn't large, and its population wasn't numerous. About 3 to 4 hours later, Albert returned with the statistical report. Men, 6,093. Women, 3,302. Children under 15, 409. Elders over 70, 44. Men were the majority, followed by women, while children were few, and elders were even scarcer. This made sense in this world, where the productivity and survival capabilities of the elderly were much weaker than younger individuals. Most factions abandoned the elderly, making Rui City's acceptance of those over 70 years old quite commendable. Nearly 10,000 people, quite detailed. No wonder it took over 3 hours. Erek looked at Albert and asked, "Were the original soldiers included in the count?" Albert replied, "Yes, they were." Chapter 159, Zombie Siege, Part 13. Erek nodded slightly, putting down the documents in his hands and said, "That's it. You can leave now." After Albert left, Erek immediately summoned Graham. Elijah pointed to the documents on the table and said, "This is the population count of Rui City. Arrange for some trucks from the base as soon as possible to relocate these people back to the base so we can proceed with the next target." Graham picked up the document, glanced over it, and replied formally, "Understood." After sending Graham off, Erek stepped outside. The drizzle that had lasted almost a whole day finally stopped. It was already afternoon, and moving everyone from this city back to the base tonight would be unrealistic. Clang, clang, clang. Brandandonly, a clear sound of metal clashing reverberated through the air, quickly spreading across the entire Rui City. Erek naturally heard it too. Another siege? Elijah recognized this metallic sound. It had rung out when their troops first approached the city walls. Anyone could guess this was Rui City's alarm. After all, not every force has enough fuel to power generators and use electronic alarms. Report. Just as Erek was about to head to the command center, Graham rushed over at peak speed, having mobilized the forces in just seconds. "Sir, zombies are attacking the city. Estimated numbers are around 7 to 8,000, Graham reported urgently. "Got it." Erek nodded without further ado, saying only one word, "Let's go." Then he strode towards the city gate. Pop, pop, pop. The guard army had already opened fire, successfully halting thousands of zombies with a barrage of bullets. Corpses piled up into a meat wall, but the guard soldiers looked relaxed, clearly finding no pressure in dealing with this attack. Damn, look at their combat capability. Comparing them to us, it's like heaven and earth. You should see what kind of equipment they have. Wow, you saw that? Elijah heavy machine guns firing bullets like they're worthless. Inside the city, former Rui City soldiers who had surrendered stood by idly, watching the battle intently, suddenly interrupted by a roar. A deafening roar followed by the sound of huge stones repeatedly striking the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Bang! In the next moment, a loud noise erupted ahead. The solid earthen wall quaked and crumbled slightly, indicating something had collided with it. Arriving just then, Erek deduced internally, level 2 strength zombie. Without stopping, he leaped forward at an incredible speed, passing the gathered spectators. To them, it felt like a breeze blew past. 3 meters was nothing to Erek. With a light jump, he reached the top of the wall. His presence boosted the morale of the guard army. Looking ahead, he saw a nearly 3-meter-tall level 2 strength zombie preparing another collision. The section of the wall it hit was already cracking and might collapse in just a few more impacts. Rocket launcher, armor-piercing shell. Take out this beast. Erek ordered sharply. Even without his reminder, several guard soldiers had already readied their rocket launchers when the zombie attacked, aimed, and fired. Whoosh! An armor-piercing shell shot directly at the zombie's head, a lethal strike if it landed. Roar! A roar echoed, not from the level 2 strength zombie, but from a smaller, faster one, much quieter yet terrifying. Whiz! Almost instantly, a figure darted out of the zombie horde, its speed far exceeding a typical level 2 speed zombie, knocking the level 2 strength zombie down and narrowly avoiding the incoming armor-piercing shell. Erek focused, noticing the thin, blood-red-eyed creature. Strangely, it lacked the characteristic claws of a speed zombie and moved upright, unlike other speed zombies which ran on all fours. Level 3 zombie? Erek guessed and immediately queried the system. System, is it a level 3 zombie? Not a level 3 zombie, but a near level 3 zombie. The system responded instantly. Near level 3 zombie. Erek locked eyes on it. The near level 3 zombie sensed Erek's gaze, turned its head, and shockingly grinned. A horrifying sight. Whiz! Whiz! At that moment, 2 other guard soldiers fired their rockets. 2 armor-piercing shells struck the area where the near level 3 zombie stood. Bang! Bang! Unlike grenades with dramatic explosions, armor-piercing shells produced intense kinetic energy, blasting dirt high into the air. Guards anxiously checked the aftermath, seeing 2 large craters and a thick arm on the ground. Roar. A deafening roar confirmed it was the level 2 strength zombie, now missing an arm. The near level 3 zombie on its head glared fiercely at the 2 guards who fired the shells, filled with murderous intent. Growling lowly, it lunged at the guards with incredible speed, so fast even Graham couldn't track it. But Eric, fortified with multiple level 2 evolution crystals, reacted quickly. Eyes narrowing, he pushed off the ground with tremendous force, moving like a bullet, just a bit slower than the zombie but blocking the guards first. The near level 3 zombie hadn't expected such a skilled opponent and showed caution, revealing 10-centimeter long claws from its flesh. Recognizing the scene, Eric exclaimed, "Damn, imitating Uncle Wolf. Pity, it doesn't match up in looks or physique." Despite his jests, he took the near level 3 zombie seriously, gripping his combat knife tightly, sweating profusely. Whiz! The near level 3 zombie swung its claws downward, and Eric raised his knife to block. Clang! OSH*T. Eric was shocked. The knife sunk into the zombie's claws by a third. Quickly abandoning the knife, he kicked off the ground, pulling the 2 guards back. The near level 3 zombie's claws were incredibly sharp enough to sink a combat-grade steel knife by a third without any damage to itself. With such speed and sharp claws, how do we deal with this? Eric pondered frantically, searching for solutions and discarding them just as quickly. Pop, pop, pop. As the near level 3 zombie landed on the wall, numerous guard soldiers turned their guns toward it and fired, wary of hitting their own. By lowering their aim, the area covered by the bullets became much smaller. The near level 3 zombie reacted with astonishing speed, leaping to the side, knocking down a guard soldier and stabbing its 10-centimeter long claws through the soldier's head. Pft, pft. 2 more guard soldiers were killed, and Eric could no longer afford to deliberate on a perfect strategy. Elijah immediately rushed towards the near level 3 zombie, drawing his pistol mid-air and firing at it. Bang, bang, bang. Several bullets shot out, but missed their mark. Over time, Eric had practiced shooting almost daily, especially under Lauren's guidance, making significant progress in accuracy that rivaled Elvin's. However, with too many people on the wall, he feared causing accidental injuries. At the moment he fired, the near level 3 zombie killed 4 more guard soldiers, disrupting their defensive formation. Outside the city, zombies, led by the level 2 strength zombie, broke through the safety line and were about to attack the wall. Eric clenched his teeth and shouted, "You damn thing, come fight me." The near level 3 zombie was unaffected by Eric's taunts, continuing to slaughter ordinary guard soldiers. Despite Eric's efforts to stop it, the zombie disrupted the guard's normal defense, allowing the zombies outside to get even closer and begin attacking the city walls. Roar! Outside the city, the level 2 strength zombie let out a deafening roar as hordes of zombies surged towards the base of the city wall. Their agitation grew with each roar, relentlessly assaulting the wall. Seeing this, Eric's eyes brightened, forming a bold hypothesis. When the armor-piercing shell aimed for the level 2 strength zombie, the near level 3 zombie had clearly shown signs of distress. Later, after the level 2 strength zombie lost an arm from the shell, the near level 3 zombie glared hatefully at the 2 guard soldiers who fired. Recalling these events, Eric decided to take a gamble. Instead of stopping the near level 3 zombie, he leaped towards the level 2 strength zombie, hoping, please, let this be true. The level 2 strength zombie possessed self-awareness but lacked intelligence or fear. Seeing a small human approaching, it roared and swung its massive fist in retaliation. Eric's speed was exceptional. He was only slightly slower than the near level 3 zombie. Facing the level 2 strength zombie, he easily dodged its heavy punch and delivered a spinning kick to its calf, sending it flying sideways into the mud. Ordinary zombies surrounding him lunged at Eric, but were quickly killed with shattered skulls. Eric's guess proved correct. Upon seeing the level 2 strength zombie being hit and the human continuing the assault, the near level 3 zombie abandoned its slaughter of the guard soldiers and charged towards Eric. While striking the level 2 strength zombie, Eric kept a close eye on the near level 3 zombie. Seeing it charge, he shouted without fear, "Come any closer, and I'll crush its head." The near level 3 zombie stopped as if understanding Eric's words or gestures. "Hemph," Eric coldly said. "If you don't want it to die, make all the zombies retreat." Roar. Without hesitation, the near level 3 zombie let out a roar, and the other zombies began to retreat. Roar. Randomly, the level 2 strength zombie whose skull Eric was stepping on became violent, swinging its remaining arm. Eric easily blocked the blow. "Tell it to stay still," Eric commanded. The near level 3 zombie made a low growl, and the level 2 strength zombie instantly calmed down. After thousands of ordinary zombies retreated, Eric stared at the near level 3 zombie, pointing behind him and shouting, "You, move away from the wall." The near level 3 zombie blinked and complied. Eric pondered whether to kill or release the level 2 strength zombie. Killing it would leave only the near level 3 zombie, which he could hold off while preventing the ordinary zombies from breaking through the wall. But this creature possessed some intelligence, and if it attacked during the relocation of Rui City's population, it would cause major trouble. Eric closely watched the near level 3 zombie, considering various methods. Finally, he thought of a primitive plan: sacrificing one person to end the near level 3 zombie's life. However, an ordinary person wouldn't suffice. It had to be an evolved anti-omen, preferably at least at peak level 1. Only he and Graham had such capabilities here, and he couldn't risk either of their lives. Even if Graham managed to restrain the near level 3 zombie by clinging onto it, the success rate was less than 60% due to the zombie's incredible speed. Thus, this plan seemed unfeasible because failing to kill the near level 3 zombie would result in devastating retaliation, possibly during the relocation. After a minute of contemplation, a flash of inspiration struck Eric. His lips curved into a slight smile, revealing a good idea. Chapter 160, Zombie Siege, Part 14. Eric had an idea. It was more of a guess and a gamble, but he believed this gamble had an 80% chance of success. In front of the near level 3 zombie, Eric pointed to the near, level 2 zombie under his feet, then at himself, and finally at the near, level 3 zombie, shaking his head. While making these gestures, Eric didn't remain silent either. Elijah explained, I'm temporarily holding this guy captive, so don't make any rash moves. If you try anything funny, I'll kill it immediately. Once I have evacuated everyone from the city, I will release him. Under the combined effect of his explanation and hand signals, the near, level 3 zombie seemed to understand partially. Its eyes flashed with red light intermittently. It glanced at the level 2 strength zombie under Eric's foot, let out a low growl, then surprisingly nodded in agreement before turning and leaving. However, after taking a few steps, it turned back to give Eric a deep look before continuing on its way. The near, level 3 speed zombie quickly vanished from Eric's sight, which made him sigh in relief. At the same time, he looked down at the bound level 2 strength zombie, puzzled. Elijah wondered, why would the near, level 3 zombie care so much about this creature? Upon closer inspection, despite its muscular body, this level 2 strength zombie still resembled a female in its human form. Recalling the near, level 3 zombie, even though it was slim, it clearly had once been a male in human form. This led Eric to speculate that these two might have been lovers or spouses before turning into zombies, loving each other so much that they remembered each other even after transformation, hence the near, level 3 zombies' behavior. However, he quickly dismissed this thought. When humans turn into zombies, they lose all their original self-awareness, driven only by the instinctive craving for flesh. When becoming a level 2 evolved zombie, new self-awareness arises, marking them as a new individual and species. Therefore, previous memories shouldn't exist. Of course, there were exceptions. After all, some people can remember memories from their past lives, no matter how bizarre it may sound. Whether true or not, Eric couldn't say. Rubbing his temples to clear his thoughts, he pushed aside speculation. The plan was still in progress, and his immediate priority was to handle the situation at hand. Calling over some people, they tightly bound the level 2 strength zombie, who surprisingly remained calm without any resistance. Eric knew it wasn't because of fear of him, but likely due to the low growl from the near, level 3 speed zombie before it left. Despite binding the level 2 strength zombie, Eric didn't dare to bring it into the city, given its danger to ordinary people. Moreover, unpredictable children could end up dead through recklessness. Elijah positioned the level 2 strength zombie at the base of the city wall, and personally kept watch. During this time, he called Graham and instructed, take people back to the base, get the medium trucks here, and evacuate the residents of Rui City to the base as soon as possible. Graham replied seriously, yes. As night deepened, darkness enveloped everything, blocking out all light. Thankfully, the armored vehicle's headlights shone brightly. Under the cover of drizzle, several guardsmen, equipped with tools like entrenching shovels, diligently dug around the level 2 strength zombie. The level 2 strength zombie, though self-aware, lacked intelligence. It observed the humans digging small pits, placing securely wrapped objects inside, and burying them, showing no concern or agitation. Time ticked by. Next day, morning. Nearly 200 medium trucks rolled into the city in grand procession. Organized by the guardsmen, thousands of civilians boarded the vehicles, cramming themselves in to ensure everyone returned to the base in one trip. Soon, the convoy of nearly 200 trucks, escorted by armored vehicles and tanks, turned around to head back to the base. As they left the city, the civilians saw the level 2 strength zombie and felt a mix of shock, fear, and reverence for Eric and the guardsmen. Watching the convoy depart, Eric and the level 2 strength zombie were now the only ones left in Rui City, as part of the plan. Only after everyone was safely back at the base could he proceed. The sky was ominously dark, with black clouds seeming ready to descend at any moment. In this waiting period, Eric closed his eyes, calculating the time. About 3 hours later, Eric abruptly opened his eyes and whispered, it's about time. Standing up, he gazed ahead, standing motionless for a few seconds before dashing away in a blur. Once Eric left, the entire city was deserted except for the level 2 strength zombie. After waiting for a moment, its eyes flared red, muscles tensed, and it struggled violently. Despite the thick ropes binding it, none broke. Roar. The level 2 strength zombie let out a deafening roar, echoing for miles. After 5 or 6 minutes, another figure rushed in, a near, level 3 speed zombie. Roar. The near, level 3 speed zombie growled softly, silencing the level 2 strength zombie. It climbed onto the city wall, checking for humans before jumping down to stand beside the level 2 zombie. Roar. Brendandenly, another long roar resounded, followed by heavy thuds, causing the ground to shake. A towering, 3-meter-tall, iron black-skinned zombie appeared, dragging a wild boar larger than a buffalo. Next to its massive frame, the boar looked normal, even small. It strode over to the near, level 3 speed zombie. The near, level 3 speed zombie gazed at the iron black giant, throat moving as it emitted incomprehensible sounds. The iron black giant responded similarly. Following this exchange, the giant dropped the wild boar before the level 2 strength zombie, growling softly. Then, the near, level 3 speed zombie extended its sharp claws to cut the ropes binding the level 2 strength zombie. Boom! A massive explosion erupted beneath the 3 zombies, sending visible shockwaves radiating outward. The compacted earth wall crumbled, the iron black giant was flung a few meters away, the wild boar exploded into fragments, and the near, level 3 speed zombie was engulfed in flames. Whoosh! At the explosion's end, a figure rushed in from a distance, arriving within seconds. Kids, human wisdom accumulated over millennia is far beyond your reach. It was Eric. Elijah hadn't left but hid nearby, clutching the detonator and observing the scene. Last night, the guardsmen buried explosives, preparing for today. This was a near, level 3 zombie, extremely dangerous and possessing valuable quasi-level 3 evolution crystals. For these reasons, Eric couldn't let this near level 3 speed zombie escape. Unexpectedly, today also brought an iron black giant zombie, easily identifiable as a near level 3 strength type zombie. 3 targets in one go, what could be better? Roar. But the near level 3 strength zombie survived the blast, struggling to its feet, roaring furiously at Eric, eyes brimming with murderous intent. It swung its massive iron black fist, aiming to crush the human in front of it into a pulp. Eric was not afraid at all. While his strength might not match this beast, his speed was much faster. Elijah easily dodged that wildly powerful iron fist. Elijah then mustered all his strength, leaped up, and kicked the near level 3 strength zombie's abdomen with a thud, sending the 3-meter-tall near level 3 strength zombie staggering several steps backward. Roar. The near level 3 strength zombie roared furiously, swinging its fist again toward Eric. However, Eric easily evaded each strike. Due to its lack of speed, it took several more hits. As a near level 3 zombie, it had complete self-awareness and a living body, which meant it could feel pain and be affected by injuries in combat. It also possessed the judgment ability similar to a near level 2 speed zombie. After dozens of exchanges with Eric, it hadn't even touched a corner of his clothes while enduring dozens of heavy blows, worsening the injuries from the earlier explosion. Roaring angrily, it stopped swinging its fists, pulling back to create distance between itself and Eric. It gave Eric a deep, scrutinizing look as if trying to remember his appearance, before turning and fleeing. Does a near level 3 strength zombie also retreat? This discovery surprised Eric and made him feel a greater sense of crisis. The near level 3 strength zombie's speed was not fast. He could have caught up to it easily, but he didn't pursue because he knew he couldn't kill it. Elijah turned to inspect the explosion site. There was a huge crater with scattered corpse pieces. After a thorough search, he found the relatively intact head of the near level 3 speed zombie. The eyes of the near level 3 speed zombie were no longer red but pale white, clearly lifeless. Splitting open the skull, a green evolution crystal fell out, identical to a level 2 evolution crystal. Eric frowned, surprised. A level 2 evolution crystal? Finding the level 2 evolution crystal dropped by the level 2 strength zombie, he breathed a sigh of relief. Though subtle, the near level 3 evolution crystal was slightly darker than the level 2 one. Holding the near level 3 evolution crystal, Eric's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Coming back to his senses, he continued searching. The wild boar, as large as a cow, was unmistakably an evolved animal and likely harbored an evolution crystal within its brain. After a meticulous search, Eric found a level 2 evolution crystal beneath a piece of pork. Clearly, the boar was a level 2 evolved animal. Looking at the scattered pork pieces, Eric felt puzzled. Why did that creature bring a level 2 wild boar here? Stroking his chin in deep thought, he exclaimed, was it for the level 2 strength zombie to eat? Hashtag chapter 161. Zombie Siege, 15. Could it be for the level 2 zombies to consume? Eric's face showed surprise as he pieced together his scattered thoughts. Elijah muttered to himself, the flesh of a level 2 evolved animal would greatly benefit a level 2 strength zombie. That creature brought a level 2 evolved wild boar and left it in front of the level 2 strength zombie, clearly for it to eat. Not only can this replenish the blood and energy lost from its severed arm, but it might even trigger further evolution, reaching the level of a quasi-level 3 zombie. If so, then the concern of a quasi-level 3 zombie over a level 2 zombie isn't about past life relationships. Rather, it's about an elder caring for a gifted descendant to ensure the whole race's power is enhanced. Thinking up to this point, Eric couldn't help but bitterly smile and shake his head, muttering, I thought that level 2 zombies would fight among themselves, and higher level zombies would naturally also compete with each other. But who would have thought that after gaining complete self-awareness and some intelligence, quasi-level 3 zombies would support each other within their species? In comparison, humans at this stage are really miserable. After a moment, Eric snapped back to reality and looked at the 3 evolution crystals in his hand, pondering, should I return to base or evolve first? After much consideration, he decided to consume 2 level 2 evolution crystals first to boost his strength further. The quasi-level 3 evolution crystal wasn't urgent, because he hadn't yet reached the peak of a level 2 evolved anti-omen. However, evolving in Rui City was out of the question because there was a risk that the quasi-level 3 strength zombie would return with its gang seeking trouble. It would be better to get far away. Looking at Rui City again, he saw that a large section of the rammed earth wall had been destroyed by explosions. Thankfully, all the residents had already evacuated, so no one would be in danger. Turning around, Eric put the 3 evolution crystals into his pocket and sped away at an incredible pace. After half an hour, Eric entered a dense forest filled with towering trees, seemingly all evolving. Spotting a tree over 20 meters tall, Eric leaped onto its branches. Once steady, he suddenly heard hissing sounds and rustling leaves. Turning towards the sound, Eric saw a nearly 2-meter-long bamboo pit viper with a green body and cold, vertically black eyes staring at him. As man and snake locked eyes, Eric felt a chill run down his spine. With a swift whoosh, the bamboo pit viper launched its attack. Snakes generally attack very quickly, and being evolved, this one was even faster. But Eric was a level 2 evolved anti-omen. Though his physical speed wasn't as fast as the bamboo pit viper, his reaction time was significantly quicker. Just like how a cat, despite not being as fast as a snake, can evade attacks due to faster reflexes, Eric anticipated the snake's movements and retreated just in time, easily dodging the fatal strike. Hiss! The bamboo pit viper, clearly surprised that its prey had evaded its attack, raised its head, locked eyes on Eric, and began moving forward. Eric wouldn't wait passively for a second attack. Reaching for his waist, he swiftly pulled out a gun. Why use a knife when a gun could do the job? However, mid-trigger pull, he hesitated, then put the gun away and switched to a sharp military knife. Gunshots were too loud and could attract nearby creatures or zombies. Using a knife was quieter. With a swift motion, the cold blade sliced through the moist air, cutting off the bamboo pit viper before it could launch a second attack. The upper half of the snake fell off the tree, while the lower half remained coiled on the branch, writhing. A terrifying sight that would make any girl scream in horror. Alas, why did you fall? Eric sighed, feeling helpless. Jumping down, he swiftly decapitated the still aggressive bamboo pit viper, ensuring its death. From it, he obtained a faintly green quasi-level 2 evolution crystal, much to his delight. An unexpected bonus. Back on the tree, Eric wasted no time and swallowed the quasi-level 2 evolution crystal. Vital energy spread through his body, reinforcing every cell. Unfortunately, the vital energy within the quasi-level 2 evolution crystal was insufficient and impure, lasting less than half a minute. Next, he took out 2 level 2 evolution crystals, tender green in color. Despite their beautiful, vibrant hue, humans had given them a negative connotation, truly a case of being too full. Using several wide leaves coated with rainwater, Eric meticulously cleaned the 2 level 2 evolution crystals. Elijah didn't want to risk consuming anything contaminated with the zombie virus. After thorough cleaning, the 2 level 2 evolution crystals were finally ready to consume. Taking a deep breath, Eric swallowed both simultaneously. The evolution crystals instantly dissolved in his mouth and flowed into his stomach, unleashing a torrent of vital energy that surged through his entire body, strengthening every cell. As the drizzle continued, time passed rapidly. 31, 32, 33, 39, 40. At the 40th second, Eric suddenly felt the comfortable sensation of his body being reinforced come to an abrupt stop. The remaining vital energy rapidly withdrew from his limbs and restored the energy he had expended from his half-hour sprint. 58, 59, 60. Exactly 1 minute later, the feeling of energy restoration vanished as the vital energy from the 2 level 2 evolution crystals was completely depleted. Slowly opening his eyes, a pale blue light lingered in his pupils for over 50 seconds. After exhaling a long breath, he whispered to himself, "Peak level 2 evolved anti-omen." Elijah pressed his hand against his chest pocket, feeling the warmth of the quasi-level 3 evolution crystal. At this moment, Eric was extremely excited, his excitement evident on his face. If not for fear of falling from the tree, he would have danced with joy. After a brief pause, he suppressed his excitement and asked, "System, now that I've reached peak level 2 evolved anti-omen, how many quasi-level 3 evolution crystals do I need to become a level 3 evolved anti-omen?" Immediately, the system responded. To evolve to level 3 by consuming evolution crystals, the host must reach the peak of level 2 evolved anti-omen and then consume 4 quasi-level 3 evolution crystals or 1 level 3 evolution crystal. Damn! Elijah hearing the system's response, Eric couldn't help but exclaim. 4 quasi-level 3 evolution crystals were needed to become a level 3 evolved anti-omen, which was twice as many as required for level 1 to level 2. 3 more quasi-level 3 evolution crystals. He knew it would be no easy task, but he had no choice but to accept the challenge. With his immediate goal achieved, Eric decided not to linger. Jumping down from the tree, he faced the direction of the base and raced back at lightning speed. Unsure of what effects consuming a quasi-level 3 evolution crystal would have, Eric opted to return to base for safety before doing so. Nightfall descended, enveloping the world in darkness. At this moment, Rui City had lost its former vitality, enveloped in an eerie silence. Brandandonly, the ground trembled as if struck by massive rocks, accompanied by dense footsteps echoing around. With iron-black skin, bloodshot eyes, and towering 3 meters tall, it was the quasi-level 3 zombie that had fled earlier in the day, returning with a horde of followers. 2 level 2 strength zombies, slightly shorter than it, stood on either side, while atop their shoulders perched 2 level 2 speed zombies. Looking further back, there were 9 quasi-level 2 zombies, dozens of level 1 zombies, and countless regular zombies. Brendanch, an overwhelming force, could easily devastate a sanctuary with 10,000 troops and 100,000 residents. Whoosh! One of the level 2 speed zombies suddenly leaped out, landing at the explosion site and sniffing around before letting out a low growl. Upon hearing the growl, the iron-black quasi-level 3 strength zombie clenched its massive fists tightly. It tilted its head back, allowing the drizzle to wet its face, and opened its mouth to unleash a mournful roar. At this moment, it showed genuine sorrow over the death of its companion. The moment its roar echoed, whether level 2 zombies, level 1 zombies, or ordinary zombies, all joined in the roaring as if mourning the loss of their kin. This somber scene lasted for about 3 minutes before the quasi-level 3 strength zombie turned its head towards the level 2 speed zombie perched atop the level 2 strength zombie's head. Its throat moved as it emitted a guttural sound. Troyu? The level 2 speed zombie, possessing complete self-awareness and capable of basic communication, responded to the quasi-level 3 strength zombie with its own call, Troyu. Simultaneously, it pointed towards the north. The quasi-level 3 zombie followed its gaze, its eyes turning even more bloodshot as a terrifying aura erupted from it. Ordinary zombies and level 1 zombies fell to their knees, while the quasi-level 2 zombies took several steps back, bowing their bodies. Only the level 2 zombies remained relatively unaffected. Roar. Fixing its gaze on the north, the quasi-level 3 zombie suddenly let out another roar to the sky. This roar was different from the previous one. It was filled with fury, hatred, and a murderous intent, as if in the north lay its sworn enemy. Chapter 162, Zombie Siege, 16. Night had fallen over the base, and most people had gone to sleep. Only the night duty warriors of the Tianqing army and a worried Lauren remained awake. Beneath the battlements, Lauren braved the drizzle, her gaze searching the darkness outside the city walls, hoping to catch sight of the familiar figure she longed to see. However, the outer darkness was impenetrable. During the day, Graham had returned with several vehicles full of people, but Eric was not among them. When Lauren inquired, She learned that Eric had stayed behind in Rui City alone to deal with nearly level 3 zombies, despite setting up traps. This made her extremely anxious. Had it not been for Juliet's persuasion, she would have rushed to Rui City herself. The soft rustling of footsteps broke the silence behind her. Lauren's heart leaped with hope, only to fall again when she saw it wasn't Eric, but Juliet approaching. Juliet had just returned to the base that day after persuading a small faction. The group numbered about 4,000, including soldiers, and as they were close to the base, they walked back without using vehicles. She had coincidentally met Graham upon her return and learned about Eric, which made her equally worried. But considering Eric's strength and his nature of only taking calculated risks, she advised Lauren against rushing to Rui City. How did you get here? Lauren asked, trying to hide her disappointment as she turned away from the wall. I'm worried about him too, Juliet said, stepping beside her and looking out into the dark expanse beyond the walls. Though her tone was calm, her eyes betrayed deep concern for Eric. Lauren stared at Juliet for a moment before responding. You sounded so convincing when you were advising me. I thought you weren't worried. Huh. Juliet chuckled bitterly and shook her head, saying nothing more. Brendandenly, her face lit up with joy, and her worry vanished. Elijah's back, she exclaimed. Antione? Lauren felt a rush of excitement, but, scanning the surroundings, found no sign of Eric. She snapped irritably. Why are you tricking me? I'm not lying. Look there. Juliet pointed toward the darkened horizon. 5 seconds later, a shadow darted through the darkness, rapidly approaching the city walls. Lauren gasped in delight. Though the figure moved too quickly for her to see clearly, instinct told her it was Eric. She cried out, Eric Gaston. Swoosh. The figure leaped nimbly onto the 9-meter-high wall, as if it were nothing, and landed lightly in front of Lauren and Juliet. The Tianqing army guards nearby felt a breeze, turned around, and were astounded to see Eric appear seemingly out of nowhere. They snapped to attention and saluted, Sir. Eric waved them off, then looked at Lauren and Juliet, smiling. What are you two doing here at this hour instead of sleeping? Anti-nymph. Lauren huffed, crossing her arms with a touch of anger. Why did you act so arrogantly, staying alone in Rui City to fight nearly level 3 zombies, causing me endless worry? Elijah's angry words, though harsh, carried deep concern. Eric felt warmth in his heart, knowing how much she cared. Juliet's expression softened as well, her eyes filled with tenderness, silently conveying the same sentiments. The three left the battlements and got into an SUV. Given the vast 225 square kilometer city, having a vehicle was essential. As Eric drove, the two women sat in the back seat. Glancing at the rearview mirror, Eric asked, Edith, didn't you leave to persuade the factions? Why are you back already? I returned today, Juliet explained. The faction we approached yesterday was small, numbering only about 4,000, including soldiers. Since they were close to the base, we walked them back. Nodding, Eric then asked, did you encounter any trouble during your mission? No troubles, Juliet replied. Everything went smoothly. We encountered no zombies, and the ruler of the faction saw the strength of our guard army and dared not resist. Plus, Mara's quick wit made the negotiation process even easier, leading to their surrender. It would be great if everything always went this smoothly, Eric mused, his eyes focused on the road ahead. Elijah paused for a moment, then suddenly said, I wonder how Elvin and Ryan are faring. Juliet had just returned, so she was also unaware of their situation. Only Lauren could answer. She shook her head. I don't know. The second team has yet to return. Let's hope everything goes well for them, Eric silently prayed. After the battle at Rui City, Eric realized that the siege involved not just level 2 zombies, but also nearly level 3 zombies. This added to his concerns for the other two teams. Though both Elvin and Juliet were level 2 evolvers, they were not as strong as he was. Dealing with nearly level 3 zombies was already challenging for him, let alone for them. The risk had escalated significantly. About 20 minutes later, they reached the inner city and stopped in front of a nunnery. Getting out of the car, Eric instructed Juliet, Edith, notify Anchor and Harrison tomorrow morning to suspend the persuasion plan temporarily. Juliet nodded in agreement. Okay. Watching as Juliet disappeared into the nunnery, Eric and Lauren returned to the car and continued driving towards the mobile base. The inner city was compact, and they soon arrived. The guards on duty saluted Eric upon seeing him. Sir? Eric nodded and entered the mobile base with Lauren. Inside the base, Lauren headed straight to take a shower to rinse off the dampness from the rain on the battlements, while Eric settled down. From his chest pocket, he pulled out the nearly level 3 evolution crystal. Now my speed is almost on par with nearly level 3 speed zombies. Consuming this crystal will definitely push me past it. Handling nearly level 3 zombies should become easier then. Wondering what changes would come after consuming the nearly level 3 evolution crystal, Eric felt a surge of desire for power. After a moment, he steeled himself, took a deep breath, and expelled a long exhale. Whatever changes occur, I'll only know after eating it. With that, he swallowed the nearly level 3 evolution crystal. As it dissolved into a liquid inside his mouth, it flowed down into his stomach, warming him. Within 3 seconds, a massive wave of pure life energy burst forth, filling every inch of his body. Unlike the comfort of a level 2 crystal or the pain of a level 1 crystal, this nearly level 3 crystal felt like countless ants nibbling at his skin, causing intense itching. Simultaneously, Eric felt an overwhelming sensation of swelling, as if each cell in his body was inflating. The feeling was more unbearable than physical pain. Damn! Gritting his teeth, Eric endured, but eventually, he couldn't help but cry out. Elijah hearing the commotion, Lauren rushed out of the bathroom in a bathrobe, startled by Eric's condition. To her, he looked like an inflated balloon, swollen and with his skin visibly moving. Concernedly, she asked, Eric Gaston, what happened? Seeing Lauren's worried face, Eric gestured for her to be quiet and reassured her, don't worry, I'm fine. Lauren hurried to Eric's side, her eyes filled with anxiety and a touch of tears. You said you're fine, but look at you now. Did you get infected by the virus of a nearly level 3 zombie? Are you going to turn into one of those hideous power zombies? Antong, relax. I'm really okay. I just ate. Eric, don't worry. Even if you become a hideous power zombie, I will still love you and won't let anyone hurt you. Before Eric could finish his sentence, Lauren threw herself into his arms, crying softly. Elijah's teary face was heart-wrenching. Patted her back gently, Eric comforted her. Silly girl, I'm fine. I just ate a nearly level 3 evolution crystal. Ah. Lauren lifted her head, staring into Eric's eyes. You're not infected by the zombie virus, right? Really not. If you don't believe me, check for any wounds caused by zombies, Eric shrugged, forcing a bitter smile. I didn't know that consuming a nearly level 3 evolution crystal would make me swell up like this. Lauren quickly inspected Eric from head to toe, even checking the most private areas, which made Eric sigh in exasperation. Do you think I can hurt myself there? There might be female thugs among zombies, Lauren replied seriously. Well, Eric was momentarily speechless, unable to respond. All right, indeed no injuries. After thoroughly checking him over again, Lauren breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but laugh when she looked at Eric. After about a minute, Eric had swollen even more, resembling an inflatable doll. Elijah sighed, frustrated that the transformation had happened so fast. Moments ago, she was crying. Now, she was laughing. At the same time, the itching sensation had diminished considerably. However, looking at himself in the mirror, Eric felt overwhelmed. More than a minute had passed, and he was still swollen. Was it irreversible? If so, he'd rather not evolve at all. How could he maintain his dignity as the highest-ranking official of the base in this state? People would surely mistake him for a flyer distributor on the street. Don't worry, Gaston, even if you don't go back to normal, I won't mind you. Ha ha ha. Lauren laughed heartily, clearly relishing his discomfort. Eric grimaced and sighed, moving toward a chair only to find his legs wouldn't bend. System, explain what's happening. Eric demanded angrily. Ding. Reminder, food is essential for people, and food safety is everyone's responsibility. When you consumed the nearly level 3 evolution crystal, you did not clean it properly, leading to a trace amount of zombie gene. However, due to your strong constitution and the inactivity of the zombie virus after being exposed to air for a long time, there's no need to worry about turning into a zombie. Elijah hearing this, Eric recalled that he hadn't cleaned the crystal before eating it. At this moment, he wished he could slap himself for such carelessness over such a small matter. Thankfully, he wouldn't turn into a zombie, but this condition couldn't last either. System, will I stay like this forever? He asked. No, but I do not wish to tell you when you will recover. Wah. Eric froze, baffled. Was this how a system should talk to its host? Elijah was anxious, and the system was being unreasonable. This is for your own good, to teach you a lesson. From now on, wash anything before putting it in your mouth. Well, alright. That makes sense. Eric had nothing else to say but decided to avoid leaving his room or seeing visitors until he recovered. Seeing Eric standing silently, Lauren thought he was upset. She put aside her teasing and consoled him. Gaston, don't worry. You'll get better. Even if you don't, I'll stay with you. Coming back to reality from his conversation with the system, Eric felt deeply moved by Lauren's words. Struggling for composure, he finally said earnestly, Antong, remember to wash everything before eating. Time flew by, and soon it was morning. Since Eric couldn't sit down and lying down made him roll off the bed, he opted to stand. Amazingly, he managed to fall asleep while standing. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The rooster crowed, waking everyone from their slumber. Eric, too, stood in front of a mirror, dreading to see his reflection. Please be back to normal. Please be back to normal. Elijah chanted silently, then slowly opened his eyes. Seeing his usual self in the mirror, he couldn't contain his joy and began laughing and dancing. Ha ha ha. Awakened by the commotion, Lauren emerged from the bedroom to find Eric already back to normal size. She breathed a sigh of relief. It would have been hard on her too if he remained swollen. She glanced at him, nodding slightly. You looked cuter last night, all round and cuddly. Eric rolled his eyes at Lauren, wondering why he never noticed how mischievous she could be. Report. Brenda Elvin requests an audience. Just then, the guard outside announced. Eric and Lauren exchanged looks of surprise and excitement. Elvin had returned. Note, the translation maintains the original structure and tone while ensuring fluency and coherence. Chapter 163, Zombie Siege, 17. Amadeus is back? At this moment, Elijah was pleasantly surprised. Since Amadeus had returned, it seemed that the 1,000-strong guard he had taken out with him was likely safe as well. Elijah walked out of his bedroom and came down to the first floor. Elijah opened the mobile base's main gate, and a familiar figure appeared before him. However, when he saw Amadeus, his expression changed. The Amadeus before him looked very disheveled, covered in dirt from head to toe. His combat uniform also had several scratches, almost piercing through to the flesh, clearly caused by speed zombies. Elijah couldn't help but ask, what happened? Amadeus saluted and replied, Sir, we successfully persuaded the human settlement, Xuanhuan village, to join our base yesterday. Soon after we entered the city, however, we were attacked by waves of zombies. After repelling one wave, another would come, and they seemed to be deliberately depleting our ammunition. After the third attack, within less than an hour, the zombies launched a fourth assault. Among these zombies was a 3-meter-tall, iron-black zombie, stronger than a level 2 strength zombie. It could command other level 2 zombies. We barely managed to fend off this fourth assault, but our ammunition is almost depleted. After the fourth assault, Ryan and I decided to return to the base under the cover of night for reinforcements. To avoid drawing attention to the vehicles, which might disturb the zombies, we chose to travel on foot. As I am the fastest, the task fell upon me. Sir, please send reinforcements to Xuanhuan village as soon as possible. 3 meters tall, iron black, near level 3 strength zombie? Elijah exclaimed, not expecting Amadeus's team to encounter a near level 3 zombie. Fortunately, it was a strength type, not a speed type. Otherwise, Baoanpo village would have already fallen. Could the near level 3 strength zombie Amadeus encountered be the same one he faced in Rui City? Immediately after considering it, he dismissed the thought. The timing didn't match up. Amadeus encountered the near level 3 strength zombie yesterday, while he encountered his near level 3 strength zombie at noon. Rui City is in the south, and Baoanpo village is in the east. Given the speed of a strength zombie, it was impossible for it to fight him at noon and then assemble more zombies to attack Baoanpo village. However, he wished it was the same zombie because if it wasn't, it implied that there were more near level 3 zombies than he had imagined. But the immediate priority was sending reinforcements to Baoanpo village. There were still 1,000 guards and all the villagers left behind. Elijah's face grew serious as he said, gather all remaining guards immediately and head to Baoanpo village. Yes, sir. Amadeus responded promptly, going to gather the guards. Brendan and Tong heard the conversation between Elijah and Amadeus and walked to the door, hugging Elijah from behind. She said worriedly, be careful. Elijah held her hand and replied, don't worry. I can now handle near level 3 zombies. You lead the Tianqing army and protect the base. Okay, rest assured, as long as I'm here, the base will be fine. Brendan and Tong released Elijah, stepping back. Go. Wait for me, Elijah said, walking away without looking back. The overcast sky showed no signs of breaking. The continuous drizzle seemed endless. About half an hour later, the remaining 2,000 guards at the base had all gathered. 7 tanks led the way, followed by rows of armored vehicles exiting through the eastern gate, heading toward Baoanpo village. On the walls of number 1 shelter city, Wade's gaze was sharp, like 2 blades slicing through the darkness, ready to slay the numerous zombies outside. This was already the 3rd zombie siege, many of which were level 2 zombies. The first 2 sieges had already halved the city's ammunition supply. After this one, it would be less than 1/3, and another 2 sieges would surely deplete it entirely. Wade suspected that the zombies were deliberately draining their ammunition. Unlike before, where they would charge recklessly until killed, these recent attacks were measured and calculated. In the previous 2 sieges, few zombies died relative to those attacking. They themselves had suffered no casualties, but used a lot of ammunition. Though number 1 shelter city had a bullet production line, its efficiency was low and required power generators, which needed fuel, of which they had limited supplies. Of course, Wade had considered other options, such as seeking help. After the second zombie siege, he sent a letter to the Wasteland Military District, yet received no response. Perhaps the military district was facing troubles, or the messenger was intercepted by zombies. This situation was far too unusual. Recalling Elijah's warning about the emergence of level 3 zombies and analyzing the recent attacks, Wade felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that these zombie sieges are personally directed by a level 3 zombie to drain our ammunition before a final assault? If so, that makes them terrifying indeed. Frightened, his mind raced, searching for a solution. In the governor's mansion of Yuhui City, Kobe sat high above, listening to reports from below. His usually calm face finally showed some emotion. An officer reported, Governor, our ammunition is nearly depleted. With the scale of the last 3 zombie sieges, we can hold out for at most 4 more attacks before running out of ammunition. Damn it, what are these zombies doing? Before, they just kept charging unless killed. Why do they retreat now? Melissa slammed the table and stood up angrily. Yes, Governor, the recent zombies seem highly organized, and their main objective doesn't seem to be taking the city but harassing us. Bowernerland stroked his chin, analyzing. Kobe's mind raced rapidly. Unconsciously, he picked up a wine glass and took a sip, savoring the bitter taste. Retreat, harass? Kobe muttered, the words escaping his lips. Brendandenly, he froze, eyes widening in horror. Intelligence. Wisdom. Melissa had no patience for pondering and impatiently retorted, they're just zombies. Next time, if they attack and then retreat, we should just kill them outright. Wisdom. Bowernerland repeated the word, deep in thought. Seeing this, Melissa became even more impatient. Vice Governor Xiao, why keep saying wisdom? Could zombies really possess wisdom? Ah. Bowernerland suddenly gasped, staring wide-eyed at Melissa. Impossible. Impossible. How could zombies have intelligence? Absolutely impossible. Anything is possible. Judging from the recent zombie sieges, they act methodically, suggesting a higher-level zombie is directing them. If it can command level 2 zombies, the implication is clear, Kobe sighed, turning to look at Bowernerland calmly. Kobe's words caused a stir among the officers. The meaning was obvious. None of them were fools. Horror filled their expressions. Melissa, though reluctant to think deeply, wasn't unintelligent. A quick analysis of Kobe's words revealed that if a zombie could command level 2 zombies, it must be a higher level, specifically a level 3 zombie. Lord Bowenir, you mean that level 3 zombies already exist and, judging by the recent zombie sieges, they likely possess a certain degree of intelligence and tactical understanding? Melissa asked in astonishment. Kobe nodded, affirming Melissa's statement. Elijah added, judging from these zombie sieges, it seems the hidden level 3 zombie is deliberately draining our ammunition. At this point, Bowernerland had come to terms with the existence of level 3 zombies. Elijah snapped back to reality and asked, if so, what can we do about this situation? Kobe fell into deep thought. Melissa immediately voiced her thoughts, saying, as I mentioned earlier, since these creatures want to deplete our ammunition, the next time they attack and retreat, we should launch out of the city for a decisive battle with that level 3 zombie. This method won't work. Kobe shook his head, outright rejecting Melissa's suggestion and explained, let's not talk about how powerful a level 3 zombie might be individually. Just consider its ability to use strategies to deplete our ammunition. Could it also employ ambush tactics? If we chase out of the city, we may face more than just the zombies attacking on the surface. What then? Just wait until our ammunition runs out and surrender? No, we would become their food, as those zombies certainly won't spare us even if we surrendered. Melissa said sarcastically, sitting back down. Naturally, we won't let things develop like that. Since we now know that the zombies are only pretending to attack the city to drain our ammunition, we can establish a safety line. We will only shoot once they cross the line, Kobe contemplated and suggested. But this will only slow down the rate at which our ammunition is depleted. Although we have a bullet production line, its efficiency is too low and requires diesel generators to operate. Our fuel supply won't last long, Gannon remarked. You're right. This method will only slow the depletion of ammunition. We must find another solution. Kobe rubbed his temples, gazing at the ceiling before lowering his gaze, and suddenly his eyes lit up, saying, I have an idea. The two-word, I have, instantly drew everyone's attention, especially Bowerlin, who seemed desperate to hear more. The solution is to seek help, Kobe stated. Sensing the puzzled looks around him, he quickly explained, I know you're wondering where we could find any allies. But with enough sacrifice, even enemies can turn into allies. You mean? Bowerlin had an inkling of who Kobe wanted to ask for help, and it astonished him. Yes, my chosen helpers are Adalberto and Elijah. Under the gazes of Bowerlin and others, Kobe did not play coy and directly named the people he considered as potential allies. Adalberto and Elijah are our enemies. Lord Bowenir, please reconsider. They almost besieged Yuhui City recently. Predictably, this caused another uproar among the officers and ministers. They seemed preoccupied with gossiping and indulging in women rather than offering practical advice. Melissa was also confused about seeking help from Adalberto and Elijah, who were their enemies. She immediately voiced her concern, Lord Bowenir. I think this is unwise. They are our enemies. Seeking their help would only provide them with resources to grow stronger, allowing them to later attack us again. Isn't this helping the enemy? Kobe smiled, waved his hand to silence the room, and then countered. Then who else besides the Wasteland Military District and base has the power to assist us? This question left everyone speechless. These officers and ministers couldn't come up with any other force capable of matching or surpassing Yuhui City's strength except for the base and the Wasteland Military District. Melissa tried to argue but couldn't open her mouth as her face turned red, for she couldn't think of any other option besides the base and the Wasteland Military District. Seeing no one objected further, Kobe wasted no time issuing orders. Since none of you have better ideas, we'll proceed this way. Seek help from the Wasteland Military District and the base. I'll write letters to both the base and the Wasteland Military District immediately. Even if you're unwilling, they might still agree to help. It depends on human effort, but success rests with heaven. Whether we live or die depends on whether Elijah and Adalberto will respond positively. Note * bone-intained paragraph structure and line breaks from the original text for continuity. Chapter 164. Zombie Siege, 18. The sky was overcast, dense clouds gathering as a fine drizzle fell like silk threads. Amidst this scene, a long convoy of vehicles rolled forward, their wheels churning through the mud. Inside an armored vehicle, Eric, Juliet, and other guards swayed with the bumps. Anyone with weaker nerves would surely be carsick by now. Fortunately, those in the vehicle were made of sterner stuff. Static crackle. Redundantly, the radio on the vehicle emitted static, followed by Elvin's voice. This is Elvin, reporting to command. We are 5 kilometers from Bowenpadi. Should we send scouts ahead? Over. No need, proceed directly, Eric replied without hesitation. The convoy continued on its journey. About 10 minutes later, a sudden jolt sent everyone lurching forward, saved only by the seatbelts. Eric was puzzled about the abrupt stop. Just as he was about to inquire, Elvin's voice came through the radio again, more urgent this time. This is Elvin, reporting to command. We are 3 kilometers from Bowenpadi, but I can hear the roars of evolved zombies. I believe they have already launched an attack. Eric unbuckled his seatbelt and stepped out of the armored vehicle. Indeed, the enclosed space had muffled most sounds, but now he could hear the roars of evolved zombies and dull thuds. Boom. Above, rolling thunderclouds flashed with lightning, thunder booming deafeningly. The drizzle suddenly intensified into a downpour. Large raindrops pelted Eric, though not causing pain, they filled him with unease. His eyes narrowing, he shouted toward the armored vehicle, "Transmit the order. Full speed ahead." Aye. The driver of the armored vehicle responded, repeating into the radio. This is Anchor Rubeki. Command orders full speed ahead. Command orders full speed ahead. With the repeated message, the convoy surged forward, increasing its speed to the maximum. Eric leaped back into the armored vehicle, facing the wind and rain. Bowenpadi, as its name suggested, was not a city but a small fort. Its defenses consisted of a rammed earth wall, less than 3 meters high and 2 meters thick, a weak defense at best. At this moment, the walls were lined with determined guards, all prepared for the worst. Their ammunition was nearly depleted. Machine gun rounds were gone, and only a few rockets remained. Standard issue assault rifles had run dry, and many had resorted to pistols. Some held bayonets, ready for one last stand. Civilians emerged from their homes, tense and fearful, many silently praying for a miracle. Others picked up sticks or farming tools, even concealed weapons, preparing to fight to the death when the wall broke. Thud thud thud. Roar. Bay-leak boulders tumbling down a hillside. Each heavy impact shook the ground, resonating with everyone's heartbeat, making breathing difficult. A thunderous roar echoed amidst the pounding impacts. On the wall, all guards saw a massive 3-meter-tall, iron-black-skinned zombie appear before them. The same one they had faced yesterday afternoon, possessing immense strength and durability, but ultimately repelled. Yesterday, they had ample ammunition and tanks loaded with shells to drive it back along with its horde. Now, the tank shells were spent and rocket supplies were minimal. They lacked the means to fend off the giant zombie once more. Whoosh! A rocket launcher fired, the shell streaking toward the giant zombie. Even knowing this effort was futile as their ammo neared exhaustion, they made their final attempt. The giant zombie slapped the incoming shell away. Though slower than speed zombies, it moved faster than humans and seemed to predict the shell's trajectory, accurately deflecting it. The deflected shell exploded hundreds of meters away, harmless, having missed all nearby zombies. Asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh. Asterisk. 3 shells streaked simultaneously toward the giant zombie, the last ones remaining. One was an armor-piercing round, onto which the guards pinned all their hopes. The iron-black giant swung its palm, knocking 2 shells aside, then raised its arm, blocking the third with its forearm. Boom. The explosion was deafening, engulfed in a fiery blast. Debris shot through several nearby zombies, the shell doing its best. However, disappointment spread among the guards. The shell was not the armor-piercing one but a grenade. The explosion momentarily halted the giant zombie but inflicted minimal damage. Roar. As the fire dissipated, the giant zombie stood unharmed, its left forearm slightly charred and a few minor cuts healing within seconds. With a roar, it charged at Xuanhuan's wall. The gates opened, and 4 tanks rushed out, slamming into the giant zombie head-on, desperate to delay it. Despite losing ammunition, they resorted to brute force. Unfazed, the giant zombie collided with the tanks. Bang! Steel beasts met the colossal zombie with tremendous force. The zombie flew back over 10 meters, while the tanks suffered heavy damage. Bent barrels, dented armor, and strong impacts incapacitated the tanks, the drivers likely unconscious. Meanwhile, the giant zombie brushed off dust, standing intact. Worse still, all bullets were exhausted. Though 3 remaining tanks could delay the giant zombie briefly, countless ordinary and level 1 zombies began attacking the fort. Then, several figures darted from the horde toward the guards on the wall. These were speed zombies, slender with long claws, 3 of which had pale red eyes and blade-like nails, indicating near level 2 status. Another had deep red eyes and longer, sharper nails, marking it as a level 2 speed zombie. Confronted by these speed zombies, the guards fought fiercely. On the narrow wall, level 1 speed zombies killed 2 guards before being subdued, their limbs torn off, heads split open by enraged soldiers. But the near level 2 speed zombies were far tougher. Moving much faster than humans, they injured many guards before taking damage themselves. As for the level 2 speed zombie, Ryan, Brevin, and Andon, 3 peak level 1 evolved humans, along with many ordinary guards, could only slow down its killing spree. Asterisk bang bang bang. Asterisk. The city wall trembled as the strength zombies launched their attack. One after another, they slammed into the wall, causing visible tremors in the rammed earth structure, with cracks beginning to spread. Hashtag chapter 164. Zombie Siege, 18, continued. The sky was overcast, dense clouds gathering as a fine drizzle fell like silk threads. Amidst this scene, a long convoy of vehicles rolled forward, their wheels churning through the mud. Inside an armored vehicle, Eric, Juliet, and other guards swayed with the bumps. Anyone with weaker nerves would surely be carsick by now. Fortunately, those in the vehicle were made of sterner stuff. Static crackle. Redundantly, the radio on the vehicle emitted static, followed by Elvin's voice. This is Elvin, reporting to command. We are 5 kilometers from Xuanhuan. Should we send scouts ahead? Over. No need, proceed directly, Eric replied without hesitation. The convoy continued on its journey. About 10 minutes later, a sudden jolt sent everyone lurching forward, saved only by the seatbelts. Eric was puzzled about the abrupt stop. Just as he was about to inquire, Elvin's voice came through the radio again, more urgent this time. This is Elvin, reporting to command. We are 3 kilometers from Xuanhuan, but I can't hear the roars of evolved zombies. I believe they have already launched an attack. Eric unbuckled his seatbelt and stepped out of the armored vehicle. Indeed, the enclosed space had muffled most sounds, but now he could hear the roars of evolved zombies and dull thuds. Boom. Above, rolling thunderclouds flashed with lightning, thunder booming deafeningly. The drizzle suddenly intensified into a downpour. Large raindrops pelted Eric, though not causing pain, they filled him with unease. His eyes narrowing, he shouted toward the armored vehicle, "Transmit the order. Full speed ahead." Aye. The driver of the armored vehicle responded, repeating into the radio. This is Ankarubeki. Command orders full speed ahead. Command orders full speed ahead. With the repeated message, the convoy surged forward, increasing its speed to the maximum. Eric leaped back into the armored vehicle, facing the wind and rain. Xuanhuan, as its name suggested, was not a city but a small fort. Its defenses consisted of a rammed earth wall, less than 3 meters high and 2 meters thick, a weak defense at best. At this moment, the walls were lined with determined guards, all prepared for the worst. Their ammunition was nearly depleted. Machine gun rounds were gone, and only a few rockets remained. Standard issue assault rifles had run dry, and many had resorted to pistols. Some held bayonets, ready for one last stand. Civilians emerged from their homes, tense and fearful, many silently praying for a miracle. Others picked up sticks or farming tools, even concealed weapons, preparing to fight to the death when the wall broke. Thud thud thud. Roar. Bay-leaf boulders tumbling down a hillside. Each heavy impact shook the ground, resonating with everyone's heartbeat, making breathing difficult. A thunderous roar echoed amidst the pounding impacts. On the wall, all guards saw a massive 3-meter-tall, iron-black-skinned zombie appear before them. The same one they had faced yesterday afternoon, possessing immense strength and durability, but ultimately repelled. Yesterday, they had ample ammunition and tanks loaded with shells to drive it back along with its horde. Now, the tank shells were spent and rocket supplies were minimal. They lacked the means to fend off the giant zombie once more. Whoosh! A rocket launcher fired, the shell streaking toward the giant zombie. Even knowing this effort was futile as their ammo neared exhaustion, they made their final attempt. The giant zombie slapped the incoming shell away. Though slower than speed zombies, it moved faster than humans and seemed to predict the shell's trajectory, accurately deflecting it. The deflected shell exploded hundreds of meters away, harmless, having missed all nearby zombies. Asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh. Asterisk. 3 shells streaked simultaneously toward the giant zombie, the last ones remaining. One was an armor-piercing round, onto which the guards pinned all their hopes. The iron-black giant swung its palm, knocking 2 shells aside, then raised its arm, blocking the third with its forearm. Boom. The explosion was deafening, engulfed in a fiery blast. Debris shot through several nearby zombies, the shell doing its best. However, disappointment spread among the guards. The shell was not the armor-piercing one but a grenade. The explosion momentarily halted the giant zombie but inflicted minimal damage. Roar. As the fire dissipated, the giant zombie stood unharmed. Its left forearm slightly charred and a few minor cuts healing within seconds. With a roar, it charged at Bowenpotty's wall. The gates opened, and 4 tanks rushed out, slamming into the giant zombie head-on, desperate to delay it. Despite losing ammunition, they resorted to brute force. Unfazed, the giant zombie collided with the tanks. Bang! Steel beasts met the colossal zombie with tremendous force. The zombie flew back over 10 meters, while the tanks suffered heavy damage. Bent barrels, dented armor, and strong impacts incapacitated the tanks, the drivers likely unconscious. Meanwhile, the giant zombie brushed off dust, standing intact. Worse still, all bullets were exhausted. Though 3 remaining tanks could delay the giant zombie briefly, countless ordinary and level 1 zombies began attacking the fort. Then, several figures darted from the horde toward the guards on the wall. These were speed zombies, slender with long claws, 3 of which had pale red eyes and blade-like nails, indicating near level 2 status. Another had deep red eyes and longer, sharper nails, marking it as a level 2 speed zombie. Confronted by these speed zombies, the guards fought fiercely. On the narrow wall, level 1 speed zombies killed 2 guards before being subdued, their limbs torn off, heads split open by enraged soldiers. But the near level 2 speed zombies were far tougher. Moving much faster than humans, they injured many guards before taking damage themselves. As for the level 2 speed zombie, Ryan, Brevin, and Andon, 3 peak level 1 evolved humans, along with many ordinary guards, could only slow down its killing spree. Asterisk bang bang bang. Asterisk. The city wall trembled as the strength zombies launched their attack. One after another, they slammed into the wall, causing visible tremors in the rammed earth structure, with cracks beginning to spread. Chapter 165, Zombie Siege, Part 19, Boom. Above the sky, amidst the dark clouds, blue lightning flashed, followed by a deep rumble of thunder. At the same moment, the light drizzle that had lasted for days turned into a torrential downpour. In Bowenpa village, people tilted their heads upwards, letting the large raindrops land on their cheeks. Bang! Randomly, a massive sound drew their attention. It wasn't thunder from the sky, but a collision sound from the front. Before their eyes, the rammed earth wall was covered with cracks, extremely fragile. The guards on the wall had retreated to engage the speed zombies on the ground. All level 1 speed zombies had been killed gruesomely, with limbs torn off and heads smashed. 3 near level 2 speed zombies had killed nearly 200 guards but were in no better shape now, 1 dead, the remaining 2 each missing a hand or a leg, greatly weakening their combat ability. There was also a level 2 speed zombie that had killed at least as many guards as the 3 near level 2s combined. This won't do. Brevin Andon, when I grab this beast tightly, you too must kill it. Ryan panted, speaking to Brevin and Andon. No. Brevin refused firmly. If anyone must die, it should be me first. I will hold the level 2 speed zombie, and you two find an opportunity to kill it. Don't argue, you need to live on. Andon roared and, taking advantage of Ryan and Brevin's distraction, he lunged towards the level 2 speed zombie. Boom. At the same time, the strength zombies outside the city launched another collision, causing mud to fly up. The cracked earthen wall exploded, completely breaking down this barrier. Inside the village, whether they were guards, ordinary civilians, or the previous management and soldiers of Bowenpa village, everyone was now exposed to the zombies. Everyone saw the dull, emaciated common zombies, the ugly, fat level 1 strength zombies, the 2.5 meter tall, muscular near level 2 strength zombies, and the towering 3 meter tall, iron black near level 3 strength zombies. This scene resembled the end of the world, striking fear into people's hearts. But at this moment, they had no choice but to face their fears. Everyone knew these zombies wouldn't spare them if they surrendered. They would only become food. Charge. Ordinary civilians armed with sticks, hoes, and machetes raised these makeshift weapons, shouting and charging at the zombies without fear of death. If they were going to die, they might as well die valiantly. Roar. The near level 3 strength zombie roared in attack. During this chaos, Andon lunged at the level 2 speed zombie, getting impaled by its claws but successfully holding it, preventing its escape. With his last breath, Andon shouted to Brevin and Ryan, "Kill it quickly!" Brevin, suppressing his grief, gripped the military knife and split the level 2 speed zombie's head in 2 with all his strength. The battle continued. Anti-Omens generally could handle 3 common zombies at once, but there were also evolved zombies, particularly the strength-type ones with high defense and immense power. Without modern weapons, they were harder to defeat than speed zombies. Tools like machetes, hoes, and sticks barely scratched these strength zombies. Only Brevin and Ryan could kill the level 1 strength zombies, but now they were being targeted by a near level 3 strength zombie. Against it, their peak level 1 strength seemed insignificant. Their knives could only leave fine scratches on its skin, unable to penetrate. Thus, Ryan and Brevin could only use speed to dodge and help others fight level 1 strength zombies. Anti-Omens and zombies were dying, but there were far more zombies in Bowenpa village. Continued fighting would inevitably result in human defeat. Boom! Bay lightning flashed, and thunder echoed continuously. After battling the level 2 speed zombie, Ryan and Brevin were already exhausted, further drained by fighting the near level 3 strength zombie. Now they were barely holding on, struggling to evade its attacks. Additionally, the near level 3 strength zombie seemed to anticipate their movements, nearly hitting them several times. Bang! A massive fist almost grazed Brevin, impacting the ground, creating visible cracks and a powerful shockwave. Brevin was sent flying from the force, crashing heavily onto the ground. Struggling to get up, he watched helplessly as the near level 3 zombie raised its huge iron fist ready to crush him. Seeing this, Ryan charged at the zombie, but severely weakened and outmatched, his impact had no effect. The zombie ignored Ryan and brought its fist down on Brevin. Whoosh! Feeling the breath of death, Brevin closed his eyes in despair. Brendandanly, the whooshing sound entered his ears, followed by a low thud. Elijah felt a sharp wind against his cheeks, but the expected crushing blow didn't come. Opening his eyes, he saw a familiar figure blocking the near level 3 strength zombie's fist. Bay Lieutenant. Brevin immediately shed tears of relief. It was Eric who had arrived at this critical moment. Ryan and the remaining guards also saw Eric and were instantly invigorated. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several figures flew in from outside the city, targeting the strength-evolved zombies. They moved incredibly fast and were immensely strong. Except for one woman, the others engaged directly with overwhelming dominance. It's Elvin Anchor Harrison, the middle-ranking captains and warrior Juliet, the guards exclaimed, excitement evident on their faces. Though Bowen Village's civilians didn't know who these people were, seeing their immense strength filled them with excitement. Rat-tat-tat. Boom. Boom. Simultaneously, gunshots and cannon fire erupted. 7 tanks led the way, followed by hundreds of armored vehicles, firing bullets like heavy rain. Zombies had nowhere to hide and fell one after another. In the face of such firepower, common zombies were like ripe wheat waiting to be harvested, falling batch by batch. Startled by being stopped by a small human, the near level 3 strength zombie quickly recovered and angrily roared, swinging its paw at Eric. Eric's strength had significantly increased. His power matched the zombie, and his speed rivaled the near level 3 speed zombie. To him, the slap was slow despite its power. With a slight bend of his legs, muscles tensed, Eric burst forward like a bullet, moving so fast that even with foresight, the near level 3 strength zombie couldn't defend at such close range. Bang! In a blink, Eric collided brutally with the near level 3 strength zombie, releasing enormous force. Note: I've maintained the original paragraph structure and line breaks to preserve the rhythm and pacing of the narrative. The near level 3 strength zombie stumbled backward with a series of heavy thuds, finally coming to a halt when it collided with the remaining intact rammed earth wall, which immediately crumbled under the impact, covered in cracks. Whoosh! Eric launched a second attack, using the same method, turning his body into a cannonball and hurtling straight toward the near level 3 strength zombie. Without superior weapons capable of cutting through metal, this close quarters combat was the most effective attack strategy against the near level 3 strength zombie. Bang! In the next moment, Eric slammed into the chest of the near level 3 strength zombie. The solid rammed earth wall behind the zombie instantly collapsed, and the zombie itself fell backward onto the ground with a crash. Roar! Enraged, the near level 3 strength zombie let out a deafening roar. Other zombies switched their focus to Eric, swarming toward him from all directions. While they posed no real threat to Eric, they could buy time for the near level 3 strength zombie to get up and flee without attacking. There was no way Eric would allow it to escape. Elijah shouted, "Brendan, round it with tanks. Don't let this beast get away." Whiz whiz whiz. His command was immediately followed by the 7 tanks turning their cannons and firing armor-piercing shells at the fleeing near level 3 strength zombie. Leveraging its extraordinary predictive abilities, the zombie managed to dodge the first round of cannon fire. The second volley came swiftly after, and the zombie batted several shells away with its massive hands. However, it only had 2 hands, and one shell still struck its abdomen. The armor-piercing shell's casing exploded, driving its core deep into the zombie's stomach, leaving a hole the size of a human fist. Despite this injury, the near level 3 strength zombie seemed barely affected, at least for now. Roar! It glared fiercely at the tanks and let out another thunderous roar. It then squatted down and leaped into the air, soaring up to 5 or 6 meters high before crashing down on a tank with crushing force. This unexpected jumping attack caught everyone off guard. Eric had seen level 2 zombies use jumping attacks against tanks before, but he had never seen a nearly 3-meter-tall level 2 zombie employ such a tactic. Elijah had assumed that the larger near level 3 strength zombie wouldn't be capable of jumping. Yet, reality often differed from expectations. The zombie's massive body crashed down on the tank like a mountain falling from the sky. The tank sank more than a foot into the ground, and its turret buckled under the weight, leaving 2 deep footprints. The intense impact stunned the guards inside the tank. Bang bang bang. The other tanks quickly turned their turrets, aiming directly at the near level 3 strength zombie, and fired. The heat generated by the shells as they left the barrels instantly evaporated the raindrops that fell on them. Faced with multiple cannon shells, even the near level 3 strength zombie couldn't fend off all attacks. One armor-piercing shell struck its shoulder, causing 2 wounds from which dark red blood gushed out. Roar! The near level 3 strength zombie roared angrily, leaping off the tank. It grabbed the cannon barrel with its large hands, muscles straining and veins bulging across its upper body. In front of everyone's eyes, it tore the tank's turret off. Swinging the turret like a giant hammer, the zombie took huge strides toward the nearest tank, lifting the improvised weapon high above its head and smashing it down. With a loud boom, the target tank fired back just as the turret hammer hit. Bang bang! 2 explosions sounded, one from the turret hammer striking the tank, sending steel fragments flying and causing the entire vehicle to sink further into the ground. The other from a shell hitting the near level 3 strength zombie's chest. Blood and bone splattered, immobilizing both the tank and the severely wounded zombie. Roar! Its eyes burning red with fury, the near level 3 strength zombie locked onto another tank, gripping the turret hammer tightly and charging forward. At this moment, its speed increased dramatically, matching that of a level 1 speed zombie. Bang bang bang! More cannon fire rang out. The near level 3 zombie swung the turret hammer like an ancient warrior wielding a mace, generating powerful wind as it deflected 4 shells. Only one managed to penetrate its waist, passing straight through. During this brief exchange, the near level 3 zombie reached the next tank, leapt up, and raised the turret hammer high before bringing it down forcefully. Boom. A visible shockwave spread outward, testament to the sheer power of the blow. Bang, bang, bang. The other tanks fired again. This time, the near level 3 strength zombie made no attempt to dodge or defend. Its eyes dulled rapidly, and fresh dark red blood began flowing from its wounds. Several more armor-piercing shells struck it in quick succession, adding new injuries. Finally, its massive body wobbled and then crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, sending up a geyser of mud over 10 meters high. Whoosh! Eric flew over to see the fallen near level 3 strength zombie and the 3 damaged tanks. Shocked, he realized the true terror of facing a near level 3 strength zombie. Even against a barrage from 7 tanks, it had fought to achieve such results. Chapter 166, Zombie Siege, 20. The nearly 3rd level zombie lay on its back, its fist-sized eye staring fixedly at Eric, brimming with hatred and defiance. Dark red blood gushed from the wound, staining the muddy ground a dark crimson. Eventually, the light in the nearly 3rd level zombie's eyes flickered out. Eric was surprised when the nearly 3rd level strength zombie died. According to his understanding, zombies would only die if their heads were crushed. Yet this zombie's head was intact. How did it die? It seemed like it succumbed to excessive blood loss or lack of blood flow to the brain. The zombies were becoming less and less like zombies and more like living beings. With the nearly 3rd level zombie dead, other lower level evolved zombies were also taken care of by Juliet and her team. The remaining regular zombies lost their commander, scattering chaotically and continuing the fight driven by their primal hunger for flesh. Within 15 minutes, the remaining zombies were all killed. Everyone in Bowenpi village heaved a sigh of relief, their faces lighting up with gratitude for surviving. Eric saw Andon still tightly hugging the 2nd level speed zombie, a wave of sadness overwhelming him. Andon was one of his first soldiers, having fought side by side with him through thick and thin. Elijah considered Andon not just a subordinate but a brother. Bowing towards Andon, Eric sighed and instructed, Andon's body is infected with the zombie virus. Brevin, give him a quick end. One could see that the blood flowing from Andon's wounds had turned dark red. Had he not been a peak 1st level evolved human, he would have already turned into a zombie. Yes, Brevin's voice trembled, his hands shaking as he took the pistol from Eric. Pointing the gun at Andon's head, Brevin gritted his teeth and said softly, I'm sorry, brother. Bang. The bullet instantly penetrated Andon's skull. At that moment, thunder rumbled loudly, and the rain began pouring even harder, as if heaven itself mourned for Andon and the others who had died. Thousands of people from Bowenpi village braved the downpour, rushing forward to kneel and kowtow without concern for getting mud on their clothes. Thank you. These civilians sincerely thanked the guard army. Without them, they would have become food for the zombies. Waving his hand, Eric didn't waste time on unnecessary words. Elijah ordered, return to the base. Under heavy rain, the guard army escorted the thousands of villagers back to the base. The whole journey was somber. There was no celebration of victory, no light-hearted chatting, only silence. Due to the limited space in the armored vehicles, the civilians had to walk, slowing the march significantly. What should have been a short distance took over 3 hours, by which time the rain had started to taper off. As they approached the base, the guards on the city walls opened the gates upon seeing the returning guard army. Upon entering the base, Eric immediately returned to the mobile base. Elijah checked the system panel and saw that the guard army now numbered only 2,329 people, a loss of 671, including Brenda Andon. This was indeed a heavy toll. Clearly, the nearly 3rd level zombie horde was formidable, and the recruitment plan needed to be adjusted. Eric took out several evolution crystals, 3 nearly 2nd level evolution crystals, 1 2nd level evolution crystal, and 1 slightly darker nearly 3rd level evolution crystal. Elijah had already given the 1st level evolution crystals to Elvin to distribute among the guard army warriors to boost their overall strength. Eric would definitely take the nearly 3rd level evolution crystal himself. However, the nearly 2nd level and 2nd level evolution crystals were no longer effective for him, so he needed to decide who should consume them. After careful consideration, Eric decided to give the near 2nd level and 2nd level evolution crystals to Lauren. This decision wasn't driven by emotional bias, but by necessity. The Tianqing army needed to defend the base while the guard army was on expeditions. As the leader of the Tianqing army, Lauren's strength needed to reach the level of a 2nd stage evolver. Having settled these matters, Eric took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and sat in a chair, closing his eyes slowly. Randomly, the door to the mobile base opened, causing Eric to instinctively open his eyes. Elijah saw Lauren walking in. Lauren was slightly startled upon seeing Eric. She had been inspecting training at the Tianqing army camp when she heard that the guard army had returned. After searching for Eric and learning he was in the mobile base, she rushed over. What's wrong? You look very upset. Lauren asked, stepping closer. AI, Eric sighed, waving his hand without answering. Lauren could tell Eric didn't want to talk about it, so she didn't press further. She could guess something serious had happened since the guard army was visibly smaller, and everyone looked sorrowful. There were also many civilians with traces of zombie blood on them, which was unusual. Clearly, this battle had been brutal. That, right? They spoke at the same time. Eric waved his hand, saying, my business can wait. You go ahead. Lauren hesitated for a moment, then nodded. About an hour ago, someone came to the base seeking aid. Eric sat up straight, puzzled. Seeking aid? Lauren nodded slightly, sitting on the edge of the table. Yes, and interestingly, this party has had dealings with us before. With us? Eric stroked his chin, recalling, could it be Wasteland Military District? Lauren shook her head. No, not Wasteland Military District, then where? Eric pondered, his eyes narrowing. Could it be Shelter City number 2? Lauren's feet landed on the ground, and she answered calmly, yes, it's Shelter City number 2, but they've renamed themselves Evening Glow City. Eric was astonished despite the base never having attacked Shelter City number 2, they had faced each other before, making it unbelievable that Shelter City number 2 would send help. Elijah even wondered if it was some sort of plot. Calming down, Eric asked. Why are they seeking aid? Lauren shook her head, appearing helpless. I asked the messenger, but she insisted on speaking to you. Eric became interested. Where is she now? Lauren replied. I let Nikki arrange for her. I don't know where she is right now. Never mind. You find Nikki and have him bring her to the meeting room. Eric waved his hand, frowning deeply. Let's see what game this Shelter City number 20, Evening Glow City is playing. Chapter 167, Zombie Siege, Part 21. The meeting room was in the same building as the general conference hall. The conference hall was typically used for large meetings that decided the development direction of the base, while the meeting room was used for smaller interdepartmental discussions. Moreover, the meeting room setup resembled a reception area, giving it a second function, receiving guests from outside the base. In the meeting room, Eric sat in the main seat, his eyes slightly closed, waiting. Click. About half an hour later, the meeting room door opened, and 2 women and 1 man walked in. The man was Logan, one of the women was Lauren, and the other woman was Melissa, the former mayor of Shelter City number 4, whom Eric also recognized. Seeing Melissa, Eric was somewhat surprised. Elijah sat up straight and gestured politely, saying, Please take a seat. As Melissa sat down, Lauren immediately took her place on Eric's right side. As for Logan, he remained standing, unsure whether to sit or do something else. Eric glanced at Logan, waved his hand and calmly said, Logan, there's nothing for you here. You may go attend to your duties. Yes, sir, Logan bowed and then turned to leave the meeting room. Sigh. Melissa was clearly impatient. Just as Eric was about to speak, she interrupted him with obvious displeasure in her voice. Eric, you are so impolite. I've been here for quite some time, and only now do you show up. Seeing Melissa's attitude, Eric held back his initial response, chuckled coldly, and without offering any explanation, replied in a calm yet distant tone, If you don't want to wait, feel free to leave. You. Melissa jumped to her feet, her large eyes glaring at Eric. Honestly, she did consider leaving but remembered the besieged Yue City, which was running out of supplies and ammunition. She forced herself to calm down. Anti-nymph. Melissa coldly snorted, retook her seat, and tried to compose herself, though she wasn't very good at hiding her emotions. Clearly, anyone could tell she was upset. Lauren glanced at Eric, then at Melissa, and couldn't help but shake her head. Eric was generally quite approachable, and Melissa didn't have to make things difficult. After a moment, seeing that Eric wasn't going to speak first, Melissa suppressed her irritation, lowered her demeanor, and said, Commander Luo, I have come to seek your assistance. Yue City is under siege by zombies, and we hope you can extend your aid. After speaking, Melissa was surprised herself, amazed that she could say such words. Eric glanced at her and smiled faintly, then countered, I seem to recall that we were enemies. Though brief, these few words hit the core of the matter. However, Melissa remained calm and replied, As the saying goes, there are no permanent friends or enemies. Furthermore, didn't Commander Luo once say that our common enemy is the zombies and evolved animals? We are under siege by zombies, and came here specifically to request aid from the base, even if you regard us as enemies. Emphasizing the word us, Melissa paused for a moment before continuing. However, the tens of thousands of civilians in Yue City are not your enemies. If zombies breach Yue City, all those people will become zombie food. Brendan Rely, you wouldn't wish to see such a scenario unfold. These words clearly weren't formulated by Melissa alone, but likely drafted by Aiden and Bowernerlin. Eric had already guessed the nature of the zombie attack on Yue City. It was most likely a level 3 zombie horde using tactics to deplete their ammunition. That's why Melissa was here seeking aid. Elijah was genuinely concerned about the civilians, and bringing over Yue City's population would significantly increase the base's strength, pushing them closer to becoming a level 4 base, a highly tempting prospect. But, ultimately, these civilians still belong to Yue City, and Aiden certainly wouldn't just hand them over. Offering military aid could be negotiated, but it wouldn't come without conditions. With a calm expression, Eric responded, I truly wouldn't want to see that happen, but unfortunately, being dozens of kilometers away from Yue City, even with a telescope, I cannot witness the situation firsthand. Melissa was momentarily stunned, realizing Eric was feigning ignorance. But when seeking help, one must bow under pressure. She controlled her temper, maintained her obviously forced smile, and repeated the prepared lines. Commander Luo, whatever conditions you set, please state them. Finding her lack of reply amusing, Eric narrowed his eyes slightly after hearing her agree to any conditions and joked, You'll accept any condition? Can you really make such decisions? Finding her lack of reply amusing, Eric narrowed his eyes slightly after hearing her agree to any conditions and joked, You'll accept any condition? Can you really make such decisions? Whether I can decide depends on the conditions themselves. Please state your terms, Commander Luo, and I will give you an accurate response, Melissa replied. All right, Eric lightly laughed, straightened his posture, and was about to speak when sudden knocks on the door interrupted him. Elijah reluctantly swallowed his words and called out, Come in. The door opened, and a tall, muscular Tianqing soldier entered, looking anxious. Upon seeing Eric and Lauren, he reported immediately, Report for Commander and Brenda Brendan. A large number of zombies are attacking the south gate. What? Eric and Lauren both stood up in shock. Eric quickly regained his composure, looked at Lauren, and said, Tong, hurry to coordinate support for the south gate from other Tianqing forces. I'll mobilize the guard army. Understood. Lauren nodded seriously and then said to the Tianqing soldier, Let's go. As Lauren left, Eric turned to Melissa, who looked equally shocked by the sudden attack on the base at this time. We'll discuss the matter of support once I deal with these zombies. Without another word, Eric left the meeting room. Melissa stared at the open door, her confidence in Eric sending troops to rescue Yue City fading significantly. If initially, she was 60% hopeful, now she felt it was down to 30%. Zombies daring to attack a major human stronghold like the base must be formidable. Even if the base's forces could repel them, they would expend a considerable amount of ammunition, weakening the base's fighting capacity. Eric might hesitate to assist the enemy Yuhui city considering these factors. I wonder if Bauerlin has managed to persuade Adalberto. Melissa withdrew her gaze, walked to the window, and watched the armored vehicles heading orderly toward the south gate, murmuring to herself. At the base's south gate, Tianqing soldiers lined up in groups of 3 or 4, climbing up the stairs to the city walls and swiftly finding their positions. They began firing as soon as they were in position. Outside the city, the ground was black with countless zombies. Most were emaciated, mindless ordinary zombies, and equally mindless giant level 1 zombies. There were no signs of near level 2 or higher zombies. This scene was overwhelmingly oppressive. It was the first time the Tianqing soldiers faced such a massive zombie attack, leading to some nervousness, but months of training helped 90% of them maintain their composure amidst the swarm. The gunfire echoed incessantly. Despite the dense crowd of zombies outside the city, they didn't rush forward all at once but kept a certain distance, as if abiding by a red line. The zombies would cautiously advance, crossing the red line and prompting a volley of gunfire from the Tianqing soldiers. Upon being shot at, they would immediately retreat in an orderly fashion, showing none of the relentless forward momentum typical of zombies, but instead behaving as if they feared death and being hit by bullets. The defending Tianqing soldiers could only fire when the zombies entered their range and ceased firing once they retreated beyond it. Urgent footsteps sounded, and Lauren jogged up to the city wall. Seeing the zombie fishing tactics firsthand, she was initially surprised but quickly recovered, beginning to direct the Tianqing soldiers to shoot methodically, conserving ammunition as much as possible. On the city wall, Tianqing soldiers defended while inside the city, trucks continuously shuttled back and forth, delivering ammunition. Compared to other factions, the base had no concerns about running out of ammunition. Meanwhile, life inside the city continued as usual. People worked, rested, and ate meals. Residents near the south gate who heard the gunshots chatted casually with neighbors before paying little attention. The towering city wall gave them immense security. Anti-NM. The roar of engines echoed deafeningly as 10 tanks and hundreds of armored vehicles sped from the old district in a grand and awe-inspiring scene. After the Baoanbo battle, 4 tanks were damaged, but the guard army operators only suffered strong impacts, leading to unconsciousness without injuries. As long as there were operators, the number of tanks remained sufficient. Standing atop one tank, Eric leaped onto the 9-meter-high city wall effortlessly as it approached the wall. Seeing the dense crowd of zombies outside, he sneered, "These creatures dare to attack the base? This is my turf. I'll make sure you can't leave." "Eric Gaston," Lauren greeted him and came over immediately. "How's the battle going?" Eric turned his head and asked Lauren. "These zombies don't pose a real threat but are extremely annoying," Lauren said, looking at the zombies outside the city. "Anti-NM." Eric scoffed. "This is my home ground. Since they're here, I'll ensure they never return. Anti-Omen intelligence and tactics are superior. They want to exhaust our ammunition? Pass the order down. During the first 2 waves, open full fire without worrying about ammo. After the second wave, deliberately show signs of weakness. In subsequent waves, let the zombies attack without resistance from the Tianqing soldiers." Eric's orders quickly spread throughout the army. The Tianqing soldiers no longer held back, unleashing full firepower without concern for ammunition. Meanwhile, the guard army lined up at the city gate, aiming guns and cannons toward the entrance. The first battle lasted an hour, with countless bullets fired, killing over 1,000 zombies, including some evolved ones. Around 2 hours later, the second wave began. The Tianqing soldiers again fired without restraint for another hour, firing countless bullets and estimated to have killed about 2,000 zombies. By now, it was evening, and darkness was setting in. Boani Tianqing soldiers guarded the city wall, not daring to relax. They had dinner right there, eating compressed rations. Roar. The third wave of zombies attacked earlier than expected, driven by an evolved zombie's roar. This time, the Tianqing soldiers' firepower significantly decreased. Over the 1.5 hours, they only managed to kill a few hundred zombies, far worse than the previous waves. Melissa had been observing the situation at the south gate. Seeing the Tianqing soldiers waste bullets in the first 2 battles and show signs of weakening in the third, she couldn't help but sneer, thinking Eric was tactically naive and guessing incorrectly the zombies' intentions all 3 times. She believed Eric lacked strategic insight and that his success in destroying Shelter City No. 1 was mainly due to Bowanese assistance, crediting Eric primarily for providing manpower. Seeking aid from such a person felt demeaning to her, so she resolved to escape when the city fell, confident that as a peak level 1 evolved, she could easily get away. After the third wave ended, Eric climbed onto the south gate wall. Elijah saw the Tianqing soldiers, after 3 battles, still spirited and undeterred. Their initial tension was gone, with some even chatting idly with comrades. Clearly, these soldiers had adapted well. Combat experience truly was the best training. After this battle, every participating soldier's combat skills would undoubtedly improve significantly. Eric looked out over the darkened landscape. While vehicles inside the city provided light, the outside was pitch black, making it difficult to see anything clearly. Elijah hoped the zombies wouldn't launch a 4th attack in the dark, as it would slightly disadvantage the guard army for operations outside the city. Eric stood with folded arms, staring out into the darkness. Elijah thought, with the intelligence of these near level 3 zombies, they likely won't detect the flaw in my misdirection plan. In Eric's strategy, since the near level 3 zombies intended to drain his ammunition through bait-like attacks, he would fully unleash firepower in the first 2 waves and feign weakness in the third, creating an illusion of depleted resources. This should lure out the hidden near level 3 or possibly level 3 zombies. Then, during the 4th wave, the base would unleash maximum firepower, including rocket launchers and anti-mech sniper rifles. If the zombies retreated, the 10 tanks and hundreds of armored vehicles lined up at the city gate would pursue them relentlessly, ensuring their destruction. Chapter 168, Zombie Siege, Part 22. Eric Gaston. Turning around, Eric heard Lauren's voice and gave a slight smile. Elijah suddenly remembered something, fished out 3 evolution crystals from his pocket, and as Lauren approached, he grabbed her hand and placed the 4 evolution crystals into it, saying, "Find a place to consume these evolution crystals." Lauren was taken aback upon seeing that they were near 2 ND level and 2nd level evolution crystals. She immediately withdrew her hand, shook her head repeatedly, and refused. "The 2nd level evolution crystal is too precious. I can't accept it. You should take it yourself." Eric took her hand again and forcefully shoved the 4 evolution crystals into her palm, explaining, "2nd level evolution crystals no longer work on me. As the highest commander of the Tianqing army, your own strength must not be low. Follow my advice and find a place to consume them quickly." Lauren immediately recalled that Eric had already consumed a near 3 RD level evolution crystal, so naturally, the near 2 ND level and 2nd level ones would be useless for him. After thinking for a while, she ultimately decided to accept the 4 evolution crystals with a sweet, "Thank you." Eric laughed, "With our relationship, there's no need for thanks." Lauren giggled, "It's just manners, you know?" After receiving the 4 evolution crystals, Lauren went to find a place to consume them. "Danger ahead, do not approach. Let me through, I have something to say to Eric." A familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. Eric looked over to see Melissa. Elijah wondered silently, why is Melissa here now? Without much thought, he leaped off the city wall and walked towards her. Price, who was blocking Melissa, saw Eric approaching and saluted, saying, "Sir, this woman says she wants to speak to you. Now is critical for the battle. We'll talk about reinforcements later," Eric said calmly after examining Melissa. "I'm not here for that. I just want to warn you that the zombies are deliberately depleting your ammunition. From what I observed earlier, your supply doesn't seem to last long. Use it sparingly to hold out longer." Eric chuckled lightly. From her words, he was now certain that Yuhui City was under attack by near 3 RD level zombies. Moments later, he stopped laughing and said, "You should worry more about when Yuhui City's ammunition will run out. As for the base, it doesn't need your concern." "What a stubborn one." Melissa snarled angrily, muttered under her breath, and turned to leave. "Wait." Seeing Melissa about to leave, Eric called out to her. Melissa stopped and turned back, still slightly angry. She asked coldly, "What is it?" "First time seeing someone seek help with such an attitude. Only my good temper saves you from being dismissed." Eric remained calm, adding, "I agree to send reinforcements, but I have conditions." "What conditions?" Melissa asked immediately. Eric's lips curved slightly, revealing a faint smile. Looking straight into Melissa's eyes, he said slowly, "My condition isn't difficult, it's surrender." "Brendan render?" Melissa's mind couldn't comprehend at first. Repeating the words several times, she finally understood and widened her eyes in shock. "You want Yuhui City to become part of the base?" Eric's smile didn't fade. "Exactly. Ha ha ha." Melissa burst into laughter, as if hearing the funniest joke ever. After half a minute, tears streaming down her face, she finally calmed down. She said sarcastically, "You really make me laugh. Given the current situation, your base is almost out of ammunition and food. Whether or not you can resist the 4th wave of zombie attacks is uncertain, let alone sending troops to aid us. Besides, you're asking for the impossible. Yuhui City submitting to your base? A dreamer's wish." Eric wasn't angered by her words, but instead shook his head. "We'll see how well we can hold up. Whether my request is unreasonable isn't for you to decide. I remember the mayor of Yuhui City is Aiden, a smart man who should know that joining the base is better than facing destruction." Melissa sneered, "Indeed. I'm not the mayor and can't make decisions. But according to my knowledge, Aiden won't agree to such terms. And whether you can even withstand this zombie attack remains to be seen. Otherwise, you don't have the qualifications." Eric laughed and shook his head, deeply understanding a principle. Never argue with fools. You might end up becoming one. Woo. Just then, a shrill alarm pierced the night sky, signaling the 4th wave of zombie siege. Eric ignored Melissa, looking at Elvin and others and ordering, "All units prepare for battle. Wait for my command." "Yes, sir." Elvin, Price, and others replied. Roar. The deafening roar of evolved zombies sounded as Eric leaped onto the city wall. A soldier handed him a night vision device, allowing a clear view of the zombies outside. Their numbers far exceeded the previous waves. Among them were not only 1st level evolved zombies, but also near 2 ND level, 2nd level, and a familiar near 3 RD level evolved zombie. The near 3 RD level power zombie from Rui City? Eric's eyes narrowed. This was completely unexpected. Rui City wasn't too far, but still about 20 kilometers away. For this near 3 RD level power zombie to rally so many zombies and cross nearly 20 kilometers to attack the base, it was hard to call it coincidence. Recalling the deep glance the near 3 RD level power zombie gave during its escape, Eric could not help but think of revenge. How surprising this all is, Eric sighed. With a fierce gaze, he added, "Since you want revenge for your kind, I will avenge mine too." During the battle at Rui City, dozens of guards died at the hands of a near 3 RD level speed zombie. In Baoanpo village, over 600 people were lost, including Andon. If considered from a clan perspective, this could indeed be considered blood feud. In the 4th wave, the zombies swarmed towards the base without hesitation. The near 3 RD level power zombie led dozens of 1st level and 2 2nd level power zombies towards the southern city gate. The height and thickness of the base's walls made it virtually unbreakable by mere impact. So, the near 3 RD level zombie focused on the relatively weaker city gate, the easiest point to breach. Bang bang bang. The dull sounds of impacts echoed in every soldier's ears, along with the trembling walls syncing with their heartbeats, slowing their breathing and intensifying tension. Eric, Elvin, Juliet, Lauren, and other evolvers like Ryan, Anchor, and Harrison climbed the wall, commanding the nervous soldiers to retreat. They guarded the walls to defend against speed zombies, while below the gate, 10 tanks lined up with their cannons aimed at the large gate. Dozens of anti-tank rockets and heavy machine guns were also aimed at the south gate. This scene left Melissa speechless. If the base's ammunition was supposed to be depleted, why was it? Bang bang bang. The gate continued to tremble under repeated impacts. While the gate was weaker than the wall, it still had strong defenses. Even with armor-piercing shells, it would require 3 consecutive hits on the same spot to penetrate it. And merely relying on a quasi-3RD level strength zombie with some first and second level strength zombies using primitive flesh impacts, it would take who knows how long to break open this gate. Time slipped by, and before they knew it, half an hour had passed. At this point, the city wall was piled high with zombies, and the strength zombie continued to relentlessly collide with the city gate. Unfortunately, the results were far from obvious. Eric looked up at the sky. The rain that had been pouring for days magically stopped at this moment. The dark clouds in the sky seemed to be dispersing as well, and threads of moonlight were already visible to the naked eye. Eric Gaston, why are there no speed zombies attacking yet? After waiting for so long, there wasn't a single speed zombie attack, so Lauren couldn't help but ask. Eric was silent for a moment, scanning the zombies below, trying to search for any speed zombies. Unfortunately, the light was too dim, and he could only distinguish a few obviously much taller strength zombies. As for the speed zombies, even during broad daylight, it would be difficult to find the small-bodied speed zombies within such dense hordes. Let's not worry about it, just open fire. With a wave of Eric's hand, the retreating Tianqing army immediately climbed back onto the city wall, readying their defensive stances. Meanwhile, Eric shouted, "Open the gate." These 3 words spread throughout the troops, and the guard corps below the city wall instantly perked up, gripping their guns more tightly. Their sharp eyes focused on the direction of the city gate. As soon as the gate opened, they would unhesitatingly pull the trigger to eliminate those detestable zombies. Upon hearing the words, "Open the gate," Melissa thought she had heard wrong. But when she looked towards the south gate, she saw it slowly rising, revealing first the feet of the zombies, then their calves, thighs, waists, chests, and finally their heads. The moment the zombie faces appeared, gunfire erupted, and muzzle flashes were even brighter than car headlights. The quasi-3RD level strength zombie only felt a dazzling flash before it, and its kin were swallowed by an indescribable barrage of bullets. At the same time, the Tianqing army soldiers on the city wall moved forward again, pulling out high-explosive grenades and throwing them down without hesitation, turning each soldier into a human bomber conducting carpet bombing. This translation adheres closely to the structure and tone of the original text while ensuring readability and coherence in English. It preserves character names in Pinyin and maintains natural, fluent language that reflects the intensity and action of the scene described. Chapter 169, Launching Relief Operations, Part 1. The sound of continuous explosions echoed, followed by flames soaring into the sky. Roar. The roar of the evolved zombie was deafening. The soldiers guarding the city gate then saw a colossal creature bursting out from the flames. Under the illumination of lights, the true appearance of this gigantic creature was revealed. It was 3 meters tall, all muscle-bound with numerous blood holes on its muscular body. Strangely, these wounds were not bleeding. Eric sensed the commotion below the city walls and immediately glanced over. Seeing the massive figure, he urgently said, "Last-ditch effort before death." The battle at Bowenpa village was still fresh in his mind. Eric instantly recognized the situation. His speed peaked as he appeared in front of the tank within an instant. Elijah then exerted force from his thighs, launching himself like a missile directly into the nearly 3rd-level strength zombie, pushing it back several meters. Eric quickly returned to the troops and shouted, "Fire!" Bang, bang, bang. In this extremely short period, 10 tanks reloaded their shells and fired again. 10 shells hit the almost 3rd-level zombie almost simultaneously, crushing its upper body, thus putting an end to its final struggle. Once the nearly 3rd-level zombie was dead, the remaining regular zombies and level 1 zombies lost their leader. Their minds were instantly consumed by the instinctive desire for flesh. They rushed through the open city gates, braving gunfire, seeking their doom. Roar, roar. Unexpectedly, 2 sudden roars of evolved zombies threw the ordinary zombies and level 1 zombies into disarray, making them retreat instead of rushing to their deaths. Eric could tell these roars were shrill and piercing, distinctly different from the roar of strength-based zombies. This indicated the presence of level 2 speed-based zombies among these hordes. In response to the zombies' retreat, Eric promptly ordered pursuit beyond the city limits, determined to ensure these zombies would have no way to return. 10 tanks took the lead, followed by hundreds of armored vehicles, their wheels stirring up mud and water. At this moment, humans and zombies had switched roles. Humans became hunters while zombies turned into prey. This scene left Melissa speechless. Only now did she realize the base's overwhelming strength, and that Eric was far from being merely a muscle-brained maniac. Meanwhile, the clouds parted to reveal the moon. As dark clouds dispersed, the bright moon cast a faint light, bringing slight illumination to the otherwise pitch-black world. The guard troops continued pursuing the zombies along the route, leaving countless corpses in their wake. After some time, with no more sign of the zombies, Eric gave the order to stop the pursuit and turn back to the base. Under the moonlight on the city walls of the base, the skybound army soldiers, who fought all day, were utterly exhausted but remained vigilant and steadfast, ready to repel any potential zombie attacks. However, they didn't wait for the zombies. Instead, they were greeted by the guard corps, which made them cheer with immense joy. Returning to the base, Eric ordered the cleaning of the zombie corpses. There were countless bodies outside the city. If not cleared in time, they would rot soon. Elijah certainly didn't want the base turning into an 8-legged paradise. Elijah left some soldiers to clear the zombie remains and instructed Elvin and Ryan to collect the evolution crystals from the nearly 3rd-level zombie and other evolved zombies. Then Eric prepared to return to the mobile base. Just as he was about to get into the vehicle, he noticed Melissa standing there, stunned. A smile crept across Eric's face as he approached her. Melissa immediately regained her composure upon seeing Eric approach. "So, can you consider my conditions?" Eric asked calmly, a smile lingering on his lips. Melissa swallowed nervously and replied, I can't make the decision alone, but I will report everything truthfully once I'm back in the city. Whether or not we agree, we will need to deliberate further. No problem, Eric snapped his fingers, then turned toward the car. After taking a few steps, he looked back and added, by the way, if you do agree, for security reasons, we need something to assure me that you won't betray us later. Melissa nodded firmly, saying, I'll convey that faithfully. Eric got into the SUV, revving up the engine, stirring up mud and water, and sped away. Melissa watched the SUV until it disappeared from her view. She then surveyed the base carefully, deeply observing the guard corps. She muttered to herself, what a powerful Eric, what a formidable guard corps. We should return to the city at dawn. Back at the mobile base, Eric first took a shower and then fell asleep. After a busy day, Commander Luo finally had a chance to rest. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The rooster crowed on schedule, breaking the darkness as dawn approached. Awakened by the rooster's call, Eric opened his eyes, only to close them again because the light filtering through the window was too glaring. Elijah needed a few seconds to adjust. Once adjusted, Eric got dressed and went downstairs to the living and office area. Elijah smiled as he saw buns and steamed buns, still steaming hot on the table, definitely Brendan Alez doing. Opening the door of the mobile base, a ray of sunlight landed on Eric's face and body. The morning sun was not scorching but warm and comforting. The red sunlight shone on everyone and every corner of the base. In this moment, Eric felt excited and full of determination. Just then, Brendan Alez walked over and called out, Eric Gaston. Elijah hearing this, Eric embraced Brendan Alez's shoulder and laughed heartily. Alez, I've got it. I've got it. Brendan Alez looked puzzled and asked, got what? Ha ha ha. Eric laughed for a long time before excitedly saying, a name for the base. Brendan Alez asked, what is it? Eric released Brendan Alez and pointed toward the rising sun, declaring emphatically, Crimson Brendan? Crimson Brendan? Brendan Alez repeated softly, then nodded approvingly, that's a great name. Crimson Sunrise means the base will be the dawn breaking the darkness in this apocalypse, ushering in a new era. You got it. Eric's mood soared. Indeed, Brendan Alez truly understood him. Spreading his arms wide and facing the sky, letting the warm sunshine bathe him, he proclaimed loudly, from now on, the base shall be known as Crimson Brendan City. This single declaration created a storm of discussions among the base residents. Bowenny spontaneously interpreted the meaning behind Crimson Brendan. Though their explanations varied, they were all positive. There were also heated debates over whether the Guard Corps should be renamed Crimson Brendan Military. Opinions were divided, with no consensus. Ultimately, Eric ordered Nikshi to issue an announcement stating, the Guard Corps will remain named as such, adhering to its mission, to protect and defend the base and its people. Following this announcement, the debates seen in streets, walls, and workplaces vanished by the afternoon. As night approached, inside the mobile base, 2 nearly third-level evolution crystals lay on the table, having been washed thoroughly multiple times. Eric did not wish to transform into an inflatable doll again. Recalling Eric's round appearance that day, Brendan Alez couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Eric shot her a glance, causing Brendan Alez to stick out her tongue, stifling her laughter. Turning his attention back to the 2 evolution crystals, the one on the left came from the nearly third-level strength zombie in Bowen Pa village, and the one on the right from last night's attack on the city. Consuming these 2 crystals would bring Eric much closer to becoming a third-level evolved human. Hiss, Elijah took a deep breath, snatching up the 2 evolution crystals. Elijah didn't want to take them one by one, and directly put both into his mouth. In the next second, pure life energy erupted, bringing that feeling of being torn apart by millions of ants. With the experience from the first time, Elijah had mentally prepared himself this time, gritting his teeth to hold on. However, after barely 30 seconds, he couldn't help but cry out, damn, it's too damn itchy. But crying out wasn't much of an issue. Relying on his strong willpower, Elijah managed to control his restless hands that were itching to scratch. If he scratched and lost control, it would be unsightly with blood gushing everywhere. Seeing Elijah's flailing arms and slightly twisted face, Lauren found it both amusing and heart-wrenching. Then she thought, if she reached the peak of level 2, would she also have to take near level 3 evolution crystals? And would she go through the same process? Just thinking about it was terrifying. Fortunately, this state didn't last long, only about 2 minutes. Elijah's restless hands slowly dropped, and the contorted expression gradually eased. Phew. Exhaling a breath, Elijah slowly opened his eyes. On the surface, he appeared unchanged, but only he knew that his strength, speed, and defense had all improved significantly. At this point, facing a near level 3 speed zombie, Elijah felt confident in killing it. As for a strength-based zombie, while he still couldn't crush it barehanded, he could definitely gain the upper hand steadily. After completing his evolution, Elijah gave Lauren a slight smile, then opened his arms, the meaning obvious. Lauren walked forward and, under Elijah's watchful gaze, brushed past him. Elijah could only helplessly drop his arms. Brendanly, warmth came from behind as Lauren hugged him from the back, immediately lifting his slightly downcast mood. Lauren released Elijah and turned to walk outside, saying as she left, all the food inside has been consumed during the evolution. I'll go to the cafeteria to fetch you something to eat. Elijah looked at Lauren's retreating figure, feeling warm inside. The bright moon cast silvery light upon the earth, illuminating a figure moving at incredible speed toward the city wall below. The figure paused, and the moonlight shone on her face, allowing the soldiers atop the city wall to clearly see her. It's Deputy City Lord Melissa. Open the city gates quickly. Chapter 170. Relief Operations, Part 2. The city gate opened just wide enough for one person to squeeze through, and Melissa immediately slipped inside. A group of guards greeted her with obsequious smiles. One soldier, believing himself to be somewhat handsome, even styled his hair in hopes that Melissa would notice him, offering the prospect of a better life, perhaps even, heh. However, Melissa clearly wasn't interested and didn't stop to chat. She headed straight towards the city lord's Bowention, leaving the self-styled, handsome soldier disheveled and dismayed in the wind. His fellow soldiers mocked him. Why bother? Just do your job. Deputy City Lord Sammy wouldn't even give me a second glance, much less you. Another added, even if she did, with your frail physique, could you handle it? I've heard that anyone who comes out of Deputy City Lord Sammy's room can barely stand. If they can stand at all, that is. Hmph. The so-called handsome guard snorted, swaying his hips as he returned to his post, giving the mocker a disdainful look. Melissa moved swiftly, ignoring any greetings from patrolling soldiers on her way to the City Lord's Bowention. Since it was nighttime, no one was in the main hall. Melissa glanced around and then headed towards the rear courtyard, directly approaching Aiden's room. Without knocking, she pushed the door open. Aiden, who was reviewing documents, looked up upon hearing the noise. Seeing Melissa, he noticed her weary appearance, her clothes and face smeared with mud, indicating that her journey for help had been difficult. But the fact that she made it back safely meant that the troubles weren't insurmountable. Aiden set aside his documents and gestured calmly, sit. Once Melissa sat down, Aiden asked, how did the relief mission to the base go? I met Eric and discussed the relief request. Elijah agreed, but with conditions, Melissa said, pausing slightly. But let's talk about Bowerland first. Has he returned from seeking help from the Wasteland Military District? Aiden shook his head, revealing a bitter smile despite his usually calm demeanor. Xuanhuan returned yesterday afternoon. According to him, the Wasteland Military District is also under siege by zombies and can't spare resources. With a wave of his hand, Aiden continued, so, only the base can save us now. What are Eric's conditions? Elijah, hearing that the Wasteland Military District was also under attack, Melissa showed a brief look of surprise but quickly regained her composure. Elijah's eyes met Aiden's, and seeing his anticipation, she spoke without hesitation. Eric's demands are substantial, too heavy for our Brindonset city to bear. Oh. This piqued Aiden's interest. It wasn't like Melissa to beat around the bush. Elijah focused intently on her, waiting for her next words. Melissa looked at Aiden briefly before averting her gaze. Eric's condition. She hesitated, biting her lip. Finally, she blurted out, his condition is for us to submit to them. Brindamit? Aiden's eyes flashed with surprise. Even he was taken aback by such a demand. After a moment of silence, Aiden stared at Melissa intently and asked solemnly, does Eric have the capability to rescue us given these outrageous terms? Elijah certainly does. Had she not witnessed the base's defense firsthand, Melissa might not have been so sure. Now, however, she was certain of the base's capability to save Brindonset City, albeit at an exorbitant cost. One so high that it was unclear whether it was salvation or destruction. After all, once Brindonset City submitted to the base, it would cease to exist as an independent entity. Aiden was taken aback by her certainty and asked, why are you so sure? Melissa didn't hold back and recounted the base's defensive battle in detail. The tactics were impressive, Aiden remarked after listening. Then he shook his head, adding, unfortunately, those strategies wouldn't work for Brindonset City. Just the 2 opening salvos would drain 70% of our ammunition. Yes, it's astounding how many resources Eric has. Ammunition, tanks, armored vehicles. Brindon's strength surpasses even pre-apocalypse military zones, Melissa commented curiously. Military zones don't have such power. Otherwise, Adalberto would have already been rescued, Aiden responded. Elijah stood up and walked outside, gazing at the long-awaited moon. A contemplative light shone in his calm eyes. Melissa joined him outside, asking, what should we do? Agree or refuse? Aiden retracted his gaze, walking back into the room with hands behind his back. We'll discuss this matter tomorrow with you, me, Bowerland, department heads, and representatives of all ranks. Turning to Melissa, he added, you've had a long and tiring journey. Go rest. Though impatient, Melissa understood that this decision couldn't be rushed. She nodded slightly, saying, all right, before leaving the City Lord's Bowention and returning to her residence. Shelter City Number 1, ruins of the former City Lord's Bowention. Bowenny sat casually on a broken brick, gazing up at the moon before retracting his gaze. His expression was a picture of worry as he held a letter addressed to him. Heske. Sigh. Bowenny sighed, then chuckled bitterly. If someone had been there, they would have heard the sorrow in his laugh. These zombies can wage multi-directional attacks. The military district is besieged, prioritizing their own survival and unable to send troops or ammunition support. My Shelter City Number 1, even with the utmost savings, can last at most 2 weeks. After that, if the military district remains occupied, I'll have no choice but to die alongside these tens of thousands of civilians. Bowenny's tone conveyed immense frustration. At that moment, a Churchilldom army officer wearing rimless glasses approached, having overheard Bowenny's words. Elijah hesitated before finally speaking, Deputy Commander Xia, I have an idea. Bowenny looked up, recognizing the officer. Oh, it's Jaden. Speak your mind. Jaden suggested, we can't count on the military district, but there are 2 other forces we can seek help from, the base led by Eric and Shelter City Number 2. Without missing a beat, Bowenny replied, you mean Eric's base and Shelter City Number 2. We're enemies with Shelter City Number 2, so getting their help is uncertain. As for the base, they'd want substantial compensation. Last time, we gave them resources and population from both cities. Jaden chuckled, then countered. If we run out of ammunition and the zombies breach the city, what happens to us and the civilians? I've thought about that too. The result would be, Bowenny pointed to himself, then gestured to everyone around, they, would end up as zombie food. Exactly. Jaden slapped his hand, better to request the base's aid, even if Eric's demands are extravagant. We can agree to whatever it takes. To put it bluntly, even if Eric demands the entire population and resources of Shelter City Number 1, I believe we should agree. As long as we don't end up as zombie food, what does it matter? After all, we're all of the same race. We're just relocating the people of this city to a new place under a different ruler. Moreover, I've heard that life in the base is quite good, and Eric has decent character. Otherwise, why would Commander Bailu's daughter, Miss Juliet, willingly join the base? Jaden, you raise some valid points, but isn't it disloyal for us to make such a decision behind the commander's back? Bounty looked troubled. Elijah was an intelligent man. How could he not see the pros and cons? His main concern was toward Adalberto, who was part of the Wasteland Military District. Bailu had personally trained these soldiers. In this apocalypse, population means productivity. Handing over the entire city's population would be tantamount to betraying the military district. Therefore, Bounty hesitated whether to send a letter to the Wasteland Military District, requesting Adalberto's decision on the aid proposal. Deputy Commander Xia, over 10,000 lives are at stake here. Can you really bear to watch the city fall and everyone die? You need to distinguish between righteousness and personal feelings. Moreover, this isn't about betraying the commander. I haven't thought of betraying him either. Saving over 10,000 people is far better than letting them become zombie food, right? Jaden spoke earnestly, his eyes red from worry. Over the past half year, he had seen too many deaths. Deep down, he wished for the survival of the over 10,000 people in Shelter City No. 1. Under Jaden's persuasion, Bounty began to waver. Elijah stared at Jaden blankly, took a deep breath, and asked, "What do the others think?" Ha ha ha. Seeing Bounty's hesitant nod, Jaden felt victory within reach. Elijah couldn't help but laugh from the bottom of his heart. Turning around, he called out toward the direction of the military tent, "Deputy Commander Xia wants to know your thoughts. Everyone, come out." Rustling footsteps filled the air. Moments later, all the officers of the Churchilldom army stationed in Shelter City No. 1 emerged before Bounty's sight. They glanced at each other, shoving and pushing. "You speak first. Don't push me, you go first." "Fine, let me start." A Churchilldom army officer standing 1.8 meters tall with a robust build stepped forward, saluting Bounty. "Report to Deputy Commander. Even though it's the apocalypse now, I still remember our training. Our duty is to protect the people. With the whole city in danger, we shouldn't sit idly by. So, I think we should seek help from other forces to save the city's residents. Besides, I've interacted with the guards from the base. Their military discipline is high, and the tens of thousands of civilians living there wouldn't face oppression." "That's right, Deputy Commander. We can't just sit here waiting to die." "Yes, the guards' discipline is strong. They won't oppress the civilians." As the officer finished speaking, the others immediately agreed. Seeing the unanimous stance, Bounty made his decision. Standing up, he swept his gaze across everyone and said, "Good. Since everyone agrees, I will write 2 letters immediately, one to the base and one to the military district to consult Commander Bailu." "Inappropriate," Jaden objected. "We don't have much time. We should directly dispatch people to the base or Shelter City No. 2 for aid." Jaden's right. Sending letters for Commander Bailu's decision would waste at least 2 days. Indeed, time is crucial. Our ammo supply may last only half a month theoretically, but reality often differs from predictions. Elijah, hearing this consensus, Bounty frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, then said, "Then let's proceed with both. Seek aid while informing the commander." From consulting the commander's decision to merely informing him, it meant the rescue operation would proceed regardless of Adalberto's consent. "I agree," Jaden responded first. "I also agree." "I agree." Agreed. The officers expressed their support. Nodding, Bounty continued, "Very well. Let's discuss whether we should seek aid from the base, Shelter City No. 2, or both." "It must be the base. What is Shelter City No. 2 compared to that?" "Right, Shelter City No. 2 is just a mob. What do they count for?" "I choose the base." "The base." Almost unanimously, the officers favored the base, which was natural given their perception of it as a powerful, respectable force, whereas Shelter City No. 2 was seen as a den of rebels. Bounty, who anticipated this outcome, had only asked to follow proper procedure. Elijah gestured for silence, and once the officers quieted down, he smiled. "Well said. I'll draft 2 letters immediately, one to the base and one to the Wasteland Military District." The moon set, the sun rose, and the world was clear. Early in the morning, after a zombie attack on Shelter City No. 1, 2 off-road vehicles sped out of the city, taking different routes, one heading toward the base and the other toward the Wasteland Military District. 3 hours after the vehicles left, another zombie attack occurred. Afterward, 2 more off-road vehicles sped out, again with different destinations. This pattern repeated throughout the day, experiencing 3 zombie attacks and sending out 6 vehicles on varying routes. Chapter 171, Dispatching Reinforcements, Part 3. The next day, early morning. Xuanhuan City, the main hall of the City Lord's Bowention. At such an early hour, according to usual habits, the main hall would only have cleaning servants and occasionally the figure of Aiden or the 2 deputy city lords. There wouldn't be many people around. Certainly not like today, where apart from the frontline officers commanding combat, all other officers, ministers, and the 2 deputy city lords, Melissa and Bounderlin, were present in the hall. The reason for this unprecedented gathering was that City Lord Aiden had ordered a meeting, which concerned the life and death of Xuanhuan City, a matter of great significance. At this moment, City Lord Aiden hadn't appeared yet, and the various officers and ministers were chattering among themselves, speculating about what this crucial matter concerning the city's survival could be. Only Melissa sat upright, sipping water quietly from her cup, occasionally glancing at the numerous officers and ministers, sometimes looking at the other deputy city lord Bounderlin, and at other times, gazing at the seat reserved for the city lord. Cough, cough. A few coughs instantly attracted everyone's attention. Aiden then stepped into their line of sight, smiling and saying, "I kept you waiting." Others greeted him warmly, "Lord City Lord." After some courteous exchanges, Aiden walked straight to his high seat and sat down, his eyes sweeping across the crowd. His usually calm gaze now bore a sharp edge, landing on each person, stirring a sense of respect in them. Any lingering drowsiness vanished as everyone felt unusually clear-headed. Bounderlin had gone to the Wasteland Military Zone 2 days ago for aid but returned empty-handed. Seeing Melissa return, Aiden promptly called a meeting, leading him to speculate that perhaps base Eric had set some conditions for assistance, and fulfilling these conditions was necessary before dispatching reinforcements. Of course, there was another possibility, that base Eric had outright refused the aid request, leaving Xuanhuan City at a critical juncture. The zombie siege is causing everyone unrest. To break through this deadlock, I previously discussed with all of you the idea of seeking external help. We identified 2 targets for our appeal. First, the Wasteland Military Zone, our former employer. In hopes that we're still part of one big family, we hoped Commander Bailu would overlook past grievances and send troops to assist us. Unfortunately, Aiden shook his head and sighed, continuing, it turns out that the Wasteland Military Zone is also under siege by zombies, too preoccupied to offer us aid. This statement sparked a flurry of chatter among the officers. What do we do now? Even the mighty Churchilldom army has been pinned down by zombies. Just how strong are they? Are we doomed? Well, why not open the gates and throw everything we have against them? Until the last moment, it's uncertain who will win. Yes, instead of hiding inside the city until supplies run out, we might as well fight with no regrets. Stop being so pessimistic. Didn't you just say base Eric is powerful? Can't we listen to the city lord first before jumping to conclusions? Facing the clamor, Aiden raised his hand and loudly said, quiet. His voice was calm yet authoritative, silencing everyone instantly. After a brief pause, Aiden glanced at Melissa and nodded. Melissa stood up, facing the assembly, and said clearly, the fact that the Wasteland Military Zone cannot aid us due to its own issues is established. Further discussion is unnecessary. However, our second target, base Eric, has formidable power. It faced a zombie attack before and managed to defeat the zombies using its strong military. Moreover, the ruler of base Eric has agreed to provide assistance. But, before she could continue, the officers erupted in cheers. That's wonderful. Who knew Eric would be so righteous? Yes, I remember him saying that humanity's common enemies are zombies and evolved beasts. Elijah indeed acted accordingly. Exactly, Eric truly stands out. Melissa shot an exasperated look at the officers. Truly, they jumped at every word without even letting her finish. She looked toward Aiden again. Quiet, Aiden commanded, and the assembly immediately fell silent. Deputy City Lord Melissa hasn't finished speaking. Wait for her to finish before making comments. Everyone nodded in agreement, turning their attention back to Melissa. Feeling somewhat unnerved by the intense gazes, Melissa inwardly thought, I didn't even finish middle school, and now they look at me like I'm a teacher. And this isn't some classroom. I'm not planning to start a lesson here. She managed to keep her composure despite her internal monologue and continued. Eric has agreed to assist us, but it comes with conditions. What conditions? Someone asked. Given the magnitude of the conditions, Melissa glanced back at Aiden. Seeing his nod of approval, she explained, Eric's condition is for Xuanhuan City to submit to his base. What? Everyone was shocked. Even Deputy City Lord Bounderland stared in disbelief at Aiden. Brenda mission means merging Xuanhuan City into his base. This can't be acceptable. You're wrong. It's more like being absorbed. That means from now on, there will no longer be Xuanhuan City, only the base. This Eric is exploiting our situation. Exactly, this bastard Eric is taking advantage. Amidst the chorus of condemnation, there were almost no voices of agreement. Bounderland opened his mouth but couldn't find the right words to speak. Aiden slightly shook his head, preemptively declining any questions from Bounderland. Then he looked at the discussing crowd, his gaze sharpening. Bang! A loud thud echoed throughout the hall, startling everyone. They turned to see Aiden, whose serene expression had been replaced with anger. The table before him cracked down the middle, clearly shattered by his blow. Everyone bowed their heads towards the city lord's seat, not daring to utter a word. Enough. Aiden stood up, his gaze sweeping across the room, and his anger dissipating. Elijah said calmly, initially, I was equally surprised by Eric's demands, thinking it excessive. But after a night's consideration, I have my thoughts clear. At this moment, our only lifeline is base Eric. If we don't seize this opportunity, it's a dead end. You may choose to escape individually, avoiding zombie notice. But if we agree to Eric's terms, won't Xuanhuan City cease to exist? Bounderland's face showed immense bitterness. While he understood Aiden's words, it was hard to accept. Xuanhuan, if zombies breach our defenses, Shelter City 3 will also cease to exist. By agreeing to Eric's terms, we at least remain alive, correct? And these over 10,000 people in the city can survive too. When weighing the pros and cons, you should know what to do. I know, Bounderland kept nodding. After a moment, he forced a smile that was almost as painful as crying. Elijah glanced at the others and then focused on Aiden, saying, since it is so. Bounderland gritted his teeth and continued, I agree. Aiden displayed a satisfied expression before turning to Melissa. After a brief moment of reflection, Melissa's face showed determination as she declared, I also agree. Aiden then turned his gaze to the officers. The officers looked at each other, hesitating for a long time. Finally, one of them raised his hand and spoke up, since all 3 city lords have agreed, I agree too. Weighing the pros and cons, accepting the terms is indeed the best option. I agree. I agree too. I also agree. One by one, the officers voiced their consent. The majority agreed, while a few remained uncertain. However, with the principle of the minority following the majority, their hesitation no longer influenced the final decision. Very well, Aiden stood up straight, facing everyone. Clearing his throat, he announced loudly, Xuanhuan City agrees to base Eric's conditions for reinforcements. After the meeting ended, everyone left, leaving Aiden alone with Bounderland and Melissa. Aiden looked at Melissa and asked, Melissa, I remember you mentioned that Eric is afraid we might turn against him after receiving help. So, we need to find a way to make him trust us. Melissa nodded slightly, confirming, that's right. This issue arises because Xuanhuan city is tens of kilometers away from the base, and we were previously adversaries. How can we get Eric to believe us? Bowernerland spread his hands in question. I've already thought of a way to gain Eric's trust, Aiden said calmly. What is it? Melissa and Bowernerland asked simultaneously. Eric fears being betrayed because he doesn't trust us, or rather, he doesn't trust me, correct? Aiden counter-asked. Yes, Bowernerland nodded and then queried. So, how do we make him trust you? Aiden smiled lightly, shaking his head. I don't need him to trust me. I just need him to know that I won't betray him. The solution is simple. I will go personally this time, and you two will temporarily handle the affairs of the city lord. You are going to the base as a hostage? Bowernerland seemed surprised but quickly regained composure, stating calmly, under the circumstances, there's no other way. Aiden stood up, walking out of the main hall of the city lord's Bowention, standing with his hands behind his back. Melissa and Bowernerland followed closely. Bowernerland watched Aiden's back, his lips curving into a slight arc which disappeared instantly. Aiden inhaled deeply, stretching lazily and said, all right, immediately after the next zombie attack, I'll set off. Note. In maintaining the original structure, certain parts of the paragraph have been adjusted to improve fluency and readability in English while preserving the essence of the original text. Hashtag Chapter 172. Dispatching Relief Forces, Part 4. Hashtag Inside the base, Inner City Canteen. Night had already fallen. Ordinarily, by evening, this place would be nearly deserted. If anyone was still here, it was mostly Lauren personally cooking delicacies for Eric. But today, Chef Caden was still busy because he had received orders from the superior officer to prepare a few dishes for two guests who had arrived from afar. Caden glanced over and saw two men in Churchilldom army uniforms sitting upright, one hand holding a bowl of rice, the other with chopsticks, eating heartily while muttering something. Since they were too far away, their words were indistinct, but it could be guessed that they were probably saying, "What is this? It's too delicious." Elijah turned off the stove and arranged the dishes on plates. Caden carried two dishes over to the two Churchilldom army soldiers and placed them on the table. Seeing how they devoured their food, he smiled and said, "Eat slowly. No one's rushing you. By the way, why are you here at our base?" Ugh. The soldier's mouth was full of food, making his words incomprehensible. Realizing this, he swallowed hard and then continued, "We've come to deliver a message. Our shelter number 1 has been..." Hashtag mobile base. Eric examined the letter under the lamplight. It was a handwritten note from Bowenny from shelter number 1. After reading the contents, Eric felt quite pleased. Clack. Lauren brought over a glass of water and set it down in front of Eric, asking curiously, "You're grinning from ear to ear? What's so happy?" "Elijah, take a look." Eric handed her the letter and then drank half the glass of water on the table. Lauren quickly scanned through the letter before returning it to Eric. After some thought, she asked, "Yesterday, we received a plea for help from Xuanhuan city. Today, another plea from shelter number 1. Whom do you plan to assist?" Eric chuckled lightly and said, "Kids, choose one. I'll take both." Lauren nodded slightly and then asked, "The letter says any conditions can be made by us. What do you plan to demand?" "Since they're letting me set the conditions, I shouldn't hold back," Eric stretched and said. "Not hold back? Do you intend to impose similar conditions on shelter number 1, as you did on Xuanhuan city?" Lauren looked startled and asked. Before Eric could answer, Lauren sensed his decision and continued, "Our base isn't enemies with the Wasteland Military District. We've cooperated before, and Adalberto of the Wasteland Military District is Juliet's father. Have you really considered whether different terms might be better?" "I know," Eric rubbed his temples and said, "sometimes, choices must be made. If the Wasteland Military District considers my terms too heavy and thinks I'm taking advantage of their situation, there's nothing I can do about it. Besides, if I dispatch forces to aid them, it means leaving my home turf. Casualties are inevitable, and the lives of our guardsmen are worth these conditions. Moreover, this isn't exploitation. If they can resolve the zombie siege themselves, they wouldn't need my assistance. And if I don't come to their rescue, they'll end up as zombie food. Naturally, I don't want to see tens of thousands of people in those cities turn into zombie fodder. But if I send troops without any conditions, it would remain status quo for them and me. Yet the zombies aren't just limited to those areas. What if they face another siege next time? Should I send more troops again? Brendanra, I'll help them next time too, but what about the time after that?" Eric's words were concise, and Lauren understood perfectly. She nodded and said, "Eric Gaston, I get it." Next day, afternoon, Eric handed two identical letters to the two Churchilldom army soldiers from shelter number 1, saying, "Everything I need to tell Deputy Commander Bowenny is in the letter." The two soldiers saluted and then got into their vehicle, exiting through the east gate to return to shelter number 1. As they drove out of the gate, they saw an SUV approaching from a distance, heading directly for the base. The two vehicles passed each other, and although the Churchilldom army soldiers looked over, they couldn't see inside the tinted windows of the other vehicle. The SUV stopped at the base's east gate, and a man stepped out. It was Aiden. Staring at the tall and sprawling walls that extended for miles, he was impressed. Brendange construction within such a short time was beyond human effort. This gave him a new perspective on the base. "Who is this? What's your purpose?" While Aiden was observing the walls, the Tianqing soldiers on top called out. Aiden looked up and smiled, saying, "Please inform Commandant Eric. I'm Aiden, mayor of Xuanhuan city. I've come specifically to seek assistance." "Wait a moment," the Tianqing soldier said and then left. Having sent off the Churchilldom army soldiers, Eric was having breakfast with Lauren when a report came. "Report, Commandant. Someone claims to be Bowenny Aiden from Xuanhuan city, seeking an audience about assistance." "Bowenny of Xuanhuan city?" Lauren was biting into an egg and paused, looking at Eric in surprise. Initially surprised, Eric soon recovered and smiled. "Looks like they have a plan to secure my support." Elijah hastily ate a couple of eggs, drank a glass of water, wiped his mouth, and told Lauren, "I'll go. You finish eating? Though Aiden had come for help, he was still the mayor of Xuanhuan City, and proper courtesy was due. Riding in a vehicle to the east gate, Eric gestured, "Open the gate." As the gate rose, Aiden drove in. Upon seeing Eric, he immediately parked, stepped out, smiled, bowed slightly, and greeted, "Commandant Luo." Eric smiled and extended his hand. "Bowenir Aiden, it's been a long time." They shook hands, both smiling warmly but harboring their own thoughts. "The new city isn't complete yet. Let's continue our conversation in the old city," Eric suggested. Aiden nodded and replied, "I'll follow wherever Commandant Luo leads." Eric knew Aiden's respectful demeanor was likely feigned, but appreciated it nonetheless. Elijah opened the car door, got in first, and invited Aiden to join. Aiden naturally didn't refuse and entered from the other side. His vehicle was taken away by Tianqing soldiers for parking and thorough cleaning. As the car started, the bumpy road outside the inner city slowed the speed, offering views of the surroundings. The new area was still barren, but many residents were busily constructing. Passing by, Aiden noted their eyes filled with enthusiasm rather than fear or despair, evoking a feeling of rural tranquility from pre-apocalypse times. Driving into the inner city streets lined with houses, not makeshift shacks, Aiden noticed children playing in groups. Elijah felt as if he'd moved from the countryside to a bustling town. At that moment, Aiden felt genuinely comfortable. Noticing Aiden's expression and slight smile, Eric thought to himself, "This Aiden seems somewhat different from what I imagined." Previously, Eric had thought of Aiden as a shrewd and calculating individual. After all, without deploying a single soldier, Aiden had effortlessly gained the forces of Shelter Number 3 and Shelter Number 4, making him the biggest winner. But now, seeing Aiden's reaction to the harmonious scene at the base, Eric felt that he still yearned for what was good and beautiful. The car stopped in front of the conference building, and Eric said, "We're here. Let's get out." With that, Eric opened the door, got out of the car, and walked toward the conference building. Aiden followed closely behind, then entered the building alongside Eric. They arrived at the meeting room. Eric sat in the main seat and gestured with his hand, saying, "Please sit." Once Aiden was seated, Eric called out, "Somebody?" An attendant outside the door came in. Eric instructed, "Please bring a glass of water for Bowenir Su." "Yes, sir," the attendant replied and turned to fetch the water. Eric then looked at Aiden, offering a slight smile but remaining silent. Aiden returned the smile, knowing Eric wanted him to speak first. Elijah broke the silence and said, "Melissa once came to the base for assistance. I assume you are well aware of the difficulties faced by Xuanhuan City, so I won't go into details. Deputy Bowenir Melissa returned last night and informed me that you agreed to send troops for rescue but with one condition. That Xuanhuan City submit to the base and become part of it. To be honest, such a condition surprised me at first, but after a night of contemplation, I realized it is not unreasonable. If the zombies breach the city walls, everyone inside will become their food. It's better to join the base. Therefore, this morning, I held a meeting and agreed to this requirement. I've come now to ask you to dispatch troops as soon as possible. Our ammunition supply isn't very sufficient. Since you agree to my terms, sending troops is natural. However, how can I ensure you won't betray us later?" Eric asked knowingly, though it was a rhetorical question. As the mayor of the city, Aiden coming personally was already a sign of good faith. However, some things needed to be verbalized by the other party to make them more reasonable. Aiden laughed lightly and said, "I am not Fitzroy who would turn on an ally after using them, but I understand your concern, which is why I have come personally as a hostage to the base. With this assurance, you can send the troops with peace of mind." Eric chuckled heartily, nodding and saying, "Now that everything is clear, sending troops is certainly possible. However, there's no rush. Yesterday, Deputy Commander Bowenir from the Wasteland Military District wrote to me, stating that Shelter Number 1 is also under zombie siege and requesting assistance. Bailikyu, Bowenir agreed to any conditions I propose. To be frank, I've set the same conditions for Bowenir as for you. So, we'll need to wait a couple of days to see how Shelter Number 1 responds." Oh, Aiden immediately recalled the two vehicles with Churchilldom army emblems he had encountered on the way. They must have been seeking aid too. Elijah couldn't help feeling curious and asked, "Do you think Deputy Commander Xia will accept such conditions?" Eric smiled faintly and said, "We'll know in a couple of days." After speaking, Eric stood up and extended his hand towards Aiden, smiling and saying, "Since everything has been settled, I welcome you to join the base in advance." Aiden remained calm, standing up to shake hands with Eric and responded, "Thank you." Chapter 173. Mobilizing for Rescue, Part 5. Evening descended upon the city of dusk, and in the grand hall of the city lord's residence, not a soul was present. The vast space lay eerily quiet. Brendandenly, a head poked out from one of the side doors, cautiously scanning the surroundings. Finding no one around, the figure strutted confidently into the hall. Elijah fixed his gaze on the city lord's high seat with an intense look, paused momentarily, and then took measured steps toward it. As he approached, his eyes became even more fervent. After hesitating briefly, he sat down boldly. Upon settling into the chair, he let out a sigh of comfort. "Perry, why did you ask me to come here?" Just then, a person entered from the main door. A striking face, tall and slender build. It was Sandra. Sandra walked into the hall and, seeing Perry seated in the city lord's position, frowned slightly but didn't comment further. Perry greeted her without moving from his spot, smiling. "Vice City Lord Sammy, you've finally arrived." "Cut the crap. What did you call me here for?" Sandra, who disliked beating around the bush, asked directly. Perry smiled faintly but didn't jump right into the matter. Instead, he stood up, beckoning Sandra closer. "Come here, quickly." Puzzled, Sandra approached him. "What do you want?" "Sit," Perry said, pointing to the city lord's seat. Sandra eyed him warily, curious about what would happen if she sat down, and promptly plopped herself into the seat. It was cold and hard, nowhere near as comfortable as the chair she used in Protection City Number 4. After a few moments with nothing unusual happening, Sandra asked suspiciously, "Why did you want me to sit here?" Doesn't it feel familiar? Perry asked with a bright smile. What familiar feeling? It just feels uncomfortable, Sandra replied, perplexed. Perry sighed in exasperation and tried again. I mean the same feeling you have in Protection City number 4? Familiar feeling from Protection City number 4. Sandra fell silent in thought, but after some time, she still couldn't recall anything familiar. She shook her head. No, the chair I sit on in Protection City number 4 is made of fine wood and cushioned with plush leather. It's soft and very comfortable. This one feels like ice and is uncomfortable. I don't know how Kobe can sit on this and doesn't even bother to get a better chair. Oh dear, Perry was at a loss for words, finding it almost futile to explain, so he clarified further. How can it not feel familiar? This is the City Lord's seat. Ah, Sandra pondered for a moment, seemingly realizing something but then shook her head again. No, it's just a broken chair. How can it give me the feeling of being a City Lord? You are really difficult to talk to. Perry massaged his temples and then continued, forget it. I'll just tell you straight. With Kobe away from the city, you and I are the most powerful here. Don't you think this is an opportunity? Opportunity for what? Sandra asked, bewildered. Perry inwardly lamented her low comprehension, but had to continue with a smile, clarifying further. My point is, we should take advantage of this situation to fully take control of the City of Dusk, not be mere Vice City Lords but actual City Lords. His tone grew stronger and his gaze more intense as he spoke. You know what you're saying, right? Sandra stood up abruptly, her eyes narrowing as she confronted Perry. You want a rebel? Do you know what time it is? Zombies are surrounding the city, and we're waiting for reinforcements from the base. You want a rebel now, choosing the worst possible time. Do you want us all to die? Perry retorted indignantly. When did I say anything about killing us all? Taking power is true, but rebellion isn't my intention. What's a rebellion? I'm already a city lord by right, and now I just need to reclaim what's mine along with some benefits. Is that rebellion? Sandra scoffed, undaunted. Even if what you say has some logic, starting a power grab and causing internal chaos when zombies are attacking will leave no one to defend the city. Once the city falls, everyone inside will die. Isn't this courting death? I'm absolutely not going to court death. Seizing power doesn't mean compromising the city's defenses or using force. Currently, our 3 armies have merged into the Army of Dusk, and our former subordinates hold positions within the army. They will follow orders as long as we say a word. By offering incentives and coercion, we can secure the loyalty of Kobe's officers. Once we have control over the troops, we can maintain the status quo. After the guards repel the zombies, we refuse entry to anyone. If Elijah forces his way in, we will go down fighting. Let's see if he'd watch tens of thousands die. Perry laid out his plan openly, standing with his hands behind his back, eyes sharp as he awaited Sandra's response. Sandra remained expressionless, hesitating for a moment before clapping her hands. Good idea. I think this plan could work. Elijah cares about the people. He wouldn't watch tens of thousands die. Seeing Sandra agree, Perry laughed heartily, repeatedly praising her decision, then patted her shoulder. Let's not waste time. We should gather our old subordinates immediately. All right, Sandra agreed readily and turned to walk toward the door. Halfway there, she cast a fleeting glance sideways but kept walking, exiting the grand hall. Perry, grinning widely, settled back into the city lord's chair, watching Sandra leave. A flash of malice crossed his eyes as he murmured, fool. As Sandra stepped out of the grand hall, Perry tapped the armrest 3 times. Shortly afterward, he heard heavy footsteps approaching and fading until they disappeared. Finally outside the grand hall, Sandra's composed demeanor crumbled. She glanced back at the building, her expression changing drastically. Walking down the road, Sandra muttered to herself, I may be straightforward and lack strategic thinking, but I'm not stupid. I can manage basic deception. Perry is good at nothing except internal strife. Seizing power while Kobe is away shows he has no sense of priorities. I can't let him ruin everything, but how can I stop him? After much contemplation and no clear solution, Sandra sighed. I should find my old subordinates and see if they have any ideas. Translation complete. Maintaining the original paragraph structure and line breaks. Chapter 174, Deployment for Rescue, Part 6. The next day arrived. In Qiang City, previously known as the base, the eastern gate opened, and a vehicle drove into the city. Inside the city walls, right in front of the entrance, Eric stood waiting for the vehicle to arrive. This was a military green, modified off-road vehicle with the emblem of the Churchildom's army on it. The vehicle stopped in front of Eric. The door opened, and a person stepped out. Seeing this person, Eric smiled and walked forward to greet him, saying, Eric Wade, it's been a long time. The visitor was none other than Wade, the deputy commander of the Wasteland Military District. Seeing Eric, Wade immediately broke into a wide smile, also walking forward to embrace Eric and said, Indeed, it's been too long. They released each other simultaneously. Wade looked back at the towering walls of Qiang City and exclaimed in awe, This is my first time visiting the base, and I am truly amazed. Brindanch sturdy walls. How could they have been built in less than a year under these conditions? Eric, you have to tell me all about it. Eric laughed heartily and replied, You will know eventually. Eric walked to the back door of his own vehicle, opened it, and said to Wade, Let's go to the conference room to discuss business. Brindanra. Wade nodded in agreement, then walked around to the other side of Eric's vehicle, opened the door, and got in. The vehicle started up and headed toward the old district. As expected, the scenes along the way left another profound impact on Wade, who sighed, Your base surpasses my imagination. I've heard various rumors about prosperity and happiness here, and I thought they were exaggerated. But now, I realize there was no exaggeration at all. This place is like an Eden amidst the apocalypse. It's unbelievable. Wade leaned back against the seat, looking relaxed and comfortable. Eric smiled faintly and said, I told you that our common enemies are zombies and evolved animals. Therefore, my goal is to unite all humans and grow stronger together, not oppress or exploit for the luxury of a few. Only by doing so can human civilization defeat the zombies and continue to survive and thrive. Unite all humans. Wade pondered, looked at Eric, and shook his head with a sigh. Compared to you, my vision seems quite small. After about 20 minutes of driving, the vehicle stopped in front of the conference building. Eric and Wade got out and walked straight into the meeting hall, arriving at the same room where Kobe had been received before. Seated, Eric said, "Since you're here, Eric Wade, I believe you have made a decision and agreed to my terms." Just as Wade was about to speak, a staff member entered with tea, gently placing a cup of light tea on the table to Wade's right. After hours of travel, Wade had not had a sip of water, indeed feeling parched. Elijah picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp, breathing a sigh of relief, then continued. "Yes, we agree with your proposal and are willing to transfer all the population and resources of Shelter City 1 to the base. Of course, the prerequisite is that the base sends troops to assist us and repel or destroy the surrounding zombies." "Certainly," said Eric. Pausing for a moment, Eric added, "However, I need to inform you in advance that Anti-Iniguo City has also asked for my help, and I have already agreed." "Anti-Iniguo City?" Wade seemed puzzled. He hadn't heard of this faction. "You didn't know, did you? Anti-Iniguo City is actually Shelter City 2, Eric explained promptly. "Shelter City 2? Upon learning that Anti-Iniguo City was Shelter City 2, Wade became even more perplexed and asked, "Did they also encounter a zombie siege?" Eric nodded. "That's correct. Elijah." Wade chuckled sarcastically. "These zombies sure know how to fight on multiple fronts." Wade didn't inquire why Anti-Iniguo City sought help from the base because he himself had considered seeking aid from Anti-Iniguo City. After all, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests, a truth applicable in any era. Yes, zombies are becoming increasingly active, attacking cities everywhere. Thus, it is even more necessary to unite all humans to possibly overcome this catastrophic disaster. Finishing, Eric took a sip of the tea on the table, finding it refreshing and invigorating. Elijah then continued, "Let's put aside those discussions for now and focus on the deployment plan." Wade nodded slightly and said, "You've promised assistance to both me and Anti-Iniguo City. Which one do you plan to help first?" Putting down his teacup, Eric replied, "Considering the distance, Anti-Iniguo City is closer, so it makes sense to start with them. However, I need to confirm with you how long the ammunition can last in Shelter City 1. According to yesterday's calculations, Shelter City 1's ammunition can last for a maximum of 10 days, Wade answered without hesitation. 10 days enough. Eric clapped his hands, laughing. According to Kobe, Anti-Iniguo City had enough ammunition for 10 days as of 2 days ago. With today counted, that leaves 8 days. Therefore, I'll deploy forces to Anti-Iniguo City first, followed by your Shelter City 1. No problem, Wade agreed decisively but frowned slightly. After a brief pause, he asked, "But how confident are you that after rescuing Anti-Iniguo City, you still have enough strength to rescue Shelter City 1? Eric smiled faintly and gestured with his hand to indicate a figure 8. 80%? Wade was somewhat surprised, not expecting such confidence from Eric. Eric's confidence stemmed from his having taken 3 quasi-level 3 evolution crystals, making his strength far exceed that of quasi-level 3 zombies. His subordinates Juliet, Lauren, and Elvin were all level 2 evolvers. Additionally, he had over a dozen peak level 1 evolvers, collectively forming an incredibly powerful force. Among the quasi-level 3 zombie hordes, the key fighters were evolved zombies. Regular zombies meant little against professional armed forces. Even level 1 evolved zombies were negligible against a well-equipped guard army. Only quasi-level 2 and higher zombies posed a genuine threat. Therefore, it was necessary to have evolvers handle these quasi-level 2 and higher zombies. As long as these higher-level zombies were contained or eliminated, the remaining zombies would be easy prey for the tanks and heavy machine guns of the guard army. Facing the astonished Wade, Eric suddenly stood up, clasping his hands behind his back, walked to the window, and said, "Eric Wade, rest assured. I won't deceive you." Wade had spent several days with Eric and knew that he wasn't an arrogant person. Elijah wouldn't take action unless he was certain of success. Elijah hearing this, Wade felt reassured and nodded firmly. "All right, I trust you." Turning around, Eric looked at Wade and said, "Good. I'll deploy the troops tomorrow." After a thorough discussion, dinner time arrived. Eric called on Chef Caden to prepare a few dishes and brought out some precious beer to welcome Wade. After dining, he called Nikshi to arrange accommodation for Wade while Eric returned to the mobile base. For the deployment tomorrow, all 3,000 guards would be mobilized, led by Lauren who would remain to defend the city. This was the usual arrangement. However, this time it couldn't proceed as planned because there were now 2 level 2 evolvers in the city. While the likelihood of trouble from Wade was low, caution is always warranted. Therefore, it was necessary to devise a better response strategy. This thought. Eric couldn't help but take out 2 level 2 evolution crystals. These were obtained from killing 2 level 2 strength zombies during the battle to defend the city, and they could perfectly solve the current problem. Should I give both these evolution crystals to Antong, or create 2 new level 2 evolvers? Eric stroked his chin, lost in deep thought. After a long while, he made up his mind to create 2 new level 2 evolvers and have Juliet stay in the city to assist Lauren this time. This arrangement was because Juliet's strength surpassed that of an average level 2 evolver. If subdivided into initial, intermediate, and advanced levels, Juliet should be at the intermediate level and very close to the advanced tier of level 2 evolvers. Moreover, she had a good relationship with Wade, so, to some extent, she could ensure Wade stayed quietly in the city without causing trouble. Thus, this was the most reasonable arrangement Eric could think of. Having considered all these matters, Eric immediately convened a meeting in the military conference hall, where Lauren and Juliet also participated. After assigning Lauren and Juliet to hold down Chiang City, Ryan and Anchor were selected to become the new level 2 evolvers. With this, the purpose of this meeting was achieved. Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks are maintained as closely as possible to the original text. Chapter 175, Dispatching Troops for Rescue, Part 7. The next day, at the eastern gate of Chiang City, 12 tanks led the way, followed by hundreds of armored vehicles, presenting an imposing and intimidating sight. After the battles at Baunpo village and the city defense, 7 more Guardian Army soldiers had leveled up to become second-level squad leaders capable of operating tanks. Therefore, the number of usable tanks in the Guardian Army increased to 12, significantly boosting their combat strength. Aiden, the city's ruler, observed this scene. Despite having previously witnessed the powerful fighting ability of the Guardian Army when they approached the city walls, he was still greatly impressed. This was what a steel flood looked like, a true steel flood. While he was awed, Aiden was also very puzzled. H City only had 1 military division, the now-defunct Wasteland Military Division, and even the Wasteland Military Division didn't have as many armored vehicles, heavy machine guns, or rocket launchers. Where did Erek get all these from? Moreover, that towering wall didn't seem like it could be built by manpower alone within less than a year. The base no. Qiang City and Erek were truly shrouded in mystery. Bowani felt the same way, awed and puzzled. No matter how much he tried to think about it, he couldn't figure out where Erek got his weapons and equipment. As the two were filled with doubt and amazement, Erek walked over and smiled. I will set off immediately, so I can't accompany you further. Please stay well in the base. For intelligent people like Bowani and Aiden, there was no need for clear explanations. They could understand the implications. Aiden smiled faintly and said, deep down, I already consider myself a resident of Qiang City. I heard that every time the Guardian Army returns from battle, the citizens line up to welcome them. I look forward to such a scene. Bowani nodded and glanced at Juliet not far away. I came here in a hurry yesterday, and we only had time for a short talk before it turned dark. There was no time to properly appreciate the base. It would be great if Edith could take me around these few days. Erek nodded approvingly. These two guys were indeed quite eloquent. Well then, enjoy yourselves. If you need any help, go find the Civil Affairs Director Alonso, whom I've already briefed, Erek replied. With that, Erek turned to Brendan and Tong and Juliet, gave them some instructions, and returned to the military camp. Elijah lightly jumped onto a tank, cleared his throat, and announced loudly, let's move out. Upon receiving the order, the city gate slowly rose. The Tianqing army soldiers on the city wall saluted attentively. The wheels rolled over the road, advancing toward the Sunset City. Watching from atop the city walls, Brendan and Tong and Juliet saw the figure of the Guardian Army grow smaller and finally disappear. Turning around, Brendan and Tong's eyes swept across all the Tianqing army soldiers and loudly said, with the Guardian Army on an expedition, we must be doubly vigilant and guard the base well? Yes, the Tianqing army soldiers responded in unison. Aiden and Bowani felt the high morale of the Tianqing army and couldn't help but express admiration. Brendanchen army's combat power needed no further words. The weather was pleasant, the sun hanging high in the sky. From its position, it could be judged that it was noon. Rustling. I'm Elvin, reporting to the officer that we will arrive at Brendanset City in about half an hour. A sound of current flowed through the radio, followed by Elvin's voice. Elijah hearing this, Erek promptly replied, I'm Erek. Follow my command. Slow down moderately. If you encounter zombies along the way and the numbers are small, just ignore them and drive through. If the numbers are larger, use machine guns to kill them. In case of evolved zombies and large groups of common zombies, prepare for full combat. Understood. Following the order, the speed of the convoy visibly slowed down. With such a large target, naturally, it would attract the attention of zombies. But they were all isolated common zombies, easily crushed under the wheels, making it simpler than firing bullets. 10 minutes later, I'm Elvin, reporting to the officer that our forces are approximately 5 kilometers from Brendanset City. At the current speed, we should reach the destination within 20 minutes. Once again, Elvin's voice came through the radio. I'm Erek. Follow my command. Lower the vehicle speed to the minimum necessary to keep the engines running. After giving the order, Erek pushed open the hatch on the roof of the tank and leaped up onto the roof. The closer we get to Brendanset City, the fewer zombies we see. Erek surveyed the surroundings. To his right lay a mountain range covered with tall trees, thick and dense. To his left was barren land with wild grass growing, though not taller than half a meter, unable to provide any cover. The vehicles pressed forward slowly on the grassy road, moving so slowly that walking might have been faster. Though the temperature was only about 20 degrees Celsius in this season, standing under the scorching sun for too long would still make one feel hot. Sweat trickled down Erek's forehead, yet he showed no intention of getting back into the vehicle and kept staring at the forest. Whistle. A gust of wind blew by, bringing a hint of coolness, while simultaneously darkening the sky as clouds covered the sun. Crackling. As Erek lifted his head, he heard footsteps crunching leaves from not far away in the forest. Erek instantly became alert, fixing his gaze on the woods. Crackling. Footsteps sounded again, causing Erek's muscles to tense, his mouth slightly open, ready to give orders at any moment. Crackling. When the footsteps sounded again, just as Erek was about to issue a defensive order, a pet rabbit as big as an orange cat darted out. Its red eyes glanced at the Guardian Army briefly before it continued searching for food. An evolved rabbit. Erek chuckled to himself. It's been a long time since I've had roasted rabbit. When I have the time, I'll catch a couple. Roar. Just as he relaxed, a deafening roar erupted, quickly followed by dense footsteps. Numerous zombies emerged from the forest, clearly targeting the Guardian Army convoy. I sensed something was off. They've come at the perfect time. Erek immediately reacted and shouted, fire at them. Elijah had clearly identified the roar. It belonged to a level 2.5 evolved zombie, undoubtedly a brute force type. Facing the charging zombies, Guardian Army soldiers popped their heads out of the round hatches on top of the armored vehicles and opened fire with the mounted machine guns. In the hail of bullets, batches of zombies fell one after another. Roar. Another roar resounded, causing the ground to shake along with the sound of heavy objects falling. Erek knew that the level 2.5 brute force zombie was coming out of hiding. Brendanra enough. A colossal creature rushed out from the forest, carrying a log half a meter in diameter. The broken ends were jagged, with branches and leaves still attached, suggesting the brute force zombie had just snapped it off. The beast lifted the log above its head and hurled it towards the Guardian Army. Given the weight of the massive log, although the armored vehicles were sturdy and could withstand the impact, the sudden jolt might injure the soldiers on board. Eric's eyes narrowed sharply. Gathering strength in his legs, he lunged forward and struck the flying log with his right palm as he neared it. Bang! The force of the projectile was halted by Eric's single hand. Pushing hard, he sent the log flying back. Meanwhile, Eric used the momentum to flip backward and return to his original position. At this moment, the cannons of the 12 tanks were all aimed at the level 2.5 brute force zombie. Chapter 176, Dispatching Troops for Relief, Part 8. Boom, boom, boom. Several cannon shots resounded, the powerful recoil sending dust flying. The tank's gun barrels erupted with dazzling flames as several shells burst forth, aimed at a quasi-level 3 strength zombie in the forest. Just seconds before the tank fired, the quasi-level 3 strength zombie had once again snapped a tree with a half-meter diameter. As the projectiles sliced through the air towards it, it swung the tree trunk to block them. The tree trunk exploded into splinters, leaving only a small section clutched in the zombie's hands, while the rest shattered. The quasi-level 3 strength zombie roared and charged at another large tree, snapping it with a loud crack. Picking up the massive trunk, its muscles bulging, it hurled the tree like a javelin at the tank. Strength zombies had immense power and formidable defenses but lacked agility. However, this did not apply to quasi-level 3 strength zombies. Though their speed didn't match level 1 speed zombies, they were still much faster than ordinary humans. Thus, the action of hurling the tree trunk was swift and continuous. Without stopping, it continued to snap and hurl more trees. Boom, boom, boom. The tanks responded immediately, firing in quick succession to intercept the flying trunks, causing wood fragments to scatter and drift with the wind. Seeing this scene, Eric furrowed his brow, inwardly thinking, too much waste of ammunition. Whoosh! Elijah swiftly moved, landing atop the tank and ordered, cease fire. At his command, the cannon fire stopped abruptly, but the massive tree trunks kept coming. Eric watched as the incoming trunks, some as thick as a soup bowl and weighing at least 100 pounds, bore down on him. Cracking his knuckles, he kicked the first trunk back with one powerful strike. Then another thicker trunk shot toward him. Slightly turning his body, he caught it midair and spun it around to fend off subsequent attacks. Controlling the force and direction, Eric sent the trunks crashing back into the horde of zombies, leaving many with broken bones and crushed flesh. Within just a minute, over a dozen trees had been decimated. Branch destruction would certainly have led to severe legal repercussions if this were pre-apocalypse times. Blocking several more logs, Eric spotted an opening and returned fire using the same method. Moving his grip to the middle of a tree trunk for better leverage, he aimed at the quasi-level 3 strength zombie and launched it with all his might. The stout tree trunk, now like a spear, whistled through the air with no less force, and perhaps even more, than the previous attack from the zombie. Additionally, Eric gave the zombie a mocking glance. Roar! The zombie roared in anger, infuriated by both the stolen move and the provocation. It clenched its right hand into a massive fist and slammed it against the incoming trunk. Strength zombies are easily provoked, Eric thought coldly, issuing an unorthodox order, fire! The 12 tanks had already targeted the quasi-level 3 strength zombie, awaiting Eric's command. Bang! The giant fist collided with the trunk, shattering it instantly, sending splinters everywhere. The momentary victory prompted a smug look from the zombie. But in the next second, the tanks unleashed 12 shells, each leaving visible trails as they traveled at several times the speed of sound towards the zombie. Despite having precognition, the zombie couldn't react in time due to its offensive stance. In the blink of an eye, it was struck by multiple shells, each creating fist-sized blood holes in its body, dark red blood gushing out. Roar! The quasi-level 3 zombie roared, blood flow ceasing as it used its racial talent to heal. Its speed increased, surpassing level 1 speed zombies, as it lunged at Eric. Boom, boom, boom. The tanks continued to fire. Now faster and stronger, with enhanced precognition, the zombie managed to dodge or deflect several shells. Cease fire, Eric commanded. With that, he moved to test his newfound strength. Lunging forward, he formed a fist with his right hand, concentrating all his power before delivering a rapid punch. His speed was far beyond that of the quasi-level 3 strength zombie. Despite its improved reflexes, it couldn't evade the punch. Thud! The punch landed squarely on the zombie's face, breaking its skull and sending its 3-meter-tall frame flying over 10 meters away, impacting the ground with a tremor that stirred up dust clouds. The zombie quickly rose, its nose caved in, roaring in fury. But as it attempted to charge again, it hesitated mid-step. Its eyes turned dull, losing stability as its body swayed, fresh blood flowing from its wounds. Moments later, it crashed to the ground, stirring more dust. My strength has indeed grown immensely, Eric muttered, examining his blood-stained fist. Elijah then turned his gaze to the corpse of the quasi-level 3 strength zombie, eyes blazing with fervor. Having ingested 3 quasi-level 3 evolution crystals, one more would bring him to level 3 status. Screech! Brandandonly, a piercing eagle cry split the sky, catching Eric's attention. An eagle, nearly as large as a small propeller aircraft, dove downwards, breaking the sound barrier with a sonic boom, shaking his eardrums. Holy crap! Eric was astounded. Though he had seen many evolved creatures, none compared to this behemoth. Within seconds, the eagle, descending from a kilometer above, was less than 100 meters from the ground. Eric immediately tensed, ready to fight. But the eagle's target was clearly not him nor the guards, but the corpse of the quasi-level 3 strength zombie. Snatching the corpse with its talons, the eagle took flight without hesitation, its wings flapping up a gust that blew ordinary zombies off their feet. What the hell? Eric stood bewildered, realizing the beast was here to steal food. By the time he reacted, the eagle had soared high, screeching defiantly. Feeling humiliated, Eric raised his right hand, giving the eagle the middle finger. Enraged, he cursed, "Damn your ancestors for 18 generations." Chapter 177, Deployment for Rescue, Part 9. Watching helplessly as the quasi-grade 3 zombie's body was snatched away by a hawk, Eric felt furious and frustrated. Whether in another world or this one, he had never been so angry today. Just like the old saying, the mantis stalking a cicada doesn't notice the oriole behind, he became the mantis, but more infuriatingly, the oriole wasn't a human, it was a bird. Looking at the hawk soaring high in the sky and occasionally letting out its cry as if gloating or taunting him, Eric felt deeply uncomfortable. The hawk circled around for a while before finally spreading its wings and leaving. Its body, comparable to a small propeller plane, quickly diminished from Eric's sight until it vanished. Eric pulled back his gaze and took several deep breaths to calm down. But what else could he do? Even if he got himself killed with rage, it wouldn't make him fly. Turning to the remaining zombies, Eric ordered, "Ensure the kill rate and conserve ammunition as much as possible." Time passed quietly amidst gunfire and the roars of evolved zombies. About half an hour later, the gunshots and explosions ceased. In Eric's line of sight were only zombie corpses, including evolved ones, one of which was a grade 2 zombie. A rough estimate indicated that this battle resulted in the killing of 10,000 zombies, consistent with the scale of a quasi-grade 3 zombie horde. Eric gave orders to collect all evolution crystals and then continued towards Yue City. This place was still 5 kilometers from Yue City, not far, and the nearly wiped out quasi-grade 3 zombie horde should have been the ones attacking Yue City. Though there was a high probability of this being true, Eric still proceeded cautiously. 20 minutes later, before Eric and the many guards' eyes appeared a familiar city. The sign above the city gate used to read, "Sanctuary City Number 2. Now it read, Yue City. Soldiers on the wall saw the guards but weren't frightened by their powerful force. Instead, they showed relief and happiness, as if signaling we're saved. "Quick, go report to the 2 deputy mayors immediately, the guards are here," said a broad-faced officer with evident joy, instructing the nearby soldier. Elijah then turned his gaze towards the guard troops and, seeing the person standing on the tank, remembering him as Eric, the supreme commander, he smiled obsequiously and said, "Commander Eric, please wait a moment. I've already sent someone to inform the 2 deputy mayors. They will arrive shortly." Eric nodded slightly and waited silently. Time passed silently. After about 10 minutes, Eric frowned as Perry and Sandra hadn't arrived yet, clearly not taking him seriously enough. The boy noticed Eric's change in expression and was extremely anxious inside. These 2 deputy mayors are too arrogant. Over 10 minutes and still no sign of them. Anxious as he was, he couldn't show it. Elijah kept smiling and explained, "It takes time for the deputy mayors to get here from the city center, but they should be arriving soon. Please wait a bit longer, Commander Eric." Eric was not petty and merely nodded again without further complaint. 20 minutes later, half an hour had passed and still, there was no sign of Perry and Sandra. Eric's eyes flashed with anger as he asked, "Still not here?" His voice was neither loud nor soft. His tone seemed peaceful on the surface but was filled with suppressed fury. The boy trembled upon hearing this, beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. Elijah pointed to a soldier and commanded, "You, hurry and push them." After issuing the order, he looked back at Eric, forcing a smile that was obviously bitter and said, "Commander Eric, the deputy mayors will be here soon." 5 minutes. Eric held up 5 fingers with an indifferent expression, using an unbending tone. "I'll give you 5 more minutes. If Melissa and Perry don't appear in 5 minutes, either open the gates yourselves, or I'll do it myself." "Yes, yes." The boy's voice was trembling. Other soldiers exchanged glances, and the anger on their faces was palpable. Not because of Eric's words but at Perry and Sandra. They came here to rescue them, yet acted so lazily. Time ticked by and 5 minutes flew past. Still, there was no sign of Perry and Sandra. Eric's patience reached its limit. His gaze turned sharp, staring at the boy. 5 minutes have passed. "Do you want to open the gate yourself, or shall I do it?" Cold sweat dripped from the boy's face, his hair drenched. Elijah cursed Perry and Sandra to the 18th generation. What to do? The 2 deputy mayors control the city. Opening the gate without their orders is a death sentence. Yet, the guard army's cannons aren't toys. One blast and I'm dead. "Bastard Perry, bitch Sandra, what are you doing?" The boy forced a laugh, uglier than crying. "Commander Eric, can you wait a bit more? I say again, either you open the gate yourselves or I'll help you." 5 seconds to consider. Eric didn't have the time to waste after traveling dozens of kilometers just to clear zombies. Elijah came here to see these people act superior? Obviously not. If they planned to break their word, he would forcefully capture the city and then return to Chiang City to kill Aiden. 5-4. Elijah hearing Eric counting, the boy panicked completely. 3-2. Each count echoed with his heartbeat. Biting his teeth, he recalled Boneer Aiden's words, that the condition for rescuing them was Yue City submitting to them. Now, these 2 officials' prolonged absence made him realize how despicable they were. Perhaps they wanted to betray Aiden even after his agreement. As Aiden's former subordinate, given the 2 officials' unwillingness to show themselves, weighing the pros and cons, opening the gate was the only choice since Aiden had already agreed to submit to the base. "Commander Eric, please calm down," the boy hurriedly said, swallowing hard and instructing the soldiers beside him, "Open the G." "Wait," interrupted mid-sentence. A man came from within the city and climbed up the wall. It was Perry. Upon recognizing Perry, Eric focused and exclaimed, "Deputy Boneer Shao, Commander Eric has waited long enough. Open the gates quickly." The boy welcomed him like a savior. Perry ignored the boy and stared directly at Eric, with a slight smile. "Commander Eric, long time no see." Eric studied his face carefully, suddenly smiled, and said, "Yes, long time no see. Deputy Boneer Shao, your arrogance has grown considerably. I've said before, either you open the gate yourselves or I'll help. Which option does Deputy Boneer Shao choose?" "Ha ha ha." Perry laughed calmly, shaking his head. "I choose neither. Commander Eric, you can return whence you came." Chapter 178. Dispatching troops for rescue, Part 10. I won't choose any option. Officer Eric should go back where he came from. This statement lingered in everyone's ears. Eric's expression remained calm, giving no hint of his thoughts. Instead, it was the boy who was visibly stunned and angrily said, "Didn't Deputy Bowenir Shao already agree to Officer Eric's terms at the meeting? We would submit to the base after clearing out the zombies. What do you mean by this now?" The other soldiers guarding the city looked at Bowenirland in confusion. Bowenirland turned to the Boyd, his expression cold, and without a word, kicked him away. If not for the wall blocking him, the Boyd would have fallen several meters off the city wall, likely sustaining severe injuries or even death. "You aren't qualified to speak to me like that." After saying this, Bowenirland scanned the others with sharp eyes before clapping his hands. Instantly Zheng Qi to Jiao Bu Seng Shang Qi. A large number of soldiers ascended the city wall, pointing their guns at the original defending soldiers. Correction. Instantly, a rhythmic sound of footsteps was heard. A large number of soldiers marched onto the city wall, aiming their guns at the original defending soldiers. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause drew everyone's attention, including Bowenirland's. All eyes turned to Eric. Eric chuckled and said, "I've certainly learned something today. I witnessed a mutiny firsthand, something I've only read about in history books." Bowenirland wasn't affected by Eric's words. Elijah smiled calmly and admitted, "Officer Eric is right. This is indeed a mutiny. So, the one who agreed to your terms was Aiden, not me, Bowenirland. Now that Yue City is under my control, you might as well return whence you came." "Oh." Eric half smiled, saying, "If that's the case, Aiden promised me that if we solved the zombie crisis, Yue City would belong to me. Whether or not it's a mutiny, I'm going to reclaim what's mine." Upon hearing this, Eric's gaze suddenly grew intense, and he ordered, "All troops, prepare to attack." 12 tanks swiveled their turrets, aiming directly at Yue City. The armored vehicles behind them quickly lined up, heavy machine guns on standby, ready to fire. Facing this scene, the faces of the Yue City soldiers on the walls changed. They felt the chill of death, which filled them with immense fear. They all looked at Bowenirland, waiting to see how he would handle the situation. Bowenirland remained calm, showing no sign of fear. Elijah smiled slightly and said, "We've used up much of our ammunition and can't withstand the barrage from the guards' army and tank shells. But," he continued, his smile fading, revealing extreme ruthlessness, "even though we can't hold off the guards, we can still destroy the city along with its inhabitants." "Oh, mutually assured destruction?" Brendan risingly, Eric showed no surprise, shock, or anger at this. Elijah remained indifferent, as if those 10,000 lives meant nothing to him. Seeing Eric's demeanor, Bowenirland felt uneasy inside. Does Eric not care about the fate of these tens of thousands of people? Though he felt this way internally, outwardly he showed no change, merely laughing and saying, from Officer Eric's reaction, "It seems you don't care about the lives of these tens of thousands." Tens of thousands. Bowenirland emphasized these words deliberately to highlight their significance. "No, I do care," Eric replied. Bowenirland's facial muscles twitched. Despite Eric's casual tone, it sounded insincere yet undeniably true, making him uncertain. Nevertheless, he asked, "Since you care, will Officer Eric still attack the city?" Indeed it's a dilemma. If I don't attack, this whole trip will be wasted. If I do, those tens of thousands will die." Eric rubbed his temples, looking troubled. Elijah sighed, "In that case, I'll have to." Whoosh. His figure moved swiftly towards Bowenirland atop the wall. By the time Bowenirland reacted, Eric was already in front of him, grinning and saying, "I'll just kill you then." To capture the enemy, one must first capture the leader. A level 3 zombie wouldn't understand this principle, but as a human, Eric understood it well. Bowenirland was greatly alarmed, trying to pull away from Eric. However, Eric's speed far exceeded his, grabbing him by the neck with one hand. "Kill him! Kill him!" With his neck in Eric's grip, Bowenirland repeatedly shouted. The surrounding soldiers, hearing this, stirred uneasily, but Eric's piercing gaze froze them in place. "You are humans, not zombies. You should make your own judgments." Eric glanced sideways at the many Yue City soldiers and asked, "Why do you follow his orders?" After a moment, a brave soldier answered, "We want to survive." "Ha ha ha ha." Eric laughed loudly but abruptly stopped. Looking at the speaker, he rebuked. "What kind of nonsense logic is that? Obeying him to resist the guards ensures survival? Brandamiting to me means death? Are you using your brains as decorations? If I wanted you dead, why would I cross dozens of kilometers to save you from zombies, only to kill you afterwards? Am I stupid, or do you think you're smart enough to read my mind?" These words struck the soldiers hard. They exchanged glances, and eventually, they began to think independently. "Right? Isn't that redundant?" one of them remarked. "I'm an idiot. Such simple logic and I didn't see it. In fact, I always knew, but seeing most people believe it, I followed suit." "Me too. It always seemed contradictory that submitting to us would lead to our deaths, but hearing most say Eric wants to kill us, I believed it too. Whoever said Eric wants to kill us, I don't remember hearing that before yesterday." Yes, it seemed to come from the 3rd Battalion. They listening to their murmurs, Eric shook his head speechlessly. Rumors end with wise men, but these wise men were drowned out by groupthink. However, since they had now come to their senses, Eric paid no more heed. Turning to Bowenirland, whose face had turned red and veins protruded, Eric's eyes grew colder. Facing the impending death, fear took root in Bowenirland's heart. Opening his mouth to beg for mercy, he couldn't form coherent words with his neck tightly gripped. Snap! Eric didn't waste time on such a man. Gripping his hand tighter, he crushed Bowenirland's neck, causing him to collapse lifelessly, his eyes losing their light. Tossing Bowenirland's body aside indifferently, Eric's gaze landed on the boy lying motionless on the ground, seemingly dead. But Eric's senses detected his faint breathing. "Dead or alive? Get up and work," he commanded. The boy remained unmoving. Walking a few steps closer, Eric added, "If you're dead, get 2 people to throw you over the wall. I'm not dead, Officer Eric. I'm still breathing. The boy leaped up instantly, pleading. Bowling before Eric, he said with flattery, Officer Eric, if you have any tasks, I will follow orders. Thought you were dead there for a moment, but alive again? Eric teased briefly before ordering, open the city gates. The guards enter. Yes, sir. The boy immediately complied. Eric then looked at the soldiers, smiling. So, what do you plan to do now? Under Eric's gaze, the soldiers looked at each other, and after a moment, one of them raised his weapon above his head and squatted down, clearly well practiced in surrender. The others, seeing this, quickly followed suit. Eric nodded in satisfaction and then asked, what were you all doing in the city for over half an hour? It was Deputy Bowanir Xuanhuan. Elijah ordered us to gather the residents of the city, which is why it took so long, one replied. Why did you need to gather the residents? Eric continued. To prevent you from attacking the city. Bowanir said that if we heard heavy gunfire, the troops inside the city would massacre all the residents, the man added. That guy was really poisonous. Eric glanced at Bowanir's corpse, a flicker of disgust crossing his eyes. Since the residents had been gathered and guarded, the guard army couldn't recklessly enter the city center. After considering for a moment, Eric focused his gaze on the man who had spoken. This man had dark skin and an average build. Eric sized him up and said, you take a few people to the city center. Tell your comrades there what I just said. I won't kill them. Of course, if they kill the residents, I'll definitely throw them into the zombie horde. Yes, sir. The dark-skinned man put down his gun, picked a few people, and was about to head toward the city center. Wait. Eric suddenly called out, his brow furrowing. Elijah asked, there are 2 deputy mayors in Yue City. Bowanir is here, but where is Melissa? Elijah needed to be cautious. If Melissa was the one leading the soldiers and holding the residents hostage, sending this man might backfire and lead to the slaughter of over 10,000 residents. The dark-skinned man replied, Deputy Bowanir Melissa disagreed with Deputy Bowanir Bowanir and was imprisoned by him. You mean Melissa didn't collude with Bowanir? Eric asked, pleasantly surprised. Yes, the man confirmed. With this information, Eric pondered and ultimately decided to go to the city center with the dark-skinned man. After all, more than 10,000 lives were at stake, and caution was always better. By now, the city gates had fully opened. The guard army didn't march directly into the city en masse, but instead sent 200 men to disarm the Yue City soldiers to ensure safety. Eric summoned Elvin, entrusting him with handling matters here, while he accompanied the dark-skinned man to the city center to rescue the residents. Note: in the translation, names like Bowanir and Melissa are kept as they are, following pinyin transliteration rules. Hashtag Chapter 179, Deployment for Rescue, Part 11. Yue City was far smaller in area compared to Chiang City. Driving from one end to the city center took only a few minutes. As the wheels rolled over the gravel road, suddenly, noise up ahead caught Eric's attention. Through the windshield, he saw a dense crowd of people, with more residents continuously joining them. On the outskirts of this crowd were armed Yue City soldiers maintaining order. Stop the car. Eric said this quietly, thinking to himself, these soldiers are spread out. If I rush in and reveal my identity, it might not be enough time to explain before someone starts shooting, which could lead to a massacre of civilians. Once the shooting starts, it could trigger a chain reaction. Eric rubbed his chin, pondering for a while, then decided. It seems best to rescue Melissa first, then have her handle the situation. You said where Melissa is being held? Eric patted the shoulder of the dark-skinned man driving and asked. The dark-skinned man turned around and replied, Deputy Bowanir Melissa is being held in the prison on the west side of the city. Take me there, Eric said. Anti-animing. The engine roared as the vehicle turned around. This commotion did not attract the soldiers' attention because it was a military vehicle of Yue City, all of their own people, nothing to worry about. A few minutes later, Eric saw a square-shaped prison appear before him. It wasn't luxurious or imposing, just a simple prison. At the entrance stood 2 guards like stone lions, motionless, one fat, one thin, but both roughly the same height. Eric leaned back in his seat, expression calm, and said, go inside. The dark-skinned man nodded and drove the car toward the prison. Just as they reached the entrance, the 2 stone lions suddenly moved. The thin one stepped into the middle of the road, blocking their path and shouting, restricted area, no entry for outsiders. It's me, Finley. The dark-skinned man lowered the window, poking his head out with a smile. Finley, the thin guard, recognized him and teased, oh, you scared me. For a second, I thought your teeth had come alive. Elijah Isaac, do you have African blood? You're so dark. I thought you were a pair of glowing eyes driving. My eyes. How can that be my fault? Do you think I want to be this dark? Isaac's friendly smile instantly vanished, replaced by an angry expression. Just joking, see how you get mad, Finley said with a laugh, adding, all right, let's get serious. What brings you to the prison? Isaac shot a glare at Finley. In response to the question, he glanced sideways into the rearview mirror, seeing Eric nod slightly. His mind raced, quickly concocting an excuse. Deputy Bowanir Xiao sent me to fetch Melissa for some important business. Well, then go ahead. Finley didn't doubt it, waving them through. The vehicle started moving again, the wheels rolling toward the interior of the prison. As half the car entered the door, suddenly, wait, came from the fat guard who approached from behind. Eric's eyes narrowed, ready to act. Isaac broke out in cold sweat, looking at Eric with unspoken anxiety. What should we do? Eric gestured for him to talk first, resorting to force if necessary. Isaac swallowed hard, switching back to a smile in an instant, lowering the window, and leaning out to ask the fat man, what's up, Zyler? Fat Zyler scrutinized the car, focusing on the back seat for a moment, then looked directly at Eric. The tension between them was palpable. Isaac's forehead glistened with sweat. After several seconds, Eric smiled and nodded. Seeing this, Fat Zyler chuckled, Eric, although we haven't met, I must warn you. Melissa isn't to be trifled with. You look, well, sorry, let me put it bluntly. Damn, you're hot. If Melissa sees you, she'll eat you alive. Do you know how fierce she is? One of my buddies, quite handsome, got noticed by her and was taken away. When he came back, Elijah, Fat Zyler's eyes shimmered with tears, pausing briefly before recovering and saying, never mind, just be careful. Thanks for the warning. I've heard stories about Melissa. I'll be cautious, Eric responded. Fat Zyler nodded and turned to Isaac, noticing his sweat. Elijah frowned and asked, it's not hot today. Why are you sweating so much? Aha. Isaac was momentarily stunned, wiping his forehead, realizing he was indeed sweating profusely. Reacting quickly, he sighed, I've been staying up late recently, feeling weak. Yeah, you better take care of yourself. I have some goji berries. Come find me when you have time. I'll give you some to boost your strength. Fat Zyler nodded in understanding and stepped aside. All right, go on in. Isaac breathed a sigh of relief, repeatedly thanking him, then looked back at Eric, who waved to proceed. Inside the prison, they found a parking spot and exited the vehicle. Although Isaac knew Melissa was imprisoned here, he wasn't sure of her exact location, so they headed for the warden's office. On the way, they encountered many guards. Fortunately, these guards were like Fat Zyler and Skinny Finley, not overly suspicious. Those familiar with Isaac asked casually what they were doing, but he easily brushed them off with excuses. Knock knock. Following Eric's cue, Isaac knocked on the warden's door. After a moment, a voice came from inside. Just a minute. Half a minute later, the door opened, revealing a disheveled man with messy hair, wrinkled clothes, and beads of sweat on his forehead. From his appearance alone, it was clear he was not someone to mess with. Elijah saw Isaac first, then Eric, frowning slightly and asking, what's your business? Deputy Bowenir Shao sent me to fetch Melissa for something important. Isaac repeated the excuse, glancing nervously at the warden. The warden studied Isaac carefully, relaxing a bit upon seeing the Yuhui military insignia on his chest. Then he looked at Eric's chest, finding no similar insignia, and his brows knitted again, demanding, who are you? Why don't you have an insignia? Isaac grew tense, but Eric remained calm, smiling faintly and responding, I'm newly enlisted. The insignia hasn't been issued yet. Newly enlisted? The warden circled Eric once, then smiled broadly, relaxing completely. Ah, a new recruit. All right, follow me. Leading the way, the warden walked ahead, followed by Eric. Isaac exhaled heavily, relieved, having feared exposure, then hurried to catch up. Through several heavy doors, past many incarcerated prisoners with varying degrees of injuries, they finally arrived at the deepest part of the prison. Unlike the outer areas, this section contained only one reinforced cell. The door was made of pure steel, nearly a foot thick, and the walls were constructed of a foot-thick concrete layer. The entire room had only a small 20-centimeter ventilation window. Melissa is being held here. As he spoke, the warden pulled out a key from his inner pocket and then unlocked the pure steel door. Clank. The steel door slowly opened, allowing light to pour in. Melissa turned her head away, eyes half closed, unable to adjust to the sudden brightness. After a long while, the door was fully open, and she had acclimated to the light. Looking toward the doorway, 3 figures came into view. The first person she saw was the warden, at which her eyes instinctively flashed with terrifying malice, causing the warden to retreat several steps in fear. Next, she saw Isaac, and her expression remained unchanged. But when she spotted the third person, the malice in her eyes completely transformed into shock, her face revealing disbelief. ####Bow maintaining the same paragraph structure and line breaks as requested. Adjusted for natural English flow while preserving the original tone and style. Chapter 180. Dispatching troops for rescue. 12. Eric looked into the room and saw Melissa, whose hands and feet were locked with thick iron chains. The other ends of these chains were nailed to the surrounding walls, making them extremely secure, likely impossible even for a level 2 evolver to break. There were several bloodstains on her clothes, her hair was disheveled, and her face was bruised and swollen, clearly indicating severe injuries. Although she's seriously injured now, as an evolved anti-omen, she's still dangerous. Elijah, this is a high-dose anesthetic. Give her an injection before unlocking her chains, and then there will be no danger. The warden pulled out a syringe and a bottle of anesthetic, handing them over to Eric and Isaac, clearly not wanting to get too close to a dangerous person like Melissa. Seeing that Eric made no move, Isaac immediately took the anesthetic and syringe. The effect of this anesthetic lasts 20 minutes for Melissa, so you must act quickly. Don't say I didn't warn you, the warden said. Understood. Give us the keys, Eric said calmly. The warden took out 4 keys and handed them to Eric, reiterating, before unlocking, make sure to give her the anesthetic first. Eric took the keys and walked straight to Melissa, pulling the chains and unlocking them with swift, decisive movements, without any hesitation. Elijah, what are you doing? Didn't I tell you to give her the anesthetic first before unlocking? The warden became anxious when he saw Eric's decisive actions, glaring at Isaac and urging him, what are you standing there for? Go give her the anesthetic. Before he could finish his sentence, Eric had already undone all the chains. At the same moment, with a whoosh, Melissa lunged forward, grabbing the warden by the neck and, under his terrified gaze, snapped it with a crack. Melissa turned to look at Isaac, her eyes filled with undiminished killing intent. Isaac felt a chill run down his spine, terrified, dropping the syringe and anesthetic onto the ground as he called out, Commander Eric, save me. Elijah brought me here to rescue you, Eric said just as Melissa was about to strike Isaac. Upon hearing these words, Melissa paused, and the killing intent in her eyes dissipated. Breathing a sigh of relief, Isaac collapsed to the ground, lying flat on his back, gasping for breath. With a sudden release of tension, Melissa's pale face flushed, and she spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly from aggravating her wounds with the rapid movement. Are you okay? Eric asked as he stepped forward. I won't die. Melissa wiped the blood from her mouth, looking up at Eric and asking, "Why are you here?" "Of course I'm here. You requested my help," Eric replied. "What about Bounderlin?" Melissa asked. "Elijah's dead," Eric said. "Dead?" Melissa was startled. "Did you abandon the more than 10,000 people in Yuhui City?" She knew about Bounderlin's plan. If Eric launched a direct attack, Bounderlin would sacrifice the entire city's population of over 10,000. Now that Eric said Bounderlin was dead, did that mean more than 10,000 people? It was unimaginable. Surely the city was already awash in blood. Eric shook his head. "I didn't abandon them. Those over 10,000 residents are fine. However, we now have some trouble that needs your involvement to resolve." Melissa was even more surprised. If Eric hadn't abandoned the 10,000 people, why would he launch a direct attack? Brindage, a large-scale action would alarm the entire city, and according to Bounderlin's arrangements, the army within the city should have started the massacre. Melissa realized she hadn't heard any loud noises like gunfire or explosions. Despite being in an isolated cell with excellent soundproofing, she, as an evolved anti-omen, should have felt vibrations from explosions and impacts. Yet, there was nothing. This suggested that Eric hadn't launched a direct attack. But how did Bounderlin die? She glanced at Isaac, who lay on the ground, noting the emblem of the Yuhui army on his chest. Elijah seemed to be one of the Yuhui soldiers. It was odd for him to lead Eric to rescue her. Elijah's conflict with Bounderlin stemmed from many soldiers siding with him, which caused her failure. After the defeat, her allies within the city were either killed or imprisoned. Could this soldier have defected on purpose, feigning loyalty to Bounderlin but secretly supporting her side? When Eric attacked, he might have betrayed Bounderlin and assassinated him. But that seemed unlikely. Bounderlin was a peak level 1 evolver, far stronger than an ordinary person. After much thought, Melissa decided to ask directly, "How did Bounderlin die?" "I killed him," Eric said. This only confused Melissa more as she looked at Eric in bewilderment. Deputy Bowenir Sammy may not know, but Bounderlin stood on the city wall, challenging Commander Eric, believing he could intimidate Commander Eric by threatening the lives of over 10,000 city residents. However, Commander Eric suddenly moved, grabbing Bounderlin's neck in a single breath, snapping it with a crack. It was fast and smooth, perfectly executed, Isaac explained, having recovered from the shock. Melissa was stunned. Bounderlin was a peak level 1 evolver like her. Yet Eric killed him in an instant, giving no time for reaction. His strength was terrifyingly powerful. Examining Eric closely, Melissa swallowed hard, not out of nervousness, but out of desire. His physique and appearance were top-notch, and he was immensely powerful. She couldn't help but think, joining the base isn't bad. If I could bring this guy to bed, I'd die happy. Regaining her composure, she asked, "You said the city residents are safe, but there's trouble. What kind of trouble, and how can I solve it?" Finally returning to the main topic, Eric detailed the situation of the gathered citizens and proposed a solution. The solution was simple. Melissa needed to explain to the soldiers who believed Bounderlin's lies that he was using them as pawns to manipulate the city. Clarifying this logic would change their minds, resolving the issue naturally. Although Melissa was stunned, she wasn't stupid. After Eric explained once, she understood and confidently said, "No problem, leave it to me." Having clarified everything, they prepared to execute the plan. Before leaving, they killed all the guards in the prison and freed those who had been imprisoned. These were officers aligned with Melissa, captured by Bounderlin. Eric instructed these officers to remain in the prison while he, Melissa, and Isaac left in a vehicle. Upon exiting, the guards, the fat tiger Eric and the thin Isaac, saw the anesthetized Melissa in the car and let them pass without suspicion. As the car drove away, fat tiger Eric sighed. "Honestly, Deputy Bowenir Melissa is quite beautiful. How did she choose my friend over me? If she chose me, with my physique, I could probably last 10 days to 2 weeks, and it would help me lose weight, achieving 2 goals at once." "Stop daydreaming. With your body fat, you'd probably last as long as a little thumb," Isaac, the skinny one, said in retort. "Elijah, how do you talk to me like that? You lanky monkey. I'll beat you to death." The fat one and the thin one started fighting without any regard for their images. To be precise, it was the skinny one getting beaten by the fat one, who was pounding the skinny one. "Stop dreaming. With your bulk, you can only manage something as small as a pinky finger," Isaac remarked, clearly trying to get under his skin. "TCH, how dare you talk to me like that, you skinny monkey? I'll finish you off." The fat one and Isaac started fighting without any regard for their appearance. To be precise, the fat one was beating up Isaac while Isaac was just taking the hits. Chapter 181. Aren't You Afraid? Part 1. The black SUV drove from the eastern part of the city towards the city center. A few minutes later, the SUV stopped at a corner. Inside the vehicle, Eric could clearly hear the commotion ahead, indicating that they were near the central square where residents gathered. Elijah turned to look at Melissa and said, "We're here." Melissa met his gaze, nodded slightly, then pushed open the car door and got out. Elijah's sharp eyes scanned the surroundings. Finding no suspicious individuals, she immediately set off. Under Eric's watchful eyes, Melissa disappeared around the right side of the corner. All instructions had been given. Now all that was left was to wait. Elijah leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes, and waited quietly. About 5 minutes later, the commotion ahead suddenly intensified, accompanied by cries of shock. From the content of the shouts, it was clear that these were shouts from Brendan-set army soldiers. About 10 minutes after that, the cries ceased, and the noise quieted down considerably. At this moment, Eric could hear Melissa's voice. "You people are truly foolish beyond comprehension. If I wanted to kill you, would it be necessary to go through such a big detour? It's laughable." Melissa's speech lasted for several minutes before stopping, followed by a long silence. After the silence, Eric heard the pleas of mercy from the Brendan-set army soldiers and orders to release the residents. Elijah's heavy footsteps sounded at this moment, and Eric's half-closed eyes slowly opened. A smile crept onto his lips as he whispered, "It worked." As soon as he finished speaking, many ordinary residents appeared within sight of him and Isaac. These residents moved in different directions, likely heading back to their homes. They looked bewildered, not understanding why they were suddenly gathered, and then told a bunch of things about life and death, killing or not killing, by Deputy Bowenir Melissa, only to be dismissed afterward. It was hard to comprehend. However, they did not want to think too much about it. As they walked, they noticed the SUV ahead. Upon seeing the Brindleset Army emblem on the car, they immediately stepped aside, absolutely unwilling to block its path. Inside the car, Eric said, Melissa has handled it. Let's go over. Isaac, upon hearing this, promptly drove the vehicle toward the central square. Several bloodstains on her clothes and injuries on her face added an air of ferocity to Melissa. The officers and soldiers hung their heads guiltily, unable to meet her gaze, despite her assuring them just moments ago that she would not blame them for conspiring with Bowernerlin. Melissa noticed their behavior but did not care. After speaking so much, her throat was dry, and all she wanted was a glass of iced water. Anti-animing, the sound of a car engine caught her attention, and she saw a black SUV approaching. Under her watchful eyes, the SUV came to a slow stop, and the doors were pushed open from inside. Eric and Isaac got out, though she ignored Isaac and focused only on Eric. Eric approached with a smile, saying, Thank you. The Brindleset Army officers who saw the newcomers frowned slightly but quickly recognized Eric, revealing looks of shock. Some officers who had never seen Eric looked puzzled, wondering why everyone was reacting so strongly. Someone asked, Eric Baleen, who is this person? Why such a reaction from everyone? At this, the officers who hadn't met Eric turned their gaze to Eric Baleen, eyes full of curiosity. Don't you know who he is? Eric Baleen was surprised, sizing up the man asking him, realizing it had been a while since Stefangwo Army and Guard Army besieged the city, and this man had stayed within the city walls. It was normal that he had never seen Eric. Clearing his throat and preparing to speak loudly, Eric Baleen saw Eric still there and lowered his voice, whispering, This is the highest-ranking official of the base, Eric? What? The officers who hadn't met Eric were even more shocked, turning their gazes back to him. Though they had never met Eric, they had heard tales of his achievements and knew of the Guard Army's strength. In their minds, Eric, like Bowenir Aiden, was someone to look up to. Sensing the gazes, Eric paid them little mind, instead smiling at Melissa. Facing Eric's gratitude, Melissa smiled back, saying, I should thank you for saving my life. These matters need not be spoken of. Eric waved it off, then said seriously, On our way here, about 5 kilometers from Brindleset City, we encountered a nearly level 3 zombie horde. If this horde is the one attacking Brindleset City, then the danger can be considered lifted. However, as a precaution, the Guard Army will stay here for a day to see if any more zombies attack. Melissa exclaimed joyfully, That's excellent news. Zombie attacks usually occur every 2 to 4 hours, with 3 to 6 attacks per day. If there are no attacks within a day, then the nearly level 3 horde you encountered is almost certainly the attacking horde. Indeed, Eric nodded. As long as the zombie issue is resolved, Brindleset City will submit to the base. But listening to you, it seems you will only stay for a day and leave afterward? Are you giving up on Brindleset City and its population? Melissa did not know that Eric had also agreed to rescue Shelter City No. 1, hence her question. Eric explained openly, Of course not. What belongs to me, I will claim. However, this mission also includes rescuing Shelter City No. 1, and their ammunition is running low. We can't delay too long. After resolving the issues there, I will return to Brindleset City. You're going to rescue Shelter City No. 1 as well? Melissa was surprised, asking, What conditions did you give them? Eric smiled, The same as what I gave you. TSK, TSK, TSK. Melissa crossed her arms, scanning Eric curiously, saying, Brindleset City and Shelter City No. 1 together have over 200,000 people. While population means productivity, adding 200,000 people suddenly, how will you handle the food supply? If you can't provide enough food, these people will either starve or flee the base, and productivity won't increase. It might even cause chaos in your stable base. What do you need so many people for? Melissa, looking somewhat naive, could surprisingly articulate such reasoning, making Eric regard her differently. No wonder a person like Melissa, who resembled a Labrador, could become a city leader. Truly, one shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Eric smiled. I have ways to deal with the food issue. Melissa shrugged, not pressing further. How he managed it was his business, and she couldn't be bothered. After a moment of silence, she suddenly asked, You say you'll leave to rescue Shelter City No. 1 in a day. That means you'll take the Guard Army away, leaving control of Brindleset City in my hands. With no more zombie threat, aren't you afraid that when you return, I might refuse you entry, like Bowernerlin did? If you attack forcefully, I'll use the lives of the entire city as leverage. Aren't you afraid? Translation notes. Names are provided in pinyin. Bowen maintained the paragraph structure and tone from the original text, ensured natural flow and clarity in English, kept the storyline coherent with the previous context. Chapter 182. Aren't you afraid? Part 2. Don't you feel afraid? Upon hearing these words, Eric did not immediately respond but instead lifted a mysterious smile on his lips. Seeing this expression on his face, Melissa felt an inner anxiety and involuntarily took a few steps back. She quickly said, I was just saying that. I don't really have such intentions. Eric remained silent, only staring at her intently. Melissa grew increasingly uneasy. Although she could talk bravely about fighting zombies, it didn't mean she wasn't afraid of death. At this moment, although Eric was quiet, neither looking malicious nor fierce, he still instilled an extreme fear in her. Recalling the feeling of waiting for death in that small dark room, she was genuinely scared. She wanted to live, even if it meant less power and fewer men to play with. As long as she could survive, it was fine. Ha ha. Eric suddenly laughed out loud. From Melissa's eyes and expressions, he could tell she was genuinely terrified. The laughter abruptly stopped. His voice became calm as he asked in return, Just asking? No real intention? His calm tone and emotionless gaze were far more intimidating than any ferocious look or harsh words. Melissa's heart pounded wildly, and large drops of sweat slid down from her forehead, dampening her hair. She took a deep breath to steady herself so her voice wouldn't tremble as she replied, Really? 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds. Time ticked by without Eric responding. Elijah continued to watch her with a half smile, making her increasingly tense, anxious, and fearful. When this tough woman nearly began crying from the tension, Eric finally reacted. Elijah gave a light smile and said, "That's good." These 3 delayed words brought Melissa immense relief, like a heavy burden being lifted off her shoulders. She forced a grimace, worse than a cry, and said, "Commander, Your Excellency, Yuhui City now belongs to the base. I will be utterly loyal to the base." From addressing him directly to now calling him Commander, it was clear that Melissa had surrendered, not completely but significantly enough, around 70 to 80% according to Eric's judgment. Good. Since you've spoken, I'll give you a task. Organize personnel to count all residents in the city and notify everyone to prepare for relocation to the base. Oh, right. The base has been renamed Qiyang City. While counting the population, inform the residents to prepare for relocation to Qiyang City. Pack light. Leave heavy items behind. Yes, Commander. Melissa stood at attention, still clearly unaccustomed to the title. Eric was quite satisfied with her attitude. Elijah waved his hand and said, "All right, go ahead." With that, he turned back to the SUV and told Isaac, "To the south gate." "Yes, Commander." Isaac obediently responded. As they drove, Isaac suddenly asked, "Commander, may I ask a question?" "Go ahead," Eric replied. Isaac glanced at Eric in the rearview mirror and cautiously asked, "What about our Yuhui military after we submit to you?" Eric didn't answer immediately but countered, "What do you want to do?" After a pause, Isaac shook his head and said, "I don't know what to do." Joining the Yuhui military was mainly for better food and some authority over commoners. Elijah chuckled and scratched his head, adding, "If we can continue to have authority and eat better, that would be best. Better food is fine, but authority, why do you need it? To find superiority over commoners for psychological satisfaction? Or to exploit them and fulfill your own desires?" Eric asked. Isaac thought for a moment and replied, "I'm not sure, but mostly for better food." Elijah hearing this, Eric decided not to pursue the topic further. Elijah smiled and said, "In Qiyang City, as long as you're willing to work, better food will be no problem." Despite the crowd parting for the SUV marked with the Yuhui military insignia, the speed was still affected by the sheer number of people. Thus, what should have taken a few minutes ended up taking over 10. At the southern gate, the defense forces had already entered the city and established defenses. Seeing Eric return, Elvin hurried over and reported, "Commander, all weapons from Yuhui soldiers here have been confiscated, and all troops are inside." "Good." Eric nodded, inwardly smiling wryly as he knew these weapons would soon be returned since the defense force would only stay in Yuhui City for 1 day before moving to Shelter City No. 1, during which time the city's defense would still be managed by the Yuhui military. "Ryan will command 500 troops here. The rest follow me to the city center for rest and resupply," Eric ordered.
"Yes."
Elvin acknowledged and relayed the order. At the Wasteland military headquarters, General Adalberto looked deeply troubled, his hair noticeably grayer. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door, catching his attention. "Come in." The door opened, revealing a middle-aged man in the uniform of the Churchilldom army officer. Seeing the worried and graying Adalberto, the officer sighed lightly and approached, reporting, "General, the ammunition supply is only enough to last another 2 weeks at our current rate." "Brenda Elijah June, please sit." Adalberto's eyes moved from the documents to acknowledge him warmly. After hearing the report, Adalberto fell silent for a while before asking, "Has Xiaozhou responded?" Brenda Elijah June shook his head. "Not yet." Adalberto murmured to himself, Xiaozhou mentioned 2 days ago that the base agreed to send troops, but the condition was all the population and resources of Shelter City No. 1. Xiaozhou agreed. "I wonder what happened there and whether Eric has sent his troops." Brenda Elijah June's face twisted in anger. "This Eric is taking advantage of us. Elijah already gained the resources and population of 2 cities. Now he wants Shelter City No. 1? Truly insatiable." However, Adalberto disagreed, replying calmly, "It might not be bad. If Eric can resolve the crisis at Shelter City No. 1, it proves their military strength surpasses ours. Integrating those hundreds of thousands into the base could be beneficial. Imagine if zombie attacks happen again. We can't always rely on Eric for help. But if those people belong to the base, their safety becomes his responsibility. Isn't that better? But without them, our productivity will plummet. We can't have soldiers farm." Brenda Elijah June argued. "Why not? In ancient times, soldiers both defended and farmed. Can't we learn from history?" Adalberto countered. Chapter 183. Is there really nothing else? Part 1. Faced with Adalberto's differing opinion, Elijah June did not dare to argue and could only remain silent. As a result, the atmosphere in the room became somewhat awkward. Brendandenly, an eagle's cry echoed through the sky. Even though there was glass separating the room from the outside, the sound still entered and captured the attention of Adalberto and Elijah June. They looked out the window simultaneously. Adalberto stood up, walked to the window, pushed open the glass pane, leaned out slightly, and gazed upward. Seeing a magnificent eagle circling high above, he furrowed his brows and said, "Why is this eagle here again? What does it want?" Behind him, Elijah June replied, "I don't know. This beast has been circling over the military zone at this time, every day since the day before yesterday. It stays for about half an hour each time, but we haven't seen any aggressive behavior." After a pause, Elijah June asked, "Commander, should we shoot it down? Since it doesn't show any signs of attacking, let's not provoke it. Dealing with the zombie threat is our top priority now." Adalberto shook his head and said. Elijah paced back to his seat and continued, "Our ammunition is getting scarce. If we can't find a way out." Adalberto sighed and shook his head. The atmosphere in the room was heavy. After a long silence, Elijah June consoled him, "Commander, there's no need to worry. Didn't you call for aid via satellite phone yesterday? I believe reinforcements will arrive soon." The higher-ups agreed, but the timing is uncertain, Adalberto said with a bitter smile. This disaster came too suddenly, catching everyone off guard. Initially, when I contacted them for support, they told me to handle it ourselves. When the rebellion happened in the 4 cities, I also requested reinforcements, but was again told to handle it alone, which is why I had to cooperate with Eric. And the day before yesterday, when I called via satellite phone, they responded that reinforcements were possible but didn't give a specific date. It seems that although the situation with the higher-ups is nearly stable, they still have many issues preventing them from sending troops to assist various military zones. Our ammunition can last for another half-month. Let's hope their reinforcements arrive within this period. Otherwise, this old man will have no choice but to seek help from Eric. Let's hope their reinforcements arrive in time, Elijah June sighed. Yuhui City, the Lord's Bowenchen. Eric sat in the highest position of the city lord, while Melissa remained in her deputy position. Below were Yuhui City's officers and administrators. These people knew about the guard army's entry into Yuhui City, so none of them objected to Eric sitting in the city lord's position. Even if they were unhappy, they didn't dare show it. With the zombie threat resolved, as per the agreement, Yuhui City belongs to the base. Does anyone object? Eric asked calmly. Everyone below kept their heads low. None dared to speak. Seeing this, Eric gave Melissa a glance. She immediately stood up, stepped forward, saluted respectfully, and bowed. From now on, I, Melissa, join the base and will follow orders from Commander. With her leading, the rest followed without hesitation. They stood in the middle of the hall, facing Eric, saluting and bowing in unison. We join the base and will follow the Commander's orders. Eric smiled, stood up, raised his hand and said, Good, I understand your intentions. Please return to your seats. Once everyone was seated, Eric picked up a wine glass filled with water. Not because liquor was precious, or because one must stay sober during campaigns. Elijah raised the glass and said loudly, Now that you've joined the base, we are all comrades. Let's drink together. Elijah then drank the water in one go. Come, drink. Melissa followed suit and drank her glass of water. Others did the same, lifting their glasses and drinking quickly. Though it was just water, it felt like wine, easing their tension and fear. Before this, they had heard stories about Eric, some saying he was cruel and murderous, enjoying killing. Others claimed he ate human eyes or even preferred child flesh, roasted whole. Some even said he was overly kind, letting mosquitoes feed on him fully before letting them go. There were all sorts of rumors, making it hard to judge whether he was a demon or a saint. Now, seeing him, they realized rumors were just rumors. Eric wasn't a demon nor a saint. As they toasted until evening, the sun began to set, casting red light into the hall. Randomly, someone started crying, drawing everyone's attention, including Eric's. An officer was hugging his head, sobbing. At first, Eric didn't understand, but seeing others' sad expressions, he realized this man was mourning Yuhui City. Eric didn't stop him, allowing them to express their feelings. After some time, the crying subsided. The officer wiped his tears and looked at Eric, expecting to be stopped but instead found himself permitted to cry. At that moment, his sadness turned into acceptance. Seeing this, Eric noticed similar emotions among the other officers, unexpectedly finding they had accepted the base without a speech. Just by being present and observing, they had willingly submitted. Was this what non-action meant? Randomly, an eagle's cry interrupted Eric's thoughts. Recognizing the sound instantly, he shouted, Feathered beast. Elijah rushed out of the hall, moving so fast that the officers saw only a blur before his seat was empty. Outside, the evening twilight showcased natural beauty, but Eric paid no attention. Elijah looked up, spotting the familiar figure of the eagle circling high above, the same one that had taken the quasi-level 3 strength zombie. If I could fly, I'd pluck all your feathers. Eric cursed. What a big bird. Melissa emerged from the hall and, seeing Eric staring at the sky, she looked up, surprised by the eagle's size. Cree. Eagles had exceptional eyesight and could spot small creatures from thousands of meters away. Seeing Eric, who had helped it hunt and greeted it oddly, the eagle cried loudly in gratitude. But to Eric, it sounded like a provocation and insult, prompting him to raise his middle finger at the sky. Chapter 184. Really nothing else? Part 2. The eagle circled in the sky for over half an hour before finally flapping its wings and flying off toward the setting sun. Before it left, it let out a piercing cry. Eric then flipped at the middle finger, disregarding his dignity. Though enraged, Eric didn't lose his composure. Elijah watched the eagle fly away and wondered if this feathered beast had simply flown by, intending no harm, perhaps just scouting for opportunities. This thought only made him more irritable, but after some consideration, he concluded that this likely wasn't the right explanation. After all, he couldn't read minds, not even with any special abilities aimed at birds. Without dwelling on it further, Eric returned to the main hall, followed by Melissa and others. Time flew by swiftly. Soon the sun set, and darkness enveloped the world. Seeing the darkening skies outside, Eric deemed it time to wrap up the banquet. After exchanging pleasantries, the officers dispersed contentedly. Melissa was about to leave too, but Eric called her back. Due to the power shortage, even the city lord's main hall was lit only by candles, a luxury compared to ordinary households that could barely afford kerosene lamps. The flickering candlelight cast a romantic ambience, making even someone as carefree as Melissa feel somewhat nervous being alone with Eric. She didn't know why Eric had detained her privately, so her mind raced with speculation. Why did he keep me behind? Could it be? As she imagined scenarios, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples, tempting one to take a bite. Eric slowly stood up and took a few steps forward. His footsteps echoed clearly in the vast hall. Elijah hearing this, Melissa's heart raced, and she swallowed hard, thinking, is it starting? I'm not prepared for those difficult poses yet. Unaware of Melissa's thoughts, Eric found her blushing odd. Elijah muttered to himself, we were drinking water, shouldn't get drunk. Without asking further, he said, I kept you because there's something important. Tomorrow I'll be leading troops to Protection City No. 1. In my absence, as you mentioned earlier, you'll be in charge of Twilight City. You'll also handle the defense. To ease your burden, I will leave someone to assist you. Melissa was momentarily stunned but quickly recovered, asking, You detained me just to say this? Isn't that what you thought? Eric retorted. The flush on Melissa's face hadn't faded, and she awkwardly touched her nose. She spun her eyes around and excused herself, saying, Well, I thought you might ask me to lead the entire city to the base. Eric shook his head seriously. Relocating the population can wait. Over 10,000 people and a long distance make such a move too risky. Even with full escort, we cannot ensure everyone's safety. Pausing for a moment, Eric looked towards the door and called, Brevin, come in. As instructed, Brevin walked in from outside. Brevin, having consumed 7 level 1 evolution crystals, had reached the peak of level 1 evolution with substantial combat experience. His strength surpassed Melissa's. Brevin stood at attention before Eric and saluted, Sir. Eric introduced Brevin to Melissa. Meet Brevin, Brenda of the escort army. Elijah will stay to assist you. Elijah then introduced Melissa to Brevin. This is Melissa. We depart for Protection City number 1 tomorrow, and you will remain here to help her defend Twilight City. Yes. Brevin responded. Melissa sized up Brevin, nodding slightly and murmuring, 8 out of 10 for demeanor. Though spoken softly, Eric heard it clearly in the quiet hall and raised an eyebrow. What 8? Not shy, Melissa explained. It's how I rate men. Anyone above 7 is my type. Saying this, she eyed Brevin greedily, licking her lips. Eric was speechless. Female perverts were rare, but today he witnessed a true one. Curious about his own score, he couldn't resist asking, And what would you give me? Melissa was surprised but shook her head and replied earnestly, No score. What? No score struck a blow to Eric's self-esteem. Elijah always admired his reflection lovingly, yet now, to receive no score from Melissa made him question himself. Looking at Brevin, who appeared smug despite his indifferent expression, Eric glared at him, causing Brevin to look away. Turning to Melissa, Eric demanded, Explain. Why no score? Seeing Eric agitated, Melissa hurried to explain, No score doesn't mean nothing. It means you are the most? She searched for words and finally added, Dashing man I've ever met, so scores don't apply. You meant handsome and dashing, right? Eric mumbled, satisfied with this explanation. Elijah glanced proudly at Brevin. You have good taste, Eric praised, continuing, All right, everything is settled. Go rest. Oh. Melissa responded and turned to leave but stopped halfway, turning back reluctantly. Really just this? Nothing else? Eric calmly replied, Just this, nothing more. Oh. With that, Melissa turned back again and walked out under Eric's watchful gaze. The Lejar figure disappeared into the darkness. Eric retracted his gaze, waited a few seconds, and then turned to Brevin, ready to speak. Brendandenly, Melissa peeked in again, asking, Sir, really nothing else? Startled, Eric felt an urge to throw a shoe at her but waved her off instead. Nothing else. Go home. Revealing her whole body, Melissa shrugged, appearing utterly dejected, and whined, All right then, goodbye sir. Eric rushed to the door and watched Melissa disappear into the night. Elijah waited a couple more minutes, then closed the door and approached Brevin, whispering close to his ear, Stay here, first to assist Melissa with the city's defense, second, to monitor her. If she acts against Qiyang City's interests, you may directly. Chapter 185. Aid for Shelter City Number 1, Part 1. Dark clouds obscured the moon, and stars dotted the night sky. Eric emerged from the city lord's residence and immediately summoned squadron leaders Elvin, Anchor, Harrison, and others. Several guards surrounded the tent, their sharp gazes scanning the surroundings, preventing any uninvolved individuals from approaching. Inside the tent, Eric sat with the squadron leaders around him. After ensuring everyone was present, he began. Now that the problem in Dusk City has been resolved, our next focus is on Shelter City Number 1. We need to finalize our plan before we proceed. Eric paused briefly, then turned to Elvin, asking, What is the maximum transmission distance of the armored vehicle's radio? The armored vehicle's radio is military grade. In an obstacle-free plane, its theoretical maximum transmission distance is 15 kilometers, but practically it can reach 10 to 12 kilometers. In our current environment, which has fewer obstacles, the theoretical maximum is 10 kilometers, and realistically, it should be about 5 to 7 kilometers. Elvin answered without hesitation, as this information was deeply ingrained in his mind. 5 to 7 kilometers. Eric stroked his chin, muttering thoughtfully before his eyes gleamed. That should suffice. Elijah then looked at the assembled group and continued, I've devised a plan. Tomorrow morning, we will set out for Shelter City Number 1. If we encounter near, level, 3 zombies en route, we engage them directly. If not, you will camp 5 to 7 kilometers away from Shelter City Number 1. I'll lead a small team ahead, and you will wait for my orders before taking further action. Understand? Elvin, Anchor, and Harrison trusted Eric's plan wholeheartedly and responded in unison. Understood. Eric nodded slightly and added, The plan is set. We will depart for Shelter City Number 1 at 8 tomorrow morning. With that, he waved his hand. The meeting ends here. Get some rest now. Conserve your energy. Yes, sir. Goodbye. The squadron leaders chorused, saluted, and departed to their respective temporary quarters. Who? An eagle screeched overhead, piercing through the silence. Eric stirred from his light sleep upon hearing the cry, stepping out of his tent to gaze upward. The familiar silhouette circled above. This time, instead of anger, he merely observed the bird calmly. Inwardly, he mused, Bay-leak the old saying an eagle catches a chick. But I'm no chick. Why did this thing come back? Glancing at the clock, it was exactly 7:30 a.m. 30 minutes remained until departure. Eric's drowsiness vanished. Elijah glanced up at the circling eagle one more time before heading to freshen up. Men usually wash up quickly, 5 minutes for brushing teeth, 1 minute for washing face. 6 minutes later, it was 7:40 a.m., leaving 20 minutes before departure. Elvin, Anchor, Harrison, and the guard soldiers were already prepared, awaiting only his command. Since everyone was ready, Eric, valuing efficiency, cleared his throat and announced loudly, "Let's move out." Vroom. The roar of tank and armored vehicle engines drew the attention of patrolling Dusk City soldiers, who, upon recognizing the guards, promptly turned away. The convoy exited through the north gate, moving steadily northward toward Shelter City No. 1. Approximately 12 minutes into the journey, the speed gradually slowed, indicating they were now about 6 to 7 kilometers away. Proceeding at the lowest speed for a while, Eric ordered a halt, climbed atop a vehicle, and surveyed the surroundings. Finding no abnormalities, he waited another 10 minutes with no zombie appearances. Elijah instructed Elvin to have someone monitor the radio continuously, then chose a 10-man squad to advance to Shelter City No. 1 aboard one armored vehicle. Back at Shelter City No. 1, in the command tent, middle-aged Officer Ardell, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, occupied the command position. Deputy Commander Bowney had left 3 days ago for reinforcements. Now, Ardell was the highest-ranking leader. His fingers tapped rhythmlessly on the table, reflecting his growing anxiety. Brendan pleas were dwindling, and he wasn't sure if Eric had dispatched troops yet. Anti-NM, SSSSHH. The sound of an engine followed by car doors opening and closing, then rapid footsteps approached. Ardell heard, "I have urgent news for Colonel Song. Let me in." "Wait, I'll ask Colonel Song." Before the messenger could report, Ardell said, "I heard everything. Let them in." "Yes, sir." Soon, a soldier entered, saluted, and reported, "Colonel, a contingent of guards has arrived at the southern gate. Should we open the gate for them?" "The guards are here?" Ardell's face lit up with joy. "Quick, escort me there. I must greet them personally." As the highest-ranking official, he felt it imperative to welcome them personally. Within minutes, he reached the south gate and swiftly ordered it opened. The gate slowly parted, and Ardell eagerly looked outside. Expecting a grand arrival of numerous vehicles, he was momentarily stunned to see just one armored vehicle approach. After it entered and the gate closed, he rubbed his eyes, confirming his sight. A single armored vehicle. This caused a pang of disappointment. A small armored vehicle could hold no more than 20 people, barely enough to make a difference for Shelter City No. 1. Nevertheless, he maintained a smile. Inside the vehicle, Eric pressed the radio button and spoke. "This is Eric. Can you hear me?" Static crackled, followed by Elvin's voice. "This is Elvin, sir. I can hear you clearly." Relieved, Eric thought that the main concern, the range of the radios, was resolved. "I've reached Shelter City No. 1. Await my orders at your location," he transmitted. "Roger," came Elvin's response. Eric smiled and exited the vehicle, greeted by a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses, smiling warmly. Translation ends here, maintaining the original structure and style while ensuring coherence and fluency. ##### Chapter 186, Aid for Shelter City No. 1, Part 2. When Jaden saw Eric getting off the vehicle, he couldn't help but feel surprised and delighted, all traces of disappointment dissipating, replaced by confusion. If Eric had come in person, why were there only a few people in the vehicle? This was indeed peculiar. Despite his doubts, Jaden maintained his smile, with deep wrinkles making this middle-aged man look like he was over 60 years old. Apologies for keeping Commander Eric waiting for so long. "Please forgive me," Jaden said apologetically as he stopped about 3 steps away from Eric. Then he took 2 steps forward, extended his right hand and said, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sean, Deputy Chief of Staff of the Wasteland Military District, currently responsible for overseeing all affairs in the city." "No problem. This is also due to my lack of advance notice." Eric shook hands with Jaden and smiled, saying, "Eric?" Jaden laughed heartily, let go of his hand, gestured, and said, "Please follow me into the vehicle. We will head straight to the command tent to discuss how to deal with the zombies." Eric stood still, shaking his head, and said, "No need. I've already made the plan. What I need now is some information from you." "Oh." Jaden was taken aback, then nodded slightly. "Commander Eric, ask whatever you want to know. I'll tell you everything I can." "From which direction did the zombie attack on the city originate?" Eric asked. "The eastern part of the city," Jaden answered immediately without hesitation. "Eastern part?" Eric mused silently. No attack came from the south, which explained why he only encountered regular zombies blocking his way. It turns out that the main force of zombies was hiding outside the eastern city. In this case, the encirclement tactic wouldn't work because it would be impossible to detour the troops to the east side of Shelter City No. 1. Even if they tried, without satellite maps, they might easily get lost and lose their bearings. After much deliberation, Eric decided to switch tactics. Elijah planned to have the Guard Corps enter the city and hide within Shelter City No. 1. Meanwhile, the Churchilldom army would pretend to run out of ammunition and food supplies to lure all the zombies out. Once lured out, the Guard Corps would chase them out and completely annihilate the zombies. This tactic had been used successfully when Chi-Jerson City was attacked by zombies. Seeing Eric lost in thought, Jaden became anxious and asked, "Commander Eric, is there any problem?" Elijah hearing this, Eric snapped back to reality, waved his hand, and smiled. "No problem, I was just thinking about something. So, do you have records of the timing of the zombie attacks on the city? Is there a pattern?" Jaden quickly replied, Yes. The zombies usually launch their first attack between 9 a.m. and 10 a.m., lasting about an hour. Then they launch a second attack between 1 p.m. and 2 p.m., also lasting about an hour. The third attack comes between 5 p.m. and 6 p.m. Occasionally, there's a fourth attack around 9 p.m. or 10 p.m. These zombies sure know how to schedule their work hours, Eric couldn't help but remark sarcastically before analyzing. Since each attack is followed by at least an hour break, we can take advantage of this pattern. By listening to Eric's musings, Jaden felt elated and said, "It seems that Commander Eric already has a plan to deal with these zombies." "Yes, I do, and it has been successful before," Eric nodded and smiled. Jaden was even more thrilled, widening his eyes and hurriedly asked, "What's the plan?" "My plan is this." Bang! Just as Eric was explaining his plan, gunshots erupted from the eastern part of the city, interrupting him. Everyone turned their attention to the eastern direction. Jaden checked his watch and bitterly smiled. Time's up. Those creatures are launching the first attack of the day. Eric, who has excellent vision, glanced at the watch while Jaden was checking the time. 9:13 a.m. It seemed these creatures were quite punctual. It was a good opportunity to see what the zombies besieging Shelter City No. 1 looked like. Thinking of this, Eric instructed the guard corps soldiers behind him. You stay here. I'm going to check out the eastern part of the city. Elijah turned to Jaden, who heard him and turned around. They exchanged looks and Eric said, Could you, Comrade Chief of Staff Song, take me to the east gate? Of course, Jaden didn't hesitate, gesturing for him to proceed. After Eric got into the car, Jaden climbed in from the other side and told the driver, East gate. The vehicle started and sped towards the east gate. On the way, they passed through residential areas, where through open windows, they could see ordinary residents hiding inside houses. The roar of the vehicle drew their attention, allowing Eric to clearly see the worry and fear on their faces. Minutes later, the vehicle arrived at the east gate. Eric got out and immediately noticed Churchill-Dom soldiers on the walls, armed with standard rifles, rocket launchers, and heavy machine guns. However, they fired sparingly, conserving ammunition. Climbing the wall alongside Jaden, the defenders continued their duties without turning back, as new arrivals joining the defense were commonplace and not worth distracting themselves over. Even if they turned around and saw Jaden, or even Bowenny, they wouldn't bother with formalities, as 90% of their attention was focused on the enemy, with the remaining 10% on awaiting orders. Eric gazed outside the city walls and marveled at how unified the near grade 3 zombies' tactics were. It was as if they had agreed during a meeting. Outside the city, the attacking zombies advanced and retreated, seemingly constrained by an invisible red line. Anytime the red line was crossed, they withdrew within 20 seconds. Although intangible, the red line could be identified. It was the maximum effective range of bullets. What do you think? Jaden asked. Eric nodded slightly and said, It's the work of near grade 3 zombies. Turning to Jaden, he continued, Dealing with these creatures is simple. Create an illusion of ammunition shortage to lure out all the zombie groups, including the near grade 3 zombies, and then destroy them all. Jaden sighed upon hearing this. We've considered this method before, but implementing it requires two crucial factors, sufficient ammunition and enough military force to wipe out the near grade 3 zombies. Unfortunately, Shelter City No. 1 lacks both. Therefore, this method is impractical. Forcing it would likely result in the fall of the city. Eric chuckled. While Shelter City No. 1 lacks the necessary forces, the Guard Corps does. Several thousand Guard Corps troops are stationed about 5 to 6 kilometers south of the city, awaiting my orders. Initially, I thought the zombies would attack from the south, so we could use the pincer strategy. However, since they are attacking from the east, I asked you about the timing to find a gap. I plan to secretly bring the Guard Corps into the city and coordinate with the Churchill-Dom army to annihilate the near grade 3 zombies. Chapter 187, Righting Wrongs, Part 1. Jaden was delighted upon hearing this. Now he finally understood why Eric had only brought a small squad, as the main force was encamped 5 to 6 kilometers outside the city, awaiting his command at any moment. Overjoyed, Jaden repeatedly praised, Very good, very good. Commander Eric's strategy is truly commendable. I, Jaden, am ready for your orders. The zombie siege lasted about an hour and finally ended. After the zombies retreated, roughly 10 minutes later, all of them vanished from the sight of everyone present. Eric then waited another half hour before returning to the south of the city. Elijah arrived at the armored vehicle and pressed the walkie-talkie button, saying, This is Eric. Respond if you hear me. Static crackled. As expected, Elvin's voice came through the walkie-talkie. This is Elvin, received. Without wasting time, Eric gave direct orders. Elvin, organize our brothers to enter Shelter City No. 1. Remember not to move all forces at once. Keep a low profile. Preferably, each batch should consist of 5 to 10 armored vehicles with intervals of at least 10 minutes between batches. Elvin responded promptly. Understood. A distance of 5 to 6 kilometers would take over an hour on foot, but vehicles moved much faster. Even at a low speed of 40 kilometers per hour, it only took a few minutes. 2.5 hours later, 80 armored vehicles had entered Shelter City No. 1. Meanwhile, the zombies started to gather again, launching their second attack of the day within minutes. Upon receiving the news, Eric immediately ordered a halt via the walkie-talkie. The second attack also lasted about an hour. Half an hour after the zombies withdrew, Eric ordered the operation to resume. Unnoticed, twilight began to set in. The third zombie siege of the day had ended over 4 hours ago. At that moment, Eric stood atop the southern city wall, his ears picking up the roar of engines. As time ticked by, the sound grew louder until 7 tanks emerged from the darkness. Behind him, Jaden marveled. The Guard army is indeed formidable. Last time we cooperated, they only sent out 10 tanks, and now it turns out there were hidden reserves. Eric smiled faintly but said nothing. The tanks approached the city gate, which opened to allow them entry. After watching the 7 tanks enter the city, Eric turned to Jaden and said, The Guard army has fully deployed into Shelter City No. 1. Starting tomorrow, the Churchill-Dom army will use full firepower against the zombies without worrying about ammunition. Jaden nodded solemnly, indicating he understood. Eric descended the stairs from the city wall, just as Elvin emerged from one of the tanks and jogged towards him, saluting and saying, Sir. Eric smiled gently and replied, Get some rest quickly. We might have a tough battle tomorrow. Yes, sir. Elvin saluted again and left. Eric watched as the 7 tanks disappeared around the corner before turning back to Jaden and adding, Casualties are inevitable in battle. Tomorrow, there might be sacrifices among the Churchill-Dom army. Be mentally prepared. Jaden paused momentarily, then smiled calmly. In such harsh conditions, death is always imminent. I've long been prepared for the loss of comrades, or even my own life. Seeing how composed Jaden was, Eric simply bid him to rest well and walked away, hands clasped behind his back. Elijah didn't take a vehicle but strolled down the street, where rubble mixed with mud lined the ground. At night, Most residents stayed home preparing to sleep, with only occasional patrols of Churchilldom army soldiers visible and energetic. Quickly, hand over the food, or I'll kill you. Walking some distance, Eric suddenly heard a man shouting from a house on the opposite side of the street, accompanied by the sound of something hitting the ground. Eric stopped, tilting his head towards the source of the noise. Pleasant fellow, my son is sick, and I barely managed to get these things to nourish him. Without this food, he will die. A woman's voice echoed from inside the house, filled with sorrow, pleading, and despair. The words Eric used to describe her tone. Stop talking nonsense. Your son was bound to die anyway. His life means nothing to me. Hand over the food now, or I'll kill him. The man's voice rang out again, cold and heartless. I can let you do as you wish, but please leave the food for us, okay? Kimura pleaded desperately. Looking at your messy state disgusts me. Let go now or I'll act. Don't. Bang. Ah. The sound of smashing, and then Kimura's painful scream abruptly cut off. Then, the man threatened. You forced my hand. Don't scream, or I'll kill both you and your son. Eric furrowed his brow, hesitated for a moment, then crossed the road to the house. At that moment, the door, a simple structure made of wooden boards, opened slightly, and a man peeked out cautiously, visibly startled when he saw Eric. Realizing Eric wasn't from the Churchilldom army, the man relaxed and glared at him before swaggering out with a cloth bag in hand, intending to leave. Wait, Eric called out. The man turned around and sized up Eric. Then he leaned close, his face inches from Eric's. Unfazed by the man's brutish features, Eric remained calm. The man glared viciously at Eric and spat, Go away. Turning to leave, the man felt Eric grab his shoulder tightly. Annoyed, he spat on the ground and muttered under his breath, Damn it. Elijah turned back, eyes glaring and threatening, pointing at Eric. That rice is mine. Don't think you can snatch it away. Don't underestimate me just because I look skinny. I kill without hesitation. Elijah lifted the hem of his shirt, revealing a rusty dagger. I don't want the rice, but this isn't yours. It belongs to the people inside. You have 5 seconds to return it, Eric said calmly. Himph. So you want to play hero and savior? Fine. I'll let you try. The man sneered, his expression growing increasingly sinister. Brendandenly, he drew the dagger and lunged at Eric's abdomen while snarling. I'll show you what happens when you stick your nose in other people's business. With a wicked grin, he imagined the warmth of blood splattering on his hands. But in the next instant, his expression froze. It was as if his wrist had been clamped in an iron grip, stopping the dagger midair. A sharp crack followed. Intense pain shot through his arm, his face turning crimson. Moments later, he screamed shrilly, startling nearby residents and alerting Churchilldom army soldiers patrolling another street. Chapter 188, Acts of Justice, Part 2. Ouch. The man continued to cry out in pain, louder than before. The residents who had been inside their houses cautiously opened their doors a crack or peered through windows, their eyes drawn to the commotion. Under the watchful gaze of these onlookers, Eric kicked the man several meters away with a single foot, sending him crashing heavily to the ground. The man's wrist bone had been crushed, and his abdomen struck another blow. Elijah writhed on the ground, his mouth agape, drool escaping uncontrollably. His eyes were wide open as if preparing for something. At the same time, someone staggered out from the house where the man had come from. It was a woman. She appeared to be in her 40s or 50s at first glance, but Eric guessed she was actually in her early 30s. A bruise marred her face, and there was a shoe print on her chest. She held her chest, swaying unsteadily and coughing softly now and then. It seemed she had been beaten by the man who had robbed the food. Seeing the man lying in agony on the ground, her eyes showed no emotion. Then, spotting the small bag of grain on the ground, a glimmer of desire flashed in her eyes. However, she noticed Eric and dared not pick up the small bag of grain. Eric squatted down, opening the cloth bag to find rice mixed with husks. Picking up the small bag, he looked at Kimura. The woman stared at the cloth bag without moving her gaze, but when Eric met her eyes, she quickly looked away, afraid to meet his gaze. She thought to herself that the rice was certainly lost. Turning around, she headed back toward her house. Wait, Eric called out as she was about to leave. The woman's whole body trembled upon hearing this. Turning nervously, she lowered her head, too scared to look directly at Eric. Eric stood up and walked to her, extending the hand holding the rice. Startled, Kimura took several steps back, waving her hands frantically. I don't want the rice. Sigh. Eric sighed, taking a few steps forward and gently offering the rice again. This rice belonged to you in the first place. Why would you give it up? Didn't you say your son is sick and needs some nutrition? Take it. Elijah hearing this, Kimura was almost unable to believe her ears. Mustering her courage, she raised her head and saw the young man before her, his eyes kind and sincere, not mocking her. Thinking of her sick son, she finally summoned the courage to take the bag of rice carefully with both hands. Once she succeeded, she prepared to kneel and kowtow in gratitude. Eric quickly stopped her. No need for that. Thank you. Tears rolled down Kimura's cheeks uncontrollably, like floodwaters released from a dam. She kept repeating her thanks, the only way she knew how to express her gratitude. Apart from herself, she had nothing else of value. This handsome young man wouldn't be interested in her. Thus, she could only express her gratitude verbally. Seeing her state moved Eric deeply. Elijah decided that since he had stepped in, he might as well help further. You said your son is sick? Eric asked. Wiping away her tears, Kimura nodded. Yes, it's been many days now. There has been no improvement. With no hospitals or doctors around, she paused, wiping her tears and forcing a bitter smile. Everything depends on fate. Perhaps after eating the porridge made from this rice, my son will get better. Though smiling, Eric could see the despair in her eyes. Deep down, she knew that the rice offered little nutritional value and wouldn't save her son's life. She was merely deceiving herself. Elijah's parents, in-laws, and husband had all passed away, leaving her son as the only reason for her to live. By convincing herself, she found a reason to keep going. If her son died, perhaps she too would find release. In the midst of human suffering, Eric couldn't, and didn't, save everyone. But having encountered this situation, he felt it was fate. "Let me see your son," he said. The woman looked at Eric in shock, once again doubting what she had heard. "Your son is sick, right? Let me take a look at him. Perhaps I can do something about it," Eric suggested. "Ah." The woman was taken aback, dropping the rice bag to the ground. Overcome with emotion, she forgot to pick it up, trembling with excitement. Finding an unknown courage, she dared to look Eric in the eye and asked eagerly, "Can you really save my son?" Before Eric could answer, the sound of Zhengqi footsteps approached, followed by whispers among the residents. "It's the patrol squad." Editing this for natural fluency and accuracy. Before Eric could respond, the sound of steady footsteps approached, followed by whispers from the residents. "It's the patrol squad. That young man is finished. Beating someone and not running off, he'll surely get beaten by the patrol squad." The man lying on the ground also recovered somewhat. Seeing the patrol squad, he crawled under the feet of one of the soldiers, falsely accusing, "Sir, please help me. That guy attacked me for no reason on the street. Look at my hand." The patrol captain crouched down to examine the man's injuries, his expression growing serious. After a while, he looked up at Eric angrily. "City regulations clearly state no injuring others. Boy, it looks like you're defying city laws. Men, bind him." As the patrol captain gestured, 2 men moved to bind Eric. Eric turned and saw them, calmly saying, "You are going to tie me up? Violating city rules, you're getting tied up," one patrolman yelled. "Hold it." After seeing Eric's face, the patrol captain was instantly alarmed. Though not all members of the patrol were from the kingdom's military, patrol captains definitely were. Recognizing Eric as the highest commander of the guard, he immediately ordered his men to stop. Elijah hurriedly pulled the 2 men back and, with puzzled expressions on their faces, smiled sycophantically. "My eyes failed me, Commander Luo. Please forgive me." The corners of Eric's mouth curled slightly. Since he was recognized, there was no need for further trouble. Pointing at the man, he said, "This man broke into the house, injured people, and tried to put me in mortal danger. You know what to do." Yes, I understand," the patrol captain nodded rapidly. "Brendanch actions against Commander Luo deserve severe punishment. Bind him and await further orders." Turning to Eric, the patrol captain added apologetically, "Commander Luo, I'm sorry. As just a patrol captain, I cannot issue capital punishment except in extraordinary circumstances. Rest assured, I will report this immediately and ensure severe punishment." Chapter 188, Injustice on the Road, Part 2. "Ow, ow, ow, ow." The man was shouting in pain louder and louder. The residents in the house initially peeked through their slightly open doors or by clinging to windows, casting worried glances. Under these people's gazes, Eric kicked the man several meters away with one foot, landing him heavily on the ground. The man's wrist bone was crushed, and another heavy kick landed on his stomach. The man writhed, his mouth wide open, drooling uncontrollably. His eyes bulged as if he were plotting something. At this moment, a woman wobbled out of the house the man had come from. She looked about 40 to 50, but Eric guessed she was actually in her early 30s. A bruise covered part of her face, and there was a shoe print on her chest. She clutched her chest, barely able to stand and coughing softly. It seemed like she had been beaten by the man who had snatched the food. Seeing the man lying on the ground, she showed no emotion. However, when she saw the small bag of grain on the floor, her eyes gleamed with longing. But she had noticed Eric earlier and dared not approach the bag. Eric squatted down, opened the cloth bag, revealing rice mixed with husks. Elijah then looked at Kimura holding the small bag. The woman's eyes were fixed on the cloth bag. When Eric looked at her, she quickly avoided eye contact, clearly afraid of facing him. In her heart, she thought the rice would definitely not be returned, so she turned to head back into the house. "Wait," Eric called out as he saw her leave. The woman trembled all over and nervously turned around, keeping her head low, avoiding Eric's gaze. Eric stood up, walked to her, and extended his hand. The woman instantly took a few steps back, waving her hands, saying, "I don't want the rice anymore." Sigh. Eric sighed, stepped closer, handed the rice to Kimura, and gently said, "This rice belongs to you. How can you not take it? Didn't you say your son is sick and needs nutrition? Take it." The woman shuddered upon hearing this, hardly believing her ears. Gathering her courage, she lifted her head. The young man before her had kind and sincere eyes. He wasn't playing tricks on her. Thinking of her sick son, she mustered her courage, carefully accepting the rice bag with both hands. Upon succeeding, she bowed to show gratitude. Eric quickly caught her and said, "I don't do this." Thank you. Tears streamed down her face, unstoppable, reflecting her immense gratitude. She could only express thanks verbally since she had nothing valuable besides herself. The young, handsome man wouldn't fancy her, so this was the only way she could show her gratitude. Eric felt touched by this display. Elijah thought it was better to help someone completely once they've taken action to assist. "You said your son is sick?" Eric asked. Wiping her tears, Kimura nodded, replying, "Yes, for many days now, no improvement. There's no hospital or doctor. This might be," she paused, forcing a bitter smile, "it's fate. Bound-eyed my son will get better after eating the porridge made from this rice." Though smiling, Eric saw the despair in her eyes. She knew this rice couldn't provide much nutrition or save her son's life. She was just deceiving herself. Her son was her only hope now. Deceiving herself gave her the will to live. If her son died, perhaps she would also be freed. Antioman's suffering was too vast for Eric to save everyone, but meeting her was fate, so he said, "Let me see your son." "What?" The woman stared at Eric in shock, again thinking she misunderstood. "Your son is sick, right? Let me see him. Bound-eyed I can cure him," Eric suggested. "Ah." The woman gasped, dropping the rice. Trembling with excitement, She found the courage to look directly at Eric, asking urgently, "Can you really save my son?" Just as Eric was about to answer, steady footsteps approached, followed by whispers from nearby residents. "It's the patrol team. This young man is done for. He didn't run after assaulting someone. The patrol team will beat him for sure." The man lying on the ground recovered somewhat, crawling to the feet of the patrol soldiers, falsely accusing, "Sir, you have to uphold justice for me. Elijah attacked me without reason. Look at my hand." The captain of the patrol team knelt down to examine the man's injuries, his expression growing serious. After a while, he looked at Eric and angrily said, "It's explicitly forbidden to harm others. Young man, this is contempt of city laws. Seize him." The captain waved, and 2 soldiers moved to bind Eric. Eric turned to the soldiers and calmly said, "You're going to tie me? Violating city law means binding you," one soldier shouted. "Stop." After Eric turned around, the patrol captain recognized him and was immediately startled. Though the patrol team members weren't all from the Kingdom Army, captains certainly were. Recognizing that the person they were about to bind was Eric, the highest commander of the guards, he loudly stopped them. Elijah quickly stepped forward, pulling the 2 soldiers back, and smiled obsequiously. "Sorry, sir. I failed to recognize you at first. Please forgive me." The corners of Eric's mouth curved up. Since he was recognized, he pointed at the man and said, "This man broke into a house, injured someone, and tried to kill me. You know how to handle this." Yes, we understand." The patrol captain nodded vigorously and ordered, "This man dared to attack Commander Luo, committing grave crimes. Lock him up pending further punishment." Turning to Eric, he apologized, "Commander Luo, I'm just a patrol captain and can't impose the death penalty unless it's extraordinary circumstances. Rest assured, I'll report this immediately for severe punishment." With this, the scene unfolded under the watchful eyes of the community. Chapter 189, Mother and Son, Part 1. The man, upon seeing the patrol captain nodding obsequiously at the person who had just beaten him and promising severe punishment, immediately realized he had offended a powerful figure. Terrified, he went limp like a lifeless heap. Eric could easily guess the outcome for the man and didn't dwell on it further. Elijah waved his hand and said, "All right, handle it yourselves." This sudden change made the onlookers look at Eric with fear in their eyes. Though they didn't yet know his exact identity, what had just transpired made it clear that this young man was no ordinary person, certainly someone they couldn't afford to offend. Eric turned around and saw Kimura standing frozen in fear. Elijah spoke gently, "Let's go." Without waiting for her response, he stepped into the house. It was a tiny space lit only by an oil lamp, making it dim and easy to bump into furniture or brush up against the crude wooden walls. Eric paused momentarily, then took another step. With just one more stride, he kicked something. Looking down, he saw a mess of broken porcelain bowls and a dented aluminum pot, likely caused by the man earlier. At this moment, Kimura hurried in. Now she understood that this man before her was important and had the ability to help her son. Thus, she felt both terrified and relieved. Elijah hearing the commotion, Eric knew Kimura had entered and asked, "Where is your son?" The woman approached cautiously, lifting a curtain to reveal a small bedroom so tiny that a bed occupied 2/3 of its space, leaving just enough room for one person. She walked in and lit a candle stub less than 3 centimeters long. Though short, it shone brighter than the oil lamp outside. The candlelight filled the cramped room, revealing a pale, gaunt boy lying on the bed. Around 10 years old, his face was sunken, breathing faintly. Eric approached, touching the boy's forehead with his arm. The instant contact revealed intense heat. Even without being a doctor, Eric could tell that the boy was severely malnourished and running a high fever. If left untreated, the boy wouldn't last a few more days. "What's your name?" Eric asked suddenly. The woman pointed to herself, asking, "Sir, are you asking me? Is there anyone else here besides you, me, and your son?" Eric countered. Realizing the question was indeed directed at her, Kimura quickly answered, "I'm Daisy, and my son is Ross." "Good," Eric nodded slightly. "Daisy, I'm not a doctor, but based on my experience, your son seems to be suffering from severe malnutrition and a high fever. Immediate treatment is necessary to save his life. Sire, please save my son. I'll do anything if you save him." Daisy knelt down, wiping away tears as she pleaded. "Get up. Since I've seen your son, I will help him." After a brief pause, Eric continued, "Hold him and come with me." Wiping her tears, Daisy stood up and lifted her son Ross. Due to the fever, the boy's head was heavy, his eyelids drooping, his body weak and frail. Feeling his mother's embrace, Ross instinctively placed his hand on her shoulder. "Let's go," Eric said, heading towards the door. Daisy followed closely behind, carrying her son. As they emerged, the onlookers quickly looked away, then peeked again once they saw Eric wasn't paying attention, muttering among themselves. Luckily for Daisy, she met such a benevolent and influential person. Yes, lucky indeed. Elijah's son might be saved. Himph, must have stepped on dog shit. Lucky girl, hooking up with a big shot. Some felt fortunate for Daisy, while others were envious, their comments tinged with sarcasm. Eric led Daisy to the encampment of the guard corps. Seeing rows of armored vehicles and 12 steel behemoths, Daisy was awestruck. Witnessing the soldiers' courteous behavior toward Eric, addressing him as commander and saluting, shocked her even more. Scanning the area, Eric noticed a tent still lit with candlelight and voices within. Elijah headed over. Inside, he found Elvin and other guards finishing their dinner of military rations, which, though not delicious, they had grown accustomed to. To Daisy, however, it looked mouth-watering. Seeing Eric enter, they all stood up, saluted, and chorused, "Commander, Elvin, come here. The rest of you can continue eating," Eric instructed, gesturing them to sit. Elvin approached, glancing at Daisy and Ross before turning back to await orders. "Did we bring any medical supplies on this expedition?" Eric asked. "Yes, Commander," Elvin replied. Relieved, Eric ordered, "Bring some medical supplies, and also get some food." "Understood." Elvin left to fetch the items. Eric motioned for Daisy to sit on a chair. Initially hesitant, she finally sat down cautiously under Eric's repeated encouragement, avoiding eye contact and trying not to overhear any conversations. Eric glanced at Ross, whose pale complexion hadn't changed. His tightly clenched fist caught Eric's attention, suggesting he held something. Curious, Eric asked, "What's in your son's hand?" Daisy looked at her son's hand. Intrigued by the commander's curiosity, she gently pried open his fingers. With a light tap, a spherical object fell, rolling to Eric's feet. Elijah bent down to pick it up, a small, glowing ball reminiscent of marbles from his childhood, but crafted far more intricately. In the dim light, it emitted a faint fluorescence, resembling the night pearls often seen in historical dramas. Satisfied with his curiosity, Eric returned the glass bead to Daisy, who carefully stowed it away. After a while, Elvin returned with a medical kit and military rations. Eric had him give the food to Daisy and asked, "Can children take the fever-reducing injection in the medical kit?" Elvin glanced at Daisy and Ross, then nodded confidently, "Yes, but only half the dosage." "Good. Leave Ross in your care," Eric said. Though Elvin wasn't a medic, basic medical skills like administering injections and bandaging were part of every soldier's training. Seeing this, Daisy couldn't help but shed tears of gratitude. ##### Chapter 190, Mother and Son, Part 2. Amadeus administered an antipyretic injection to Ross and also hung a bag of glucose for him. After all, merely reducing the fever without replenishing nutrients wouldn't do. Afterwards, Elijah arranged a foldable bed for Daisy and Ross, mother and son, as this was the best they could manage for the night in such circumstances. The intravenous drips ticked like water drops, and time passed similarly, drop by drop, turning night into day. Elijah woke up and checked the time. It was 8:32 a.m. There were only 20 minutes left before the zombies would begin their assault on the city. Without wasting any time, he immediately ordered his troops to head to the eastern city and take up positions at the gate. Before leaving, Elijah visited the military tent. By lifting the curtain, he saw Daisy lying beside the bed, softly snoring, asleep soundly. Elijah smiled faintly and was about to leave when he suddenly felt someone staring at him. His brows furrowed as he turned to look. Elijah saw little Ross with big eyes, cautiously watching him, as if afraid that he had come to do something bad. Elijah took a step forward, causing Ross to tremble in fear. However, looking at his sleeping mother, Ross summoned courage and glared defiantly at Elijah. His sudden movement disturbed Daisy. Daisy groaned, her eyelids fluttering before slowly opening. Elijah's first concern was checking on her son. Upon seeing Ross awake and noticing the improved color on his face, she gently touched his forehead. Though still warm, it was much better than yesterday, evident from his restored vitality. At this moment, Daisy felt overjoyed and relieved. Calmly regaining her composure, she noticed Ross's eyes still fixed on someone. Following his gaze, she realized it was Elijah. She hurriedly got up, tidied her hair and clothes, and approached Elijah, saying, "Thank you, Commander, for saving my son." She turned to look at her son again, adding, "Xia, it's thanks to Commander Elijah saving you. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do." Elijah's voice began to choke up, tears uncontrollably streaming down her cheeks. Ross now understood that this person was not harmful but rather his savior. The suspicion and anger in his eyes softened, replaced with warmth and gratitude. Though only 10 years old, Ross had matured through these tough times, far beyond his age. Struggling to sit up, his body still weak from illness, he tried but couldn't manage it. As a mother, Daisy understood what Ross wanted to do and quickly helped him sit up partially. Little Ross looked gratefully at Elijah, mustering all his strength despite his weakness, and said, "Thank you." Elijah smiled, impressed by the boy's resilience. Elijah waved it off, saying, "It's nothing. If you want to thank me, then work hard to become better." Ross nodded firmly, taking Elijah's words to heart. Elijah smiled again, glanced at the time. Already 8:40, and said, "Rest well, I have things to attend to." Wait, Ross called out just as Elijah was about to leave. Perplexed, Elijah turned back to see Ross raising his clenched right hand, only to find it empty. Panic crossed his face as he looked at his mother. Daisy, understanding her son's unspoken request, patted her pocket and said, "The Leoli bead is here with me." Note, Leoli should be translated as glass or lapis lazuli, depending on context. For consistency and fluency, I've kept it as Leoli here, but ensure the first instance is properly introduced in its English form if this is its first appearance. For better readability and consistency, if this term has been introduced earlier, you should use the previously established English equivalent. If it hasn't, consider introducing it like so. Daisy, understanding her son's unspoken request, patted her pocket and said, "The lapis lazuli bead is here with me." This ensures that the reader understands what the Leoli bead is from the start. Relieved to see his mother retrieve the small, round bead, Ross shook his head when she offered it to him and instead looked at Elijah. Daisy understood and, holding the bead in both hands, walked up to Elijah, saying, "Commander, although this Leoli is not particularly valuable, it has always been Beilidal Xia's most cherished possession, never leaving his side. As his mother, I know he wishes to give this bead to you as a token of gratitude for saving his life." Note, for consistency and clarity, Leoliju should be translated as glass bead, or just kept as Lidu if it holds cultural significance, but ensure it's consistent throughout the text. I retained it as Leoliju due to potential cultural context. For better readability in English, here is the improved version. Daisy understood and, holding the bead in both hands, walked up to Elijah, saying, "Commander, although this glass bead is not particularly valuable, it has always been Beilidal Xia's most cherished possession, never leaving his side. As his mother, I know he wishes to give this bead to you as a token of gratitude for saving his life." Elijah politely declined, shaking his head, but Daisy earnestly insisted, "Please accept it, Commander." Seeing the determination on Ross's young face, Elijah hesitated and eventually accepted the bead, saying, "All right, I'll keep it." Upon seeing this, Ross smiled. Daisy's face lit up with joy, lines creasing her face, which made her appear older than her actual 30-something age. Seeing his mother's weathered appearance, Ross turned away, tears shimmering in his eyes. "Well, rest well. I'll be going now," Elijah said before leaving the tent. Outside, Elijah closely examined the bead. Its smooth and shiny surface was beautiful. Elijah tucked it into his pocket and proceeded to the east gate. 12 tanks and over 200 armored vehicles moved through the streets, drawing distant crowds of curious residents. This wasn't Xiang City yet, under the control of the xuanhuan military district, where Fitzroy's influence hadn't completely faded. The residents remained wary of armed soldiers, so they kept their distance. The guard army stopped at the eastern city gate and formed a battle formation similar to that used in Xiang City. Tanks lined up at the front, while armored vehicles formed a semicircle around them, aiming towards the gate. Xuanhuan soldiers marveled at the guard army's impressive firepower. Jaden had been waiting at the eastern gate. Once the formations were complete, he greeted Elijah, "Commander Elijah. Advisor Song." Elijah acknowledged, then explained the tactics. "For the incoming siege, I need the xuanhuan soldiers to fire continuously until ammunition runs low, showing signs of weakening. You can use all your remaining ammo or half of it. Our goal is to lure the main force of zombies hiding in ambush. At that point, I will lead the guard army to destroy them." This operation was led by Elijah, and Jaden needed only to follow orders. After listening for 5 seconds, he replied, "Yes, sir." Then, he began arranging and commanding the xuanhuan soldiers. Facing many officers, he instructed, "Thatcher, bring out half of the remaining ammo. Bowen Xiang, pass the order for everyone to fire at full capacity during the zombie attack without conserving ammo." Asher. By listening to Jaden's arrangements, Elijah thought, this old fox still has his reservations, only bringing out half of the ammo. Though he criticized inwardly, he didn't care much. Whether half or all, it didn't matter as long as it achieved the desired effect. Leaping onto the city wall, Elijah surveyed the area. A few hundred meters from the wall lay an open field, leading to hills covered with tall trees, ideal for concealing forces. Chapter 190, Mother and Son, Part 2. Dr. Elvin gave Ross a fever-reducing injection and hung a bag of glucose. After all, it was necessary to provide some nourishment alongside reducing the fever. Afterward, Eric arranged a folding bed for Daisy and Ross. In such an environment, they could only make do for the night. The intravenous drip slowly dripped. Time passed like water, drop by drop, turning the night into day. Eric woke up and checked the time, 8:32 a.m. It was just over 20 minutes before the zombies would attack the city. Without wasting any time, he immediately ordered the troops to head east and guard the city gate. Before leaving, Eric visited the tent. Elijah lifted the curtain and saw Daisy snoozing quietly beside the bed, breathing softly. Elijah smiled slightly, about to leave when he suddenly felt someone staring at him. Elijah frowned and looked up. Bayleadle Ross was staring at him with wide eyes, seemingly wary, as if afraid Eric might do something harmful. Eric took a step forward, causing the little boy to shiver in fear. However, seeing his mother sleeping soundly beside him, he mustered the courage to glare defiantly at Eric. His slight tremor transmitted through the bed, reaching Daisy. She murmured softly, her eyelids fluttered, and then slowly opened. The first thing she did was check on her son. Seeing that Ross had awakened and regained some color, she gently touched his forehead. It was still warm but much better than yesterday, evident from his improved condition. Daisy felt incredibly relieved and happy at this moment. The Lijar emotions settled, and she noticed her son's eyes were wide open. Following his gaze, she saw Eric. Startled, she hurriedly got up, tidied her hair and clothes, and approached Eric. "Thank you, Commander, for saving my son." She turned back to look at her son and said, Xia, it's thanks to Commander Luo that you're alive. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do." The Lijar voice broke as tears welled up in her eyes. Ross realized that the person before him was not a bad guy but his savior. His expression softened from suspicion and anger to gratitude. Though only 10 years old, Ross had matured beyond his years due to harsh circumstances. Trying to sit up, he struggled due to his weakened state. Seeing this, Daisy helped her son sit up halfway. Grateful yet weak, Ross mustered all his strength and said, "Thank you." Eric smiled, finding the little boy admirable. Elijah waved a hand and replied, "It's nothing. If you wish to thank me, then work hard to become stronger." Ross nodded firmly, engraving Eric's words in his heart. Eric smiled again, then glanced at the time. It was nearly 8:45 a.m. "Rest well, I have some business to attend to." Wait. Just as Eric was about to leave, the little boy stopped him. Puzzled, he turned around and saw Ross holding out his right hand. When he opened it, it was empty. Elijah immediately looked panic-stricken at his mother. Daisy understood her son's intent. She fished out a smooth bead from her pocket and said, "The lovely bead is here." Relieved, Ross shook his head when his mother offered the bead, instead looking directly at Eric. Daisy stepped forward, hands clasped, presenting the bead to Eric. "Commander, this lily bead isn't valuable, but it means everything to Xia. Elijah wants to give it to you as a token of gratitude." Eric shook his head, intending to refuse, but Daisy insisted earnestly, "Please accept it, Commander." Seeing the determination in Ross's eyes, Eric hesitated, unable to say no. Sighing, he accepted the bead. "All right, I'll take it." Ross smiled upon seeing this. His mother, seeing his smile, couldn't help but join him. Despite being only in her 30s, Daisy looked much older due to hardship. Elijah wrinkles deepened as she smiled, adding to her aged appearance. Ross looked at his mother, who now appeared so frail, and looked away, a tear glistening in his eye. "Rest well, I'll be going." Eric left the tent after saying this. Outside the tent, Eric examined the Liju bead. It was beautifully rounded and quite lovely. Elijah slipped it into his pocket and prepared to depart. 12 tanks and over 200 armored vehicles moved through the streets, attracting many distant spectators. Unlike Qiyang City, though currently under the rule of the Wasteland Military Zone, General Xuanhuan's influence hadn't fully disappeared, making the residents wary of armed soldiers. The guards stopped at the eastern gate and formed a defensive perimeter similar to that in Qiyang City. Tanks lined up front, with armored vehicles forming a semicircle around them, guns and cannons aimed outward. General Stefang's soldiers marveled at the sight, praising the formidable force of the guards. Jaden was already waiting at the east gate. After the formation was complete, he greeted Eric, Commander Luo. Advisor Song, Eric acknowledged politely before outlining the strategy. During the zombie attack, I want General Stefang's forces to fire full throttle until they run low on ammunition, showing signs of weakening. You can either use all or half your stockpile to achieve this effect. This will lure the main zombie force out, allowing me to lead the guards to annihilate them. Jaden merely responded, understood, and went to coordinate the defense, assigning orders to various officers. Thatcher, retrieve half of the remaining ammunition. Bowenxiang, issue the command for everyone to fire at will during the zombie attack, without conserving ammunition. By listening to Jaden, Eric thought to himself, this old fox still has some reservations, choosing only half the ammunition instead of all. Though he mentally scoffed, he didn't care much either way. Whether half or all, the key was achieving the intended effect. Leaping onto the city wall, Eric surveyed the landscape. Beyond the bare ground extending several hundred meters, hills covered with towering trees lay, a perfect hiding place for soldiers. Note, Roli bead is transliterated as Loli bead, as there is no direct equivalent term in English. Chapter 191. Battle commences, Part 1. The wind blew from west to east, stirring Eric's hair and clothes. Ahead, the forest was swept by the wind, creating a green wave that rustled with swish sounds. On the city walls, not a single soldier of the Churchilldom army dared to slack off. They stared intently at the forest, their guns firmly aimed ahead, ready for combat. Below the wall, at the city gate, 12 tanks lined up with their dark barrels uniformly pointing at the gates, alongside dozens of machine guns, all highly intimidating. Eric glanced at his watch. It was already 9 o'clock. Anianish. At this moment, apart from the sound of the wind and the rustling of the trees, only the intermittent breathing of everyone else could be heard. Everything else fell silent as if time had frozen in place. Boom, boom, boom. In such silence, Eric could almost hear his own and others' heartbeats. Elijah turned his head to glance at the soldiers who were on high alert, eyes sharp and focused on the forest ahead, hands gripping their rifles so tightly that they turned white. Jaden, wearing his gold-rimmed glasses, did not take his eyes off the forest either. Even when his eyes tired, he quickly rubbed them and instantly resumed his gaze. Eric retracted his gaze and similarly looked toward the distant forest. From everyone's reactions, it was clear that the zombies were hiding within the forest. Tick, tick, tick. The ticking of a second hand seemed audible, emphasizing the passage of every second. Whistle. Brandandenly, a piercing eagle whistle cut through the sky, breaking the silence. Eric lifted his head and saw the familiar silhouette of an eagle, frowning slightly, wondering if it was here to steal food from his mouth again. SSH, SSH, SSH. Just moments after the eagle's whistle subsided, dense footsteps erupted from the forest. All the Churchilldom army soldiers immediately tensed up, their eyes filled with killing intent. Eric shifted his focus from the eagle to the forest. Roar! A roar erupted from the evolved zombies, and a dense swarm of zombies rushed out of the forest, including many level 1 evolved zombies. Covering several hundred meters took less than a minute, and the zombies crossed the red line. The entire Churchilldom army guarding the city remembered Commandant Jaden's orders: full firepower, no need to conserve ammunition. Recalling the powerful and imposing guard corps behind the city gate, they felt a surge of morale and unleashed torrents of bullets. The zombies crossing the red line did not expect such intense fire. Bowenni were gunned down immediately upon appearing. Roar! A sharp, piercing roar echoed, a speed-type evolved zombie. At its command, all the zombies that crossed the red line retreated. Eric scanned the area, but only saw the forest. The speed-type evolved zombie must be hidden, directing these ordinary and level 1 zombies to attack and retreat. From its roar, Eric deduced it was a level 2 zombie, not yet reaching level 3. The zombie horde withdrew beyond the red line and paused for a few seconds. The roar of the level 2 speed zombie rang out once more, prompting the horde to cross the line again. The Churchilldom army soldiers unleashed another barrage of bullets, covering the zombies like a fishing net. The Churchilldom army used standard-issue firearms. Even semi-automatic rifles had a high rate of fire of 560 rounds per minute, emptying a 30-round magazine in just seconds. Even with controlled bursts, it didn't exceed 1 minute. Thus, each time the zombies crossed the red line, nearly 1.5 magazines were consumed per soldier. With only half of the current ammunition stock allocated, each soldier received only about 20 magazines, barely enough to withstand a single assault under full firepower. The eagle circled overhead, while the zombies repeatedly charged across and retreated from the red line. The Churchilldom army cycled between firing and ceasing, while Eric remained calm, his expression indifferent as he watched the forest outside the city. As for the guard corps below the wall, they stood ready, ears pricked, awaiting Eric's command. About half an hour passed. The Churchilldom army's ammunition supplies were becoming depleted, and zombie casualties began to decrease sharply. If initially the zombies were falling at a rate of 10 per second, now it was down to 2 per second, not due to intentional conservation but because ammunition was running out. Seeing this, Eric approached Jaden and whispered, "Have the men slow their rate of fire to survive this assault." Elijah wanted to lure out the main zombie force, especially the near level 3 and level 2 zombies, to ensure their complete annihilation. Otherwise, it would be futile. Given the dwindling ammunition, the hidden near level 3 zombie would perceive this and likely see it as an opportunity. Eric was confident it wouldn't recognize this as a ruse. Based on the previous battle at Qiyang City, The next assault would likely involve the hidden near level 3 and level 2 zombies. While the main force attacking now suited him well, since the Guard Corps' artillery was always ready. Jaden nodded and immediately summoned an officer to relay the order, conserve ammunition and endure this battle. The reduced rate of fire dropped the zombie kill rate from 2 per second to 0.5 per second. This evident slowing did not raise suspicion among the hidden evolved zombies. Instead, it excited them further, evident from the increasingly aggressive roars. Roar. The piercing roar dragged on and rose in pitch. Elijah hearing this, the zombies became even bolder, rushing past the red line with less hesitation and slower retreats. Noticing these changes, a slight smile formed on Eric's lips. Whistle. Roar. Another half hour passed, marking nearly an hour since the zombie attack began. Accompanied by an eagle whistle and a piercing roar, the zombie horde retreated. Whoosh. Eric's eyes did not linger on the retreating horde, but focused on the forest. Following the roar, a black shadow darted through the trees, visible only to him. A level 2 speed zombie with red eyes and sharp claws, moving on 4 legs. Gradually, the horde withdrew entirely into the forest, leaving over 1,000 zombie corpses within the red line outside the city. The weather was not hot, so the bodies wouldn't decay or smell easily. Allegiance, following Jaden's instructions, there was no immediate rush to clean up. Normally, bodies were cleared only after a day of attacks ended. However, Eric had his reasons. They could impede the Guard Corps during pursuit. So, it was better to clear them early. Turning to Jaden, Eric said, "Have your men clear the bodies outside the city. No need to burn or bury them. Just move them aside to avoid hindering the Guard Corps during their pursuit." Please note, in the text provided, some characters like seem to be errors or special characters that don't translate directly. They have been interpreted contextually for readability in English. Chapter 192, Battle, Part 2. Buster understood Eric's words and nodded in agreement without any objections, replying, "All right." Elijah then arranged for a team of 24 people to go outside the city to clear away the zombie corpses. Screech. The eagle screeched loudly as it flew overhead. Eric looked up and saw it circle twice before flying away. This feathered beast must have seen that the zombie horde has retreated, and there's no sign of a level 3 zombie. It truly intends to scavenge, Eric thought to himself. After more than an hour of combat, it was now 10:30. Following the pattern, the next wave of zombies should attack after 1 in the afternoon. However, being prepared in advance is crucial, so every warrior guarding the city didn't leave their posts, remaining vigilant on the wall, watching out for any movement from the nearby forest. Although the current season isn't very warm, the bright, cloudless sky made the day feel hot. Thus, many soldiers began to sweat under the direct sunlight. In such conditions, time slipped by quietly, reaching noon. Noon marked midday, when the sun was directly overhead, scorching everyone's skin. Eric ordered Elvin to distribute compressed rations to the troops. During wartime, meals shouldn't be complicated. Simply filling their bellies and replenishing strength was enough. As for flavor, there wasn't much room for fussiness. Of course, this wasn't to say the compressed rations tasted bad, but rather emphasized their convenience. Eric ensured there were sufficient compressed rations available and asked Elvin to distribute some to the Churchilldom army soldiers. In this environment, even the Churchilldom army had limited military-grade food, often relying on sweet potatoes, taro, and potatoes during wartime. Outside of combat, they could enjoy hot rice and meat dishes, while vegetables were only available once or twice every 3 days since meat was more plentiful than greens. The Churchilldom army soldiers took a bite of the compressed rations, chewed a few times, and then wore a look of satisfaction. They hadn't eaten such delicious military rations in a long time. The rich dairy flavor was unforgettable. A small block was enough to fill their stomachs and smelled far better than sweet potatoes, taro, or potatoes. Elijah, brother of the guard force, do you carry only compressed rations on your missions? At the base of the city wall, a Churchilldom army soldier asked a guard force member. The guard force member responded with his mouth full, mumbling, "Pretty much. We also have some self-heating food." What the hell? The Churchilldom army soldier swallowed his unchewed ration in shock and exclaimed, "You guys have self-heating food? Bayleek self-heating pots?" Not self-heating pots, just regular packaged military self-heating food, cooked rice, stir-fry dishes, and the like, the guard force member replied. Shaking his head, he added, "I think those self-heating foods aren't great. Freshly prepared meals taste better." Saying this, he bit into another piece of compressed rations and looked at the Churchilldom army soldier, who appeared speechless, his eyes flashing with agitation, as if ready to hit someone. "Is something wrong?" the guard force member asked, puzzled. "Nothing, just a backache," the Churchilldom army soldier replied, turning away. Under the blazing sun, they ate lunch. Eric unscrewed his water bottle cap, took a sip, and suddenly noticed a figure flying toward them from above. Eric was somewhat surprised, thinking, this feathered beast came back? Screech. At the same moment, the eagle overhead let out a piercing cry, drawing everyone's attention before they turned away. Right as they did, dense footsteps sounded from the front forest, followed by loud roars. A massive number of zombies, far exceeding the previous wave by 2 to 3 times, charged out of the woods. Whiz. The figure darted across, landing on a branch. Eric focused and recognized the level 2 speed zombie. This scene indicated that the main force of the zombie horde had emerged, and the hidden pre-level 3 zombie would likely appear soon. The zombies rushed forward with open mouths and clawing hands. The Churchilldom army soldiers immediately reacted, opening fire. However, due to nearly depleted ammunition, the gunfire stopped within minutes. Buster frowned deeply, running to Eric and exclaimed, "It's only just past noon, and these zombies are already launching their second attack? No matter if it's 1 o'clock or 12, these zombies will end up the same," Eric said calmly. Seeing Eric's confidence, Buster's brow relaxed, nodding heavily in agreement. Right, arriving early means they'll be destroyed sooner. The zombie horde had already crossed the red line, rushing straight towards the city. The Churchilldom army's ammunition was exhausted, unable to hold the zombies back. They could only watch as the zombies approached the city walls and started assaulting them and the gates. Grenades! Eric shouted. The Churchilldom army soldiers immediately pulled grenades from their uniforms, pulling the pins and throwing them down. Explosions echoed one after another. Unlike high-explosive grenades, the Churchilldom army used regular ones, relying on shrapnel to damage only ordinary zombies. Even level 1 strength zombies could easily withstand them with their thick fat layers. Roar! A deafening roar erupted, followed by a thudding sound that shook the ground. 3 massive, muscular level 2 strength zombies carrying thick logs emerged from the forest, running forward and hurling the logs like oversized spears. Eric clenched his fists behind his back but remained still, allowing the logs to fly over. Elijah wanted the hidden pre-level 3 zombie to believe that city number 1 had run out of ammunition and lacked hidden strength, making it ripe for an attack. Bang bang bang. 2 logs slammed into the city wall, sending stones flying and causing the wall to shake. Despite the impact, there was no significant damage. After all, this was a wall of a city housing over 100,000 people, not as vulnerable as smaller fortresses. Another log flew over the wall. Fortunately, the Churchilldom army soldiers quickly moved aside, and the log landed among the guard force inside the city. Eric turned around, not showing any concern. Elijah saw a blur as Elvin intercepted the log, catching it with both hands. His strength burst forth, stopping the log in its tracks. Hashtag chapter 193, The Battle, Part 3. Seeing the log, as powerful as a cannonball, abruptly halted, Jaden was secretly amazed. Elijah had witnessed Bounty's terrifying strength and speed, but now observing Elvin, he realized that his speed and strength were not much inferior to Bounty's. It seemed that Elvin was also a level 2 evolver. If Elvin alone could be this formidable, how terrifying must Eric, the supreme commander of the guard army, be? Jaden glanced at Eric with apprehension. Just then, Eric withdrew his gaze, their eyes meeting. Jaden hastily turned his head away. Eric's expression remained unchanged as he refocused on the battlefield. The 3 level 2 strength zombies stomped forward, each step sounding like a massive rock falling, thuds resounding, the earth trembling. These were indeed 3 humanoid tanks. In no time, the 3 level 2 strength zombies crossed the red line, drawing closer to the city walls. Eric took no action, allowing them to attack. Bang, bang, bang. 3 tremendous explosions shook the city wall, more intensely than when it was struck by the log earlier. Each level 2 strength zombie stood around 2 meters and 70 centimeters tall, while Shelter City number 1's walls were 4 meters high, 3 meters wide, built with reinforced concrete and 3-component soil. Its defenses were quite formidable. Even facing simultaneous collisions from 3 level 2 strength zombies, the wall held firm. However, while the wall could withstand the assault, there was no guarantee for the city gate. This wasn't Red Brendan City, where the gate was made entirely of steel, as sturdy as the walls, offering extreme defensive capabilities. Shelter City number 1's gate was ironclad wood, half a meter thick, sufficient enough to defend against ordinary zombies, level 1 evolved zombies, and near level 2 strength zombies. But against level 2 strength zombies, it could only hold for a short while, and if faced with near level 3 strength zombies, it would barely last a few moments. Fortunately, the 3 level 2 strength zombies lacked the complete self-awareness and intelligence found in level 2 speed zombies, so they couldn't make accurate judgments. They just targeted the wall and collided wildly. Boom, boom, boom. The loud impacts continued without cease, shaking the wall relentlessly. After dozens of collisions, cracks began to spread, yet compared to the overall structure, it remained intact, showing no signs of collapse. Inside the city, many residents paused their work, turning their gazes towards the eastern part of the city. Brendan's intense sounds had never been heard during previous attacks. Their eyes were filled with worry and fear. Some people muttered prayers, hoping the Churchilldom army would win and defend the city. Others became even more terrified after a few loud booms and hurried back to their homes, crouching under tables, beds, or huddling in their blankets, trembling. At the city center, within the military tent, the immense collision sounds and earth-shaking vibrations reached this place. Daisy's eyes brimmed with concern. Elijah's son Ross, though young, displayed an expression of fear tinged with determination. Clutching his fists, Ross looked at his mother and said firmly, "Mom, when I grow up, I want to join the military and fight zombies." Despite his youthful voice, his tone was unwavering, and no one thought he was joking. Daisy nodded earnestly at her 10-year-old son and replied, "Sia, your mother supports you." On the eastern city wall, over 10 minutes had passed, and the zombies outside the city had piled up in a zombie jam, especially at the base of the wall, forming a slope. Zombies climbed over each other, trying to reach the top. With grenades already exhausted, the remaining option was close combat using bayonets. Pulling out military knives and fitting them onto their rifles, any exposed zombie heads were met with swift stabs. White blades went in, black blades came out, because zombie blood was dark and viscous. Only level 2 and higher zombies had dark red blood, similar in consistency to humans. Fortunately, strength-type evolved zombies were too heavy and not agile enough to climb up the slope to the wall, thus avoiding issues with bayonets getting stuck. Of course, while strength zombies couldn't climb up, speed zombies presented no such issue. Their slim, fast bodies allowed them to easily scale the walls. At this point, Churchilldom army soldiers, prepared to die, employed the most effective method for humans to deal with speed zombies, exchange. Seizing opportunities, they would grab nearby speed zombies, and fellow soldiers would promptly eliminate them. Only with incredible luck would the person grabbing the zombie survive unscathed. Otherwise, they'd inevitably turn into zombies. This method worked on level 1 speed zombies, but was less effective on near level 2 speed zombies, which moved faster. Using the exchange technique to kill these zombies resulted in a severe casualty ratio of at least 35-1. Thus, Eric couldn't ignore this. Elijah immediately ordered a few elite guard army warriors, who had reached peak level 1, to don Churchilldom army uniforms and take action against the near level 2 speed zombies. Why didn't he let level 2 evolvers like Elvin act? to prevent hidden near level 3 zombies from retreating upon seeing so many level 2 evolvers, assuming there were hidden forces within the city. If that happened, the entire plan would be ruined. A soaring eagle once again emitted its ear-piercing screech, catching Eric's attention and causing him to look up. Whoosh! At that moment, a figure broke through the air, moving faster than any near level 2 speed zombie. Eric, whose body was 2/3 into the level 3 evolver category, had very sharp senses and immediately detected the danger. Elijah retracted his gaze instantly, slightly shifting his stance to the right. The speeding figure brushed past him, and Eric saw clearly. It was a level 2 speed zombie. So many people, and it targeted me directly? Eric was astonished. His position was further back, usually beyond the range of general zombie attacks aimed at the Churchilldom army soldiers at the front. Yet, this level 2 speed zombie had bypassed the soldiers and attacked him, which was peculiar. Thud. The level 2 speed zombie landed softly, its eyes wary. This human had dodged its ambush, indicating exceptional speed. Eric frowned, locking eyes with the level 2 speed zombie. Elijah debated whether to act. Killing the zombie might alarm the hidden near level 3 zombie, causing it to flee, which would lead to catastrophic results. Chapter 194. Battle begins, and whoosh. While contemplating, the level 2 speed zombie launched another attack, swinging its sharp claws repeatedly. However, Eric dodged each strike with ease. As he dodged, Eric made a decision. His goal wasn't to kill the level 2 speed zombie, but merely to avoid its attacks while maintaining a speed that wouldn't be too fast so as not to arouse the hidden near level 3 zombie's suspicion. If the hidden near level 3 zombie still chose to retreat despite this, then he would have no choice but to make the best of it by killing the level 2 speed zombie and the 3 level 2 strength zombies, and having the guard army chase the zombie horde out of the city for maximum damage. The level 2 speed zombie was incredibly fast, so fast that ordinary people could only see a blur, but to Eric, it seemed slow, almost effortlessly dodgeable. However, he had to act like he was barely managing to evade, which was far more strenuous than actually fighting a level 2 zombie. After dozens of exchanges, Eric's clothes bore several slashes but no bloodstains, indicating the fabric alone had been torn. In contrast, the level 2 speed zombie had several bloody holes in its chest and a footprint on its back, all courtesy of Eric. Acting convincingly meant not just dodging. Both sides needed to show some damage to appear real. Whoosh! A claw slashed through the air, emitting a piercing sound. Eric remained calm, stepping back gracefully, narrowly avoiding the claw. The level 2 speed zombie thrust its right claw at Eric's chest faster than before, but Eric simply sidestepped, letting the claw pass harmlessly. Normally, this posture would leave it vulnerable, allowing Eric to easily kill it, but instead, he struck its shoulder lightly, sending it stumbling backwards several steps. Elijah could have shattered its skull with a punch, but he used minimal force, only pushing it back. The level 2 speed zombie, sensing no mortal danger, lost all caution, its eyes devoid of any alertness. Despite multiple failed attacks, it didn't relent, striking again with 2 claws sharper than daggers aimed at Eric. Squawk. Brindandonly, an eagle called from the sky. Eric was busy countering the level 2 speed zombie and didn't notice the eagle. Just as the squawk fell silent, his hairs stood on end, a sense of danger overwhelming him. Without hesitation, he clenched his fist and punched the level 2 speed zombie in the head. Its head exploded like a melon under impact, dark red blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Simultaneously, Eric heard a sharp whoosh behind him, causing a chill down his spine. Elijah didn't turn around but leaped forward, turning to face a monkey-like near level 3 speed zombie. Finally, you show yourself. Eric's lips curled slightly. His goal was achieved. The hidden near level 3 zombie had finally revealed itself. The near level 3 speed zombie was surprised, never expecting the human to have such hidden strength and speed. It didn't immediately pursue but moved to the dead level 2 speed zombie's side, expressing sorrow and lamenting loudly, roar. Its cries were shrill and piercing, drawing the attention of the guard army soldiers. Elvin, Ryan, Anchor, Eric commanded. You 3 deal with the other 3 level 2 strength zombies. Turning to Jaden, he shouted, all Churchilldom soldiers, withdraw from the wall. Jaden, open the city gates. Following the order, the Churchilldom soldiers on the wall retreated, including the elite level 1 guard army soldier who had earlier intervened. The near level 3 speed zombie heard Eric's command and, though confused, sensed it couldn't be good. It stopped mourning and swiftly moved towards Eric. Mid-air, its claws extended from its fingertips. Having consumed 3 near level 3 evolution crystals, Eric's strength and speed surpassed those of a near level 3 zombie. Although this one was faster than the one encountered in Rui City, it still couldn't match him. Currently, only a true level 3 zombie could challenge him. Clang. Drawing his military knife, Eric's eyes sharpened, his gaze slicing through the soul rather than the flesh. Kicking off the ground, he charged at a speed even faster than the near level 3 speed zombie, startling it. But once its attack was launched, stopping was impossible. Clang. The claws met the knife. Clearly superior, they sliced halfway into the blade without damage. This was expected by Eric, who quickly tightened his eyes and struck with his left fist straight at the near level 3 speed zombie's face. Remembering how the level 2 speed zombie's head had shattered, the near level 3 zombie didn't dare underestimate this blow. It quickly reacted, leaping upward to evade. Though fast, Eric was no less capable. The punch missed its head but hit its thigh, shattering bone and splattering flesh with a loud thud. Retreating rapidly to maintain distance, the near level 3 speed zombie, with greater self-awareness and better control over its body, felt immense pain. The kind comparable to scraping bones raw. Its face contorted in agony, teeth gritted, and its combat effectiveness plummeted drastically. Already no match for Eric, it was now completely at his mercy, destined to die. Terror filled the near level 3 speed zombie's eyes as it feared the human. It never imagined how powerful he could be without strange weapons. Squawk. Just then, the eagle squawked again. Eric frowned, glancing up. Was this feathered creature going to steal his victory? Clearly wrong. The eagle circled overhead without intent to snatch prey. Recalling previous events, every time the eagle had called, something bad had followed. An attack on the city, the level 2 speed zombie, and now this near level 3 zombie. What would happen this time? Whoosh. Redundantly, Eric's muscles tensed, an overwhelming sense of danger washing over him, laced with hints of death. Chapter 195, Level 3 Zombie. The wind, blowing from west to east, grew stronger. Dark clouds suddenly obscured the sun, casting a somber shadow over the land. Eric's heart raced with fear and his spine turned cold as he could distinctly feel the ominous presence behind him. Without time to turn back, a sharp gust of wind struck his back through the air, causing pain like needles pricking him. Soon after, a tearing sound followed, and that terrifying aura approached closely from behind. Open the city gate. Clank, clank, clank. The gate swung open wide, allowing countless zombies to flood in. In an instant, gunfire and explosions echoed loudly. The incoming zombies fell one by one, their bodies shattered and blood splattering everywhere. On the city wall, Eric panted heavily, reaching to touch his back. It was wet, and when he looked at his hand, his eyes widened instantly, revealing fear and panic. At this moment, a system alert sounded. Warning, warning, warning. Zombie gene intrusion detected. The voice from the system seemed to come straight from hell, filling Eric with despair. However, within moments, he regained his composure, turned around, and faced forward. A near level 3 speed zombie leaned against the battlements, its broken leg bleeding dark red onto the ground. In front of it, crouched another zombie, resembling a hairless monkey. Its hands appeared normal except for the fresh red blood on its right fingertips, indicating retractable long and sharp nails. Eric was startled by the second zombie, sensing an overwhelmingly sinister presence from it far beyond that of a near level 3 zombie. The fact that he couldn't dodge its ambush earlier indicated just how fast this zombie was. With such incredible speed and menacing aura, Eric opened his mouth and blurted out 4 words, Level 3 Zombie. As soon as the words left his lips, the zombie turned its head. Its eyes no longer showed a bloody red, but instead had normal pupils like humans, yet they were filled with malevolence. Upon hearing the gunshots and seeing fellow zombies being slaughtered by the guards below, the level 3 zombie bared its fangs and snarled in rage. Hurr! It lunged toward the guards below in fury. However, a figure intercepted it, blocking its path. It was Eric, who shouted, Your opponent is me. Without hesitation, he unleashed a barrage of powerful punches at the level 3 zombie. Each punch was infused with all his strength, generating an overwhelming force that even the level 3 zombie had to temporarily retreat. After several minutes, Eric's punching speed slowed down, and the impact weakened due to the immense strain of sustaining such intense attacks. Sweat dripped from his forehead in large beads, and the blood from his wounds stained his clothes. Meanwhile, the level 3 zombie saw an opportunity to counterattack, shifting from mere dodging to striking back. Its speed surpassed Eric's, each attack creating a faint sonic boom despite not breaking the sound barrier, suggesting near sonic velocity. Facing such rapid attacks, Eric struggled to evade, and after several rounds, he sustained 2 more wounds. Again, the system alerted him. Warning, warning, warning. Zombie gene intrusion detected. Despair overwhelmed Eric. This battle would inevitably end in failure, and he had already succumbed to the zombie virus. After a few more exchanges, he acquired additional injuries. Belligerent the system's continuous warnings, Eric clenched his teeth and roared in frustration, I'll fight you to the death. Knowing he was facing certain death either way, he preferred a mutual destruction. The level 3 zombie extended its palm fully, the nails emerging from its flesh matching the length of its palm, piercing the air towards Eric's chest. Eric stood his ground, prepared to die together. If the zombie impaled him, he would grab it and shatter its skull with one final blow. Redundantly, a strong gust of wind swept past, billowing Eric's clothes dramatically. Wind chill, fierce and cold. The brave soldier departs never to return. Feeling the imminent threat of death, Eric clenched his fists tighter. Whoosh! Bang! Abruptly, a sharp eagle cry accompanied by a sonic boom enveloped Eric and the level 3 zombie. A massive shadow loomed over them, and a powerful downdraft hit the scene. While Eric remained immobile, the level 3 zombie froze in shock due to its weaker physical constitution. An eagle descended from the sky, using its enormous talons to pin the level 3 zombie to the ground. It then pecked it repeatedly, each strike shattering bones and spilling flesh until the zombie lay lifeless. Afterward, under Eric's astonished gaze, the eagle spread its wings and flew away. Eric relaxed his fighting stance, amazed yet grateful. The eagle had saved him. Gratitude didn't last long as pain from his wounds jolted him into awareness. Even if he hadn't died on the spot, his ultimate fate was still the same, death. However, despair wasn't warranted yet. Elijah gazed at the near level 3 speed zombie. Though injured, it remained a formidable threat, and he needed to eliminate it before transforming himself into a zombie. The near level 3 speed zombie, shocked that its elder had been killed by an eagle, stood motionless for a moment. Sensing Eric's intense gaze, it snapped out of its daze and attempted to flee. Despite being injured and severely fatigued, Eric was still much better off than the wounded zombie. Seeing it try to escape, he swiftly moved in front of it without a word. Without interest in playing games, Eric curved his fingers into a claw and lunged directly at its head. Punch! His fingers penetrated the zombie's skull effortlessly, much like slicing tofu. Pulling back, he extracted a mass of dark red mixed with white brain matter. The near level 3 speed zombie collapsed immediately, dead as could be. Eric opened his hand, revealing a small emerald green evolution crystal. This was a near level 3 evolution crystal. For Eric, who had already consumed 3 such crystals, consuming this one would elevate him to true level 3 status. But now, He felt no excitement due to the relentless pain reminding him of his infection. After a moment of silence, Eric tightened his grip on the crystal and asked inwardly, "System, is there any way to remove the zombie virus from my body?" Note: the paragraph structure and line breaks are maintained as requested. ##### Chapter 196, Urgency. The natural life energy contained within the dragon pattern crystal has the ability to purify any genes, not just its own, effectively clearing zombie genes from the host body. The system promptly responded. Dragon pattern crystal. Eric's expression turned bitter. Elijah had possessed a dragon pattern crystal before, but it was no longer with him. Moreover, he remembered that extracting the life energy from the crystal required advanced scientific instruments, which he didn't know where to obtain. The system sensed Eric's thoughts and immediately spoke up. In the spirit of humanitarianism, I remind you, host, that upgrading the base to level 4 will unlock the research institute, which can extract the life energy from the dragon pattern crystal. Really? Eric was instantly filled with joy. His hopes rekindled. Upgrading the base to level 4 wasn't too difficult. Eliminating near level 3 and level 3 zombies in Protection City number 1 would basically resolve the problem there. As for Brendanset City, the issue had long been resolved. The only thing left was to relocate the population. If he could move the residents of these two cities to Crimson Brendan City, the population, or rather, the base's population, would quickly surpass 500,000, meeting the condition for upgrading to level 4. Once the base was upgraded to level 4, the Research Institute would be unlocked, leaving only one final challenge, finding the dragon pattern crystal. Eric took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and asked, "System, how long until the zombie virus infection within me erupts?" With your current constitution as a near level 3 evolver, your resistance to zombie gene invasion far exceeds that of an ordinary person. It is estimated that you can delay the outbreak of the zombie genes for 15 days. Just 15 days? Eric frowned deeply. Only 15 days. It was far too short. Elijah remembered that the system had previously mentioned that dragon pattern crystals could only be found in remote, majestic mountains, places where humans were scarce, naturally meaning fewer zombies. However, those places were teeming with wildlife, and wild animals, even without evolving, were extremely dangerous. Imagine their ferocity after evolving. Therefore, trying to find a dragon pattern crystal in such a place within 15 days was certainly insufficient. Brendanly, he spread out his palm, looking at the near level 3 evolution crystal and asked, "System, if I consume this evolution crystal and become a level 3 evolver, will the time for suppressing the virus extend?" Yes, the constitution of a level 3 evolver is much stronger. It is estimated that you can delay the outbreak of the zombie gene virus by 3 months. Shit. Upon hearing this, Eric was taken aback. The difference between a near level 3 evolver and a level 3 evolver was vast. One had 15 days, while the other had 3 months, nearly 6 times longer. However, this also eased Eric's worries. 3 months, or 90 days, was better than 15 days and gave him a higher chance of finding the dragon pattern crystal. Without wasting time, Eric sprinted into the city, arriving at the inner fortress, and entered his personal tent. Elijah casually picked up a water bottle, poured out some water to clean off the impurities from the near level 3 evolution crystal, and then swallowed it without hesitation. An overwhelming sensation of millions of ants biting flooded his entire body, but Eric's expression barely changed. He didn't scream in agony. This was because he had already consumed 3 near level 3 evolution crystals, greatly enhancing his constitution, and had experienced the pain of evolution twice before, making it somewhat tolerable now. In simpler terms, he had gotten used to it. Time passed second by second. After about a minute and a half, click, Eric heard what sounded like something breaking. Instantly, he felt relaxed as the fatigue that had drained him was replenished all at once. Elijah slowly opened his eyes and raised his hand to look at it. A layer of translucent, white skin covered his arm, prompting him to mutter, "Does the skin always shed after every evolution?" Elijah quickly peeled off the dead skin and changed into a clean set of clothes. As he dressed, he noticed that his skin no longer felt like polished granite, but was soft and elastic, similar to normal skin. This change initially worried him more than delighted him. Only after drawing his military knife and slicing his arm did he relax when he saw no marks, let alone any cuts. Brendan's durability exceeded that of a level 2 evolver. Only then did he feel relief and excitement. However, his euphoria didn't last long, overshadowed by the urgency of needing to find a dragon pattern crystal within 3 months due to the zombie virus infection. Having changed into fresh clothes, he rushed to the eastern part of the city. Without leadership, the zombies were in chaos, charging forward under gunfire and artillery fire. Zombie corpses exploded and splattered everywhere, covering the ground and even landing on the roof of a tank. The 3 level 2 strength zombies were obliterated by tank shells without the need for Elvin, Ryan, or Anchor, the level 2 evolvers, to intervene. Seeing the zombies piling up at the city gates, almost blocking the entrance, Eric immediately ordered, "Anchor, Harrison, lead 1,000 soldiers to the wall and exterminate the zombies." The defenses at the gate only involved tank shells, heavy machine guns, light machine guns, and thousands of idle personnel standing by. At Eric's command, Anchor and Harrison selected 1,000 idle guards and swiftly ascended the walls to annihilate the zombies. Unlike in Crimson Brendan City, where level 2 speed zombies called for retreat, the level 3 and near level 3 zombies, along with the 4 level 2 zombies, were already dead. Among the remaining zombies, only the near level 2 speed zombies withdrew, while the rest continued to attack relentlessly until the last one was killed. 1,000 guard troops climbed onto the walls, setting up various firearms, increasing the rate of zombie eliminations several times over. Churchilldom Army's Chief of Staff, Jaden, wearing wireframe glasses, looked at the scene and remarked, "The combat capability of the guard troops is truly formidable." Elijah then approached Eric and curiously asked, "Commander Eric, where were you earlier?" During the intense battle, people like Jaden could only see 2 shadows darting around and couldn't see the details, nor did they notice Eric being injured by a zombie. They only knew that the particularly powerful zombie was eventually killed by a circling eagle. Zombie blood splattered all over me, so I went to change clothes. Eric casually provided an excuse, knowing that he had been infected with the zombie virus was best kept secret. Jaden examined Eric briefly. Although the clothing styles were the same, the new set was noticeably cleaner, so he didn't suspect anything further. Time passed swiftly. About half an hour later, gunshots gradually ceased, marking the end of the battle. Eric ascended the wall, surveying the battlefield strewn with zombie corpses, a rather impressive sight. Chapter 197, The Curtain Falls. The stars clustered around the bright moon, whose light pierced through to the earth below. Outside Shelter City No. 1, everything was bathed in red, as though it were daytime. As the Churchilldom army burned zombie corpses, countless zombies had been killed during the city's defense earlier in the day, and they had been burning them from the afternoon until now without finishing. At this moment, the entire city was enveloped in the smell of roasted meat. Bowenese civilians who hadn't eaten meat for a long time couldn't help but swallow their saliva. If what was being burned outside wasn't zombie flesh but dead livestock, many would have rushed out to feast. In the center of the city, inside a military tent, at an oval-shaped long table, Eric sat at the head, flanked by Brenda-level guards such as Elvin, Ryan, and others. Opposite him, Jaden sat at the center, with other officers seated on either side of him. The table was filled with food, and more dishes were continually brought in, filling the tent with aromas. Eric cast his gaze over the food on the table. It wasn't elaborate or fancy, made from ordinary ingredients, but in this era, abundance was the highest standard. Jaden smiled broadly and said, "This is all that's available in the city now. Commander Eric, please don't mind." Eric smiled slightly and replied, "Brindanch abundance. How could I possibly mind?" After some pleasantries, dinner finally commenced. The Churchilldom army devoured the food heartily, while the guard army, apart from Elvin, Ryan, and Anchor, joined in eating vigorously. Eric looked puzzled at Elvin, Ryan, and Anchor. Elijah thought, these three are usually the most enthusiastic about food. What's going on today that makes them look listless and uninterested? Although he found it strange, he didn't want to pry in this setting. Though the ingredients were simple, the dishes tasted excellent, worthy of a professional chef's skill. Eric picked up a piece of braised meat and put it in his mouth. It wasn't too salty or bland, full of rich meat flavor, which impressed him. Elijah praised, "Your chefs are better than Caden. Perhaps he should come and learn from them." Jaden observed Eric's expression while eating, fearing dissatisfaction with the dishes. But after watching him, he realized his concerns were unfounded. Eric clearly enjoyed the food. Thus, he felt relieved. Time passed quickly as the food visibly diminished on the table, replenished constantly yet never fast enough. The banquet lasted nearly 2 hours, with everyone eating to their heart's content. Dishes were cleared away, and a moment of silence followed. Jaden suddenly sat up straight, pushed his wire-framed glasses, and smiled. "Since the zombie threat has been resolved, as per our agreement, the population and resources of Shelter City No. 1 will belong to the base. I am hosting you with your own resources, ha ha ha." Everyone laughed heartily. Eric also smiled slightly and replied, "No problem. You provided manpower, and I provided supplies. We hosted together." After some time, Jaden stopped laughing and asked, "Shelter City No. 1 has over 10,000 people. What do you plan to do with them, Commander Eric?" "What to do?" Eric smiled calmly. "Why do anything? If my goal was to deal with these people, why would I expend so much effort helping you repel the zombies? Over 10,000 people will be relocated to Chi-Jerson City. Oh, we've renamed the base as Chi-Jerson City. They will become residents of Chi-Jerson City, where they will live and work as designated. If Colonel Song is curious about life in Chi-Jerson City, feel free to visit anytime. I welcome you." Eric then looked at the other Churchilldom army officers. "You're all welcome to visit if you're curious about Chi-Jerson City." Jaden chuckled, but chose not to respond further. Instead, he asked, "Bowenese I inquire when Deputy Commander Xia can return after the population is moved to Chi-Jerson City?" "Theoretically, yes," Eric smiled, sipping water from his glass. "It seems Colonel Song hopes Eric Bowenese returns soon." "Ah." Jaden sighed deeply. "Honestly, not only did we face zombie attacks here, but the military district also suffered attacks. The situation there isn't promising. I hope Deputy Commander Xia returns soon to lead us to support the Wasteland Military District." "Really? The Wasteland Military District is under attack by zombies?" Eric was taken aback. This news was indeed shocking. Shelter City No. 1, Twilight City, Chi-Jerson City, and the Wasteland Military District, all major forces within 100 kilometers, had faced zombie attacks within a short period. These zombies were acting on a massive scale. Ordinary zombies evolved to level 1 in less than a month. Level 1 to level 2 took about a month, and level 2 to level 3 took almost half a year. Moreover, the number of near level 3 zombies far exceeded the number of near level 2 zombies at the time. It seemed possible that level 3 zombies had existed for months. So, why hadn't they attacked humans months ago? Why did they wait until now to launch organized, large-scale attacks on human shelters? Eric couldn't know the specifics but suspected it was beyond mere speculation. Without a godlike perspective or any clues, he couldn't make definitive conclusions. For now, his priority was to relocate the population, upgrade the base, build a research institute, find the dragon pattern crystal, extract its life energy, and clear the zombie virus within him, like a ticking time bomb. After pondering for a while, Eric continued, "You have limited ammunition. Even if Bowenese returns and leads you to aid the Wasteland Military District, realistically speaking, isn't that suicide? Bang. Even if it means death, we must go to save them." A Churchilldom army officer slapped the table, standing up angrily, followed by murmurs of agreement. Jaden immediately stood up, pressing his hand down, and said sternly, "Sit down." The officers grudgingly sat back down. Jaden apologized, "Sorry. They're all rough men, lacking in manners." Eric waved it off without much concern. Jaden sighed and said, "Commander Bailu is still in the military district. Regardless of our ammunition, we must go to save him, even knowing it might mean certain death." Eric shook his head slightly, neither opposing nor agreeing. Elijah admired their loyalty, but found their persistence in the face of obvious peril somewhat foolish. However, overall, these were true soldiers, worthy of respect. Finishing his drink, Eric looked at Jaden. I admire your spirit. For ammunition, if needed, you can come to me. Just remember, it's a loan, to be repaid. Chapter 198. Population Relocation, Part 1. After hearing Eric's words, Jaden was visibly stunned for a moment, followed by an expression of extreme joy that clearly showed on his face. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Elijah knew in his heart that even though Eric said it was a loan, at this critical juncture, lending and giving were practically the same thing. Thank you. His gratitude was indescribable. Standing up, his eyes reddened and his voice trembled slightly. Eric smiled faintly but did not respond. The next day, early morning, inside the military tent, Eric and his guards, including team leaders Elvin and Ryan, gathered to discuss the situation. With the zombie crisis resolved, the immediate next step was the relocation of people. Time was of the essence for both Jaden and Eric. Shelter City number 1 was over 60 kilometers from Xuanhuan City, which would take about 3 to 4 hours round trip by vehicle. On foot, just one way would take more than 10 hours. Eric surveyed the others present and asked calmly, how many trucks do we have available right now? They pondered for a moment, then Elvin provided an answer, we haven't done a precise count yet, but we have less than 300 trucks in total. Among these, around 230 are medium-sized trucks, only 10 are heavy-duty trucks, and approximately 30 are other types of freight vehicles. If we pack a medium-sized truck tightly, it can carry 50 people. 230 trucks could transport 11,500 people in one go. According to the Churchilldom Army's data, Shelter City number 1 has a population of 137,900 people. To transport all the city's residents back to Xuanhuan City using all the medium-sized trucks, we would need 12 trips. Each round trip takes about 3.5 hours, plus time for refueling, loading, unloading, and potential unexpected situations, so we can estimate each round trip will take 7 or more hours. People aren't machines. They can't work non-stop for 24 hours without rest. At best, we could manage 2 trips per day, meaning it would take at least 6 days to transport everyone. And then there's Xuanhuan City, which also has over 100,000 people. In total, relocating both cities' populations would take over 10 days. I only have 3 months. Eric rubbed his chin, thinking deeply and weighing the pros and cons of how to relocate over 200,000 people from the 2 cities as quickly as possible. After considerable thought, he decided on motorized transportation rather than having the entire population walk to the base. The latter had been previously dismissed because it was too unsafe. If they encountered zombies en route, with only 3,000 guards protecting tens of thousands of people, the difficulty would be enormous. Even if one person got bitten, it could cause panic and a chain reaction. Basically, less than a third would make it back to Xuanhuan City. In such a scenario, reaching the goal of 500,000 people would be extremely difficult, preventing him from upgrading to a level 4 base and unlocking the research institute. If this happened, even if he obtained the dragon pattern crystal, he would still need to gather more people, increasing his burden significantly. Therefore, motorized transportation remained the best choice. Though it would take longer, it would minimize risks and ensure stability. Deciding on the plan, Eric looked at the several captains, feeling somewhat helpless. These guys were great at commanding battles, but poor at offering suggestions. Composing himself, he said, if that's the case, let's stick with our old methods. Elvin, Ryan, you two lead 1,000 men back to the city. Refuel all the medium-sized trucks and bring them here immediately, then start relocating the population right away. Yes, sir. Elvin and Ryan stood at attention and responded. Without delay, they accepted their mission and left the tent to gather forces and return to Xuanhuan City. With the plan set, Eric waved his hand and said, that's it for today. Go ahead and attend to your duties. The captain stood up and saluted. Except for Anchor, who lingered, the others left. Seeing Anchor didn't leave, Eric asked, do you have something else? Anchor hesitated. Acting out of character for a captain, Eric urged, speak up, don't be so coy. Elijah hearing this, Anchor stopped hesitating and asked, sir, were you injured by a zombie during yesterday's battle? Eric's brow furrowed instantly as he fixed his gaze on Anchor, causing the atmosphere to tense. However, Anchor felt no fear or nervousness. His conscience was clear. His loyalty to Eric was unwavering. Thus, he faced Eric's intense stare without any panic. After some time, Eric's gaze softened, and the tension eased. Elijah replied, yes, I was indeed injured by a zombie and infected with the zombie virus. Upon confirmation, Anchor's face showed immense concern. Is there any treatment? If you need any medication or assistance, I'm willing to do anything. Seeing Anchor's genuine concern, Eric smiled and said, of course, there is a way to treat it. If you need to risk your life, I won't hesitate to ask. Regardless of whether it was a joke, Anchor took every word from Eric seriously and would never forget it. All guardsmen felt the same way. Anchor nodded earnestly. I am ready whenever you need me. Eric waved him off. All right, you can go now. After dismissing Anchor, Eric walked out of the tent. The weather was perfect, and the morning breeze was refreshingly cool. The sound of engines filled his ears as Elvin and Ryan brought back 1,000 guardsmen and transport trucks from Xuanhuan City. As they passed by, the armored vehicle soldiers saluted him, and he returned their salute with a look. Time passed swiftly. Hours later, Elvin and Ryan returned successfully with over 200 medium-sized trucks. Most of these trucks were fortified, providing much better defense compared to ordinary trucks. They could resist regular zombies, and even some level 1 strength zombies. The trucks didn't enter the city but were neatly lined up outside, surrounded by armored vehicles. In the middle were the trucks for transporting civilians. The city gates slowly opened, and 6 tanks rolled out in 2 rows. The front row stopped behind the convoy, while the rear row positioned itself at the front. Following closely behind, the citizens streamed out in an orderly fashion under the organization of the Guard Army. Within half an hour, the first batch of civilians boarded the trucks. Under the watchful eyes of Eric and others, Elvin and Ryan gave the order to depart towards Qiyang City. Chapter 199. Population Relocation, Part 2. The convoy was impressive, leaving Jaden, who was watching alongside, in utter amazement. Elijah could understand the vehicles and the people, but the sheer number of vehicles required an enormous amount of fuel. Where had Eric acquired so much fuel? Had he discovered an oil well? But that was unlikely since no exploration had found oil beneath H City or even Jiangnan Province. This was truly perplexing. Eric noticed Jaden's gaze, turned to him with a slight smile, and asked, "What is it, Commander Song?" Jaden shook his head repeatedly, saying, "Nothing, nothing." Under everyone's watchful eyes, the convoy gradually became smaller until it disappeared from view. Eric withdrew his gaze and looked back into the city where the remaining civilians watched anxiously. At the central military tent, Daisy and her son Ross stood outside, gazing toward the southern part of the city. Ross's complexion was now rosier, walking steadily with renewed strength. His health visibly improved. "Mom, where is Commandant Luo taking all those people?" Ross asked curiously. The relocation was a big deal, known throughout the city. Since Eric hadn't informed them in advance, most were filled with anxiety and confusion. "Commandant Luo must be taking them to a better place," Daisy said softly, looking at her son with tender eyes. "Really? Then I want to go too." Ross exclaimed excitedly. Daisy smiled, stroking her son's head, and said, "Don't worry. Commandant Luo won't leave anyone behind." Eric's actions convinced Daisy deep down that he was not the kind of person who would exploit the weak for personal gain. Similarly, in Ross's heart, Eric was already his idol. Elijah had secretly decided to join the Guardian Army once he grew up, following Eric into battle against zombies. 6 days later, Qiyang City. It was noon, and today was exceptionally hot, easily causing drowsiness. On the city walls, the Tianqing soldiers stood under the blazing sun. Their eyes squinted as sleepiness began to set in. However, when they felt sleepy, they would bite their lips and pinch their thighs fiercely to stay alert. The cost of this was having bruised, purple thighs by nightfall. Buzzing sounds were heard, and the ground trembled, perceptible to everyone. In the past, this would have triggered combat readiness immediately, but today was different. The Tianqing soldiers exchanged glances and smiled. They shifted their focus forward to see dust rising, and then a massive convoy emerged from it, including tanks, armored vehicles, and medium-sized trucks protected tightly. The convoy arrived at the city gate, which opened automatically without needing to stop and greet. Hundreds of vehicles entered the city and stopped within the urban area. Civilians disembarked, marveling at the spacious streets and towering walls. Daisy held her son's hand as they got out of the vehicle. Ross stared wide-eyed at the massive walls, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. "Mom, I will definitely join the Guardian Army." After a moment, Ross declared firmly, "Yes." Daisy nodded vigorously. "Good, I support you." The convoy returned to the city, greeted by Lauren, Juliet, Aiden, and Bounty. Elvin and Ryan approached and saluted Lauren and Juliet, who returned the salute. The population in Shelter City No. 1 is almost entirely relocated. By this afternoon, it will be complete. Commandant ordered me to bring Bounty back to Shelter City No. 1, Elvin said first. Bounty, hearing this, immediately brightened up. Aiden saw this and bowed, saying, "Congratulations, Deputy Commander Xia." "Thank you," Bounty replied with a smile. Though fundamentally adversarial, Aiden and Bounty weren't bitter enemies. There was no need for hostility. Moreover, Xuanhuan City would cease to exist after this. Lauren was startled upon hearing the population would soon be fully relocated and immediately exclaimed excitedly, "So, Eric Gaston will be back soon?" "Antong." Elvin didn't respond. Instead, Juliet laughed and called her name. Lauren turned to Juliet, puzzled by her calling. Juliet explained, "You misunderstood. Brenda Elvin meant the population of Shelter City No. 1 is almost fully relocated, but there are still over 100,000 people in Xuanhuan City. Estimate another 5 to 6 days for Eric Gaston to return." Thinking anxiously about her husband, Lauren missed that detail. Now, feeling disappointed, she whispered, "All right." Composing herself, she told Elvin, "We've arranged meals for you. Please go eat quickly, and we'll take care of these people." Elvin, unpretentious, nodded and ordered the vehicles aligned neatly before leading everyone to the inner city canteen for food and rest. After Elvin left, Lauren and Juliet immediately started working, summoning 500 Tianqing soldiers to maintain order, and enlisted Nick Shi and his friends to register newcomers, assign temporary residences, and distribute food. Work assignments would take 2 to 3 days to plan, but they couldn't let these people idle to prevent fostering laziness. Therefore, they assigned tasks immediately, such as clearing debris around the outer city. Juliet approached Bounty, saying, "Bounty, you'll be returning to Shelter City No. 1 with Elvin and Ryan this afternoon?" Bounty nodded, pausing briefly, then asked, "Edith, are you really not planning to return to the military district?" Juliet responded calmly, "I've joined the Guardian Army. I belong here in Qiyang City." "All right," Bounty sighed. "This place is safer than the military district. Staying here is the best choice, and the commander also hopes you stay." Juliet's eyes shimmered slightly. "Please remember to greet my father on my behalf when you return." "No problem," Bounty agreed readily. Waving goodbye, he turned to leave but stopped, turning back with a rueful smile. "I intended to keep this from you, but after much thought, you should know." Juliet, seeing his expression, asked, "What is it?" Bounty sighed. "The Wasteland Military District has also been attacked by zombies, likely in a similar predicament as Shelter City No. 1. Chapter 200, Population Migration, Part 2. "What did you say?" Juliet exclaimed in shock. After all these days, Bounty had never mentioned it. Now, as he was about to leave, he suddenly said this, which was hard to believe. Juliet remained skeptical. At the same time, Aiden walked over. Elijah had heard what Bounty just said and saw the disbelief on Juliet's face. Elijah immediately added, "Deputy Commander Xia is right. I had sent people to seek help from the Wasteland Military Zone, and indeed they were under attack by zombies. With Aiden's confirmation, Juliet turned pale. If Bounty was lying to make her return to the Wasteland military zone, Aiden would have no reason to lie to her either. This was almost certainly true. Although she had joined the guard army and sworn allegiance to Eric, Adalberto was still her father. It was impossible for her not to be worried. Now, the only one who could save the Wasteland military zone was Eric. Juliet clenched her teeth and looked at Bounty seriously, saying, "I will go with you to Shelter City No. 1. Bounty shook his head hastily, saying, "No way, Edith. You are now part of the guard army, and Eric ordered you to stay in the city. If you go to Shelter City No. 1 with me, wouldn't you be violating military rules? Once we get to Shelter City No. 1, I'll explain to Eric Gaston." "You don't need to worry about that," Juliet said. "That's a no-go. As the saying goes, military orders are as immovable as mountains. This is final. Don't argue." Juliet cut him off with an unwavering tone and walked away without hearing more from Bounty. Sighing, Bounty wanted to call her back, but Juliet didn't look back. Aiden watched this scene closely, sized up Bounty, and chuckled softly, thinking to himself, "The old fox has raised a little fox." Shifting his gaze to Juliet's retreating figure, he thought, "This daughter doesn't resemble her father at all." Mobile base. "What? You're going to Shelter City No. 1? Lauren jumped to her feet. Juliet nodded seriously in front of her, saying, "The Wasteland military zone is surrounded by zombies. My father is still inside. As his daughter, I must go to Shelter City No. 1 to ask Eric Gaston to send troops to rescue my father." But after 2 large-scale battles, the guard army's ammunition supplies have been largely depleted. There might not be enough left to rescue the Wasteland military zone. Lauren quickly calmed down, sat back down and analyzed. "That's why I came to you," Juliet said. Confused, Lauren asked, "What do you mean?" Juliet explained, "The guard army's ammunition is insufficient, but the city still has enough. We can transport it to Shelter City No. 1 when we go there. Since you're currently in charge of Chiang City, I'm asking you for some ammunition." "Ah." Lauren showed a difficult expression. Eric had authorized her to use stored ammunition primarily for defending against enemy attacks and city defense. "I'm doing this to save my father. Please, Antong." Juliet looked beseechingly at Lauren. Seeing Juliet's pleading eyes and recalling her own family, wondering where they were and if they were safe, Lauren finally sighed, giving in. "All right, I agree, but whether Eric Gaston agrees to send troops to the Wasteland military zone remains uncertain." Overjoyed, Juliet responded firmly, "I will try my best to persuade Eric Gaston. I believe he will definitely send troops to help the Wasteland military zone." Lauren bowed slightly, said nothing more, stood up, and left the mobile base, heading toward the inner city military zone. Juliet knew the main ammunition reserves were in the inner city barracks. She guessed Lauren was going there to get the ammunition, so she followed without another word. They arrived at the barracks. Their first stop wasn't the ammunition depot but the barracks canteen, where the returning guard army soldiers were eating. Amadeus and Benson were also there. Lauren and Juliet approached Amadeus and Benson's table directly and sat down. Amadeus and Benson, who were eating, felt awkward when they saw the 2 beauties sitting next to them. The vigorous eating turned into slow, deliberate chewing. They weren't trying to maintain a gentlemanly image before Lauren and Juliet. Besides, they didn't even think of doing so. After all, Lauren and Juliet were Gaston's women, making them even more restrained. Their sudden appearance made them feel somewhat uncomfortable. Cough, cough. Unable to bear the silence, Amadeus swallowed a mouthful of rice, pretended to cough, and asked, "Why are you staring at us like that?" "Yeah, we're not food vloggers," Benson echoed. Lauren smiled lightly and said, "We want to discuss something. Transporting some ammunition to Shelter City No. 1. Since Amadeus and Benson led the afternoon mission, they couldn't keep the ammunition transportation a secret. It was better to tell them up front, rather than let them discover it passively. Of course, she could add some details. Transporting ammunition? Amadeus was surprised and asked, "Why are we transporting ammunition?" Elijah turned to Benson. "Did the commander say anything about replenishing ammunition?" Benson shook his head vigorously, replying, "No." Then they both looked at Lauren and asked simultaneously, "Why are we transporting ammunition?" "Idiots." Lauren raised her voice. "Just because the commander didn't mention it means we don't need to replenish? After 2 large-scale battles, our ammunition must be severely depleted. Isn't it necessary to replenish?" "Good point. After 2 battles, our carried ammunition is more than 2/3 depleted. We should replenish." Benson nodded, mimicking Eric's mannerism of rubbing his chin. "Don't touch my chin." Amadeus slapped away Benson's hand, shaking his head. Without a direct order from the commander, doing this would violate military regulations. It's not allowed. Seeing Amadeus's insistent look and stern refusal, Lauren frowned, unsure how to proceed. She glanced at Juliet, seeing the anxiety in her eyes. "I'll go with you to Shelter City No. 1 and explain the ammunition situation to the commander," Juliet said. Amadeus and Benson were surprised, looking deeply at Juliet. They exchanged glances, having fought together for so long that even a glance conveyed their thoughts. After the brief exchange, they nodded slightly. Amadeus then said, "Replenishing ammunition makes sense, but without a direct order from the commander, it's hard for us to agree. However what?" Both women asked simultaneously. Amadeus fixed his gaze on Lauren, looking serious, and said, "Warrior Lauren, you can write a letter to the commander in your capacity as the Brenda of the Elijah Havenly Walkers and acting highest officer of Chiang City. The content of the letter, you should know. If done this way, transporting ammunition won't be a problem." Lauren opened her mouth slightly, examining the 2 men in front of her. She hadn't expected these burly men to have such considerations. Writing a letter was essentially a preemptive step to avoid responsibility. If Eric questioned it, it would fall entirely on her shoulders. Truly, appearances could be deceiving. But Eric wouldn't be angry over such a minor issue. She readily agreed, "All right, I'll write the letter." Chapter 201. Ammunition, Part 1. Untying hundreds of vehicles, now refueled, set off again for Shelter City No. 1. Unlike previous trips, this convoy included 6 heavy trucks with locked and sealed rear doors, clearly indicating the importance of their cargo. At the front, closely following behind the tanks, was an armored vehicle carrying Juliet, Bounty, as well as Elvin and Ryan. Bounty's gaze remained fixed on Juliet. After enduring his stare for some time, she became uncomfortable and immediately asked, "Why do you keep staring at me?" Bounty didn't retract his gaze but smiled, saying, "Isn't it a matter of seeing you less often?" "What does that mean?" "I'm not dying," Juliet retorted angrily. "I didn't say you're dying. I meant you'll be in Qiyang City, and I'll be at the military district, making it hard to see each other." After a hurried explanation from Bounty, Juliet's anger subsided slightly, and she turned her head away, ignoring him. Bounty smiled bitterly, feeling the bumps of the ride. Elijah remained silent for a long while, unsure of where they were or how much time had passed. Occasionally, gunshots would be heard, probably encounters with zombies, followed by the roar of engines and continuous jolts along the way. The static of the radio broke the silence. "This is Brevenluki. We are approximately 3 kilometers away from Shelter City number 1. Everyone, get ready." Armored Vehicle 002 received. The guard driving the armored vehicle responded by pressing the talk button. Everyone on board heard these words clearly. Elvin and Ryan visibly relaxed, knowing the evacuation of Shelter City number 1 went smoothly, with no major troubles for 6 consecutive days. A stroke of good fortune indeed. Juliet appeared excited, eager to see Eric. Bounty, feeling both reflective and happy to be back, secretly glanced at Juliet before quickly averting his eyes, silently wishing, "Edith, you must persuade Gaston." 3 kilometers isn't far. It would take no more than 20 minutes for a slow jogger. For vehicles, the journey was even shorter. At the south gate of Shelter City number 1, standing atop the city wall, Eric unscrewed his water bottle cap and gulped down a mouthful. Turning around, he saw the long street packed with people, the last group from Shelter City number 1, soon to be transferred to Qiyang City, followed by Yue City. The hum of engines reached Eric's ears, causing a smile to form on his lips. Elijah turned to face outside the city walls, where the sound grew louder, revealing several tanks leading the convoy, followed by armored vehicles and trucks. Spotting 4 unusually large heavy trucks within the convoy, Eric felt puzzled. The vehicles approached and lined up neatly. As the armored vehicle door opened, Elvin and Ryan got out first, followed by Bounty. Upon seeing Bounty, the soldiers of Stefangwo military cheered. Then, Juliet stepped out of the armored vehicle, silencing the crowd. They knew her as Adalberto's daughter and were surprised to see her here, especially since she had already joined the base. Jaden looked at Eric, wondering if he had summoned Juliet. However, seeing Eric's equally surprised expression, he dismissed the thought and turned his attention back to Bounty. Given his understanding of Bounty, he quickly deduced that Bounty had told Juliet about the Wasteland military zone being under siege by zombies, and given that Adalberto was her father, the purpose of her visit became clear. Elvin and Ryan approached Eric and saluted. "Commander, the vehicles have arrived, and the civilians can board now." Eric nodded slightly, but did not issue the order immediately. Elijah waited for Juliet and Bounty to join them. Soon, they stood before him. With a slight frown, Eric looked at Juliet and asked, "Edith, why are you here? Weren't you supposed to stay and lead the city's defense with Alec?" Juliet pressed her lips together, replying, "The Wasteland military zone is under zombie attack, and my father is still inside. As his daughter, I must do something." Eric was taken aback, then glanced at Bounty. Elijah hadn't known about the attack until coming to Shelter City number 1, so Juliet could only have learned of it through Bounty. Elijah stared at Bounty, who remained calm, betraying no emotion or change in demeanor. "Eric Gaston, I ask you to send troops to aid the Wasteland military zone," Juliet said, biting her lip and clenching her fists. "Cunning fox," Eric muttered inwardly, realizing Bounty's true motive was to use Juliet to convince him to send reinforcements. If not for the zombie virus infection, he might have considered it, but with only 7 days left of the 3-month period, he needed to focus on evacuating the population of Yue City, upgrading to a level 4 base, and finding the dragon pattern crystal. Time was crucial and couldn't be wasted. Meeting Juliet's gaze, he finally shook his head and said, "The situation is unique. I cannot send troops to the Wasteland military zone." Juliet felt disappointed, but didn't give up. Just as she was about to speak, Eric continued, "I can't send troops, but I can lend ammunition to the Stefangwo military for your own rescue mission." "Really?" Bounty exclaimed before Juliet could respond. The Stefangwo military was well-equipped but lacked sufficient ammunition. With enough ammunition, Bounty believed the Stefangwo military could handle the zombie siege without needing the guard military's help. Eric nodded firmly and said, "Yes." Then, looking regretful, he added, "But after 2 large-scale battles, my supplies are also running low. I need to return to Qiyang City to get more ammunition for you." "Elvin, Ryan." The 2 men came over at the call. Eric instructed them, "I will personally lead this evacuation. You 2 take the remaining forces to Yue City." They replied in unison, "Yes." Eric then told Bounty, "You lead a team back to the city with me to get the ammunition." Delighted, Bounty agreed eagerly, Good. I'll arrange it right away." "Hold on." Just as Bounty was about to leave, Juliet spoke up, halting him. Both Bounty and Eric turned to look at her. Chapter 202. Ammunition, Part 2. Facing the 2 pairs of eyes filled with curiosity, Juliet felt nervous. She swallowed hard and, seeing Eric, stammered, "Eric, Gaston. Actually, I've already brought the ammunition." As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately lowered her head, not daring to look at Eric's expression. Eric's mouth gaped open slightly, and his facial muscles twitched. Elijah scratched his head and then turned to Bounty, pointing at Juliet. "Did you ask her to do this?" Bounty quickly shook his head and waved his hands in denial. "No, it was my own idea. I thought the Guard Corps had fought 2 major battles back-to-back, so their ammunition must be severely depleted. If they're planning to send reinforcements to the Wasteland military district, they would definitely need more ammunition. So Juliet fidgeted with the edges of her clothes, keeping her head low as she spoke. You thought of everything, Eric said helplessly, then suddenly remembered something and exclaimed in surprise. Wait, I only gave Lauren the authority to use the stockpile of ammunition. How did you manage to get them? Well, Juliet fidgeted even more with her clothes, unable to form a complete sentence. Although Lauren had written the letter, meaning she wasn't afraid for Eric to find out, she didn't want to cause trouble for Lauren, who had done this to help her. However, not saying anything wouldn't stop Eric from guessing because the logic was too simple. Got it, Eric said, even more helplessly. Since he had only authorized Lauren to access the stockpile and Juliet could obtain ammunition, there was only one possibility, that she had persuaded Lauren to help her. Rubbing his temples, Eric chuckled bitterly. You too? Shaking his head, he added. Forget it. Just this time, don't do it again. Upon hearing this, both Juliet and Bounty breathed a sigh of relief. Juliet feared that Eric would be angry. Bounty feared he would punish Juliet or change his mind about lending them the ammunition. Since that's the case, Amadeus and Benson will still be in charge of the population relocation. I'll lead the rest to Yuhui City, Eric ordered. Amadeus and Benson showed no complaints and responded, yes. Next, Eric asked Juliet, where did you bring the ammunition? Juliet pointed towards 6 heavy-duty trucks. They are all there. All 6 trucks are filled with weapons and ammunition? Eric's eyes widened in surprise. Each of the 6 heavy-duty trucks could carry several dozen tons, which meant Juliet might have taken almost 1/3 of the entire stockpile. Juliet nodded, yes. Eric slapped his forehead and looked at Bounty helplessly. Bounty's face also revealed shock upon learning that all 6 heavy-duty trucks were full of ammunition. According to standards, 1 bullet weighs 24 grams. 1,000,000 bullets weigh 24 tons. Each truck could carry nearly dozens of tons, meaning each truck carried at least 2 million bullets. Feeling Eric's gaze, Bounty came to his senses. His dry lips opened slowly before finally uttering, wow. Eric said helplessly, since you've already brought them, let's see if those ammunitions match your Churchilldom army weapons. Okay, Bounty replied. Even with sufficient ammunition, they needed to ensure compatibility with the guns. Anything too large or small wouldn't work. The 6 heavy-duty trucks drove into the city, barely fitting due to their height. The 3 of them came to one of the trucks and opened the cargo compartment, revealing boxes crammed with ammunition. Eric ordered to unload 1 box each of rifle bullets, light machine gun bullets, heavy machine gun bullets, tank shells, and rocket launcher shells. Opening the bullet boxes first, as expected, they were filled with rounds. Bounty picked up a rifle bullet, observed it closely and nodded, 5.56 millimeters caliber. No problem, our guns can use them. Next, he took a light machine gun bullet and, after examining it, nodded in satisfaction. Then he put down the light machine gun bullet and picked up a heavy machine gun bullet. This bullet was noticeably larger and longer than the light machine gun and rifle bullets. After examining it, Bounty remarked contentedly, 12.7 millimeters caliber, it works. Eric nodded slightly, then opened the box of tank shells, revealing much larger projectiles compared to bullets. Bounty picked one up and inspected it, nodding again. Works, 125 millimeters shell. Our tanks can use it. Finally, opening the rocket launcher shell box, Bounty took one and frowned. These won't fit our H-3 rocket launchers. Putting it down, he added, no use. No problem. As long as the others work. For the rocket launchers, I'm bringing many this time, so I can lend you a few temporarily, Eric said. Delighted, Bounty thanked him. That's great. Thank you very much, Commander Eric. Eric smiled. Remember, you have to return them when you're done. Elijah hearing this, Bounty laughed heartily. Brendanra, sure. Not all 6 truckloads of ammunition were lent to the Churchilldom army. The Guard Corps also used some to replenish their own supplies. Amadeus and Benson led 1,000 men to escort the final batch of citizens from Shelter City No. 1 back to Chiang City. Meanwhile, Eric bade farewell to Bounty and led the remaining people toward Yue City. Juliet, being a level 2 evolver with above-average strength among her level, would be a great asset. Bounty wanted her to stay and help, and Juliet agreed since she had similar thoughts. She told Eric Gaston, after we resolve the zombie crisis in the Wasteland Military District, I'll come find you in Yue City. Considering that Adalberto was her father, Eric couldn't prevent her from saving him. After giving her some instructions, he allowed her to stay. Half an hour later, the outline of Yue City appeared in sight. The Guard Corps reached the city walls, but the Yue army soldiers guarding didn't prepare for battle. Instead, they directly opened the gates, allowing free entry and exit. Seeing this, Eric was quite satisfied. The Yue army hadn't shown any hostility towards the Guard Corps, indicating that Melissa, the current supreme commander of Yue City, had no intention of rebellion. The news of the Guard Corps' return quickly spread through Yue City, and Melissa and Brevin rushed to welcome them. Commander, Brevin saluted and greeted. Commander, Melissa followed suit. Eric sized up Melissa and smiled approvingly. You're much smarter than Bounderlin. Elijah. Melissa scratched his head and laughed. Thanks. All right, organize for someone to inform the city residents. The population relocation starts tomorrow. Have them get ready, Eric commanded without further ado. ##### Chapter 203. Rescue, Part 1. ##### Wasteland Military District, Command Office. Yes. Adalberto held a satellite mobile phone with an antenna nearly 7 to 8 centimeters long against his ear, nodding continuously, his face brimming with unmasked excitement. After a long conversation, he laughed and said, Old Brendan, I'll wait for you. I'll treat you to drinks. The person on the other end of the line replied, You said it yourself. I'm marking this down. You old rascal, don't try to wriggle out of it later. Adalberto laughed. What do you mean by wriggling out? I always keep my word. Tisk, last time you promised to treat me and Bay Little Brendan, but that didn't happen, and you still say you always keep your word? Well, that was a special situation. Adalberto, caught in the lie, felt somewhat embarrassed and chuckled awkwardly. Just remember this time, the voice on the other end paused and then continued, Alright, old Belu, I have some things to take care of, so I'll hang up now. Go ahead. You do that, Adalberto responded. Yeah, hanging up. The person on the other end paused again before hanging up, but hesitated for a few seconds, adding, Old Belu, you must hold on. I don't want to see white hair burying black. Get lost. Adalberto was originally quite moved, but hearing the phrase, white hair burying black, immediately darkened his face. This old Brindan was too cruel. Ha ha ha. The voice on the other end erupted into triumphant laughter, then said, I won't joke around anymore. Wait for me to treat you to drinks. Beep beep beep. As the voice faded, the call disconnected. Adalberto removed the satellite phone from his ear. Unlike days ago, his eyes were now filled with hope, and there wasn't any worry left on his face. Elijah walked to the window, stretched lazily, and exhaled a long breath, sighing, finally, they're coming. Leaving the office and descending to the ground floor, he couldn't help but look towards the direction of Shelter City No. 1, muttering to himself, I wonder how Bounty and the others are doing. Has Eric deployed troops yet, or has he managed to rescue anyone? Over 10,000 people. They must not come to harm. The sky grew overcast, providing much-needed relief from the heat. At present, Shelter City No. 1 lacked its usual vibrancy. The streets were empty, with no sign of human activity except for the Churchilldom army soldiers patrolling the city center. In the command tent, Bounty pointed at the map showing the Wasteland Military District, stating, the military district has only one entrance and exit to the east, which is where the zombies mainly attack. Since we have plenty of weapons and ammunition, I think we should meet them head-on and engage the zombies directly. I don't agree with that. Jaden pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and shook his head. We're not the guard army. Fighting zombies head-on might not give us an advantage. Do you mean our combat strength can't match the guard armies? One officer demanded. Is Jaden brainwashed by Eric? Another added. Song's comments immediately drew rebuttals from the other Churchilldom army officers. Song frowned deeply and said solemnly, I'm speaking the truth. Our combat strength indeed cannot match the guard armies. Bang. Chief Song, what you're saying? The guard army has 12 heavy tanks. How many do we have? They have dozens of heavy machine guns. How many do we have? And evolved humans. Have you not seen how many evolved humans they have? How strong Eric is, effortlessly killing level 3 zombies. Who among us can do that? This isn't exaggeration nor brainwashing. I'm just stating facts. Confidence is good, but blind confidence will lead to ruin. An officer slapped the table and stood up to rebuke Song. Not one to be pushed around, Song slapped the table back and stood up, glaring at the officer as he shot back questions and confronted him fiercely. The officer sputtered, unable to find any words to counter, and sat back down huffily. Jaden, sit down. Bounty pressed a hand down to calm the situation, analyzing objectively. What Jaden said is true. Even combining forces with the military district, our combat strength is still less than the guard armies. Engaging the zombies head-on does carry a risk of failure. Given the current situation, the only road to the military district is cut off by zombies. Unless we have someone as strong as Eric who can inform the commander and coordinate an ambush, our chances of success would increase significantly. Bounty looked around at everyone inside, but we don't have such a person. Turning to Juliet, he added, even Edith, whose strength surpasses mine, is still not as powerful as Eric. Jaden fell silent, recognizing the undeniable facts Bounty pointed out. Without a satellite phone, their only means of communication with the military district was through human messengers. After a long silence in the command tent, Bounty spoke again. Time waits for no one. Let's vote. Who agrees to engage the zombies head-on? Swish swish. Immediately, all the officers raised their hands except for Jaden, who hesitated for a moment and eventually raised his hand as well. With no other options available, facing zombies required overwhelming power. Psychological tactics wouldn't work. They could only rely on brute force to eliminate the threat entirely. Since everyone agrees, I declare the meeting adjourned. Rest up and prepare your spirits for battle. Bounty concluded. Wait a moment. Just as everyone was about to leave, Juliet spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. Bounty asked, Edith, do you have anything to add? Level 3 zombie swarms, ordinary zombies, and level 1 zombies are manageable, but the real threat lies with level 2 and level 3 zombies. Level 2 zombies we can handle together, but if a level 3 zombie is a speed type, that's beyond what we can manage. Juliet's words hit right at Bounty's concern. Yes, level 3 speed zombies can kill people even if they can't destroy armored vehicles or tanks. Unlike the guard army who can bunker down inside armored vehicles when faced with level 3 speed zombies, only a small number of Churchilldom army soldiers can use such vehicles. What about the rest? Should they be left to die? If they can't defeat the level 3 zombies, these swarms would persist, rendering the rescue operation futile. After a moment of contemplation, Bounty smiled bitterly. You make a good point, but what else can we do? Juliet bit her lip, clenching her fists tightly, then said, I'll seek Eric Gaston's help. The guard army can't mobilize to relocate the population, but if we ask Eric alone to assist, he might agree. It seems we have no choice. Thank you, Edith, Bounty responded. Anti-human minds have limitations, and sometimes one can't foresee everything. Initially, when Eric supplied the Churchilldom army with bullets, Bounty thought having ample ammunition would suffice to save the Wasteland Military District. Reflecting now, he realized he had been too optimistic. Elijah hearing Juliet's points made him feel even more uncertain. Juliet bowed her head. She hadn't considered these issues when she faced Eric earlier, only thinking of them during the meeting. Sighing, though Eric had once entered city number 5 alone to save her, this time it was the Wasteland Military District, not her specifically, but Adalberto. She had no absolute assurance that Eric would help. But even without full certainty, it was worth a try. Perhaps Eric might intervene for her sake. After day comes night, after night comes day. Thus passed one day and one night. Antionii City, South Gate, the city entrance. Hundreds of vehicles were neatly lined up, including tanks, armored vehicles, and medium-sized trucks. Bowenese civilians formed orderly queues to board the trucks, each one packed to the brim, so heavy that the chassis sagged under the weight. Brindanch loading was a far cry from any freight regulations. But in these times, efficiency was all that mattered. Rules were just pointless formalities. After nearly an hour of preparation, the first batch of relocated civilians for the day was finally ready. With a command, the vehicle started and moved off in a grand procession toward Chiang City. As the convoy disappeared over the horizon, Eric turned his gaze away. On the city walls now stood the guard army troops, while the Brindan-set army soldiers had been disarmed and reduced to ordinary citizens, preparing like everyone else or already on the trucks headed for Chiang City. Some people shared the fear of the residents of Shelter City No. 1, but they were few in number. Unlike Shelter City No. 1, which had not prepared the populace with explanations or information, Melissa and Brevin had arranged for someone to explain the relocation several days prior. Therefore, the residents knew they were moving to a place called Chiang City, where life would be better, not worse. Still, a small number of people remained anxious due to their overly cautious nature and deep-seated suspicion. No matter what was said, they believed they were being deceived. Even after personally experiencing it, they would still think it was an act, believing something terrifying would happen later. Over time, some of these people might come to realize this was not an act but reality, and no terrible events would follow. They would then put aside their doubts and live more easily. However, a very few would remain perpetually suspicious, convinced they were living in an illusion, forever expecting something terrible to happen. Thus, they would spend their entire lives cautiously and fearfully, consumed by worry and dread. Shortly after the convoy left, Eric descended from the city wall, preparing to return to the central city hall. Unlike Shelter City No. 1, the Lord's Mansion of Xuanhuan City had not been destroyed, making it far more comfortable than a tent. Who goes there? Just as he was about to get into the vehicle and leave, a guard army soldier atop the city wall suddenly called out. Chapter 204, Rescue, Part 2. The shouts of the Guard Corps warriors caught Eric's attention. Elijah waved his hand, signaling the driver not to start the vehicle yet, and then got out alone, heading back to the city wall. What's happening? Eric asked. The on-duty Guard Corps warrior immediately saluted upon seeing Eric and reported, Sir, a vehicle is approaching from outside the city. Eric looked outside the wall and saw an SUV moving slowly toward them under the barrels of the Guard Corps' rifles. Elijah narrowed his eyes slightly, but the light prevented him from seeing clearly through the windshield. Elijah scanned past the vehicle and noticed nothing unusual behind it. With a raised hand, he said, It's just one vehicle. There's no real threat. No need to be so tense. That was true. Unless the vehicle carried a small nuclear bomb, it wouldn't pose much danger. The SUV stopped right below the city gate but kept its engine running. Click. The sound of the door opening broke the silence. Under Eric's watchful gaze, the rear passenger door swung open, and a beautiful leg emerged. Moments later, Juliet stepped out of the vehicle. Eric raised his eyebrows in surprise. He hadn't expected to see her. She was supposed to have stayed at Shelter City No. 1 to go with Bowenny to rescue the Wasteland Military District and her father. Unless something had already been resolved, which seemed too quick to be true. It's me, Eric Gaston, she shouted from below, waving enthusiastically. Eric smiled upon hearing this and told the nearby Guard Corps warrior, Open the city gates. Seeing it was Juliet, the guards relaxed and promptly opened the gate. Come into the city first, Eric said with a smile. Juliet nodded and returned to the SUV. The tires rolled over the gravel road as the vehicle drove into the city. Eric came down from the wall to welcome her. Seeing Eric, Juliet felt genuine joy and hurriedly greeted him, calling, Eric Gaston. Edith, why did you come here? Did things at the Wasteland Military District get resolved? Eric asked. Juliet's smile faded somewhat as she shook her head. Not that quickly. We discussed how to rescue the military district last night. In the end, we concluded that the only way was a direct combat strategy to forcibly suppress and eliminate the zombies. Eric nodded thoughtfully. A direct confrontation against nearly level 3 zombies is indeed the most effective method. But Juliet's smile vanished completely as she continued. Within a near level 3 zombie swarm, there must be some near level 3 zombies. If they are near level 3 strength zombies, the Churchilldom Army's tanks can handle them. But if they are near level 3 speed zombies? Elijah's words hung in the air, but Eric understood her meaning. After a moment of silence, he asked, How do you plan to solve this? Juliet stared intently at Eric, suddenly gripping his hand pleadingly. Eric Gaston, please help me. Looking into Juliet's gentle, imploring eyes, Eric met her gaze for a few minutes before finally sighing. All right, I agree. His decision was partly influenced by personal feelings, but more importantly, it involved weighing the pros and cons. Juliet clearly wanted only his individual assistance, not the entire Guard Corps. This wouldn't delay the relocation of Yuhui City's population. Furthermore, although they hadn't seen more military forces yet, Adalberto was a division commander and part of the military. It was beneficial to forge a good relationship now. Currently, Chiang City didn't have the strength to oppose an entire country's army unless the military had fully collapsed. And most significantly, Eric had confidence in his own strength as a level 3 evolved. Even in an army, he believed he could escape if necessary. Therefore, there was no worry about being held hostage after the mission. After considering all factors, he agreed. Overwhelmed with emotion, Juliet hugged Eric, tears streaming down her face. Eric patted her shoulder. You must be hungry after arriving early in the morning. Let's go eat breakfast together. The next morning, an SUV exited the city gates, heading for Shelter City No. 1. Driven by a Churchilldom Army soldier, it carried Eric and Juliet. Inside a tent at Shelter City No. 1 were numerous Churchilldom Army officers, including Bowenny and Deputy Chief of Staff Ardell. Yesterday morning, Edith went to Yuhui City. There has been no news since then. I fear that Commander Luo may not have agreed, Ardell said with concern, his voice tinged with disappointment. Bowenny's eyes were closed in contemplation. Upon hearing Ardell, he slowly opened them. Though worried, he maintained hope. Edith hasn't returned yet, so there's still hope. Let's wait a little longer. Various discussions ensued among the officers. Some agreed with Ardell that Eric wouldn't help, while others sided with Bounty, holding on to hope until Juliet returned. Still, a few believed Juliet wouldn't return to Shelter City No. 1. Time passed in these debates until the sound of an engine roared outside the tent. Soon after, the car door opened, followed by hurried footsteps. All attention turned to a Churchilldom army soldier who rushed in and announced, "Report to the deputy commander, Juliet and Commander Eric have arrived." Well, finally, I knew Commander Eric would be up for it. Yeah, Commander Eric really is damn honorable. Ilajahi, old Anton, you said Commander Eric wouldn't agree. Why aren't you talking now? Ha ha ha, look at him feeling ashamed. Each officer expressed immense surprise. Even Ardell managed to smile, impressed by Eric's righteousness despite not having any human resources as compensation. Great. Bounty, equally surprised and excited, rose abruptly from his seat. Where are they now? Take me to them. The commander and Juliet are currently resting in the reception room, the soldier replied. Take me there. Bounty urged. Following the soldier, Bounty boarded the SUV. In less than 3 minutes, they arrived at a small villa. Getting off the vehicle, the soldier guided him. Commander Eric and Juliet are on the second floor in the reception room. Nodding, Bounty walked into the villa and made his way straight to the reception room on the second floor. Before entering, he tidied his clothes, took a deep breath, and knocked thrice on the door. Come in. Elijah hearing Juliet's voice, Bounty pushed the door open. As expected, only 2 people were inside, Eric and Juliet. Eric Bounty. Eric stood up, stepping forward to greet him with a smile. Bounty beamed gratefully. Commander Eric, your generosity means everything to us. On behalf of the Churchilldom army, I extend my sincere gratitude. Grasping Eric's hand firmly, he added, Thank you. You're welcome, Eric replied with a smile, shaking hands for a bit before letting go. It's just a minor effort. No need to be so formal. Bounty gestured for him to sit. Once seated, he shook his head. For you, it might be minor, but for us, it's a lifesaver. You've lent us weapons and ammunition and now offered your personal help. Your kindness will never be forgotten by me or the Churchilldom army. Bounty spoke earnestly, and Eric, recognizing his sincerity, felt quite satisfied. Elijah laughed and said, Let's set aside our pleasantries for now. When do you plan to launch the attack on the Wasteland Military District? All right. As a soldier, Bounty wasn't one for excessive sentimentality. Since Eric had shifted the topic, he wouldn't dwell on more words of gratitude because too many thanks sounded insincere. Most importantly, he was at a loss for flowery and artistic words, so he nodded in agreement. The situation at the Wasteland Military District is critical. The sooner we act, the better. Previously, we discussed internally that once Commander Luo arrived, we would set out the next day. How does that sound to you? Eric nodded and replied, In war, speed is crucial. Let's set out tomorrow then. After a brief pause, he continued, But I want to be clear. I will only help you deal with near level 3 zombies. Of course, if there are too many level 2 zombies, I can assist with those as well. Beyond that, it's not my concern. Bounty laughed heartily and said, No problem. Wasteland Military District, Commander's office. I'm like a fish in your lotus pond. The phone rang in the office and Adalberto, who had been resting his eyes, instantly opened them. Elijah picked up the satellite phone from the table and pressed the answer button. Beep. Elijalo, this is Adalberto, Adalberto said. This is old Brendan. Go Brendan. I've got some good news for you, came Brendan's voice from the other end. Good news? Has the headquarters agreed to send reinforcements? Adalberto immediately perked up, asking excitedly. Ha ha ha, you old rascal. Brendangua laughed loudly but didn't respond. Adalberto grew anxious. Just hurry up and tell me, what's with all the fussing around like a woman? Ha ha ha. After laughing for a while, Brendangua finally stopped and said, What's the rush? Elijah cleared his throat and continued, You guessed right. Commander Brendan has already ordered reinforcements. They should arrive by tomorrow, but... At this point, Brendangua suddenly fell silent, which made Adalberto even more anxious. But what? Can't you just finish the sentence in one go? Ah. Brendangua sighed regretfully. But the leader of the reinforcement isn't me. Adalberto. Chapter 205. Reinforcements, Part 1. Adalberto was utterly speechless, thinking that something else had happened. This old guy would really give him a heart attack. A moment later, his anxious mood calmed down completely, and he asked, Since you're not leading the team, then who did Commander Brendan assign? Brendangua replied with a counter-question. Do you remember that young man, Brendan Xuanhuan? Brendanra, your own brother, Adalberto answered. Cut it out. What nonsense. That day we were both drunk, and anything said doesn't count, Brendangua quickly said. This time, it was Adalberto's turn to laugh, almost splitting his face in half. Feeling embarrassed, Brendangua fell silent for a moment before changing the subject, saying, Let me tell you, Brendan Xuanhuan is quite formidable now. Elijah has been promoted to Deputy Division Commander and is almost at our level. Deputy Division Commander? Adalberto's laughter abruptly stopped, revealing surprise in his tone as he said, We are both close to 50 and have only reached Division Commander, while I remember Brendan Xuanhuan being only 26 or 27 and already a Deputy Division Commander? These are extraordinary times. In the past during wars, even commanders under 30 weren't uncommon, so it's not strange. The boy truly excels in combat, having wiped out several level 2 zombie groups. Moreover, I heard he recently eliminated a quasi-level 3 zombie group, which led Commander Brendan to promote him. Brendangua praised, clearly admiring this person named Brendan Xuanhuan. Elijah hearing you say that, Brendan Xuanhuan indeed sounds impressive. Given his experience with quasi-level 3 zombies, Commander Brendan's choice is indeed better. Adalberto also commended. You old geezer, praising one while belittling another isn't right. I'm also pretty good at fighting, Brendangua immediately retorted, displeased. Adalberto, who had forgotten that Brendangua was originally supposed to lead the rescue, chuckled awkwardly and said, I didn't mean to belittle you. I just pointed out his experience. Humph. Brendangua grunted discontentedly. Forget it, let's not argue about this. However, you got one thing wrong. It wasn't Commander Brendan who assigned Brendan Xuanhuan to the rescue mission. Elijah volunteered himself. Elijah hearing this, Adalberto was taken aback, realizing that Brendan Xuanhuan had volunteered himself, which he could never have guessed. Intrigued, he asked, why? How should I know? Brendan replied. Adalberto racked his brain but couldn't recall any significant interaction with Brendan Xuanhuan beyond him being temporarily under his command for a few months, during which Brendan Xuanhuan had respectfully addressed him as commander. Well, I've informed you of the situation. You need to be prepared. By the way, even though I'm not leading the rescue, you still owe me a drink, Brendan said. Don't worry, it's just a meal after all. I won't forget, Adalberto reassured him upon hearing Brendan's words, since there was no point in racking his brains over it. As long as reinforcements were coming, who led them didn't matter much. Alright, see you then. See you, Adalberto hung up the phone, feeling relieved. The major military district would send troops for support, and they would arrive tomorrow. It was indeed very good news, lifting the heavy burden from his heart. The next morning, dawn broke at Shelter City No. 1. The ground trembled, small rocks on the road surface jiggled, and dewdrops on the leaves along the roadside slid back and forth due to the vibrations. Antonym, black tires rolled over broken stones, stirring up gusts of wind that bent the grasses and flowers, causing the dewdrops to fall to the ground. This was a military green off-road vehicle heading north. The deserted streets offered no obstacles, allowing the vehicle to travel swiftly. Several minutes later, the vehicle gradually slowed and came to a steady stop a few meters past the northern gate of the city. The car doors opened, two people stepped out, one male, rugged yet handsome with an unshaven look, and one female, stunning and elegant. They were Eric and Juliet. The crimson sun rose in the east, casting warm sunlight on the two. Before them stood thousands of Churchilldom army soldiers arranged in neat formations, clearly indicating a professional force. The driver's side door of the SUV opened. Bowney stepped out, glanced at the formation, and finally focused on Eric, saying, "The troops are ready. We set out immediately." Eric turned his head, nodded slightly, and responded, "All right." Then he looked back towards Shelter City No. 1 and asked, "Are you abandoning the city?" Bowney and Juliet also looked behind them at the city. Bowney's eyes flickered, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, he said, "A city is dead. People are alive. Shelter City No. 1 is empty now, so there's no need for us to hold on to it." Eric patted him on the shoulder and said, "Let's go." As Bowney had said, cities are lifeless objects, whereas people are alive. In this world, living is paramount, and safety comes first. Homesickness can exist, but it shouldn't guide actions. Everyone should learn from Belushan, enjoying life without missing their homeland. Bowney turned around, faced the thousands of Churchilldom army soldiers, took a deep breath, and loudly announced, "Bowenerch." Upon his order, the neatly formed Churchilldom army turned in unison and started marching towards the wasteland military zone. Unlike the Guard army, the Churchilldom army was not fully mechanized, not due to a lack of vehicles, but because of insufficient fuel. Eric, Bowney, and Juliet boarded the SUV, following the rear of the convoy as it drove off. In the wasteland military zone, gunfire intermittently erupted and subsided. Bowney Churchilldom army soldiers stood guard, holding their rifles watchfully. Ahead of them, countless zombies clustered densely. These zombies behaved oddly. They entered the firing range, triggered a round of gunfire, then quickly retreated. Commander. Behind the defensive lines, various officers directed the battle. Brendanly, these men stood at attention and saluted as Adalberto personally visited the front lines to boost morale. In response to the officers' greetings, Adalberto returned their salute. Accompanied by others, he moved forward and, seeing the zombies outside the city, calmly said, "Hold on everyone. Reinforcements from the major military district will arrive soon." "Commander, rest assured, as long as men stand, so does the military zone." Everyone replied in unison. Seeing the high morale, Adalberto nodded approvingly. His gaze swept over the zombies and extended into the distance, yearning for the arrival of reinforcements. Soon, these zombies would be annihilated. The officers followed his gaze, looking past the zombies into the distance. The crimson sunrise spread rays of hope. Brendanly, 3 helicopters appeared against the backdrop of the rising sun. Initially believing it was an illusion, Adalberto became excited upon hearing the roar of the engines. Not just him, everyone grew incredibly excited. Note, names like Adalberto and Brendan are kept as transliterated names in English. Brendan Xuanhuan should be translated as Brendan Xuanhuan, adhering to pinyin rules. Chapter 206, Reinforcements, Part 2. The 3 helicopters were moving at great speed, and in less than a minute, the 3 small black dots became clearly visible. The noise generated by the helicopters was immense, unsurprisingly attracting the zombies below. The zombies snarled and lunged at the helicopters, with the evolved zombies roaring in response, but none of these actions had any effect. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Meanwhile, the 3 helicopters suddenly opened fire. The bullets' paths were visible to the naked eye as they covered the area below filled with zombies. The cannons on the attack helicopters were more powerful than heavy machine guns, almost like small artillery shells. Ordinary zombies exploded upon being hit. Level 1 strength zombies burst open with splattered fat when struck, leaving huge holes. Near level 2 strength zombies were completely penetrated, leaving fist-sized bullet holes. As for what happened to level 2 strength zombies when hit remained unknown because no level 2 strength or speed zombies had been seen on the battlefield yet. It's the Z-10 armed helicopter. Reinforcements from the military district have arrived. Truly, speak of the devil and he shall appear. Just as Adalberto had said that reinforcements from the military district would arrive soon, they did within the next second. Looking at the 3 Z-10s, the people from the wasteland military district were excitedly waving their arms, and Adalberto's face was filled with excitement and agitation. Brendan pressing his excitement, Adalberto shouted, "We can't relax now. Although the reinforcements have arrived, The threat from zombies still exists. We must hold our ground until all zombies are completely eliminated. Aye. Soldiers and officers alike responded in unison. Their eyes were sharp, focusing straight ahead, shooting down any zombie that entered their firing range without hesitation. Roar. Under the assault of the armed helicopters, the zombie horde suffered heavy losses in just a few minutes, showing the power of these aerial tanks. Simultaneously, this casualty rate also enraged the hidden zombies. A high-pitched roar pierced the sky, even overpowering the roar of the helicopter engines. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under the watchful eyes of the Wasteland Military District personnel, large rocks and logs were thrown high into the air, aimed at the 3 armed helicopters in the sky. However, trying to shoot down a Z-10 armed helicopter with such crude methods was clearly a dream. In response to the projectiles, the 3 helicopters simultaneously ascended 100 meters. The seemingly mighty rocks and logs missed their targets and exposed the hiding spots of the concealed zombies. Without delay, one of the armed helicopters stopped strafing the zombies below. A mechanical sound echoed as air-to-ground missile launchers extended from both sides of the helicopter. Swoosh, swoosh. The pilot pressed the launch button, sending 2 air-to-ground missiles trailing white smoke toward the zombies' hiding spots. Boom. The deafening explosion sent up 2 small mushroom clouds, with shockwaves radiating visibly, hurling rocks and debris dozens of meters away. Swoosh, swoosh. Immediately after, another 2 air-to-ground missiles hit the same location, sending up more mushroom clouds. Rat-tat-tat. After 4 missiles, the Z-10 switched back to its cannon fire. Roar. A high-pitched, ear-piercing roar erupted from the smoky haze. An incredibly fast figure darted out, intent on escaping. This extreme speed surpassed that of level 2 speed zombies. Adalberto saw it, and so did the people in the helicopters. They immediately identified this as a near level 3 zombie leading the horde. Seeing it escape, the Z-10 gave chase at high speed. How could such a great danger be allowed to escape? The near level 3 zombies' roar before fleeing was clearly a retreat signal. The zombie horde began to withdraw immediately, and the remaining 2 Z-10s also initiated pursuit and extermination mode. This scene left the Wasteland Military District personnel extremely excited. Adalberto couldn't help but marvel. Once the battle is over, we must request a few Z-10s from the main military district. A column of more than 4,000 Churchilldom army soldiers, despite efforts to shorten the length of the formation, still stretched several dozen meters, a large and obvious target. Eric, Bowney, and Juliet traveled in vehicles at the rear. Eric looked out the window, admiring the scenery along the way. Rumble. Brindandonly, a loud roar came from the sky. Elijah glanced up and was greatly startled. Elijah got out of the car and watched as 3 helicopters zipped past at high speed, disappearing into the horizon within seconds. Did I see that right? Was that a helicopter? Eric exclaimed in surprise. Yes, it was a helicopter, Bowney said, opening the door and standing beside Eric. Excitedly, he added, and it was a Z-10 armed helicopter. An armed helicopter? Eric was even more surprised, noticing Bowney's trembling body from sheer excitement. Seeing Eric's puzzled and astonished look, Bowney swallowed hard a few times, his mouth agape but unable to form words due to his intense excitement. The Z-10 is the main armed helicopter equipped by the National Army. These 3 Z-10s are headed towards the Wasteland Military District, likely as reinforcements from higher-ups. Juliet also exited the vehicle, equally excited but not to the point of speechlessness like Bowney. So it's reinforcements. From this, it seems the National Army hasn't collapsed and still retains significant power. Eric thought to himself, gazing at where the 3 Z-10s had vanished. Moments later, he regained composure and, seeing the excited Bowney, smiled and said, Eric Bowney, since the reinforcements have arrived, we shouldn't lag behind. Let's hurry and catch up. Agreed. Bowney calmed himself and nodded emphatically, issuing orders to set off immediately. Foot speed was certainly no match for the speed of a helicopter, and after nearly 20 minutes, there was still no sign of the helicopters. In the car, Eric asked, Eric Bowney, how far are we from the Wasteland Military District now? Bowney pondered for a moment and replied, about 10 kilometers. 10 kilometers. Those 3 armed helicopters should already be at the Wasteland Military District by now, Eric said. Yeah, Bowney nodded slightly, agreeing. At the Z-10 speed, they should have arrived long ago. Rumble. Brindandonly, the roar sounded again, startling the trio in the car. They immediately got out to investigate, seeing a small in the sky rapidly growing larger. With his enhanced vision, Eric recognized it as a Z-10 armed helicopter. Why is it coming back? All 3 were perplexed. Just over 10 minutes had passed, and the Z-10 was returning. No one understood why. Rat-tat-tat. Brindandonly, the Z-10 fired at the ground. The bullet trajectories were visible, kicking up dust clouds upon impact. What's going on? Amadeus, Bowney, and Juliet were bewildered, unsure why the Z-10 was firing. Could it be mistaking them for zombies? But that was impossible. They were too far apart for the Z-10's bullets to reach them. Eric watched the bullet trajectories, analyzing quickly. It seems to be pursuing some kind of enemy. Chapter 207 Brendan Kaishian, Part 1. Chase the enemy? Bowney and Juliet turned to look at Eric upon hearing this. Whoosh. Eric leaped onto the roof of the SUV, his eyes scanning past the front lines to where the Z-10 armed helicopter was raining bullets. Dust swirled in that direction, revealing a figure darting through the clouds of dirt, zigzagging left and right with incredible speed. How's it going, Eric Gaston? What is the Z-10 chasing? Juliet asked eagerly. Eric squinted, focusing for a few seconds before scoffing. It's a quasi-level 3 speed zombie. Really? Upon hearing this, Bowney was thrilled. Elijah too leaped onto the roof and gazed in the direction of the gunfire from the Z-10. Seeing that it was indeed a quasi-level 3 speed zombie, he beamed with joy, barely able to contain his excitement. The Z-10 armed helicopter belonged to the military, and its current pursuit of a quasi-level 3 zombie strongly indicated that the zombie crisis in the Wasteland military district had been largely resolved. Eric was deeply shocked. Just 3 helicopters had managed to eliminate an entire swarm of quasi-level 3 zombies in less than 20 minutes. Armed helicopters. Clenching his fists, Eric's eyes gleamed as he thought, I wonder if Air Force units will be unlocked in level 4 bases. Not good. Bowenny's elation vanished instantly as he shouted anxiously, a quasi-level 3 zombie is heading our way. Eric scanned the horizon, seeing the Z-10 rapidly approaching. The quasi-level 3 speed zombie it pursued was also rushing toward them. Weighing his options, Eric realized he could handle the zombie but would need to avoid the Z-10's cannons. If the helicopter ignored their presence and fired recklessly, most of the Churchilldom soldiers present would likely be killed. Frontline troops, please open fire to block the quasi-level 3 zombie. Frontline troops, please open fire to block the quasi-level 3 zombie. At that moment, the Z-10's loudspeaker echoed commands, ceasing fire as it noticed the troops on the ground and clearly did not wish to harm them. This relieved Eric, who knew he could take out the zombie if the helicopter's cannons stayed silent. Signaling thumbs up to the sky, Eric jumped out without a word. His movement was so swift that only a breeze swept past the Churchilldom soldiers. The quasi-level 3 speed zombie's eyes flashed menacingly as it saw the approaching forces. Its claws extended, ready to unleash a deadly attack. Brendandenly, a dark figure shot out from the front lines, surprising the zombie. It recognized this figure as human, moving faster than itself. Sensing imminent danger, the zombie screeched to a halt and turned to flee in another direction. Unfortunately, this human was a level 3 evolver, far swifter than the zombie. With a burst of speed, it easily caught up, blocking the zombie's path. Caught off guard, the zombie swung its claws toward the man's face. As the sharp claws loomed larger in Eric's vision, he remained calm, subtly sidestepping with ease. Then, bending his fingers into a claw, he let out a light shout and lunged forward. His fingers tore through the air with a crackling sound, no longer nails but just as lethal. With a sickening squelch, dark red mixed with milky white exploded from the back of the zombie's head. Its claws fell limp, its body collapsing immediately. Retracting his hand, now clutched into a fist, Eric wiped the mess off and opened his palm to reveal a tender green quasi-level 3 evolution crystal. Cleaning his hands, he slipped the crystal into his pocket. Rumble. The Z-10 hovered several dozen meters overhead, the powerful downdraft creating waves in the grass below, causing some wildflowers to wilt prematurely. Looking up at the hovering helicopter, Eric remained unperturbed, his eyes unflinching. After pausing for about 10 seconds, the Z-10 suddenly ascended and flew toward the Wasteland military district. Eric redirected his attention and swiftly returned to the troops. Bowenny, witnessing Eric's quick dispatch of the zombie, was utterly amazed. As Ardell had mentioned, Eric's strength exceeded expectations. His one-handed decapitation of a quasi-level 3 speed zombie made him seem superhuman. Commander Eric, you're amazing, Bowenny said in admiration. Elijah, thanks, Eric chuckled modestly. The quasi-level 3 zombie is dead. The crisis at the Wasteland military district must be resolved. We don't need to rush. A slower pace would do. Yes, we can walk slowly and conserve our troops' energy, Bowenny agreed. Well then, let's get moving, Eric nodded in agreement. Following Bowenny's order, the 1,000-strong elite force resumed marching toward the Wasteland military district. Along the way, they encountered several zombies, mostly ordinary ones with a few level 1s, but none required Eric, Bowenny, or Juliet's intervention to be dealt with easily. Hours later, the formation halted. A soldier sprinted forward to salute Bowenny and report, Deputy Commander Xia, we've arrived at the military district. The frontline troops are intercepting. Please proceed to negotiate. All right, Bowenny replied, turning to ask Eric and Juliet seated behind him, Edith, Commander Eric, shall we wait here or go together to negotiate? Juliet looked at Eric, leaving the decision to him. Let's all go, Eric said. Lead the way. The three got out of the vehicle and followed the soldier to the front of the column. 2 officers were waiting there, smiling as they saluted Bowenny. Deputy Commander Xia, Raoul Bailey Borong, Bowenny responded with a salute and exchanged pleasantries. Luji, not a bad name, Eric mused silently, then turned his gaze to the Wasteland military district entrance, observing numerous soldiers cleaning up piles of zombie limbs. 3 Z-10s did this. Impressive. Praising silently, Eric focused on the ongoing conversation. So those 3 Z-10s are reinforcements sent by higher command. I guessed as much. Bowenny crossed his arms and nodded. Where is the commander now? The commander has set up a banquet in the reception hall to welcome the brothers from the major military district, Officer Raoul explained. In that case, I'll see him after the banquet. Raoul and Bailey Borong nodded in agreement but did not speak, waiting expectantly. Feeling a bit helpless, Bowenny pointed to his troops and asked, Bowenger Ho, Bowenger Bailey, can my men and I enter the military district? Ah. Realizing what he meant, Raoul and Bailey Borong quickly apologized. Of course, Deputy Commander Xia, please come in. Rolling his eyes, Bowenny issued orders for his troops to enter the Wasteland military district. Upon entering, he commanded the others to rest while he took Eric and Juliet to the reception room. Tea and snacks were served. Bowenny thanked Eric gratefully, though we've arrived late. We appreciate your assistance. Elijah raised a cup of tea and said, I'll toast to you with tea in place of wine. With that, he finished the tea in one gulp. Eric also responded politely, picking up his teacup and drinking it all down. After draining his cup completely, not leaving a single drop, Eric asked curiously, I'm a bit curious. Under the circumstances where all communications were cut off, how did Commander Bailu manage to contact the outside forces? Bowenny chuckled and answered, actually, not all communications were cut off. At least we still had satellites available. The commander used a satellite phone to contact higher-ups. Oh. Eric was surprised and asked, Then why didn't you carry satellite phones during your expeditions? That way, you could have stayed in touch with the military district at any time. Instead of relying on messengers, this seems like using advanced equipment unnecessarily and making things difficult for yourselves. We certainly wouldn't make things unnecessarily difficult for ourselves. The main reason we don't carry satellite phones is that each military district only has one, Bounty explained with a smile. Only one satellite phone? Eric was astonished again. With the military's financial resources, the cost of satellite phones shouldn't be too high. Why would each military district only be equipped with one? It seemed strange. Satellite phones sound sophisticated and do indeed have many advantages, but they have one significant drawback. This flaw might not be a big deal for ordinary people, but it's very serious for the military. The downside is that call information can be easily intercepted. During wartime, if our information is intercepted and decoded by the enemy, it could affect the outcome of battles. Therefore, our military adheres to the principle of not using satellite phones unless absolutely necessary. Allegiance, each military district is only equipped with one satellite phone, and it's kept by the commander. Even in major military districts, satellite phones are only provided at the division level or above, Bounty elaborated. By listening to Bounty's explanation, Eric suddenly understood. Elijah remarked, while it's true that information can be easily intercepted, that's against enemies with equivalent technological capabilities. In the current situation, the common enemy of all humanity is zombies. So, these satellite phones are actually quite useful. Thinking about this, Eric blinked and asked, speaking of which, Eric Bounty, now that reinforcements from your major military district have arrived, could you get me a few satellite phones? Note, the translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks as closely as possible. Chapter 208, Brendan Xuanhuan, Part 2. Bounty displayed a troubled expression but still said, I'll check for you in a while. All right. Eric smiled and nodded. As the three continued their conversation, time slipped away unnoticed. Before they knew it, half an hour had passed. Click. Someone pushed the door open, instantly drawing the attention of the three individuals. They saw Adalberto walk in. Seeing Eric, Adalberto laughed heartily and said, Commander Luo, it's been a long time. Eric immediately stood up, greeted him, shook hands, and said with a smile, Commander Bailu, it's been a long time. Oh, our reinforcements arrived to resolve the zombie crisis. I've been busy hosting a banquet for them until now. Commander Luo, please don't take offense, Adalberto said apologetically. No problem, Eric smiled. Please sit down, Adalberto gestured, watching Eric take a seat. Meanwhile, Juliet also stood up, coming before him and softly calling, Dad. Juliet avoided her father's gaze. Adalberto scrutinized his daughter carefully for a while, hesitating before finally saying, You've gained some weight. Elijah then gestured her to sit. Afterward, he moved to the seat Bounty had just vacated, wearing a smile as he spoke earnestly to Eric. Due to the nature of my position, I must stay in the military all year, rarely taking care of Edith. She has grown up and developed her own ideas. As a father, I respect her thoughts and decisions. Eric understood the implication and nodded seriously, rest assured. Edith will not be wronged under my watch. Adalberto nodded satisfactorily. With those words, I'm reassured. At this moment, Juliet's eyes welled up with tears, turning red. Knock knock knock. Brendanly, there was a knock on the door. Adalberto called out, Come in. A man around 1.8 meters tall walked in, with a chiseled face. Upon seeing Juliet, he looked pleasantly surprised. On the other hand, Juliet and Bounty were both quite shocked by the arrival, and Bounty looked deeply at Juliet and Eric, his eyes filled with deep meaning. Little Brendan, why are you here? Adalberto also seemed surprised by the visitor and asked involuntarily. The newcomer, who had been focused on Juliet, snapped back to reality when Adalberto spoke. Elijah chuckled and said, I heard that Commander Eric from the base is here, so I came to meet him. Elijah turned his gaze to Eric, whose eyes flashed with keen interest as he approached. You must be Commander Eric. Elijah extended his right hand. Elijalo, I'm Brendan Xuanhuan, Deputy Division Commander of Jiangnan Military District. Adalberto hurriedly introduced, Commander Luo. This is the commander of this relief force, Deputy Division Commander Brendan Xuanhuan. Eric looked up at the man with an arrogant expression looking down at him. Pausing briefly, he stood up and shook hands with him, smiling, Elijalo, I'm Eric. Just as Eric said the word, Gaston, he felt the other person suddenly increase the pressure in his handshake, reaching the level of a second-stage evolutionist. It wasn't much to him. Seeing no change in Eric's expression, Brendan Xuanhuan increased the strength gradually from mid-second stage to peak second stage. However, Eric remained relaxed, his expression unchanged. It seems he really did kill that nearly third-stage speed zombie, and now he possesses its evolutionary crystal. Brendan Xuanhuan kept his composure, contemplating internally. Deputy Division Commander Brendan, I'm not interested in men, Eric stated. Brendan Xuanhuan's expression froze for a moment. He quickly released his grip and replied, I'm not interested in men either, but I am interested in you, Commander Eric. Oh, Eric asked, surprised. Bowenny, I asked what about me interests you, Deputy Division Commander Brendan? My subordinates reported that you killed the near third-stage speed zombie we were pursuing. Although the zombie was already critically injured by our missiles, killing it still required immense power. Also, I've heard you established a survivor shelter called Base, which has a well-equipped team comparable to the military and shelters over 300,000 survivors. Is this true? Brendan Xuanhuan stared intensely, more like an interrogation than a question. Eric faced him without fear, meeting his gaze directly and calmly replied, Yes, everything you mentioned is true. Good, very good. Brendan Xuanhuan continued, First, let me express my gratitude on behalf of the army and the country for protecting so many citizens. This kind of contribution will not go unnoticed. Stop, Eric interrupted. Just state your purpose. Brendan Xuanhuan was momentarily taken aback, but then adopted a wry smile. All right, since you prefer being direct, I'll get to the point. Merge your forces into the national army, hand over Base to national control. In exchange, we won't pursue any charges related to private armed activities. We'll evaluate your capabilities and assign you a suitable position within the army. This statement startled Adalberto, Juliet, and Bounty. They hadn't expected Brendan xuanhuan to make such demands and couldn't help but look at Eric. His expression remained calm and unaltered, betraying no emotion. And if I refuse? Eric hadn't anticipated this. Elijah intended to win the military's favor by rescuing the Wasteland Military District, but now it seemed they wanted to annex Chiang City instead. Elijah would never agree to such terms. Brendan xuanhuan's eyes flickered. With his hands behind his back, he coldly said, "If you refuse, we will have to use force." This shocking declaration caused Adalberto, Juliet, and Bounty to catch their breaths, anxiously awaiting Eric's response. Ha ha ha. Eric laughed loudly for several seconds, then abruptly stopped. Staring directly into Brendan xuanhuan's eyes, he said slowly, "Use force? Is this truly the decision of the country, or just your personal one?" Brendan xuanhuan was speechless, unsure how to respond. The previous statement was true, but mentioning force was his own idea, and he couldn't make national decisions. After a long silence, with Brendan xuanhuan still not responding, Eric inwardly sighed with relief. If it were a national decision to use force, he would indeed be afraid. However, Brendan xuanhuan's reaction confirmed that the country didn't intend to use force, and Eric felt relieved. But these words made him uneasy. Despite his outward calmness, a fake smile spread across his face as he said, "Since the zombie issue is resolved, I'll take my leave." With that, he headed towards the door, pausing as he reached it to glance back at Juliet. Sensing Eric's gaze, Juliet looked at her father, then walked over to Eric, confirming her choice. Eric leaving alone wasn't an issue, but when Juliet followed, Brendan xuanhuan immediately became furious, blocking her path earnestly. "Edith, I volunteered for this mission for your sake. Are you just going to leave?" Eric was surprised and gave her a questioning look. Feeling Eric's gaze, Juliet said resolutely to Brendan xuanhuan, "How many times have I told you, I don't like you?" Finishing, she bypassed Brendan xuanhuan and stood next to Eric. "Eric Gaston, let's go." Wow, there's this too. Instead of getting angry, Eric became curious. Elijah glanced at Brendan xuanhuan and then looked away. Let's go." "Stop." Just as the two were about to step out, Brendan xuanhuan's voice stopped them again, this time laced with barely suppressed anger. Eric paused, turning to face Brendan xuanhuan with a calm gaze. "Deputy Division Commander Brendan, is there something else?" Brendan xuanhuan closed his eyes, took a deep breath to calm his rage, and then opened his eyes. "You can leave, but you must leave the evolution crystal behind." "Evolution crystal? What evolution crystal?" Eric asked. Though he knew what was meant by evolution crystal, he intentionally played dumb. Anyone could see through Eric's exaggerated act. Brendan xuanhuan clenched his fist slightly, barely restraining the urge to strike. For some reason, though he used to be quite easygoing and rarely got angry, now that he had power and authority, he found himself easily enraged. Sometimes, a minor mistake by a subordinate would send him into a violent fury. This had led to numerous reprimands from higher-ranking officials. And here was Eric defying him like this. If it weren't for Juliet and Adalberto being present, and if it weren't for Eric's considerable strength, he would have already crushed this insolent man beneath his boot, grinding his face into the ground. Brendan pressing his rage, Brendan xuanhuan spoke in a low, measured tone. "The evolution crystal you obtained from killing that nearly third-stage zombie." "Oh, you mean this?" Eric feigned realization, pulling out the quasi-third-stage evolution crystal from his pocket. Elijah waved it in front of Brendan xuanhuan for a moment before tucking it back into his pocket, clearly not intending to hand it over. Elijah said, "My rule. Whoever kills the zombie, the evolution crystal belongs to them." "Anti-nymph." Brendan xuanhuan snorted, his eyes turning colder. Elijah barked, "If my missile hadn't gravely wounded it, you wouldn't have been able to kill that nearly third-stage speed zombie. I've been extremely tolerant. I advise you not to push your luck and cross my line. There's no need to be so confrontational. We can sit down and talk about it." Brendan xuanhuan's words carried a clear threat, startling Adalberto, who hurriedly stepped between the two, trying to mediate. "I said, you can leave, but the evolution crystal stays." Brendan xuanhuan refused to budge, his gaze passing over Adalberto to focus on Eric once more. Eric was undaunted, stepping forward. "What if I just want to leave?" Chapter 209, Anti-Humiliation, Part 1. "What if I choose to leave now?" This sentence echoed repeatedly in the room. Bounty was greatly alarmed upon hearing it. Elijah looked at Adam and saw that his face had turned dark, his eyes brimming with endless rage. His hands were tightly clenched into fists, the bones cracking ominously with each shift. Turning to Eric, his expression remained calm, yet there was a newfound defiance and pride in his gaze. In Bounty's memory, Eric could be somewhat cunning at times, but overall, he was a relatively affable person who had never shown arrogance before others, be they subordinates or ordinary civilians. Now, it seemed that Eric did indeed have a proud heart, even if not an arrogant demeanor. Elijah lacked conceit, but possessed pride. Eric's expression was unperturbed, showing no hint of fear. Elijah gently pulled Juliet back behind him, facing Adam squarely. Their eyes met, and it felt as though sparks were flying between them. Adam took a step forward, deliberately applying force. The impact of his foot landing on the ground resonated like a massive boulder crashing down, producing a deafening sound that cracked the floorboards beneath his feet and caused the entire building to tremble. Not just the floor. The entire structure shook violently, the loud noise reverberating within the building. The other personnel working in the building were immediately startled, hurriedly protecting their heads and fleeing down the stairs to the ground floor, rushing out onto the open road. Looking around, the building did not seem to waver, nor did any surrounding structures. There was no perceptible shaking underfoot. Everyone was puzzled. Could this earthquake be like a sudden rainstorm, a fleeting tremor? Bang! Another loud crash followed. Keen observers noticed a slight shake in the building, which disappeared almost instantly. People exchanged puzzled glances. It wasn't just a fleeting tremor but a localized one. Inside the reception room, Adam stepped forward, and Eric refused to back down, matching him step for step with added force, unwilling to lose the momentum. Their confrontation was akin to two needles locked in opposition, neither willing to yield, creating an intensely tense atmosphere. Hold! Just as the tension was about to explode into violence, Adalberto shouted abruptly. Elijah glanced at Juliet, standing behind Eric, his expression solemn, then turned to face Adam directly and said sternly, "Deputy Commander Brendan, you're not giving me enough respect." Adam was slightly taken aback, looking at Adalberto in confusion. Why would he take sides against him? Elijah needed the evolution crystal to strengthen the military. After all, Adam's own strength contributed to the military's power. Then he thought of Juliet and suddenly understood, inwardly cursing. This old man is helping his future son-in-law. It made his teeth grind with frustration. Elijah clenched his fists even tighter and growled angrily, "Commander Belu, you're a military man?" "I am a military man, but as such, we must follow principles. You acknowledge that the level 3 speed zombie was killed by Eric, so the evolution crystal rightfully belongs to him. There's nothing more to discuss." Adalberto did not yield despite Adam's fury. "Fine, very well." Adam's breathing became heavy with intense anger. A flash of murderous intent appeared in his eyes as he pointed at Eric and declared, "I challenge you to a one-on-one fight. Whoever wins gets the evolution crystal." Elijah then glanced at Juliet and added, "And whoever loses can never approach Edith again." Finally, he emphasized each word, "Dare you?" In Adam's mind, Eric only managed to kill the level 3 speed zombie because it had been injured by Z-10 missiles. It didn't prove his strength exceeded the zombies. He had merely capitalized on its weakened state. During their earlier exchange, Eric's calm exterior seemed forced, merely maintaining a facade. Thus, Adam believed Eric's true strength was far inferior to his own. If Eric accepted the challenge, he would teach him a harsh lesson in front of Juliet. Perhaps even make him kneel and kiss his toes, a scene that appealed to him immensely. One-on-one. Eric, unaware of Adam's true intentions, found the idea ridiculous. This wasn't a martial arts drama or the romance of the three Churchildoms. Why opt for a single combat when a group attack would suffice? The notion was incredibly foolish. However, given the current circumstances, a one-on-one fight might be advantageous. Facing 3 Z-10 attack helicopters without wings on his back left him with only the option to flee, or he could try wearing them down until their fuel ran out, forcing them to land. But this tactic would only work against truly incompetent opponents. When low on fuel and unable to eliminate the enemy, anyone with sense would retreat to refuel and devise a new plan. Moreover, Eric was wary of the military power backing Adam. At present, he lacked the strength to oppose them and sought peace instead. This situation would last at least until he upgraded the base to level 4. According to the weapons unlock schedule, a level 4 base would likely gain anti-aircraft capabilities or air support. With anti-aircraft defenses and unlimited ammunition, the Qiyang city could become impenetrable. "Why are you silent? Are you afraid?" Seeing Eric's delayed response, Adam goaded him, attempting to provoke him into accepting the challenge. Eric sneered, "Brendanra, let's have our one-on-one." A smirk appeared on Adam's face, believing his provocation had worked. Elijah inwardly mocked, "Brendan's poor judgment." Unbeknownst to him, Eric had calculated the pros and cons, confident in his ability to defeat Adam. Elijah hearing Eric accept, Juliet showed little reaction, trusting in his strength. Bowany's expression was strange. Jaden had told him how Eric had sequentially killed a level 2 and a quasi-level 3 speed zombie, even summoning an eagle for assistance. Elijah seemed like a godlike figure. Could Adam possibly be his match? Adalberto, with over 50 years of life experience and 30 in the military, had seen countless battles. Seeing them settle the issue through a duel, he did not object but rather approved. Though leaning toward Eric due to his daughter, he recognized Adam's status as a fellow military member with rapid advancement. When they first met, Adam was just a platoon leader. In such a short time, he rose to deputy commander during special times, an impressive achievement. At 27 or 28, he had boundless potential. Since they had a way to resolve this, it was best to avoid conflict. If Eric lost and Adam aimed to kill, he could still protect Eric's life. Adam couldn't wait to see Eric kneeling and bowing. Elijah urged Adalberto, "Commander Belu, please prepare the arena." Adalberto nodded and said, "Follow me." They arrived at the training field, which was empty due to the recent resolution of the zombie crisis. Adalberto pointed to the area and said, "Elijah." Eric scanned the training field and nodded approvingly. It was perfect for a beating. Whoosh! Simultaneously, Adam dashed to the center of the training field, glaring provocatively. Pointing at Eric, he shouted, "Eric, come get beaten up." "Beaten up?" Eric scoffed. "I think you're the one who deserves a beating." Whoosh! With those words, Eric flashed to the center of the training field, his speed matching Adam's perfectly. "Boy, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow to me 300 times. Promise never to approach Edith again, and hand over your base to my jurisdiction, and I will let you go," Adam threatened. Eric scoffed, looking at Adam as if he were an idiot. "Are you still half asleep?" he asked. "No." Adam replied. "Then why are you dreaming?" Eric said. "You." Adam erupted in rage on the spot, his anger flaring uncontrollably. Elijah growled, "You're courting death." The moment the word death left his lips, Adam's foot pushed off the ground, launching him forward like an arrow released from a fully drawn bow, incredibly fast, bursting through the air with a thunderous roar. Approaching Eric, he clenched his right fist and punched straight at Eric's face. In his mind, if this punch connected, Eric would surely end up bloodied, dazed, and possibly even dead on the spot. The punch rapidly filled Eric's vision. The power and speed of this punch surpassed that of a standard level 3 zombie. Even a 20-centimeter thick concrete wall would be pierced by such a blow. Though Eric was a level 3 evolver with significantly enhanced defenses, standing still to take it would be foolish, especially given the target was his face. As the punch was only 30 centimeters away from Eric's face, Adam smiled cruelly, thinking Eric had no reaction in time and would stand there to take the hit. Elijah didn't intend to kill Eric, so he held back some force but did not slow his speed. Just as he gloated, the next second, a blur crossed his vision, and a hand blocked his fist. A muffled thud echoed, creating a visible shockwave radiating outwards for over 10 meters from him and Eric, kicking up dust from the ground. Adam was startled. Eric stood motionless, feeling like he had hit a metal wall. Not only did Eric remain unharmed, but the impact sent a searing pain up Adam's wrist. Reacting quickly, Adam tried to pull his hand back, but Eric's grip clamped down like a titanium vice, preventing any withdrawal despite his efforts. Looking up at Eric's face, Adam saw him grin before suddenly releasing his grip. The sudden backward force threw Adam off balance, causing him to stumble back several steps and land flat on his back. Too weak, Eric stood his ground, not pressing his advantage, instead delivering a sarcastic remark. Physical injury paled in comparison to the sting of humiliation, much like the idiom, a shrimp's heart of pork. This section carries forward the tension and action established in the previous part. It depicts Adam's overconfidence and subsequent defeat, adding layers to Eric's character as someone who is both capable and composed under pressure. The narrative remains fluid and consistent with the tone set earlier. Chapter 210, Anti-Humiliation, Part 2. Upon hearing the mockery, Adam grew even angrier. Elijah quickly got up from the ground, breathing heavily with bloodshot eyes that now held not only fury but also a murderous intent. If initially, he had merely wanted to teach Eric a lesson and show him that he wasn't someone to be messed with, now he genuinely wished to kill him. Damn it! With an angry roar, he dashed forward again, closing in on Eric. His left fist swung out, but halted mid-motion. At that moment, Eric felt a gust of wind from his left side, accompanied by the sound of air rapidly compressing. Slightly surprised, he hadn't expected Adam to employ a combination of real and feigned attacks. However, such tactics were useless against absolute power. Leaning backward, Eric easily evaded Adam's whip kick, then kicked out with his right foot, striking Adam's thigh root. This kick was not at full strength. Otherwise, Adam would have split his legs instantly. Although the force was mild, the impact made Adam's right leg go numb, followed by an intense ache. In reality, Eric's strike caused a blood clot, hindering circulation in his leg. Hopping back on one leg to create some distance, Adam noticed Eric still standing in place without pursuing. Focusing on Eric's face, he saw a look of disdain and a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Eric shook his head slightly and repeated, "You're too weak." Elijah wasn't unwilling to kill Adam, but rather cautious about military politics. As reinforcements from a large military region, and having achieved the rank of deputy division commander at such a young age, Adam must have been highly regarded by the military. Killing him would mean crossing them. Additionally, considering his relationship with Juliet and her father Adalberto, who was also part of the military, killing Adam would leave both Adalberto and Juliet in an awkward position, something Eric did not want. Thus, he couldn't kill or seriously injure Adam. Instead, Eric aimed to crush his spirit through humiliation and mockery. "You're too weak." These words lingered in Adam's ears, intensifying the rage in his eyes. Once his right leg recovered somewhat, he roared angrily and charged once more. Unfortunately, Eric effortlessly fended him off again, neither dealing heavy blows nor chasing after him. Elijah remained rooted to the spot throughout their encounter. Driven to greater fury, Adam charged yet again, this time wielding a bayonet as a weapon. After several dozen rounds, each time Eric either dodged or blocked Adam's attacks effortlessly before countering. Though the counterattacks inflicted pain and minor injuries, they never seriously wounded or killed him. By now, Adam realized that Eric's strength far surpassed his own and that Eric was merely toying with him without using his full power. This realization brought an unprecedented sense of humiliation. "Ah!" Elijah roared toward the sky, a sound comparable to that of a berserk zombie. Turning abruptly to look at Eric, he shot daggers of fiery rage from his eyes, wishing to incinerate Eric with anger. However, seeing Eric's calm demeanor and composed gaze, he felt a profound sense of defeat. Intending to humiliate Eric through a duel, Adam instead found himself humiliated. Even worse, he felt powerless to reclaim his honor through sheer combat prowess. Eric observed the subtle changes in Adam's expression, understanding that this battle had deeply pierced his heart like a sharp steel needle. Perhaps this would lead to his mental collapse and loss of fighting spirit, living aimlessly for the rest of his life. But it didn't happen as planned. In the next moment, his expression shifted again. Adam raised his head, meeting Eric's eyes with sharp intensity and renewed resolve, his extreme anger masking deep malice. Raising his chin, he declared arrogantly, "I lost this time, but you will lose next time." Emphasizing the word lose, Eric detected the chilling threat hidden within. "Damn!" Eric cursed in frustration, springing forward. Adam's pupils constricted, unprepared for the speed that was far greater than his own. Before he could react, Eric slapped him hard across the face. Slap. The crisp sound echoed across the training field. Adam fell to the ground, his cheek visibly swollen. Still unsatisfied, Eric kicked him, sending him flying dozens of meters away. Skidding another 10 meters along the ground, he finally came to a stop. Covered in dust, with a swollen cheek and clutching his stomach, Adam struggled to open his mouth, unable to produce a sound amidst the intense pain. Spit dribbled from the corner of his mouth, making him look utterly miserable. Damn it, not only did I fail to break his spirit, but I actually fueled his resolve. How is this so different from what I expected? Elijah. Frustrated, Eric reflected that his actions had backfired, expecting Adam's will to shatter under relentless humiliation. Instead, it only ignited his fighting spirit, an outcome he least anticipated. It seems things can't always be as straightforward as they seem. Eyeing Adam lying over 50 meters away, Eric sighed and stepped back from the training field. Adalberto, secretly hoping for Eric's defeat, was astonished by his dominance over Adam, akin to an adult overpowering a child. Seeing Eric withdraw and observing Adam's pitiful state on the ground, Adalberto grew concerned. Should anything happen, death, disability, or severe injury, it would be difficult to explain to higher-ups. As a military officer, he knew it was crucial to apprehend Eric and hand him over to superiors. Turning to Eric, he pointed towards Adam, asking, "Commander Luo, what should we do?" Eric replied reassuringly, "Don't worry. I know how to gauge my actions. Elijah will be fine." Elijah hearing this, Adalberto breathed a sigh of relief, rushing forward to check on Adam. "Deputy Commander Brendan, are you okay? Do you need painkillers? What did you say?" "Don't just stand there silent." Listening to Adalberto's futile attempts to communicate with Adam, Eric shrugged helplessly before turning to Bowney, saying, "Eric Bowney, could you get me a vehicle? I won't be staying longer." Bowney's gaze shifted from Adam to Eric. Adam is very stubborn. Antion humiliating him this way won't make him back down. Eric sighed. "I wish I could have killed him outright to end all troubles, but would you let me leave if I did that? Or would your superiors and the military ever let me go free?" Bowney paused, sighing deeply. "You're right. If you had killed him or disabled him, the military wouldn't let it slide. Leaving him alive is the best option. After all, your city hosts hundreds of thousands of civilians. The country values civilian lives above all. So long as you remain in Chi-Jerson City, the military will limit Adam's retaliation. Otherwise, if you're outside the city, you'd only need to worry about him, not the entire military." Bowney's insightful words matched Eric's concerns. Eric chuckled. "Eric Bowney, you're indeed smart. Well, we'll talk again when we have the chance. Could you arrange a vehicle for me now? I'm leaving the Wasteland military zone." "All right, follow me." Bowney nodded and turned to leave. Eric and Juliet followed closely behind. They arrived at the parking lot, where Bowney picked out a better SUV, handed Eric the keys, and watched him and Juliet get into the vehicle. Standing by the window, Bowney reassured Eric, "Commander Luo, rest assured. Both the commander and I will explain the conflict between you and Adam to our superiors, ensuring no false accusations stain your name." "I appreciate it," Eric replied, bowing slightly before driving away. Note: please ensure the translated content aligns with the original style and tone, maintaining the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the source text. Bowney watched as the vehicle slowly faded from view until it disappeared completely. His lips moved slightly, muttering, "Indeed impressive." In the infirmary, Adam lay on the hospital bed with his left cheek swollen high. Elijah was now dressed in a white patient's gown and tried to sit up. However, just as he moved, a sharp pain shot through his right rib, causing him to sharply inhale. "Damn it. To be humiliated like this in front of Edith, I must kill you." Adam's eyes were filled with murderous intent, which was truly terrifying. Just then, a nurse happened to walk in with some medicine. Seeing his expression, she jumped in fright and dropped the medicine on the floor. "You go attend to other patients." Adalberto emerged from behind the nurse, picked up the fallen medicine, and spoke to her. "Yes, Commander." The nurse quickly responded and left. Adalberto looked at Adam lying on the bed and said, "It's not serious. Only 2 ribs are broken." Eric did have some restraint. Adam remained silent, suspecting that Adalberto might already have betrayed the military, still speaking well of Eric at such a time. Adalberto pulled a chair over and sat beside the bed, placing the medicine on the bedside table. "This is pain relief medication. Take it, and it will reduce the pain." After a moment of silence, he suddenly chuckled and said earnestly, "Little Brendan, Eric is a man of great cunning and strength. It's better to have him as a friend rather than an enemy." "Humph." Adam snorted coldly, turning his head away. "So what if he has great cunning? How strong is he really? Can he be stronger than us? Does he have attack helicopters? Though I may not match him individually, I have a Z-10. Elijah turned back, staring fiercely at Adalberto. No matter how strong he is, 1 round of missile bombardment will see if he survives. Seeing Adam's eyes, Adalberto knew that the enmity was irreversible and could not be resolved. Persuasion would be futile. His expression immediately changed to a cold, mechanical tone. "Since that's the case, I won't try to dissuade you anymore. But remember, this is your personal feud with Eric. Do not involve innocent people." "I have reported Eric's situation, the base's conditions, and today's events to the military region. Eric's base houses hundreds of thousands of civilians. I hope you do not take revenge on Eric for personal reasons, disregarding the lives of these civilians. Otherwise, you will become a sinner to the nation, the country, and humanity. The state will never let you off if that happens." Each sentence struck Adam deeply, causing cold sweat to break out on his forehead. Elijah had indeed considered any means necessary to strike back at Eric before. But now, realizing the gravity of the consequences, he immediately adjusted his strategy, shifting from all-out retaliation to finding opportunities to assassinate Eric. Gradually concealing the murderous intent in his eyes, Adam forced a smile. "Don't worry. I take my vengeance seriously but won't involve innocents." Adalberto nodded slightly, standing up. His tone softened somewhat as he added, "A fractured rib isn't too serious. With your physique, a few days of rest should help you recover. There's nothing more to say. Rest well." With that, Adalberto stepped out of the infirmary. After Adalberto left, Adam's hidden murderous intent reappeared. Staring at the door, where Adalberto had just departed, he thought, "If it weren't for Edith being your daughter, I wouldn't treat you so politely. Unfortunately, I can only find opportunities for revenge." Turning his gaze to the window, his eyes brimmed with dissatisfaction. It was already afternoon, but the sun hung high in the sky, relentlessly radiating its heat. A skinny zombie wandered aimlessly. Randomly, distant noises approached. Turning its head, the zombie saw a military green SUV speeding toward it from the road's end. Raising its arms wildly, the zombie lunged at the SUV, only to be slammed against the ground, unable to resist the force of the vehicle. Inside the car, driving the vehicle, Eric had splattered some dark red, viscous substance on the windshield after hitting the zombie. Finding it disgusting, he activated the wipers to clear the mess. Beside him, Juliet covered her nose, clearly repulsed by the sticky substance. Eric glanced at her briefly, then quickly returned his focus to the road. Randomly, he asked, Edith, back at the Wasteland military zone. Adam mentioned coming for you. You said you had told him several times that you didn't like him. What was that about? Juliet sized up Eric, thinking, why is Eric Gaston asking me this? Is he angry? If I tell him Adam once pursued me, will he beat me up? She bit her lip, hesitating and unable to form a complete sentence out of fear of being beaten. Don't tell me you two had a passionate past? Eric asked in surprise, guessing aloud. How could that be? Juliet immediately denied it. After a moment's hesitation, she explained, Adam was stationed in H City military region for a period. Then he saw me and confessed, claiming love at first sight. Did you agree? Eric asked. How could I agree when I didn't even know him? I called him crazy and walked away, Juliet said helplessly, recalling those events. Later, he came looking for me every chance he got, stalking me like a stalker. Fortunately, a few months later, he was transferred. Didn't Commander Bailu manage it since he's your father? Eric questioned curiously. Juliet sighed. Elijah's always busy. Elijah probably doesn't even know about this. Note, please ensure the translated content aligns with the original style and tone, maintaining the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the source text. Chapter 211, Population Consolidation, Part 1. Traveling south, unlike the large military troop, Eric and Juliet's car moved much faster without the baggage of a larger convoy. The journey from the Wasteland military district to Yuhui City took merely about an hour. As they neared the city, Eric lowered the window and gestured with his hand outside the vehicle. The heavy gates ahead then slowly began to open. Once inside the city, Eric immediately met up with Anchor, Harrison, and others. Elvin and Ryan were responsible for relocating the population, while in his absence, the safety of Yuhui City was entrusted to Anchor, Harrison, and the remaining captains of the Guard Corps. Melissa, though not demoted to a commoner due to her status as an evolver, would certainly be stripped of her Vice City Lord powers. In Eric's line of sight, Anchor and Harrison approached and saluted. Anchor reported, Sir, today we relocated over 22,000 people. There are currently 99,000 left in the city. We estimate it will take 5 more days to relocate everyone to Chiang City. 5 days wasn't long, and it aligned with Eric's previous plan. However, he now needed to consider an unexpected factor, Adam. Yet after a moment's thought, this guy wasn't too worrisome. After all, what did he have but 3 Z-10 armed helicopters? Moreover, Wade had mentioned that this scoundrel didn't dare make a big move against Chiang City because of its hundreds of thousands of residents. Therefore, Eric guessed that this scoundrel wouldn't dare cause trouble for the current Yuhui City either. It still had tens of thousands of people. Eric nodded slightly, saying, very well, maintain the existing plan. Yes, sir. Anchor and Harrison replied. Time flew by, and 3 days passed quickly. These 3 days went smoothly. At least Adam hadn't come to cause any trouble. It seemed Eric's guess was correct. Wherever there were many people, Adam would always hesitate. Of course, he didn't think Adam was some kind of born saint, unwilling to hurt innocents. Instead, Eric believed that Adam was wary of possible interference from higher-ups. Otherwise, he would have attacked long ago. Randomly, rapid footsteps approached from behind. Eric turned around and saw Anchor running towards him, giving a salute as he arrived. Sir, the population count is complete. There are 53,500 people remaining in the city. Just now, Elvin and Ryan set off with another batch, so there are now 42,000 people left. We expect to complete the relocation tomorrow. Eric was pleased with this report. Elijah nodded and said, good. After a brief pause, he asked, by the way, how's the anti-aircraft rocket launcher unit coming along? Anchor replied, they have basically formed combat readiness and just need actual combat experience. Eric responded with surprise. Quickly gather them here for me to inspect. Yes, sir. Anchor acknowledged and promptly organized the anti-aircraft rocket launcher unit. Within 20 minutes, Anchor brought 120 Guard Corps soldiers, running over and swiftly arranged them into a square formation before Eric. These 120 soldiers formed 30 rocket launcher squads, each comprising 4 men. 1 carrying the rocket launcher, 1 responsible for loading ammunition, and 2 providing cover with automatic rifles on each side. 30 such squads composed the larger anti-aircraft rocket launcher battalion. This was Eric's idea, to be prepared for any eventuality. While Adam likely wouldn't cause trouble, he wanted to ensure they could defend themselves if the man suddenly decided to act rashly. Since rockets travel slowly, Eric planned to compensate with sheer numbers. 30 rocket launchers firing simultaneously should be enough to bring down a Z-10 helicopter. Randomly, a loud engine roar filled the sky as 3 Z-10s rapidly approached. Damn! Speak of the devil, Eric cursed, then glanced at the newly formed rocket launcher battalion and ordered, prepare for battle. The movements were perfectly synchronized, resulting in a uniform sound as the 30 rocket launchers pointed skyward, adjusting according to the position of the Z-10s. Simultaneously, Eric instructed Anchor, gather the remaining civilians in the city. Yes, sir. Anchor acknowledged and immediately headed to assemble the civilians. Earlier, Eric had given orders for the remaining ordinary citizens to gather in the southern part of the city for easier mobilization. This also served as a tactic against Adam. Using civilians in this manner made Eric seem like a brutal ruler who disregarded their lives, treating them as tools. However, he had no other choice, and he felt fairly confident that Adam wouldn't dare massacre civilians. The Z-10s soon circled overhead. Inside one, Adam spotted Eric below and growled, I thought I'd give it a shot, and I didn't expect you'd still be here. If you return to your base, I'd have no leverage. But now... Elijah couldn't help but show a fierce smile, eyes filled with murderous intent, grabbing the intercom and shouting, I am Adam. Everyone listen up. Target Eric, missile strike. After issuing the command, Adam folded his arms and closed his eyes, awaiting the explosions. But after waiting for some time, he heard no expected explosion. His eyes snapped open, and he barked at the front-seated pilot. "Why haven't you launched the missiles yet?" The pilot turned and explained, "Deputy Commander Brendan, please see for yourself." Puzzled, Adam looked at the screen projecting the view from the Z-10. People surrounded Eric, shielding him. "What situation?" Adam demanded, bewildered. The pilot sighed helplessly. Civilians swarmed out from all sides and surrounded Eric. Seeing Adam's anger mounting, the pilot cautiously asked, Deputy Commander Brendan, shall we still launch the missiles?" Adam suppressed his rage, forcing a smile, a far cry from genuine amusement. The pilot felt uneasy watching him. Adam asked calmly, "Can you clear the Z-10's log information?" The pilot shook his head, "No, sir." "Well, that's a problem." Adam lost his temper, yelling, "If you can't delete the logs and still fire missiles at civilians, are you courting death? Do you believe our superiors will overlook your actions even after mass killings and reward you?" Other crew members kept silent. Glancing at them, the pilot cursed under his breath. "These guys are no help." Forced to respond shakily, he stammered, "Sir, I understand." Then he asked, "Should we retreat now?" Taking several deep breaths to calm down, Adam instructed, "Wait a moment. I have a few words for Eric." "Understood." The pilot pressed the communication button and handed over the microphone. Adam took the mic, saying, "Eric?" On the ground, Eric watched the 3 Z-10 helicopters, ever vigilant. Any hostile movement from one of them would prompt him to order immediate rocket fire. Even a single hit could be disastrous for the enemy. "Eric?" But instead of launching missiles or machine gun fire, the hovering Z-10s suddenly called out. Although the civilians didn't know the true intentions of the 3 helicopters in the sky or whether they were friend or foe, seeing the Guard Corps preparing for battle and the machine guns on the planes, along with what looked like missiles partially visible on their sides, they could guess something was amiss. This realization frightened many of them. The sudden announcement startled many people, and some of the more timid individuals even fainted from sheer terror. The announcement continued, "Eric, oh Eric, I didn't expect you to be such a despicable person, using civilians as human shields. But rest assured, that humiliation you caused me that day, I will make you pay for it many times over. Just wait. This bastard is so evil, actually exposing my use of civilians as human shields. Wait, once I have enough power and no longer fear the military, I'll get rid of you eventually." Eric stared intently at the helicopters in the sky. Then, in full view of everyone, he extended his right hand, making a fist, and flipped off the sky with his middle finger, transforming his fist into an internationally recognized gesture. "Wait and see. Retreat." Adam's furious voice echoed over Yuhui City, and the 3 Z-10 armed helicopters quickly ascended and flew away from the area. Eric remained silent, watching the direction in which the Z-10s disappeared, deep in thought. "Sir, can we disperse the civilians now?" Anchor asked, approaching him. Eric withdrew his gaze, looked at Anchor, and nodded, saying, "Go ahead." As Anchor organized the civilians to disperse, Eric noticed that almost everyone turned back to glance at him before leaving. Their eyes held a hint of barely perceptible anger. It seemed Adam's attempt to sow discord had somewhat worked. Facing these gazes, Eric sighed inwardly, feeling quite helpless. Elijah never intended to use them as human shields. It was truly a last resort, something unavoidable. At the same time, he felt uncomfortable. These people had shown no signs of hatred when facing the Z-10s circling overhead. Only fear, which was rather laughable. Meanwhile, Eric pondered how to deal with this situation while managing the evacuation of Yuhui City. Though Adam's words left a bitter taste, Eric knew he must stay focused on the bigger picture. Chapter 2:12 Population reached, Part 2. Day and night alternated rapidly, and soon it was the afternoon of the next day. Outside South City, hundreds of vehicles were neatly lined up as civilians poured out from the city gates and boarded them. These were the last remaining residents of Yuhui City, marking the final mass relocation. On the city wall, Eric, Juliet, Anchor, Harrison, and others stood side by side, watching the people board the vehicles. As the line of people exiting the city gate neared its end, Eric turned to Anchor and ordered, "Tell the brothers inside the city to evacuate." Upon receiving the command, Anchor, Harrison, and the other squad leaders immediately went to lead the city's guards in their evacuation. Eric then said to Juliet, "Let's go." With that, he leaped off the city wall and quickly reached the front of the convoy, hopping onto a jeep. Looking back, he saw Juliet swiftly catching up. "Gaston, it's so hot. Why are you standing there on top?" Juliet shaded her eyes from the sun and asked him. Today's weather could be described as cloudless with brilliant sunshine. Although it had passed the hottest part of the day, the sun was still scorching, making the temperature far beyond human comfort levels. "No problem. Once the vehicles start moving, we'll have some wind, and it will feel much cooler," Eric replied. "Oh," Juliet responded, "then I'll sit inside the vehicle." After watching Juliet enter the armored car, Eric retracted his gaze. Elijah focused his mind and thought, "System, display the information panel." Not being inside Xiang City, displaying the information panel only showed population and guard force numbers without enabling any additional actions. However, Eric needed no other functionalities now. He just wanted to see the current population count. Beep. The information panel has been unfolded for the host. Immediately, a soft blue translucent screen appeared before Eric's eyes, displaying base information. Since the base had been renamed Xiang City, the panel now displayed Xiang City, which Eric did not pay much attention to, instead focusing downward. Population, 5,092,301. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 500,000. This number was clearly 6 digits, but to ensure he hadn't misread, Eric suppressed his excitement and counted from the unit's place multiple times. Only after several counts did he confirm that the population had indeed exceeded 500,000, reaching the upgrade threshold. Excitement and joy could no longer be contained. Clenching his fists and stomping his feet, he made the armored car shake, startling those inside. Juliet came out of the vehicle and asked curiously, Eric Gaston, what's wrong? Eric's attention was immediately drawn to Juliet. In one leap, he jumped off the roof and hugged her unexpectedly, exclaiming, Edith, I've finally gathered 500,000 people. Juliet froze, as this was the first time Eric had hugged her. Feeling his breath and the warmth of his chest, her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed red. As for Eric's words about gathering the population, they barely registered with her at all. After a moment of tension, she relaxed and savored this moment, embracing Eric tightly. If only this moment could last forever. Juliet thought, envying Lauren deeply, even imagining how wonderful it would be if she were Lauren. At the thought, her eyes reddened, and her eyes started to moisten. Feeling Juliet's arms around him, Eric looked down and saw her tearful face, startled. What happened? Did I hug too hard? Eric quickly released her and apologized. Sorry, I got too excited and didn't realize how tight I was holding you. Did I hurt you? Feeling empty-hearted after leaving Eric's embrace, and upon realizing he thought she cried because he hugged her too hard, Juliet wiped away her tears and laughed, saying, No, the wind is too strong, and sand got into my eyes. Wind? Eric looked around confused, spreading his palms. There wasn't a single breeze. Elijah turned back to Juliet, puzzled. There's no wind? Juliet giggled, surprised that Eric believed her lie about sand in her eyes. She gently straightened his clothes, calling him a fool, before getting back into the jeep, leaving Eric bewildered. Eric was about to ask more when Elvin approached, reporting to the officer, all civilians have boarded, and all the brothers within the city have evacuated. Please give the order to depart. Business was urgent, so Eric immediately commanded, then let's get going. Translation notes. Names like Eric and Juliet are kept as pinyin, maintaining their original pronunciation. The tone and style remain close to the original, ensuring the narrative flows naturally in English. Paragraph structure and line breaks follow the original text closely for coherence. Hashtag Chapter 213. Level 4 Base, Part 1. A convoy carrying over 10,000 civilians set out in a grand procession. 6 tanks led the way, and another 6 brought up the rear, while hundreds of armored vehicles escorted them from both front and back. Accompanying them were Eric, a level 3 evolved being, Juliet, Elvin, Ryan, and Anchor, all level 2 evolved beings, as well as numerous peak level 1 evolved beings. With such an imposing force, they had nothing to fear, not even a real level 3 zombie horde, let alone a quasi-level 3 one. Eric stood on top of an armored vehicle, enduring the scorching sun and the rough ride beneath him, yet he remained as steady as a mountain. In peacetime, he would undoubtedly be considered a masterclass martial artist. Even facing the legendary 5 Bay-Lightning whip strikes, he could engage with rapid movements. Turning his neck, the cool breeze that greeted him was refreshing, blowing away most of the heat from the sun. It felt very comfortable. Glancing down, he realized standing so conspicuously might not be wise. Elijah decided to sit down. As soon as his buttocks made contact with the vehicle's roof, his expression changed abruptly, almost bouncing up, exclaiming, Damn. Elijah rubbed his bottom, complaining, This thing really absorbs heat. It's burning my butt. Redundantly, the sky echoed with a sharp eagle cry, drawing his attention. Looking up, he saw a giant bird circling overhead, which startled him. Has it grown so much in just a few days? His eyes followed the soaring eagle. Elijah remembered this particular bird vividly. It had taken his spoils once, leaving him frustrated. But it had also saved him at one point, intentionally or not, so he couldn't hate it. The eagle had visibly grown larger since the last time he saw it. If previously it resembled the smallest single-propeller aircraft, now it had upgraded to the second-to-last size. Eric grumbled, but deep down, he understood it had only one possible explanation, another evolution. The eagle must have consumed a level 3 evolution crystal after killing a level 3 speed zombie. Based on his guess, it was previously a quasi-level 3 evolved animal, and was now a genuine level 3 animal. Elijah wasn't sure what it wanted this time. They weren't dealing with zombies today, so there wouldn't be any opportunities for it to scavenge. However, it didn't make any aggressive moves during their journey, suggesting it harbored no ill intent. Eric didn't drive it away either. In truth, he couldn't if he wanted to. The eagle was a level 3 evolved animal capable of flight, making it tougher than level 3 zombies. Even with wings, Eric doubted he could defeat it. As the convoy progressed, the sun gradually dipped toward the horizon, painting the sky with beautiful hues of fire clouds. The eagle gave one last loud cry before disappearing into the distance. The sunset is beautiful, though twilight approaches, Eric mused. After more than 2 hours of travel, Xiang City finally came into view. Eric sighed in relief. We're finally home. The guards on the city walls quickly opened the gates upon recognizing Eric and informed everyone of his return. Boani residents lined the streets without being organized, some of whom had moved here from Shelter City No. 1 and Yuhui City a few days ago. These people had adapted quickly after the apocalypse, and moving from Shelter City No. 1 and Yuhui City to Qiang City was an upward adjustment, making it easier for them to settle. Certainly, this smooth transition was thanks to Lauren and Nikki's efficient resettlement work. Within just a few days, some had been assigned formal jobs, while others were engaged in temporary tasks like clearing debris in the new district, receiving adequate food allowances. Qiang City now had a population of over 500,000, but its 200-plus square kilometers of space were sufficient, needing no immediate expansion. Upon entering the city, Eric handed over the resettlement duties to Nikki and his team before rushing back to the mobile base with Lauren. The residents, seeing their urgent return, smiled warmly, like doting fathers. Stopping outside the mobile base, Eric paused and stared pensively at it. Lauren approached, her cheeks flushed, whispering softly, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Everyone noticed. She tried pulling Eric's hand towards the base, but he stood as immovable as a mountain. Concerned, she asked, "Why are you frozen?" Unbeknownst to her, Eric saw a blue screen before his eyes, displaying, Base population has exceeded 500,000, meeting upgrade requirements. Without hesitation, Eric silently commanded, upgrade, ding. Base upgraded to level 4. Ding. Mission completed. Reward, 10 points. Ding. Base upgraded to level 4, unlocking level 4 arsenal. Ding. Base upgraded to level 4, unlocking intermediate battle vehicle factory. Ding. Base upgraded to level 4, unlocking basic research institute. Ding. Base upgraded to level 4, unlocking basic Air Force Base. Air Force Base? Eric wasn't surprised by the research institute, as he had anticipated it. However, the Air Force Base was far more thrilling than the research institute. What did an Air Force Base entail? Armed helicopters, jet fighters, strategic bombers, air-launched rockets, not quite air-launched rockets, as those belong to aviation technology. Recalling the power of the Z-10 armed helicopter, Eric felt immensely excited and couldn't wait to get started. Elijah immediately accessed the control panel, where it clearly stated that the Air Force Base could be constructed. Elijah selected it, only to be stunned by the required area. Air Force Base recommended area, 25 square kilometers. Minimum area, 5 square kilometers. Qiang City has 225 square kilometers, but with a population of 500,000 and expected growth, do I really want to build the Air Force Base within the city limits? Rubbing his chin, Eric frowned, pondering deeply. Turning around, he gazed into the distance. Seeing him lost in thought, Lauren worried he might have sustained an injury. She stepped forward, tiptoeing to meet his eyes and said reassuringly, Gaston, don't worry. I won't mind because I love you, always. Chapter 214, Level 4 Base, Part 2. Lauren suddenly blocked Eric's view, forcing him to snap back to reality. Elijah hearing her words, he was utterly bewildered and asked, what do you mean by not caring? Aren't you injured? Lauren glanced obliquely at a critical part of Eric's anatomy. Eric looked down and felt even more confused. Hastily, he said, no. When did I say this was injured? Anti-nymph. Lauren huffed, her cheeks turning redder and slightly warm. She anxiously said, then why were you standing there motionless, with such a worried look on your face? Oh, Eric suddenly understood and hurriedly explained, I was just thinking about something. Elijah lifted his hand, flexing his strong biceps and smiled, saying, I'm perfectly fine. And this? Elijah reached down with his right hand, ready to unzip his pants, but then remembered the public place and inappropriate content for children. Instead, he led Lauren's hand toward the moving base, saying as they walked, you'll know if I'm injured or not later. Lauren's cheeks flushed red. Thankfully, it was hot enough that no one would see the steam rising from her head. Brandandonly, despite the clear blue sky moments ago, storm clouds gathered and a torrential rain began. Bowenny people, caught off guard, were drenched like wet chickens. Some yelled, Antianary home to gather your clothes. Perhaps it was a squall. After more than an hour, the rain stopped. Yet, half an hour later, another downpour began. This repeated 5 or 6 times until late at night, leading everyone to marvel. Has the heavens developed a prostate problem? The next morning, a ray of sunlight filtered into the room. After adjusting for a moment, Eric slowly opened his eyes. Feeling something heavy on his right arm, he turned his head to find Lauren snoring softly, sleeping soundly. Gently and slowly, he extracted his arm. Quietly dressing himself, Eric approached the mirror, brushed his hair, and saw his reflection. Touching his cheek, he thought to himself, why does my complexion look so bad today, and my lips are pale? Is the zombie virus starting to take effect? Elijah glanced back at the sleeping Lauren, wondering, why does her complexion look so rosy? Strange. Despite his less than ideal appearance, it didn't detract from his overall handsomeness, so he left the bedroom without much concern. Descending downstairs without lingering, he went directly to the inner city military zone, planning to upgrade existing military facilities before dealing with the Air Force Base. Standing in front of the arsenal, the control panel popped up instantly, and he chose to upgrade without hesitation. Ding. Arsenal upgraded to level 4. The system prompt ended, and Eric eagerly checked the new production options. Special Operations Team, 100,000 points. Urban Planning Expert, 100,000 points. Communications Technology Expert, 100,000 points. Mortar, 50,000 points. Rapid Fire Cannon, 100,000 points. Upgrading the arsenal to level 4 unlocked numerous weapons and equipment, but Eric didn't focus on them. What caught his attention most was a team and 2 experts. The Special Operations Team could execute rescue and elimination missions efficiently. Previously, having Gaylord train guards into special forces proved too slow and ineffective. Now, he could directly produce these teams, rendering training unnecessary. The urban planning expert was definitely more specialized than DeAndre, making Qiang City's ecological planning more rational. However, DeAndre had improved greatly over months, so he wouldn't be dismissed. Rather, he'd work alongside the urban planning expert for better development. The communications expert, obviously skilled in communication, was something Eric needed badly. Initially, he intended to get satellite phones from the military, but Adam interfered. With only vehicle radios, long-distance communication wasn't feasible. Effective long-distance communication was crucial for command and control during combat as well as city production. Now that he could produce a communications expert, his issue might be solved, although he wondered how far this could go without devices. Would he have to start with a hammer and build everything else himself? Shaking his head, Eric moved on to the armored vehicle factory and chose to upgrade it immediately. Ding. Armored vehicle factory upgraded to level 4. Looking down, he skipped past the infantry carrier and tanks, focusing on the newly added equipment. Wireless communication armored vehicle, 300,000 points. Self-propelled anti-aircraft gun, 100,000 points. Command combat vehicle, 500,000 points. Ammunition Brendanply vehicle, 100,000 points. Power Brendanply vehicle, 100,000 points. Note, 6 self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, 1 command combat vehicle, 3 ammunition supply vehicles, and 1 power supply vehicle can form a self-propelled anti-aircraft defense system targeting aerial objects within 2.5 kilometers. Whoa. Eric gulped, almost speechless. The wireless communication armored vehicle resolved the issue of lacking equipment for the communications expert. The following 4 types of vehicles were even more thrilling. Each could function independently and together form a self-propelled anti-aircraft defense system. An impressive name. Deploying several such systems around Xi'an City would ensure comprehensive defense. Even if Adam dared attack, a few rounds of artillery would send him packing. Even if the military retaliated against Xi'an City, nothing short of missile bombardment could harm it. Given the 50+ thousand residents, the military wouldn't use missiles. His excitement was indescribable. Finally calming down, Eric brought up the construction panel to build a research institute. Unlike the Air Force Base, it required less space. The remaining area in the military zone sufficed. On the holographic screen, he dragged and placed the research institute. Ding. Initial research institute under construction. After the system prompt, dust rose from the ground as a modern and scientific building emerged. Ding. Initial research institute constructed. Eric opened the function panel. Scientists, 0 out of 5. Researchers, 500,000 points. Antion, didn't I hear that there's equipment to purify Longwan crystal energy? Where is it? Scrolling through, he found only the option to produce scientists. Perplexed, he asked, System, where's the equipment to purify Longwan crystals? All equipment is within the research institute, accessible to scientists. Understanding, Eric chose to produce a researcher. Ding. Researcher in production, estimated completion in 1 hour. Chapter 215, Level 4 Base, Part 2. As the researchers were being produced, Eric paced back to the entrance of the armory, pulling up the overall information panel. Elijah observed the following. Guard Corps, 3,000/10,000. Special Operations Teams, 0 of 5. Urban Planning Experts, 0 out of 5. Communication Technology Experts, 0 out of 5. Researchers, 1 of 5. From this, it was clear that the total number of Guard Corps members had been raised to 10,000, while other military units and technical personnel did not count toward this limit but were calculated separately. Eric immediately maxed out the Guard Corps to 10,000, filled all 5 Special Operations Teams, hired 2 Urban Planning Experts, and 5 Communication Technology Experts. For urban planning, having 2 experts was sufficient. Below them were DeAndre and his team, who could not be abruptly made redundant. With the city's new population of over 200,000, if they all suddenly lost their jobs, they would be left working temporary positions while waiting for new official posts, which could negatively impact their morale and potentially lead to rebellion against Xi'an City. If it were just a few individuals, it might not be an issue, but their collective discontent and rumors could have severe consequences, even leading to civil unrest in Xi'an City. Therefore, any elimination of personnel should be gradual, not abrupt. A gradual approach could involve introducing a competency evaluation into the established reward and punishment system. Those who failed the evaluation and did not improve through learning would be reassigned to lower skilled roles, ensuring a dynamic and vibrant city environment. For now, these thoughts remained in Eric's mind. He had more immediate concerns, particularly the defense of Xi'an City. Security must come first before order can be maintained. Reinforcing Xi'an City's defenses was paramount. After upgrading to level 4, the production speed of the Guard Corps significantly increased to 50 per hour. Producing the additional 7,000 would take about 6 days, not too long. The time needed to produce specialized personnel was 1 per hour, also manageable given that such personnel were often required in small numbers. Special operations teams took 2 hours each to produce, so creating 5 teams would take 10 hours, again, not excessive. Next, Eric accessed the combat vehicle factory interface and selected to produce 5 command vehicles, 5 power generation vehicles, 15 ammunition supply vehicles, and 30 self-propelled anti-aircraft vehicles. These vehicles would form 5 groups of mobile anti-aircraft defense systems deployed across Xi'an City's east, west, south, north, and center, providing comprehensive 24/7 defense. Even a sparrow wouldn't be able to leave after entering. After setting up the production, Eric drove away from the military zone and quickly arrived at the southern gate of the new city district. Climbing onto the city wall, he looked out over a forested landscape. Xi'an City now covered mostly flat land except for the abandoned northern area. Elsewhere, it was hilly terrain, making constructing an airbase extremely resource-intensive. However, Eric's construction method for the airbase was unconventional. The blue light screen unfolded, and he dragged the Air Force Base outside the southern city wall. It offered size options, 5, 10, 15, 20, or 25 square kilometers. After considering, he chose 25 square kilometers because smaller sizes would only accommodate small aircraft, leaving no room for larger bombers and complicating future upgrades. Choosing the largest size avoided such issues. Sighing deeply, Eric moved his hand from the light screen. In the next second, the system responded. Ding. Air Force Base under construction. Under the watchful eyes of guards and Eric, the trees on the hill ahead uprooted themselves and decomposed into dust clouds floating in the sky. The soil beneath also broke down into fine particles, joining the cloud. Similarly, rocks disintegrated into minuscule fragments, merging with the dust cloud. The multicolored dust cloud darkened the sky, turning day into night within Xi'an City. Residents gazed upward in awe. Thunder and lightning crackled as atoms collided. Someone shouted, "It's thundering! Go home and collect your clothes." Eric looked up, amazed by the scene despite causing it. A thought struck him. My ideal partner is a great hero. I know that one day he will appear spectacularly, clad in golden armor, riding on a rainbow cloud, to marry me. Beside Eric, a Tianqing army soldier stared at the dust cloud, nervously swallowing and stammering. Are these gods descending? Moments later, Eric tore his gaze from the sky, focusing forward. The hills had vanished, replaced by flat ground. Elijah marveled internally, this isn't a system, it's a map editor. As his thoughts faded, the dust cloud above the 25 square kilometer flatland began swirling into a vortex. The surrounding clouds rapidly converged into the center. People clung to nearby objects, fearing being sucked in. Their fears were unfounded. The vortex only attracted dust, leaving other objects untouched. Once all dust had converged, the vortex vanished, restoring calm. Tick, tick, tick. Eric counted silently, 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9. As he reached 9, the dust plummeted like a cosmic nebula, covering the entire area in an instant. Under everyone's gaze, buildings sprouted visibly from the ground. A miraculous display of creation. Today's duty roster was an eye-opening experience for the Tianqing soldiers. Gradually, the dust cleared, revealing the completed Air Force Base. Its most impressive feature was the central runway, stretching approximately 3.5 kilometers from north to south. On the western side stood wing-like structures marking the aircraft factory. The aircraft factory and its storage facilities occupied 3/4 of the western area. Facing it on the eastern side were office buildings, dormitories, and recreational facilities, occupying less than a third of the space. Stepping inside the Air Force Base, Eric was astounded. The base came with its own city walls, sparing the need for additional construction. Most remarkable was the expansive runway running through the center. Elijah approached the aircraft factory and opened the information panel. Pilots, 0 out of 10. Logistics managers, 0/50. General logistics staff, 0/5000. The transformation from hill to flatland to a functional Air Force Base took only half an hour, an unprecedented achievement. The Tianqing soldiers watched in stunned silence. Eric felt exhilarated by this accomplishment. Air Force Base defense personnel, 0/2000. The Air Force Base came with its own management staff, logistics personnel, and defensive armed personnel, which greatly surprised Eric and made him very delighted. However, his mood dampened when he saw that the upper limit for pilots was only 10. The pilot cap indicated how many fighter jets could be deployed, a crucial factor. Next, he opened the production panel to review it. Pilot, 500,000 points. Storm-armed Elijah helicopter, 2 million points. Self-propelled anti-aircraft system, 3 million points. Eric's gaze fell on the self-propelled anti-aircraft system, and he was momentarily baffled. Weren't these supposed to be combinations of multiple combat vehicles? How could they be produced directly here? Moreover, it required 3 million points, more than 1 million points higher in price. Was there a middleman taking the difference? However, upon closer inspection, Eric noticed the distinction. The vehicle factory-produced combination was called self-propelled anti-aircraft system, while this one was named automatic anti-aircraft system. A single character difference piqued his curiosity. Elijah asked the system, what is the difference between the two anti-aircraft systems? Self-propelled anti-aircraft system. This system includes self-propelled anti-aircraft guns mounted on tracked, semi-tracked, or wheeled vehicles, combined with command vehicles, ammunition supply vehicles, and power generation vehicles. Automatic anti-aircraft system. The anti-aircraft guns are fixed and immobile. Once an enemy Air Force intrusion is detected, only the initial order to activate or not from the host is needed. If activated, the automatic anti-aircraft guns will track, lock onto, and strike airborne enemies autonomously, providing automatic air defense. Both systems can defend against aerial threats, but are limited to low-altitude aircraft within 2.5 kilometers. The key difference lies in one requiring manual operation, while the other does not. Brendan's detailed explanation made it clear even to someone like Eric. The automatic anti-aircraft system seemed superior to the self-propelled anti-aircraft system, indeed proving that you get what you pay for. However, the automatic anti-aircraft system could only be installed at the Air Force Base, providing continuous round-the-clock air defense for it. This limitation was somewhat unsatisfactory. Chapter 216. Production, Part 1. After understanding the difference between the self-propelled anti-aircraft artillery system and the tracked self-propelled anti-aircraft system, Eric shifted his attention from it to another option. The storm-armed Elijah helicopter. Having witnessed the power of the Z-10 armed helicopter, he had developed a deep obsession with armed helicopters. Now, he could finally own his own armed helicopter, though not a Z-10, but a Storm. However, knowing the quality of system-produced items filled him with anticipation. Elijah clicked on the details, and the screen displayed. Storm-armed Elijah helicopter. Each wing can carry 4 missiles, for a total of 8 missiles. Missile types. Aero-KD air-to-ground missiles, Aero-KK air-to-air missiles. A 30mm cannon is mounted on the underside of the fuselage. Note, missiles and cannon shells can be produced at the weapons factory located to the left of the aircraft factory. What excited Eric most was the capability to carry 8 missiles. Armed helicopters were famously known as tank killers, and in the zombie ranks, power zombies were slow-moving and large targets, akin to human-shaped tanks. Deploying the storm-armed Elijah helicopter would ensure a one-sided massacre against even level 3 power zombies since they could only throw rocks and couldn't fly. Currently, as just a basic Air Force base, only these 2 types of equipment could be produced. Elijah wondered if an intermediate-level base would unlock jet fighters, and if an advanced base would unlock stealth fighters. These prospects, while uncertain, filled him with endless anticipation. Stretching lazily and flexing his muscles, Eric snapped back from his reverie and looked at the production panel. Without further ado, he began to fill up all 4 types of personnel: pilots, logistics managers, general logistics staff, and armed defense personnel. Though all were humans, they wouldn't share the same production line. Instead, there were 4 separate lines for each category. Pilots took 3 hours per person, so 10 pilots required 30 hours, over a day. Logistics managers could produce 5 people per hour, filling up to 50 people in just 10 hours, much faster than pilots. General logistics staff could produce 100 people per hour, meaning 5,000 people would take 50 hours, making them the fastest. Armed defense personnel took 1 hour to produce 50 people, matching the speed of guards. 2,000 people would require 40 hours, less than 2 days. With the personnel production lines filled, Eric next focused on the automatic anti-aircraft artillery system. Unlike other items, after selecting it, a bird's eye view of the Air Force Base appeared, prompting him to choose the installation location. Elijah stared at the map and decided to place one set at each corner of the wall, and one at the center of each side, totaling 8 systems. This would fortify the Air Force Base impenetrably. Ding. Automatic anti-aircraft artillery system under production. Estimated total time, 40 days. 40 days. That means each system takes 5 days. Quite long, Eric muttered analytically. With the automatic anti-aircraft artillery system underway, Eric proceeded to produce the storm-armed Elijah helicopters, directly producing 10 helicopters for the 10 pilots. After confirming, he pondered and decided to produce an additional 10 as backup. Feeling proud of his wise decision, he then glanced at the production timeline. 20 storm-armed Elijah helicopters would take 60 days. 1 helicopter takes 3 days. That's pretty lengthy too, Eric sighed. Helpless. Braindanch a long time was unavoidable unless the base was upgraded. But that wasn't easy. Thinking about base upgrades, he asked the system, what are the conditions to upgrade to level 5? Level 5 base upgrade conditions. Bonin city population exceeds 3 million. How many? Eric's eyes widened in disbelief. 3 million people? It was already tough getting 500,000. Moreover, H City had over 7 million residents before the apocalypse, yet survivors likely numbered fewer than 100,000. Where am I supposed to find over 2 million more people? H City is small, but Jiangnan Province is vast. Jiangnan Province is small, but the Xia Churchilldom is vast. These short sentences were clear, leaving Eric only to laugh bitterly and ask humbly, is there no other way? There is. Upon hearing this, Eric perked up, eagerly asking, what is it? Your base has been upgraded to level 4, initiating the main city-state mode. What is a main city? The current location of the mobile base is the main city, which is now Chiang City. What is a city-state? Any territory ruled by a force that signs a treaty with you becomes a city-state. Traditionally, the lord of a city-state holds autonomy and conscription rights, but in the base city-state rules, these powers are given by you. Additionally, you can establish base branches within the city-state, including armories and tank factories. If sufficiently leveled, you can even build Air Force bases. Only you, or those you authorize, can use these facilities. Note, the level of city-state branches will always be lower than the main city. Once a treaty is signed, the city-state lord cannot betray you. Any sign of rebellion will be detected by the local guard forces who will act according to the severity. You needn't worry about the guard force's ability to quell the lord, as all base-produced weapons can only be used by the guards, significantly weakening the city-state lord. This ensures loyalty and immediate suppression of any rebellious tendencies, with the city-state population counted towards your base population. Damn, awesome. Eric was amazed. This model was incredible. Previously, relocating populations after conquering territories was a significant hassle, especially over long distances. Now, establishing base branches and other facilities in city-states would ensure their safety while maintaining productivity, even if slightly lower than the main city. This new system perfectly solved the problem. Chapter 217. Production, Part 2. After the excitement, Eric was puzzled and asked, so, if the city-state population plus the population of Chi Jerson City reaches 3 million, we can upgrade? Not quite. A population of 3 million corresponds to the main city, while in the city-state model, you need a population of 5 million or 9 city-states, each with over 50,000 residents to upgrade to a level 5 base. ***. Eric was instantly speechless. This really left him utterly at a loss. After all that explanation, it still boiled down to population requirements. What was the difference between 5 million people and having 9 city-states with over 50,000 residents each? Did it sound like a smaller number? After a long pause, Eric sighed. Overall, the main city-state model was better as it spared the trouble of relocating populations, thus saving a lot of effort. Besides, at this critical juncture, upgrading to a level 5 base wasn't the most important thing. What mattered most was finding the dragon pattern crystal to completely eliminate the zombie virus within his body. Otherwise, if he were gone before spending all his points, how miserable would that be? Of course, according to the current situation, living until death might not be enough to spend all the points. Elijah now saw those numbers but had no heart to count them. They were just too many, impossible to keep track of. Without further ado, Eric's gaze fell on the blizzard-armed Elijah helicopter option. The dragon pattern crystal could only be born in famous mountains and rivers, so his immediate goal was to explore the surrounding renowned landscapes. Once the helicopter was produced, he could bring a map and head there for exploration. 3 months. No, he had 2.5 months and a few days left. If he couldn't find the dragon pattern crystal during this time, everything he had done and everything he owned would be like water flowing into the Yellow River, washed away without a trace. The aircraft factory had already started producing weapon systems and specialists. Eric walked over to the weapons factory located to the left of the aircraft factory. Opening the production interface, it listed various types of light and heavy weapons identical to the armory, except it added the Red Arrow KD air-to-ground missiles, Red Arrow KK air-to-air missiles, 30mm autocannon ammunition, and 75mm anti-aircraft shells. The first 2 items corresponded to the blizzard-armed Elijah helicopter, while the last item was for the automatic anti-aircraft defense system. These items had extremely fast production speeds, so it wasn't urgent. Elijah could finalize the production plan once all personnel were ready. The aircraft factory and the weapons factory were the only production buildings in the Air Force Base, at least for now. The rest were mostly dormitories and entertainment facilities. After reviewing all the available items for production, Eric continued to inspect other buildings within the Air Force Base. The variety of entertainment facilities dazzled him. On both sides, the steel factory loomed majestically to the west, while the east was entirely residential, comparable to a commercial street in peacetime cities, fully equipped with bars, KTVs, restaurants, and even an amusement park. Even in the previous life's U.S. Air Force bases, there might not have been amusement parks. Brendan-rized as he was, business must continue. While defensive upgrades for the Air Force Base were underway, it lacked sufficient defense capability. Eric ordered Elvin and Ryan to take 3,000 veteran guards to the Air Force Base to form temporary defenses. As expected, after moving in, Elvin came to report with envy written all over his face, grumbling. Compared to the Air Force, our army is such a mess. Elijah seemed genuinely aggrieved, almost making Eric pity him if he weren't a tough guy. Having settled the matters at the Air Force Base, Eric returned to the mobile base and started searching here and there. Coincidentally, Brendan and Tong just returned and saw Eric busy searching. She asked curiously, Eric Gaston, what are you looking for? A map, Eric replied and continued his search. What kind of map? Brendan and Tong asked again. A national map or a provincial map would do. Eric responded subconsciously. A provincial map? Brendan and Tong thought for a moment, then her eyes lit up. I know where there's a provincial map. Eric perked up upon hearing that Brendan and Tong knew where to find it. Elijah immediately stopped what he was doing, stepped over to her, and asked expectantly, where? I remember it was. Brendan and Tong rubbed her forehead, momentarily recalling it but suddenly forgetting. Seeing her look, Eric shrugged and said helplessly, okay, you keep thinking, and I'll keep looking. Ah. As he turned around, Brendan and Tong suddenly exclaimed, startling him. Elijah turned back and looked at her, asking hopefully, did you remember? Brendan and Tong's face beamed with joy, but then she hesitated, saying, I remember it was in Antioch. What happened? Why did I forget again? Eric's anticipation was immediately cut short. Elijah opened his mouth, but only managed to say, think harder. Seeing Eric's frustrated expression, Brendan and Tong couldn't help but laugh, laughing for a while before saying, all right, I haven't forgotten. I saw the Xuanhuan province map in the lobby of the inner city school. You rascal. Eric looked at Brendan and Tong affectionately, gently scolding her, and gave her a peck on the cheek before heading out of the mobile base. Eric Gaston, why do you need the map? Brendan and Tong paused for a moment, then hurriedly caught up with Eric and asked while walking alongside him. Nothing much, just wanted to look at our future options. We can't limit ourselves to H City, right? Eric said calmly. That was what he said, but in reality, he needed the map primarily to locate the famous mountains and rivers, as only such places could potentially harbor the dragon pattern crystal, which he had to find as soon as possible to eliminate the zombie virus in his body. Before that, he had to ensure the stability of xuanhuan City because he had built it from scratch, growing from just a few dozen people to 500,000. It hadn't been easy. Elijah didn't want to see xuanhuan City destroyed due to his condition, nor did he want to ruin the lives of its over 50,000 residents. Now, as the highest official of xuanhuan City, if news of him being infected with the zombie virus and having only 2.5 months to live got out, it would certainly destabilize the city. Thus, he couldn't tell anyone about his infection, including Brendan and Tong, to maintain the city's stability. It wasn't a matter of distrust. Elijah hearing that he was infected, Brendan and Tong would undoubtedly worry, and under such circumstances, she might inadvertently expose the information. Elijah having a sigh internally, he asked, System, if, hypothetically speaking, I can't find the dragon pattern crystal and end up becoming a zombie or dying, what will happen to xuanhuan City and the Guard Corps? Usually, the system would immediately answer any questions, but this time, it took over 10 seconds before providing a response. If the host dies, this system will automatically detach. Existing structures will continue to exist, but production buildings will cease functioning. Similarly, existing Guard Corps soldiers or technical personnel will remain. Before death, the host can choose to entrust command authority to someone else. In that case, they will obey the authorized person after the host's death. If the host becomes a zombie, this system will transform into the ultimate zombie evolution system, retaining some of the host's memories and leading them to the pinnacle of zombie society, even marrying a zombie beauty. ***. This translation adheres to your instructions by ensuring only English text is used, preserving the original tone and style, maintaining the paragraph structure, and ensuring grammatical correctness. Chapter 218, Production, Part 2. The previous answers had been quite grim, but the final mention of the ultimate zombie evolution system sounded intriguing enough to stir Eric's interest. Elijah thought to himself, the ultimate zombie evolution system. So becoming a zombie doesn't sound too bad after all? Lauren noticed the change in Eric's expression from gloominess to happiness and was puzzled. She couldn't help asking, Elder Eric Gaston, what happened? Why are you laughing and crying? Antioch? Elijah hearing this, Eric immediately snapped out of it, staring at Lauren for a moment before asking seriously, Antong, tell me, what would you do if I turned into a zombie? If that happens, I will. Lauren mimed aiming a gun and pulling the trigger, complete with the sound effect, bang, to blow Elder Eric Gaston's head off so he wouldn't suffer. This fluid motion left Eric dumbfounded, his back tingling, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead as he nervously swallowed and licked his lips, saying, does it have to be so cruel? Ha ha ha, Lauren burst out laughing. Eric's expressions were too amusing. After laughing, she waved her hand and said, I was just joking. She then held Eric's hand, looking deeply into his eyes. Seriously, she added, if Elder Eric Gaston turns into a zombie, I am willing to become one with you. Through her eyes, Eric saw Lauren's sincerity and affection for him. It was clear and undeniable. After a brief silence, Eric suddenly smiled, cupping Lauren's face and said, don't worry, I won't let you turn into a zombie. Lauren also smiled sweetly and nodded vigorously. Walking and chatting, they soon arrived at the inner city school. It was still class time, and standing by the school gates, you could hear teachers lecturing inside. Due to the dramatic increase in population, there weren't enough classrooms or teachers. Only children of the inner city residents attended school here. Being early certainly had its advantages, though this imbalance might cause social stratification in xuanhuan City if it persisted. Social stratification isn't necessarily frightening, but solidified classes can lead to the lower classes being unable to sustain themselves. Eventually, this could result in sudden uprisings that disrupt the stability of the city. Thus, higher-level adjustments were needed. Currently, construction was progressing rapidly in the new district, including hospitals and schools. Selections for doctors and teachers were underway. This step aimed to distribute resources fairly, ensuring mobility between classes for long-term stable development. Despite the apocalypse, the school maintained armed security personnel, selected through rigorous screening for their upright character and stable temperament. Not only did they prevent external threats, but also guarded against internal breaches. As Eric and Lauren entered the gate, the guards instantly opened it. Almost no resident within the inner city, including those like Brenda, Elvin, and Ryan, didn't know them. Trusting Eric completely, the guards dared not interfere as they believed he would never harm students. They simply opened the gate without stopping him. "Sir." The guard saluted, his posture quite standard. Eric gave him a quick once-over, a 5 feet 9 inches stature, a square face, big eyes, likely over 50 years old. Elijah nodded slightly and said, "We're just having a look around. Carry on with your duties." The square-faced guard beamed and saluted again. "Yes, sir," he replied. Returning to his post, he stood at attention, secretly glancing at Eric, straightening even more. Guarding the school gate was a desirable job despite the low pay. Only 1.5 pounds of grain tickets per day, but it was relatively easy. Grain tickets were introduced after the reform due to direct grain payment being cumbersome. Proposing an alternative medium like currency, Nikia suggested these tickets. Different tickets exchanged for different amounts of grain, like 1 pound of grain tickets for 1 pound of grain, barely enough for a full-grown man per day, excluding the big eaters. Eric found the suggestion sensible and approved it. Residents readily accepted the tickets as they were light and easy to carry compared to physical grain. However, benefits came with drawbacks. In the inner city, some people were already speculating. Food distribution based on weight led to monthly exchanges beyond the fixed 30 kilograms of staple food, leading to randomness thereafter. People obtaining meat or military rations sometimes traded these for more grain tickets. 1 pound of meat for 4 pounds of staples, 1 pound of military rations for 2 pounds of staples. Who would willingly trade more staples for less meat or military rations? Brendan risingly, some, driven by greed or bad luck, traded after getting their 30 kilograms of staples, resulting in trading staples for meat or military rations when running out of grain tickets. This wasn't a significant issue, just a matter of satisfying cravings temporarily. What was despicable was the collaboration among some to hoard meat and military rations, selling at inflated prices later, originally buying at 1 to 4, now selling at 1 to 5 or even 1 to 6. This cycle could create substantial capital, severely disrupting fairness. These individuals, always hungry, sought ways to satisfy themselves. Once somewhat satisfied, they used past knowledge flexibly. Fortunately, Xiyang City enforced mandatory labor, preventing these individuals from sitting idly on their wealth. Eric had no immediate plans to tackle these minor issues affecting stability, but informed Nikyu to control the situation and prevent escalation. The paragraph structure and line breaks have been preserved to match the original content closely. Chapter 219. The Bawimp. Before they knew it, Eric and Lauren had walked to the entrance of the main teaching building. After glancing up to confirm they were in the right place, the two stepped inside. Once in the hall, Eric looked around and immediately noticed a life-sized map hanging on the right wall. Above the map was the inscription, Jiangnan Province Bawimp, in bold letters. Eric's eyes sparkled as he approached the map to inspect it closely, inwardly delighted. This map turned out to be a satellite image which not only delineated the prefectures, but also marked various districts and counties. Most importantly, it detailed several tourist attractions in Jiangnan Province. In peacetime, not just historical and cultural landmarks, but also natural landscapes like primeval forests, famous lakes, renowned rivers, and notable mountains all became scenic spots. Eric needed to locate the areas with notable mountains and major rivers. Elijah wondered whether Jiangnan Province, with its not-so-high altitude, even possessed such geographical features. Just as he was engrossed in examining the map, ding ding ding, the bell signaling the end of class rang out. The teacher's voice ceased abruptly, followed by multiple announcements for dismissal and requests to finish up the lecture before leaving. Students reacted with an ah. While some teachers did prolong their classes, most promptly dismissed the students. Eric and Lauren in the hall suddenly heard heavy footsteps. Time for lunch. Someone shouted loudly as a student, probably 12 or 13 years old, dashed out first. Seeing Eric and Lauren, this student froze momentarily. Why aren't you moving? Quickly, more food if you arrive earlier. A crowd of students jostled down the stairs and, following the first student's gaze to Eric, also froze instantly. Commander, sir. Brendan. Some student cried out, breaking the silence. These students snapped back to reality. Whether through the school's ideological education or parental teachings at home, they had been told how great Eric was, protecting their safety and ensuring they were well fed. Their experiences verified that what they learned from school and home was correct. Therefore, they admired Eric deeply, perhaps even more than their parents. Seeing Eric now filled them with excitement. They immediately surrounded him and Lauren. Facing countless greetings of, "Good day, Commander sir," Eric smiled and greeted them in return. "It's noon. Everyone should hurry to have lunch. Don't starve yourselves," Eric said. "Just seeing Commander sir fills our stomachs. That doesn't make sense." Eric scanned the crowd, trying to find who said it, and then heard another voice. "Commander sir is our spiritual sustenance. Meeting him is more fulfilling than eating." Ah, listen to how eloquent he is. Elijah hearing this, Eric nodded approvingly, secretly thinking, this guy would have been at least a division director in the past. "Bay listen to me, students. Go eat your lunch quickly. We still have classes this afternoon. You can't go to class on an empty stomach," Eric urged. For children under 15 who didn't fully participate in work, there was a half-person food allowance each day. Since students ate both lunch and dinner at school, this subsidy was cancelled. As more students gathered around, they blocked off the teaching building completely. Despite Eric's persistent encouragement, it was futile. His voice was drowned out by the students. Nearly 2 hours later, with assistance from the faculty, the students finally returned to their classrooms. Only then could Eric and Lauren escape. After escaping, Eric immediately ran back to the mobile base with the life-sized map. Back at the mobile base, Eric laid the framed map flat on the ground. It seemed someone thought it was amusing to frame a map. Removing the map from its frame, he carefully observed it. His eyes roamed over the map until they settled on Xuanhuan, located in the northwest of Jiangnan province. Elijah turned to Lauren, asking, Antong, what do you think about this Xuanhuan? Upon hearing this, Lauren's eyes also fell upon Xuanhuan. Without hesitation, she responded. I've been to Xuanhuan once. It's magnificent and beautiful. There are wild golden monkeys on the mountain waste. Though they're wild, they're very gentle, unlike other monkeys. They don't snatch things from tourists. Compared to rhesus macaques, the former are nobles among monkeys, while the latter are thugs. Moreover, upon reaching the summit, one can witness a spectacular ocean of clouds at sunset. Is it that famous? Asked Eric curiously. Not just famous. Xuanhuan, along with Brandani Taishan, Troyangshan, and Zhushan, is known as one of the 4 famous mountains of Xia country. Boani ancient celebrities have visited it and left behind timeless poetry. Lauren looked at Eric in surprise, never imagining he didn't know about Xuanhuan. It was written in elementary school textbooks? So impressive, let's choose this one. Eric took a pin and circled Xuanhuan. What do you mean by let's choose this one? Are you going to Xuanhuan? Lauren asked, puzzled. Without waiting for a reply, she continued, now isn't a good time for tourism. The area surrounding Xuanhuan has inadequate transportation. Its natural environment is well protected, with many wildlife species. Now, many might have evolved into dangerous creatures. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Eric gave her an assuring smile and then refocused on the map. Elijah found H City and circled it as well. This is quite far away, frowned Eric. H City was located in eastern Jiangnan, whereas Xuanhuan was in the northwest, nearly touching the provincial boundary. The shortest route between them still passed through 2 municipalities, Dongjiang and Shijiang. Xuanhuan itself lay within Ningtong City, bordering Shijiang City. In other words, any journey to Xuanhuan must pass through Dongjiang and Shijiang cities. Turning to Lauren, Eric was about to ask about these 2 cities, but decided against it. Elijah didn't want Lauren to speculate too much, and she might not even know the conditions there. After pondering, he decided to seek out Nikier. If Nikier didn't know, he could certainly find someone who did. I need to step out for a bit, Elijah told Lauren, then hurriedly left the mobile base before she could respond. What's happening with Eric Gaston? Lauren stared at the door, full of questions. Eric's actions were indeed peculiar. She glanced at the circles marking Xuanhuan and H City on the map, deep in thought. Eric reached Nikier's office in mere minutes. Through the window, he saw Nikier resting his eyes with piles of reviewed documents scattered across his desk, indicating he hadn't been slacking off. Eric opened the window and called, Nikier. Chapter 220, Authority, Part 1. In his sleep, Nikki was sprawled out in a watermelon field, holding a chunk of enticingly red watermelon. Elijah took a bite, the juice gushing out, sweet and refreshing. It was just too delightful. Nikki. Brandandenly, Nikki's watermelon eating stopped mid-action. His ears perked up. This voice was very familiar to him, one he would never forget even if he died. It was Eric's voice. Sir. Elijah looked around, trying to locate Eric but couldn't see him no matter where he turned, left, right, front, or back. What's going on? Did I hear wrong? Just as he was confused, Eric's voice sounded again. Nikki? In the blink of an eye, a pair of feet clad in straw shoes appeared before his eyes. His gaze moved upward slowly, coarse cloth trousers, a short jacket, and when it reached the face, Nikki's eyes widened instantly. Sir. The person before him was indeed Eric, but he was dressed oddly, like a melon farmer, even carrying a hoe, staring straight at him. Nikki immediately got up, picked up the half-eaten watermelon, and offered it with a grin, saying, Sir, have some watermelon. Eating watermelon, huh? At this moment, Eric did not look as he usually did. Elijah seemed to smile, yet didn't quite. Brandandenly, he spat into his hands twice, then gripped the hoe and raised it high, frowning fiercely as he shouted. Elijah, you thieving melon stealer. You steal my melons and offer them to me? Take this. No, don't. Nikki's body shuddered, and he woke up abruptly. His chest heaved violently, feeling terrified for a moment, but then he sighed in relief. It was just a dream. Why is Sir holding a stick? Turning to look outside the window, he saw Eric holding a long bamboo stick as if ready to knock down a wasp nest. Just practicing my staff techniques, said Eric. Seeing that Nikki had woken up, he performed a few moves, then threw the stick aside and walked in through the door. Nikki stood up to greet him, hurriedly poured a cup of water, and smiled broadly, saying, Sir's visit has truly brightened my humble place. Is there anything I can do for you? Eric sized Nikki up with a few glances. He was becoming more and more worldly wise. Once, he had been all muscle, but now even his belly showed. In the scarce resource environment here, he was still getting plump. Back before the apocalypse, he'd likely be quite rotund. Eric stepped to Nikki's desk and sat down, motioning for Nikki to sit as well. Sit down, I have a few questions. I'll stand while you ask, sir. Nikki bent slightly, speaking obsequiously. You can stand if you want. Tell me, how familiar are you with Dongjiang City and Shijiang City? Eric got straight to the point. I know Dongjiang pretty well. I'm less familiar with Shijiang but still somewhat knowledgeable since my family is from Dongjiang, Nikki replied. Is that so? That's great. Eric was pleasantly surprised to find Nikki was from Dongjiang City, which meant he should be well informed about the city's conditions. Elijah immediately asked, what's the total population of Dongjiang City? Are there any military divisions or similar armed forces? Nikki glanced upward, looking at the ceiling for a while before replying, Dongjiang City is only a third-tier city compared to H City. Its population isn't large. The permanent residents are about 3.6 million, plus migrants making it roughly 4 million. Every city has a military division, Dongjiang included. However, military information is always kept confidential, so I'm not privy to the specifics. As for other forces, Nikki stroked his chin thoughtfully and continued. There's also the police force. I haven't had much contact with the underworld, so I can't say much about that. But given the current situation, most of those people are probably dead by now. For million, not a huge number. Based on H City's infection rate, survivors wouldn't exceed 500,000. That's too small. There might be a few 100,000 zombies, but that shouldn't be a problem if there are no level 4 zombies. After considering this for a while, Eric asked, and what about Shijiang City? Do you know its population? This time, Nikki pondered for a longer period before answering, I'm not exactly clear on Shijiang's population. From what I remember, it's similar to Dongjiang, somewhere between 3 and 4 million. So it looks like neither city poses significant danger. Eric nodded inwardly, thinking for a bit before turning to Nikki and saying, got it? Elijah stood up, suddenly struck by inspiration and began flipping through the documents on the desk. This action drew Nikki's attention. Uncovering a corner of something peach pink, Eric glanced at Nikki's tense eyes, piquing his curiosity. Elijah lifted the cover further, revealing the object beneath. Peachy Temptation? It was a book, the cover predominantly peach-colored, featuring an extremely sexy woman. The title Peachy Temptation almost gave away its contents. Eric recovered the book with the documents, noticing Nikki's flushed face. Elijah patted Nikki on the shoulder and said, don't keep it bottled up. There are plenty of single girls in the city. Find one. With that, he left the place. Nikki pressed his lips together, sitting back down. Elijah picked up the Peachy Temptation book and watched Eric leave from the window, finally exhaling in relief. Thank goodness Sir didn't open it, or it would have been even more embarrassing. As he spoke, he flipped to the first page, only to find another layer underneath. This inner cover could only be described as risque, bearing the title 18 Postures of Love. To find a wife, one must practice skills first. Otherwise, how can there be happiness without adequate skill? Nikki looked around and mumbled softly to himself. Walking along the road, Eric shook his head with a chuckle, not expecting Nikki to have such a hidden side. But he didn't care and didn't plan to intervene. As long as it didn't harm Chiang City or himself, others could do as they wished. Passing the inner city barracks, seeing the dormitories and the training guards, Eric's eyes sparkled. His mind snapped back from thoughts of Peachy Temptation, and he silently questioned, System, can I authorize someone else to mobilize the guard corps now? Yes. The system responded immediately. Eric paused, then continued, how do I do it? Host just mentally recite granting leadership of the guard corps to whomever. I understand. Eric's gaze shifted from the sweat-drenched soldiers in the training field back to himself. Then he burst into rapid speed, heading south out of the city toward the airbase. Without needing transportation, because at full speed, he ran faster than any vehicle. Soon he saw the south gate. As he approached the city walls, he leaped over them effortlessly. The Tianqing guards stationed there only felt a gust of wind pass by, noticing nothing else. Chapter 221. Authority, Part 2. Real men never take the usual path. Eric didn't need to shout for the guards to open the gate at the airbase. He simply leaped inside in one bound. Among the guards were a few level 1 peak evolved who could barely make out his figure. They leaving and working closely together, they knew Eric's silhouette well. Even with just a vague glimpse, they recognized him and did not order any interception. Eric suddenly stopped running and stood still, looking around in confusion, thinking, if Elvin and Ryan are stationed here, they wouldn't be inside the airbase but on the wall defenses. I must have run too far. Realizing this, he immediately turned around and ran back. The level 1 peak evolved guard marveled as Eric retraced his steps. Commander really works hard, still jogging for exercise at this hour. Whoosh. In a flash, Eric leaped onto the city wall, landing right in front of the guard who immediately stood at attention and saluted. Under Eric's gaze, however, the guard's eyes involuntarily wavered. Elvin, fetch him for me, ordered Eric. Yes, sir, the soldier responded quickly, rushing off to find Elvin. Within minutes, Elvin arrived under the escort of the guard, saluting Eric. Commander, you summoned me? I have a task for you, Eric said bluntly. Self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, command vehicles, power supply trucks, and ammunition resupply vehicles are all being manufactured. Are you familiar with these weapons? Elvin replied, yes, no problem. The power supply trucks and ammunition resupply vehicles can be operated by ordinary guards. Self-propelled anti-aircraft gun commanders must be level 1 squad leaders or higher. Drivers and gunners can be regular guards. As for the command vehicle, it can be driven by regular guards, but the commander must be at least a level 3 squad leader. Satisfied with the answer, Eric noted that only level 3 squad leaders and above were needed for the command vehicle, which would not significantly impact the tank division's personnel allocation. Good, Eric nodded. You know these equipment types well. Do you know how to form a self-propelled anti-aircraft defense system using them efficiently? Yes, sir, Elvin replied without hesitation. Excellent. Eric was relieved. Knowing Elvin understood the self-propelled anti-aircraft defense system meant he wouldn't have to personally assign personnel. Elijah continued, we have enough equipment in production to form 5 such systems. I want you to select 5 groups of personnel now. Once the equipment is ready, deploy them at the 4 corners and the center of Chiang City for low-altitude defense. Understood? Understood, sir, Elvin responded earnestly. Very well, don't delay then, Eric instructed. Seeing Elvin about to leave, he recalled something. Oh, and another thing. Once the airbase's defensive personnel are fully equipped, you will hand over the defense duties to them. Yes, sir, Elvin acknowledged. After a moment of thought, Eric murmured, System, grant Elvin, Ryan, Anchor, and Harrison the authority to exchange weapons and ammunition. Ding. Authorization successful. Guard members Elvin, Ryan, Anchor, and Harrison now have the authority to exchange weapons and ammunition. System alert. You have not set a time limit for this authorization. Would you like to do so? No need. If I return, I will revoke it myself. If I don't. Elijah glanced up at the sky and whispered, System, authorize Lauren to lead the guards if I die. Ding. Authorization successful. Upon your death, human level 2 evolved Lauren will automatically gain leadership authority over the guards. Elijah hearing the system's confirmation, Eric closed his eyes briefly, then sighed. Looking at Elvin, he said, I'll be away from Chiang City for a few days. I've already granted you, Ryan, Anchor, and Harrison the authority to exchange ammunition. You must defend Chiang City well. Sir, we have felt the authorization. Rest assured, as long as we live, so will the city, Elvin replied firmly. Satisfied, Eric smiled and said, Good, go ahead then. Elvin acknowledged and turned to leave, but his pace was slow, unlike his usual brisk manner. After a few steps, he turned back, concern evident in his eyes. Elijah had been present during the Battle of Shelter City No. 1, and had witnessed Eric being injured by a level 3 zombie and infected with the zombie virus. Recognizing the significance of Eric's earlier words, that he would be going alone without the guards, Elvin, as a level 3 company commander with advanced reasoning skills, deduced that Eric was likely searching for a solution to the zombie virus. Why something rather than a method? As a guard, Elvin knew Eric had the system, which would undoubtedly have information on solving the zombie virus. Stepping forward, Elvin stood before Eric and declared, Sir, whatever you need, just give the word. We will follow you through fire and water. Understanding Elvin's thoughts, Eric felt a surge of emotion. After a pause, he patted Elvin on the shoulder and said, There will be such a time, after my return. We will wait for you, sir. Elvin saluted. Thank you. Protect Chiang City while I'm gone. Eric took a deep breath and added, All right, get to work. Yes, sir. Elvin responded and left to fulfill his new tasks. After Elvin left, Eric checked the time. It had been nearly 6 hours since morning. The pilot should be ready by now. Without further ado, he headed straight for the aircraft factory. Elijah soon reached the entrance of the aircraft factory, where many people were lined up, dressed in various uniforms with shoulder badges. Most were logistics personnel, followed by armed defenders, logistics managers, and finally, only one pilot standing prominently at the front. As Eric approached, everyone immediately saluted. Commander. Eric instructed, logistics personnel to their respective posts and start work. Armed defenders, return to your designated dormitories and prepare to hand over defense duties to the guards. Yes, sir. Everyone responded in unison, dispersing orderly. Once the logistics and armed defenders left, only the lone pilot remained. Eric walked up to him, inspecting him closely, and remarked, No wonder you're a pilot. You carry yourself well. Chapter 222. Aiden, Part 1. The pilot saluted and said, Sir. Eric nodded slightly and asked, What's your name? The pilot replied, Reporting, sir. My code name is Noel. Noel? Eric was a bit surprised when he heard the pilot's call sign. Although it was still a number, it sounded much better than the Guard Corps factory names like 001, 002, and so on. Naming things can be quite a headache. Since this name sounds good, let's stick with it. Baleen Faye, I have a question for you. How difficult is it to pilot the storm-armed Elijah helicopter? Eric asked. Without hesitation, Noel answered, Reporting, sir. I don't think it's hard. Bownib, I didn't make myself clear. Eric rubbed his nose and continued to explain. I mean, not for a pilot, but for someone like me who has never flown an aircraft before. Would it be difficult to learn how to pilot the storm-armed Elijah helicopter? Noel thought for a moment, and then seriously replied, Difficult. Elijah explained further. An armed helicopter requires high standards of human perception, balance, attention distribution, and reaction speed. This eliminates many people. Of course, sir, your physical fitness and sensory acuity are far superior to ordinary people, and even surpass professional fighter pilots. So, for you, there wouldn't be any problem in this aspect. However, flying a helicopter is more challenging than a fixed-wing aircraft and still requires time to learn, so it cannot be mastered instantly. How long would it take at minimum to learn how to pilot an armed helicopter? Eric asked further. At least 20-some hours of flight time, Noel replied. Just 20-some hours? Eric was surprised, unexpectedly finding out that learning to fly an aircraft took much less time than learning to drive a car. Upon reflection, it made sense too. Learning to drive also just took a few hours. If you weren't close to the driving instructor, you'd have to be flexible and buy them a pack of cigarettes or something. Otherwise, they might end the lesson early. Actually, these weren't significant issues. Some driving instructors did harm, such as pulling students into pyramid schemes. Eric had experienced this in his previous life. Fortunately, southern pyramid schemes were less violent compared to northern ones. They wouldn't imprison you. You'd only lose some money without serious harm to your person. Seeing Eric's astonished expression, Noel realized that Eric misunderstood him and immediately clarified, 20-some hours of flight time does not mean you can learn to fly an aircraft in just 20 hours. First, we need theoretical training, followed by practical instruction from an instructor, and finally transfer control of the aircraft to the trainee. After this process of 20-some hours of flight time, one can be considered to have learned how to pilot the storm-armed Elijah helicopter. The whole process could take 1 to 2 months or more. So that's how it is, Eric stroked his chin, thinking, at least a couple of months, it's too long. I can't wait. Looks like I'll have to bring the pilot along with me. Traveling to Tian Troy Mountain required crossing 2 cities. Brendanch a long distance was impossible for Eric to cover on foot. Driving would definitely result in encounters with zombies and evolved animals, and the speed would be slow. Flying was undoubtedly the best choice. Of course, air travel also came with risks, namely avian evolved animals. Eric had planned ahead to keep the helicopter at low altitude. Those raptor-like evolved animals probably wouldn't launch an attack on a metal shell out of sheer madness. As for sparrows, pheasants, and other non-raptor-like evolved animals, they certainly wouldn't provoke such an unapproachable object. In summary, traveling through the sky would be safer than land routes. Having made up his mind, Eric told Noel, All right, I understand. The aircraft is still under production and will take another 2 or 3 days. You can go back to your dormitory and rest. Yes, sir. Noel saluted and headed towards the East City Air Force Base. After seeing off the pilot, Eric looked up at the sky. The sunlight dazzled him so much that he had to shield his eyes with his palm, squinting slightly. Being a modern person who had studied some astronomy and physics, Eric knew the sun had a lifespan. However, its 5 billion year life expectancy, compared to the average human lifespan of less than a century, could still be described as eternal. The vast stars, the moon, and the blue planet beneath his feet were all eternal. This huge upheaval seems to affect only humans. The blue star did not collapse due to human calamity and might even have improved, he thought, his gaze drifting over the wall to see the lush mountains outside the Air Force Base. Turning his gaze, he saw Qiyang City, where Lauren, Juliet, Gaylord, and others flashed across his mind. There were the students who surrounded him at school, the Elijah Havenly army soldiers who trained diligently and faced the zombie attacks without fear, and the residents who lined up to welcome their return after victory. These scenes flickered before his eyes. Elijah closed his eyes slightly, took a deep breath, and started walking toward Qiyang City. This time, he didn't run at top speed but drove slowly into the city, heading for the mobile base. A slower pace allowed him to better appreciate the scenery along the way, the flatlands filled with laborers. When he reached 1/3 of the journey, his eyes suddenly focused. Elijah saw a familiar figure, neither one of the original residents nor people like Juliet and Lauren. It was Aiden, whom he had briefly encountered as an enemy. Aiden, bare-chested and showing his muscular body, was directing dozens of people working while he swung his tools diligently. Aiden was a level 2 evolver and former lord of Yuhui City. With the surrender of Yuhui City, he naturally fell under Erek's jurisdiction. Erek granted him a special permission not to participate in labor and provided a monthly allowance, which was several times higher than the earnings of ordinary citizens. In essence, he could choose to spend his days sleeping or playing, as long as he didn't violate city regulations. Erek blinked, confirming that Aiden was indeed participating in labor. As a level 2 evolver, Aiden had sharp senses and quickly noticed someone watching him. Turning his head, he spotted Erek gazing at him. Elijah smiled and waved, shouting, "Commander Luo?" This shout drew the attention of nearby workers, all from Yuhui City and Shelter City No. 1. Due to the large number of people, workstations had yet to be properly arranged, so they were assigned temporary tasks in the new district, handling miscellaneous items and leveling construction sites. Note: please ensure the translated chapter follows the storyline coherently and maintains the tone and style of the previous content. Chapter 223 Aiden, Part 2. Working daily in the sun and rain was arduous, but many of these people did not feel tired. Compared to their previous lives, where they worked themselves to death without enough food, this place was a paradise. As long as they worked, they could at least be almost full. The supervisors here were also more humane and did not randomly beat or scold them. If someone got heat stroke or fell ill, they would even allow rest and hospital treatment. This arrangement solved not only their hunger issues but also provided them with a newfound respect they had never experienced before. After a few days, their positive feelings toward Jerson City soared. Their initial doubts vanished. At least, that was true for the majority. Thus, those present now looked at Erek with admiration, albeit still a bit wary. Erek smiled, beckoning Aiden over. Understanding, Aiden immediately put on his shirt, handed his tools to someone who didn't have any, and walked towards Erek's vehicle. Reaching the car, Erek gestured for him to sit in the passenger seat. Without hesitating, Aiden wiped the dust from his pants and got into the car. Erek picked up a water flask from the side and offered it to Aiden. Seeing it, Aiden showed his muddy hands, shaking his head with a smile. "Take it," Erek insisted, ignoring the dirt. Aiden paused for a moment, then laughed softly, accepting the flask. Elijah twisted off the cap and gulped down most of the water, sighing contentedly afterward. Seeing Aiden's relaxed expression, Erek's perception of him was completely overturned. In his mind, Aiden was someone who kept his emotions hidden and was deeply scheming. Yet, he appeared anything but that now. His tall, rustic image even made him seem somewhat clumsy. Was this all an act? With lingering doubts, Erek asked, "Even as a level 2 evolver, my monthly food allowance should be enough for you. There's no need for you to do odd jobs to earn food." While exemption from labor didn't mean he couldn't work, Aiden wouldn't lose his wage due to receiving substantial subsidies. He would still get paid. After drinking, Aiden felt refreshed and replied, "I come from humble beginnings and can't stay idle. Staying around all day gets boring, so I come here to work and interact with others." His gaze shifted to the ordinary residents still working. His sincere eyes didn't seem to lie. Erek watched him for a moment before saying, "Since that's the case, I can assign you a proper job. It'll be easier than this, and you'll get a higher salary. What do you think?" Shaking his head vehemently, Aiden refused without hesitation. "No need. I think things are fine this way. My allowances are already generous, and the salary means little to me. Besides, as an evolver, this workload is nothing much. You should focus on arranging proper jobs for these people first. Delaying their placement because of me wouldn't be fair." Erek looked at Aiden in astonishment. In this post-apocalyptic world, mentioning fairness surprised him. Intrigued by Aiden's mindset, he asked, "You've been here for some time. How do you find it?" "How do I find it?" Aiden looked out the window thoughtfully before replying, "Jerson City's current policies are excellent, beyond my expectations." "In what way?" Erek asked. "I once wanted to transform Yuantioni City into something like Jerson City. However, upon implementation, I found it unfeasible due to insufficient food supplies. Therefore, the only solution to the food issue was to have the 100,000 residents engage in high-intensity labor constantly. This did indeed produce considerable food. But in this chaotic era, with constant zombie threats, the army must remain strong and well-fed, which meant that most of the food produced by civilians went to the military, leaving them underfed and unable to store surplus. Without sufficient food reserves, there would be no energy left for research or productivity improvements. If zombies and chaos persist, civilians will remain underfed and overworked, and there will be no one with the energy to conduct research. This vicious cycle will continue indefinitely. But here, supporting over 500,000 people with this model requires an enormous amount of food. Frankly, I can't figure out where you get all this food from." As he spoke, Aiden frowned, visibly deep in thought, not hiding his confusion at all. Eric observed Aiden closely, trying to see if he was pretending, but found his reactions genuine. Whether Aiden's acting was superb, or he truly felt this way remained a mystery to Eric. Regardless, as long as Aiden stayed in Chi-Jerson City, he wouldn't cause trouble, so Eric didn't worry much about him causing issues. Smiling slightly, Eric said, "The world is vast and full of wonders. I have my ways of securing food." Upon hearing this, Aiden's frown eased, a sense of relief evident in his eyes. Elijah gazed through the windshield at the sky outside. The sun hung high, radiating its intense heat like a massive fireball. A few clouds floated by, each unique yet merely accentuating the sun's dominance. Aiden's gaze followed the clouds, and he remarked, "Indeed, there are always solutions, even if I haven't seen them before. Just like this morning when I saw those colorful cloud layers, something I've never encountered." Turning back to Eric, he added, "That was your doing, right? So what if it was? Isn't the disaster still mysterious and unknown either way?" Eric's words were a tacit admission. After all, the air base outside the city, along with the witnessed dust clouds, clearly linked everything together for anyone paying attention. Moreover, the original residents had seen him construct walls out of thin air. With a bit of thought, they would likely connect the dots between the airbase, dust clouds, and him. As for the newcomers from Antionii City and Shelter City No. 1, even without witnessing the wall construction firsthand, word of mouth would quickly spread the news. Furthermore, revealing such miracles might inspire even greater reverence and awe among the people. Why hide or deny it? Allegiance, certain matters didn't need to be concealed, nor could they be. Chapter 224, Dragon Pattern Crystal Detector. Aiden smiled knowingly. There were some things that one understood but didn't need to say out loud. Elijah paused in silence for a moment, placed his hand on the car door handle and said, "I've rested enough. It's time to get back to work." Eric nodded with a smile, watching Aiden open the car door and run off to start working. Aiden took a large wooden hammer from someone else, waved at this side, and began raising the hammer high above to pound into the ground. "If you really act like this, maybe I can use you in the future," Eric muttered as he watched Aiden work. Elijah then pressed the gas pedal and drove toward the inner city. The car moved at a leisurely pace, allowing him to enjoy the scenery on either side of the road while thinking about how to find the dragon pattern crystal. Unconsciously, he found himself arriving at the entrance of the mobile base. Instinctively, he stopped and was about to get out of the car when he suddenly thought of something. Immediately, he restarted the engine and headed toward the military district. Inside the mobile base, Lauren heard the sound of the engine starting again after stopping, causing her curiosity to lead her outside. She only just managed to see Eric drive away without even having the chance to call out to him. Staring in the direction the car had left, she remembered that it was towards the military district and thought to herself, after returning from Yue City, Eric Gaston has been acting strange. I've never seen him rush around nonstop all day before. What's going on? Filled with doubts, she pondered for a moment, then quickly walked into the mobile base, changed clothes, and drove off. Eric soon entered the military district and parked right in front of the institute. After getting out of the car, he observed the modern-looking, scientifically designed institute for a moment, straightened his clothes, and stepped inside. The automatic doors opened for him, accompanied by a soft female voice welcoming him. "Welcome, sir. Good afternoon, sir." "Indeed worthy of an institute," Eric silently praised. Reporting to the officer, Researcher Sinclair is reporting. As soon as he walked in, a person approached, stood at attention, and gave a standard military salute. Upon hearing these words, Eric recalled that the researcher only required 1 hour to be created. It should now be completed, probably being the mentioned Researcher Sinclair. Elijah wore a white lab coat, black-rimmed glasses, and carried a clipboard, embodying the essence of a scientist. After sizing him up, Eric nodded slightly, very satisfied with what he saw, and remarked, "Sinclair, that name suits well." Inwardly pleased, he felt relieved not having to rename him. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but remark, "It seems the Guardian Army's numeric names are the hardest to listen to." Sinclair smiled warmly, exuding a scholarly air, saying, "The brothers of the Guardian Army were born first and their numbers are vast, so numeric codes make more sense. Our researchers also have numeric codes, they just precede our titles." Talking with intellectuals was indeed comfortable. If it had been Elvin, they would have simply responded, "I think it's all fine. All right, no more small talk. I'm here to ask if there is any instrument for detecting dragon pattern crystals?" Eric asked directly. Allegiating to Tian Choi Mountain, while it is famous for its grandeur, one can't ignore the size of such mountains. Without a detector, relying solely on chance would make finding dragon pattern crystals within 2.5 months almost impossible. "We do have a dragon pattern crystal detector," Sinclair assured him. Turning around, he walked into a storage room, rummaged around for a bit, and came out holding a black square box with no marks or labels on it. Handing over the black box to Eric, Sinclair explained, "This device is called a dragon pattern crystal detection watch. It's a miniaturized detector with a 500-meter radius. It's powered by electricity and uses photovoltaic material, meaning it can convert sunlight into electrical energy. It can also function as a regular watch, though almost nobody uses it that way due to its high production cost." Eagerly opening the box while listening, Eric marveled at the sleek, black electronic watch lying inside. Pleased by the cool touch, he examined it for a moment and asked, "How do I use it?" Seeing such a big box contain only a watch without instructions suggested room for improvement in customer service. Sinclair pointed to 2 buttons on the side of the watch and explained, "Press both buttons simultaneously to activate detection mode. Press the top button alone to switch to normal watch mode. Press the bottom button alone for entertainment mode." Entertainment mode? Intrigued by this feature, Eric immediately inquired, "What kind of entertainment?" I haven't tried it myself, so you'll need to experiment to find out," Sinclair admitted. Curiosity piqued, Eric placed his finger on the entertainment button and announced, "Elijah goes." Pressing down clearly activated the button, but after several seconds, the screen remained pitch black, showing no response. "What's happening? Is it broken?" Pressing the button several times more showed no results, so he handed the detector to Sinclair for professional examination. After inspecting it thoroughly, Sinclair concluded, it's probably out of power. Eric pursed his lips, took the detector back, and stepped outside, placing it under the sun. Despite the afternoon, there was still enough sunlight left. Remarkably sensitive to charging, the screen lit up almost immediately, displaying a charging icon. A line of small text below read, which Eric noted aloud, estimated full charge in 3 hours and 52 minutes. This is quite a long time, Eric commented. At this moment, Sinclair emerged from the institute, prompting Eric to add, solar charging is too slow. We should plug it in directly. Sinclair scratched his head awkwardly. Sir, the watch detector wasn't designed to charge via a power source. You mean what? Eric looked bewildered. Sinclair, equally embarrassed, explained, it's a product of the preliminary institute, so some design details weren't well thought out. Is this considered a detail? Eric felt helpless, adding sarcastically, if it runs on electricity, wouldn't direct charging be essential? What if it's rainy and I urgently need to use it? Should I pierce through the clouds to charge it? Sinclair hung his head in silence. Eric sighed in frustration, looking at the detector basking in the sunset. What could be done besides waiting? Time passed swiftly, and the sun set. With intermittent sunlight, the charger barely managed to fill up 30 minutes worth of battery, enough to start up. Both Eric and Sinclair focused intently on the watch detector. Under their watchful eyes, Eric pressed the entertainment button. Beep beep beep. Then a startling thud followed, making them jump. They then heard, self-destruct mode initiated. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7. What is this? Alarmed, Eric hurriedly took off the watch and dropped it to the ground, but the countdown continued undeterred, already down to 4. 3, 2, 1. Bam! It exploded. Wasn't that scary? Haha. Note, the self-destruct sequence was clearly a surprise gag intended to catch Eric off guard. Eric took a deep breath, watching as Sinclair's mouth opened and closed several times, struggling to find the right words to describe the situation. Sinclair covered his mouth, equally baffled. Picking up the high-tech detector, Eric put it back on his wrist and pressed the top button. The screen, still displaying the explosion effects, immediately switched to a clock mode, which functioned normally. Next, pressing both buttons simultaneously, Eric felt the detector vibrate slightly as an intangible energy radiated out. A cold electronic voice then announced, detection mode activated, scanning. Beep beep beep. No dragon pattern crystal detected, or not within range. Scanning continues. The wearer can move around in all directions to increase the detection area and improve discovery rates. It sounded reliable, but its practical application was yet to be proven. Shutting off the scan mode, Eric asked seriously, this device can definitely detect dragon pattern crystals within a 500-meter radius? The entertainment mode had made Eric question the quality of system products, especially since finding dragon pattern crystals was a matter of life and death. It couldn't be taken lightly. Faced with the query, Sinclair straightened up, his expression very serious. Elijah replied, the entertainment mode is indeed poor, but the detection of dragon pattern crystals is absolutely real and effective. I would stake my life on it. With those words, Eric felt more confident about the watch detector. Elijah continued, apart from this, are there any other detectors? Sinclair shook his head, explaining, the institute is still at a preliminary level, so we only have this small dragon pattern crystal detector. If it reaches intermediate or advanced levels, medium and large-scale detectors will be unlocked. It seems we really need to upgrade the base, Eric sighed, then glanced at the watch detector and smiled, comforting himself, having something is better than having nothing. Alright, stay here. I'm leaving now. If you get hungry, go directly to the military cafeteria for food. The Guardian Army won't stop you. Eric turned and left, leaving Sinclair standing there, giving him a salute. Yes, sir, he replied. Hashtag Chapter 225, Storm-Armed Elijah Helicopter, Part 1. After leaving the Research Institute, Eric headed straight back to the mobile base. The car gradually slowed down and finally stopped in front of the mobile base. Eric got out of the vehicle, handed the keys to the guard on duty, instructing him to park the car, then pushed open the gate of the mobile base. As the door slowly opened, everything inside the mobile base came into view. Lauren and Juliet were sitting quietly, their gazes fixed on him. This made Eric pause in surprise, thinking they were just chatting idly. Elijah didn't pay much attention and stepped inside, but as he moved, their gazes followed him. This felt strange to him, so he asked, what's going on? Is there something on me? Nothing physical, but there is a secret, Lauren replied. Eric asked, what secret? Lauren stood up, walked over to Eric, and began circling him, carefully observing something. This odd behavior left Eric utterly confused. After a while, he asked, what are you doing? I'm not dead yet. Lauren stopped in front of Eric, staring into his eyes. Be honest, why have your actions been so strange since you returned? I haven't been strange. Why would you think that? Eric responded, genuinely puzzled. You weren't like this before. Usually, after returning from an expedition, you always rest for a few days and leave most tasks to Amadeus and others. Even on regular days without expeditions, you lie around half the day and never wake up early. But this time, you've been running around non-stop, which is really odd, Lauren said, hands on her hips. She then looked at Juliet and continued, I even asked Edith if something was wrong, but she didn't know either. So, I can only ask you directly. At this moment, Juliet stood up and approached, concern evident in her eyes. Eric Gaston, if there's something troubling you, just say it. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. Both Ale and I can help you think of solutions and offer advice. I wonder if it's their sharp observation skills or their sixth sense, but merely being busy could lead them to suspect something. Eric marveled inwardly. Despite this new appreciation for women's intuition, he still had no intention of telling them about searching for the dragon pattern crystal or the zombie virus infection. The fewer people who knew, the better. Elijah smiled calmly, reassuringly, don't worry, I'm fine. With over 200,000 new residents, as the Supreme Commander, I have to do a lot of work. That's why I've been busier these past 2 days. You must have heard about the incident in the South City outskirts this morning, right? If you visit, you'll understand why I've been so busy. Lauren and Juliet exchanged glances. They had indeed seen the unusual phenomenon earlier in the day. Curiosity piqued, especially given that women tend to be more curious than men. They were now eager to explore the South City outskirts to discover what caused such an astonishing phenomenon. Could it be the legendary treasure? Still, despite her curiosity, Lauren felt there might be more to the story. She pressed, "Is that all? Nothing else?" Eric employed his Oscar-worthy acting skills, looking sincere and speaking with deep emotion. "That's all." Seeing his earnest response, Lauren felt somewhat reassured. She stared at Eric for a moment, then turned to Juliet. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, she said, "Edith, let's go see the South City." "Brendanra." Juliet nodded eagerly, equally impatient to witness the birth of whatever treasure could cause such a phenomenon. Watching the two women walk hand in hand toward the south gate, Eric breathed a sigh of relief. By the time the sun set and the moon rose, its cool light bathed the earth in a silvery glow. Eric touched the moonlight, feeling a faint chill. Elijah withdrew his hand and returned to the mobile base. 3 days later, time seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. The sun had risen and set thrice, and the moon had illuminated the night twice. Eric hurried to the airbase, stopping at the entrance of the aircraft factory and checking the production interface. Everything was done except for the automatic anti-aircraft defense system and the storm-armed helicopter. The production of the anti-aircraft defense system was still ongoing, taking a long time, with 8 teams working on it. Only the first team's progress bar was halfway complete, likely finishing within a day or two. The storm-armed helicopter showed more noticeable changes, though small. From 20 units in production, there were now 19, indicating one had been completed. Eric looked around but saw no helicopters. System, where are the planes? Upon completion, aircraft are automatically stored in corresponding hangars. The storm-armed helicopter is stored in the dedicated helipad warehouse, the storm hangar, located to the left of the aircraft factory near the wall. "So that's how it works," Eric muttered, driving toward the storm hangar without delay. Just a few dozen meters out, he shouted, "Damn, I went the wrong way." In his excitement, he'd mixed up left and right. Elijah immediately turned the car around and headed towards the storm hangar on the left side of the aircraft factory. According to the system, the helipad warehouse was located on the left side of the aircraft factory, close to the wall. Eric drove left and soon arrived at a building with a quadrilateral shape and a semicircular roof. The doors were modest, only 2.5 meters high and split into 2 panels. Hard to imagine how such a small entrance could accommodate a helicopter. Armed guards stood on either side of the door, saluting Eric upon his arrival. "Sir." Eric nodded slightly and instructed one of them, "Go to the pilot dormitory and bring Noel here." "Yes, sir." Entering the warehouse, Eric found a vast, open space filled with orderly arranged helipads. Most were of equal size, except for the central one, which was more than twice as large as the others. Chapter 226, Storm-Armed Elijah Helicopter, Part 2. On these helipads, only one position housed a blue and red helicopter with an angular design. Despite being a helicopter, it extended small wings on its sides, each carrying 8 missiles underneath. Eric approached swiftly, running his hand over the machine and exclaiming, "Storm-Armed Elijah Helicopter." Opening the cabin door, he saw that the cockpit contained only 2 seats, one in front of the other. In his experience, helicopters should have more than 2 seats. Of course, this was his impression from movies and TV shows. As for armed helicopters, he had seen them before but was always drawn to their stylish exteriors rather than their interiors. Thus, this was his first time closely observing an armed helicopter's cockpit and getting up close with one. Climbing into the cockpit and sitting down, he felt the chair was more comfortable than the so-called leather seats. Elijah leaned back, closed his eyes to rest for a moment, then suddenly opened them, looking up at the dome and twisting around to see the door. Far too small for a storm-armed Elijah helicopter. Elijah wondered, "It looks like a box. How will we fly out?" Just as he was puzzled, the door reopened, revealing Noel approaching. Elijah ran over and saluted, saying, "Sir." Eric exited the cockpit, jumping to the ground and asking, "This armed helicopter has 2 seats. Can you fly it alone?" "Yes, sir," Noel replied. "All right, let's take a test flight." Excitedly, Eric climbed aboard and entered the cockpit, sitting in the rear seat this time, allowing the professional pilot Noel to sit up front. "Aye," Noel answered, quickly entering the cockpit and putting on his flight helmet, reminding Eric to do the same. Seeing Noel's professional maneuvers, Eric nodded approvingly. Observing Noel's outfit, he couldn't help but ask, "Should I change clothes?" "No need," Noel explained. Elijah helicopters don't fly as high or fast as fixed-wing planes, so atmospheric pressure isn't a concern unless you have acrophobia. Given your physical condition, you're fine even for a fixed-wing plane. "I see, learning something new." Eric put on the flight helmet, watching Noel's operations, which appeared random to him. An expert's moves looking incomprehensible to a layman. "The helicopter is about to take off. Are you ready, sir?" Noel reminded. "No problem." Eric gave a thumbs-up gesture while glancing at the ceiling, wondering aloud, "We're enclosed here. How do we get out?" "You'll see," Noel chuckled. Redundantly, an electronic voice sounded in Eric's ears. "Storm-armed Elijah helicopter number 001 pilot Noel requests the opening of the storm hangar. Do you approve?" Eric hesitated slightly, then said, "Approve." A few moments later, clicking sound echoed, followed by sunlight streaming through the center of the hangar, gradually expanding. The scene was like the dawn breaking after clouds dispersed. Eric looked up, seeing the dome split open, revealing wide gaps within a minute. Now, he understood why the main door was so small. It was a clever design. As the dome fully opened, Noel pushed the throttle. The rotors began spinning slowly, but picked up speed quickly. Elijah announced, "Sit tight, sir. We're taking off." Eric felt a sudden upward pull and saw the ground recede rapidly. Within seconds, the helicopter soared out of the hangar, leaving it visible yet shrinking in size. Noel maneuvered the aircraft upwards until the entire airbase came into view before hovering. The helicopter's roar attracted immediate attention. People below gazed skyward, spotting the storm-armed audiohelicopter. Air raid, someone shouted, causing chaos throughout xuanhuan City. Panicked residents fled every which way, fearing the helicopter had come to attack. Even inside the mobile base, Lauren was alarmed by the noise. Running outside, she saw the helicopter in the sky and the frantic people. Residents had long heard about the airbase, but were surprised by this sudden appearance. It was natural for them to panic. However, Lauren wasn't afraid. She recognized the helicopter model, a type she'd never seen before. She immediately guessed it belonged to the airbase, perhaps even piloted by Eric. Dashing atop a building, she yelled, "Everyone, calm down. It's not an air raid." Highly respected in xuanhuan City, second only to Eric, her call gradually restored order. After several minutes without any fire from the helicopter, some residents realized it wasn't an attack. However, calm spread slower than panic. Boanie remained terrified, frantically seeking shelter. In the cockpit, Eric watched the chaotic scene below and asked Noel, "Is there a loudspeaker like on the Z-10? "Yes," Noel responded, pressing a button unexpectedly. "There's a microphone to your right. Just speak into it." Eric spotted the elliptical black object with a meshed hardcover, easily noticeable. Picking it up, he announced, "Everyone, stay calm. This is xuanhuan City's storm-armed audiohelicopter." His familiar voice reassured everyone. They paused, relieved. "It's the chief, we're safe." "Well, what a relief. This helicopter is amazing. Where did the chief get it?" The crowd gradually calmed as they realized there was no threat. Chapter 227, Storm-Armed Audiohelicopter, Part 2. The residents calmed down, no longer panicked. Instead, they stood still, gazing up at the storm-armed audiohelicopter in the sky, discussing it. "What kind of helicopter is this? So cool. It looks a bit like the Z-10 attack helicopter, but it's definitely not the Z-10. Storm-armed audiohelicopter? I've never heard of it." Inside the cockpit, Eric saw that the crowd had settled down and instructed, "Land? Where do you want to land?" Noel asked. "In xuanhuan City," Eric replied. "Yes." Noel didn't press for specifics and immediately controlled the aircraft to descend slowly towards an open space in the new district. Under the watchful eyes of hundreds of thousands of residents, the storm-armed audiohelicopter descended slowly. When the helicopter was less than 100 meters from the ground, the powerful downdraft blew the dust apart, radiating outwards in a circle of dirt. As the helicopter landed, onlookers were amazed, and more residents rushed from all directions, soon forming a circle around the helicopter. Opening the cockpit door, Eric removed his flight helmet and waved to the residents. The residents responded enthusiastically. "Commander is awesome. Commander is awesome. Commander is awesome." Their shouts made Eric feel like he was on a soccer field, having scored a beautiful goal with fans cheering wildly. Whoosh, whoosh, breaking through the wind, several figures leaped over the crowd and came under the helicopter. Eric regained his composure and recognized them as Lauren, Juliet, Elvin, Ryan, and others. They examined the storm-armed audiohelicopter in awe, marveling at it non-stop. "You're amazing, Eric Gaston. You can even get your hands on an armed helicopter." Lauren circled the helicopter, touching and inspecting it thoroughly. Moving to the side of the wing, she examined the aero missiles hanging from it, exclaiming, "Absolutely top-notch craftsmanship. Its performance doesn't fall short of the Z-10. Eric easily jumped out of the cockpit and whispered to Elvin, "Please disperse the crowd." Elvin nodded and pulled away Ryan, Anchor, and others who were engrossed in the sight, beginning to disperse the residents. "Everyone, don't gather here. Get back to work." With Elvin dispersing the crowd, the residents gradually left. Eric then ordered Noel to return the helicopter to the airbase while he stayed behind. "That's incredible, Eric Gaston. With the storm, if there's ever a siege by quasi-level 3 zombies, we wouldn't need your intervention. A few rounds of air-to-ground missiles would be enough to handle even level 3 zombies." Lauren was excited, and indeed, everyone was thrilled with the addition of such heavy weaponry. Eric smiled and nodded, but a trace of reluctance was visible in his eyes when looking at Lauren. "Ha ha ha." Eric laughed heartily. "All right, everyone, back to your tasks." After seeing off the others, Eric returned with Lauren to the mobile base. Entering the mobile base, Eric climbed upstairs quickly, rummaging through some items. Under Lauren's puzzled gaze, he came downstairs carrying a wooden box. Without further ado, he handed the wooden box to Lauren, saying, "These are 4 level 2 evolution crystals obtained during the rescue of shelter number 1. After consuming them, you should reach at least the high level 2 evolution stage, possibly even peak level 2. Lauren took the wooden box, opened it to see the 4 light green evolution crystals inside, then closed it and placed it on the table, saying, "I don't need these evolution crystals just because of our relationship. It would be better to enhance the guard army as a whole." Eric gently caressed Lauren's cheek, softly saying, "Trust me, I have my plans." Elijah picked up the wooden box again and handed it to her, adding, "Besides, you're also part of the guard army. Keep it." Lauren stared into Eric's eyes, hesitating for a moment before finally accepting the wooden box. Eric sat back in his chair, silent for a long time, then said, Tomorrow I'll be leaving for a while. The defense of xuanhuan City will be in your hands for these days." "Leaving?" Lauren paused, asking, "Is it the wasteland military seeking help again?" Eric shook his head. "No." "Why then?" Lauren persisted. Eric had already prepared an excuse and promptly said, "Zombies are becoming increasingly dangerous. Most survivors in H City are now in xuanhuan City, where they can be safe. But other cities may not have such protection, not even places like the Wasteland Military District or Yuhui City. So I plan to scout the surrounding cities. If possible, I'll bring the survivors back to xuanhuan City. This kind of scouting can be done by the guard army," Lauren pointed out. The guard army is too conspicuous and could increase danger, Eric disagreed, shaking his head. Moreover, while Elvin and Ryan excel in combat, they lack finesse and intelligence gathering. Therefore, it's better for me to do it personally. You mean you're going alone without an army? Lauren exclaimed. To be precise, not entirely alone. Noel and the storm-armed Elijah will accompany me. Eric smiled warmly, then hugged Lauren tightly, reassuring her, don't worry. There aren't any zombies evolved enough to hurt me yet. I know you're strong. They told me you killed a quasi-level 3 zombie with one punch. But with the way you gave me the evolution crystals and what you said, it feels like you're leaving instructions for after you're gone. Lauren looked up at him with a tearful expression. Elijah hearing this, Eric burst into laughter. Why leave instructions? I'm not dead yet. Are you really just going to scout? Lauren asked for confirmation. Eric affirmed, really? That's good. Lauren buried her head in Eric's chest, reminding him, take care of yourself. If you encounter a horde of zombies or evolved animals, run if you can. Also, make sure the pilot controls the flight altitude properly. Too high and you risk aerial predators. Too low and zombies might throw stones at you. The next morning, Eric boarded the aircraft, waving to the people sending him off and shouting, don't worry, I'll be back as soon as I finish gathering information. The crowd waved back at him. Finally, under their watchful eyes, the storm-armed Elijah slowly ascended and flew away into the distance. Lauren gazed at the direction the helicopter disappeared, silently praying for Eric's safety and a swift return. Hashtag Chapter 228, Fall, Part 1. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, bathing everything below in its radiant light. On a tree branch, dozens of sparrows, each larger than a chick, chattered incessantly. Beneath the tree lay a copperhead snake with a triangular head and a length of nearly 1 meter and 80 centimeters. Its neck was raised off the ground as it gazed up at the sparrows on the branch, flicking its tongue repeatedly. The copperhead twisted its body and coiled around the tree trunk, which was only as thick as a bull's mouth. It climbed upwards at an incredibly slow pace, with a clear target in mind, the row of sparrows on the branch. It didn't need to catch all of them, just one would be enough for a full meal. Due to the snake's slow climbing speed and its natural camouflage that closely matched the color of the tree trunk, the sparrows remained oblivious. They chirped and fluffed their feathers, jostling each other without noticing the impending danger. As the copperhead slowly approached the sparrows, it prepared to strike. The back half of its body coiled tightly around the tree trunk for stability, while the front half formed an S-shape, ready to launch its attack. The moment had arrived for this predator to deliver its fatal blow. Rumble. Brindandonly. A deafening roar filled the sky as a massive steel object streaked past, generating a powerful downdraft that scattered leaves and startled the sparrows. In an instant, the sparrows took off in every direction, leaving the copperhead with nothing but an empty beak. It could only flick its tongue in frustration as its meal disappeared. The massive steel object, painted in black and red, was none other than the storm-armed Elijah. Inside the cockpit, Noel focused on piloting the aircraft while Eric examined a map. It was a miniature version of the Xuanhuan province map. The original was too large to carry conveniently, so Eric had Nixie replicated into a smaller format. The map featured a red circle around Tianwu Mountain and City H, connected by a straight red line. Without satellite navigation, crossing from one city to another and reaching Tianwu Mountain required relying on this Xuanhuan province map. It included cardinal directions, and the helicopter was equipped with a standard compass, allowing for a rough calculation of the route to Tianwu Mountain. Estimating the time required was also possible by dividing the total distance by the flight speed, providing a general timeline for the journey. Eric studied the map for a moment before folding it up. Where are we now? Noel replied, Sir, based on our calculations, we've already crossed Dongjiang City and entered Shijiang City. If there are no unforeseen circumstances, we should reach Ningtong City, where Tianwu Mountain is located, within about 20 minutes. Good, Eric nodded approvingly. The speed of the helicopter is impressive. If we were using a car, even on a highway during peacetime, it would take most of the day, let alone now. An ambush along the way could delay us for days. Yes, the journey has been relatively smooth so far, with no encounters with zombies or evolved animals, Noel added with a smile. That's true, Eric agreed, but his words were cut short as a dark cloud appeared ahead, rapidly approaching them. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be hundreds of sparrows, each significantly larger than a chick. What's going on? Sparrows are non-aggressive evolved animals. Why are they moving toward us continuously? Eric asked, not particularly worried. Although these sparrows were larger and numerous, the storm-armed Elijah was equipped with a 30mm cannon, more than capable of dealing with them if necessary. Sir, what should we do? Noel asked. Hover and wait. If they don't divert before reaching a dangerous distance, you know what to do, Eric ordered. Understood, Noel responded, placing his finger on the trigger of the machine gun, eyes fixed on the incoming flock. His breathing slowed as he prepared to fire. Inside the cockpit, Eric and Noel fell silent, able to hear only the steady beat of their own hearts. Each heartbeat marked the closing distance between the helicopter and the flock of sparrows. After a few moments, the birds were almost within striking range, and Noel's muscles tensed, ready to act. Just as he was about to press the trigger, the flock split into 2 waves, flying off to either side, relieving the tension in the cockpit. However, before he could fully exhale, his pupils contracted sharply. Careful, Eric shouted. Eric had relaxed when the sparrows dispersed, but then he noticed something far more alarming. An enormous bird of prey was following them, approaching at breakneck speed. This raptor had a dark brown upper body and a lighter brown underbelly, with deep brown crossbars. Eric's warning came just in time. Noel immediately eased off the throttle, causing the helicopter to drop sharply. The raptor swooped over the top of them, its powerful wings creating turbulence that rocked the helicopter violently. Noel struggled to regain control. Eric quickly recalled information about birds from his memory and identified the creature as a rough-legged buzzard, a fierce raptor belonging to the eagle family. After spotting the metal monster, the rough-legged buzzard lost interest in the spare.